I found that my family's vegetable garden is connected to a world of immortals and warriors, where powerful gods and demons come to ascend. But I can easily crush them with just one finger, because these gods and demons who crossed over are only the size of my finger, leading them to believe that my family's vegetable garden is a divine realm, and that I am the supreme being of the divine realm. At this moment, I am waving a hoe to tidy up the weeds in the vegetable garden. Suddenly, I found a bug and a group of little people fighting under a small tree. I rubbed my eyes hard. It was really a group of little people, and that group of little people could even fly. I couldn't believe my eyes. Although I have cancer, I have never heard of hallucinations. Without thinking too much, my gaze was completely attracted by the battle under the small tree. 9 little people are besieging a spider the size of a thumb. The 9 little people have different postures. There is a woman in white clothes. With fluttering clothes, there is a Taoist priest in a Taoist robe, holding a dusting cloth. There is a monk holding a magic wand with a large halo behind him, and there is a big demon with a black aura around his body, holding an evil soul-calling flag. The 9 little people and the spider are fighting fiercely, and it seems that the 9 little people are at a disadvantage. The Kunlun Fairy. You go attract the attention of the chaotic monsters, the Sumeru Buddha. You go to the back of the monsters to ambush at any time, the Abyssal Demon Lord. You use the soul-calling banner to disturb the minds of the chaotic monsters. There is a small person in green clothes holding a long sword commanding, with a serious expression. The rest of you, follow me. The green-clothed small person waved the iron sword horizontally and shouted loudly, fellow Taoists, although the chaotic monsters in the immortal realm are powerful, we must not tarnish the name of the ascendants. Even if we die and disappear, we must show our unyielding will. The little people were studying tactics seriously, looking very professional, like a xianxia drama playing out in real life. I was so surprised that my jaw almost dropped to the ground, but because the characters were so small, it looked somewhat comical. I was especially puzzled. Where did these little people come from? At a time an hour ago, the 9 great sages of the universe decided to ascend on the same day, so they could look after each other. This day is the most special day in the universe, and I don't know how many powerful beings, how many great teachings, and how many dynasties are all watching the ascension site in Zhengzhou, all wanting to witness the rare spectacle that happens once in 100 years. The 9 great sages arrived as scheduled, each exuding a formidable aura that inspired awe. This is the strength of the ascenders. So terrifying. Ah, if only I could reach this level someday. People gazed at the 9 figures on the ascension platform as if looking up at the suns. The 9 great sages are too powerful. They may have already reached the level of being able to slay immortals, and this realm cannot contain them. With such cultivation, even in the immortal realm, they can shine brightly and dominate a region. Some elderly people sighed. The 9 great sages made a slight move. The space shattered, and a space channel full of chaotic aura and no discernible rules appeared. The 9 people nodded slightly, looked back at the homeland where they had fought before, no longer nostalgic, and flew into the channel. However, the so-called 9 great sages, in this world, unexpectedly became so weak that even a bug was difficult to deal with. The spider saw 9 little people as if it had seen 9 prey, its legs constantly moving back and forth on the ground at an astonishing speed. The spider's speed seemed average to me, but in the eyes of the little people, it was terrifyingly exceptional. Supreme Sword Emperor's Secret. A majestic little person in golden armor and dragon robe, emitting a golden light as if a small light bulb, surrounded by faint golden dragon patterns, transformed into 9 majestic dragon roars and shot 9 heavenly swords towards the spider. The sword was just too small, smaller than a toothpick. When I saw it, I found it quite interesting. This special effect is much better than watching a movie. But the sword's light hitting the spider was useless. Like a few beams of light shooting at the spider, it teleported in front of a saint, grabbed the tail of a little person, and spun silk. In just a few seconds, the little person was wrapped in silk by the spider, like wrapping a ball of yarn into a white cocoon. No matter how the little person inside struggled or how brightly they shone, they couldn't break free from the silk's constraints. The Great Xia Emperor. Everyone saw the Great Xia Emperor being bound by the chaotic monsters in a round. Their hearts tightened involuntarily. Chaotic monsters are truly terrifying. The spider, however, had no intention of letting go of all the prey present, its 8 legs moving on the ground as if equipped with electric motors, pressing down another ascender. And then with a series of movements, a new cocoon appeared. The special effects on these little people looked impressive, but their actual combat power was pitifully weak. These chaotic monsters are too powerful. At this rate, we will all be wiped out. The Kunlun Fairy's face was full of anxiety. In fact, as she expected, the remaining saints were captured one after another, completely powerless to resist. Even the strongest nameless sword immortal appeared as insignificant as ants in front of the chaotic demons. It's over. Kunlun Fairy's face turned pale, staring in horror at the demon spider. Am I going to fall here today? She was very unwilling. Kunlun decision. She clasped her hands together, and a yin-yang energy circle appeared in her palms, representing the principle of yin and yang, a very exquisite method, also her innate method to achieve saint status. This technique has a great reputation in the Qianquan realm, with tremendous power, claiming to be able to slaughter immortals and kill gods, with both palms pushing out. The yin-yang technique carries a faint thunder and lightning shooting towards the spider. This is the last trump card of the Kunlun fairy. After completing this set of attacks, her body fell straight to the ground, but in her eyes, it is the trump card to slaughter immortals and kill gods. When it hits the demon's body, it's like a small water bubble bursting, basically useless, not even causing an itch to the opponent. Is this world so terrible? No wonder the predecessors who ascended warned not to ascend. No wonder there are so many remains of the predecessors who ascended around. Kunlun fairy landed. She was already exhausted, and could only smile bitterly as she watched the spider quickly pounce on her. When it was about to end, I had seen enough. Just as the Kunlun fairy was about to be attacked by the spider, I stretched out a finger and poked the ground. The spider was crushed directly by his fingertips. 8 feet and head flopped twice on the ground and died outright. The spider was splattered with liquid. Hasty. A bit dirty. I should have known to stab it with a branch, Su Ning said in disgust. Luckily, his hands weren't exactly clean, and he was covered in a lot of mud from cleaning up after a day of farm work, so that he wouldn't feel as dirty. Snap. Clap your hands. It's like doing a small, insignificant thing. It would have been trivial and insignificant. While on the ground, the eyes of the Kunlun fairy were too horrified to speak. Just a moment ago, just when he thought he was going to die, all of a sudden, a huge finger fell from the sky and crushed that invincible chaos demon into crumbs in one fell swoop. She knew the strength of the chaos demon spider. The 9 great saints couldn't do anything about it. And this finger instantly destroyed the demon spider? What is the owner behind the finger? Is this someone from the immortal world? Horrified beyond belief, she looked up and finally noticed the giant in the sky. The giant's body crowded the firmament. Too high, too big. The man in the sky, very young, had a handsome face, like a gentle reader. It's kinda cool. Of course, Fairy Kunlun wouldn't think that this person was really gentle and harmless. He casually made a move to destroy a chaos demon. Especially that sentence so dirty, and a disgusted expression. More so, Fairy Kunlun thought that this person was not simple. As for age, the cultivation world wouldn't be able to judge the actual age of an opponent by their face. This person was so powerful, he must have lived for countless years. He must be a big shot in the immortal world. Even if it wasn't the sole sovereign, it was certainly a giant on one side. Many thanks to Senior for coming to the rescue. May I ask where in the immortal realm Senior is the master of the immortal realm? We are cultivators who have ascended from the lower realms. If Senior doesn't mind, I'm willing to join Senior's sect. Please take me in. The Kunlun fairy was keenly aware that this could be a great opportunity, and possibly the only chance to survive in the immortal realm, and that the previous ascendants around the world tree were a foretaste of what was to come. Although it's very presumptuous, please take in Senior. Even if it's to be a handyman by Senior's side, there was no way for her not to be so abrupt. This was a lifesaver, and the tired white bones around her were a lesson. Without a backer, survival in this horrible world is a problem. It's definitely beneficial to hug this thigh. A random chaos demon ascender couldn't even deal with it, and this kind of existence could only be pressed to death by a single finger? So one could imagine how dangerous this realm was. So, make sure you take this chance to survive. Anyway, clan? Sovereign? Su Ning was a little embarrassed when he heard that. It's the same as telling a story. I'm just a regular guy who's about to cool off in this world. I don't have a clan, and I'm not a master of anything. Su Ning could hear the words of the little people on the ground, and even though the words they spoke were whispered, he could still hear some of them if he listened closely, and Su Ning's words were like a thunderous bombardment in their ears. Regardless of whether it's a master or not, I still ask Senior to take it in. We are willing to serve Seniors left and right, even if we don't pay our respects. The Kunlun immortal said, waiting on the right and left? If this were to spread back to the lower realms, there would definitely be countless cultivators who would be shocked. She was a Kunlun fairy, usually so high and proud that it would be blasphemy to even look at her, let alone letting her serve her left and right. Now she was actually proposing to serve Su Ning's left and right. Of course, it couldn't be helped. She didn't want to perish like the pile of white bones around her. It was now a matter of surviving no matter what the means. And no doubt this giant was their only chance to survive. The only way to survive here is to be sheltered by the immortals. In the eyes of the Kunlun fairy, Su Ning was an existence so powerful that it was heaven-defying, and it was definitely an honor to follow him. 04. Feed 9 gods and demons with just 1 loaf of bread? Ha ha, smiled Su Ning to himself. I never thought that one day, I, who had accomplished nothing and was about to die, would become the big man in other people's mouths. I'm not some great big shot, but don't worry, I'll try to protect you guys as much as I can, and as for serving, let's talk about it. Su Ning knew what Kunlun Fairy was thinking in her mind. That is, she was afraid that if she left her hands alone, they would be attacked by another critter or something like that. These villains are quite interesting, and it's a shame to let them die. Many thanks to Immortal Lord for taking them in. The Kunlun Immortal's eyes lit up, and with Su Ning's promise, she felt that they were on solid ground in this world. After saying that, the Kunlun Fairy, who was already pale, fell down as if she was dizzy from low blood sugar. She had just used her strongest card and was already weak. What's going on? Su Ning didn't know how to cope when he saw the villain on the ground fall. It's not dead, is it? Su Ning wanted to use his finger to barrage the ground with fairies, but thought better of it. His own fingers are too big and the little people are fragile, so don't give them a push to blow up all at once. That's the end of it. He didn't know how to save it. Had to release the little people in the spider ball. He was careful as he peeled back the cocoon, afraid that if he didn't pay attention he would crush the little man. It's a delicate job. It took him 10 minutes to release all the little people in the spider ball. All fainted except for a few who were still conscious. The little people were very shocked to see the giant that is Su Ning. The expression was the same as when Kunlun Fairy first saw Su Ning. This is the immortal master? Just now in the spider cocoon. The ones that weren't unconscious had also heard the conversation between Su Ning and the Kunlun Fairy. It's still shocking just to actually see it. Su Ning ignored the little people's surprise. Will you go see how the companions are doing? Yes, sir. The little people were checking the physical state of their unconscious companions. Nameless Sword Immortal checked for a while, reporting to Immortal. They are not in any serious trouble. It's just that they had too much consumption from the battle with the Chaos Demon just now, and their energy is thin at the moment. That's why they fainted. In layman's terms, starving out? Su Ning arrived. You could say that. The Nameless Sword Immortal arched his hand. Okay, then you guys wait a bit. Su Ning nodded, turning back to his room, searching for food. He hadn't been home long, and his family didn't really have many food resources, and was missing some of the necessities of life. He didn't plan on buying too much. Maybe he wouldn't be able to get up one day. No point in spending money. After half a day of searching, I saw half a loaf of bread on the table that I had left over from this morning. It's a little less, but those little people aren't too big in size, so it should be enough to eat, right? Su Ning tore off the half he had nibbled and placed the new half on a plate before filling it with a bowl of mountain spring water. What you drink in the countryside is almost always water from your own well. There is a spring right next to Su Ning's house that provides water for domestic use and for irrigating the land. Take the food and come over to the little people. There's not much else, just half a loaf of bread, so you'll have some. Su Ning put his plate on the floor. It was just a normal operation, a normal thing in his eyes, but in the eyes of the little people, Su Ning's move is just too shocking. The whole hand was like a pillar in the sky, carrying a large plate that covered the sky, and when it was lowered, it was almost like a meteorite descending. This power. It's horrible. Being able to control that kind of power is even more terrifying. This plate looks heavy, looks remarkable, and can definitely be used as a world-suppressing magic treasure in the lower realms. And here, it's actually just a regular serving platter? This giant, with its deep roots. And you say you're not a juggernaut? And you say you're not a juggernaut? The little people felt that Su Ning was hiding and being modest. Many thanks to the Immortal for the generous gift. We can't thank you enough. The Kunlun Immortal also woke up quietly at this moment. In the lower realm, they had already achieved the realm of grain resistance and did not need to eat at all, but after coming to the upper realm, it seemed that they couldn't live without eating, and they couldn't survive without food. It could be that the rules of the world are different. No need to be polite. Eat, Su Ning said. 9 little men climbed up from the edge of the plate, starting in 9 places, and like a swarm of ants, puffed and nibbled at the bread. Nibble away a small piece and they're full. Su Ning observed and didn't eat much. These little people are pretty small meals. There's water over there. Su Ning pointed to a bowl off to the side. The little people regained their strength and were able to fly, flying over to the white bowl and gulping down water. Seeing the actions of the little people eating, Su Ning had a sense of immediacy of having a group of small pets. It's funny. Many thanks to the Immortal Chief for saving our lives. We have no teeth to forget. I still don't know the name of the Immortal Chief. How should we address him? Eating and drinking. The little people decided to get close to each other. Who may or may not be able to join the Immortal Chief and worship under him if they are more close to each other. My name is not enough to care about. Su Ning felt quite embarrassed to say his name out loud. It's better to leave it at that. By the way, It's quite dangerous for you guys to live here. From time to time you may be attacked by snakes, insects, rats and ants. Why don't I give you a change of environment? You see? Sunin wanted to move them into the house. If he let the little people survive here, he might walk away from something for a while, and they would be exterminated by snakes, insects and rats. Life is precious. Help out where you can. At your disposal. The little people didn't have a problem with it. On the contrary, they were happy. This was the rhythm of the giant wanting to bring them back to the clan. I didn't realize that the immortal realm, aside from the chaos demons, people were quite nice and kind. They were much more favorable to the people of the immortal world. Of course, it could also happen to meet good people. Suning held them in the palm of his hand, wanting to take them home, but just 3 meters away from the small tree, the little people's bodies dried up extremely quickly, losing their lives. Immortal. The little people's faces twisted in pain. Frightened, Sunin hurriedly sent the little people back to their original places. It can't be helped. You guys are too weak and can't seem to get out of range of this ball. Embarrassed. They can only be allowed to live around small trees. Not being able to join Suning's clan made the little people feel regretful, but there was nothing they could do about it. Who made them weak and unable to leave the world tree? The tree, which seemed extraordinary. Back home, Suning was busy all day, and watched the little people for a long time, not realizing that it was actually already dark. A bowl of noodles was haphazardly placed and 2 eggs were fried to fill the stomach. He uses his cell phone to access the internet. Our world. Is the aura revived? Have you found any flying villains around your house? The kind from the immortal cultivation world. Flying? What with the sword immortals? What with the devils? And the golden crow? Reply 1, I didn't expect to be found out. No more pretending. Showdown. In fact, the aura recovery has been 10 years. The old man has reached the Jindan stage. You and other mortals quickly come to worship. Reply 2, what's a Jindan? This girl is at the stage of yuaning. I'll give birth in 3 months. Who can compete with me? Reply 3, aura revival is real. I've seen a split spirit stage cultivator who was so strong and powerful that no one could mess with him across the world. It's just a pity that he was brought back to Nanshan Mental Hospital by a psychiatrist afterward. Reply 4, the villain you are talking about. Is there any female cultivator? If there is a female cultivator, is it possible to check her physique to see if the female immortal big brother and our body structure is the same? Serious expression. The 4th floor is a ing old colorful batch. Su Ning cursed breathlessly. It seemed that this world did not have an aura revival, and the villain only appeared herein himself. 05. Simply wanting to practice your techniques. There's no aura revival. So it means that this thing is unique in the world? Sunin thought something had changed in the world when he first started. Turning off the chat posting, he began searching for relevant accounts of the Lilliputians. Sure enough, there is some real information about Lilliputians in ancient history. There are 4 small peoples countries recorded in the Shanhaijing. The first small peoples country appeared in the Overseas South Classic, named Zhou Rao country in its east. Its people are short, small, crown and belt. It is said that the Zhou Rao state is east of Sanshou. The second small peoples country appears in the Great Desert East scripture and is called the country of Jingren. There is a small peoples country called Jingren. The third little man's country appears in the southern scripture of the Great Desert and is called the country of the Jiaofluke. There is a little man called the country of the Jiaofluke, with a few surnames, and Jiagu is the food. The name of the country was Jiaofluke. The fourth country of the little people is also in the Great Southern Scripture, and is called the country of the fungus people. There was a little man whose name was the fungus man. Although there are some myths and stories type in ancient times, or miscellaneous folklore books that have records, but like this little people's country that we see, it is unique. Unprecedented. Su Ning searched through. The ancient history about the Little People's Kingdom was almost all of the legend type. Of course, the official history was also there, but it was far from the Little People's Kingdom that he had seen. The historical records, Dewan Lianzhuan 63rd Cloud, bracket Jiyun small people in the country in the south of the Big Qin. Talent 3 feet. It's plowing and cropping. Fear of the crane eat. The Big Qin way to help. That is, the Jiao Fluke country. The people live in the cave also. In the Huainanzi fortress form, it is written, the southwest is called Jiaofluke, Gaoliao note, Jiaoflu short people country, less than 3 feet long, also according to 3 Kingdoms Jiwei Shuumaro Xianbei Dongyi biography, to the east of the female kingdom, more than 1,000 miles across the sea, there was another kingdom, all of which were of the Japanese race. To the south of it was a country of pygmies, whose people were 3 or 4 feet long. Also, many of the Lilliputian nations are recorded as not being as small as what I'm seeing now. And there are some that say they're dwarf nations that are almost as small. Lilliputians are synonymous with weakness, let alone being able to cultivate immortality. The Lilliputians of your own vegetable garden are unusual. Unconsciously, it was almost 11 o'clock, and for the sake of his little life to live a little longer, Sunin didn't hesitate to turn off the light and go to sleep. The next day, it was a little after 8 before I woke up leisurely. This kind of sleep for more than 10 hours a night, without any work pressure. Before in the city as a social animal, Suning did not even dare to think. Yes, glanced at the time, found a few messages coming up on my cell phone. It's from Sui. Sunin, what did you say to my parents? Why did they come up and scold me? All broken up and still pulling these stalker tricks? Are you having fun? Why do you want them involved in what's going on between the two of us? You're making me sicker and sicker of you. I could tell she was angry, but it wasn't Suning who messed up. I heard you went home to farm. You're still so unmotivated. When you were even a little more motivated, would we have ended up like this? Never mind. No more. That's it. I hope you don't bother me in the future. We're done. Tried to explain and found myself lying in the blacklist again. Sunin shook his head. Bitterness in the heart. Hey, the people who were obviously closest to me in the first place ended up lying in the blacklist, but he didn't care. After thinking about it, I still sent a text message to Auntie Sue and the others, persuading them to stop putting pressure on Sui. And it's good to break up peacefully like this. Do all that. Sunin got up and washed up. Go out and dig, level, and nest. Prepare to plant something. With nothing else to do, he sat in front of a small tree and quietly watched the little people live. It was like a heavenly god well above, looking down on mortals. When the little people saw Sunin, they didn't say much and did what they had to do. In their hearts, Suning was the god of heaven, omnipotent and powerful. After all, that was a ruthless person who could crush a chaos demon with a single finger. But how could they know that in this world? Sunin was just an ordinary person, about to be killed by a disease? In just one night, the little people have actually built their own cave. It's truly impressive. Suning couldn't help but nod his head. Around the small tree, there are 9 micro-sized structures that rise up out of the ground. A small village was formed. There are only 9 houses, but they look the part. The main material of the building, the roots and stems of weeds, the leaves that fall from the small trees on the roof. It's pretty sketchy. The little people settled down, sat on top of the roof, and began to cultivate. That's interesting. It was the first time Suning had seen an immortal practicing, so he watched with interest. A trace of energy slowly entered their bodies from the surroundings, and their state looked much more refreshed. Everyone absorbs energy differently. The Kunlun fairy absorbs white. The abyssal demon lord absorbed darkness energy. The other gods and demons absorbed differently. This was a Tao attribute that belonged exclusively to them. Watching them cultivate is like watching a great immortal drama, a scaled-down version of the great fairy drama. Sunin corrected. Seeing this scene for the first time, Sunin sked. It's like seeing something unusually new. Ha! No, they can cultivate. I wonder if I can, thought Suning. If I can also cultivate, then is it possible for the power of the immortals to cure my terminal illness? Thinking of this, Suning's heart shook. Suddenly, a sense of anticipation, a sudden illness pushed him into the abyss, and now the little people are there to pull him out of it, and finally he can see hope. He, who still has many regrets to make up for. He, who still has many worlds to see. Who wants to die if not fate? The more anticipation in his mind, the more nervous Sunin became. That, I would like to ask, what kind of technique do you guys cultivate? Could you teach me? Suning opened his mouth to inquire. I know that the feats are all your unique cards that you don't take out easily, but I really need them. He didn't say much in the way of high-end words, or any kind of bullying or pitfalls. He just stated what he wanted. Hearing Suning speak, the little people in cultivation opened their eyes one after another, waking up from their cultivation state. Immortal Senior wants our cultivation technique? The 9 men looked at each other. Inconvenient? Sunin asked. No, we don't mean that. It's just that our gong methods, they're all customized for ourselves. Everyone's physique is different. We're just afraid that Immortal Seniors won't be able to cultivate them. The Great Summer Imperial Lord said. You're silly. Immortal Senior is so powerful. How could he possibly want to cultivate our techniques? His old man is probably just curious and wants to take a look. As long as Senior wants to see it, it's fine with us. Can I have an opinion? Now people are looking at you. Besides, people can press you with a single finger. Under the benefit and threat, what is a mere merit law? You can't let people keep you for nothing and be your bodyguard. Can you? Truth be told, 9 villains won't be at ease until they've paid a small price. Relationships only last as long as the interests are involved. I actually want to cultivate your techniques, Suning honestly said. 9 Saints. 06. The immortals are too powerful to cultivate the ordinary kung fu of the Lilliputian kingdom. Immortals are so powerful that they still need our cultivation methods? Immortal Senior is not joking? You're as powerful as you are. Why do you still need to cultivate this unimpressive technique of ours? In this world, there is no cultivation method. Su Ning confessed. Your cultivation methods seem to be quite interesting, so I want to try to see if I can succeed and if it's possible to cultivate your martial arts. So it is. The little people thought for a long time and nodded. This immortal world. It seemed to be different from what one had imagined. But without a cultivation method it was already so terrifying. They didn't dare to take the creatures of this world lightly. Since Immortal Senior wants to learn, naturally he can. They were quick to agree. In fact, the immortals are not afraid of what Su Ning has to offer, but are afraid that Su Ning is not interested in them. Not having an interest means that one can part with it at will, and having an interest entangled will be much more reassuring. The more Su Ning demand, the happier they are. This is called an exchange of benefits. A relationship with no exchange of benefits was scary. It meant that the immortals could leave them alone or obliterate them at any time if they weren't happy. Thanks then, Su Ning said. He expected these villains to push back a bit, or to make themselves pay some kind of condition or something. I didn't expect it to be so easy. Senior Immortal. The techniques we cultivate all have requirements for our physique. For example, the Kunlun Immortal technique that I cultivate requires a Kunlun Immortal body in order to cultivate it. The True Dragon technique that the Imperial Lord of the Grand Xia cultivates requires an indestructible Imperial body in order to cultivate it. And there's also the Abyssal Demon Lord, the Nameless Sword Immortal. They also require the same physique. The Kunlun Immortal explained. We don't know what Immortal Senior's physique is, so why don't we just hand it all over to you and let Senior weigh it up for himself? They are happy to give. It's also possible. The two sides are in a delicate balance right now, with Su Ning protecting the little people and giving them food. And the little people need Su Ning very much, so they're not going to get into any catfights. Passing of the power begins. Su Ning was excited in his heart, not expecting to actually obtain an immortal cultivation technique. Following the instructions of the immortals, Su Ning lowered her head as the Kunlun fairy first imparted her Kunlun Immortal technique. A small point of light shot into Su Ning's eyes. Instantly, the small point of light transformed into a stream of immortal cultivation knowledge that entered Su Ning's mind. It was as if he already possessed this knowledge. And there was no sense of rejection at all. This immortal cultivation knowledge was so subtle that it made Su Ning's entire being feel like he had discovered a new continent. And the more he experienced it carefully, the more magical he felt. The main thing is to teach people how to meditate and absorb aura, how to sense the supreme principles of heaven and earth, and how to use the power in their body. The unique method of Kunlun Immortal technique. So detailed. I didn't expect that a little bit like this could stuff the cultivation techniques into my head. If that knowledge could enter my head like this when I was in school, wouldn't Tsinghua and Beihua universities be random? Su Ning fantasized. In fact it wasn't. Even if you learned everything in the book, you wouldn't be able to go to Tsinghua and Beihua. That required talent. The other villains did as they were told. Soon, 9 copies of the cultivation technique entered Su Ning's head. The cultivation of the various paths is different. Summarized in one sentence that all paths have the same path. Su Ning has a realization, but it seems vague. There's a sense of reading it and not seeming to understand it. It is the kind of thing. When I was a child, the teacher let me memorize ancient poems. Gibberish memorized a whole lot. Memorized is memorized. Do not understand the meaning. If you want to really understand, maybe one day after middle age, after you have experienced a lot, you will suddenly think of I want to buy osmanthus flowers to carry wine with me. But it's not like a young man's travels. And you will also suddenly realize that the hardship and bitterness hate the frosty sideburns. And the scribbling stops the turbid wine cup. It's only now that Su Ning has gotten to the point where he's memorized it. Immortal seniors can try which technique you are suited for. These feats in the lower realm are absolutely supreme, casually put out can cause the whole world to go crazy scrambling for things. Now Su Ning but has a whole 9 copies, but also our small people take the initiative to offer. Su Ning nodded. There was no time wasted. Just start a piece of cultivation. First it was the Kunlun Immortal technique, then the True Dragon technique. It's just a shame that Su Ning didn't feel anything at the end of his try. 9 pieces in a row were tried. There's no feeling either. Not a clue. It was as if these feats had nothing to do with him. It was the same as the novels Su Ning himself had read on the internet, which had made up feats. It's all bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Cultivating for half a day, with no progress. It's not a lack of understanding. It's that feeling of understanding. And you can't do it. Su Ning was a little disappointed. Hey. Really useless isn't it? Shaking his head. It seemed that he couldn't cultivate the immortal cultivation technique of the little people's world at all. He thought he could rely on the cultivation techniques of the Lilliputian kingdom and soar to the heavens like in novels and movies. It seems to be all a delusion. There was no doubt that all these feats must be true. In order to get involved with themselves, In order to curry favor with themselves, the villainous immortal cultivators would never take a fake gongfu for themselves to cultivate. I just can't practice on my own. These feats, they're only for little people? The wish fell through. In fact, Suning's heart didn't fluctuate much, just felt too bad, because so much of what had happened recently had been so disappointing. The sense of anticipation in his life had pretty much been removed. There's also nothing disappointing that can make him have a big mood swing. Senior, how is it? Kunlun Fairy asked with concern. The little people are actually quite hopeful that Suning will succeed so that both sides will have a stake in the matter and can further develop their relationship. Suning shook his head. Still not working. Hearing this, the 9 villains' faces turned ugly as they fell silent. In fact, they want Suning to succeed more than Suning himself. It's fine. Do your best. You guys don't have to blame yourselves for not helping me. Suning was indifferent to comfort. Seeing him so spontaneous, the little people were in a trance. The Suniners, they are indeed quite nice. If it were any other devil who realized that he had not benefited, he would surely be furious and take his anger out on them. Right? Alright, that's it. You guys take your time to cultivate. I'll go do something first. Suning had already given up. It's all life. Senior, wait, perhaps, there is still another set of techniques to try. The Kunlun Fairy hesitated for a long time. The stunningly beautiful face revealed many emotions. Fairy Kunlun, that technique is still. The nameless sword immortal was about to speak. There are still flaws. Actually, we can give it a try. Perhaps Lord Shangxian's special physique is too demanding. The Kunlun Fairy discussed with everyone. Think long and hard. The other villains nodded. Supreme Immortal, we have a more advanced technique. Would you be willing to give it a try? The Kunlun Immortal turned to Suning. Only. The Kunlun Immortal paused, and I won't hide it from the Supreme Immortal. No one has practiced that gongfu so far, and we don't know how it would be if we did. And the places where we can instruct the Supreme Immortal when the time comes will probably be few and far between, because we know very little about that gong method. When Suning, who had already planned to give up, heard this, he immediately became interested. This kung fu is? 07. The opportunity to practice with success and to be saved from a terminal illness. Sunin was very curious. What feats make little people care so much? This technique actually doesn't have a name yet. Kunlun Fairy said. It is a gong method that we created after we ascended up and had nothing to do. By coalescing the senses of the 9 of us into one. The life's work of 9 saints? It's not very perfect, but according to our projections, this technique is of a very high grade. As for how high, we're not sure. The Kunlun Fairy explained. Immortals can try if they wish. She was a little embarrassed again. This is equivalent to using Suning as a guinea pig for experimentation. I also wonder if Suning will be pissed off by this. Such risky behavior is actually very risky, but the little people have no choice. It is necessary to create a tangle of interests with Suning. Only relationships with a stake in the ground can go far. Relationships where one party generates power for love are not destined for the long term. Whether it's love, friendship or brotherhood, it's all the same. After living for so many years, these little people are old monsters, and they still know the ways of the world. It's harmless enough to try anyway. Suning nodded. What's not to do when you're in this state? It's all about the body that's going to die. It's nice to try something fun before you die. Immortal agreed? The little people hadn't expected Suning to agree so painfully, thinking that he would have to think about it. Then we'll pass you the power. Already having experience with previous transmissions, Suning accepted the inheritance with ease. The moment this technique entered his mind, Suning's expression changed. A marvelous feeling of birth within. He who walks without turbulence and rises to the heavens. The strange meridians are smooth, and the 8 veins are like a monstrous sea. It's different from the previous senselessness. As this technique entered his mind, Suning actually had a feeling of enlightenment. It seemed enlightened. Some nerve in his body suddenly got through. Got it. It's. Suning's expression was serious and thoughtful. Immediately sit cross-legged. Right there in that practice. This gong method is very peculiar. It seems to have come to life and fits perfectly with Suning. Take the initiative to give yourself a service. Follow the gong method of running and adjusting your breathing. Suning felt a warm rush of hot blood in the area of his belly, channeled to all parts of his body according to his will. First, it circled around the inside of his stomach, then traveled toward his limbs. 1 week later, the heat flowed back to the dantian. Shoo! Suning opened his eyes. Get up. According to the unusual habit, if you sit up in a platter for a short while your legs will be paralyzed. But now, after sitting for so long, there is no paralysis at all, while the whole body is even more fluid and full of strength. It's very comfortable. It's like having a 288 wellness treatment. Suning was pleasantly surprised in his heart. This technique was useful and could be cultivated by himself. You're awake, Immortal? Kunlun Fairy and the other villains breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Suning's form, they know the other side has succeeded. It's good that it worked. This reflects their value, and the relationship between the two sides in the future. It is not Suning unilaterally for the love of power. They build bonds. This will do wonders for the survival of the little people. Suning looked at the sky. I didn't think it would actually be dark. Sunin was staggered. The practice was still coming in the morning. Looking at my cell phone, I can't believe it's already 22:21 p.m. He had only operated for a single week, but he had actually used a daytime. No wonder they say that there is only one day in the cave of the immortals, but the world is already 1,000 years old. But then again, Sunin was satisfied. He could feel his body getting better. Strength, lung capacity, chakra, etc. all went up a little bit. Even the aftereffects of acromegaly have actually eliminated some of them. This made Suning very happy. Unexpected joy. He was looking forward to life again. If one keeps practicing like this, one's cancer might not be completely cured? Thinking about this, Sunin was in a good mood. The speed at which immortal seniors are initiated is already very good. Imperial Lord Disya said. It would take more time for a normal person to change. Saying that made all 9 villains a little embarrassed. Hard boasts belong. Actually, Suning is not fast or slow. You can't compare it to genius. My current cultivation. To what extent? Have I broken through the first layer of the chi refining stage? Suning was curious. The little people were embarrassed. This. Looking at their attitudes, Suning knew that he definitely hadn't officially broken through to the chi refining stage yet. There's no need for immortals to be discouraged. There's too little cultivatable matter in this world, or the rules of the world are different from the lower realms, so it's normal that it's difficult to cultivate at a high rate. The Kunlun immortal comforted the woman, who appeared to be gentle and knowledgeable. In fact, in the lower world, she is a high-cold imperial sister kind, seldom talking. As long as Immortal Senior feels that he or she has become stronger, there's really no need to care about the rest. Cultivation is a long-lasting thing that takes time to incubate. The little people continued to comfort. In fact, they don't need to be comforted. Suning thinks for himself. It's good enough to get fit. At least there is a solution to a terminal illness. After what happened these days, Suning summarized a truth. All things in the world are small compared to the great matters of life and death. Whether it's losing someone in a breakup, or losing your job. If you break up, you can look again. If you lose your job, if you lose your friends, you can make them again. But if your life is gone, it's gone. Between conversations, Sunin's stomach growled. I haven't eaten all day after practicing and I'm hungry. After all, he hadn't reached the realm of resistance, so not eating was not an option. Just now, he was too joyful with the success of his cultivation that he had forgotten his body's instinct to eat. And now it's starving. Looking to the little people, they too had been starving all day and their bodies could barely hold out. I'll go get something to eat. You guys wait. After saying that, Suning went straight to the kitchen, cooked 3 full bowls of hanging noodles and fried 10 eggs. The whole handful of hanging noodles was cooked. Give some to the little people to share. All of them were served by Sunin. That's all it took to get an 8th full. We've run out of food, and the only way we can figure out how to get some daily necessities on the street is tomorrow. Sunin is in a good mood today. Was in the best mood I've been in the 2 months since I broke up with my ex-girlfriend. Perhaps it can be said that it's the one time in the past few years that I've been truly happy inside. In the past, when I was with Sui, my spirit was too internally drained, and my body was exhausted from a lot of work, so the whole thing wasn't really very happy. Thought Suning. Perhaps, separating would be a good choice for both of us? Eat, drink and be merry. And Sunin is no longer at a loss. Straight to sleep. Looking forward to continuing to practice tomorrow. And a corner of the city. Sui was huffing and puffing and couldn't sleep. This Suning is really tangled up. I can't believe he went and pestered my parents after he said he was breaking up. He thinks that's going to make me come back? Oof. He's only making me hate him more and more when he's like this. And I will never, ever forgive him for his behavior and never look back. 08. A few plates of home-cooked food. And you've almost made up for it? The next day, Sunin got up at the crack of dawn and went to the town to buy some necessities. Go home and keep practicing. He practiced indulging in this practice of getting better physically. He didn't know if it was an illusion or if he had really improved a lot after cultivation, but he was actually not too tired after walking more than 10 kilometers in one breath, and he didn't even breathe too much. It was a pain in the ass to realize that the day he first came home he was walking home from town. The body feels out of control, especially the heart. which seems to be saying, if you don't stop, I'm going to stop. It took a long time for Sunin to walk around and use it that day before I arrived home tired. Nowadays, he has become physically excellent. Not to say it's worse than the average person, but at the very least it's close to the average person. This is cause for rejoicing. Sunset. A red haze tints half the sky. Sprinkled from the west, the grass and trees of the mountains, the endless crops in the sky and the earth, the streams in the ditches, a golden light. The whole world was in the midst of an aesthetically pleasing landscape. Suning sat cross-legged with his back to the setting sun. The setting sun in the west stretched his shadow longer and longer, as if he were a supreme being with his back to all beings. He's quiet and serene, not a single movement, petrified in general. Phew. Gradually, Sunin's chest rose and fell as he heaved a sigh of relief. Both eyes opened at the same time. A bright flash of light flickered in those eyes as they opened and closed. His eyes, clearer. After only 2 days of cultivation, the whites of the eyes and pupils became more and more distinct, as white as a freshly shelled egg, and the pupils were as black as obsidian. Looked at the sky. Su Ning nodded in satisfaction. A weekday today took a whole hour shorter than yesterday. It seems that as the body becomes stronger and operates more often, that internal force in the body will take less time to operate for each weekday in the future. He got up. Crackle. A sound of refried beans rang out from all parts of his body. Crisp and pleasant. Click. Move your head. Snap. After moving his shoulders around a bit. Phew. A fist was swung out, and it actually made a wind-breaking sound. Strong again. The power is greatly increased. Hee. My physical qualities are a bit stronger now, and after a few more days of cultivation, I guess I'll be about the same as an ordinary person. Su Ning was happy in his heart. General, brother, don't compare everything with us, okay? Nothing is more important than good health. Nothing makes a person happier than getting physically stronger. The physical changes were the happiest moments for Sunin. Senior Immortal. Your cultivation speed is impressive. You are truly a cultivation genius among the 10,000 in the cultivation world. The Abyssal Demon Lord lamented. Suning. He blushed, a little embarrassed. He naturally didn't take this kind of compliment to heart. I know my own talent. Not so much that it's crap, but it's mediocre. Otherwise, how come you can't even cultivate the techniques of the 9 great saints? Suning only thought that the Abyssal Demon Lord was kissing his ass. It's not that dramatic. He waved his hand. Actually, I know I have a long way to go. Immortal Senior is modest, the Abyssal Demon Lord said. In fact, the other villains also felt that Suning's cultivation talent was too exaggerated. 2 days in the district. The sense of oppression on Suning made them about to suffocate. This progress, they genuinely think Sunin is a genius. It's not blind ass kissing. Right. Dinner time is here. I bought meat today, so I'll add more to everyone's meal later. Su Ning said boldly. He went to the kitchen and cooked white rice, scrambled a glance at scrambled tomatoes with eggs, fried pork with green peppers, and cabbage and tofu soup. It's all home cooking. In a good mood. Take the vegetables to the vegetable patch and eat together with the little ones as they watch the sunset. Little people don't eat much. Almost all of it went into Suning's stomach. Embarking on the path of cultivation, he consumed more food than ever before. That's a good thing. The energy is still too little. It seems like we need to add a little more high-protein macrobiotic food in the future. Such as beef? Suning pondered. Quality food can help him get better and stronger. There's too much energy in this food. I don't seem to be able to hold out any longer. While Su Ning was disliking the lack of food energy in front of him, the little people were all blushing, scalding red all over. These foods are even more tonic than before. Are you guys alright? Looking at the 9 saints rolling around in their plates after eating their meal. Uncomfortable. Su Ning was anxious. Just a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and a simple plate of shredded pork with green peppers, and they're getting stretched to death? It's not that dramatic. I'm not a doctor. I don't heal, do I? Immortal Senior, don't worry. We're just greedy and ate too much. We'll be fine when we digest it. And it's a chance. If we're able to digest it, our strength will follow and be a bit stronger. Kunlun Fairy said. They're so small they're not even a finger long. It's about the size of a bug. The little people were shocked. Nothing in the immortal world is normal. A demonic spider had almost regrouped them. But an immortal, who could crush a chaos demonic spider with a single finger and was still uncultivated, was that powerful. It made it even more of a head-turner, and the food was bizarre. Any one of them is a great tonic. It allows one to quickly recover their physical strength and increase their cultivation. Eat too much and you're likely to get patch fried. Immortal seniors usually eat these. No wonder their physical qualities are so terrifying, able to crush everything with just pure physical strength. The immortal world. There really are still many things we don't understand. This world. What kind of world is it? They really couldn't figure out what kind of existences could live in such a world. The 9 little people got up with great difficulty and sat down on the ground to exercise their energy to digest the food they had eaten. One by one, with light coming out of them, like a fine little light bulb. They're like a work of art when they're not moving. A precious phase is solemn and dignified, with different demeanor. It looks like a movie with the bones of a god. It's just a little too small. Sunin didn't dare to leave either. Just keep watch. At this time, the little people are busy cultivation, have no time to care about other. If the kittens and dogs, or other predators found, the little people will die. It's just 10 minutes or so. The little people finally digested the power within them. The nameless sword immortal awoke first. Well, feeling alright? Sunin's grandiose voice exploded from his head, resounding through the heavens. Suning's voice was just a normal pitch, but every time it fell on their ears, it was amplified countless times in general, and it was very loud, because they are really too small. Often the receptivity is weaker than normal creatures. The nameless sword immortal rose, shaking his body at Suning. He bowed. Thanks for your concern, Immortal. I'm fine. Not only did he digest the power in his body, but his cultivation realm has also gotten a bit stronger. It could be seen that Nameless Sword Immortal was very excited and grateful. In the lower realm our cultivation had stopped. I didn't expect that when we came to the immortal realm, it really loosened up. Thanks to the immortal master's generous gift of immortal items, he was genuinely grateful. I am grateful. The Nameless Sword Immortal bent his bow again and paid his respects. Sunin rubbed his head and smiled, a little embarrassed. Then it's just home cooking. Nothing special. I never imagined that it would be used as a panacea by these cultivators from the little people's country. These villains are a bit low on their quest. 09. I heard you were sick. Are you sick? The little gods and demons are gradually awakening. They couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised as they felt the power surging within them. They've all gotten stronger. Sunin could also feel the aura from these little people. Aha! Breath he could not detect. But the light on the little people got a little brighter. So, it should be getting stronger, right? Suning rubbed his chin as he sized up the 9 saints. Thinking for a moment, he mused. How did it get stronger? I don't feel anything. It seems like I'm still able to crush them with one finger. The little people themselves were stronger, but when placed in front of someone like Sunin, they would still be crushed by a single finger. The 9 saints felt like their cultivation had skyrocketed, while in reality, this kind of progress was like adding a drop of water to a pool for Suning. It didn't hurt. When Suning saw the little people waking up, there was no need to protect the law. After chatting with each other for a while, the little people were definitely grateful to Sunin, but Sunin didn't take it to heart. Go do your own thing by yourself. Originally, he wanted to continue cultivating, but after thinking about it, running a week down, I'm afraid it would be late at night, so it wouldn't do to not rest, so the idea was dismissed. Idle and feeling like there's nothing to do, so he simply took a hoe and took off his shirt and started loosening the soil and digging. La, pon, drink. The hoe was raised high in the air and landed swiftly, plunging deep into the ground. A sharp pull. A large chunk of mud was pulled up. Boom. Smoothly hitting with the back of the hoe. Huge clods of mud crushed. A fresh, earthy smell filled the air. Relaxes the whole body. Things like digging. Sunin has been doing this since he was a kid, and he's not rusty at his craft. There is always a heartfelt comfort in being close to the dirt. It's gotten stronger, and a lot more powerful. Suning smiled and muttered to himself. Before he had practiced, he would get tired of mowing the grass, but now that he was digging, and coming down so hard, it was surprisingly easy. He could truly feel the qualities of his body in all aspects improving once again. A little bit of progress every day makes him happy. It's a sense of anticipation that the days will get better. There is hope, and I wonder if the terminal illness in me has been solved accordingly. I must go to the hospital to check it out when I have time someday. Suning said. He felt better, but that was just a feeling. Oftentimes, feelings tend to deceive the ego. A lot of times it's also just psychological, and you want to see if it's getting better, or you need to go to the hospital and get it checked out. Hoof, snort, hoof, snort. In one breath, Sunin actually dug up all the land around the house. It's fast. The sky had just gone dark. It might as well have taken an hour. After doing so, he was sweating profusely himself. Faster than when healthy. Sunin froze. This is the cultivation of immortality. Although it's a bit of a stretch to use a fairy for digging. A pang of embarrassment ran through Sunin at the thought. Other people's immortal cultivation is fighting people and demons and heaven and earth and fate. The fight is about the avenue. The crossing is a one-way street. All kinds of tussles are brutal. And one cultivates immortality, and actually uses it for digging. This must be laughed at by your peers when it gets out. Luckily, in this world, it seems that no one is practicing immortality. Only himself. But soon Sunin put those thoughts aside. He was planning his land and imagining what vegetables he would plant. This piece grows cabbage. This piece grows radishes. This piece grows peppers. This piece grows cilantro. Well, cilantro is the best food under the sky. If only the whole world was full of cilantro. This piece grows strawberries. Actually, city infrastructure, education, healthcare, etc. aside, farming in the country is pretty fun. The more laid back you get used to living, the more Suning feels that he used to cut his head to the city to squeeze simply have a problem. On their own, this kind of social animal to go to the city and can have what development? Of course, it wasn't that he felt bad about running to the city. Everyone was different. He was simply talking about himself. Put down the hoe. Sunin showers. Sleep. A few days down the road, he still cultivates, clears the weeds, digs the ground. In addition to the area around the house, there is a lot of barren land near his house. Every day is lived to the fullest. During this time the eldest family visited occasionally, all stayed for a short time. Others did not come and there were no messages on their cell phones. Suning is getting stronger. But what made him depressed was that he still hadn't broken through the first level of chi refining. Forget it, just go with the flow. He practiced to the back. Food is consumed more and more. Soon the groceries bought were consumed. Replenish life's supplies again. Seeds, rice, vegetables, meat, and some dairy products? Sunin made a shopping list. There is a bit too much to buy for one person to carry. It's not that you can't take it, it's that you can't take it. Gotta borrow a car from my eldest to pull. Closing the list, Sunin headed for his eldest brother's house. Su Jangwo, a dark-skinned, lean man in his 50s. Sunin's great-uncle. The molding is a bit similar to Suning. The Su family genes are all very strong. Everyone has so much resemblance to each other that they are family at first sight. He was all tendon in his youth. And even in his 50s, you can still see some lean muscle on his lean body. Don't look at his age. But the fact that he's been working crops for years makes him look stronger than a lot of people in their 20s and 30s. An ordinary two-story brick house yard. Su Jangwo finishing just pulled back from the field of cornstalks. Tricycle hole pulled a large car. Rural such does not matter, overloaded not overloaded. That don't be buried in the cornstalks. As if the ants pulling elephants. Su Jangwo and his partner unloaded cornstalks while chatting sullenly. Su Jangwo carried a bundle of cornstalks, covered with corn dust and dried corn leaves, which ordinary people could not endure. These ashes can cause dermatitis and unbearable itching, but Su has long been used to it. AI. Today the hospital in the city sent a list saying that Xiaoning is sick, or cancer, and her days are numbered. Su Jangwo's face was somber. No wonder he wants to go back to the countryside. So it's not all about breaking up with Suyi. I also wonder if Suyi's family knows about this. Aunt Su grunted. Whether they know it or not, Xiaoning is our family's child. No need for others to control. Later you unload the goods and hurry to see Xiaoning. He must be very bad now. She's actually been holding a grudge against Suyi and Sunin for breaking up. Poor kid. Being seriously ill and not having anyone to stay with. Hey. Both are very worried about Sunin. We'll go together later. He was too bitter. She lost her parents at a young age. And now she's on her own. Sunin knew nothing about the discussion between his eldest brother and aunt. Heading to his eldest uncle's house. He doesn't feel bitter either. And it was a happy time. Getting away from work and really finding yourself and relaxing. Ah. Help. Help. Come and help. Somebody help. Just as he approached the yard of his eldest uncle's house, he heard the older woman crying for help. And faintly he could hear his eldest uncle's agonized whimpering. Sunin was alarmed. Rushed into the yard. The eldest was found to be pinned down by an overturned tricycle loaded with cornstalks. The whole person was buried inside, with only a bit of the head exposed. Uncle! Sunin shouted. In his haste, he could not think of much and stepped forward with an arrow. Ning, it's you. Go get help. You're alone. Before the aunt could finish her sentence, she saw Suning half squatting down and grasping the bottom of the tricycle on its side with both hands. Rumble. Hair power. The tricycle that was as heavy as a mountain was lifted straight up. Drink. Slamming and refiring. In the aunt's shocked gaze, the tricycle actually left the ground and was directly pushed by Suning to roll in a circle towards the other side. After cleaning up the tricycle, Suning hurriedly checked on his eldest uncle's body and eagerly asked, Uncle, are you alright? Xiaoning. You. The older woman who witnessed all of this pointed at Suning, stuttering and unable to speak complete words. It's just too shocking. Isn't he sick? Is this what sick looks like? 010. The old Su family is genetically strong, and all of them are Herculean. The older woman covered her mouth in shock and looked at Suning like she was looking at a small monster. Why is he so strong? Both hands pulled so hard that they actually tipped the tricycle over. The tricycle plus the car full of cornstalks. How can there be 400 or 500 pounds? And Suning flipped it? Point is, in the critical notice sent by the hospital, it was not that he was very sick and extremely weak, and as time went on, it became difficult to even walk until he died. But the Suning in front of him, where did he look half sick? Too healthy to be healthy. The situation was critical just now, and Suning couldn't care less, so he revealed his strength. Of course, he pressed on with no intention of hiding it, tipped the tricycle over and pulled the eldest out of the cornstalk pile. Eldest uncle, are you alright? Suning asked worriedly. The eldest patted his faux military uniform, slapped those shredded corn leaves away, and then smiled with a goofy grin on his face. The dark skin with the sunny smile is so simple. Hey, it's okay, it's just a little bit of pressure. It didn't press on the vitals either. Don't worry about it. The eldest uncle had a disinterested look on his face. Why don't we just go to the hospital? It's not too expensive to register and see a doctor. Suning suggested. It's really fine. It doesn't hurt. It's just that it's being pressed and can't move. Our old Su family's physical quality is fierce. What are you worried about? The eldest uncle moved his whole body, and it was obvious that he was indeed fine. This was a relief for Sunan. Su Jangwo just unloaded corn. The car slowly sideways, pressed him under. There are cornstalks cushioned back. Did not hit, is to press his body. He cannot get out just. Ning, you're too strong, aren't you? The older woman walked over and voiced her doubts. Just now you just ran over and overturned the tricycle with a scuffle. That tricycle is not light. Where did you get so much strength? The older woman was puzzled. Hearing the older woman say this, Su Jangwo also reacted. Right, Ning, why are you so strong? This tricycle is not light. It can't be lifted without 3 or 4 people. Ha ha, maybe I was born with divine power. Su Ning said. There was no way he could tell about his cultivation of immortality. At least not at the moment. Otherwise the great uncle and the great aunt would think they were nuts. By the way, uncle, didn't you just say that our old Su family is capable and physically strong? Isn't it normal for me to have a handful of strength? Suning smiled. You kid owes me a beating, and will still block my words. Su Jangwo was happy to see Suning and scolded with a smile. Uncle, don't do it. I didn't get beat up by you when I was a kid. I'll lose face if you beat me up again now that I'm older. The two men were talking and laughing. The conversation was easy. Maybe. This is what family feels like. It's very relaxing to be with them and not have to take anything into account. It's perfectly fine to tear off the facade of being on the outside. The eldest family is like family to Sunan. Su Jangwo thought for a moment and looked serious. Xiaoning, in all seriousness, are you sick? Got cancer still? The hospital said that you don't have much time left, so that's why you chose to go home? Su Jangwo was very serious when he talked about this topic. Without his previous cheekiness, the smile on the older woman's face was gone as well, but instead a look of worry. Child, you are too bitter. Why don't you come over and live here? I know you have a strong nature, but we are your family, but there is nothing to be bothered about. We can also take care of you if you come over, the aunt advised. Yes, Xiaoning, don't hang in there alone. We've got us for everything. The eldest uncle patted Suning's shoulder, his eyes brimming with tears. Sunan's heart touched. The eldest uncle's family always gave him unexpected warmth. Uncle and auntie, don't worry. I'm in good health. How do I look like I'm sick? Look at me. I'm fine, right? 400 or 500 pounds of stuff said to flip over. Who has a disease like this? Suning spread his hands, pretending to be relaxed. But, the hospitals are sending us critical notices? The older woman said. Critical illness note? Do you still send out critical notices? I don't think there's a rule about that. Is there? Sunan wondered. Regardless, the eldest family did learn of the problems with their condition, but now that his illness has slowly stabilized, he has cultivated immortality. What is a mere cancer? It's true that there was nothing you could do before, but now you should be fine. So maybe it's a scam, or it was sent in the wrong mail? Sunan explained. I'm not fine here. It sure doesn't look like there's a disease when you look at a strong Sunan. If I'm sick with this strength, then there are no healthy people in the world. Suning said. Auntie and uncle, you don't have to worry. I'm fine. I'm just sick of the city life when I go home and want to go back to the countryside to live. The eldest uncle and aunt looked at each other in dismay, and only after half a day did they say, you really aren't sick? Or, are you afraid of us worrying and getting us just? Don't worry. I'm too healthy to be healthy. Suning patted his chest. Besides, if I'm really sick and really have trouble with you guys, I definitely won't be polite. Oh, that's good. When we first got the news, we were scared to death and thought we'd go see you after we packed up the cornstalks, so it's great that you're okay. Great uncle and great aunt's hanging hearts finally fell. That unscrupulous doctor who ran the scam was so bad that he lied to us. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The two muttered and complained about the hospital. Still, the two were quite happy to make sure that Suning was okay with it. Eldest uncle and aunt. If there's any work I'll just help you guys do it all together. It's rare to come over once. Suning digressed. No, Xiaoning, you're still young. You don't need to do heavy work. Just give it to your eldest uncle. The elder aunt hurriedly stopped it. Suning, sweat. I'm 27 or 28 years old. And you're telling me I'm still a kid? But in the eyes of the elders, the juniors never grow up. Sunan had to help because of the strength and the ease with which he did the work. A load of cornstalks was quickly cleared. The eldest also truly believes that Sunan is probably not sick, so there was no need to be polite, and it was a shame not to use that strength for a bit. It just so happened that the stone mill in the house fell down and Su Jiangwo couldn't lift it up by himself. Feel free to leave any heavy lifting to me. Su Ning hemmed and hawed. One man actually picked up a 500-pound millstone. That's over 500 pounds. Is Su Ning really Hercules? If this is sick, is there anyone else in the world who's sane? Can a patient in your family pick up a millstone that weighs over 500 pounds? Su Jiangwo's strength is not small, but he can never do this kind of Su Ning. He's always been known for his strength. Who in the village wouldn't say king of power when referring to him? But now he was convinced. I wanted to say disdainfully that I was much stronger when I was young, but when I thought of my own youth, it seemed that I couldn't hold such a heavy millstone, so I obediently shut up. Su Jiangwo could only sigh when he saw the infinitely powerful Su Ning. It's true that our old Su family is capable and powerful, genetically powerful. Sunan was actually very happy inside to see his progress. Before I practiced immortality, it was hard to get into a bed, not to mention lifting a millstone. It seems that one is really evolving during this time. 011. Ancient secrets. It's burning. The eldest finally believes he's okay. Just this physique now. This strength, he would have envied when he was younger. Sunan saw that they weren't worried, helped them with something, borrowing a car to go to town for supplies. After purchasing the things on his shopping list, Suning sent the car back to his eldest uncle's house, and returned home to start practicing by himself. I can't believe it's only 4 o'clock in the afternoon after running a weekday now. Keep in mind that he had spent quite a bit of time shopping in the morning. This meant that Suning's cultivation speed had increased by at least double, and in the future, he would be able to function for more than 2 weeks in a single day. This progress is still quite surprising. Suning didn't know about other people's speed because there was no reference object. This world was estimated to be the only one who was cultivating immortality. As for the little people, that had no reference value. Their cultivation during the refining period seemed different from their own. According to the little people, it was easy to reach the qi refining realm in their world, and each person's physique was different. After the cultivation is complete, Sunin was bored and watched what the little people were doing. Every day I enjoy seeing how the little people live and find it amazing. Much more fun than swiping through cell phone videos. The little people are getting more and more acclimated to life here. The others were cultivating. Some were doing nothing to touch the fish. They should be tired of cultivating and taking a break. While the Kunlun Fairy and the nameless sword immortal were sparring. Fairy Kunlun, you and I were the first to break through. So let's spar and see what we've gained from our recent cultivation. How about we point to point? The nameless sword immortal was dressed in green, carrying his hands on his back and flying in the void. Mighty, the appearance of a Jedi sword immortal. The breeze is brisk, blowing up the corners of his coat and long hair. He was even more like an immortal in the dust. The Kunlun Fairy was dressed in white and had a delicate figure, just like a Yaoqi fairy. She was too beautiful, a face that wasn't a small family, but the kind of atmospheric feeling that was situated in the clouds. Her features were exceptionally delicate, as if they were the product of careful carving by the heavens, and as for the proportion of her body, it was truly stunning. Anyway, Suning had never seen such a beautiful woman. Whether it was a Netflix with excessive beauty on the phone or a star with no dead angles in all-around photos, none of them were as beautiful as the Kunlun Fairy. She's beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. The only downside is that it's too small? Yes, the Kunlun Fairy readily agreed. A long time ago, I wanted to learn the sword Dao of the nameless sword immortal. The last time we fought, it was still in the lower realms, when we faced off across millions of miles, and I've been wanting to find a chance to have a good fight with you. The Kunlun Fairy was also very strong. She had created the immortal Kunlun sect in the lower realm, and her reputation was not something that could be achieved by being beautiful alone. The lower realms altogether acclaimed her as the first female saint in the ancient world. When mentioning the Kunlun Fairy, both men and women would feel a pressure. This is a female saint who has been invincible all her life and undefeated all her life, hitting the altar. Then, I'm offended. The nameless sword immortal's body moved and quickly killed the Kunlun Fairy. 10,000 swords. Ding, ding, ding. The nameless sword immortal transformed one sword into 10,000 swords. Densely white small swords split out from behind his head. It was overwhelming and sweeping, like a tsunami of swords. Nameless sword immortal was at the center of the flying swords. Kunlun immortal technique. The Kunlun fairy made a seal with both hands. A gigantic ball of light enveloped the room, and on top of the colorful ball of light, all kinds of immortal runes flowed. Seeing the Kunlun fairy's attack, Su Ning stroked his chin. It does seem a bit more powerful. The one thing that had changed a bit from the last time we dealt with the spiders was the rune. The variable strength is too small, commented Sunin. With their current strength, they still couldn't beat the spiders that had chased them last time. Dang it. Under the little tree, the Kunlun fairy and the nameless sword immortal were already fiercely entangled. The tide of the Sea of Swords wanted to drown the Kunlun fairy. However, when the flying swords came into contact with the Kunlun fairy's runic light orbs, they were all bounced off, or directly crumbled and shattered. Kunlun immortal technique. Green dragon binding. Ow. A monster in the shape of a green dragon rushed out from the Kunlun fairy's runic light orb and crashed into the nameless sword immortal. The nameless sword immortal's expression moved. The Kunlun fairy has really gained a lot. Having said that, the nameless sword immortal cupped his sword fingers in his hands and made a tedious seal. Qingxian sword Dao. Open. The nameless sword immortal lightly drank. A finger-sized firelight greatsword coalesced from in front of him. First the tip of the sword, then the body, and the hilt. In that order. Shoo. Ow. The giant sword and the green dragon slammed together. Rumble. A minor explosion occurred. The sword and the green dragon shattered at the same time, and the nameless sword immortal and the Kunlun fairy were lifted off by the power of the explosion. Fairy Kunlun laughed coldly. I guessed correctly. You are not a person of the current world, but the supreme of the ancients has reappeared, and if there are no accidents, you are the sword saint among the supreme of the ancients. Li Qingxian. Right. The Tao of the nameless sword immortal was interspersed with the aura of an ancient supreme being that the Kunlun immortal had encountered when he had entered the secret trial when he was young, and he remembered it vividly because he had almost fallen because of it. The Kunlun fairy truly possesses great wisdom. It still can't be hidden from you, Li Qingxian graciously admitted. I have long suspected that you are not a person of the current world, and sure enough, even after knowing the truth, the Kunlun fairy still felt astonished. It can't be helped. The ancient searcher has speculated that only the immortal road will open in this world, so we can only hibernate. Li Qingxian said helplessly. This seems to involve a huge secret in the immortal cultivation world, but that doesn't seem to mean much to Suning. Hibernating for an unknown number of years just to ascend to the hellhole that is the blue planet? You guys are really working hard for this goal. Oof. I was once sneak attacked by the ancient supreme when I was not certified and almost died, and ever since then I have vowed to find the remaining members of the supreme to avenge my death. The Kunlun fairy coldly said. Fairy, don't misunderstand. Li Qingxian has always been open and honest. The one who sneaked up on you is someone else. Li Qingxian calmly responded. It wasn't that he was afraid of the Kunlun fairy seeking revenge. He just didn't want to have to start infighting in the dangerous immortal realm. Now unity for survival is the way to go. Mr. Li has always stayed out of the fights in the Qinkuan realm. As you know, a saint's word is his bond. There's no need to lie. The Kunlun fairy cast her gaze around. Those saints. In here, could there be any remaining ancient supreme beings as well? Being gazed at by this gloomy gaze of hers, the other saints frowned, but didn't say anything too much. As fellow supreme saints, they all had extremely powerful hearts. Wouldn't think that he was weaker than others, even if the other party was the number one female saint in the ancient world. Sunin looked down on the little people. I didn't realize that the little people were actually at odds with each other. Competitor, hunter, conspirator? Laying out the ages and killing many powerful people in order to ascend. In order to be able to live to see the correct time of ascension? It's too combustible. If it was written as a novel, each of these villains would be the main character of the story, and I'm afraid that millions of words couldn't be written about their experiences. 012. Challenge Suning. Humph. Wants the grudge and put down first, but does not mean that this seat is weak. When the time is ripe, this seat will certainly one by one to those who have sneak attacked this seat to ask for a statement. Kunlun fairy said. Even though this seat is a woman, it is not for anyone to bully. The crowd was still expressionless. Ancient, well, you're a weak woman? Then there are no strong women in the world. I've made Senior Immortal laugh. The Kunlun fairy arched her hand at Su Ning. Originally there was no need to make a big deal out of some private matters, but a conflict is a conflict, and there will always be hidden dangers if it's not resolved. Su Ning waved his hand. No matter. I have no interest in your feud, much less intervene in your fight. Immortal seniors are sensible and know the ways of the world. Naturally they won't have no time to care about our private matters. Seniors, don't worry. Our private matters will only be resolved privately. We won't disturb seniors' purification. Li Qingxian said. He was an ancient supreme being who had meticulously survived before hibernating until the period when the immortal path had begun. It's not easy. Sunin could feel the guy was solid. When the road to immortality opened, he didn't descend at the first opportunity, but waited. He was lucky enough to soar up just in time to meet Suning back in the village. Otherwise these little people would probably end up no different than the little skeletons around them. Was he simply lucky, or was he able to have the ability to avoid bad luck? That's something no one will ever know. These villains are definitely at odds with each other, and the path of cultivation is to fight with the sky, to fight with the earth, and to fight with people. Capture the creation of heaven and earth, and the origin of the sons of Qi. This is the cruelty of the path to sainthood. Everyone had stepped on mountains of corpses and seas of blood, killed an unknown number of heavenly prides, and stepped on an unknown number of monsters before they were certified as saints. There were only so many resources in heaven and earth, and one less to share a piece of the pie would naturally have more resources of their own. So along the way, there have been far more enemies than friends. There were even some supreme saints who didn't even have a single friend. All the way to the kill, all alone. Until after the testimony, one is not alone. Suning naturally wasn't interested in bothering with these things. Hooking up would have been heartbreaking, and he didn't like it. He was disgusted and repulsed by the fights in the workplace alone, let alone this complicated fight of the times. There are decades and centuries of deceitfulness at every turn. More headaches for Sunin. His goal right now was to cultivate, to solve his cancer problem. That was the first big thing, and didn't want to get involved in the disputes of the little people. Suning is actually very Buddhist in character. Always been very Buddhist. If it wasn't for the fact that after all these years of being with Sui, it was unlikely that his character would have gone to the big city in a desperate inward role in order to give each other a good life. Now that I think about it, I was really on top of things and completely lost myself for a woman. Of course, he had no regrets, because that relationship, indeed, is quite beautiful. There is no weighing of pros and cons, and there is no setup. There is just sincere treatment. You don't want anything from me. I don't want anything from you. I simply want to be with you. To eat, to talk, to see the sights. It's okay to work hard for something you love. It's just that Sunin now feels more relaxed. Senior, I have an unkind request. I don't know if I should speak or not. Li Qingxian hesitated for a long time and arched his hand to inquire. Oh, what do you want? Sunin asked. Recently, I've accomplished my cultivation, and I feel that my strength has skyrocketed. I would like to challenge Senior to see which kind of existence in this world I've reached. I wonder if Senior can give me some advice. Li Qingxian asked. Sunin froze. Li Qingxian actually wants to challenge me? Didn't hear that right. You want to challenge me? Sunin repeated. Well, it's not a challenge. It's just that I want to test my own strength and let Senior instruct me on my cultivation. Li Qingxian said. He also thought his party's words were inappropriate. The word challenge, not to be taken lightly. No one would say anything if the Supreme Immortal actually accepted the challenge and slapped himself to death. Challenge, life or death. Li Qingxuan's cultivation had indeed refined, but the gap between him and Su Ning was still like mud. He broke out in a cold sweat. Shouldn't have said challenge. There's nothing to do left or right, so it's fine. I'll accept your challenge. Su Ning spread his hands. Li Qingxian, not a challenge. I was wrong. I don't want to die. Senior, then you can be merciful. Li Qingxian said. Don't worry. Feel free to use your full strength. Su Ning also wanted to see the little people reach that level of power after their breakthrough. Yes, Li Qingxian said stiffly. Don't say the word challenge. I'm panicking. Elder, please. Li Qingxian used his lifelong cultivation. Qingxian Sword Dao. 10,000 swords. Densely dotted flying swords were created out of thin air, and their size was actually larger than a basketball. Countless flying swords flew towards Su Ning. This hand shocked the saints present. Obviously when he fought with the Kunlun fairy just now, Li Qingxian still held back and did not use his full strength. He's actually powerful to this extent? The ancient first sword saint. The name is true. Some people lament. Boo. However, when the ball of 10,000 swords rushed to Su Ning's fingertips, Su Ning snapped his fingers and caused the 10,000 swords to collapse. 10,000 swords in one. Li Qingxian condensed the sword path. A lightsaber covered in ancient runes appeared. Qingxian origin. Add on. Li Qingxian even utilized the Dao text of his own origin proof. It's attached to the great sword. Even though it was a giant sword, it was actually bigger than 2 fingers combined. Senior, be careful. Li Qingxuan's entire human body was united with his sword. Dense sword patterns emerged on his body. This is the ancient sword text. Legend has it that when heaven and earth were born, the purest sword Dao runes, imprinted within the body, can be transformed into the originating sword Qi. A single strike that surpasses the might of a saint. Surprisingly, It was obtained by Li Qingxian. Blessed fate. The saints watching the battle were shocked. This Li Qingxuan's undercard was really strong, worthy of being the first sword saint of the ancients. However, Li Qingxian, who was united as a human sword, the runic light sword that had transformed into a runic light sword was still flicked by Su Ning's middle finger. Shattered. A moment of disintegration. Li Qingxian fell down from the Dao and landed on the ground. The little people's jaws dropped. Senior Immortal is also too. It's horrible too. Li Qingxian had used so many means, but he was actually still no match for a flick of the finger? The monster of monsters. Well, have you gotten stronger? How come I don't feel anything? Still have the same attack power as before? Could it be that the increase in power was too small? So, I didn't feel it? Su Ning asked suspiciously as he rubbed his head. When Li Qingxian, who had fallen to the ground, heard this comment, his qi and blood churned. Straight up spitting blood. I've undergone a metamorphosis. And you're saying you didn't feel it? It's a failure. In truth, Su Ning really didn't feel out how much of a difference there was between the previous Li Qingxian and the current Li Qingxuan's power. Seeing that Su Ning's expression didn't look like he was mocking, but rather telling the truth, it made the little people feel even more numb in their hearts. What kind of existence is this immortal senior? Ridiculously powerful. 013. Putting down personal qualities. Once again, the little saints proved the difference between themselves and Su Ning. Communicate with the little people for a few moments. Everyone went off to do their own thing. Su Ning planted the seeds he bought from the bazaar into the ground. Follow your plan and grow your favorite vegetables. The average vegetable is almost ready to eat after a month or two of growth. Su Ning was hopeful. Before Su Ning went home, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to eat the vegetables he grew. But now he's confident. Finish planting the vegetables. Eat. Su Ning then went to rest. Day 2. Ding, ding, ding. A series of cell phone rings woke him from his bed. He fumbled halfway across the pillow, fumbling for his cell phone, sleepily. Hello? Who is it? Didn't even open his eyes. Sleeps well and doesn't wake up in the middle of the night as often. That one? You actually asked me which one? Su Ning, can't you hear who I am? Do you not want to do it? Get your ass up and do the work program I passed to you. The client wants this program urgently. If you dare to screw it up, you'll lose your bonus this month. On the phone, there was a series of unpleasant, harsh voices that were obnoxious. This voice made Su Ning's entire physique go bad. He hated that sound. That is, his boss at the company. Normally, for the sake of his work, Su Ning had been putting up with this cockney-like noise. Yes, leader. I'll do it right away. Hearing this voice, Su Ning subconsciously climbed up and tried to get dressed to try to rush to work. Stunned. Weird. But then he turned his head and thought, that's not right. I quit my job. Why should I pay any attention to this bird? It can't be helped. The body is so dominated by work that the mind develops instincts. I'll give you 2 hours. I want to see the results of the program or I'll deduct your bonus. The cockney voice on the other end of the phone continued to point out. I'm going to your grandma's leg. After enduring for so long, Su Ning finally cursed out these words. Buckle up. Who cares about your crappy bonus? I'll work your grandma's ass off. All of you. Interrupting someone's beauty sleep in the morning. Like there's something wrong with you. After cursing, he simply hung up the phone. One word. Cool. Smooth. It was one of the most enjoyable conversations he'd had since he'd had interactions with the company's leaders. Surely it's still true that the phrase belongs to the truth. Let go of personal qualities and enjoy a life of lack of virtue. No quality is really too self-satisfying. After no qualities, the mood is all much better. Ding, ding, ding. That leader called again. Su Ning answered. Good you Su Ning. How dare you talk to me like that? You don't want to do it, do you? Do you know how many people out there want this job? You pack up and get out of here right now. Dare to scold me. That leader on the phone was furious and cursed at Su Ning. It seems that he didn't expect Su Ning to curse him. He couldn't stand it. Su Ning continued to scold. I just scolded you how? What kind of successful person are you pretending to be? In front of outsiders, you look like a dog. In the company you are not. A month on that little salary. Make it seem as if you give alms to who? I give you work as the value of the exchange, rather than relying on you to give alms to support their own wages. What are you? A bully? With your slanted eyes and crooked nose. No wonder your wife ran away with someone else. The key is that you don't know you're ugly. Do you know that you are like that toad in the gutter? A frog in the bottom of the well but thinking of the white swan's dream. You are delusional. After Su Ning experienced the joy of disliking back his boss who had exploited him for 2.5 years, it was all over. It's true that unqualified people are the happiest. Disliking something if you don't like what you see is very pleasant and not depressing. You. On the other end of the phone, The male duck-voiced man was exasperated. You're screwed. After offending me, I'll see how you can stay in the company. I'm going to deduct all your bonuses. I'm going to make you do the most exhausting work. I'm going to get back at you. You are really sick in the head. Who cares to stay in that sand sculpture company? I left my job a long time ago. Retard. After saying that, Su Ning directly hung up the phone. Who's going to work when they're practicing immortality? After disliking my former leader, I was in a good mood. Even the first sun looked so lovely. The depression in my heart over the years was also completely opened. Smooth all over. I seriously doubt that the reason why I was unhappy once upon a time was because of too much psychological suppression. And even having cancer was because of years of oppression. How many people have to suffer and have to suffer a lot of things they shouldn't have to because of life? How many people are dissatisfied with their bosses, but have to put up with it? There are so many restraints in adult life. Su Ning had once been a social animal without any temper in order to give himself and Sui a bright future. Only now he didn't want to. Life is about living a happy life. It's about being reckless and enjoying a reckless life. Because you don't know which comes first, the accident or tomorrow. This is Su Ning's realization after facing life and death. As for the workplace, the problem has always been there. But the good thing is that there is a group of young people in the new era. They never accept oppression. They are also more free, more spontaneous. Should dislike, will not spoil you at all. This new era of young people is known as the generation of rectification of the workplace. We are also accustomed to call it 00 after. In fact, post-00 should not just refer to a certain age group, but a group of people who dare to face oppression, dare to say no, dare to say that some things are unreasonable. Su Ning felt the world was a beautiful, sunny place all day long. The earth is worth it. There is something to be said for brushing your teeth and washing your face, changing into a set of your favorite clothes, eating breakfast, etc. It's all delightful. Put the fight against the former leader behind you. Su Ning habitually heads for the vegetable garden. Every day he would check on the little people. After all, it's still pretty dangerous to live here. Maybe the little people were attacked by feral cats and dogs. Encounters with these monsters are not always survived by the little people. The first thing I do when I wake up every day is to check if the little people have survived. Then, practice in peace. And then do something else. That's the rule of life for Su Ning. Pretty laid back and relaxed. Senior Immortal. You finally come. Su Ning had only just gotten by the small tree when he saw the little people looking forward to it. There was panic and helplessness in his eyes. Something's wrong. That was the first thing Su Ning felt. Attacked by an animal? What happened? Su Ning asked. Li Qingxian and Fairy Kunlun seem to be dying. The great summer imperial lord said eagerly. Seniors of the immortals, please take a look for them. Attacked by a demon? Su Ning wondered. It's not. Like, it's sick. Sick. Su Ning's face was full of black lines. What kind of reason is that? Ascended beings still get sick? First time I've heard of Ascension getting sick. But it was normal. Because the group of ascended beings themselves were not normal. Other people's ascended beings destroy the heavens and the earth. While my family's ascended beings are so weak that they can be pinched to death with a single finger. So who gets sick if you don't? 014. Ascended masters also catch colds. And almost gah. What is the big sickness that can make two ascended masters cool their heels? Soon, Fairy Kunlun and Li Qingxian were then carried out by the other saints. The two men lay sickly and limp on top of a stretcher woven of weeds. Listlessness. The weed-woven stretcher was rudimentary, but it was the best tool the ascended masters could manage at the moment. Immortal Senior, please look. I don't know what kind of great disease has actually caused them all to be on the verge of falling overnight. This disease is truly terrifying. The abyssal demon lord was filled with worry. The upper world is really dangerous. Not only do you have to watch out for the dreaded chaos demons at all times, with their strange obliteration rules, but you also have to worry about possible sudden outbreaks of disease. This disease, even saints can't resist it. In the lower realm, not to mention getting sick, any harmful rules couldn't invade their bodies. And the immortal golden body made how many cultivators envious. The 9 great saints had even forgotten when the last time they had gotten sick. The immortal world definitely has the opportunity to become stronger, but it will also be accompanied by a terrifyingly big crisis. It's just that they didn't expect that trying to survive in the immortal world would actually be this difficult. It's like survival difficulty in hell. This time it was immortal Su Ning who was taking good care of them. If they were to rely on themselves, they couldn't imagine how long they would survive. The many corpses and bones of their predecessors around them were a constant reminder. This is a place of great terror. It should never be taken lightly. Also at the same time, they realized once again how important Su Ning is to them. If Su Ning gave up feeding them, then their lives, too, would reach their end. Su Ning carefully observed the state of Kunlun Fairy and Li Qingxian. The two of them did get seriously sick and looked like they were going to hang. But I'm not a doctor myself. What to do? Do you call a doctor to treat little people? But rah. Such a tiny little person. They wouldn't necessarily be able to cure it if they did bring in a doctor. Reporting back to Senior Immortal. They got sick last night. The duo's bodies are suddenly cold and hot. Their foreheads seem as hot as if they were being burned by fire. And their throats are making noises directly and coughing non-stop. The Abyssal Demon Lord told Suning about the duo's symptoms. Sunin moved closer for a closer look. The little man lying on the stretcher was too small. Reading half of it is a useless endeavor. Suning had no choice. He could only take out his cell phone and come to the Cyber Monster Forum to ask again. Question. If you have a land of little people and the little people in it are sick with symptoms of cold and hot, very hot foreheads, swollen throats, stuffy noses, runny noses, what would you use to cure the little people? What kind of diseases do the little people probably have? Laying bored now. Can't seem to get up. Waiting for answers online. Urgent. Sunin's question was quickly responded to. Answer 1, dude. You've been reading too many novels. And if you had a Lilliputian kingdom, why don't you say you're cultivating immortality right now? Answer 2, is there a sister in Lilliput? Is that girlie sick? If so, you can let him take off his clothes first, and you can give her a good body check, so you don't miss any major illnesses. Sunin rolled his eyes speechlessly. He's seen this ID, and he was the one who said he checked the body last time. Really retarded. Answer 3, upstairs is really veggie old astringent batch. Brains peeled back. All mango colored. Despise. Answer 4, in my 13 years of experience as a veterinarian, if your little man doesn't have an accident, he's going to have one, because it's so bad that he can't get up. But as a veterinarian I have a skill that guarantees a cure. Sunin had answered the 4th floor. What skill? The 4th floor veterinarian replied, if I'm not mistaken, your little man should just have a cold, which is instantly cured by a couple of oral cold pills. A cold? That's it? The 5th floor replied. Are you sure? 4th floor? You being a veterinarian, you can still cure people? The 4th floor disliked back. What's the difference between a man and a beast? Besides, he can be so middle of the road as to say he's another Lilliputian, but I can't practice medicine and immortality in the name of a veterinarian? Moreover, the symptoms that the owner said, is a medical student no. Merely a cold well, take a cold medicine. Sleep a night not can be. So complicated? These midgets are still madly disliking each other. And Sunin turned off his cell phone. Just a cold? After the veterinarian reminded him so, Suning was observing the state of Kunlun Fairy and Li Qingxian properly, and indeed they were just catching a cold. A bad cold? Did they catch a cold yesterday? Suning asked the saints. Well, last night, there was indeed a cold air pouncing, so cold that it made one's hands and feet stiff, and we all went back to our rooms to avoid the cold. But the two of them were of a strong nature, especially since they were bounced off by the immortal seniors all the time, and they felt that they couldn't be so weak and degraded anymore. And they still cultivated. And then, there was no more then, said the Abyssal Demon Lord. Sunin nodded. He confirmed it. These two little people, they do have a cold. Now that the weather is starting to fall, the nights are often crisp and cold. Not to mention these weak to the point of being little people. But even normal adults would catch a cold alright. You guys wait, I'll go make up a little medicine for them. Suning went back to his room and boiled a bowl of boiling water, then took out the plate of cold medicine he had used the rest of earlier. I'm sure the little people can't take the whole thing. Think about it. Sunin opened the capsule and powdered the medicine everywhere. Stir in hot water. The amount is very small. The excess is thrown away. After doing so, Suning returned to the place where the little people lived with very little medicinal soup. Put the bowl on the floor. You ladle some medicinal soup for the two to take. Suning said. Senior Immortal. What kind of medicine is this? The Abyssal Demon Lord and his saints were curious. Medicine for healing. Suning didn't explain much. When the little people saw that Suning didn't say anything, they didn't ask. Since it was taken out by an immortal senior, it must be a panacea to bring the dead back to life. Scooping up some for Fairy Kunlun and Li Qingxian to take. To the surprise of the little people, this thing that they did not know what kind of medicinal soup was, after the two of them took it, they actually got better very quickly. The saints' complexions changed greatly. This medicinal soup is very effective, worthy of an immortal. It really does have the effect of bringing the dead back to life. The expressions they looked at Suning with became even more worshipful. The things of the immortal realm. The people of the immortal realm. Unfathomable. This immortal senior, in particular, was omnipotent. The gods are the gods. In the lower realms, they were saints. Existences that were like gods in the heavens. While here, Suning was a godlike existence to them. and Sunin couldn't help but be relieved to see that the cold medicine worked. If it can be cured, it can be cured. Spin was speechless. People's ascensionists are unrivaled in the world, chopping the sky and the air in seconds. And my ascensionist, just because I stayed up late at night to practice, it was a little cold and actually caught a cold. More to the point, the district cold nearly killed them both. Just tell me if this ascender lets anyone worry about it. 015 will no longer be a social animal. The Kunlun fairy took the medicine, sweating all over her body, and woke up slowly in a short while. In the blur of consciousness of the party, she was already aware of Su Ming's life-saving act. She was still unusually weak when her eyes opened. The whole thing seemed like it had gone through a major catastrophe. But still, she endured her weakness and powerlessness. Many thanks to Immortal Elder Senior for saving her life. Kunlun Fairy is unforgettable. There was gratitude in his eyes. There's no need to move around. You can rest assured that you're recuperating. Just don't cultivate lately and get your body well. Don't get infected with myocarditis or something from strenuous cultivation in order to elevate your realm. That's life-threatening. Su Ning reminded. Myocarditis? What's that? The Kunlun Fairy doesn't know what cardiomyopathy is called, but she believed in Su Ning's words and wouldn't allow cultivation. Then she wouldn't cultivate. Too much haste before. Cultivation was supposed to be gradual, and too much of it would lead to many problems. Su Ning saw that the little people were safe and got them some pasties. And dazzle a chunk of beef yourself. Prepare to meditate and practice. Ding, ding, ding. I didn't realize that phone was ringing again. One's phone has always been quiet, especially since leaving office. Sunin doesn't have many friends. Even fewer are able to talk and chat. Confused, he picked up his cell phone. It was Su Ning who rolled his eyes speechlessly. It was actually the same leader that he had angrily disliked just now. CA. Hang up. Tossed his cell phone aside and didn't bother. Mute. Keep practicing. He didn't want to go in for a little ex-boss. Su Ning ran down a circumference. It's a smooth ride. Not bad. The strength has grown again. The speed isn't as fast as it rose a few days ago, but it's still progress. And the body's condition is a bit better again. Su Ning smiled and nodded. Crackle. Moved his muscles a bit. The tendons and bones are smooth and the chi and blood are revitalized. I'm in better shape than I was before I got sick. Looked at the time. 13 hours 31 minutes and 56 seconds. It's actually only a little past 1? Su Ning was surprised. The time it took him to run a circumference this time was actually much faster than the previous times. Count on a qualitative leap. It certainly made him happy. It means that he can run 2 circumferences in one day in the future. Strength will grow at double the rate. At this rate, breaking through the first level of chi refining is just around the corner. Su Ning was in a great mood. Of course, there were those that made him diabolical. That is the former leader that also do not know what kind of crazy. Actually crazy bombing his cell phone. In just one morning, there were actually 23 missed calls. Are you addicted to the phone? Something's wrong. Sunin muttered and was about to black out his number. He didn't bother to get involved with the ex-leader. It's not worth wasting that time. Ding, ding, ding. Was about to perform a blackout operation. The call came again. Hesitate for a moment. Sunin picked it up. Hey, what else can I do for you? Are you upset about being disliked? Do you want to scold me back? I advise you not to make a fool of yourself, because you can't scold me at all. Su Ning said. Sunin, the former leader's tone was angry, but it was hard to get through to Sunin. He didn't dare to have a seizure, but was pleasant. Xiaoning did we have any misunderstanding before? It's not easy to find a job these days. It's hard to find a job after you leave your job. How about this? You come back to work. I'll pretend nothing happened. This period of time you missed work. As usual, I'll give you your salary and full attendance, even if you're on paid vacation. How about it? The leader's words were gentle. Che, snorted Su Ming. This guy's attitude is disgusting. Before and during the humiliation of going to work was a no-brainer. Fighting for the future. And what is hard to find a job is totally just a means for bosses to create anxiety and poo their employees all the time. These days, it's hard to find work, but you can still find work for 4 or 5,000 a month. Now Suning is not the social animal Suning of before. People don't go to work for the sake of going to work in this life. They go to work for the sake of a better version of themselves and a better life. Right now Sunin feels like he's doing just fine. All cultivated immortality. That bird class who love to go strong. I don't want to serve. Also, that's an ugly shift in the leader's face. Definitely not for your own good. Come on. You hire another person. I don't want to enter that bird company again. Su Ming spoke in a relaxed tone. And, to have you talk to me in such a low voice, begging me to go back to work. Is there something wrong with the program? Did you realize that no one could handle the job without me? It's also relying solely on that little white intern. And the old greaseball who doesn't know anything but doesn't pretend to. The guy who only strokes his beard and pats his horse but gets promoted and raises his salary. What can he do? Suning thought of his two colleagues. A white guy who had just entered the company and needed to be taught everything. And an old greaseball, who could only skate by and couldn't figure out anything. Usually the work is almost all their own. That time in order to the meager wages really have to do a lot of their own to pick the beam. As for the credit, are three people's, their own or even almost no credit. That old oil because it will be in the leadership of the relationship. Time and time again is the first class credit. It would be strange for those two to figure it out now that they've left. Hearing Su Ning's words, that leader was speechless for half a day. Looks like he guessed right. Sujio, Ning you also know the company difficult. So, you just as to help them. Come back to the project to get done to leave and then go okay? I originally thought that the old greaseball and the little white intern were so awesome that they could totally replace Sunin. But who knew that they were all blowing it out of proportion? And once Sunin was gone, their department was totally ruined. If you don't come back, this project will be yellow, and our company will probably have a hard time holding on. Su Ming laughed. Ha ha. No, have you misunderstood something? What kind of friendship do I have with you to speak of? And, it's none of my business if that company of yours doesn't operate. When I was here, you didn't know how to cherish me, and you thought that anyone could replace me, and now you're thinking of me when things go wrong. Who cares? Little Master is busy cultivating immortality. Xiaoning, don't be angry. In the past it was really larded up and buried your talent. How about this? As long as you come back, I'll give you double the salary? Oh no. Triple? That's a lot to give up. Looks like you're in a lot of trouble this time. But I still say, what's it to me? Going back? Do it and then get unloaded? This leader's pissed off Sunin has seen it all. He's not that stupid. Sunin, you can't be so desperate. Think about it. Who gave you the opportunity to work when you didn't have a job? Who gave you the chance to learn? Who trained you? The company gave you so many benefits. And in the end this is how you repay the company? Why are you so selfish? Sunin laughed in exasperation. This guy is really sick in the head. Work is the process of value exchange and also learning to develop. Besides, one's give and take with this company in the first place is totally disproportionate. He didn't bother talking to this one much anymore. Hang up the phone. Anyway, he should hand over the work has been handed over. The paycheck has been settled. And there is no relationship with this company completely. The leader immediately sent a message. Ning, I was impulsive just now. What do you want to do to help us solve this trouble? Su Ming didn't even look at it and tossed his cell phone aside. Went and made some lunch for dinner and dazzled a big chunk of beef. Keep practicing. He didn't want to be a social animal anymore. 016. Having taken each other's lifeblood, everyone has a time to compromise. He found that beef really is the best high-protein food for the human body. It's also very helpful in improving one's cultivation. If one could eat a sufficient amount of beef every day, one's cultivation progress would definitely be surprising. Leave everything outside of your body behind. Su Ning calmed down and meditated. Plate down. He was like an old monk who had entered into meditation. Petrification generally doesn't move a bit. If this kind of meditation power didn't have a few decades, it would be impossible to be so stable. But he didn't know if it was the magic of the immortal cultivation technique. But Su Ning was able to do it as soon as he sat down, and he wasn't tired. It's more comfortable than lying down. The breeze is not dry, blowing against Su Ning's rigid face. After practicing, the feeling of fatness in his body disappeared, and so did the atrophy. The whole thing is glowing and slimmed down. It's healthy thin, not weak thin. In fact, these days Sunin could see his body in the shower, well proportioned as if he were a male protagonist walking out of a manga. Slim, and benefits, pecs, arm muscles, etc. Very nice and tight. The face looked more angular, as if it had undergone cosmetic surgery. Instead of the dead white skin of the office, his skin has some of the healthy color of wheat and looks more manly. His body was erect. Even when he was meditating, his upper body was straight as a javelin. Cultivation can change one's temperament. Suning was in a state of tranquility, calm and relaxed, like a green pine that was straight and upright, possesses an indescribably bland flavor. It's as if it's one with the nature around it. He is part of nature and nature is part of him. There's one in you and one in me. Between one breath and the next, it possessed a certain flavor. It's harmonious. A weekly run is complete. Sunin drew his hands in a circle in front of his chest. This is the ending action of returning the true qi in the body to the dantian, true qi into the sea. Suning opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Phew, it's running very smoothly this time. In the past you could still feel some blockages. Today it's smooth as if it's filled with oil. A sunny smile appeared on Suning's face. It's like a big boy. He's almost 30 years old, but now he looks like he's only 21 or 22. And he's growing up against his age? His skin pores became smaller and all his body functions continued to improve. Especially those eyes. Black and white. Spot STH. It was like the eyes of a child, without much impurity. If he continued to cultivate, the hint of impurities would be gone. In fact, these days of cultivation had made it obvious to Su Ning that all of his eyesight had improved. Previously he was slightly nearsighted, and when he needed to take a high-speed train or airplane to see information on a large screen, he would put on his glasses. Now Su Ning can see far without glasses. Cultivation elevated his entire being. All-around improvement. Not just power. It also includes all bodily functions, even observation, reflexes, and so on, are enhanced. That's good news. For this good news, Su Ning can only sigh with emotion. The cultivation of immortality is awesome. Don't look at these boosts as seemingly unobtrusive, but they are actually important as. Let's talk about eyes. If you can cure someone's nearsightedness without side effects, that pair of eyes shall not charge tens of thousands of dollars. Well, the pattern is a little bit bigger. Curing a rich man's eyes. It is estimated that it is not as simple as tens of thousands of dollars, and it may even be millions, tens of millions, and hundreds of millions of dollars are all fine. Don't think that the price is high. Some rich people have a pair of glasses that an ordinary person struggling for 10 lifetimes probably can't afford, let alone directly curing their eyes. As for agility, it's actually how fast or slow the brain reacts. It's an IQ plus. If you put out the word that you can make people smarter, or at least keep their minds exceptionally clear, I don't know how many people will rush to drop money on you. That's not an exaggeration. Why else would an platinum sell so well when it's clearly an IQ tax? Boom. Boom. Su Ning got up, his whole body flowing freely. A few random punches were thrown, each one making a wind-breaking sound in the air. He's gotten stronger again. Not only has my strength gotten stronger, my body seems to have gotten harder. Su Ning noticed that his body had become harder. Not hard as the average person understands it. Rather, skin strength is increased. Small scratches and scrapes couldn't even leave a mark on his skin. If this is cultivated to the end, is it possible to think like in the immortal cultivation novels, where swords and spears are invulnerable? Not to mention the invulnerability of knives and guns, truly powerful practitioners. I'm afraid that even the world's most horrific bombs cannot hurt the slightest. Cultivation novels describe the strong, are holding the sun and moon to pick the stars. The world has no such person as me. It's all about the low end. Will I, Mr. Su, have that day? Su Ning excited to fantasize, but immediately he came to his senses. Forget it. It's better not to be overambitious. The road of cultivation is very difficult. In the immortal cultivation world there are many cultivators, and I haven't seen a few people who can fight their way to that kind of level. I'm afraid that the probability of becoming that kind of strong is even lower than the probability of being admitted to Tsinghua University. Su Ning will not set a goal for himself. He is very Buddhist, step by step. Which step can be counted? And do not force to become immortal and become a Buddha. Do not fight. Do not seek. Just want to do what I love to do. After a trip to the gates of hell, Su Ning's entire life is much more transparent, much more open. Many of the world's troubles are actually due to the fact that you put too much pressure on yourself. Pressure that doesn't necessarily make you stronger. Instead, it can make it hard to be depressed. Anyone who sings the praises of stress is a fool. Stress doesn't deserve to be celebrated, and strong stress doesn't lead to success. This time, a circumference has actually taken a mere 3 hours. Su Ning looked at his watch. A mere 3 hours had passed. One should know that the first time he ran a circumference, it took him a whole day. Su Ning is progressing quickly. This Wang is sick, isn't he? In between looking at his cell phone, he saw another bombardment of messages from his former leader. The face is hard to see. He even cried because Su Ning had been cultivating and ignoring him. Ancestor. I'll call you Ancestor, alright? Please, help me this once. As long as you give me a solution to the program malfunction, I'll do whatever you want me to do. The former leader broke down. Su Ning wanted to directly pull black, but on second thought, he still typed out a line. It's fine to let me help. Pay me 100 times the price of the outsourcing and hiring industry, or else I can't possibly help you. Ancestor. You finally spoke, Ancestor. The surname Wang was overjoyed. This time the project is a matter of life and death for the company, but that's 100 times too much. 100 times. No bargaining. Say one more sentence and directly pull the plug. Su Ning was too lazy to bull ***** with this scum and directly gave an ultimatum. In fact, he hadn't hoped the other man would say yes. Su Ning didn't want to work for this company at all. But I didn't expect manager Wang to hesitate without even bringing hesitation. And hurriedly said, don't. 100 times is 100 times. Su Ning, this guy, too black. Former coy and honest. How did not find his heart so black? Manager Wang was that angry in his heart, but for the sake of the company's future, he compromised. Suning was stunned. That's a yes? In the past, this guy was so arrogant that letting him raise his salary by $100 was like digging up his ancestors' graves. But now he's so nice? It seems that this time, the project is important. Sure enough, only by taking the opponent's lifeblood. No matter who the opponent is or how their character is, they will be submissive. Transfer money before you do anything. If you can accept it, you pay. If you can't, said Su Ning. Can accept. The so-called use people do not doubt people do not use. Besides Xiao Su, your character I still trust. Manager Wang gave Su Ning a round of horse's ass, giving Su Ning a compliment that made him sick to his stomach. Anyway, now the rule of law society. You want to cheat money to run away. Unless you do not want to live in this country again. Or basically cannot run away. I have to say, Su Ning before for the broken silver a few tales by this company is too disgusting. Is simply the oppression of oppression. Exploitation of exploitation. If not for the wages, he really do not want to endure. But if they have a better attitude and don't disgust themselves so much, a tiny bit of favor, even if they don't want to be paid, Su Ning will step in. Su Ning is this kind of character. If you are good then good. If you are not good then I will not give you a good face. It's called a Jarius. 017. Changes in Su Ning. Peace of mind in taking money. I'm talking about 100 times the price after taxes. Su Ning gave an inch and showed no mercy. There was a pause there. 100 times the price. Or after taxes? That's a black heart. Why didn't you realize this guy was so black before? Don't they say Su Ning is a soft persimmon? Have you ever seen such a black soft persimmon? Manager Wang was bitter in his heart. Did this guy used to pretend to be a little sheep? Or, has he suddenly become enlightened recently? What has he been through? And how is it not easy to take advantage of him? Problems? Su Ning pursued. No problem. No problem at all. Originally I was going to say that's 100 times the price after tax too. Ha. Manager Wang smiled awkwardly. Even through the screen Su Ning could hear it. This guy is now afraid that it is more difficult than eating a dead fly. Thinking of Manager Wang's mood at the moment, Su Ning's heart was refreshed. It's comforting to know that you're not comfortable. Other people don't know how black this company is and how annoying this Manager Wang is. But Su Ning has really experienced it. What overtime every day? More than 12 hours of work a day. But no overtime pay. Oh yes, people know the law. They are not called overtime pay. Overtime pay is included in the salary. As for the real overtime money, called bonuses. As for the bonus, anyway, all kinds of reasons will be deducted for you. There are many more transgressions, but Su Ning doesn't want to mention them now. In short, Su Ning before working in this company, giving people the feeling of being a cow as a horse. The leadership is not happy to come over to scold 2 sentences. Simply do not take people as a human being. Su Ning do not know their own previous brain disease or how to, can actually endure down. One's own illness may also be related to working too hard and being under too much stress. Looking back now, what a dumbass I was. A scene from the past. A woman's figure came back to his mind. Perhaps it was too tempting to give her a home and a future in the first place. That's all for now then, Su Ning said and ignored Manager Wang. Ding. You received a transfer of $211,000 from Manager Wang. It was only a few breaths away. And $210,000 was in the bank. Humph. Has this Manager Wang become so quick? In the past, the surname Wang wasn't this efficient. What with the reimbursement, settlement of wages, and so on, it was all a grind. It seems like this project is indeed important to them. Su Ning thought to himself. After calming down, Su Ning was touched inside. In the past, I didn't know how long it would take for me to earn $200,000, but now I casually have $210,000 in my pocket? Hey, life is like that. It's always weird. Sometimes the more you care about something, the more you want it, the more it gets away from you, and the more you don't care about it anymore, the more you don't need it, the more it automatically comes back to you. Money is the same. The same goes for women. A lot of things, all the same. Especially work. You always run out of money when you work diligently, but then you stop looking for work and the work comes to you on its own and pays so well. Money will only flow to those who are not short of it. Emotions, too, will only go to those who don't lack love, I guess. No matter what, with this amount of money, I can also live in the countryside with a good peace of mind and cultivate. In fact, after Su Ning came to the countryside, he didn't care that much about money, nor did he need it that much. You can grow your own vegetables and raise your own chickens, ducks and fish, completely self-sufficient. It's still green and non-polluting, but if he could earn a little more money, he wouldn't say no. 211,000. The market price for a typical hire of an individual to fix a program glitch would cost around 2001. 100 times that would be $211,000. Sunin went back to his room to start his computer, tapped on the program sent by Manager Wang, opened the long-lost, familiar coded numbers, lines and lines, densely packed with code, all the fruits of what was once his heart and soul, countless days and nights. I have to say, he kind of admired himself back then. I can't believe I'm able to do such a large amount of work. Fixing bugs and sorting out glitches is actually quite simple, because it's code written by Suning himself, and he knows at a glance what the problem is. Fingers tapped on the keyboard a few times. It was probably no more than 2 minutes before and after. Not much of a problem. It's just impossible for the average person to even notice. Done. 2 minutes. $210,000 in 2 minutes. It's something you wouldn't have thought of on your own before. And it turned out that the black company he used to stay with wasn't very poor. And it could be poor when it casually took out $211,000 as a reward? It's true. Finding a job doesn't make you money. Only when a job comes to you, you can make money. Shrugged Sunin. If he is still working for that black company, then he will be taken for granted by the other side to fix this bug change, with little reward for doing a good job, and criticized for doing a bad job. This kind of problem Suning didn't know how many times he had dealt with it before. He couldn't even remember. About a couple hundred times? Thousands? But there is little return. After doing his work, Suning thought about it, and didn't immediately send the process documents to Manager Wang. Instead, he sent a message. This is a bit of a serious problem for you, and I don't see how it can be dealt with without a week. There was a quick message from there. Ha! It's taking so long? Brother Ning, can you hurry up? It's urgent over here. Well, let's put it this way. Then I'll work harder and get it out for you in 5 days. That's really the fastest I can do it. Su Ning replied. Ding. Received Manager Wang's red packet 8888. Manager Wang also does not talk about falsehoods. Direct transfer of red packet incentives. Brother Ning, think of another way to see if you can hurry up. It was obvious that Manager Wang was indeed in a hurry, or else he wouldn't have offered 100 times the pay without batting an eyelid. Now it's back to not moving an eyelid and transferring 8888 directly. Sunin's heart fluttered. This Manager Wang is not stingy. Just stingy to his own staff? Rich people, indeed, do not take money as money. Of course, is also to look at the object. Some rich second generation or rich generation in the live broadcast or read novels, casually can reward a few million. But the reality of the face of some people, to give a couple hundred feel diaphragm. Manager Wang is refreshing. Since you're so bold, I'll also go out on a limb. 2 days. I'll stay up all night and get it out for you in 2 days. Suning's tone was righteous. On the other side of the phone, Manager Wang finally had a little comfort in his heart. Brother Suning. Righteous? Why didn't I realize he was so righteous before? Much obliged. Much obliged. Then it's been a hard day's work for you, Brother Ning. When I have the chance in the future, I'll be sure to thank you properly. Manager Wang was slightly moved in his heart. It's not a problem. Take someone's money and take away someone's disaster. Su Ning said indifferently. It's right to take people's money to eliminate people's disasters, but the results can come out in 2 days, or in a week, and when they come out, it'll be completely obvious whether or not Brother Ning is being righteous. And I have to say, brother, you are truly righteous. Manager Wang felt that Su Ning was really good. It's good that you know. Well then, that's it. I'm going to catch up on work first. Talk to you later. Su Ning said. Good. Then I won't bother. Manager Wang was grateful. Back to you. And Sunin went off to make dinner beautifully, moving slowly and pleasantly. On the other side, Manager Wang thought Suning was fighting for his life. If he knew that it actually took Suning only 2 minutes to get it done, and the rest of the time he was fumbling, what would he think? As for whether Sunin himself will feel guilty about all this, he was at peace with himself. I don't know if it's because his brain has become clearer after cultivation, and many of his behaviors are smarter. Take this time for example. If he had sent it to Manager Wang in 2 minutes, the other party would definitely think that you casually clicked a few times to get it done, and that it wasn't worth spending more than $200,000. But when you tell him it's difficult, that it takes a long time, he'll think it's worth the money, and that's the way it should be. Cultivation had indeed allowed Sunin to evolve. In the old days, Suning would have sent the file directly to Manager Wang when it was done. Now, it's different. 018. Taking the first step towards cultivating immortality. The first level of chi refining. For the past 2 days, Su Ning had been practicing. Manager Wang was heartily waiting for news. There was also unprecedented concern for Suning, who kept asking if he was experiencing any difficulties. Thirsty yet? Are you hungry? Tired? He also asked for Sunin's address and bought Sunin a lot of things as rewards. The price isn't very high, It doesn't add up to $1,000, but it does feel like Manager Wang. Suning. When I have time, I just respond to random messages to cope. Let's just say what huge problems were encountered and what challenges needed to be faced. Manager Wang naturally believed it. He'd seen Sunan work before, and it was a really reckless commute. He thought that Sunan was still working on the books as before. It's just that Manager Wang probably never expected that Suning didn't take the job seriously at all. It's time to eat and drink and practice. When he wasn't practicing, he sprinkled the vegetable garden. And after a few days of sprouting, the seeds that had been scattered in the first place had sprouted a little bit of green, and the stars crowded the entire vegetable patch. It looks tender and full of life. Sunan's life is simply not too laid back. 2 days. Manager Wang was able to accept, proving that the expectation of obtaining work results in his heart is 3 days. The reason why he is so concerned is that he is afraid that Suning will make a mistake. Delayed and bad. And Suning has done a good job. Naturally, I don't care. This approach, which is not a snub to Manager Wang, does do a good job. The other side of town. A woman with long, straight black hair and glasses, dressed like a teacher, had just dropped off a couple of men in suits from the tavern. Those men were full of condescension, as if they were emperors come to enjoy life, and the woman smiled with her the whole time. Personally drive the doors for those people. Mr. Lin, be careful. Take care, Mr. Lin. With a smile on his face, he waited for the men to drive off. Only then did the woman put away her fake smile, but the pleasure on her face was still obvious. Yay, another single. This single commission can be about 2,005 full. This month I can definitely have more than $10,000 in salary. She shook her fist in satisfaction. I also wonder what Su Ning is doing now. For some reason, Sui suddenly remembered Su Ning. Then with a face full of disgust, must be farming, and I don't know what future there is back in the village. I commission a single order more than what you earn in 3 months of farming. Hey, it's hopeless. He's so unmotivated. Mentally, I'm glad I broke up with that person. She felt more and more that she had made the best choice in her life by breaking up with Sunan. She was convinced that she and Sunan were no longer in the same world. The next time we meet, maybe the two will be worlds apart. Of course, this is unknown to Sunan. Even if he knew, he wouldn't judge anything. Now he has come to his senses. Life is your own and it is your choice how you want to live it. Everyone has different desires and different choices. After the great calamity of life and death, he felt that happiness, peace of mind, and joy were most important. Live your life how you want to live it most importantly. Instead of being an animal in society and living according to a certain pattern. You want to have a car and a house if others have a car and a house? If someone else has a wife, you have to have a wife? Other people are rich or heads of state. Maybe you work hard all your life and don't make much money. Or maybe you press on and don't live long enough for you to really struggle to get what you want to get. Sunan is happy with his life now. He was more relaxed than ever. As for Sui, all he could say was that he wished the other man all the best and got what the other man wanted to get. And unbeknownst to Sui, Su Ning had not been impoverished after returning to his hometown. And he had made over $200,000 by taking a random order. It certainly wasn't the 200,000 or so that surprised Sunan the most. Rather, it's cultivation. The feeling of getting stronger is also pleasurable. Without realizing it, 2 days passed. Every day Sunan's life is plain and simple, but it's also meaningful. When he got up in the morning, he would first look at the little people to see how they were doing, if they were sick, or if anything was wrong. In addition to caring if the little people were alive and well, they would also discuss and exchange things like cultivation with them. The 9 great saints do have a deep understanding of cultivation. Anyway, Suning himself feels that he can't compare, not even 9 times. Their cultivation sense seems to be unable to directly play a role in their own body, but the road is the same, and they communicate with Suning himself can also have many touch of enlightenment. All is well with the little people and Sunan will have breakfast with them, then water the garden and observe the growth of the young vegetables. All no problem. He'll start practicing. Now Suning runs a weekday fix of 3 hours. Can't go down. Is it the end of the line? But 3 hours is short enough, meaning that with a little effort, he could run about 4 circumferences per day. His power kept growing. Physical strength is increasing. Boom! On this day, he was running his cultivation technique with his eyes closed. Suddenly there was a boom. The body seems to have exploded. Or rather, there was a boom somewhere. It's like a dam broke, breaking through some kind of shackle. The whole person, chi and blood are smooth. The meridians were all sorts of, like they actually widened for a moment, and one's own body enters a metaphysical state. The whole thing, empty and clear. He could feel that his body had become stronger than ever. Boom! Finally, about half an hour later the feeling disappeared. Sunan, the illusion of entering another world. It's like, the whole thing is floating, light as a swallow. Boom! He got up and threw a punch. It actually blasted a sonic boom through the air. A breakthrough? Without anyone having to explain, he could tell that he had broken through one level of chi refining. He now felt like he had a lot of strength. A punch of a cow was not a problem, and there was even a kind of being able to pull mountains and rivers out of the world emotion in his heart. Naturally, such emotions are just that, emotions. Su Ning didn't think he had reached that terrifying point. This emotion appeared solely because of the illusion of self-confidence coming up as one became stronger. Elder Immortal? You broke through? You've broken through to the first level of chi refining? The little people felt an unprecedented sense of oppression right after Su Ning's breakthrough. The kind of pressure that comes from the bloodline. It was as if a high-ranked foreign beast was facing a low-ranked beast with a weak bloodline. Su Ning officially stepped into the sequence of cultivators. He was getting stronger before, but he wasn't considered an immortal cultivator after all if he didn't enter the chi refining stage. Starting today, Su Ning was considered a true immortal cultivator. It also took the first official step on the path of immortal cultivation. As for how far into the future, Su Ning didn't know, and he didn't think. Well, it seems like it did break through to the first level of chi refining. Su Ning nodded. What a powerful chi refining layer, said Li Qingxian, his jaw dropping. It wasn't just him, the other ascendants were actually in shock. Su Ning's first level of chi refinement was not the same as the first level of chi refinement in their understanding. This is the first level of chi refining in the immortal world? I said why Immortal Senior didn't make a breakthrough for so long. It turns out that the effects of his cultivation are different from ours. The effects of his cultivation are far beyond our perception. The Kunlun fairy frowned. Su Ning was puzzled. It's not the same as the first level of chi refining as you understand it? So what have I refined here? Unprecedented. Never seen it before. Li Qingxian shook his head. What will happen then? Su Ning asked immediately. It's not going to be a problem, is it? What will happen we don't know. But it will be super strong. 019. I didn't think it was really a person. The little ascended masters couldn't figure out what kind of existence Su Ning was now. They press on to understand. Even if Su Ning was only at the first level of chi refining, even their first step in cultivation was the first level of chi refining. But they can't understand it. Su Ning was dumbfounded for a moment. This small group of people who had taught themselves to cultivate were actually unaware of their current state. And what exactly will the future look like on your own path? He doesn't know anything about it. But it's good that Su Ning is Buddhist and shakes his head to cast away many unnecessary worries. If you don't think too much, you won't have worries. And if you don't have worries, you won't have mental internalization. And you won't suffer. Whatever will become of it, the future is not here yet. The past is history. And living today is really the thing to do. Anyway, after getting stronger now, it's quite refreshing on its own. The effects of tachyphylaxis, too, are long gone. Either that or it's a little far from town. Su Ning is all about getting checked out to see if he still has the so-called cancer in his body. Maybe we can take some time to go and have a look? Now that my strength has reached the first level of chi refinement, I can relax and unwind. And the money, having earned more than $200,000, it's enough for food, clothing, and shelter. Su Ning stroked his chin in contemplation. Senior Immortal. It might be because you are practicing immortal arts. Practicing immortal arts with an immortal physique will have a different effect. Li Qingxian pondered for half a day and gave this possibility. The cultivation technique they had given to Su Ning had been created by the combined efforts of 9 people, none of whom had ever cultivated it themselves. But I guess the level of the feats wouldn't be low. I suppose so. Su Ning said, cultivating immortality in this world is definitely different from the Lilliputian world. If the power had risen by the same amount, 9 saints would have ascended up and raised this world to the ground long ago. So why would they be such weaklings? The first level of chi refining. Su Ning then felt his body evolve. Yes, it's evolved. Sight, taste, smell, hearing, touch, and perception, agility, and so on, further enhancements. His skin, bones, meridians, chi and blood, all sublimated as well. Even Su Ning had a feeling that he seemed to have detached himself from the original species and evolved towards Superman. He can hear crickets chirping 100 meters away and accurately determine their location, as well as see their tiny bodies at a glance through the cluttered grass. Just the first level of chi refining gave him this feeling. And if it's further up? Su Ning is getting more and more expectant. Moved his body. Refreshing. Powerful. I should be about as agile and explosive as the best fighters in the world now? Su Ning refers to the point of instantaneous explosion. The ability to dodge and judge with agility. If he were to actually box, he wouldn't necessarily be able to beat him without any real combat experience. But the other side, as long as he was bombarded with punches, it is the full level Tyson came to estimate enough. Previously, When Su Ning hadn't reached the first level of chi refinement, he could casually overturn a tricycle that was fully loaded with goods, around 500 pounds. Now the first level of chi refining. Su Ning felt like he had at least 500 pounds or more with a random punch, and with a full attack. 2,000 pounds wasn't out of the question. This kind of striking power is beyond the common imagination. You can give someone a death sentence if you're not careful. Of course, Su Ning believed that things like immortal cultivation cultivated the heart and nurtured the nature. If you don't move, what's the difference between that and a black club? Combat power. Just a metric to measure his strength and weakness. He didn't think about going out on a killing spree. Breakout complete. Su Ning was in a good mood. Ding. File sent to Manager Wang. Ding. File sent successfully. Back to the room. Su Ning had nothing to do and sent the document directly to Manager Wang. Weebly on the other side. Manager Wang looked over his shoulder, finally waiting for information from Su Ning. Brother Ning is really punctual, saying 2 days is 2 days, and even ahead of schedule. Manager Wang was thrilled. Thank you very much. You must have been exhausted in the past 2 days, right? Hard work. Manager Wang was grateful. Fortunately, Su Ning sent a few words. Fear of one more word would take an extra bit of energy. Brother Righteousness, I'll treat you to a drink sometime. I'll be sure to thank you properly. Manager Wang was in a good mood. The anxiety of the past 2 days was finally gone today. Mission accomplished. This program didn't run. Quasi-listed companies. The future is limitless. We are too clear. One hand pays and the other hand delivers. Manager Wang, you go and get busy. These 2 days are a bit tiring. I'm going to take a rest. Su Ning said. Good. Brother, you hurry up and go rest. Don't get tired. Contact again if anything happens. Manager Wang said 3 good words in a row. It wasn't as if Su Ning wanted to go to rest. She simply didn't want to pay attention to him. Turn off WeChat. Look at the color of the sky. I can't believe it's early. Only about 3 or 4 p.m. It's a little early for dinner. Normally, I am now meditating and practicing on my own. But break out today and take it easy as a vacation for yourself. Out the door. Go over to Little Tree and watch the ascetics live. Some were cultivating. Some were chatting. And some were studying the bones of their predecessors around them, seemingly comprehending some kind of Tao, each doing their own thing. 9 people, slowly adjusting to life here. They were also getting stronger, but the magnitude of that getting stronger, it was unbearable to watch. Perhaps in the eyes of the villainous ascended masters, they were progressing quickly, but in Su Ning's eyes, there would really be little to no change. Seeing them living in peace and happiness, Su Ning was relieved. Looked at the sky. The sky was clear and cloudless. Look at the mountains. The green hills are turning yellow. Look at the water. The water comes out from under the mountain. Flow through the mountains and fields. Very wonderful landscape painting. I've been back to my hometown for so long. I haven't gone for a proper stroll yet. There's nothing to do around here, and it's early in the day. I can go and take a look. The mountains and trees in front of him, the paths and fields, all left behind Su Ning's wonderful childhood memories. He was in a happy mood, looking forward to it. I don't know if it was because life was full of hope, but along the way, Su Ning was in a good mood. Just sometimes see some scenery, think of teenage friends, and cannot help but want to buy osmanthus flowers with wine, but not like teenage tour. The village companions all go out to work and rarely come back. They usually come over for a few days in Chinese New Year or just don't come back at all. Would have been one of them himself. All sorts of reasons to come back on your own. What was a teenager's dream at the time is no longer there. Sighed Su Ning. Just off in the distance, he saw a large rock. The memory is still fresh. Float to the top of your mind. That rock. I think back then and my buddies climbed up and down there. I remember that boy Chen Kai. He even fell down from above, and was lying straight under the rock. We all thought that he had hung up, as if the person who was lying there now was exactly the same. Su Ning's eyes flickered, as if he had returned to his childhood, that interesting past. But soon he realized something was wrong. No. What do you mean it's exactly the same as the person lying there right now? Su Ning looked over carefully, and there really was someone lying there, half dead. Uncle Chan? Lying there? Not moving a muscle. At this point, on this day, it's definitely not a nap. Su Ning made a trip to run over. He was extremely fast, like a cheetah traveling through the mountains. Take a closer look. Okay. Thought I was dizzy, but I didn't realize I was really dizzy. Craplet +1, 020. Underestimated their own power. Su Ning Ben is still lamenting the youthful ambition and recalling the youth that never grew old. The way and position Chen Kai was lying back then was exactly the same as this. Unexpectedly there was indeed a man lying there, not the Chen Kai in front of him. Instead, it was Chen Kai's second oldest father. In total, There are two major surnames with the largest populations in the village, Chan and Su. Uncle Chen looks to be a bit similar to Chen Kai. So much so that someone thought it was a youthful flashback in time. Fix your eyes and look closely. It was only then that I realized it wasn't a flashback to my teenage years, but that someone was really lying there. Near the front, Su Ning realized that Uncle Chen had fainted. His face was pale, and it seemed that he had not been lying here for a short period of time. Luckily, it's not dead yet. Su Ning let out a sigh of relief. And somehow, Uncle Chen was crushed under a rock. One can only say that Uncle Chen is a talent. It's actually possible to stuff yourself under a rock. That's an operation normal people can't really do. Uncle Chen, are you alright? Su Ning lightly shook Uncle Chen's shoulder, calling out a few times. Uncle Chen opened his eyes with difficulty. The moment he saw Su Ning, the eyes that were as blank as dead silence suddenly lit up, like a drowning man grasping for a lifeline. Excitement ensued. Help! Help! Su Ning, save me. I'm pinned down by a rock and can't get out. Call the village to get me out. Pum. Su Ning was just about to say something when Uncle Chen fainted again, unconscious due to his excitement. Su Ning, call the village? I'm afraid you'll be a corpse by the time the village gets there. Su Ning thought about it, but still didn't call first. Watching the huge stone was like crushing a grasshopper that crushed half of Uncle Chen's body to the point that he couldn't move. Su Ning shook his head. Should I say you're lucky or unlucky? Unfortunately, you were actually crushed by a rock. Fortunately, you met me. Unfortunately, lately it seems like once I grow in strength, I always encounter all sorts of strange things, as if I'm being enveloped by the protagonist's aura, and when I get stronger, I get into trouble, and then I use my strength to solve the trouble? Could this be the law? The law of becoming stronger? After Su Ning became stronger, he would always encounter all sorts of strange events. It was hard for him to imagine that if he got stronger and stronger in the future, would it be like the urban wisdom descending novels, where he would encounter the plot of pretending to hit his face wherever he went? For example, if you go to the mall to buy a radish, you will encounter a waitress who provokes you by saying that you can't afford it, a taunting and so on. For example, if you go out on the street, there's always one or two punks who come up and get their asses kicked, reflecting the value of their protagonist or something like that. Another example, when you go shopping with a girl, you'll meet a rich kid who will come over to fight over your jealousy. Actually, this is purely overthinking by Su Ning. It's not that he got stronger so he could encounter these things, it's that he encountered them and was able to solve them, which is why they created karma next to each other. There's a lot going on every day, but in the past, the reason why Su Ning didn't feel so involved was solely because he was a weakling and couldn't solve a lot of problems, so he could only ignore them, and therefore, didn't feel like those problems were relevant to him. Now that he's stronger, he's capable of handling it. He took care of it by coming over on his own, so he figured it wasn't because he'd gotten stronger that the people around him were experiencing bad luck. If it was in the past when Su Ning encountered such a situation, the first thing he thought of was to make a phone call, and then the next thing that followed was none of his business, and he wouldn't have taken it to heart. Naturally, the idea of a protagonist's aura coming to me is not an option. Rumble. Su Ning saw Uncle Chen faint. Clapping his hands, he walked over to the rock and crouched. 5 fingers of both hands were inserted under the stone. Do the lifting position. Ha! Boom! Surging. Originally wearing short sleeves, the veins on those 2 arms were rippling like a worm densely covering his arms. It looks powerful. Su Ning grimaced. A full lift. La ka ka ka. The stone, actually, slowly left the ground. If anyone were to see this scene, they would be shocked out of their wits. This performance by Su Ning is no longer a human performance. Instead, it's a monster. What kind of human can lift a rock this big? It's almost like a human weightlifting machine. Put. To Su Ning's surprise, his feet were actually slowly inserted into the ground. The ground is not soft, but rather hard. His feet, however, felt like they were stepping into soft mud and gradually sinking in. This is because the stone is too heavy. Drink. Su Ning's face swelled with red. The veins on his forehead were still rippling. He used his full strength. This stone is heavier than I thought, Su Ning commented. Furthermore, Su Ning's power was actually stronger than he had imagined as well. The strength of his arms was more than 1 or 2,000 pounds. He, himself, underestimated his own abilities. It was normal though. He was the only immortal cultivator in the world, and it wasn't surprising that he had misjudged his energy. Maybe it was the lighter pressure on his body that brought back some of the numb nerves. Uncle Chen woke up leisurely again, pale. He looked around. Sanity is no longer lucid. Thinking, didn't I just see Su Ning? And he asked him to call the village to come and save his life? How come I don't see him anymore? And the stone on me, it's gone. Could it be that this is a flashback before dying? Thinking I'm saved, when, in fact, I'm dying? He craned his head to see what happened to the stone. Suddenly, he realized that Suning, as if he were an ant, had jacked up a rock that was several times larger than his own size, and was slowly pushing it away when he did so. Uncle Chen's jaw dropped to the ground in surprise. I'm really coming back. I'm really dying. What am I seeing? I actually saw Sunin push that rock away? He felt deranged. Shu, eyes glazed over, unable to accept this reality, fainted again. It can only be described in 2 words, bad luck. Suning ignored Uncle Chen's nervous behavior. Go. Wait a step to lift the stone. Rolled hard. Stone is finally away from Uncle Chan and Sunin. A few footprints on the ground stuck into the ground bore witness to Sunin's horrific performance. Hoo. After doing so, Sunin also exhausted himself and sat on the ground breathing heavily. A moment. Erased the footprints on the ground. Only then did he pick up the phone to call his eldest uncle. Su. That's how Sunin knew the eldest's phone number. Chinsu two families are very good relations, but also a village. Must be sticky with relatives. Your daughter married my son. My daughter married your boy is very normal. Hearing that Uncle Chan was injured. What? Chen Dingyo is injured? Over there? Okay. You wait. We'll bring someone over right away. Su Jiangwo heard that Chen Dainio was injured, anxious to put down the things in hand, while Chen Dainio's side rushed to notify his mother-in-law. While greeting the village has the strength of the men, go to save Chen Dainio. Human life is at stake. When the village people learned that Chen Dainio was in danger, they didn't care if they had work in their hands or not. They went to the mountains with Su Jiangwo. By the time everyone arrived at their destination in a hurry, Suning had already smoothed out Chen Dingyo and was waiting for the crowd to arrive. Hello uncles and uncles. Uncle Chen has suffered a very serious injury. He should not move around. He needs a stretcher to carry him to the hospital for treatment, and I don't have any tools here, so I'll have to wait for you. Su Ning greeted. Crowd? Clueless. It's not that Chen Dingyo. 021. Chen Dingyo. Maybe crazy, right? Didn't you say Chen Dingyo was crushed by a boulder? How did it come out? Where are the people? The stone. It didn't hold down. Su Jiangwo looked puzzled. Just now pressed. Maybe the center of gravity of the stone is not stable. Leaning on the other side. I used to hold to pry open. I thought Uncle Chen was dead. Fortunately he was lucky. Su Ning didn't so-called spread his hands to explain. Really? Eldest uncle was obviously a bit skeptical, because he had seen Su Ning's strength before. It was really comparable to Chu Ba Wang Xiangyu. Of course it's true. It's hard to believe that I can't lift a few tons of rocks. Su Ning laughed. Su Jiangwo nodded. Also, people can't be that contrary. Everyone, hurry up and take old Chen to the hospital. Don't delay. Saving people is important. The villagers who came to help don't care if it's who pushed the stone away, and no one will pay attention to this. Now everyone's focus is on Chen Dainio. Perhaps he had slowed down, or perhaps everyone's noise had disturbed Chen Dainio. His eyes fluttered and he opened his eyes. Bewildered, he looked at everyone. Saved. Finally survived. Chen Dainio was grateful and touched when he realizes that people are carrying him to the hospital, sweeping the crowd around him. End up sth. His eyes fell on Sunin's familiar face. A flood of memories suddenly came to mind. Pointing at Sunin, he spoke excitedly and loudly. Sunin. Monster. He's not human. He lifted the stone up, lifted it up. Holy, he's a real monster. Everyone saw Chen Dainio like this and didn't take it seriously. Poor bull. He's starting to talk nonsense. Hey, probably too much stimulation. Hurry up and get it to the hospital. What if it's late for a bad brain? That's just it. None of the people believed it. Only Chen Dingyo is still exaggerating in describing Suning's performance, with his added subjective expression. Well, people were even more disbelieving. They all thought he was seriously injured and had a nervous breakdown. You said he could lift tons of boulders. Why don't you say he can go to heaven? Anyway, no one believes it. Suning didn't admit it either. Well, he's not exactly lying. After all, people are talking about lifting rocks, and Su was thinking I'm just pushing, not lifting. So, there's nothing wrong with what I said. Chen Dingyo, on the other hand, firmly claimed that he really saw Suning lifting the stone, and his feet were stuck in the mud because of the weight. That was even more bull ***** to everyone. So hard dirt. Feet. Stuck in the ground? And you say you're not deranged. People are even more disbelieving. Eldest uncle, since you guys are here, I won't go to the hospital with you. I still have things to do. Su Ning waved goodbye. Okay, if there's something you need to do, go about your business. Su Jiangwo did not force himself. Su Ning ends his tour of the mountains and heads home. He also didn't care if Chen Dainio discovered his power. It doesn't really matter at all if it's posted or not. Just don't admit it to yourself anyway. It's not a big deal to admit it. But as for whether or not it will spark social concern, as long as one doesn't use divine power, almost no one will believe it. Someone on the internet said that Suning can lift a few tons of rocks? That's a complete insult to the intelligence of the vast majority of intelligent internet users. Don't say others don't believe in it, but if you were the old Suning, you wouldn't believe in it either. Back home, Suning did nothing else and continued to water and fertilize his vegetables, then observed the little people living and practicing their daily routines. It was like watching the daily life of a small clan, and it was quite interesting. He enjoyed watching the little people go about their daily lives. It's like someone who likes to fish. It's just a hobby to hold on to. Day 2. Suning got up and finished eating. Keep practicing. He realized that the time it took him to run a circumference was once again shortened. Before that, it hadn't moved since it was shortened to 3 hours. After breaking through the first level of chi refining, I didn't expect to see movement again. Suning's surprise. Not only is it shorter, the power he brought with him each time he ran a circumference was even more bountiful than before. At this rate of cultivation, in a few more years, I'm afraid that a stone like the one yesterday would not be pushed, but actually lifted. That's more like it. That's more like cultivating immortality. Suning wouldn't feel that the progress was too fast. Cultivation of immortality is definitely out of human perception. Before that, his power was astounding, but then again, it was all in the realm of humans, not really up to scratch. Immortal cultivation is to break away from equanimity and achieve the way of immortality. The time-shortening progress is not great, but it has given Suning hope. As he traveled farther and farther on his journey of cultivation, everything would change for the better. Hoo-hoo! Suning lands a jab. It's military-style boxing that I learned blindly from the internet. Played. Not well indeed. It's crooked and just looks amateurish. But if that punch or kick had hit something else, or a person, well, Suning has the power to make up for the lack of fisticuffs. With his defense, he could be hit 100 times. But it would be interesting if someone else was hit by him once. Probably couldn't even scream a single word. My body. It's getting better and better. The muscles on my body are getting more and more perfect. He. I even like my body now. After fighting and going back to wash up, looking at herself in the mirror, Suning actually became obsessed with her body. With such a perfect physical body, I don't know how many people would be envious. These pecs, these abs, these biceps, this form, this line. It's all what I used to dream about. Son. In the past, Suning was definitely not fat, but he certainly didn't have such perfect muscles on his body, and even had that little bit of a belly. I guess my tachyphylaxis is almost eliminated, so I'll find some time to go for a checkup. Suning said. Wash up. Chendinho's family sent a gift of thanks. Suning didn't want to accept it, but the other party was too enthusiastic. It's not an expensive gift. Folks, we don't have a lot of free money. Just send some eggs, 2 big roosters, some self-grown fruits and vegetables. Not to mention, Suning loves these gifts with a human touch. Instead of just going to the grocery store and buying hundreds of useless cigarettes and alcohol and such, gift giving, and friendship are the most important. Of course, this is for people who have a good relationship. If you send the leader to continue, send customers to continue, it is certainly not the same. Sometimes, gift giving, it's all about giving with a face. Suning accepted the gift and politely inquired about Chendinho's injury. Fortunately, there were no major injuries. As for the whole thing about him yelling all the time about Suning lifting the boulder, I guess people didn't take it seriously. Even Chendinho himself calmed down emotionally and thought about it seriously. He also thought that he might have been hallucinating. The mind is muddled and rambling. Normal people. There's absolutely no way anyone could lift a rock that big. In other words, Chendinho himself felt that he might have been too stimulated at that time. It seemed, maybe, at that point, a nervous breakdown? Crazy? Chendinho was also skeptical of life. 022. You're healthy and unhealthy. Red City First People's Hospital. It's the best hospital in Red City Hospital. Oncology. Doctor, how about this test report of mine? Are there still problems with my body? Inside the oncology department, a filing cabinet, a desk, and an old doctor sitting at the desk, holding several routine examination reports and reading them over and over. The old doctor was about 50, with thick black-rimmed glasses. He's the most authoritative specialist in oncology, and he happens to be sitting in today. In the past, he only had to read the report once to probably know what was going on, and would either lament and tell you that you don't have much time left, so eat whatever you want, or say that you're fine with this. But today, faced with this pile of examination reports, he did not speak for a long time. Grimace. Doubtful again. There were a lot more wrinkles on his face between his eyebrows. Strange. It's so weird, the old doctor muttered. Never seen such a strange test report. Bewildered, Sunin asked again. What's wrong, doctor? My body. What's wrong with it? Your body. It's perfectly fine, the old doctor returned, studying the report as he responded. But, again, something is terribly wrong. Suning, what are you talking about? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk? By all accounts, you're undead cancer, aggravated by countless times. It's a staggering value. A normal person with this kind of value would have long been a corpse, and even if they weren't a corpse, they certainly wouldn't be able to move. It's just at the point where they're left to take their last breath, the old doctor said. But, not only are you not dead, you're alive and well. Even looking at your body's various physical measurements, it's completely beyond the health standards of a normal person. Which means, you should be a healthy person altogether. The old doctor paused and added, you've got this healthy and unhealthy, totally mixed up, as if it's two physical conditions. After all these years, this is the first time I've seen a case like this. Extremely healthy, and extremely unhealthy. Hearing the old doctor say this, Suning finally understood why the old doctor had frowned for so long. He also probably heard that he was in a strange physical situation right now. Ridiculously healthy and ridiculously unhealthy. So am I healthy, or am I unhealthy? Sunin asked. Well, the old doctor thought for half a second. Do you think you're healthy? Of course I think I'm healthy, Sunin said. Then you are healthy, the old doctor replied. Suning, he really didn't know what to say. The old doctor didn't know what to say. After so many years in the business and knowing so much specialized knowledge, he can't really say why. Will it affect my normal life? Sunin asked again. Do you think it's interfering with your normal life? The old doctor asked. Suning, am I the doctor or are you the doctor? I asked you and you asked me back? If it wasn't for the fact that this was a proper city hospital, and that he was sure that he hadn't gone to the wrong place, and that he had confirmed that this person in front of him was the best oncology specialist in the city, Suning would definitely have wondered if he had mistakenly entered some kind of black clinic. No, then it's not over, the old doctor replied. As long as it didn't interfere with your normal life, then you're normal. It says a lot and seems to say nothing. Feeling like I can be my own doctor, right? Suning felt that was all. The old doctor couldn't give any useful information, took the report, said thank you and planned to leave. Right. Remember to come back for a review every once in a while. Even though this doesn't affect your life, you still need to keep an eye on it to keep it in check. Though, the old doctor paused. Although you have such horrible values for this disease, there is nothing we can do about it even if it worsens. There doesn't seem to be a need to review it often, but it couldn't help that the old doctor was curious. And a case like Sunin's was exactly the kind that could be written into a textbook. He also wanted to see just how long Suning could survive. Okay, Sunin answered. Leave the hospital. Sunin returned home after a few transfers. My body. No problem. But I have a serious cancer problem? So do I have a problem or not? Sunin shrugged. Based on the body's reaction, he definitely won't die. But this cancer thing, it's also aggravated. He was puzzled for a moment. Forget it, it's not like we're going to die. Whatever. Suning shook his head, putting the cancer thing behind him. When he got home, the first thing he did was to see if the little people were in any danger. Under the little tree, the little people live in peace. It's getting more and more comfortable with the world. The breath on his body, the look on his face was getting better and better. Seemed to be having a much happier time. It's not as if you're practicing day and night. Know how to combine work and rest. Some people play games. Others dance with swords and drink tea and recite poetry. They wanted to drink, but the alcohol in this world was too lethal for them to handle. Fear of being killed. Others are carefully building their houses. There are those who grow vegetables and flowers to arrange the surrounding scenery. Gradually, the vicinity of the small tree was pounded by them, and there was really a little bit of a paradise. It's becoming more and more like the fairy world. This group of ascended ones have finally realized that cultivation and life are both long-lasting things, and they want to live here for a long time, and are starting to focus on the construction of their homes. Suning thought to himself. Rumble. Suddenly, just as Suning was quietly observing the lives of the little people, a slight explosion disturbed the peacefulness of this part of the world. Around the little tree, there are 3 small black holes appearing. Each black hole is the size of a fist. The black hole was still rolling with thunder and lightning, a crackle and a chop. The eye is in a state of splendor. It is? Suning was uncertain. Swoosh. After hearing the commotion, the 9 little ascended masters immediately rose up in the air, standing horizontally in front of the black hole. Ascender. Another ascender has ascended up? Kunlun Fairy said. Who could it be? Before we ascended up, we had already used our divine thoughts to probe the Qiankun realm, and there were no more Saint Realm cultivators. So why? Said the great summer imperial lord. Perhaps there are some existences that utilize secret treasures to mask their breath, wanting to reap the benefits and use us to explore the path first so that they can collect the benefits at the back. Li Qingxian said. Everyone nodded. Crackle. Black lightning flashed continuously, densely surrounding the black hole. It's like a leaky pipe. Sunan looked mesmerized and felt amazed. For the first time, he saw an ascender ascend. This is a space passage? Rumble. The black hole and lightning lasted for 4 or 5 minutes. A glow lit up from the black hole. It was like a small light bulb flickering inside a black hole. Shoo shoo shoo. Soon, 3 figures slid down the black hole. At the same time, the black hole slammed shut. Only 3 cultivators who had just ascended up were left behind. Upon seeing the true bodies of those 3, the faces of the 9 saints became astonished. It's you guys, the 3. Not human. Instead, it was 3 blackened fey beasts. 023. Cranky 3 little ones just need to behead the immortal. The 3 that came after the ascension were not human. They come as a surprise. The 9 great saints were incredulous. You guys are hiding so deeply. The Kunlun fairy's beautiful eyes flashed as she glanced coldly at the 3 foreign beasts. After that foreign beast that had just ascended noticed the 9 saints, it also leaned in vigilantly. The 9 saints. You guys are surprisingly still alive. One of them said. 3 fey are blackened fey. They are the black blood griffin, the dark demon dragon, and the black feather phoenix. These 3, however, were the famous fallen fey beasts. In order to break the rules of the Great Tao, he committed numerous crimes in the Qiankuan realm. For example, the establishment of the Fallen Forbidden Zone, which opens up dark turmoil at regular intervals and harvests the qi and blood of living beings in order to reach the point of immortality. Every fallen creature was a nightmare for cultivators in the Qiankuan realm and a great enemy of saints. These despicable guys often took advantage of the weakness of some cultivators who had just become saints and hadn't yet gained a firm foothold in the saint realm to sneak in and absorb the saints' qi and blood to replenish their own bodies. Fallen creatures, the public enemy of the monastic community. The world hates to destroy them. Unfortunately, their cultivation is too heavenly, often in groups of 3 or 5. A single saint encounter can only drink hate, so the general practitioners mention them as both fear and hate. At last, after the Qiankuan realm's righteousness flourished, it could not tolerate it. Decisively clean up the fallen no-access zone. That battle was fought extremely hard. The righteous path and the fallen forbidden zone didn't know how many experts had died. The result was a fall from the forbidden zone and a fall from grace. The fallen Holy Spirit is also all liquidated. Kunlun Fairy and the others also thought that the fallen creatures had died out, and now that they saw these 3 ascending at the same time, they were naturally surprised. Humph. Very well. Since you have ascended to this place, you will die here. The Kunlun immortal was briefly surprised, and then she resumed her cold and stunning demeanor. She's bossy and absolutely stunning. The only woman among the 9 saints. One can imagine how heaven-defying she is. After cultivating in the Immortal World for so long, she was not what she used to be. There was a time when the Kunlun fairy might have had trouble facing the fallen creatures alone. But now, feel free to take it. By you, or you, the black Chilan's body was huge. Well, about the size of an adult's fist. In the world of Lilliput, this is already considered a creature of enormous size. Facing the 9 saints, the fallen creatures were blissfully unafraid even if there were only 3 of them. The way they raise their cultivation level hurts heaven and earth, but it has to be said that it does have an effect. Individually, his combat power was indeed stronger than the average saint realm. The 3 fallen creatures, the black unicorn, the black dragon, and the black phoenix were proud beyond measure. Even if they had just ascended, even if their numbers were not superior, they were still not afraid. In their view, the 9 great saints hadn't ascended for long, so how strong could they become? Poof. Looking at the 3 fallen creatures that had never seen the world, Li Qingxian and the others were like looking at 3 country bumpkins that had just entered the city. Are they living in the past? Still think the days when fallen creatures were one step better than saints? Big brother, what era is this? You're still living in the past? Project STH. You guys have a beef? Su Ning watched as they were about to fight, and opened his mouth to ask with interest. From start to finish, he looked down on the little people's quarrels from above. The 3 fallen creatures also didn't notice the behemoth looking down on everyone from the sky. At that moment, he couldn't help but look up when he heard a sound like a thunderous boom. What kind of monster is this? Humans? Giants? The 3 fallen creatures were horrified and couldn't help but be on guard and stay close together. The 9 saints were also in a flurry when they heard Su Ning's words. Yes, the past grudges were in the Qiankuan realm. Now everyone is in the immortal realm, the land of the immortal elder. How to dispose of the 3 fallen creatures is still up to his old man. They don't have the power to decide the death of 3 fallen creatures. There was some beef. said Li Qingxian. But that's all in the past. Whether these three beasts live or die is still up to immortal seniors. We don't dare to cross the line to decide. Nor should we cross the line to decide. Please forgive me. Seniors. The 9 saints had been in a moment of impatience just now, and felt that they really shouldn't be making decisions for Su Ning. There was a flurry of apologies and pleas. Actually, Su Ning doesn't care about these details. He was just curious. Simply like a creator watching a play. The 3 fallen creatures lost their colors when they saw the groveling, slave-like attitude of the 9 saints in the face of the giant in the sky. At the same time, the contemptuous disdain in his eyes was undisguised. It doesn't look down on the 9 saints at all anymore. Ha ha. The Black Qilin laughed arrogantly. Originally, I thought that even if you were our clan's greatest enemies, we would respect you. After all, your temperament is worthy of a high opinion. But now I realize, it turns out that you are all a bunch of soft bones. What saints? What human powerhouses? I didn't expect to actually willingly become slaves of the immortal realm's creatures. I misjudged you all. You don't deserve to be compared to the old man. The Black Qilin and the others look down on the 9 great saints in the slightest. They have the look that we would rather die in battle than grovel like you. It's even more elevated, more superiority complex. As the glory of the human race, you are actually willing to be a slave and a servant girl. I poo. The Black Dragon mocked. Li Qingxian and the Kunlun Fairy and the others were not angry. This was what they had willingly done, yes. Furthermore, Su Ning had never asked them to serve as slaves or maidservants. If it wasn't for the other party taking extra care of them, they would have died long ago. Don't say the other side didn't ask for it. And even if they did, so what if they did? There is no shame in being a slave to an immortal. Ignorant. The great Summer Imperial Lord coldly returned. If it wasn't for the immortal elder not wanting you to die, do you think you could still be barking here? The Kunlun immortal's phoenix eyebrows scorned. Possibly because the cultivation level far exceeded the cognition of the 3 fallen creatures. They couldn't see through it, and actually couldn't feel the sense of oppression. The 3 of them only thought that the 9 great saints were still the same as they were back then. Elder Immortal. I can't stand them anymore. Please order. Let me kill them. The Abyssal Demon Lord possessed a fighting gene in his bones. Abyssal Demon Lords are demons, but unlike fallen creatures, cultivate the path of the devil, both good and evil. Only my heart will do. Fallen creatures are purely brutal reapers of life. There's no need for that. In fact, it's not easy to fly up 3 animals. It's quite fun to raise them. This one looks like a dog. It can be raised as a dog. That one looks like a bird. It can be raised as a bird. And that one can be raised as a snake. It's actually quite interesting. In Divine Demon Paradise, biodiversity was also important. This was Su Ning's true inner thoughts. He actually quite likes dragons, phoenixes, unicorns and such. Maybe it's because people of the Chinese clan will have a divine beast plot. The last time he cleaned out his vegetable garden and saw these bones, he was sorry he didn't get to keep one. But now that he had the chance, he was sure to fulfill his wish. Ha ha. Also, Immortal Elder said yes. It's fun to have as a pet, but these pets don't listen. Hearing Su Ning's words, the 9 saints were instantly delighted. Keeping fallen creatures as pets? This is in the Qiankuan realm. Who would dare to think such thoughts? Who can do that? Fallen creatures, pets. As soon as they heard this, the 9 saints' originally depressed hearts instantly unraveled. But the 3 fallen creatures were furious, glaring angrily at Su Ning. Damn it! To insult my fallen clan like this? I'll make you pay. Even if you are an immortal, we will still behead you. 9 humble scum of the Qiankuan realm. Take a good look at how we exterminate immortals. We're not like you guys. That kind of waste. Being the top fighting force of the Qiankuan realm, we actually don't have any backbone at all. These 3 little ones are pretty cranky. Apparently, they want to stage a decapitation. Seeing the fallen creature in such an arrogant stance, the 9 saints stood with their hands clasped, intending to watch the show. 024. 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. When we, the 3 fallen creatures combine side by side, the sky is in the sky, out of this world. As if the 9 heavens and 10 earths they are the center. And untamed, arrogant, and arrogant. They looked down on the 9 great saints, and they didn't even look down on the immortal realm creatures. It was no wonder that this combination of these 3 fallen creatures, the dragon, phoenix, and unicorn, could be feared in the lower realm, and even if a saint encountered them, they would be obliterated, vaguely invincible. There is the capital of pride. When you come to the immortal world, you also have an invincible mindset. Even if the other party was an immortal realm creature, they still wished to decimate them. Even though we are from the Qiankuan realm, even though we need to fight against the rules of the immortal realm with one hand, we are still invincible to the world. So you can come over and try. So what if it's an immortal creature? It is my heart's desire to behead the immortals. The three fallen creatures looked directly into Sunin's gaze, their battle intent spewing forth, to be turned into substance. Senior, I can't watch anymore. Why don't I take care of them for you? The Abyssal Demon Lord said. The three fallen creatures glanced back at the 9 saints. They were found looking at the three with smiles on their faces, as if they were looking at 3 clowns. This is unacceptable to them. We're so good. What's that look in your eye? You want to die? They do not understand. What makes you so arrogant and unafraid? Ha ha. No need. These 3 little things seem to be quite powerful in your world, and I would like to see how their combat prowess compares to bugs. Su Ning indifferently spread his hands. Sunin was telling the truth. In his impression, the Ascended Ones were about as strong as insects in combat. This is all overrated. The 9 great saints had just ascended that would not even be able to defeat insects. Just the fact that it fell on the ears of the 3 fallen creatures was a strange shame. He himself had overlooked the human world for so long. Who mentioned himself? These supreme existences, and didn't have an expression like looking up at the ceiling? I can't believe you're comparing us to bugs. Hoof. Showing off your tongue. The Black Qilin, as the leader of the 3 beasts group, was unhappy in his heart. No nonsense with him, just destroy him. Let him know that fallen creatures are not to be humiliated. Insult it, and you will suffer 10,000 deaths. The 3 dragons, phoenixes and unicorns burst into a rage. Immediately, he unleashed his great divine ability and killed towards Su Ning. With a thunderous and destructive stance, they believed that this kind of ability would make even an immortal change color when they see it. The 3 fallen creatures were like 3 little light bulbs emitting a black glow, crashing into Sunin. It's really magical. Su Ning did find it interesting, not interested in the power of the fallen creature's attack, though, but amused that something was actually emitting a black light. Sunin has seen many colors of light bulbs. For example, red, yellow, white, green, purple, etc. But this is the first time that something that emits a black glow. Say, does black light count as light? Sunin remembered a philosophical question, before he could think about it in detail. Though, 3 fallen creatures rushed to hand. Da, 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 snapped his fingers 3 times. The black shroud of light on the 3 fallen creatures was directly bounced through, and the bodies of the 3 fallen creatures were catapulted and smashed into the ground. Right now, Su Ning's power was not that of an ordinary person, and even with the snap of a finger, he had considerable power. This was still the result of him controlling his power. Otherwise the 3 fallen creatures would have been exterminated long ago. The 3 fallen creatures, the dragon phoenix and the unicorn, fall, heavy fall. The hard ground caused their bodies to take another hard hit, lying on the ground. Ahem, put. Unexpectedly, the 3 fallen creatures simultaneously spewed out a mouthful of black blood. 3 pairs of eyes stared in horror at the huge being in the sky. They were claimed to be invincible. The fallen light that could kill saints in seconds, destroy gods and slaughter Buddhas, was actually broken by the snap of a finger. That indestructible fallen god body directly suffered a serious injury. This huge immortal, who the hell is that? It's horrible too. This is a fairy? Without utilizing any rule spells, purely physical body, snapping his fingers and almost obliterating them? The 3 fallen creatures, both the Black Qilin and the Dragon Phoenix, set off endless waves of shock in their hearts. Immortals, so sick? The 9 gawking saints were also looking at them playfully, as if they were watching a joke. The Black Unicorn finally realized why they were so relaxed from start to finish. These people, they already knew the outcome. It's no better than a bug. The force of my strike just now was still a bit too much, and I actually almost killed it, even though I had already restrained myself and used the least amount of force possible, muttered Su Ning. But his words were still heard by the gods and demons present. The 3 fallen creatures were so angry they wanted to spit blood and curse angrily, but they know that Sunin may be telling the truth. It's not that the other side insults them, but they are too weak themselves. If Immortal Senior wanted them to die, they would have died a long time ago. The Kunlun Immortal's ice-like face was ancient. We don't even need Immortal Senior to do it. We can wipe it out. Hearing this, the Black Qilin 3 beasts combination could not agree. If you can't beat the horrible immortals, you can't beat you guys? We are the recognized ceiling of the cultivation world in the Qinquan realm. Similar to the point where the red dust becomes immortal. What are you guys pretending here? It's true that we are still inferior to the immortal realm creatures, but against you weakling saints, 1 hand is enough. Black Unicorn said. It has no hands. The Kunlun Immortal technique. The Kunlun Immortal was no longer silent. The Kunlun Immortal technique was offered. Rumble. What? The 3 fallen creatures were skeptical. It was because they discovered that the cultivation realm of the Kunlun fairy was beyond their knowledge. There was an explosion and 3 fallen creatures were blown away. No resistance at all. Ahem. Steady your body again. The 3 fallen creatures were already in a sorry state. Wounds of varying degrees of severity appeared on the body. The Kunlun fairy had actually grown to this point? The immortal world is really unusual. The situation is now critical and an opportunity to escape must be found. Oof. You punk saints can achieve this. Give us time. We can also catch up with you and surpass you. A glance at the 9 saints. Then a glance at Sunan. Even him, this gigantic immortal, we can obliterate. As long as we're given the final time to grow. The Black Qilin had already listed Suning and the 9 saints as immortal enemies in his heart. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. One day, we will return. All. The shame you have given us today. The Black Qilin gave a wink to the dragon and phoenix. The years of tacit understanding of the 3 beasts combined allowed them to quickly understand the meaning in each other's eyes. This place should not stay for long. Run, and wait for revenge later. The 3 fallen creatures finished their harsh words, without looking back, utilizing extreme speed, fleeing into the distance. Sunan, why does that sound like I'm becoming the villain myself? 30 years have come and gone. The 9 saints shrug. And 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west? You guys don't get it, do you? In the immortal world, without the shelter of an immortal elder, you wouldn't even be able to survive for 3 hours. 3 retards. That side is a forbidden zone, not to be survived except by immortal beings. After the 3-beast combination escaped, they were ready to meet the endless pursuit of the 9 saints and an immortal realm lord, but they realized that Su Ning hadn't moved, and neither had the 9 saints. Just watching them escape with interest, the eyes of the 9 saints were filled with mockery. Still dare to taunt. When I am accomplished in my cultivation, I will surely take all of you. Ha! Before the 3 fallen creatures could finish thinking about the vengeance in their minds, they realized that their entire bodies were weak and slammed straight into the ground. Along with that comes a sense of suffocation. Is this the rhythm of the fall? The 3 fallen creatures were horrified. To die, but what's going on? 025. We of the fallen creature clan have a backbone and have sworn never to be slaves. The 3-beast combination had just ascended to the immortal realm. So naturally, they didn't know the rules of the immortal realm. 1. You can't get out of the range of the Chaos World tree, or you'll be wiped out by the rules of the immortal world. 2. The giant must not be messed with, for he can wipe out chaos demons with a single finger, and he can wipe out ascended ones with a single finger. 3rd, make sure to get on good terms with the giants. Without their guardianship you will be killed by the chaos demons that appear out of nowhere. 4. Still, you must obtain the shelter of the giants, without which you will starve to death in the fairy realm. 5. This is the land of the giant, and he gets to decide whether you can live here or not. 6. Nothing to do but look around more at those fallen ascendant seniors and see how they turned out, and you'll know that this world, I'm afraid it's even more dangerous than you imagined. Anyway, stay put, don't offend anyone. The most important thing is to get a good relationship with the giant seniors. This is the law of survival in the immortal world summarized by the 9 saints, and the 3 fallen creatures seem to make every mistake they could. It's almost like the old man is tired of living. You can be proud, but you can't be without intelligence. Watching the 3 fallen creatures that had plagued the Qiankuan realm for an unknown number of epochs, with countless cultivators, and even sage realm powerhouses talking about them, the 9 saints were all joyful in their hearts. There was a sense of relief in their hearts, and superiority, because they had ascended before the 3 fallen creatures. The 9 used to be at a loss, knowing nothing about the immortal world, and had come over almost by touch. Now that they see others as ignorant as they were then, they certainly have a sense of superiority within them. It's that feeling, the feeling you get when it once rained without an umbrella to hide under, and now when you see others getting wet too. Getting wet and tearing up other people's umbrellas too. Xian, what exactly did you use? What demonic spell? Dare let us go? Yeah, you're just relying on the fact that you're a creature of the immortal realm. If we were given the same identity and the same amount of time, you wouldn't be a match for us. If you have the guts to let us go, 1,000 years. We only need 1,000 years to behead you. The 3 fallen creatures lay weakly on the ground, as if there was something sticky and tacky on the ground sticking them to the ground, and they couldn't get up at all. You're in such a state, and you're still using aggressive tactics. They can also only use language to charm. The more powerful a person is, the more they will be affected by agitation. But Suning smiled sincerely. You guys are right. If you were given the same conditions as me and the same environment, you would definitely be better than me. Suning doesn't deny it, because he felt in his heart that he was just an ordinary person. Ordinary social youth. Ordinary family origin. School grades are just a little above the middle. Not the top, the university, but also a not famous second-born institutions. Out of the school. It is an ordinary social animal. The world was full of people who were better than him, and he thought there were many. And these ascended masters, don't look at them in front of themselves, very weak chicken appearance. But they in the Qiankuan world, that is certainly the protagonist of the protagonist, whether it is the heart, ability, IQ or all aspects, no one can be compared to, are the absolute protagonist of an era, suppression of the same generation do not know how many years, just any one of these characters would be enough to write a cool novel. Not to mention the three fallen creatures that seem to have even more mysterious origins and that even the 9 great saints were somewhat afraid of. Alike, Su Ning had traveled into the Qiankuan realm, and without the plugin, he would have just been mediocre. It's not that Su Ning is underestimating itself, which is actually the case. People don't take off just because you cross over. No matter what world you're in, you're still whatever you're supposed to be. Of course, Su Ning wasn't demeaning himself, belittling himself, much less being self-absorbed or anything like that. He liked himself. Who says you can't like yourself if you're ordinary? Who says you have to like the good ones, and are not allowed to like the mediocre ones? Just, Su Ning answered flatly, lightly, without pressure. But it made the three fallen creatures freeze. Incredulous looked at Su Ning. What kind of operation is this? We say you're not as good as us. And you admit it? And you admit it so generously? No, no, no. That's not how you're supposed to react. It should be rage, anger, displeasure, disenchantment, disbelief, and then put down the line. What kind of cow or horse dares to be compared to my old man? You're just a bunch of worms. Since you're not convinced, then I'll let you go and give you time to catch up, so that I can see if you can catch up with me, and I can also let you see the gap between you and the old man. Old man, waiting for you to take revenge, and then set Brother Sam free. Brother Sam endures the humiliation. Go cultivate for 1,000 years. If you can beat it, then re-kill the door to pretend to take revenge. If you really can't beat it, just pretend nothing happened. Just avoid this one from now on. In any case, you can get away with it today, but this one, why doesn't he follow the rules? We say you're not as good as us and you actually admit it? So what do we do next? Lean, insidious, have no shame. Sure enough, immortal creatures, very cunning, knowing our plan. A direct line, I'm just not as good as you guys at cracking it. It really doesn't give a damn. The three fallen creatures were heartbroken. It's a cool rhythm. This immortal realm lord really doesn't follow the rules and is also very good at taking people's hearts. They don't really think Su Ning is inferior to them. How about they can still fly with one finger flick? How about they can still take over a territory in the immortal world and be the masters themselves? How about they're still this breezy? My life is over. The Black Chilan's heart sank. Feel like dying here. Pa, pa, pa. Leaving the range of little trees' ability to envelop them, they grew weaker and weaker. I'm going to die. It was the first time they had felt so close to death. This is really dying. Not a joke. Su Ning certainly won't let them die. Throw them back into the small tree cage range. Shoo, hoo hoo hoo. The choking sensation disappeared with it. The three fallen creatures regained some of their form. Take a big breath. Back from the dead. It feels good to be alive. So good. Su Ning looks down on the village of God and devil villain from above. Shouldn't die. It would be a shame to die. Reporting back to Senior Immortal. It won't be possible to die. Li Qingshan replied. But it's not going to be overnight if you want to recover. Humph. Hypocritical. Don't try to imprison us. You think we are these 9 groveling humans? Our fallen creature clan has a backbone and will never become slaves of the immortals. The Black Chilan was able to breathe freely and was in a better state. Right. Never. Never try to bring us to our knees. Fallen creatures. Never slaves. The Black Dragon and the Black Phoenix roared as well. Retard. Ridiculous. Laugh your ass off. The 9 great saints couldn't help but sneer when they heard these words. Can't these 3 fallen creatures understand anything? So the 3 of them have always been this stupid? Is that the kind of stupid stuff I used to be scandalized by? Shame on you. You guys better be so boneheaded all the time. The Kunlun fairy's iceberg-like face revealed a gentle smile that was hard to appear. 026. The great havoc of the 3 fallen creatures, the sin of eating 2. Backbone? We fallen creatures are notorious for being rigid and having a backbone. The 3 fallen creatures thought that the backbone piece was something they were perfectly capable of holding up. As for imprisoning you, humph. You guys think that the immortal seniors really threw you back here to imprison you? The immortal realm is in crisis every step of the way. It's simply not suitable for ascended ones to survive. We can't leave the range of the Chaos World tree or we'd fall instantly. Just look at the seniors around you. A sage explained. Of course, This explanation must have fallen on deaf ears for the fallen creatures. All thought it was a lie. Su Ning looked at the little people of the divine and demonic paradise. These 3 fallen creatures seem to be very proud and hard to tame. Immortal seniors don't need to worry. Any more backbone. Starve them a few times and they'll know what they're made of. The Abyssal Demon Lord said. He was slightly experienced in this aspect of taming beasts. Starve us for a few meals and expect us to submit? You have underestimated the fallen creatures. The Black Qilin disdained. We are immortal. And we have completely reached the realm of the Pathfinder. You're comparing us to Thai creatures that need to eat? It felt insulted. Fallen creatures have hard mouths. Look at the way they're greased up. Sunin had a headache. In order to figure out how to tame a pet, Sunin also went online to search for experiences. Question: how can I get my pet tamed quickly? First floor reply, fight. Second floor reply, hungry. Third floor reply, fight hungry. Fourth floor response, beat if you don't listen. Starve if you don't do what you're told. Reply from the fifth floor, that. Are there any female pets? Is it possible to get a body check? Sixth floor speechless reply of the kid on the fifth floor. I've had my eye on you for a long time. I used to think you were a person, but I didn't realize you weren't even a person. Reply from the seventh floor, yes, yes, yes. This kid on the fifth floor definitely has a problem. Every time the owner posts he asks if there are any females. Now even the animals are not spared. Reply from the eighth floor, 6. Sunin shrugged. Ignore the internet bickering. A herd of cows and horses. Then starve. Breeding and giving both depend on the object, like the arrogant attitude of fallen creatures. If you still lick your face to give them benefits, isn't it any different from being treated as a spare tire and licking dog when chasing after a girl who is already righteous? Sunin, don't want to be a lickspittle. Then let's starve first. Su Ning nodded. Poof. Whatever you're hungry for, if I give in, I'll follow your letter. The Black Qilin said. Sunin didn't want a small animal to follow his letter. What does that make you? Also a small? Toss all day. It's also time for dinner. Sunin didn't bother with the poisonous oath of the fallen creature. Start cooking. He recently made a fortune losing. The financial situation is wide open, so there's no shortage of food in the house, especially high-protein supplements like beef, chicken breasts, eggs, and shrimp. Cut up 3 pounds of beef and cook it, then 5 eggs, 10 shrimp, and then a variety of vegetables such as lettuce, cabbage, and tomatoes. Made several dishes. Recently, as his cultivation had grown, Suning's food intake had increased drastically. Done. He carried his meal into the vegetable garden and ate with the 9 saints. He loves to eat with the little people. Eating alone does get a little boring. Seeing Su Ning bring over the food, the 9 saints had long been unable to wait and immediately stepped forward. Thank you, Immortal, for your generous gift. Don't be polite. Eat. Su Ning waved his hand, telling them not to focus too much on red tape and to eat. Yes, 10 people feasted on it. And the other side. The 3 fallen creatures had long been starving. They really didn't expect that after entering the immortal realm, that ability to dispel grain disappeared. It's not like there's anything around to eat. It's torture. Seeing the food in front of Sunin and the 9 saints, the mouth-watering colors and smells. Mesmerizing. Gulp. The black unicorn swallowed. The stomach grumbles. It made it blush in its old face. Well, because it's already dark, you can't tell if it's red or not, but it's kinda awkward. Ahem. 2 fellow Taoists. They are shaking our Tao. Do not fall for it. The Black Qilin coughed dryly. That's what the words say, the longing in its eyes. But looking away. I can't wait to jump on my plate and destroy that pile of food through and through. That's for sure. But, the titular fallen creatures. How could we let a little district slip sth? The dragon saliva at the corner of the black dragon's mouth was almost a waterfall, and a stiff upper lip. How is it possible? Because of a mere bit of food, to shake the heart of the Tao? But then again, those foods, they seem to be very tonic. They're great tonics. Look at them. On the 9 saints, they're eating while a light is bubbling up. 3 pairs of eyes, eagerly watching. If he hadn't been so strong-willed, he would have pounced on it. Sunin's afterglow saw the 3 fallen creatures' behavior and smiled in his heart. You're talking about willpower? And willpower? Don't you look at you guys. You can't stop drooling. Endure it. Let's see how long you guys can endure it. Su Ning smiled in his heart, finding it interesting. So the eating slowed down a bit more. Let's see how I can tame you. Today was the slowest meal he had ever had. Chewing slowly has flavor. For the 3 fallen creatures, it could be a cataclysm of great torment. The 9 saints couldn't eat much, couldn't hold out after just a few bites. It's just too complimentary. You're going to explode if you eat any more. The food all ends up in Sunin's stomach. Are you done eating? Sunin asked. Back to Elder. Finished eating. Are you full? Suning asked. Eat up. Well, then, I'll just collect my things. Suning smiled. Clean up the dishes and leave nothing behind. In the afterglow of his eyes, as he turned back to the tableware he had taken away, the three fallen creatures watched with bated breath, as if they were three little greedy cats. That look, it's pathetic. If you guys want to eat, you can just say so. Suning gently smiled at the black Qilin and the others. The three fallen creatures looked back. Instant blackface. Humph. We'll never eat a bit of you, even if I starve to death. Right. In fact, they'd been shaken up a little bit inside. However, the dignity of the strong made them not want to admit it. Ha ha. Smiled Suning. Good. Having backbone. Sunin really didn't look back this time and turned around. I don't know if it was intentional or not. Walked to the ridge and dumped all the remaining bits of crumbs on the field as fertilizer. Look at the three fallen creatures straightening up. Outrageous. What a waste. They ache for it. These crumbs weren't enough for Sunin to stuff his teeth with, but for the villain, it was definitely something that could fill one's stomach, and maybe even allow one to advance. The three fallen creatures could see that the things of the immortal world were treasures. Otherwise, it was impossible for the nine saints to progress so quickly. After eating a meal from Suning, the three fallen creatures sensed that the aura of the nine saints was much stronger, and the sense of oppression increased again. Sunin was in no hurry to tame it. There's an old saying that you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. It's okay, take your time. He has plenty of time. After eating, Suning began to sit on the ridge and cultivate. It ran for 2 weeks and also into the night. Sleep. Early the next morning, he, again, entered the paradise of gods and demons with fragrant food, and the three fallen creatures had been starving all night again, and the digestive tract in their stomachs began to revolt. 027. We're very easy to talk to. Don't believe me? I'll take out poached eggs with plain milk for breakfast and I'll see how you react. As Sunin walked to the ground with his breakfast, he found the three fallen creatures lying on their backs by the boundary, shriveled up, poor condition to the core. With the injuries on his body and the fact that he had been starving for so long, he had long ago been on the verge of not being able to hold out. There was little strength to stand up. They realized that they could no longer run the world like they used to, and the dream they once harbored in their hearts of stepping on the immortal realm and suppressing the giants of the immortal realm was shattered. In this world, they find themselves too much weaker than they thought. You can only live in the outermost part of the tree of life and are not eligible to enter the inner ring area. Last night by the unknown big scary creature attack. In fact, is a small lizard, 3 almost all fell. Fortunately, the nine saints out to drive away the horror of the chaos demon, or else they would have been the death of the immortal world. At this moment, they finally realized, the immortal realm was terrifying. Those who are more powerful than the ascended ones, don't know how many. They are like ants in this world. A single great terror-level chaos demon was weighing them down, let alone the Chi Tian tall immortal realm giant. To think, yesterday, he had actually challenged that giant in an ungrateful manner and threatened to behead immortals. The three fallen creatures, the black Qilin, the black dragon, and the black phoenix, immediately felt like clowns. No wonder Sunin's words were so nonchalant. People aren't being unkind. They aren't slandering or intentionally insulting. They are just telling the truth. It's just that the three fallen creatures are too sensitive. Considered a stab at their own self-esteem. After a night of whacking, they realize more and more that they really can't survive in this world without the shelter of a giant. Even if they weren't hunted by chaos demons, they would starve to death. The immortal realm. It's too hard to survive. No wonder the nine saints were attached to the giant. If one is bent on having their way, the skeletons of the ascended beings around them is what will happen to the ascended beings of the Qianquan realm? The three fallen creatures were, in fact, already afraid. They're hard, but hard. Also hard with reason and hard with brains. It's stupid to be hard without a brain, and you might get jail time. Sunin came over with breakfast. Naturally, he didn't know the psychological changes of the three fallen creatures. It was only assumed that these three foreign beasts were still holding on for dear life and hadn't figured it out. He didn't even look at the three fallen creatures and walked straight towards the nine saints. Guys, come to breakfast. Sunin greeted. Three fallen creatures. They shouldn't have succumbed so easily. They are fallen creatures. Notoriously hard. Can't have figured it out in one night. That would be so out of character for a fallen creature. Suning thinks so. How was he to know that the three fallen creatures had actually been convinced and were thinking of some excuse to submit themselves? Thanks, immortal. Fellow Taoists, dinner is served. I haven't eaten anything all night, so I do get a little hungry. Come on, let's all eat. The nine saints were in groups, talking and laughing, out of their cave. Laughter all the way, talking and laughing. The atmosphere is vibrant. Today's breakfast is eggs. The chicken is someone to repay the favor to send me. The legend of laying eggs chicken. He but raised 2.5 years, and now send me to lay eggs to eat. Rich in nutrients. And ordinary eggs up a big difference. Everyone taste it. Su Ning deliberately pulled up the volume. It was said on purpose for the fallen creatures. Then this is a good thing. Li Qingshan laughed. Actually, I'm wondering, the chaos demons of this world are also huge and strong. So how does the combat power of this chicken compare to the chaos demon spider that hunted us before? A chicken's fighting strength is 100 times that of that spider? Sunan thought about it. It should be more than that. 100 spiders can't kill a chicken. Speaking of which, the little people were even more shocked. A chicken that couldn't be killed by 100 chaos demon spiders? That chaos demon spider had created a huge psychological shadow on the little people. And in their hearts, the chaos demon spider was already powerful. And a chaos chicken that was even more powerful than a chaos demon spider. Unimaginable. Such a powerful chaos demon is just poultry raised by the giants of the immortal world? Laying eggs for the immortals? It's also too counterintuitive. The immortal world. It's really something. The small people's large, watery eyes were even more shocked by the color of admiration they had for Su Ning. To be able to possess this kind of strength, in this immortal realm, one would definitely be a giant. Or even, a master. And the reason for Sunan's love of the landscape has to do with his bland nature. They don't think that people who are interested in the landscape are not great people. That's just a way of life chosen by the strong. Favorite lifestyle. And Sunan was able to choose this lifestyle because he was strong enough. The only way to choose your favorite lifestyle is to be strong enough. That's what the little people think. The three fallen creatures on the side that had been spying on this place actually had a similar impression of Su Ning as the 9 saints. This gigantic immortal was definitely a giant. The titans of dominance. Naturally, Sunan was not aware of the mental activities of the little people's worship. He's just a regular guy. But according to the little people, that's actually true. Suning does indeed reign supreme. Claiming your own country place house. And the land around it. Very reasonable. A whitened oval poached egg sits on a plate. Crystal clear and fragrant. Much taller than the little people. The 9 of them couldn't finish one. Don't waste this milk, everyone. It's milk produced by the even more terrifying bull demon monster. And it's also very tonic. Su Ning said. He explained in words the little people could understand. There was more light in the eyes of the little people. With his introduction, a mediocre breakfast in this world became a tonic against all odds. Barf. Gar. The 9 saints nibbled on egg whites and gulped down pure white milk. After half a day of nibbling, an egg was actually only partially dented, revealing the golden yolks inside. On the other side, 3 fallen creatures belly revolt, gurgling and screaming, but couldn't pull the trigger and beg Suning. He could only watch with bated breath and drooling mouth as Sunan and the others feasted on the food. It smells so good. If only we could have a meal. Chickens and phoenixes are of the same origin. If I can swallow some immortal realm egg tonic, I'll definitely be able to complete my evolution. So hungry. This is the mentality of the 3 fallen creatures. If eyes could eat, they'd have eaten everything on their plates by now, right? Sunan happily looks over here. The 3 fallen creatures shuddered in their hearts and made up their minds. Tell us to give in. As long as you call out and give a step down, we'll concede. We'll give in. Just one. You, call it, give it a shot. Just say hello and we'll hang out with you. The 3 fallen creatures had already decided that as long as Su Ning said a word now, they would immediately change their minds and follow Su Ning. But Sunan didn't call it, just looking at them with a smile. In Su Ning's mind, he was thinking, these 3 fallen creatures must have a lot of backbone, but we can't say that we'll let them give in or something like that so easily again. Let's air it out for a while and then talk about it again. We must take it step by step, one step at a time, one more hungry meal and see how it goes. There's no rush anyway. The 3 fallen creatures would have cried out if they could have heard what was in Su Ning's heart. We really don't have that much of a backbone. We're all pretending. You say a word. You just have to say a word for us to surrender and we'll surrender. We're very nice to talk to. Really? You say a word. Try it if you don't believe me. 028. Sunan, I understand that you guys are very hard. Sunan didn't know the psychology of the 3 fallen creatures. He assumed that the 3 fallen creatures were high-minded and wouldn't give in so easily. How was he to know that these 3 were currently convinced? Good food and drink and a little bit of leftovers. Sunan glanced at the 3 fallen creatures. A look of surprise was cast in the eyes of the 3 fallen creatures. Here it comes. Finally. Just say the word. We'll definitely follow you around. Please just say the word. They expect Sunan to speak. It also felt like an opportunity. May. Su Ning merely glanced at it. Hey. I was going to invite you all to eat some together. But with your character, you definitely won't be able to look at it. And you'll feel that inviting you to eat it will be an insult to you. So be it. Mr. Su won't be so self-serving. Sighing softly, he followed up with, I hope the three of you will think clearly earlier. If you don't have enough to eat in this world, you can really starve to death. After saying that, Suning left with his dinner plate. The three fallen creatures were confused, and they thought, here's their chance. All Sunin has to do is give a step. They pretend to reject it for a bit, and then, Plyan all is happy. And Sunin went so far as to say that with their hearts and minds, they must be despised, and that it would be an insult to them to invite them to eat. It's cudgeling and lifting them up too high. It makes them all bad to speak softly. Blocked them off. The three fallen creatures were on the verge of crying out. You didn't even ask. How do you know we're afraid to talk? How do you think it's impossible for us to say yes? How come you call it an insult to us again? We don't see that as an insult. Can you insult us? It's really, a meal that you don't eat makes you hungry. That's 2 or 3 meals. The three fallen couldn't pull the face to give in. Sunin doesn't know their mental activities, and not bothering to care what the three fallen creatures thought. He actually just thought that the three fae were interesting to look at, and that it might be eye-catching to raise them. It wasn't as if the three fae had to be brought to their knees. If they really would rather die than give in. That, and there's nothing Suning can do about it. There is no cure in this world except for other killings that can be solved, and suicides that are bent on death. There is no cure. Throw the leftover scraps of food to the chickens in the cage. Wash the dishes. Suning walked to the field and sat down on a large rock in the middle of the field, facing the rising sun to cultivate. This gong method doesn't have a name yet, does it? Suning was always forgetting the name of this martial art, as it didn't have a name and was only created after the 9 great saints had entered the immortal realm. Sunin wanted to give it a name, and did, but he could never remember it, and after a while he forgot what he had actually named it again. It's just lazy. It's just a gong method anyway. Let's call it Nameless Heavenly Gong from now on. Suning ran his gong method against the sunrise. Now he was running his gongfu faster and faster. It doesn't even take 3 hours. You can run 2 cycles in one morning. Every time he ran a circumference, his body would produce qualitative changes. Chi, blood, tendons and bones, stripped down. I seem to have realized. When running into the second circumference, as Suning pushed that internal energy, he discovered some abnormal elements in his body. Something like an inert substance. They are not active at all in the sinews, chakras, and blood. Like sticky Play-Doh, the inert material is spread all over the body. When the internal energy passes through those inert substances, it will be stuck, like a tiger stuck in the mud, moving slowly. This is the culprit that's preventing me from running super fast? Sunin thought to himself. It takes a long time to break through every time you pass through these places. If I scrape away this inert material, will I be able to increase my speed? Sunin's eyes lit up. If one could increase the speed at which the gong method ran, that would also increase the speed at which one became stronger. Suning himself hadn't even realized that. Without realizing it, he had gone from a passive, follow the gourd approach to cultivation to a cultivator who could think for himself. That's a big step forward. It showed that as he went further along the path of cultivation, he was able to summarize his experience. He became a true practitioner. But how do we remove these inert substances? Sunin pondered. 100 thoughts are better than practice. He couldn't figure it out. Lack of experience. Then try it with real action. Sunin closed his eyes, running the chi in his body. This time he didn't run the chi towards the previous route. Rather, it goes in the direction of those inert substances. The chi is part of his body. It's like arms and legs. He could feel some states inside his body by chi. Of course, at the moment Suning can't get to the point of looking inward. There can only be some feeling. The chi is caught up in the inert matter in the bloodstream. He used his chi to wrap around the inert matter and try to shake it. The inert substance was like a maggot attached to the bone, clinging to the body as if it were a part of it. Hard to shake. So hard to shake. Can't even push it a little bit. Solid as a rock. Suning sighed. But he didn't give up. If they were easy to remove, they would have been washed away long ago when running the chi. So where would they last? Increased use of gas. If you can't shake the whole thing, then start at the root. Sunin finds inert substances to attach to the contact areas of the body. It's firmly taped. Suning utilizes the gas for segmentation and excision. It was still as solid as gold and stone, and the little force of the chi used on it was like a spring breeze, which seemed to have no effect. Sunin had worked hard for most of the day, and not a single bit of inert material had been isolated. Is it impossible to get rid of these things? Inherent with the birth? With the monks? Asked the 9 saints later at lunch. Suning went all out, to no avail, and was just about to give up when he realized that the inert substance had actually been separated by the gas that he had acted upon with all his might. Separate from the body. Shoo! Not much more than a small piece. It worked! Su Ning was pleasantly surprised. He hastened to concentrate, using his qi to move the inert substance through his tendons and into his intestines, trying to get out of the body through the function of the colon. The process is complicated. The human body is inherently complex. The time required is not short. An hour. It took him a full hour to transport such a small amount of inert material to the disposal point, and Sunan is already tired, sweating profusely. To his surprise, though, having cleared that bit of inert matter, the removement of qi to that spot was unobstructed. I don't know if it's an illusion or not. He felt his body, all flexible. Now if we were to run the feats again, the time would definitely be reduced a bit. Just removing a little bit of inert matter is in such a state. If all of it is removed, what kind of scene would it be? Would it be possible that in the future I would only need a minute to run the gong method for a week? And my physical agility will be lightning fast? Sunan is excited. This is a huge find. The surprise surprised him. There seems to be a new way to increase cultivation. Feeling the body. It does seem to be a bit more flexible. The power is all up. He was satisfied. Without continuing his practice, he looked at the sky. It's time for lunch, and I wonder what the three Fae are thinking? Forget it. Don't think about them. Let it go. 029. I have seen through. The main meal is preachy. Brisket, tomatoes, shrimp and pork heart soup, rice, cabbage. It's scrumptious. Color and flavor. The smell is so refreshing. Su Ning and the 9 saints shared beautifully and ate with their mouths full. That look is just too much to resist. Sunan still didn't pay any attention to the 3 fallen creatures. These 3 are big men with stable minds. How can they give in so easily? And the 3 fallen creatures blushed even harder. It wasn't because of being angry with Sunan and the others, but it was just too hungry. When they were in the lower realm, it didn't matter if they ate or not. They had already reached the realm of grain resistance, and they didn't know how many years they hadn't eaten anything. But when it comes to the immortal world, the consumption is huge. Even just breathing is a massive drain. Need to eat. It took them by surprise. Their bodies weren't big to begin with. They didn't have much stored energy, and they hadn't eaten for over a day. So a human wouldn't be able to hold up, let alone 3 fist-sized alien beasts. No exaggeration. Very hungry. Miserable. One could only breathlessly lie on the edge of the boundary and watch as Su Ning and the others feasted. The heart was bitter. What makes them even more speechless is, these 10 people can eat just fine. You actually describe how delicious and flavorful it is. What does that mean? It made the 3 fallen creatures even hungrier. It's delicious. This beef, it must be meat from a terrifying creature in the immortal realm. Eating a little bit of it, I'm directly expanding my chi and blood. I'm about to break through. This is a great tonic. Can't eat in the lower world anymore. It's so delicious. Divine elixir level. 3 lifetimes to eat something so good. Fragrance. One's stomach explodes with cravings. Words that must have been deliberately spoken to the 3 fallen creatures. 3 fallen creatures' heart rode. We want to eat. 2. We want to give in. But what the giant said before, that was blocking our way to surrender. And it was too much to pull. Hey, what to do? How would Sunan know about this? Seeing the 3 fallen creatures sprawled there in a high, unimpressed. It was as if they didn't care to talk to people like themselves, not even bothering to raise his eyes. Extremely despised. What is this if not hard? Oops. True enough. Fallen creatures are fallen creatures. Tough-minded. Sunan thought to himself. I'm afraid these fallen creatures won't give in. So there wasn't much persuasion. Look at her. She's so cool and proud. Better to die than to submit. Look at the people. How unbelievable their character is. Not bad for a fallen creature. Well, actually, the fallen creatures are so starved that they don't even bother to lift their heads. Finish eating. Sunan put the dishes away. The rest naturally comes with. Taken away as the 3 fallen creatures watched blearily. They are tempted to ask for a little food. Can't really hold out. But it came. Or it didn't. Embarrassed. Excuse me. Until Sunan was nowhere to be seen. They only regret it. How much is a face worth? Can face be a meal? So regretful. If I had another chance, I would definitely ask for some food. Hey. The 3 fell chasing after each other. There may still be a chance. When the giant comes back, we'll just make our feelings known. He's got to come back and take a look after he puts the dishes away, right? They look forward to. This time, no more uncertainty, no more hesitation. It's just that Sunan doesn't really come back after putting out the dishes. Without even taking a nap, he went straight into cultivation. After he discovered the benefits of removing inert substances, he didn't rush to cultivate, but used his chi to continuously go about stripping his body of inert substances. Su Ning believed that this would certainly be of great help to his future. During the noon seating, he had also asked the 9 saints about what was going on in their own bodies. But the 9 saints didn't seem to have encountered this either. And with Suning's special physique, they couldn't say why. But still, it is recommended that if stripping inert matter will make you better, then do so. Whether you are practicing or self-controlling your emotions, only you know yourself best. Do whatever works in your favor. It's also a practice. Suning is actually kind of feeling its way. All afternoon. Suning only ran one weekday. The rest of the time is spent stripping the body of inert material. It's different from the morning. He peeled off at a super fast rate and his experience pressed on to increase. Half an hour to clean a small piece. For the myriad of inert tissues in the body, half an hour to clean up a small piece can seem like a bit of a drop in the bucket. Sunin thinks otherwise. With these things, cleaning out one gets rid of one permanently and it won't grow back. Take your time, gradually, and one day you will be able to clean it up completely. The big deal is that it will take a couple years to clean up all this crap, or live as long as it takes to clean up. Suning has more time on his hands. The key locations, there are as many as 300 to 400 spots of inert matter. Completely clearing the spots would take about 10 days and half a month, but if I clean up these key spots, my cultivation speed will increase greatly. It's a virtuous cycle. Su Ning thought to himself. This is the inert material on the path of running the gong method, and it is now urgent to clean it up. While other insignificant places can be dealt with slowly, these places have to be quicker. In one afternoon, he cleared 15 spots, and the whole thing is easier and more powerful. The speed of running the gongfu was also greatly increased. Now it actually only takes about 2 hours to run a weekday. Surely finding the frown is the best shortcut to practice. Let's see what happens when you remove all of the inert matter from the path of the running gong method. Su Ning looked forward to it. Dinner time. Su Ning is doing the same old thing. Cooking. He was in a good mood today and stewed a chicken. Whole chickens. There are no chunks cut. Chicken. Chicken soup. The chicken is edible. Chicken soup he added various supplements. For example, ginseng and the like. The dish was served to God's demon paradise. And now the 3 fallen creatures were completely taught. Is really going to starve to death. Giants. Elder Immortal. We're convinced. We are willing to submit. Grant us something to eat. We are starving. We're really convinced. The 3 fallen creatures' eyes were red, seeing Sunin arrive. It's like the scene where the 3 puppies see their master who hasn't returned home for a long time. And the moment they open the door, the 3 puppies pounce on Sunin. From the edge of the boundary, the bark ran to the feet of Su Ning. No more trying to get away. No more weighing the pros and cons. No more fighting. Just want to take a bite. None of them have the strength to fly. One could only use the last of his physical body's strength to run on the ground. Seeing these 3 fallen creatures go crazy, Su Ning clueless. The first moment was disbelief. You guys, what's this for? Aren't the 3 fallen creatures tough and resilient in character? Wouldn't you rather die than give in? That's what's going on. I don't believe it. I definitely don't believe it. I can't believe they gave in so quickly. I was going to starve them for another day before I thought about subjugating them. Oh, I see. You guys are testing me? Trying to make fun of me. After I trust you guys, you'll laugh at me for falling for a trick. Even for your little trick. And call me something, too ridiculous or something? Su Ning had an expression of I see through you all. Stop it. Fallen creatures don't yield that easily. 3 fallen creatures. No, that's not what we think. We're sincere in our obedience. 030. Fallen creatures are never slaves unless they are packaged. The hallowed fallen creatures have created their own forbidden zone, causing countless creatures to be terrified, and have caused dark turmoil in the lower realms, harvesting the living beings of all races. One glance caused countless cultivators to be alarmed. Who is the peak at the end of the immortal road? Fallen creatures I battle among. What is strong? Even in the face of the world's crusade, even though the world's cultivators warred like the heavens to come forward to completely pacify the fallen forbidden zone, the 3 great fallen creatures, the Black Qilin, the Black Phoenix, and the Black Dragon, still concealed themselves from the heavens and survived. It's a representation of blood and chaos. It's the embodiment of cold and violent. They gazed indifferently at Vanguard. Want to look down on the world like a god. It's just awesome anyway. Such powerful beings. Sunin didn't believe that they would compromise for a mere meal. It's only been a day or so since I've been hungry. You're starving for 10 days and half a month compromise seems a bit short of time to me. Your fallen creatures are so weak? Suning doesn't believe. But the 3 fallen creatures really wanted to cry. It's okay to starve for a day? You try starving yourself for a day or so and see? Besides, do you know what it means to know what's good for you? Do you know what it means to live longer and be more afraid of death? If we're not afraid to die, can we live that long? No. Immortal Senior, don't be sarcastic. We really didn't lie to you. We swear by heaven, if there is any disobedience, the heavens will strike you down and you will not be allowed to die. The Black Qilin and the other 3 fallen creatures really couldn't hold out. Really vicious vows are made. Taking an oath by the heavenly Tao was a very serious matter for a cultivator. If you do go against it, you will be executed by heaven and earth. Of course Sunan doesn't know this. He still doesn't believe it. Cunning. I didn't realize that you guys lie just like the real thing. Su Ning said. So close to being deceived by you guys. Your acting skills are not bad, but I, Su, am not that easily fooled. Sunan still doesn't believe it. Fallen creatures. That's a symbol of treachery and cunning. If you listen to them and assume whatever they say, you will be played for a fool. These are big men who play with their minds. They're very sophisticated. Don't look at them pathetically. Whose fallen creature would look like that? An old monster who has lived for so long is actually pretending to be pathetic. Just tell me if it's out of character. Just say you dare to believe it. Beggy. We really mean it. Just trust us. We're really starving. Just give us a bite to eat and we will absolutely submit. I admit that I offended you before. We know we're wrong. Don't give us a hard time. The 3 fallen creatures had spoken. They have never felt so humble. In the Qiankuan realm, who dares to make them so humble? It was all others who humbled themselves before them. I don't know how many years it's been, but they've forgotten what it's like to be humble. How to beg. Naturally. It begs to be unlike. Juggling me? Su Ning kicked them away, walking towards the 9 saints as if they were nothing. The 3 beasts combo is still trying to tangle. Stop. Or exterminate. Li Qingxian and the Kunlun fairy and the others flew next to Su Ning's big feet. The extreme Dao Saint sword glowing brilliantly as it pointed at the 3 fallen creatures. The 3 great fallen creatures didn't dare to say anything else when they saw this, much less dwell on it. Over time, they already know that the 9 saints are not the original characters today. An entanglement really could be obliterated. Senior Immortal. The Black Qilin mourned. A tearful cry. Sunan doesn't care. The 3 fallen creatures repented. You said you. What were you pretending to be in the first place? Why did you say you wouldn't surrender even if you died? What's wrong with it? They regret being so hardcore. I'm afraid if I hadn't said something so decisive in the first place, this wouldn't be the case now. Hey, no one is to blame. I can only blame myself for being so uninformed in taking the road to death. Young. Unintelligent. Ahem. Even though only a day or so had passed, now the Black Qilin really wanted to go back to yesterday and slap himself hard twice. What are you talking about? What's with the cheap talk? Now it's good. Immortal Elder still really thinks we're hard. Even if we soften, the other side won't believe us. Eyes wide open. All they could do was watch the Sunan as they gulped down their food, saying something about how delicious it was as they ate, explaining what was so wonderful about the food. It's almost torturous. Couldn't even think of not listening. The black unicorns and the others dare to vouch for the fact that this is the hardest and most difficult time for them. The days are like years. Finally, Sunan is done eating. Wiping his mouth. Do you guys want to eat? Don't be tough if you want to eat. Surrender before it's too late. Surrender and you'll have something good to eat. If you don't surrender, you can only continue to starve. Sunan follows the path like a demon. The 3 fallen creatures. You think we don't want to? We've all surrendered. It's just that you don't believe it. What can we do? Look at the 3 fallen creatures determined. Not a word. Sunan doesn't think it's going to work again today, so there was nothing to do but clean up the plates and leave. Continue to use the evening hours to cleanse your body of inert materials. The next day. Today is a good day. The blue sky. The morning sky is brilliant. The sun slowly climbed up from the eastern mountains. A warm, golden glow emanated from the golden crow, dispelling the darkness and cold of the mountain wilderness, scattered over the mountains and fields, eventually enveloping the entire heaven and earth. As usual, Sunan took his breakfast to God's demon paradise. Wow! It was only this time that he came within range of the little tree. The 3 shriveled and fallen creatures ran over to hug Sunan's thighs regardless. Immortal. We're convinced. We're really convinced. Don't mess with us. We're scared. Without feeding us. We're really starving. Please grant the meal. We are willing to pay all the price. We are truly submissive. We just need to be fed and housed. We'll do anything to give a bite to eat. They say nothing more than to spill the beans. Sunan? 9 saints. It was the first time that the 9 saints had seen this kind of behavior from a fallen creature. And in the Qiankuan realm, it was not too arrogant and domineering, looking at them as if their pets were sticking and not letting go of their hands. The 9 saints thought that they had been mistaken. Is this really a fallen creature? How? It's not what I remember. I can't believe. I'm not letting go of my thighs by hugging them? What's the plot again? You guys spread out, said Su Ning. No, we won't spread our hands. Either Immortal Senior accepts our surrender today or beat us to death. It's all a death anyway. Might as well die inside your hands. The Black Qilin said. They really won't last until noon. Too hungry. the breath of life in his body, draining away. If we don't replenish our energy, we're really dead. There's really no tricks. If you don't believe it, immortal seniors can check our bodies. We're really dying. Under the threat of death, the black dragon couldn't care less about dignity in face or anything like that. What are they ascending for? With great ambitions in his heart, he definitely didn't want to fall just like that. If you don't believe me, Senior Immortal can directly refine our essence blood and control our destiny. Su Ning was surprised. It's too easy to give in, isn't it? You've been starving for less than 2 days? He didn't know what refining essence blood was, but seeing the 9 great saints nod their heads, Su Ning knew it was stable. Sonny, where's your untamed look from 2 days ago? And talking about how fallen creatures are never slaves, unless food and shelter are included? 031. Right. They have accumulated so many years. There must be a lot of treasures. Sloppy. Sunin really didn't expect the fallen creature clan to give in so easily. 2 days ago it was arrogant as hell. And now this humble look makes you want to gag. Alright then, I trust you guys, Su Ning said. As for essence blood control, it's not necessary. There's no need to be so troublesome. If you guys play tricks, I can wipe you out at any time. You can't leave this place anyway. Many thanks to the immortal. We would never dare to play tricks. The 3 fallen creatures were thrilled in their hearts when they heard Su Ning's words. Finally, we can mix it up. It's too hard. The 3 fallen creatures submit and are counted as one of their own. You can get food given by Sunin. Of course, because of their status, they can't be the first to eat at the table. You have to wait until Suning and the 9 saints have finished eating. It's knockout. Let them know that being submissive doesn't necessarily make them equal to the 9 saints, and that they need to work hard if they want to get on the table and eat with everyone else. Plus, it was a punishment for the rude behavior of the 3 fallen creatures before. The 3 fallen creatures eyed Sunin as they ate. The heart is in a hurry. The mouth constantly secretes saliva, but they could only obediently stand by and wait for Sunin and the others to finish eating. Nor do they want it to be an insult to them. They don't have time to think about that now. Just want to eat. Expecting Sunin and the others to eat quickly. During the meal, Sunin would also have his eyes on this side of the tawdry thoughts as well, and seeing the 3 fallen creatures waiting obediently, he knew that the 3 fallen creatures were probably tamed. It's kind of caused a little thing. Have you eaten? In the midst of a difficult wait, Sunin and the others finally ate their fill. Aha! The 9 great saints nodded their heads. Sunin turned back. You 3 can eat. Thank you, Immortal Elder. Hearing the instruction, the 3 fallen creatures, the Black Qilin, the Black Dragon, and the Black Phoenix, thanked them profusely and hurriedly ran to the food and gulped it down. No regard for image. It's just ordinary eggs. Yet it was as if the 3 fallen creatures were eating the best food in the world. One bite, and their eyes light up. It's so good. Is this the food of the fairy world? 1 egg, enough to fill them up. The Black Qilin was huge, as big as an adult's fist, and an egg placed in front of them wasn't really that small for them. The 3 fallen creatures had a lot to eat, but they certainly can't finish an egg with 3 of them. The energy contained within the egg, however, surprised the 3 fallen creatures. This is the Tao of the immortal creatures. I seem to have eaten some of the laws of the immortal beast bloodline, being able to stimulate the power of the flooded divine beasts within us. Oh my god. This is what divine beast's egg. Eggs do wonders for the 3 fallen creatures. It's more effective than the 9 saints eating it, because they were originally beasts. The Black Qilin bit down on the egg white, which turned into energy that surged into all parts of its body. That decaying breath of life was replenished with a steady stream of energy. Instantly it came back to life. The exhaustion was gone. Waiting so long has finally paid off. The scales on its body became even more black and shiny. It's as if the black jewels are glowing. The black unicorn's body is too nice. I'm evolving. The black unicorn actually had the feeling of evolving. The yolk has more energy. The Black Phoenix received even more benefits, even bigger than the black dragons and the black unicorns. For the egg, by nature, is a fowl among beasts. It can be said that the origin is the same as it. Eat half an egg. It actually went straight up a small level. It left everyone dumbfounded. Sunin also found it magical. It seems that having the same origin is something that provides unexpected benefits. The Black Dragon and Black Qilin didn't directly raise a small level like the Phoenix, but they also received a huge benefit. Eating too much and holding up. It took 3 of them to leave in love. Every now and then his eyes glanced over at the still unfinished eggs. This is the panacea for them. Knowing the benefits of the eggs, the little bit of aggression in the hearts of the 3 fallen creatures completely vanished. Originally they submit to Suning. The heart is more or less still a little bit of disobedience, a little bit of humiliation, but once the eggs are out, they don't feel that way at all. they get huge benefits. If there were such benefits in exchange, not to mention subjugation, even giving one's body would be fine. Thank you, Immortal, for your generous gift. We appreciate it. The three fallen creatures ate and then bowed respectfully. It's a genuine return to obedience. No wonder the 9 saints are willing to follow you. I should have known your food was so awesome. We've been following you for a long time. The three fallen creatures were sick in the head for thinking they had wasted 2 days for nothing. I'm afraid that if I had made good use of these 2 days, I could have become even stronger by now. Are you done eating? Su Ning didn't care about their expressions of gratitude. Wait for them to finish eating. Eat up, then I'll take it away. Immortal Master has worked hard, the Black Qilin said. Su Ning, right, since you guys are willing to follow me, then you'll be a family from now on. Find yourselves a place to live near the little tree. There's not really that much of a rule here. You guys should be cultivating and practicing, and you should be living how you want to live. I'm not going to intervene. And as far as food is concerned, don't worry, it's definitely enough for later. The house, well, I'm afraid you'll have to build it yourselves, Su Ning said. Don't worry, Immortal Master, we were prepared for this one. The Black Qilin and the others smiled. Roar, rant, they have 3 jewels sparkling on them. Not long after, the jewel on the Black Qilin's body, suddenly emerged a large mountain. Large mountain huge, a total of 9 peaks, an area of about 2 by 2 so wide. The highest peak is about 1 meter to 1 meter 4.5 or so. Su Ning looked dumbfounded. And this automatically brings a mountain with it? Immortal, you're joking. This is the Immortal Mountain, our dojo in the lower realms. We usually live up here, the Black Qilin said. The Immortal Mountain has 9 peaks in total. Between the 9 peaks there are golden sycamores all over the place. And in the middle of the mountain there is a lake. This Immortal Mountain towered over the clouds in the lower realm, so huge that it spanned an unknown number of thousands of miles. I didn't expect that when we arrived in the Immortal Realm, the area would automatically shrink, but it's still enough for us to live, the Black Qilin said. It has a special cave on the 9 peaks, while the Black Dragon lives in the lake and the Black Phoenix lives in the sycamore tree. Su Ning looked closely at the peaks that resembled small scenic platforms instead. The Undying Mountain looks metaphysical and mysterious. It's like watching a fairy cave in a metaphysical drama. The clouds and mist were dense with all sorts of auspicious auras. I didn't expect this to be the Immortal Mountain. Rumor has it that the Immortal Mountain will move. With the Great Tao covering the law, saints are able to find traces of it. Divine. Today, count on seeing it. The 9 saints couldn't help but sigh with emotion when faced with the Immortal Mountain. A forbidden area of life. This was a forbidden area that was feared in the Qiankuan realm in the beginning. None of them have seen it. I didn't expect to be able to see the whole picture in the Immortal World. If fellow Daoist cultivator is interested, you can also move to Immortal Mountain. We are all family. No need to be polite. The Black Qilin graciously invited. It's not necessary. The 9 great saints shrugged their shoulders. Not interested in this. Seeing them pulling out their family treasures, the 9 saints somewhat regretted not moving up their own cave as well, or else they would have had a good living environment as well. But who knew the Immortal World would be in such a state? That would be a shame. The Black Qilin was pleased in his heart. The mountain is nice. Actually, what I'm more interested in is the magic treasure that you guys loaded the mountain with. It's something like a spatial ring, right? If I have this, then it'll be a lot easier for me to go grocery shopping, Su Ning said. As for the 3 fallen creatures, when they heard Su Ning's words, their original complacent expressions instantly solidified. Seeing their expressions, the eyes of the 9 saints lit up as they hurriedly chimed in. Senior Immortal. They've accumulated thousands of years of history, so there must be quite a lot of good things. Yes, yes, yes. In the Qiankuan realm, it is recognized that the fallen creatures have the most treasures, so if Immortal Senior is interested, they would definitely be more than willing to contribute them and give them to you. The 9 saints helped. The face is triumphant. Let you 3 pretend. Now let's see how you guys end up. 032. Fallen creatures. Just fallen creatures. The 9 saints gloated. The 3 fallen creatures grimaced bitterly. The space gem on them, that was one of the Qiankuan realm's greatest treasures. A space gem of this level that could fit into the entire Immortal Mountain. Could be imagined how heaven-defying it was. Seeing as you guys seem to be in a difficult situation. Actually, Sunan doesn't like to take away people's favor. If you feel that you really can't give it up, then don't give it, Kunlun Fairy said. They are not wanting to give, but Suning honestly wants it. Is it wrong for them not to give it? That's right. A gentleman doesn't take a man's love. Suning shrugged. Take the dinner tray and leave. The 3 fallen creatures hesitated. Sunan, however, has gone far. In fact, they are very apprehensive inside. Fear of retaliation from Suning. But this space supreme treasure was too important. More important than a holy weapon. This thing, They had once lifted the power of the entire Fallen One clan and refined it for an unknown number of thousands of years before succeeding. Sort of a racial symbol. Oof. Retarded. Originally I thought that the fallen creatures were all people with superior intelligence, but I didn't realize that they were a bunch of retards. I was the one who overestimated you guys before. With a mind like yours, if you hadn't cultivated a combat power stronger than the Sage Realm by relying on evil and crooked ways, you would have long since ceased to exist. Not human after all. The 9 saints look down on fallen creatures. It's the kind of look that really looks down on you. Instead of deliberately saying gaslighting, feeling the 9 despicable gazes cast at them, the 3 great fallen creatures were instantly enraged. 9 saints of the human race are just saints. Who are you to look down on us? If you hadn't ascended one step earlier, do you think you could have gotten on top of us? The black unicorn growled. Hee. Not that we're saying, if you guys had ascended up first, I guess the immortal seniors wouldn't even bother to take care of you. You'd either be wiped out by chaos demons, starve to death, or crash into the forbidden land and die. Snap. The Kunlun fairy was more direct, a slap in the face. The 3 fallen creatures were staggered by the blow. It's just a shame. First come first serve. And it's useless for you to be indignant. You are the later. So I will teach you the rules of being human. From now on, when we speak, you'd better listen obediently, or else. Suppression. From now on, dare to disrespect us. Suppress. Dare to mouth off to us. Suppress. The Kunlun fairy scorned the 3 great fallen creatures. The black Qilin and the others had fierce gazes, looking fiercely at the Kunlun fairy. They are not convinced. But in return, it was a frantic suppression from the Kunlun fairy. She's not a Su, not so Buddhist in character. Adding to the fact that the Kunlun fairy had no good feelings towards fallen creatures in the first place, her hand would certainly not be light. If it wasn't for the fact that Elder Suning didn't say that he would let you die, do you think you could have survived until now? How dare you look at me with disrespectful eyes? Simply seeking death. The Kunlun immortal stepped on the black Qilin with one foot, the black dragon with the other, and squeezed the black phoenix's neck with one hand. She was too dominant, too strong. Say repression is repression. In this world, the weak are still the strongest. Suning is the biggest, and the rest. Naturally, it's all about strength. Coincidentally, the Kunlun fairy is no Madonna. She's capable of doing things like killing for treasure. He said, hand over all the magic treasures you have on you, or else, you'll be in for a treat. The Kunlun fairy wasn't that nice. On what basis are you? Immortal seniors don't even rob us. What gives you the right to do so? The black Qilin was unconvinced. Oof. The Kunlun fairy sneered. Said, just by the fact that I'm better than you. Immortal seniors don't rob you. There's no rule that says I can't. I don't give a put. The 3 words black Qilin had only just been uttered when they were violently stomped on by the Kunlun fairy's foot that was empowered by the Kunlun immortal technique. Several abdominal ribs were broken and the body was sunken. Miserable. The Kunlun fairy's methods were not gentle. The number 1 female saint of the ages was not a mere name. She was not a merciful person. Who can go as far as a saint who doesn't have a mountain of corpses and blood on their hands? You dare to use lynching. I'm going to report to Immortal Elder. The black Qilin threatened. I forgot to tell you. Living in the immortal realm is actually very free as well. I don't want to kill you if I have to, but if I really kill you, with the character of the immortal seniors, they won't do anything to me. The Kunlun immortal said disdainfully. The black Qilin's face was ugly. What are you waiting for? Aren't you guys going to help? Immortal Kunlun greeted the other saints. Ha. Here it comes. Li Qingxian, the abyssal demon lord, the Qing emperor, and the imperial lord of the great Xia surged over and gave the fallen ones 3-beast combo a thrashing. They were hard-pressed to take out all the magic treasures on their bodies before giving up. How could the fallen creatures not expect that these 9 human saints would be so overbearing? Bandit-like. What space gems? What elixirs? Magic treasures? Martial arts secrets? Etc. All useful and useless were snatched away. The old rascal. The fallen creature trio of beasts combo didn't have a trick up its sleeve either. Can't beat it. These 9 people's cultivation was too powerful. So powerful that it didn't even make them look up to them. The point is that these 9 men are no good. And they hit especially hard. If they don't take out the treasure, they'll really kill you. The kind that doesn't care if it's dead or alive. In the end, the things that the 3-beast combination had accumulated for an unknown number of thousands of years were all scavenged. Oof. You guys really don't be claustrophobic. We are saving your lives, said Li Qingxian leisurely as he took the treasure. Black Unicorn, I don't believe you. You robbed us and said you'd save us? How can you save us like that? They clearly don't believe it. Say you're not intelligent enough and you're not convinced. You guys think we're going to keep these things? No. It's all for immortal seniors, Li Qingxian said to the three fallen creatures that had already been beaten to death. You guys think you're smart, but I'd like to ask, have you guys paid the immortals rent for living here? In other words, this is immortal seniors territory. And even if immortal senior doesn't care, but, you guys really don't pay rent? No favors? He'll just pay for food and lodging? What benefits can you guys give him? You can't give anything, and that means, he can also be free from being responsible for you, rewarding you with a bite of food when he's in a good mood, and when he's in a bad mood, it's only right to crush you with one finger. Immortal seniors look at your spatial gems. You don't offer them with both hands, grateful that you're finally useful to immortal seniors, and you actually can't part with them. You actually refuse them. Li Qingxian said, you guys can be really good. It's hard for an immortal senior to look at what we have in the Qiankuan realm. Only if you have a benefit tie with him will he take you guys to heart and look at you in a different light. Otherwise, why would they feed you? What benefits can you give him? Adults, they are all about interests. Good intentions can only maintain a momentary relationship. Only interest ties can lead to long-term cooperation, said Li Qingxian as he gave the three fallen creatures a meaningful look. And I wonder if you've lived so long that you've all gone to the belly of a dog and don't know the slightest thing about the human condition. Hearing Li Qingxian say this, the three fallen creatures came to a realization. Meanwhile, it's too late for regrets. I should have given Immortal Elder the benefit of the doubt just now. Hey, what are we skimping on? At the same time, he thought to himself, no wonder they say that humans are full of tricks. Li Qingxian and the others were able to think of these. Shocking. 030. The style of acting in Sunin's mind. Senior Immortal. This is our filial tribute to you. When Su Ning returned from his cultivation and everyone was eating, Li Qingxian and the Kunlun immortals and the others handed over all of the treasures they had scavenged from the fallen creatures to Su Ning. It is? Su Ning froze. Look at the smiling faces of the 9 villains, then look back at the faces of the 3 fallen creatures being fatally beaten. Instantly understood what was happening. Immortal Senior, don't be polite. This is all our filial honor to you. 9 of you robbed them, didn't you? Su Ning didn't pick up. It was evident that the good intentions of the 9 saints were such that as long as they wanted it, they would snatch it and dedicate it to themselves. But, Su Ning doesn't like this kind of forced approach. He had lost his family since he was a child, but he hadn't received too much malice from the world, so he wasn't psychopathic and didn't have that much of a dark side. Without parents, the eldest uncle's family took good care of him, just like family members. Not much difference. The village will not be like in the novels, mocking him and so on, but on the contrary, he is quite partial to care for him. In school, teachers and classmates are quite friendly, especially with Sui in love for 10 years. Although in the end, everyone broke up because of inappropriateness, but that girl did also give him a lot of places where the emotional vacancy, coupled with the mother-in-law's family's friendliness, so that Su Ning has actually been to maintain a quite normal heart, a quite normal person. It's rare for someone who grew up alone to have such an unsophisticated personality. A lot of people with backgrounds like Su Ning's end up either going astray, wasting their lives, or having twisted personalities, blackened personalities, or whatever. So, it's really surprising and hard for Su Ning to actually keep that emotion alive. Thank you very much for your mentality of looking out for me, but there's still no need to do that. It looks like we're being overbearing. Su Ning refused. Maybe in your immortal cultivation world the strong are honored and you can just grab whatever you want. But, I don't like it, at least not at the moment. This rule of the weak and the strong. Though the idea feels like it would be childish or called sanctimonious. But, Su Ning just doesn't like it. And not liking it is not liking it. Matters. It's all about a master liking it. If he doesn't like it, then he doesn't like it. Senior Immortal. The Kunlun Immortal looked at Su Ning and didn't know how to comment. It's okay to be nice, and you can be not nice, but you can't mock others for being nice one, much less stop them from being nice. Of course, this was just what the Kunlun fairy thought. Su Ning never felt that he was a good guy, or even that he was a good guy. In all things he seeks only a clear conscience. Just see if you like it. As for what he likes and what he doesn't like, it has to do with the education he has received over the years. Return it to them. Su Ning collected all of the treasures that the 9 saints had plundered and obtained, then tossed them in front of the 3 great fallen creatures. The 9 saints naturally had no opinion. Su Ning doesn't like it then. Their view of Su Ning is, once again, refreshed. This immortal senior. Not only was his cultivation powerful and possessed many territories and treasures, but he was also a good person. That's just fine. A lot more assurance for them to be able to survive here. With the character of an immortal elder, he definitely wouldn't just get them killed. Just, Li Qingxian and the Great Summer Imperial Lord and the others looked at each other in dismay. They think Su Ning is too honest. It's an easy loss. Both could see the helplessness in the other's eyes. Elder Immortal. There's a sentence that we don't know whether to ask or not. Inside, they actually wanted to enlighten Sunin a bit, to make Sunin selfish. Sometimes to practice is to be selfish, to compete with others, to compete with heaven and earth. What? Su Ning looked at them cautiously and felt that they were being too cautious. In fact, there was absolutely no need to be so cautious. That is, does Immortal Senpai often suffer in your world because of his personality? In my many years of experience, people who are too honest and too kind suffer easily. It's also often easy to not mix well. We don't feel that kindness is bad. We just feel that it's unfair for kindness. So sometimes, actually, immortal seniors can be appropriately selfish, said the Abyssal Demon Lord. Yes, as far as I know, in some immortal cultivation academies, the masters and teachers will teach everyone to be kind, to weed out the strong and help the weak, to have a heart for the world, to be kind to others, and so on. But apart from the academy, the Jianghu will use the actual situation to educate all the scholars that they must be dark-hearted, and that they must be hard-hearted in order to achieve anything. That said in the academy is the most childish, although I don't know if this is the case in Immortal Master's world, but I think, no matter what, it's still necessary to be a little bit selfish in order to be able to. Sometimes being dark can uphold justice. These people's words caused Su Ning to be stunned, somewhat of a trance. Yeah, the world is not like this. While in the school to teach others to be kind, to be cynical, how to treat others, but in addition to the school, that set does not work, as if that education is an ineffective education, when it is really ironic. It would be better to teach people to be treacherous and slanderous from the beginning. It turns out that in every world, this is the case. Of course, Suning is not the same as before. He is just asking for a clear conscience, but it does not mean that it is stupid. As can be seen from the game with Manager Wang, asking for a clear conscience and stupidity are two different things. Suning won't choose to smother the losses themselves. However, his own previous basic situation was indeed guessed by the Nine Saints. He himself has really been a social animal because of his personality. You can't do anything illegal, and you can't be ruthless about some of the pitfalls. Hey, it is said that people who are rich are ruthless and those who are trapped in love are soft-hearted. Probably why so many people don't get rich. Sunin doesn't feel like the character who can get rich. But, so what? In life, not every choice is right. Sometimes God gives you two answers, both of which may be wrong. And sometimes you don't necessarily need to pick the right answer. Choosing your favorite answer is also a right answer. Well, this is just an epiphany. High school personnel please automatically block. Thank you. So, Suning doesn't see any problem with his choice either. But I like it. I just have to like it. I can choose any kind of answer and do anything I can. The thoughts are clear in order to have a clear life. Su Ning replied faintly. He'd been through the ghost gate and had seen through a lot of things a long time ago. Hearing Su Ning's words, the Nine Saints were all stunned. It was like being struck by lightning. It's been a long time since I've heard back. Silently reminiscing. That's a quote that makes a lot of sense. They savored it. Expressions vary. I like. Thoughts are through and through. I only do what I love. I see. Many thanks to Immortal Elder for his guidance. Some of the depression in my heart actually got through. In the past, it was we who were too obsessed with gains and losses, with petty interests, and neglected to like. They all thought that the immortal seniors were overly kind. But in fact, they were overly see-through. Cultivation of immortality cultivates the passage of thoughts. We're overthinking it. It's still Immortal Senior who has insights. We are impressed. Li Qingxian arched his hand, sighing with emotion. The Nine Saints had wanted to enlighten Su Ning. 034. Third level of Qi refining. Although the Nine Saints had lived for many years and knew many ways of dealing with the world, it was often sometimes the plainest and most mundane words that would reach the point of shocking people. Returning to basics is a very simple phrase. But if you go extremely far on the path of immortal cultivation, it is again very difficult to truly reach the return to basics. Not to mention the old monsters who had lived for many years, or the mortals who had lived for just a few decades. Once they were in a high position, or in control of power, or in control of wealth, or in control of status, it would be very difficult to go back to the basics and keep the original heart. A lot of people lose what was meant to be a goal, a dream, even if you remember. But you just can't go back. I want to buy osmanthus flowers to carry wine with me, but I don't want to be like a teenager. Even if you go back again, you are not the person you once were. Can't get it back. So, the phrase back to basics is easy to say, but extremely difficult to do. Seeing Su Ning's appearance, the Nine Saints could sense sincerity. Doesn't look like a lie. Rather, it comes from the heart. So, they're the ones who look like they've been taught. Some things have to be said by some people to be useful. If these words were spoken by a Qinkuan realm cultivator, They might have scoffed because subconsciously they thought that in the entire Chinquan realm, they were the most powerful group of ascended masters. How dare you, a man of low status, try to educate us? Will we listen? And it's different when Suning says it. Suning was a real high achiever in their hearts. Immortals, they are convinced by Suning, so they think hard about it and accept it. Sometimes all it takes is one sentence for the thoughts to come through. A word from your people. Even if there are 1,000 sufferings, they will be solved. The other side. The three great fallen creatures were confused when they saw the treasures that had been thrown back by Suning. In fact, in the beginning there was a moment. They felt that Suning wanted to escape. Said on the surface that they did not want to, not to force people, but really secretly instructed the 9 saints to deliberately take by force, so as to gain a good reputation. But, the way Suning is now, it's clear that he's really talking the talk, saying that he won't force anyone to do anything. Humans, still have this kind of goodness? Immortals, and such good people? This giant must have suffered a lot in real life. Not selfish at all. How can this be? The minds of fallen creatures have always been somewhat darkened, but they are really giving things to Suning in good faith now. After listening to the analysis of the 9 sages, they found it particularly reasonable. It is necessary to have a good relationship with Suning and establish a tie of interest in order to survive with peace of mind. If one day Suning didn't want to keep them anymore, the little bit of old love would be gone. Elder Immortal, we figured out that things should have been given to you in the first place. Just take it. Black Unicorn said. Did they force you guys to say that? Don't worry. As long as I give the word, they won't force you anymore and rob you of your resources. You can take them back as much as you want. It's not like I, Suning, am a robber. Suning said. No, 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 no. They didn't force it. We volunteered. The Black Qilin hurriedly said, afraid that Suning wouldn't believe it. We've thought about this for a long time. What is this little thing compared to a mortal elder giving us a place to live and food to eat and drink? The Black Qilin said. You take it. We truly give it to you. Consider it our rent. And it can't always be a bother without you doing a little good. Black Unicorn said. Suning then wondered. One moment they were afraid that they would snatch it, and the next moment they were afraid that they wouldn't want it. This group of fallen creatures could really go back on their words. No need. You guys keep them. It's not like I have to have these things, or that I can't live without them. Suning said. Immortal seniors don't lack this little bit of goods. Hey, did our brains go down before or what? I can't believe I'm thinking of immortal seniors coveting our treasures. People are also just interested. The fallen creature regretted it. What do you say we skimp? It's really a small loss for a big loss. Senior Immortal, please accept this. This is our contribution to you. If you don't accept it, we can't sleep or eat. The 3 fallen creatures played their old tricks again. Hold on to Suning's thighs and don't let go. Suning, sometimes it's so strange. Something you desperately pursue always pushes it farther and farther away, always catching up. But if you're not interested anymore and you stop pursuing it, it's automatic again, sticking to you like craft candy, and you can't even pull it off if you want to. Life. I don't know what the fallen creatures said to the 9 saints, but they figured it out and had to give all the goodies they had on them to Suning. Suning was actually only interested in the space gems. He didn't really care about the rest. Under the bitter persuasion of the 3 great fallen creatures, Suning reluctantly chose something. The whole thing. Suning was feeling a little embarrassed. Seems like a whole hypocrisy for myself. Obviously said no and ended up getting it. But, let him be. The space gems are indeed interesting. Just 3, connected in the same space. Under the guidance of the 3 fallen creatures, Suning quickly learned how to use it. With his current cultivation level, he was considered to have entered the threshold of the world of immortal cultivation, eligible to use the mantle. Suning opened the space gem, found out that it's really just a 4x4 cubic space. It was said that when it was in the Chinquan realm, this thing was huge and immense, and when it reached the immortal realm, it shrunk in size, only about 3x3, but in Suning's hands, the space is actually up to a 4x4 and a whole lot bigger. Could it be that the area would be different for different people using it? Suning thought to himself. Probably so. Closed the storage space. For several days in a row, Suning went into the work of cultivating and removing inert substances from his body. As for the space gem, there was no use in giving it to him now, and soon the matter was put behind him, because aside from grocery shopping to store a few things, it seems like it really doesn't come in handy. We'll have to leave it in the crate for now. He was removing inert material faster and faster. To his surprise, as the amount of inert matter in his body decreased, his cultivation level was actually automatically super high. In less than a short week, he had reached the 2nd level of qi refining. So the existence of inert matter will hinder the increase in my cultivation realm? Suning came to a sudden realization. It took him 10 days to remove all the inert material, and on the 10th day, Su Ning realized that his cultivation level had, in fact, reached the 3rd level of qi refining. It's a huge surprise. Previously, Su Ning tired to run the immortal cultivation technique and cultivated for so long before the first layer of refining qi, causing him to think that he was a waste of material, and now he finally wanted you to understand that he was a normal person. And the reason why his progress was so slow was entirely due to the fact that inert substances were hindering his development. 3rd level of qi refinement. I wonder if my strength has grown to that realm on its own. It feels like a casual shake of my hand has the strength of several thousand pounds. Su Ning thought to himself. Moreover, the space of the space gem has also increased to 10 by 10 in size due to the increase in my cultivation. Su Ning felt all the values of his body growing. His speed, agility and so on, were incomparable. Now, it's really a bit of a cultivator, and I wonder how the cancer cells in my body are doing now. It stands to reason that the inert substances that one removes should be the virus of petrified disease. 035. I've gotten stronger, and bald, no, and handsome. Another trip to the hospital? Su Ning thought to himself, actually not caring about the petrified disease in his body because he was healthy. The disease in his body could not affect him in any way. He was just curious. Putting on her still decent clothes, Su Ning was ready to go to the city's hospital again. Ding, ding, ding. That's when the cell phone rang. Manager Wang? What else is he up to? Su Ning's sword brows were slightly raised, and his pair of dark eyes revealed some doubt. Didn't want to pick it up, but thinking about the fact that this guy had brought so much profit to himself not long ago, Su Ning took it anyway. Hello, this is Su Ning. What's up? Su Ning's angular jaw was cold and emotionless. Maybe he didn't even notice that after his cultivation was raised to the 3rd level of qi refining. Besides his figure becoming well proportioned and the muscles on his body like art when he took off his clothes, his height also went up a lot. Before it was about 1.73 meters, now at a glance, it was almost about 1.78 meters. Because of the superb proportions, it made him look like he wasn't even losing 1.80, and he should be about 1.81 when he puts on his shoes. Most of all, he's gotten handsome. The skin on the face is delicate and tight. The pores that appeared on the face before because of often staying up late, dullness, acne, etc., are gone, but instead has become a few healthy fairness, and the outline is also more handsome. A pair of eyes shining, very clear, hair black and thick, even without makeup. It's like a comic book movie coming out of the same. This was only the change in outward appearance. The change in his temperament after cultivating immortality was the biggest. There is always a kind of lightness out of the dust, not belonging to the world of the kind of, the sense of independence, talking all a little higher, all a little different. To summarize, handsome as hell, brother Ning. I've encountered some problems on my side and I need some help from you. I wonder if you have the time. Manager Wang said cautiously. After his last encounter with Su Ning, he has completely landed himself in a low position. Speaking became coy. It can't be helped. Who made him beg? A sunny smile appeared on Su Ning's face, the coolness and sunlight mingling, giving him a unique sense of charm. Help? No problem. Who let us be friends? As long as I can help, certainly help. But the price, said Su Ning. No problem. As long as brother Ning can help. The price, the usual rules. Manager Wang said cheerfully. Cool, not bad for a good friend. So what's your problem? Just have money. It's like this. We have a business plan about and Longxiang Group on our side. The general problem of Manager Wang is that their company has a cooperation with Longxiang Group and the business plan is delayed. Previously the two companies have cooperation. Just that business planner Su Ning is responsible for. So it is very easy to pass. And now Su Ning resigned. The company submitted the program has been repeatedly negated by the side. So Manager Wang thought of Su Ning. Longxiang Group. But it's a giant level company. Su Ning recalled that the reason why his former company was able to have the opportunity to go public was actually because he had hooked up with the Longxiang Group and established a stable cooperative relationship. This business plan should be quite important to Manager Wang. That's no problem. I remember I was in charge of this program before I resigned. I thought you guys had solved it a long time ago. Su Ning said. No problem is good. No problem is good. I knew brother Ning had a way. Let's do it this way. You write the program first. If it passes, I'll give you a payment from my side, or 100 times more than the market price. Manager Wang's voice on the other end of the phone was happy. Give after passing? Su Ning was visibly dissatisfied. No matter if it passes or not, that's what I've painstakingly written. You have to pay for it. I'm selling you the program, not taking the test in your place, Su Ning said. But, hearing this, Manager Wang hesitated. You have to give it whether it passes or not? It's a big risk. If it passes, that's fine. But if it doesn't, then the money's gone down the drain. If Manager Wang doesn't think it's appropriate, then he can completely refuse. Su Ning shrugged indifferently. He didn't have to make that amount of money. As he said, he is selling an item. It's like you ordered an item from me. I worked hard to make it for you, and you say you don't like it anymore. So you don't pay for it, right? So what's my hourly rate? Besides, I'm not forcing you. Su Ning doesn't feel guilty at all about squeezing his former company. Manager Wang thought for a long time. Su Ning wasn't in a hurry, so he waited. Good. Just follow you. Manager Wang clenched his teeth and said, Su Ning has been in charge of this program for the longest time, and he is also the one who has done the most projects for Long Xiang Group. Should know each other's preferences. But Brother Ning, you have to promise that you absolutely can't work perfunctorily. You must take this project seriously. This project is really very important to me. Manager Wang was betting that he was out of options. Otherwise he wouldn't have found Su Ning here. That's natural. You still can't trust my character? Su Ning said easily. Believe. I naturally believe in your character. Manager Wang said. Other than that, he still recognized Su Ning's character. They say honest people are good bullies and good people. Otherwise they wouldn't have bullied Su Ning for so long back then. The old rules? Su Ning asked. The usual rules. Manager Wang said. Then hang up. I'll start writing when you transfer the money. Su Ning said. Hang up the phone. Ding. PayPal arrived. $350,000. Manager Wang is pretty quick. In the past to send a paycheck have to drag a long time. Now hit a few 100,000 like playing. That broken company is not no money. Su Ning said. Then turn on the computer. Send the business plan that you have done before in your company and about this project to Manager Wang. Su Ning had been working on this project for the last moments of his resignation, and actually got it all done, only to resign later. I didn't get a chance to delete these after I quit. I didn't realize that these old things could bring in an income. At the same time, Su Ning also lamented, which is still working in the former company. On this program submitted out there is nothing he did, and now out. Did not expect to hand a programmer so valuable. It's true that capital is quite unreasonable in squeezing employees. That's good? Manager Wang was a bit surprised. Actually, it was done at the company. I just didn't have time to turn it in. Su Ning didn't hide it. Manager Wang. He was speechless. You actually spent money on a program that was originally owned by your own company? It still cost 35W. This kind of feeling who understands? Family. It's really heartbreaking. Any questions? That's it if there's no problem. Su Ning said. Naturally, there is no problem. Manager Wang casually skimmed through Su Ning's business plan, and to his eyes, it was an excellent business plan. He couldn't help but feel emotional when he saw such an excellent business plan. If only Su Ning was still in their company. It's just a shame this one isn't with the company anymore. How could he have been so stupid in the first place that he would let such a talent go? Bullying such a talent? At the risk of asking, Brother Ning, have you found a job yet? If not, back to our company and I'll offer you a high salary. Manager Wang asked. Base salary. 1 million a year. Usual projects give you the corresponding commission, and year-end bonuses. Don't. No need. I think our current partnership is quite good. Su Ning immediately refused. Just kidding. And go back to that damn company to get their blood sucked? And go back to the same old life? Don't be ridiculous. Why should I? I'm living a free life now. It's fine. I'll get off first if there's nothing else. After Su Ning finished speaking, he directly put his cell phone into his pocket and walked towards the city. 036. Interested in adding to medical unemployment? That's definitely not of interest. Downtown hospital. The old doctor looked at Su Ning's examination report and once again fell into deep thought. This. It wasn't the first time he had shown this ghost-like expression. Su Ning is not surprised. What's the problem? Big problem. The old doctor lost his temper. The old bark-like wrinkles on his face became even more profound, and a pair of dusky eyes that blossomed with a light that not even decades of presbyopia could block. The mottled hand pointed to the inspection report. Comparison of information between the two times. Your last illness was so severe that by all rights you should have had a short life. But you are healthy. Excessively healthy. And it baffles me. The old doctor did not know how to express himself. And this time? You're healthier this time. The old doctor said. Su Ning, what kind of talk is that? Is it my fault if I'm overly healthy? It's not good? Su Ning asked rhetorically. This is certainly a good thing. But I realize that you're too healthy here. Even the diseased cells in your body are gone. But the abnormal functions that came with it are still there. By all rights. After these abnormal functions are out of balance, they'll also cause harm to your body. But they're not there. So, I'm surprised. the old doctor said. Sunin, I'm healthy, you're surprised. And also absolutely. It's good that you're not sick. Sunin nodded, knowing what was going on with his body. At least now the cancer cells in my own body are sort of solved. Although he had known that such a day would come, there was still some emotion in his heart when this day arrived. Once the first time he learned that he was terminally ill, his whole life suddenly grayed out and completely hit rock bottom. That kind of despair is now palpable when he thinks about it. Even knowing that it was possible to fix this stuff after he cultivated immortality, the disease had always been a sticking point in his mind. Now that I know there's no problem, a big stone in my heart has fallen to the ground. For a short period of time, but Suning felt like he had spent 2 lives, perhaps, as the old man said. Only when one has experienced life and death will one know what it means to live. If it's fine, I won't bother you, doctor, with your treatment. I'm leaving. Suning intended to take his leave. Alas, little brother, don't be in a hurry. I have something to discuss with you. The changes in your body may be of significant help to us in attacking the petrified disease. Do you have any interest in contributing a sacred power to the great medical cause? The old doctor asked in a hurry. Sorry, not interested. Suning spread his hands. He knew what his body was like because of it. The secret of cultivating immortality. He wasn't going to announce it at the moment. If he was exposed too early, with the greedy character of some people, he would not end up too well. There are not many people in this world who have the right, money and power to die, and it is normal for them to jump over the wall when they are really forced to do so by desperate people. Furthermore, although he currently possessed a cultivation level of the 3rd level of chi refining, which greatly increased his physical quality, but in the face of modern technology, one still hasn't done the winning. I'm afraid that in the future, this hospital, I'll have to come less often. Suning looked at the old doctor and said. Fortunately, the old doctor didn't dwell on it too much. Just a word of pity and no more action. As the clinical years of the old doctor, he has seen a lot of strange things to go. So naturally, will not hold Suning not put. This is not writing a novel. More not acting in the movie. Could the old doctor still find a little abnormal? Animalistic. Targeting the protagonist. Contacting so-and-so rich or powerful second generation and so on. To force Suning to contribute his body for their research. And then Suning beat up the little one to the old one. And so on. Infinite sets of children to pretend. And finally Suning ascended to the top of the world. And then wrote down his experience and compiled it into a $20 million novel to be published? How is this possible? The old doctor was just a general practitioner. He didn't have that many contacts. Plus, his usual work already kept him busy. How could he have time to mess around with this? His biggest dream is not to contribute to the cause of human medicine, but more to think about going home early from work to hug his grandchildren. That's the human condition. Reality, not fiction, much less a movie. Next, Sunin excused himself, and the old doctor called the next patient in line to prepare for medical attention. Suning was just about to push the door to leave when he saw 2 old men enter. Both are probably around 60 to 70 years old. Probably because of the heart failure, then the average person looks even more pale. Gray hair. At first glance thought that there are 80 or 90. Most notably, these 2 people. Suning seemed somewhat familiar. Seems like I've seen it somewhere. Suning looked at it a few more times, but still couldn't remember. When the 2 old men entered the door for medical treatment and exited themselves, Sunin remembered only when he slapped his thigh. Ah, remember. I remember. There. Jiang Xiaotao's parents. I said, why does it look so familiar? Sunin recalled these 2 old men with whom he had not had many encounters. Only one, to be exact. Jiang Xiaotao was his college classmate. A delicate, thin, very sunny, very pretty girl who likes to wear a single ponytail, has bright eyes and 2 dimples on her face when she smiles. Moreover, she was particularly cheerful and loved to laugh. And Sunin still remembers her dimpled smile vividly. The girl bar. Ahem. Okay. The reason why Sunin is so excited. Because once upon a time, this girl had a crush on herself. Or the kind that lasted 4 years. In Suning's memory, the girl who liked to smile very much and had dimples on her face had been secretly observing herself. Watching from afar when she played soccer. Watching from the back seat when she studied. That look. Full of love. Suning had always known that there was such a person. And also knew her heart. But it was a pity that at that time he was with Sui and could only pretend not to know. And Jiang Xiaotao never seemed to have poked and prodded this relationship from the beginning to the end. The 2 hadn't been alone together for 4 years of college. And after graduation, they never saw each other again. Hey, things are different, Sunin lamented. The reason why he remembers the 2 old men is that by chance, the 2 old men went to the school to look for Jiang Xiaotao, and the family of 3 ate together, and was bumped into by Suning, who greeted them generously and ate in the cafeteria. That's all. I didn't realize that again this year. It's today. Sunan wanted to say hello before leaving. After all, he was an acquaintance. Your partner's illness. It's a petrochemical disease and it's terminally ill. There's not much time left. Hey, there's nothing I can do. Do whatever you want with the time you have left. This is too much of a coincidence, isn't it? Suning didn't realize that Zhang Xiaodao's dad actually had the same disease as himself. LOL. Not long after the ward opened, and out of it came two old men with hearts of stone. Suning looked at that desperate look, as if he had been himself in the first place, without any life in him. I'm sorry, wifey. I can't stay with you. The old man didn't care about his own illness, but was worried about the wifey beside him. Guiltily, he touched his wife's head. It's okay. The old woman forced herself to hold back her tears, but they couldn't stop falling. She wasn't worried about the loneliness that would come with the loss of her partner, but rather her partner's health. These two old people. It's heartbreaking. AI. Terminal illnesses do make people despair. Suning shook his head helplessly. He understood the sentiment. Gathering his wits, he stepped forward trying to sound as relaxed as possible. Hello aunts and uncles, do you remember me? You are? The two old men had apparently long forgotten. I'm Zhang Xiaodao's classmate. We had dinner together in college, Suning said. The two old men instantly remembered such a thing. In the university they had eaten with only one person. Even if they had momentarily forgotten Suning's appearance, they could still remember this incident. So it's you? It's been a long time. By the way, you came to this hospital to see a doctor as well? The old man was extraordinarily happy to see Suning. It's true that there's a little bit of a minor illness, Suning said. It's rare to see each other. And seeing that we're also at the hotel, the hospital cafeteria should be open. Or else let's have a meal together and we'll have a good chat, the old man proposed. Okay. Suning didn't refuse. For these two old men, Suning still has a relatively good feeling. When the university first contact with them, Suning felt that they are a pair of simple old man. Good old man. 037. Goodbye Zhang Xiaodao. Meeting Zhang Xiaodao's parents, Suning was very emotional. Some people turn around and don't realize how many years have passed since they met again, while others turn around for a lifetime. There are a lot of middle school and high school classmates to this day. People who never saw each other again after graduation, even if they were all just from one small town. The last day is an unusual summer day. At first we just easy to say goodbye, and as usual out of the classroom just thinking, and other days no difference. In fact, out of the classroom the moment the gears of fate has begun to turn, so that some people never see some people. Zhang Xiaotao and Suning never saw each other again after graduation, and no contact with Sui. Suning deliberately kept a distance from all members of the opposite sex, especially in relationships like this one where there were still some special emotions, which Suning avoided even more. That's why after the breakup, Suning realized that his world was small, so small that he didn't even have a friend of the opposite sex, so small that from the beginning to the end, there was only one woman involved in his life, Sui. This is also the greatest loyalty that Suning has given to Sui, and it is also considered to be the greatest sincerity to that youthful relationship. Of course, the current Suning couldn't care less about that. It was really hard when we first broke up, but now, there are some waves, but it's more of a relief. Maybe coming back from the dead has given him more inner peace. Had dinner with Zhang Xiaodao's parents in the hospital cafeteria. The food in the hospital cafeteria is not luxurious, but it is absolutely nutritious and healthy, with less oil and salt, which is better than some big restaurants outside. The key is not too expensive. During the period, Suning did not ask Zhang Xiaodao's father's condition. Everything he knew. Suning more talk and laugh with the two old men. Cared for. It's probably been a long time since I'd been this relaxed. The sadness on the two old men's faces diminished a bit and they were willing to put on a smile. Suning was like a big sunny boy, especially with that evolved brushed face that made people feel good. And the little nurses who met couldn't help but sneak one more glance. If you didn't know better, you'd think the big star had run out. Suning casually chatted with the two old men and gave Zhang's father a massage. When he was leaving, Suning left in a big way, urging the two old men to rest and get well and so on. The two old men did not expect, in any case, that Suning had taken the opportunity to remove most of the inert substances from his body in between massages for Su's father, stealing his cure. Suning didn't make a big show of showing off or taking credit for it, and when it was done, he didn't let anyone notice and just slipped away. There are things that he does when he wants to, for the sake of not pretending to be shocking or anything like that either. He doesn't even need the gratitude of others. To do so is simply that he is willing. Looking at Suning's back as he left in a big way, Zhang Xiaodao's parents were in a trance. Hey, is this the person our daughter used to keep in her heart? Mother Zhang was out of her mind for a while. I was saying at first why that kid Zhang Xiaotao was so obsessed with a crush. but it turns out, he's so good. In my place, I'd be obsessed. Mother Jiang was obviously completely overwhelmed by Suning. That's a standard good son-in-law, do you think? If our little Peach was there, would it? Hey! The two men let out a sigh. The conversation between the two old men was naturally inaudible to Suning. After doing those things, Sunan pressed on. For him, it's just a show of hands. Having reached the third level of chi refining, his control over his aura had reached an astonishing level, and clearing the impurities of an ordinary person's diseased body was easy and quick. He skips around the city to get a car. It is quite inconvenient as it takes a lot of effort to travel to the county or township every time. It's nice to buy a car. Currently he has several $100,000 in his pocket. In this kind of small county, not to mention the car, or a suite is enough. In the past, if he had so much money, he would have been very happy. Nowadays, I don't know whether it's because Suning has experienced life and death and looked at many things too lightly, or because of the cultivation of immortality. He doesn't have so much of an obsession with this thing called money. The same is true for cars and houses. The car is fine for transportation. The room, a small bungalow in the countryside, is quite nice. Once dreamed of buying a county house. Now let him live for free, he is not willing. Went to the motor court and bought a Wuling Honda SUV. Leathery and durable. It's only a few tens of thousands of dollars. It takes some time to get the paperwork down. Suning took the opportunity to look back at the city. Elementary and junior high school he went to in the township, and high school was in this small county. There are many memories of him here. Seeing many people passing by in the same school uniforms as he remembered. Suning would also be in a trance, dreaming back to high school. But when I look at the innocent faces of those people, I feel a lot more distance. Not after all. Junior. Walking to some groves, Suning inevitably remembered the scenes he had with Sui. He smiled lightly, reviewing his story like an outsider in waves. Ha! Why? Does it always feel like someone is following me? This emotion was strong in Suning. When he came out of the hospital, he kept feeling like someone was following him behind. And when he looked back he came up empty. His agility was horrible now, and he could detect someone following him at first glance. Perhaps it's an illusion? Looking at the time, Suning himself was very late and it was slightly dark. Getting ready to drive back to the motor city, Suning turned his head, and a familiar silhouette stood under the last sliver of sunset. A slender, thin frame with a single ponytail, 2 dimples, and a simple denim outfit. Despondent looked at Suning. Jiang Xiaotao? Suning froze. Unbelievable. It's still really Jiang Xiaotao. Jiang Xiaotao also froze, staring blankly at Suning. 4 eyes. Jiang Xiaotao pointed at Suning and then pointed at herself. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be at the hospital taking care of your parents? Suning inquired. Jiang Xiaotao was still incredulous. You were talking to me? Looking at Suning with her little mouth open, sure that Suning was talking to herself. Her big eyes fluttered and twinkled with light. Suning blankly glanced at Jiang Xiaotao and said in a nonchalant manner, Nonsense. If I'm not talking to you, am I talking to a ghost? Jiang Xiaotao, why aren't you with your parents? Suning asked again. The touchy-feely meeting between the two had left Suning a little disoriented. This was, after all, the girl who had felt such emotions towards him in the first place. And actually, Suning had a good impression of her. If not for Sui, maybe there would have been a lot more stories. Oh, I wanted to come and thank you. Wanted to come and say thank you in person. Jiang Xiaotao nodded, relieved in her heart, and although her eyes were still in a trance, with a somewhat disbelieving look, she still answered Suning's words. Thank you for saving my dad. Jiang Xiaotao said sincerely. It's all a matter of lifting a hand. It's not enough to mention. No need to thank you. Suning waved his hand. For you it's a small thing. For us, it's a big life-saving thing. I can't thank you enough. Jiang Xiaotao had a heart of gratitude. So naturally, she wouldn't really not take it seriously just because Suning said that she didn't need to thank her. Her eyes, full of gratitude. Of course, besides wanting to thank you in person, there's also a smell on you that makes me feel good, and I couldn't help but follow it. Jiang Xiaotao said. Suning. It was Suning's turn to be embarrassed. He didn't expect the once introverted Jiang Xiaotao to actually speak so directly now. Suning couldn't resist and wanted to pull away from the topic, but when he scrutinized Jiang Xiaotao's body, he suddenly found a serious problem. 038. Jiang Xiaotao's request. Suning frowned, staring at Jiang Xiaotao's body. Look up and down. What's wrong? For the first time, Jiang Xiaotao was looked at like this by Suning, and her small face, which was only the size of a palm, slightly flushed, and her eyes, which were under her long eyelashes, lowered, like a shy little lady. After watching it for so many years, those abnormal emotions in her heart towards Suning hadn't disappeared. Jiang Xiaotao couldn't look Su Ning in the eye. Your body, transparent? Su Ning could not believe his eyes a little. Rubbed it, sure it was right. Jiang Xiaotao's body, slightly transparent, could see the scene behind her. It's not serious to be transparent, but this is a weird situation. Jiang Xiaotao nervously lowered her head. No, not only is your body transparent, I can't detect your heartbeat. Even your body has no temperature. No, your body, it doesn't exist at all. The more Su Ning observed, the more he came up with a truth that shocked him out of his wits. I'm sorry, I won't harm you. Don't be afraid, I really won't harm you. If you're afraid, then I can leave right away. Jiang Xiaotao explained in a panicked and confused manner. A pair of beautiful eyes were pitiful. She really didn't want to scare Sunan. So, you really, said Sunan after a pause without going on. As he spoke, the last sliver of the setting sun fell and the sky darkened completely, while Jiang Xiaotao's body solidified a few points. It wasn't that Sunan was afraid. With his own strength now, he could be slapped to death with a slap in the face as far as the likes of Jiang Xiaotao were concerned. She's weaker than even a normal person. More than anything else, Su Ning found it interesting, not realizing that there were things in this world that were difficult to explain with science. There was a car accident at the last class reunion, explained Jiang Xiaotao. Car accident. Su Ning once again looked Jiang Xiaotao up and down, and indeed, it was exactly the same as the clothes she wore during the class reunion. Su Ning graduated from the class group deleted, and did not participate in any reunion. Always feel that it is not interesting. Not as much as more money dependable, but there are still a number of classmates' contact information. He has seen in some of his classmates in the circle of friends of the last classmates' reunion photos. It's been 2 or 3 years since the last reunion, right? Su Ning lamented that he didn't realize that Jiang Xiaotao had 3 years ago. Hey, life is impermanent. 3 years ago, after the graduation party, everyone dispersed and Jiang Xiaotao took a taxi home, where he was run over by a big truck on the way. She didn't know how she got home after the accident. And after a long time of being a mess, it was months before she was sober. She has been at her parents' side most of the time. Unlike before, it seemed that no one in the world could see her, except for Su Ning. Yes, I should have thought of that. Su Ning tapped his head. The fact that I saved your parents is something that no one would even know about. And the fact that you know about it means that you're not normal in the first place. After coming out of the hospital, I've been feeling that someone is following me. And if that feeling is correct, it should be you. Su Ning reacted. The reason he could see Jiang Xiaotao must be because of the cultivation of immortality. Do you have any plans or anything you want to do next? Su Ning asked. The only thing I can't let go of is my mom and dad. Jiang Xiaotao's heart was desolate. I know it's troublesome, but, Su-san, could you, please do me a favor? She was quick to explain. I know you don't owe me anything, and you can choose not to help, but I really can't help it. She was helpless. We are all classmates. No need to be polite. Su Ning didn't feel troubled. You can tell me if you have any favors to do. One classmate. What's more, Jiang Xiaotao was a person he had quite a good feeling about. Can you please help me take out the money I've saved for my parents? It's all I can do for them. That's it? No problem. Su Ning agreed in one bite. It's not just a favor to get money. I'll pick up the car from the forest store and get it for you. Thank you. Thank you. Jiang Xiaotao didn't know what she could say other than that. No need to thank you. Su Ning waved her hand. They're all classmates. Jiang Xiaotao and Su Ning went to the forest store together to pick up the car. The forest store had all the paperwork done a long time ago. Su Ning just pulls the car right out. Along the way, Jiang Xiaotao kept following Su Ning. Of course, along the way, no one seemed to be able to see Jiang Xiaotao's special existence except for Su Ning. Follow Jiang Xiaotao's instructions. Su Ning found an obsolete bank card, entered the code at the ATM and withdrew all $30,000 or so from the card. Normally this kind of card can't be accessed over the counter, but it can be withdrawn if it's at an ATM. The process was smooth. After taking the money, Su Ning drove his own Wuling Hongguan to Jiang Xiaotao's home. Moonlight is good. In addition to Jiang Xiaotao's increasingly ghastly face in the back seat of the car, and the long, dark, thick hair, not to mention, it's a bit of a bluff when you occasionally look in the rearview mirror. If not so, someone's psychological quality is not bad, plus the cultivation of immortal attributes to add. This thing absolutely can make people cardiac arrest. I'm sorry, once night comes, especially after late night, my face looks a bit strange. I can't control it. Jiang Xiaotao shyly lowered her head. I'm afraid that Su Ning is disgusted. This shy look, even creepier. It's fine. I think you are still quite pretty and nice. Su Ning smiled. Hard boasts belong. But Jiang Xiaotao was happy. Really? It's really not scary? Jiang Xiaotao's eyes lit up as she repeated the question. She was shocked the first time she saw herself like this in the mirror. I didn't realize that Su Ning actually thought it was okay. She was quite happy inside. Really? Su Ning said. As a quality young person in society, she would never discriminate against people just because they looked horrible. After all, people are girls too. You can't tell her to her face that she's horrible, can you? Great. It's good that I didn't scare you. Jiang Xiaotao was happy from the bottom of her heart. Grinning. That grin matched her expression. She was indeed happy, but just the way it was drawn. Really? Let's put it this way. Any screenshot could be a straight-up horror movie cover. It's just Su Ning. Anyone else would have to absolutely piss themselves. The two were talking and laughing. The picture is incongruous. It's just as well that no one could have seen this strange scene, or else their scalp would have absolutely gone numb. They go round and round. Turned up in the city in an old neighborhood. Su Ning followed the instructions and parked in front of a walk-up building. The ground was pitted and filled with sewage. Su Ning got out of the car and carefully avoided the potholes under the streetlights. As for Jiang Xiaotao by his side, he naturally ignored the potholes. My house is on the 4th floor, Jiang Xiaotao said. Good. Su Ning nodded. Leads a black plastic bag and climbs up to the 4th floor. The height of the 4th floor was not a problem at all for Su's current physical strength. Thanks. Jiang Xiaotao exited again. She had nothing to say but thank you, and with all the gratitude in her heart, she didn't know how to repay it. And Su Ning doesn't take it seriously. No harm, no foul. Chapter 39, A Visit to Papa Kong and Mama Kang's home. It's an old rundown midtown area with a lot of history and no elevator. The hygiene wasn't too bad, but the whole building reeked of stale mold. Stairs are also concrete cement plaster. Was stepped on smooth. Handrail is rusty. And then be up and down the disc to disc. Are wrapped in rusty pulp stainless steel pipe material. On the walls, there are cobwebs as well as old dust. And all sorts of small advertisements that cover the old with the new. Such as drain cleaning, locksmithing, men's hospital advertising, as well as all sorts of fancy, at first glance, fairy-colored ads in mango colors and so on. It must be a fairy tale. Where else would there be 188 student girls? No way. Ahem. It could be that I was a student 30 years ago, but now. Unspeakable. Off topic. Back to the main topic. Most of these old and dilapidated houses in the city are only inhabited by the elderly, or by people from outside the country who are working here and are shy of money. Otherwise no one would want to live in this old, run-down house. Climbing up to the 4th floor in a single breath was not an effort. Jiang Xiaotao's home. A street teacher purely hand-welded large iron door, brushed with green paint, due to the age of the old, and did not put on a new paint. Green paint color? The door of the rust also began to emerge. Knock knock knock. Su Ning rapped on the iron gate. He didn't mind this kind of place. Instead, there were a few moments of nostalgia. It's not like I've never lived in a big city before. Who? It took half a day of knocking before an old voice came from inside the door. There wasn't much passion in the voice. It's as if you've been beaten down by life for too long and are physically and mentally exhausted in that state. It's Jiang Xiaotao's mom. It's me, Auntie Jiang. We met at the hospital today. I'm Jiang Xiaotao's classmate, Su Ning. Su Ning opened his mouth. A familiar voice penetrated the house, and the owner of that tired voice seemed more than a little alive. LOL. First, there was the sound of the chains unlocking and the wooden door opening. Then there was the sound of the iron door being pushed open. Seeing Su Ning, some joy surfaced on Jiang Xiaotao's mom's face. Ning, is it really you? Come on, come inside and sit down. Auntie will pour you tea. Jiang Xiaotao's mom greeted her warmly, with a hint of sunshine on her melancholy face. Over the years, with the death of my daughter and because my partner is terminally ill, the number of people who have come to my door has been almost non-existent. Sometimes you don't see a living person visit for a year and a half. They didn't think to ask for anyone's help, and they didn't want to involve anyone. But there were still people who were afraid of being stuck with them. There was nothing Jiang Xiaotao's parents could do about it. Of course, wouldn't blame anyone. In this world, would there be no hardships? Anyone has difficulties, and can understand those who do. Auntie, this is some fruit and drinks I bought on the way over. Not much stuff. Don't mind. Door-to-door visits. Basic politeness Su Ning understood. On the way here, he stopped to buy a couple bags of fruit, bananas, apples, oranges and whatnot, and milk and eggs at the kiosk. You've come all the way here. What kind of gift are you bringing? Jiang Xiaotao's mom smiled. Auntie is more than happy. How could she mind? Come in and sit. Jiang Xiaotao's mom accepted Su Ning's gift while pulling him into the house. Usually a gift like fruit and milk is not something someone would refuse, and will take it for you right at the door. As a courtesy, enter the door. Su Ning was a bit surprised. Originally, He thought that Jiang Xiaodao's mom and dad's successive catastrophes and difficult living situation would make the entire home a mess. But in fact, it wasn't. This home was cleaned up and elegantly decorated. It's like the 90s, the bookstores of the rich in town, the homes of professors and teachers. The house was furnished with many bookshelves, on which were many yellowed books, and a desk. On the desk there was even a vase of flowers, in which there was a bouquet of pure white wildflowers. Confucius. This flower is not precious. It can be found everywhere on the roadside, and the vase is so plain that it is not estimated to cost more than $10. Parlor, kitchen, balcony. It's all clean. The balcony also has many small pots of various flowers, succulents mainly, a cozy little nest. It's amazing that there are places like this, like a paradise, in the middle of an old rundown town. The things in the room, including the paintings and calligraphy, and the many furnishings were not luxurious. They were plain, but under the desperate situation, still have this attitude to life, which makes Suning admire. Mother Jiang took the things into the kitchen and said as she walked, "Old man, Suning is here. You entertain him. I'll go to the kitchen and wash a fruit for you guys, and by the way, I'll make a pot of tea for you guys, so you can have a good chat." Ning? Papa Jiang was writing furiously in front of his bookcase. Come, see how well I write this? Holding a brush in his hand and wearing thick black framed glasses, Papa Jiang looks like a calligraphy expert. He turned out to be a high school teacher, loved to read and study learning and then calligraphy. Sunin stepped forward. It's written on the bookcase, the Lanting preface. That calligraphy and painting is written with vigor. The strokes are sinuous and undulating, and the dragons are flying. However, the strokes hide the sharpness of the brush, round and natural. It's like the humility of a master. And indeed it is. Sunin felt like it just by looking at it. It was more comfortable than many of the calligraphy masters he had seen. The masters of the Calligraphy Association. Right. The word. It's like Papa Ginger. Inside, but humble and courteous. Despite the catastrophe, you can be as spontaneous as you want to be. Positive. His calligraphy is different from Wang Shiji. There is no copy of Wang Shiji's meaning. Is their own spontaneity and right? How comfortable how to come. Want to write how to write. Words are like people. Su Ning couldn't help but lament. The writing. It's so good. Oh, Papa Jiang was in a happy mood when he heard someone praising him, and his brows were all smiles. Xiao Ning still knows calligraphy? Don't get it, confessed Sunin. When I was in college, I was exposed to calligraphy appreciation and the like, but what I learned was just skin deep, not to mention understanding. Even getting started has not yet been achieved. Sincerely, Papa Ginger nodded. Loved the attitude of Suning. After carefully sizing up Su Ning for a few moments, he couldn't help but like it, thinking, this person is very good, very much to my liking. No wonder that girl Xiao Tao is infatuated with him. And what makes the words good? Papa Ginger said, and he asked casually. Uncle John's pen power is strong. The basic skills of the strokes have been pure. There is no way to advance. And the first element of the calligrapher is to eat the basic strokes thoroughly before talking about innovation. Some people are not even purely familiar with the basic strokes. Talk about innovation. Innovation out, but also just an ugly book. A master is only a master if he is able to innovate when he is skilled in basic strokes. And in fact, innovation is not as innovative as it sounds. Throughout the ages, how many of them have been able to form their own schools? The concealed style of Emperor Huizong of the Song dynasty, the regular style of Ouyang Sun, and Zhang Su, the representative of cursive script in Tang dynasty, who is also known as the three masters of Li Bai and others. Which one of them did not innovate to form his own style only when his basic skills could not be improved? And throughout the ages, how many of them can really serve as a benchmark? Sunin paused. There are only a few who will remain in history. Many people think of themselves as becoming a school type of calligraphy, not really calligraphy, but ugly calligraphy, trying to get attention with a new and different font. With all due respect, Uncle John's calligraphy is not up to the point where it can stand shoulder to shoulder with Wang Shiji, Song Huizong, and the like. But your calligraphy, however, is also superior to many so-called masters, and your words are like your person. Su Ning still spoke. To have a dry chest, but to hide your sharpness. This is your nature, humility. The strokes are thick, each character connected meticulously, and this is the importance you place on calligraphy, seriousness. The overall structure of the calligraphy, sad, but not intermittent, suggests that you have suffered a great deal, but remain positive, yearning for the sun to shine, which is hope. With every word Su Ning said, Kang's father's eyes lit up. In this world, oh no, the entire history of China, there are very few calligraphers who have formed their own school of calligraphy, and taking a step back, those who are able to integrate their own emotions into their calligraphy and express them. there are not many of them either. So, this is a good piece of work, even if we look at the entire world. I wouldn't dare to say it's absolutely unique, but it's definitely the best. Jiang Father's other calligraphy works, Su Ning has also seen, hanging in the room quite a lot. Indeed also well written, but such as this piece on the bookcase at the moment. But it is quite a bit worse, most likely. This is the best piece of work of the father of Jiang. Give him another go at writing, and he won't necessarily be able to write it. It's like when Wang Shiji wrote the Lanting preface. He was just thinking of recording it casually and then excerpting it the next day. After he woke up the next day, no matter how he wrote it, he couldn't write that kind of good book anymore. And even his life's calligraphy didn't reach that high level anymore. Good, good, good. Papa Kong said 3 good words in a row, eyes glowing. He was indeed most pleased with this piece. Fong came home. He felt unprecedented warmth. His body is no longer as difficult as before. There is a kind of resurgence of emotions. So he put up his pen to execute the book. Spontaneous. I did not expect to write a piece of work that he was most satisfied with. He thought no one understood this emotion. And Sunin actually saw it at a glance. A confidant. Xiao Ning, you still say you don't know calligraphy? This insight of yours is much more insightful than many calligraphers I know, and I won't lie to you. You're still the first person to speak to my heart. Papa John's heart was happy. If you weren't a classmate of Jiang Xiaotao's, I'd want to be an oblivious brother to you. Implication, I'd like to worship you now, but unfortunately you're my daughter's classmate. Sunin, this. Actually, it's not necessary. I just said it off the top of my head. I might have inadvertently guessed Uncle John's thoughts only. I don't have that high of an appreciation for calligraphy. Kong Xiaotao, the horror face that's been floating in the air. A speechless face. But when she saw how happy Papa Kong was, she followed suit. Dad, it's been a long time since I've been this genuinely happy. Su Ning. Thank you. Su Ning. Jiang Xiaotao whispered. Su Ning shrugged. You're welcome. Ginger Dad? What? What do you mean? You're welcome? Nothing. No need to thank, definitely not to Papa Jiang, but to Jiang Xiaotao. Seeing that she had said something inexplicable, Su Ning was embarrassed and hurriedly pulled away from the topic. By the way, Uncle Jiang, how are you feeling physically? Are you alright? It's good. Since I ran into you at the hospital today, I'm probably in a much better mood, and now I feel better physically. You're really a blessing to me, Papa Jiang said. Words are not enough. Su Ning smiled. What are you two masters talking about? So happy. Come over and have some tea and fruit. Mother Jiang came out from the kitchen to work, smiling and carrying fruit and tea. Ning, come, let's have tea together. Papa Jiang made a gesture of invitation. Good. Su Ning and Papa Jiang left the study area and went to the living room for tea. It says it's a den, but it's actually connected to the living room. It's just a book on one side and a meal on the other. This is how the average home is set up, with no separate room for a study. The 3 of them talked to each other. Jiang Father and Jiang Mother many times lamented that if Jiang Xiaotao was still alive, if Su Ning could be their son-in-law, how good it would be. This man, delightful. It's no wonder that even after he broke up with Suyi's parents still like him. Papa Jiang and Mama Jiang were very enthusiastic and showed Su Ning around the house after tea. Jiang Xiaotao's room. What made Su Ning feel emotional was, this little ninny had actually been treasuring bits and pieces of her relationship with herself. Photographs. And some of the things she had used. Some of the little gifts she had given her. Quite a few of them she had forgotten about. And she actually treasured them all in her room. Kang's mom even joked, if Kong Xiaotao hadn't died, maybe they could have been a family. Su Ning also didn't expect that Jiang Xiaotao would use her feelings for herself so deeply. Su Ning was surprised. While listening to Kang's mom talking about Jiang Xiaotao's words, sometimes dreaming of calling Su Ning's name and such, he smiled and nodded his head, while Jiang Xiaotao, who had been floating in the air, had a large reddish color on her horrible face at the moment. It is said that a young girl's red face is worth countless words of confession, but Jiang Xiaotao's red face was terrifying. It's even more terrifying than before. If someone were to accidentally suddenly be able to see her, they would probably instantly die of a heart attack. After the family chat, Su Ning took out the main thing that Jiang Xiaotao requested him to do. Uncle and aunt, this is the money that Jiang Xiaotao's classmates deposited with me before. Before I never heard from you guys, so I couldn't pay back the money. And today when I met, finally I can pay back the money. I'm really sorry for being in arrears for so long. What is this for? Papa Kong and Mama Kong rushed to stop it. Xiao Ning, you don't have to give us any money. Don't think we don't know. If she lent you money, how could you have dragged it out for so long? With your character, you would have paid it back a long time ago. This is something you saw as our two old mouths being pitiful, and purposely took it out to help us, and claimed that it was money owed to us, isn't it? You don't have to be like this. You're still young. There's still a use for the money to stay with you. Who's the girl you're marrying in the future that doesn't need a house and a car? Yes, you keep this money. Papa Kong and Mama Kong said they wouldn't take it. This is really the money of Zhang Xiaotao's classmates. She asked me to pass it on to you two old men. You can rest assured that you will accept it, and my heart is uneasy if I don't. Su Ning said. Don't lie to us. Peach is gone. Did she turn into a ghost and let you give us money? They looked disbelieving. Su Ning, your old couple just blurted it out and actually got the truth right. The three of them pushed and pushed for half a day, but in the end, Su Ning left the money behind. The two old mouths were grateful, and they also looked more and more favorable to Su Ning. Xiao Ning, thank you for your help to us. More than that, we don't have anything else to return the gift. Like this. You just like the Lanting collection preface I wrote. If you don't mind, I'll give it to you? Su Ning nodded. If Uncle Jiang is willing to give it up, I'm grateful. 40. Ant Army Attack. Thank you. Thank you, Su Ning. I really can't thank you enough. Leaving the Jiang family, the word that came out of Zhang Xiaotao's mouth the most was thank you. Why do you keep saying thank you? It's just a casual labor. It's not worth mentioning. We are at least classmates. Can't we just help you deliver money? This little favor, can't we help you? Your wife is too polite. In the future say thank you less. Su Ning drove home while chatting with Zhang Xiaotao. I didn't realize it didn't help you much. No. I know. Besides my $30,000, you also added an extra $20,000 in your wallet. I saw it all. Zhang Xiaotao said. I really don't know how to thank you. Zhang Xiaotao said. They are all classmates. I can't do anything about it if I didn't see it, but since I saw it, I'll try to help if I can. Su Ning said. Besides, that $20,000 isn't a gift. Your father gave me a painting too. Counted as something I bought for him. My dad's calligraphy isn't worth $20,000. Zhang Xiaotao said. She felt that it was still Su Ning who had helped her by taking the painting. She just didn't want to embarrass the two old men. I don't know if that pair of letters is worth $20,000 on the market, but I do like it, and in my case, it's worth much more than $20,000. Although Su Ning said this, Zhang Xiaotao had already made up her mind that if she could still repay him in this life, she would repay him properly no matter what. Su Ning, obviously comforting. She swore darkly. Back home. Park your car. It's already midnight. Having a car is really convenient and enhances the quality of life quite a bit. He hadn't slept this late since he learned he was sick and resigned from the company. Zhang Xiaotao followed him because he was a cultivator and carried his own spirituality in his body. And this spirituality could keep Zhang Xiaotao in his ghostly state in his soul body. 3 years. Zhang Xiaotao had persisted for 3 years, which was why she was unusual. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid that her soul would have dissipated long ago. A normal person's soul state could only survive within 7 days. And it was already a miracle that she could exist for so long. Su Ning was in no hurry to sleep. Be the first to check on the little people. Under the darkness, the small tree emitted wisps of light that spread in all directions. Like an umbrella, it casts light around. Zhang Xiaotao was puzzled. It was already so late. Su Ning was still not sleeping. What was he doing walking towards the vegetable field? Until he saw this scene, that horrible little face was filled with surprise. What kind of tree is this? And it glows? You can actually see it glowing? Su Ning said. The light emitted by the small tree was not actually light, but aura. It's invisible to ordinary people. Only practitioners can see it. It's supposed to glow, right? Zhang Xiaotao said. Su Ning nodded and didn't say anything. Thinking for a moment, perhaps it was because Zhang Xiaotao was a special being. Ha! What? What is that? Villain. Many villains. They actually move and blow. Oh my god. They can't be alive. They're fighting a bunch of ants? Around the small tree, 9 saints and 3 fallen monsters were fighting a group of ants. The lifelike battle scene made Zhang Xiaotao's shocked and terrified little face even more shocked, as if it was about to crack. I'm not blind, am I? It really is a villain. Wow, that's too cool too. There's a dragon. There's a unicorn. There's a phoenix. 1, 2, 3, 4, 9 little people. These 9 little people, they can actually fly. What's all that in that man's hand? Swords? So many swords. Like the sword fairies in the TV show. Zhang Xiaotao was startled as if she had discovered a new continent. Unseen. Su Ning held his forehead. Is that necessary? Although I was surprised to see it for the first time, it wasn't that much of a stretch. Well, never mind. Who let people be girls? Well, Zhang Xiaotao is considered a girl, right? What happened to the little girl's point of surprise when she saw something amazing? And that little woman. She's so pretty, like a little fairy. The special effects floating around her. So nice to see. Jiang Xiaodao floated around the little tree, looking at the group of people fighting underground. Her eyes, which only had white pupils left, constantly glowing. If it was normal, she'd be adorable. Well, now, it's cute too, right? If you like horror drawings, she's just adorable. When exactly will Immortal Elder return? We can't hold out much longer. This group of ant monsters is too terrifying. There are too many of them. Even though we are able to kill them, the constant stream of ant monsters, there is nothing we can do. This beast tide is too terrifying, the most terrifying beast tide I've ever seen in my life. What the hell is the immortal world? The little people are exhausted, almost to the tipping point. After ascending into immortality, their cultivation had skyrocketed, and they were already able to decimate immortal realm creatures like ants. Even if they still couldn't manage to kill in one blow, they were already able to decimate, which was a great improvement. It's all because of this stupid bastard, the fallen black Qilin. It had to try to snatch the ant colony's prey, and now it's done. It attracted the attention of the ant army and attacked us instead. Such a huge group of foreign beasts. I'm afraid that even the chaos spiders aren't afraid of their opponents. Fortunately there are many of us and we can take care of each other. Otherwise we would have fallen long ago. Kunlun Sage said. But if this continues, we will still die. Shook Li Qingxuan's head helplessly. All we can do now is pray that Immortal Elder will return to his home soon. The Holy Emperor of Grand Xia was holding the Xian Huang Holy Sword, and his body was surrounded by the aura of a golden dragon, which was a symbol of the 9 to 5, the dragon breath of the true dragon. With a single sword strike, the Xian Huang Holy Sword chi streaked across the sky and continuously enlarged. Around the divine sword, a golden dragon shadow wrapped around it. Kill an incoming worker ant. Put. A huge impact slammed into the engineer ant's head. Dang. The ant's head dropped and his body shook. No kills. Ants have tougher flesh, covered with a thick cuticle. It's like armor, fully armed to the teeth. If the ants were less timid, or possessed intelligence, the ascended beings wouldn't necessarily be able to beat them. The worker ant hadn't actually suffered much damage, but after experiencing this blow, it was so frightened that it didn't care about the impact and turned its head to run. Running blind. Bastard. Where to go? The great Xiaosane Emperor's eyebrows turned upside down as he flew after him with the human emperor's sword in hand. A sword chopped on the ant's head. Ding! There were Xianhuang shockwaves spreading out. Kill! In one blow, the human emperor thrusts into the ant's neck. The ants eat the pain and string around. It made the body of the holy emperor of Daxia, who held the human emperor's sword in his hand, shake with it and become dizzy. Bastard! Die! The great Summer Sane Emperor's long sword pulled violently. The ant's head fell to the ground in response, rolled on the floor a couple times. At the same time, the ant's cerebral nerves disconnected from its body, and its body stopped moving in a flash as if it had lost electricity. The great Summer Sane Emperor fell off the ants, rolled around on the ground a few times, rolled over and rose up, holding the human emperor's sword in his hand with golden light emanating from his body as he raised his voice to the sky. Roar! The way of the human emperor. Invincible. He's improved. The other side of the battlefield. Li Qingxian flew with his sword. A long sword was held in his hand. His clothes were flowing like a sword fairy. He was targeted by a large-headed ant. In fact, a closer look. The world of ants is also divided into levels. The lowest status is the worker ants. This kind of ants are born to act as a tool soldier role. In addition to eating is working, carrying things. Above the worker ants are the big-headed ants, which are at the level of generals. If a large prey item is too big for an army of ants to carry, or if it is stuck in an obstacle, the big-headed ants will appear and break it down into smaller pieces and carry it again. Above the worker ants, there should be combat ants. These ants are focused on fighting, mainly hunting and killing prey, as well as protecting the nest from other ants and all sorts of creatures that threaten it. It was unknown which one of the combat ants and the big head ants had a higher social status. But anyway, in terms of combat power alone, the big head ants should be the strongest. Upwards are the ants that mate with the queen, and then the queen. Neither combatant works though, and the queen ant, in particular, is a reproductive tool. Back to the main topic. What Li Qingxian was facing now should be the strongest fighting force amongst the ants. These ants are very bloodthirsty, have a fighting gene in their bones, and generally don't back down. Sword. Out. Li Qingxian chose to play hardball. His sword finger pointed and 10,000 swords flew out. Shoot at the big-headed ants. The defense of the big-headed ants could be too much stronger than ordinary ants. It was not even on the same level. Those flying swords hit the ants. Click, 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 and it all melted away. Li Qingxuan's sword brows slightly raised. Qingxian's sword Dao. Shoo shoo shoo. A huge sword appeared behind his head. It exudes an ancient, atmospheric, flooded pallor. An ancient sword Dao Ruin covered the giant sword. Drive me. Li Qingshuan's sword pointed at the big-headed ant. The great sword violently slashed across the sky and viciously chopped on the head of the big-headed ant. Dang! The big-headed ants were shocked and bowed their heads. But, that's about it. Bite. Unlike the worker ants, the big-headed ants did not flee in panic after being attacked, but fought back. Its two pincers grabbed the huge sword and fixed it firmly, its large mouth biting on top of it. Click, click, click. The giant sword was unexpectedly crumbled by the big-headed ants in 2 or 3 bites. While the big-headed ants bit the large sword, the legs underneath them kept churning as they killed Li Qingxian straight away. Big-headed ants have a very strong bite. Even a human being could be bitten through the skin. It was an existence that specialized in disintegrating prey. Li Qingxian couldn't fight it and suffered, caught by the big-headed ants. Put. On the other side, the Kunlun fairy had just killed an engineer ant, and when she saw that Li Qingxian was in a crisis, her face changed. Fellow Taoist Qingxian, quickly detach yourself from the battlefield. She wanted to release the Kunlun immortal technique to interfere with the big-headed ants, but unfortunately, the distance was too far to make it in time. Seeing this, the other ascended masters got rid of their opponents and tried to go for support, but unfortunately, it was still not enough. They also fought fiercely. Flawless split. As for the three-headed fallen creature, they are even worse. With the lowest cultivation level, they can hardly protect themselves. The big-headed ant foot caught Li Qingshuan's thigh. Hold him down. The huge head resembles a pair of pincers, its greatest tool for breaking down prey. It was about to bite off Li Qingshuan's body. It's not like the lower world here. If he was in the lower realm, he would be able to be reborn with a drop of blood, not to mention his body breaking into 2, or even if he was broken into pieces. And in this world, he was dead when he died, nowhere near the point of being reborn with a broken arm. My life is over. Just now. One shouldn't risk one's life to get tough with the Ant King. Li Qingxian felt like he was going to be torn apart by the big-headed ants. But, what does it matter? To be able to die in battle in the immortal realm, it's not a life wasted. Ha ha. He was rather bearable. Ka-ching. A giant finger fell from the sky. It's like a pillar of heaven. Press on the body of the big-headed ant. The big-headed ant that was unrivaled, crisscrossing the battlefield, invincible monster-like, had its body pressed and exploded all of a sudden. It's Senior Immortal. He's back. The little people were pleasantly surprised. Snap. Suning's palm slapped a few times in the ant army, and the ant army died or was injured, slapping an unknown number of ants to smithereens. But the unintelligent ants remained undispersed, thought about rescuing the little people. You guys wait, I'll be right there. He told the little people to hover and fly for now, himself, and ran back to his room, took a can of insecticide and tried to disperse the ant colony. No. The insecticide is highly toxic. If I use this to disperse the ant colony, I guess those little people will have to burp tomorrow as well, said Su Ning, putting down the insecticide. Pick up a flamethrower. This is the tool he usually uses to burn pork rinds. Out the door. Back to the little tree. The little people saw Sunin go and return, holding a small can of spray can in his hand. What is it? Shoo. Ignition. Sunin used a lighter to light the flamethrower and sprayed it furiously at the ant colony on the ground. There. The blazing fire swept through and the ants were burned to death in pieces. In the blink of an eye. I don't know how many of them burned to death. Asterisk. The little people watched in awe and horror. Good. What a terrifying magic weapon. The flames it ejected. The temperature was so high that we could feel the killing power of those flames even from a distance. If this kind of thing is placed in the lower realm, I'm afraid it's a magic weapon like extinction. No matter how powerful the cultivator is, he will be burned to death. Lord Immortal. As terrifying as it is, the 9 great saints, as well as the 3 great fallen creatures, immediately revealed horrified gazes. Face to face. Done. In no time at all, the army of ants was dispersed by Su Ning with a flamethrower. A burning smell filled the air. Su Ning had casually struck out and defeated the ant clan's army, which surprised the little people, but they were already numb to Su Ning's power. In their eyes, Su Ning is invincible. I'm afraid that if we look at the entire immortal world, among his kind, he is also an invincible existence. In the past, when Su Ning had said that he was nothing more than mediocre in the immortal realm, everyone had thought that he might have been speaking modestly. The next time you encounter an army of ants, you don't really need to pay any attention to it. As long as you lift off and take cover, it won't take long for them to naturally disperse. Su Ning thought for a moment. In fact, you can also just knock out the pathfinding ant, so it won't go back to carry help and there won't be a colony to gather. The little people landed. A few hard glares at the 3 fallen creatures. If the Black Qilin hadn't wanted to take someone else's prey, how would it have put everyone in danger? Many thanks to the Immortal for saving us. The little people arched their hands in unison. We also know this and have tried not to provoke the Immortal Realm creatures. If it wasn't for those 3 fallen creatures causing trouble and having to go and grab other people's prey, we wouldn't be in this situation. Kunlun Fairy said, Immortal, I was wrong. I have sinned. Please be merciful. The Black Qilin lowered its head. It also understands that this time it brought out a big mistake. 41. The danger of extermination by bizarre creatures, almost causing us to die. A sentence that you were wrong can be dismissed? Li Qingxian said, if it wasn't for the timely appearance of Senior Immortal, we would have fallen long ago, not to be taken lightly. The 9 great saints were already unfavorable to the 3 fallen creatures, and now they wanted to put them to death even more. Fallen creatures, guilty of many crimes in the lower realms. I don't know how many cultivators want to kill them with their hands. Sir, namely, don't go too far. We are at fault, but you are headstrong. You had to fight the Ant King one-on-one. Can you blame us for almost dying? The fallen black dragon said, you can't beat us yourself, so you're just going to blame it all on us? Your abacus beads are crumbling all over my face. Black Phoenix said, you want to argue when you've done something wrong? How? You don't like it? Let's fight. Li Qingxian put his hands behind his back and looked at the 3 fallen creatures with cold eyes. Oof. Not just ascending a few days earlier than us. What are you arrogant about? If we were to ascend up together, you wouldn't even be worthy of lifting my shoes. The fallen black dragon gritted its teeth as the tiger fell and was bullied by the dog. Both sides are at swords drawn. I just ascended before you guys. Who asked you to deliver? Grinding and grumbling, weaker than me now is weaker than me. I just want to crush you. Li Qingxian said, regardless of the process, right now I'm just better than you, and I'll let you be arrogant. Give me 10 years. Oh no, give me a year. If you can even see my back, it'll be considered my loss. The fallen black dragon said, Oof. In the lower realm you were able to be 1 realm higher than Mr. Li, but it was just the abuse of cultivating in an inhumane way. It's not that you are gifted. The same environment. You don't see that your talent is as strong as mine? Li Qingxian paused. You guys are also lucky that you didn't meet me in the era of witnessing the Tao. If I were in the same era as you wouldn't even have a chance to witness the Tao. You would be killed by me to witness the Tao. Arrogance. Fallen Phoenix roared. This seat since the world of experience, all the way through the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, kill the same period of pride dare not come forward. If you are with this seat in an era, only worthy of being this seat's blood food, it's you who should be celebrating. Ascendants. All of them are the pride of an era. The ceiling of an era. I don't know how many geniuses I've killed under my hands, and I don't know how many blood and bones of amazing people I've stepped on. One of them defies the other. All think they are the strongest. Same environment, same expectations. One is invincible. No one else has anything else to do. That's the pride in the hearts of little people. With me, invincible. 1 step behind. 1 step behind. You guys are destined to never surpass me again in this life. Li Qingxian shrugged his shoulders. It's useless to say more. I'm stronger than you right now. That is, I can suppress you. Humph. You don't have to be complacent. One day in the future I will suppress you. The fallen black dragon threatened. Wow, 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 wow. That's amazing. That's awesome. As they were arguing, a girl's voice was suddenly heard. The female voice was surprised. Like seeing some new species. Not only can they fly, fight so beautifully, better than even the special effects in the movies, but now, they actually fight and put on a grudge match. It's so awesome. These villains. The 3 great fallen creatures as well as the 9 saints raised their eyes to the sky. Good lord. Hell no. The 12 little creatures were scared out of their wits, almost fell from the void, only to see a huge, split face and horrible head, looking down on them under the night sky. The face crowded the firmament, and in the moonlight, it was so creepy. White eyes that quake one's soul. What a bizarre aura. The scariest, weirdest creature I've ever seen. My blood, all of it, trembles, an instinctive shudder. 12 little faces stared up at the sky in horror, as if either face could take their lives at any time. They were too scared. In the lower realm, I have also seen the so-called bizarre saints by chance, and I have also fought with the hellish ghost cultivators, and participated in the pacification of the 4 directions of the bizarre forbidden land. I originally thought that those bizarre saints were already breathtaking, but compared to this bizarre creature, the bizarre saints in the lower realm, that's totally on it doesn't hold a candle to it. Li Qingxian muttered. They were all stunned by Jiang Xiaotao. I'm really sorry for scaring you guys. I didn't mean to. Jiang Xiaotao grinned. She felt to herself that she had tried to put on as kind and approachable an expression as possible, and the little people underground saw that look on her face, and took a few steps back. Sis, don't you laugh. We're scared. It can be really creepy. Kang Xiaotao was even more terrifying because of her smile. That face was indescribable, but appearing in front of a person, especially when accompanied by the darkness of the night, those with a lesser state of mind, I'm afraid they would be scared to death. Immortal Senior. The Abyssal Demon Domain's Abyssal Demon Lord could barely speak. These saints, who had lived for countless years in the lower realms, seen countless big scenes, it's hard for anything to get them emotionally out of control. Instead, they entered the upper world, but everything they saw shook them. Zhang Xiaotao had a unique aura of the dead, close by. It can corrode the vitality of the little people. That's one of the things that scares them with fear, especially the Abyssal Demon Lord, who actually had a few affinities with the original source of strangeness. Zhang Xiaotao's bizarre aura just happened to restrain him to death. If it wasn't for his strong will, he would have been pressed to his knees by the power of his bloodline. But it definitely wouldn't last long. So, it was only with difficulty that I had to ask Suning for help. Little Peach, just don't tease them. Stay away from them. They're weak. You'll scare them to death if you get too close. Suning shrugged his shoulders and shook his head helplessly. Okay, got it. Zhang Xiaotao raised her head and moved away from the small tree a little. That's what made it so much less stressful for the Ascenders. I'm sorry, I was just too curious just now. Zhang Xiaotao was embarrassed, winking adorably at Sunan. Senior Immortal, may I ask, is that bizarre creature yours? The Abyssal Demon Lord asked. Oh, a friend. Sunan paused. She'll be staying here for a long time lately. 9 saints, the 3 fallen creatures. Spending time with a scary creepy creature? Think about looking up every night and seeing a horrible ghostly face? They felt creepy. You guys are hungry after fighting for so long. I'll go prepare something for you to eat. Su Ning said. Thank you, Immortal Elder. The Black Dragon thanked. The apprehension of the others was soothed by hearing that there was something to eat. After starving for most of the day and fighting the ant army for so long, he had long since lost much of his strength. Sunan went to the kitchen to cook. It's midnight. Didn't cook much, just a few random pieces of meat. Do you want to eat? He inquired of Zhang Xiaotao, who had been floating next to him. I want to, but I'm a ghost. How can I eat? Zhang Xiaotao helplessly spread her hands. I haven't eaten anything for a long time. I really miss it. Spicy hot pot, braised pork, hot pot, skewers, mapo tofu, shredded pork with fish flavor. Zhang Xiaotao kept counting the dishes in his ear. Stop, shouted Su Ning immediately. You might as well not report it. I'm a limited cook, and you've made me hungry. And then I look at the pasta in my kitchen, and all of a sudden it feels tasteless. Ginger Peach, I didn't mean to. She looked lost. It's a pity. I'm in a soul state. I don't have access to reality a lot of the time. And even if I can access it sometimes, my strength is pitifully small. Or else I could cook for you and let you taste my handiwork. When it came to cooking, Zhang Xiaotao's white orbs radiated a few blows. Not to brag. I'm a good old cook. You'll love it when you eat it. There will be opportunities. Su Ning looked at Zhang Xiaotao, thought of something, and said seriously. But I was about to lose even my soul state, if I hadn't met you. It's a good thing I felt a little comfortable following you around, especially around that little tree. A man and a ghost chatting late at night in a dimly lit kitchen. Because of the soul's magnetic field, the lights in the room were made to flicker by Zhang Xiaotao. Her figure loomed large. If this one scene was seen by a normal person, they would be scared half to death. But Sunan acted like it was nothing. For one thing, he knew Zhang Xiaotao and knew that the other party would not harm him. Secondly, even if Zhang Xiaotao really wanted to harm herself, she could still smash her with a single punch. That's the security that comes with fire from the sky. 3. Well, he has walked in front of the ghost gate. Death has been able to face openly. For the horror style of painting this point, in fact, he has been immune. Cooked a bowl of noodles. Sunan went with the broth of the meat pieces and put it in a bowl. Mediocre. Hiss. When you're done, you hear a sucking sound in your ear. Gulp. Followed by another swallow. Turn your head. Zhang Xiaotao ate Suning's bowl. It looks so fragrant. So delicious. I want to eat it. The cravings in Zhang Xiaotao's stomach while tickled. If only I could take a bite. The face was bleak. Sink STH. As a ghost actually showing this expression. Sunan shook his head breathlessly. Hey, you girl. Zhang Xiaotao. Always so cute and lovable. Even if she doesn't look cute or even scary now, her personality is really no different from when she was in college. They say ghosts can only eat what people burn. Why don't I burn some for you? Or don't. That's all a lie. After I died, my mom and dad burned a lot of things for me, and I watched them waste things that couldn't actually reach me at all. Zhang Xiaotao said. So what do you see to sustain life? Won't you starve to death? Sunin was curious. What do ghosts eat? Starving, as if I don't need to eat at all. I can only rely on consuming my own body's energy to live. There's out without in. Jiang Xiaotao said, but after I met you, it seems like I can replenish my energy in you. It's very weak, but my body does have to become saturated a bit, as well as when I'm near that little tree. My soul body can absorb the light of the little tree, and it also nourishes my heart and soul. So, I'm guessing that I probably have to eat, too, but not in the same way that normal people do. Su Ning shot a glance at Jiang Xiaotao. A soul body that can evolve innately? Jiang Xiaotao. Not simple. It was also that Earth didn't have aura. Otherwise, with her physique, she must have a promising future in the immortal cultivation world, right? Let this girl cultivate well. There might be unexpected gains in the future. The noodles are ready. Let's go. Su Ning carried the noodles and walked out of the kitchen. Come to the little tree. Dinner is served. He used a plate to portion out some meat, noodles, and vegetables, eating with the little people. The little people are the rice hitchhikers of Sunin. Happy to eat with them. It was a joy to watch Sunin and the little people wolf down their food together. Jiang Xiaotao was a little envious, would love to feast with everyone else too, but she was a spirit body and could only watch. Sunin took it all in. Wait for the meal to finish. By the way, I have a question I want to ask you guys. Suning drank the only soup left in the bowl and cleaned up the plates and chopsticks. Immortal elder but say so. The little people were full of wine and food and had a satisfied look on their faces. For a bizarre soul body like her, are there any feats or the like that can speed up the growth of the soul body? That is to say, are there any cultivation techniques that belong to bizarre creatures to cultivate? Su Ning inquired. The 9 great saints looked at each other. The 3 fallen creatures want to talk. No? Sunin was slightly disappointed. The gazes of the crowd fell on Li Qingxian, who sighed and said, there is, Senior Immortal. There is indeed this cultivation technique in the lower realms, but that belongs to the forbidden arts and almost no one has mastered it. No one is allowed to practice this forbidden art either. Sunin was puzzled. Why? Because there was a long period of time in the lower realm when the undead creatures dominated. A time when the bizarre creatures were rampant and nearly destroyed the entire world, creating a world with only bizarre creatures. That era was known as the Age of the Bizarre, and also known as the Underworld Era. Kunlun Fairy slowly spoke. That's right, that era was very dark. Living beings were animals in the eyes of the bizarre creatures, and they were so murderous that the entire human race of the Qinkuan realm, as well as all sorts of demonic creatures, were nearly exterminated. Later on, all the major races united and fought a great battle against the bizarre creatures. That battle was too gruesome. It almost knocked out all the lives of the 10,000 races of living beings. In the end, it was only under the sacrifices of countless ancestors that the bizarre saints of the 4 forbidden zones were defeated, and the defeat of the creepy lord. Only then did humanity slowly recover. The little people explained what had happened to them in the lower world. Later on, in order to stop the resurgence of bizarre creatures, apart from completely exterminating the bizarre races, they also destroyed all of their cultivation laws, and also listed the relevant techniques as forbidden, so that if anyone steals and practices them, they will surely be besieged by the entire world. Li Qingxian said, that era was too dark, even darker than the rampant fallen creatures and the world of sacrifices, and everyone would rather face the fallen forbidden zone than see the bizarre revival again. At the mention of this, their eyes were filled with scorn, and even a little bit of panic. It seemed that the bizarre calamity in the lower realm was still fresh in their minds. No wonder the first time they saw Jiang Xiaotao, they were so frightened. It turns out that the weird creatures also brought such a disaster to the lower world. Senior Immortal, there's something I don't know if I should say or not, but if we really let the weirdness revive, it won't do any good for the real world, and it might even push the entire world into a situation where it will never be able to be recovered. So, Li Qingxian looked at Jiang Xiaotao, then at Su Ning. I'm worried. 42. Mastering the entire bizarre pack? I'm afraid it'll cause irreversible pandemonium. He didn't dare to look at Jiang Xiaotao's eyes, saying bad things about others in front of others. This is to be beaten. If it wasn't for Su Ning standing by to pray, the little people wouldn't have dared to say this. Of course, it's up to the fairy lord to choose. She's my friend. Su Ning nodded after hearing the little people explain the stakes. There was a pause, followed by, and I don't have many friends. She's one of my few friends. Where is it not clear to everyone hearing this that Su Ning's choice? Sunin doesn't have many friends, and losing one is one less. And this world, or is it different from the lower world? Or Su Ning is also carefully analyzed. Put aside the sensibility. This world actually does not have aura as support. Want to bizarre recovery. Basically impossible. Even Jiang Xiaotao, this kind of bizarre king of the body, also need to be in the side of his own kind of cultivator, only to rely on the survival. Left him. Zhang Xiaotao is still to die. Which means, as long as nothing goes wrong with you, then things like the creepy scourge don't come up either. They can only live if they want them to live. If they want them to die, they have to die. In this world, I am the only immortal. It's good to not mess up. If there was a real mess in the future, he would personally solve it. Since Elder Immortal has already made her choice, then we won't persuade anymore. Li Qingxian said. What kind of chaos can be caused? Can't you guys see the aura on Senior Immortal's body? He's different. Those shenanigans that belong to terrifying existences in others are not worth mentioning in his case. He can even punch one. Also, even if the positive piece of weird history is here now, so what? It's no match for a single punch from an immortal adult. We seem to be worrying over nothing, while others are afraid of the spooky. Immortal doesn't have to be. Although Su Ning didn't think that Zhang Xiaotao would jeopardize the world, this one did give him a wake-up call. He'll be wary of what he calls a bizarre resurgence. That bizarre cultivation method, asked Su Ning. And you are not sure? Or were you destroyed by the lower world? It is true that the lower realm expressly forbids the cultivation of bizarre forbidden arts, and we haven't cultivated them either, but we've still seen some of them occasionally, Li Qingxian and the others said. By the looks of the others, they've all been exposed. As they were at the top of the pyramid in the lower realms, they were the ones who made the rules, and no contact was allowed. And for everyone else, the Abyssal Demon Lord has an affinity with the fallen creatures and the eerie sect. They should know more, said Li Qingxian. If the immortal wants to use it, you can ask them. The Abyssal Demon Lord's body gave a lurch. His face changed drastically. Li Qingxian, don't spit blood. Who has an affinity with the eerie school? Rice can be eaten indiscriminately, words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. He denied it vigorously. Yeah, don't talk nonsense. We don't have anything to do with the creepy ones. The fallen creatures also hurriedly cleared their relationship. Ha! The Kunlun fairy glanced disdainfully at the Abyssal Demon Lord and the three fallen creatures. You can fool the multitudes of the lower realms, but can you still fool us? At a realm like ours, we've long been able to see into the origin of the 10,000 paths. Do you think you can just say a few words and be fooled? I can smell the weird stench emanating from you guys from a long distance away. It's just that you don't cultivate weird feats, so I'm just too lazy to pay attention to you. Kunlun fairy, what is your intention in wronging us like this? The Abyssal Demon Lord spoke about this issue, rarely standing on a united front with the fallen creatures. Yeah, you show proof, Black Dragon said. Alright, don't pretend. All of you have ascended to the immortal realm. This is not the lower realm, and I don't know what you guys are afraid of. So what if you admit it frankly? Li Qingxian said. Lord Xian is watching. The three fallen creatures and the Abyssal Demon Lord were silent for a long time. Abyssal Demon Lord, Elder Immortal. We do have some relationship with the bizarre creatures. The ancestors of the Abyssal clan and the fallen creatures were once subordinates of the bizarre, and were also once infected. That is why we cultivate the power of darkness. But, we really aren't the creepy ones. Su Ning knew that the Guile clan's reputation in the lower realms was pretty wretched just by looking at their terrified looks. Oof. I told you guys that you're not in good company with the creepy sect. Was I right? The Great Summer Saint Emperor said. The Abyssal Demon Lord ignored the Great Summer Saint Emperor. It's true that there are bizarre runes carved into our flesh and blood, but we haven't used bizarre powers, nor have we practiced those techniques. Creepy creatures in the lower world. It is an existence that everyone calls out. No one wants anything to do with them. Otherwise, with the condescending nature of the fallen creatures, as well as the untamed character of the Abyssal Demon Lord, he wouldn't have denied it so vigorously. Creepy creatures. Is it really that scary? Su Ning glanced at Zhang Xiaotao, sending her into a panic. Bring it, said Sunan without saying more. Nor did he ask Zhang Xiaotao to guarantee anything, much less ask Zhang Xiaotao to do anything. Just said, bring it on. Good. The Abyssal Demon Lord and the three fallen darkness creatures, the Dragon Phoenix Qilin, agreed with alacrity. Zhang Xiaotao's eyes were full of gratitude. She was there to hear it clearly. What a risk Suning would be taking by doing this. But this man still chose to help himself. Zhang Xiaotao's eyes soured. But, they say it brings danger to the world. I've got everything. Don't worry. Go on. Suning signaled Zhang Xiaotao to stick her head to the ground. But, Zhang Xiaotao was still a bit hesitant. How the future unfolds depends on you, not others. Have some faith in yourself. And besides, don't you still have me? I believe you, Zhang Xiaotao said. She lowered her head. Secretly, he vowed to curb the so-called shenanigans, and help Sunan out. Swoosh. The Abyssal Demon Lord and the three fallen creatures revolved their entire body's cultivation and shot out 4 streaks of black light, surging towards Zhang Xiaotao's brow. Their bodies emitted a creepy, eerie light. flesh, blood, bones, emitting strange runes. Something, it seems, is reviving. Those runes, transformed into a path of knowledge, passed into the bizarre feats. A string of bizarre symbols entered Zhang Xiaodao's body, transformed into runes, and fused with her soul body. Zhang Xiaodao's soul body became extremely terrifying, extremely creepy due to the enchantment of these runes. Even Suning, his back went cold. Zhang Xiaodao closed his eyes and felt the weird power. It was as if a great horror was coming back to life in her body. This is, frowned Sunan. Resist the urge to punch out creepy. Ginger Peach, so physically uncomfortable. Elder Immortal. We once researched that the lower realm bazaar didn't completely die out. They would revive. And the method of revival and rebirth is the special kung fu method of the bazaar sect. Amongst the succeeding generations, as long as someone cultivates their kung fu method, they would be able to borrow a corpse to revive their souls, take over the body and resurrect it. That's why no one is allowed to touch the bazaar cultivation method. Then Su Ning worried if Zhang Xiaotao would have an accident. She shouldn't be. She's much stronger than those weird creatures. If we put her in the lower realm, she'd be the king of weirdness, and I see that her practicing the tricky method may actually be beneficial to the future Immortal Senior. She has become the king of tricky, and the power of the Immortal Senior. That would be the equivalent of the Immortal Senior possessing the power of the entire tricky clan. If there are any changes in the future, the Immortal Senior would also be able to ride on the back of the crowd, and be the world's sole existence in the world. Su Ning sniffed and breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't trying to dominate the world or anything, as long as he didn't make a mess. By the time the 4 dark creatures had finished passing on their techniques, and the bizarre bloodline, there was an odd layer of light emanating from Zhang Xiaodao's body. This light, different from sunlight, different from light, different from any light in this world. It seems to come from underground? Hell of a light? It can shine into one's soul and make one's heart and soul tremble. Zhang Xiaodao opened her eyes, 2 dead white, with a grim glow shooting out from her eyes. Her demeanor has changed. Getting high. Sunan stared. His cultivation at the 3rd level of chi refining was enough for him to handle everything, not to mention ghosts in the soul state. Even the most powerful human in this world, he could kill them with 1 punch. He has long been beyond normal. It's part of the Superman sequence. Brush. Zhang Xiaodao's face became ugly and her body trembled in pain. What's wrong? Sunan asked. It feels like something has entered my body. We can feel it. Those things are useful to me, but I can't absorb it, and it's trying to hijack my body? Zhang Xiaotao was uncomfortable, as if there were countless ants crawling on her body. So hard. She frowned. Sunan watched carefully. You don't have the spiritual power to absorb the power of the bizarre origin. Let me help you. Su Ning injected spiritual energy into Zhang Xiaodao's body. Boom. Shasta. It was as if Zhang Xiaodao's soul body had been in a drought for a long time, and the spiritual energy nourished her, allowing her to merge with those bizarre origins. Comfortable. Smooth. 43. Wouldn't it be nice not to have to cook for yourself in the future? Within a short time, she had fused with those bizarre origins, and had also accepted the cultivation techniques transmitted by the fallen creatures. Zhang Xiaodao's body, after doing this, unexpectedly solidified a few points. How do you feel now? Sunan asked. It feels much better now, Zhang Xiaodao said. But, I feel like there are a million little people trying to run out of my body. Could it be that bizarre creatures can really be reborn with the help of disciples of the latter-day Bizarre One? Su Ning muttered. Is that thing a threat to you? No. They're weak. I can wear them down anytime I want, but I feel so sorry for them. They all seem to be dead. And my body. It's like a giant graveyard, burying them. Zhang Xiaotao had a sad face. I can feel their emotions. Very sad emotions. Very resigned. She was unconsciously infected by that sadness, and already showed a sad expression as well. You can erase them, said Sunan. Don't. Can I not kill them? I feel so sorry for them, Zhang Xiaodao said. Why do you feel sorry for them? Zhang Xiaodao said in confusion. No, I don't know. I was afraid that they would threaten you. Su Ning said. They can't threaten me, Zhang Xiaodao said. Su Ning is silent. Shuyu, as you wish. Really? That's great. Thank you, Sunan. Zhang Xiaotao rejoiced. Cultivate at ease. There may still be a day of resurrection. And even if you can't be resurrected, you won't perish at any time with your hands tied. Su Ning instructed. Okay, I'll definitely cultivate well and then repay you. There's no need to repay me. In the future, if you want to cause trouble, just don't give me up extremely well. Su Ning shrugged. Turning back to Li Qingxian, he asked them, her situation is? If I'm not wrong, she is the king of creepy soul body talent. All sorts of talents that will summon terrifying creepy creatures. There will be countless creepy beings that want to borrow her body to resurrect, said Li Qingxian said. Wouldn't that be dangerous? Su Ning said. Immortal Elder don't need to worry. In fact, things aren't that bad. Just now I looked. Because she is a creature of the immortal realm, those bizarre creatures couldn't take over her body at all. The bizarre creatures in her. It's just like the gap between us and Immortal Elder. That's good. Su Ning's hanging heart fell. Moreover, because of her absorption of the bizarre bloodline, it's equivalent to absorbing the souls of countless bizarre predecessors, cultivation senses, experiences, etc. When she grows up in the future, she will reach a breathtaking realm, and with her around, in the future, the Immortal Master will get a powerful assistant. Assistant? She's not my subordinate. She's my friend. Sunin shrugged. Not your subordinate? But you have already injected her with origin spiritual energy just now. It's equivalent to making some sort of contract. Her future achievements will be subject to you. In a sense, whether you admit it or not. Right now she and you are already in a subordinate relationship. Li Qingxian said. Su Ning blanked. I'm this. You accidentally took a classmate as your little brother? And, it's a ghost classmate. A female. How exciting is it to get the word out? Immortal. I thought you did it on purpose. Actually, this is not a bad thing. In this way, no matter what realm she reaches, she will ultimately be subject to you. That is to say, even if in the future she sets off a bizarre revival, you will still be the king of bizarre kings. You can also dominate the development of the weird ones. They live and die at your whim. Suning. This whole thing. It's getting outrageous. Grasping the King of Guile is the same as grasping the Guile lineage. If Lord Immortal were to open up his territory, he would definitely have enough substance. Opening the frontier. You mean you're going to turn me into a rebel? Suning frowns. Big brother. What's this? Talking about those? Besides, I'm not interested in dominating the world. His intention, too, was not to control Jiang Xiaotao. Suning apologized to Jiang Xiaotao. I'm very sorry. I didn't know it would be like this. It's fine. A subordinate relationship is a subordinate relationship. I'm happy with it. Jiang Xiaotao didn't feel there was anything wrong. Anyway, I was missing the chance to repay you. So isn't this the right time? Suning. He opened his mouth and didn't know what to say. He was not familiar with this part of fairy cultivation either, and I didn't expect such a whole mess to come out of it. Fortunately, Jiang Xiaotao is a ghost and not protected by the law. Otherwise, human trafficking and taking indentured servants on your own is totally against the law. Okay? Don't worry. You're free in the future. I won't interfere with you. Su Ning said. It's okay for you to interfere. Jiang Xiaotao smiled like a collection of horror stories, full of scary female characters. Even though Su Ning was immune to this face before, it was made even more intimidating because of the increase in her cultivation now. Well, if it's a subordinate relationship, does that mean I won't be able to leave you in the future? Sunin didn't know how to answer. It's late. Go back and rest. Though I don't know if ghosts need rest, but you go and have a good sense of what you've gained or lost today. Okay, Jiang Xiaotao said. Sunin washed up and returned to his room. Fall back to sleep. The next day, he was awakened by a clanking sound in the kitchen. What's that noise? A mouse in the house? Sunin got up. Take a look in the kitchen. A pot of vegetables was stirring itself on the kitchen stove. Stir-fried with shredded green pepper and meat. Green pepper and shredded meat wrapped in sauce and rolled. The aroma of the nose let Su Ning's stomach rumbling. Mouth unconsciously secretion of saliva. He hadn't seen anything this good in a long time. On the table, there were a few small dishes. Cabbage, tofu, tomatoes, and enoki mushrooms cooked in a trio of soups, as well as scrambled eggs with tomatoes and a plate of patted cucumbers, as well as the rice, fragrant and all fresh out of the oven. No, something doesn't seem right. The pot on the stovetop. Fry your own food? Sunin hurriedly turned back to look. Is it really true that the pan on the stovetop is frying by itself? That the frying spoon is hovering over the vegetables by itself? And the pan is upside down by itself? My wok has grown up and can already fry its own food? Of course not. Look closely. It was the slightly transparent body of Jiang Xiaotao at the helm. It's getting fierce. Almost thought it was an illusion. Suning, you're up? Jiang Xiaotao greeted. Wash up and come eat. I'll let you taste my handiwork today. You did all of this? Su Ning was incredulous. Yeah, it's not bad, right? Jiang Xiaotao smiled. It's a pity that you don't have all the dishes here. Or you could make something even better. In the future, you don't need to worry about things like frying and cooking. Leave it all to me. You go and busy yourself with big things. I'll be your Tian Luo girl. Brothers, who understands? Having a ghost in your house that helps you cook. What kind of experience is that? Sunin was a little confused for a moment. There's such a thing? How embarrassing that would be. Su Ning wanted to refuse, but thinking about her cooking skills, she let it go. It's fine. Consider it my rent for staying at your place. Deservedly so. Today, Sunin finally didn't have to cook for himself and ate for cheap. No. Weren't you unable to touch real-life objects yesterday? How come you can now? 44. A wonderful meal. The other side of life. I had nothing to do last night, so I practicing the weird immortal cultivation technique, and then I found that as I practiced, my body solidified a bit and I was able to touch the outside environment. Jiang Xiaotao said, I have very little strength and can only do very light work at best. Suning? Seriously? He looked Jiang Xiaotao up and down. Her soul body, much stronger than yesterday. According to the words of the cultivation world, this girl's cultivation talent was too strong. Previously, when he cultivated himself, he was slow to make progress, and this girl had gotten started so quickly? And you took the time to make yourself a breakfast? How long have you been practicing? Su Ning asked. Zhang Xiaobai was still stirring the vegetables in the pot in his hands as he spoke. Not specifically right. Maybe 4 or 5 hours of practicing? Or 2 or 3 hours? What about other times? Too sleepy at other times. Sleeping. Zhang Xiaodao replied. I don't know why, but after practicing, I feel sleepy. Ramble STH. This has caused Suning, who has always been an average person, to take a considerable blow to his self-confidence. Sure enough, effort is worthless in the face of talent. Of course, he has a good heart. Su Ning didn't consider himself to be some kind of supreme genius, the kind that was unique in the world. Ever since he was a child, he has always been ordinary. Reading talent, or otherwise, is only moderate. There are some programs that are slightly better, like strength, but brute force alone. It seems like there are many things you can't do either. Suning understands its position well and recognizes its capabilities. Therefore, he didn't find it difficult to accept when he met someone better than himself. You are a cultivation genius. Not bad. Su Ning nodded with a smile. Much better than me. Which is not the case. Only when you are powerful can I progress. The reason why I cultivate so fast is actually because of the spiritual power you injected into me. Last night I cultivated beside you and found that it was faster than cultivating elsewhere. And in the underworld there is an aura about you that particularly comforts me in. Besides, if you hadn't appeared to bring me here, I'm afraid I wouldn't have disappeared completely in a long time. You're my savior. You're better than me. Jiang Xiaotao was very lively, and she was in a very happy mood after her soul body stopped dissipating. Speak up, and speak up. Much like the optimistic and cheerful look of college, the years, it seems, have left no trace on this little girl. Also, Jiang Xiaotao's life is actually quite happy. Apart from her accidental death and her father's illness, she had a very happy family of origin. It was obvious from the last visit to his house, under the care of Papa Jiang and Mama Jiang. How could Jiang Xiaotao not be happy? Su Ning, you're actually really the best. You know? Jiang Xiaotao was still talking. You're just too modest. Sometimes you don't even know how good you are. I met you for the first time when I went to college. Do you know where? Jiang Xiaotao asked. Isn't it school? Su Ning replied. Of course not. You may have forgotten all about it. In the train station alley, I was blocked by a few hooligans. There were many people passing by at the time. They all turned a blind eye. Only you stepped forward. Jiang Xiaotao reminisced, as if she had returned to that time. I thought that your small body will suffer, then also let you run to come. I did not expect you to come up to bang 2 punches on the 3 punks to hold their heads. I was like, you're so powerful. You know, sometimes being brave, being able to take the initiative to do what's right is amazing. Beyond 99% of the population, Su Ning frowned as she recalled. How could she not remember that there was such a thing? Really? I've done this. You wouldn't be making this up. I don't even remember. I told you that you forgot. Hey, you must have done this type of style too many times, so it's so commonplace that you didn't take it to heart. Jiang Xiaotao said, but I'll remember it for the rest of my life. Some people, who are kind to others, can easily forget, and others who are kind to themselves, can remember for a long time. These types of people, collectively known as those who know how to be grateful. In fact, you simply do not know. You in many places, really very good, such as basketball games, such as soccer, sports this piece, you are very good at. In addition to ping pong, you are not aware of. How many people were stunned by the dunking action of your basketball game? School, there will be a lot of girls who secretly like you. At that time, right, you are all hearted on Sui. Did not get involved in the womanizing? Everyone helpless at the same time, but also can only sigh that you are really a good man. Jiang Xiaotao flirted a little more. Suning forehead, in front of the face was so hard to blow, is really a little embarrassed. How about you? You really mesmerized a bunch of new girls in college. Didn't you assign homework in class once to write prose poetry? The love poem you handed in to Sui stunned a lot of people. And the song Chang Chang My Heart was even included on the campus website. And it's still there to this day. You're not only good at martial arts, but also good at literature. It's simply a combination of both literature and martial arts. Zhang Xiaodao's words brought Su Ning's thoughts back to college. After graduation, very few people talked to him about what happened in college. As if that past was a dream? You're in the category of hard boasts, shrugged Sunin. Naturally, he wouldn't believe that he was really that metaphysical. Maybe Jiang Xiaotao had put a filter on him? You're good at everything. Really just too humble sometimes. Okay, enough chit-chat. Dinner's ready to be served. Zhang Xiaotao brought the prepared meal to the table. Very hearty. This shouldn't be eaten for breakfast. It should be more appropriate for lunch. Thanks, Su Ning said. Take the meal to the little people. He was used to eating with the little people. Eating alone would be boring. A few more meal partners to eat with. Take a bite. It's not bad, is it? Is it to your taste? It's so good. Compared to my own three-legged cooking, this is Michelin level. Su Ning's eyes lit up. Yummy. Really. Great. Zhang Xiaotao was happy. It's nice to be recognized. Especially when you've worked hard to make a table and are complimented on how good it is. What she couldn't stand the most was that it was hard to make a table of food, and when people who didn't do anything came to the table, they were still picking and choosing, saying that this wasn't good and that wasn't good. Who understands that kind of feeling? It's happened to her. It's boring. I was afraid you wouldn't be used to it. Zhang Xiaotao said. It's really delicious. So much better than I can make it. Su Ning said. If you give me such a hard compliment, then I'll accept it openly and be rightfully happy about it, said Zhang Xiaodao. She grew up studying the foodie side of things. A genuine compliment. Su Ning wasn't being polite and complimentary, but Zhang Xiaodao's cooking skills were truly outstanding. All along, Su Ning's meals have been aimed at filling up his stomach, especially after work. And even more so, he thinks that eating is just a step to sustain life, and has never thought that eating would be such a beautiful and enjoyable process. Perhaps life, with all its possibilities and surprises. He felt that he had overlooked too much of the beauty of life before. Working for the sake of working is not worth it. It should be worth it to work for the better enjoyment of life. 45. The Bureau of Grudges between the Holy Emperor of Daxia and the Black Qilin. After eating breakfast and chatting with the little people for a bit, Su Ning meditated and ran his gong as usual. Zhang Xiaotao also learns in style. A couple hours down the road, Su Ning didn't have much to gain. Ginger peach. Not much to show for it either. My cultivation. It seems like I've reached a bottleneck. The speed of growth. It's slow. After reaching the third level of the qi refining stage, the gongfu he had mastered seemed to be a bit unable to support his cultivation down the line. To seek new changes in order to progress? Su Ning mused. What's it going to take to break through? He didn't have a clue for a moment. Reap the benefits of STH. Prepare to eat. Zhang Xiaotao also closed his hand in a decent manner. She didn't practice much during the day because she was a ghost. Midnight practice progresses best. Finally finished practicing. I'll go cook. Zhang Xiaotao was elated. Why don't I do it? And you take a break? Su Ning was a little embarrassed. He couldn't keep letting Zhang Xiaotao cook for himself. What would that become? You rest. It's better for me to do it. I've already said I'll contract the housework. Zhang Xiaotao said. You're going to give me the chance to repay you for saving my life, and for paying your rent. There was a pause. Besides, you're cooking, I guess. Honestly, one word. I tasted it in college. Su Ning. Okay then. Hard work. In the area of cooking, Su Ning really doesn't have much of a knack for it. He asked Zhang Xiaotao to cook, and himself went to the little tree to keep the little people company. To Su Ning's surprise, the fallen creature had actually broken through in just a few days. The Black Dragon, the Black Qilin, and the Black Phoenix were now clamoring to challenge the Nine Saints. Well, they certainly didn't dare to challenge the Kunlun Fairy and Li Qingxian. Turned the tables on a few others. The Abyssal Demon Lord. Well, and they are considered to be of the same lineage in different sects, with some origins, and they didn't target him. Su Ning stroked his chin. Huh? I originally thought that it was the three fallen creatures that had broken through because of their talent, but I didn't realize that the Abyssal Demon Lord had also taken a step further, and was now on par with the Kunlun Immortal and Li Qingxian, even if it's by a hair. It's not by much. Is it because Zhang Xiaodao drained their weird bloodline yesterday? It allowed them to unleash their origin power without fear. Su Ning observed carefully. No. It wasn't just because the bizarre bloodline had been drained away and they were liberated. It was also because, after Jiang Xiaotao had become powerful, they had also received feedback? That meant, the faster Jiang Xiaotao progressed, the faster these four would progress in the future? Great Summer Imperial Lord, the Black Qilin screamed. After being a shrinking turtle for so long, do you dare to fight with me today? Humph. With you? Why wouldn't you dare? Imperial Lord Dashia's golden armor glowed, and the human emperor's sword clanked. The human emperor. His chi fortune was added to his body, making him appear rich and powerful. The holy emperor of the Grand Xia had also gained something, and was in need of a sword sacrifice at the moment. Good. When the Black Qilin saw that the Great Summer Saint Emperor had answered the battle, his eyes were raging with battle intent. If you lose, you'll hand over your place at the table with the Shangsun, and crawl obediently into the corner until we're done eating and you're back at the table. Poof. You lose. I want 3 drops of your heart's blood to sacrifice the sword, the Great Summer Saint Emperor said. Come on. Today, this honored one will avenge your attack and killing of my son back then. The Black Qilin roared. Poof. I am in the same life as your son, and it is only right that I step on its bones to prove the Tao. I would like to avenge the secret sneak attack at the time of the Tao's fulfillment, trying to prevent me from becoming the Tao and letting my body die and the Tao fade away. The Black Qilin clan and the Great Xia Imperial clan have a worldly grudge. Immortality. Daxia Saint Emperor into the Tao of that life. Amazing talent. Beat that era of the degenerate immortal clan pride cannot raise their heads. Whether it is the Black Dragon lineage, or the Black Phoenix lineage, are suppressed by the young Daxia. A lot of heavenly pride by this shelf pot up fire burning and eating. Degenerate immortal clan hates the teeth itchy. When he was young, the Great Summer Saint Emperor was also a ferocious person, representing the human race to make great achievements among the 10,000 races, making the human race, which had fallen into the blood food of degenerate creatures, raise their heads. He was a major icon in the lower realms and was the idol of many young race cultivators. The Great Summer Saint Emperor wasn't at the top of the cultivation scale amongst the saints, but the things that he had done had left many people dumbfounded. What with the fire-roasted heavenly phoenix girl, trading black tiger bones, tiger skins, and stabbing black dragons and bathing in unicorn blood just to shed their own bones and so on. It's simply not too vicious. These battles could have hated the fallen ones with a passion. If it wasn't for Li Qingxian, Fairy Kunlun, and other human powerhouses protecting the way behind them, preventing the older generation of fallen creatures from making a move against the Grand Xia Sacred Emperor, the Black Qilin and the others would have already shattered the Grand Xia Sacred Emperor into pieces. The Holy Emperor of Daxia is the public enemy of fallen creatures. His whole life was legendary. If taken alone and written as a novel, it would be a legendary cool book. It's at the cool male-led level. It is said that in the lower realm, there is really someone who wrote a war emperor chronicle based on him, which is sought after by the world. The Holy Emperor of the Grand Xia, and the fallen creatures had an unresolved grudge. If you have the guts, then suffer death. The Black Qilin's gaze was sharp, and the pupil of the beast was filled with indifference. It was as if he wanted to eat the Great Summer Saint Emperor. It's been a long time since I've eaten unicorn meat, and I'm still a bit nostalgic. The Great Summer Saint Emperor shrugged. Darrar, this seed will break you into pieces. The mention of this topic made the Black Qilin think of the bad part of history. It wasn't known if the Great Summer Saint Emperor was too stunning or if the fallen creature was too weak in that era, actually allowing the Great Summer Saint Emperor to load up. Fallen creatures regard that part of history as a disgrace. Furious? The Great Summer Saint Emperor smiled. I'm enjoying your exasperation. It seems like I've seen it somewhere. I really miss the years when I was young and fought 10 fallen celestials in one battle, and eventually certified as a human emperor. Why don't the 3 of you go together? I don't care. Sunan touched his nose. Good guy. Originally thought that the Great Summer Saint Emperor was very honest and didn't talk much. I didn't realize that he was a master of pretending. You can't judge a book by its cover. Arrogant. This seed alone can decimate you. Go to hell. The Black Qilin couldn't take it anymore and attacked. Reverse scale 7 steps. Really in a hurry. Coming up here and taking out your Qilin clan's supreme immortal technique. The 7 steps of the reverse scale? The Great Xia Saint Emperor snorted. Human Emperor armor. Human Emperor sword. It's been a long time since I fought a bloodbath with a fallen creature, so let's battle it out today. There were thorns in his words, constantly satirizing the Black Qilin, but he didn't dare to be slack in his hands. Clang clang clang. The Human Emperor's sword and the Human Emperor's sword emitted a buzzing sound. The excitement was overwhelming. Supreme Sword Emperor technique. The Great Summer Saint Emperor took a step forward and swung out his long sword. Ow wow. The golden dragon of the 9 heavens rushed out from within his long sword, slamming into the Black Qilin with open teeth and claws. His cultivation was much stronger than before. Now the 9 golden dragons were actually vaguely transformed into substance. These 9 dragons, but they are sword chi sacrificed with your fallen creature dragon clan, the Great Summer Saint Emperor said idly. The first step of the 7 steps of the reverse scale. Treading heaven. The black Qilin glared angrily and rode in the air, stepping in the void. With one step, there were countless black runes present under its feet. It spreads out, in a majestic way. If he were in the lower realms, this step of his would probably have shaken the mountains and shattered the void. Out of the blue is a killing move. These two rivals who possessed a deep blood feud finally dueled at this moment. Sunan watched with interest. He wasn't a judge. He wasn't in the mood to condemn. He just looked at everything as an interesting story, and he was too lazy to care about the grudges of the lower realms. It's a transcendent role. 46. Saint Emperor Desya, I now feel that I am terribly strong, and I wish to conquer the immortals. Bang! The black Qilin stepped in the void, and the laws of darkness were trampled under his feet. A rune was densely packed as if it was a law step. Roar! Knock! 9 golden dragon stripes impacted. Turning the corner, the black griffin stepped on all 4 hooves and stomped on the heads of the 9 dragons. Dang! Both sides are deadlocked. Click! 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 Just a moment. The black Qilin's 7 steps of the reverse scale then stepped on the 9 golden dragons and shattered them within an inch of their lives. Avalanche! The 9 golden dragons shattered in response. The 7 steps of the adversary scales are known to shatter the heavens and the paths of the heavens with their feet. It turned into a golden speck and exploded. This is the so-called strongest attack of the great Xia Saint Emperor, the supreme sword emperor technique known as the human emperor's way. On the black Qilin's face, humanized smugness was evident. But that's all. Human emperor's sword. Rumble. The great summer saint emperor didn't speak and responded with his sword. On his body, he bloomed with golden light, and his entire body was bathed in golden light. Unique splendor erupted in his physical body, and 5-colored light flowed from his internal organs to the human emperor armor and the human emperor sword. A vast and appalling aura erupted. This kind of aura surprised even Su Ning. The other villains watching the battle, Li Qingxian and the Kunlun fairy's brows stared and their eyes widened. Eyes horrified. The black Qilin, black phoenix, and black dragon were in awe in their hearts. The human emperor Dao, the aura of a human emperor. You've hidden your strength? That's what you are. Hiding the power of faith in your body. Using the faith of the earth to step on all the paths of the heavens? The black dragon watching the battle suddenly thought of something. No wonder you were amazing in that life. Suppressing the fallen ancient race and beating the ancient race's youth so much that they couldn't raise their heads. We all underestimated you. He absorbs the whole earth, representing the way of the people, the emperor of the people. This karma is added to a person who can no longer be called a person, but the belief of billions and billions of people. Perhaps everyone has underestimated the great summer saint emperor. He shouldn't be the holy emperor of the great Xia, but the holy emperor of the human race. Rumble. The long sword in the hands of the holy emperor of the grand Xia turned into 9 in 1. It's not much, and it's quaint and uninteresting, and yet there is always a sense of vastness. Palpitating. Taste the earthly sword. Kenichi. Yang Chun. Shu. One of the swords seemed to sense something and violently shot towards the black Qilin. Reverse scale 7 steps. Treading heaven. Ding. Bang. The great sword was ancient and stabbed at the foot of the black Qilin. The black Qilin's body then flew out backwards, and the might of that sword, which didn't have the fluctuation of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, was able to have a strange effect. Shoo! The black Qilin flew out backwards very quickly, but before he even landed, he violently charged towards the Grand Xia Sacred Emperor with a bizarre rotational speed that was just as fast. The black Qilin was too high-minded to allow himself to be suppressed. The second step of the 7 steps of the reverse scale. Step on the ground. Click. Underneath his feet. It was as if the landings of the heavens and the worlds were about to be shattered as the black Qilin had countless laws of darkness draped around his feet as he stomped towards the face of the great Xia Sacred Emperor. Sword 2, Hatsumomo. Seeing the heaven-destroying aura, the great Summer Saint Emperor's face was blandly self-conscious. Sacrifice Sword 2. The second golden rune human emperor's sword stabbed at the black Qilin. Bang! The black Qilin once again suffered a defeat, but this time he was clearly prepared and didn't fly out in a sorry state like the first time. But he also retreated a full 9 steps, the third of the 7 steps of the adversary scales. Step on earth. Rumble. The human emperor's sword that flew and received a huge impact. No crash though. Sword 3, Linxiu. Shu. The third sword stabbed out. Rumble. The black Qilin couldn't support it this time, and along with his reverse scale 7 steps tread was blown away. Fourth sword, Winter. This time, without waiting for the black Qilin to make a move, the great Summer Saint Emperor was the first to make a sword strike. A long sword descended from the sky and shot towards the black Qilin in a parabolic arc. Bang! The black Qilin landed on the ground and was ruthlessly suppressed, as if it had cast a spell of immobilization. Under the coverage of the golden light greatsword, it was actually unable to move. Damn it! The black Qilin was self-conscious about the loss of face and stomped on the ground with all 4 feet, trying to get up. The high and mighty Qilin clan would not allow itself to be suppressed, especially by an ant-like human race. He was very upset, constantly struggling. The fourth step of the 7 steps of the adversary scales, step on God. The Black Qilin used the fourth step of the 7 steps of the reverse scale tread, not to step on the enemy, but just to get up. However, his body, under the great sword of golden light, seemed to be pressed by an invisible hand, prostrate on the ground, unable to get up. Damn. The Black Qilin felt humiliated. The 7 steps of the reverse scale had a good battle record no matter who he faced, even against Li Qingxian and the Kunlun Immortal. Under the same realm, he would definitely not be unable to perform the subsequent Dao, and facing the Great Summer Saint Emperor, he was actually suppressed before he could use all his skills. So the so-called fallen ancient race, the ancestor of the Qilin, is nothing more than that, not much different from the Qilin that I used to sacrifice my sword and eat my food when I was young. The Great Xia Sacred Emperor looked down from his height, looking disdainfully at the Black Qilin, and said indifferently. The Black Unicorn exploded with anger, struggling even more. Don't make a pointless struggle. Your heart's blood. This emperor will take it. A dragon pattern presented itself in the eyes of the Great Summer Saint Emperor. It wasn't a dragon's bloodline, nor was it a symbol of the Son of Heaven. It was purely the dragon's Dao pattern that was born from the too many ancient clans that the Saint Emperor of the Grand Xia had killed when he was young, and was born on his own. It seems, it's coming to an end, the Great Summer Saint Emperor said. He still has power left, but the latter skill doesn't have to be used. 4 swords in 1. Exterminate. Sunny spring, early summer, approaching fall, bitter winter. 4 swords in 1. Coalesce into a handful. 4 ways to gather. A longer and bigger sword fell from the sky. Rumble. The great sword fell. The Black Qilin's eyes were horrified, staring at the huge sword that smashed down, and there was nothing he could do about it. One can only watch. A burst of golden light passed. The Black Qilin, who had been strutting around a moment ago, was covered in blood, lying on the ground, unable to move. The golden sword behind the Great Summer Saint Emperor's head glowed as he looked down on the dead dog like Black Qilin. The fallen ancient race? This emperor is destined to be your nemesis. The ancient era was able to rise amongst the fallen 10,000 and eat all the sacred races. And now, it's also possible to win over the ancient sacred race's ancestor. Landing on the ground, he slashed his sword, forcing 3 drops of heart blood from the Black Qilin's forehead. Looking back, looking towards the Black Dragon and the Black Phoenix. Do you dare to fight me? The Great Summer Saint Emperor was arrogant. At this moment, the arrogant and domineering Black Dragon and Black Phoenix just had ugly faces, and did not answer. The Great Summer Saint Emperor's performance exceeded their expectations. They had always thought that among the 9 great saints, the Great Summer Saint Emperor was probably the weakest. I didn't realize this guy was so devious. Surprisingly, he hides his strength. 3 drops of heart's blood. I don't know how many days it would take to recover. And although the Black Dragon and the Black Phoenix were eager to teach the Great Summer Sacred Emperor a lesson, they didn't want to take any chances. There can only be silence. The Tao of the Great Summer Saint Emperor. The cycle of seasons. It's the way of reincarnation, Li Qingxian commented. Not only is there the way of the 4 seasons reincarnation, but there is also the human emperor's faith. Perhaps we have all underestimated him. Immortal Kunlun also said gruffly. He only used 4 swords to defeat the Black Qilin. I wonder what the 5 swords behind him will be? Li Qingxuan's eyes burned. He was originally a sword cultivator, and when he saw the Grand Xia Sacred Emperor, who was equally outstanding in the Tao of the sword, he couldn't help but be delighted at the sight of the hunt. However, today was not the time to spar with the Great Summer Saint Emperor. Previously, this seat used the human emperor's way to traverse the world without a single defeat. The human emperor's power, the power of reincarnation, was cultivated to the extreme by this seat, and after ascending, I have always wondered if my sword can cut down immortals. The Great Summer Saint Emperor said. He defeated the Black Qilin, called out the Black Dragon and Black Phoenix, and dumbfounded his opponent. And now the Great Summer Saint Emperor's self-confidence was bursting at the seams. Elder Immortal, I feel terribly strong myself now. I wish to conquer immortality. May I have some advice? 47. 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river? King Kana, are you sick? The Great Summer Saint Emperor actually challenged Su Ning. This scene caused the other ascendants to be a bit surprised. Challenge me? Su Ning, who had been mortared in the sky watching the show, was finding it interesting. The Great Summer Saint Emperor's human emperor way had given him a lot of feelings and rewards. I didn't realize he was going to challenge himself. I'll admit you did improve quickly. Alright, I accept your challenge. Su Ning stroked his chin, wanting to have some fun as well. Good, then let me see if the earthly sword is capable of beheading immortals. the great Xiaosane Emperor was spirited. Facing Su Ning, he didn't dare to treat him with any contempt as the human emperor sword and human emperor armor continued to bubble with light. Tada! Before it could even begin. However, Su Ning flicked his index finger, ejecting the spirited holy emperor of Daxia. It's like flicking a fly. Knock knock knock. The great Summer Saint Emperor's body flew backwards and rolled many times on the ground before stabilizing. The difference isn't usually big. The great Summer Saint Emperor was knocked back to reality by a finger. It has indeed gotten stronger. Able to withstand the snap of my fingers. Su Ning seriously complimented the great Summer Saint Emperor on his progress. Although he hadn't used much force himself, the great Summer Saint Emperor was indeed stronger than before. However, these words fell so hard on the ears of the great Summer Saint Emperor. I'm so fierce. I can't believe you're saying it's good. It's good enough for you to snap your fingers. Okay. That's a hard thing to say, but it's a real compliment. Ask all the ascended beings present. Who can be like me and still be able to walk away in one piece after being bounced by an immortal? I'm so against the grain. Okay. The great Summer Saint Emperor didn't feel it was a humiliation. Rather it was an honor. He hadn't had time to use his earthly sword, and he hadn't made the second half of his reincarnation. The great Summer Saint Emperor, however, didn't feel unwilling. He knew that even if he made it, he would actually be sent flying with a snap of his fingers. It's the same whether you use it or not. Many thanks to Immortal Elder for his teachings. The great Xia human emperor is convinced of his loss. The great Xia sacred emperor was not discouraged, nor did he feel sorry for himself as he turned around in a dashing manner once his long sword was put away. It's very spontaneous. You guys continue. Don't worry about me. Su Ning ended the great Summer Saint Emperor's challenge and said to the villains underground, there's competition to get better, and sparring with each other is fine with me. One of his daily pleasures is to watch the little people living, fighting and so on. It's like catching up on a TV show. Very much a diversion. The little man underground nodded as he listened. Ignore the Su Ning who is as tall as the sky. The black dragon turned to the Qing Emperor, one of the 9 saints, and said, Tang Snake Qing Emperor, you have always boasted that you are comparable to the dragon race, and even more noble than the dragon race. Today, I'll give you a chance to prove it. Do you dare to fight? I can't wait. I've long wanted to slay a dragon to prove my Tao. The Green Emperor's original body was a Tang snake, which also belonged to the beast class, but unlike the ancient sacred race, it belonged to the new generation of supreme beings. He has always wanted to prove that he is not weaker than the strongest race of the ancient world, the dragons. If this seat wins, I'll take your heart's blood and refine it to strengthen the origin bloodline. If you win, this seat will also give you 3 drops of heart's blood for you to evolve. How about that? Why bother with words? Fight! A great battle between the two was imminent. Unlike the one-sided battle between the Black Qilin and the Great Summer Saint Emperor, the two were indistinguishable. Tang Snake started out still fighting in his human form, and fought until he finally revealed his original source to fight. The two long objects fought from the sky to the ground, and from the ground to the sky in an unusually fierce battle. I'm afraid it's hard to tell the winner from the loser for a while. On the other side, the Black Phoenix and the Golden Crow Emperor merely glanced at each other, and without too many words, they were unaware of each other and coincidentally broke out into a great battle. The Divine Beast clan had been born a long time ago, and the Golden Crow Emperor had also lived a long time, existing, from the beginning of the heavens and earth. Speaking of which, it belonged to the same era of creatures as the ancient sacred race. This fellow also has escaped many great calamities and witnessed many great ages. After experiencing the Eerie era, the Mongo era, the era of the saints where all the races were in full force, the era of the first cataclysm, the era of the divine court, to the later era of the dark race, and the current era of the human race, the Golden Crow is like a living history. In every age, it is possible to fit in perfectly and not fall into the hijacking. Between him and the Black Phoenix, there was also a blood feud. In the beginning, when the Phoenix wanted to ascend to immortality, he was attacked by the Golden Crow, wanting to take the Phoenix Tao fruit. Fortunately, the Phoenix clan has the ability of Nirvana rebirth, otherwise he would have fallen that time. After that, Black Phoenix has been searching for the person behind the sneak attack on him. I don't know how many eras I traced it, only to learn by chance that it was done by the Golden Crow Emperor whom I trusted. The Phoenix exploded with anger. Belonging to the same sky race, they were so trusting of the Golden Crow clan in the beginning. And you're giving me this? From then on, the Golden Crow clan and the Phoenix clan were arch-enemies. The Golden Crow Emperor and the Black Phoenix were also immortal. Hostile. The Phoenix and the Golden Crow show their true forms and duel in the vault of heaven. The Golden Crow's true fire of extinction against the Phoenix's rebirth by fire. The two are also indistinguishable from each other. Su Ning can afford to look strong. Listening to these past histories of the lower world is simply better than reading a novel. It's something you can really see. He is like a hyperdimensional being looking down on the lower realms where all beings are free from suffering and happy. No involvement, no evaluation, and even less justice. Black Dragon and Tingshui Qingdi, Black Phoenix and Golden Crow Emperor. Both sides fought back and forth. End up STH. The Black Dragon and Black Phoenix each won. The win was also a bad one. The difference is not that big. The Green Emperor and the Golden Crow Emperor ascended first, their cultivation strength pulling far away from the fallen ancient race. And last night, Zhang Xiaotao absorbed the bizarre origin from the fallen ancient race, allowing them to gain the opportunity. No more weird bloodline oppression. Their cultivation skyrocketed. That's what gave him the ability to compete with the 9 great saints. 1 loss and 2 wins. The fallen ancient race had sort of recovered a bit of face. Today's dispute, too, came to a close. They would have liked to cut again. It wasn't until Zhang Xiaotao had prepared the meal and Su Ning said that it was time to eat that the fallen ancient race and the 9 great saints forgot about their grudges at the same time and happily accepted the feeding. Su Ning, a meal that settles all disputes? Whether it's a result of an age-old feud, immortality, or a personal struggle to win. Before eating, any grudges are trivial. This meal was different. The Black Dragon and Black Phoenix take the place of the Golden Crow Emperor and the Green Emperor and can eat at the table. The Golden Crow, the Green Emperor, and the Black Qilin could only cower in the corner. Black Dragon and Black Phoenix were in a happy mood. The victories that came at great cost are finally bearing fruit. Raise an eyebrow. It's so nice to sit at a table and eat. On the other hand, the Golden Crow Emperor and the Green Emperor were depressed and very humiliated. That position, it would have been theirs. 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river. Humph, just be complacent. Sooner or later, I will get back everything that belongs to me. Qing Di grimaced and swore in the direction of the Black Dragon. Black Phoenix, I'll never die with you. Just wait, I'll sit back in my place. The Golden Crow Emperor soothed his wounds and decided to double his cultivation in the future. And the Black Unicorn. So I this? Who am I? What am I doing? What are my goals? He looked at the Black Dragon and the Black Phoenix and envied them in his heart. But as allies, he certainly couldn't target these two. And the Holy Emperor of Daxia. Honestly, he thought that guy was too perverted and it was better not to take him as an opponent. As for Li Qingxian and Fairy Kunlun, these two were the number 1 existence of the 9 great saints. Nor can they be used as opponents. All that's left is Sumeru Buddha, the old man who asked the question, and King Kana, the giant beast of the deep sea. Sumeru Buddha and Elder Questioner are unfathomable. All that counts is the King Kana, the behemoth of the deep. The Black Qilin seemed to have found a direction in life, and like the Golden Wuqing Emperor, his eyes burned as he said to King Kana, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. King Kana, this seat and you are enemies, and there will be a day in the future when this seat will take back everything that belongs to this seat. Hearing this, King Kana was confused and speechless. None of my business. What do I owe you? Did I piss you off? What the is wrong with you? Ha? What did I take from you? You're going to get back what's yours. You're sick. 48. Country fair vibes. Sweat. I'm embarrassed. That's not the way to pick a soft target, is it? Where is your dignity and kingly dignity as a fallen ancient race? That's it? Have some face. What do I have against you? You think I'm a bully, don't you? King Kana was very speechless. Think I'm easy to bully? Black Qilin, if you want to challenge this seat, feel free to accompany me, King Kana said in a cold voice. He felt slighted. Who here isn't the most brilliant man of his time? You're picking on me? You think I'm the weakest? Where's my face? Ha ha. King Kana, he obviously thinks you're weak. As saints who ascended together, you're being underestimated like this. It seems like you need to work hard, the great Summer Saint Emperor said. Black Qilin, you only dare to seek out King Kana. If you have the ability to seek revenge on me, I'll be waiting any time. Hoof. The Black Qilin pressed on without responding in the face of the Dixia Sacred Emperor's sneer. A meal is finished. Each one tries to cultivate. After this round, they're trying even harder. If you're not careful, you'll be the target of a takedown. All of them were celestial pride, and it was not pleasant to be belittled. Sunan finished eating. Pick up your cell phone and search the web for small castles, houses and such. In order to prevent his little people from having their homes stolen by other animals while he was out on a trip, he decided to buy a couple of safer buildings for the ascenders. In case of danger, they can hide inside. Chicken coop. Kennel? No. At least they're ascended beings. It's kinda bad to put them in a chicken coop or a doghouse, said Sunan, browsing through the pet store cages, safe houses, and such. Isn't there anything sturdier? It's all fancy when you shop around. There are also art houses that can be customized by hand, but that one is too expensive for Suning to afford. The only thing you can do is contact the merchant and ask if you can weld an iron frame without using steel. Suning negotiates with merchants. These days, if you have money, you can do anything. So someone is not a rich man, but there had been some small fortune lately. Artwork he couldn't afford. Practical things he could afford. According to Suning's opinion, a businessman specializing in pet cages takes orders, and according to Suning's requirements, they will weld a stainless steel iron cage, try to make it as beautiful as possible, and the main focus is a sturdy. The merchant talked to him. As for the final effect, Suning doesn't know, and the only way to unlock the answer is on the day of receipt. After doing so, Suning continued to cultivate. Little has been achieved. Practiced for an hour or two. Suning collects the credit. He's going down the street to buy some necessities, taking Jiang Xiaotao and driving the Wuling Hongguang they just bought. They set off. The weather was great. On a windy and sunny day, Suning drove the van slowly on a country road. On both sides of the road were lush trees, which were neatly arranged like green guards, shielding people from the sun. The trees were dappled with shadows, and the leaves rustled in the breeze, as if they were playing a concert of nature. So beautiful. So comfortable. Floating on the co-pilot, Jiang Xiaotao was in a happy mood, her face full of enjoyment as she stretched out her hand, mastering the breeze. The sky was clear and blue with a few white clouds floating in it, as light as cotton candy. The sunlight poured down through the clouds, illuminating everything on the earth and giving people a warm and bright feeling. In the distance were the rolling hills, which looked magnificent under the sunlight, just like an ink painting. The van traveled along a small road, passing through a golden rice field from time to time, the wind blowing the waves of wheat, making a subtle rustling sound. The rice paddies were also dotted with hard-working farmers, whose silhouettes loomed in the sunlight. The brook by the roadside gurgled with rippling, clear water, like a mirror, reflecting the sky and the surrounding scenery. The fish in the water were swimming happily, adding a bit of vitality and vigor to this tranquil picture. The picturesque scenery of the countryside paths mesmerizes you with the beauty and serenity of nature. I haven't felt such a beautiful scenery in a long time. Jiang Xiaotao was mesmerized. Suning suddenly realized through her side face. She was beautiful, revealing a girly vibe. It's as unchanged as it was in college. Suning, thank you. Jiang Xiaotao thanked again. The most she has said since meeting Suning is thank you. It was now daytime, and Jiang Xiaotao in her daytime state didn't have the horrible face that she had at night. It was her face in her normal condition. Before I was in the state of soul. To talk to can't feel the surroundings. Even if I can see, I can't feel it. Now I can feel it. The sun is warm. The breeze is cool. It's all from you. Thank you, said Jiang Xiaotao with hot tears. But she couldn't shed a tear, because she's in a soul state, and soul states don't have tears. No need to say so many thanks. Suning replied. Sometimes, a lot of things in this world are about chance. The fact that you met me means that this is what you deserve. Suning replied. There's a lot of suffering in this world that I can't see, and perhaps there's a lot of people like you that I can't reach. You happen to meet me, and I happen to meet you, which can only mean that it's all destiny. Suning said. They came to the food court. Pull over to the side of the road. In fact, rural fairs can't be described as mere food markets. It's a hodgepodge. The rural market is bustling with the smell of fireworks everywhere. Vegetable stalls are full of fresh vegetables, colorful, dazzling. Stall owners yell loudly, bargaining with customers, so lively. Characteristic cold noodle food stalls are surrounded by people. Bowls of crystal clear cold noodle, with a variety of seasonings, let a person mouth-watering. The small restaurant is also full of diners. The aroma is overflowing. People cannot help but stop to taste. The market was crowded with people carrying baskets of vegetables or snacks, with satisfied smiles on their faces. Children playing in the crowd, adding a few vitality and vigor. The whole market is full of laughter. Let people feel the simplicity and beauty of rural life. When Jiang Xiaotao arrived here, he couldn't stay still, looking here and there, curious and new about everything. Run around and look. It was as if a prisoner who had been locked up for many years had finally been released and was free. She loved the fireworks atmosphere. It gave her a feeling of back to life. Suning followed the bouncing Jiang Xiaotao. There's no rush to buy groceries either. Plenty of time anyway. Rural fairs have a different atmosphere of life than those in the city. Realistic and slow-paced. All kinds of vegetables and fruits were fresh. Some not so good-looking, but definitely local. Suning, what is this? Jiang Xiaotao curiously asked about some novelty. This is a specialty vegetable on our side that can be used to make gazpacho or fried meat. Just as Suning finished speaking, a bunch of gazes around him looked at him with strange eyes. Nuts. Talk to yourself. Suning, sweat. Forgot that I'm the only one who can see Ginger Peach. He felt a little awkward. All one can do is smile. 49. Little yellow hair, $20 for parking. In other people's perspectives, Sunin is just talking to himself, occasionally with a serious and sideways explanation about what it's like to eat food. There was clearly no one around him. This must be taken as schizophrenia? Suning. Super awkward. He then closed his mouth. Can't be talking to yourself alone in the street. That's really weird, alright. You can snap your toes and get a 3-bedroom apartment. That's cockfighting that? Wow. Jiang Xiaotao didn't notice any of this. It was very exciting for her to feel the world in this real experience underground for 3 years. It was also the first time she had seen a real cockfight. Used to watch it on my phone. The curious Jiang Xiaotao seemed to have discovered a new continent. A slinky run over there. Suning had no choice but to follow, shaking his head. This girl, curious about everything, like a curious baby. What can I do? Whatever. Quitting his job. Sunin now has a lot of time on his hands. The two came to the cockfighting stand. There was a circle of people around at the moment, and in order to watch more closely, Jiang Xiaotao floated above the cockfight, her eyes blinking as she looked down. In the cockfighting ring, a black and red cockatoo, and a white cockatoo were standing on their necks, facing off. With bloodshot eyes and feathers raised, the two fighting cocks engaged in a thrilling battle. They were at each other's throats, attacking each other with their sharp claws and pointed beaks, each attack carrying a deadly threat. The field was dusty, with chicken feathers scattered all over the place, accompanied by clucking chickens and fierce clashes, as if two martial arts masters were engaged in a life and death duel. The crowd of onlookers nervously watched the intense battle, their hoots and hollers rising and falling to cheer on the cockfighters they were rooting for. Well, white chicken, go! Go black chickens, go white chicken, I've got $100 on you. Some waved their arms excitedly, while others held their breath for fear of missing any exciting moment. As the battle goes on, the cries get higher and the atmosphere becomes more and more enthusiastic. This cockfighting battle is not only a competition between chickens, but also people's pursuit of courage and victory. Cockfighting is very bloody sport. As the battle deepens, the one white cockatoo gradually became unsupportable. Seized by the black and red cockatoo, he bites the crown. A few pecks in a row. White rooster, hold on. Hold on. A middle-aged man, who seemed to be White Rooster's owner, shouted as he saw that White Rooster was about to lose. Scratch, scratch, scratch. It's just a shame that the white chickens are powerless. Cockles are continuously pecked. Blood is dripping. It runs from the head all the way to the eyes. Tick-tock. Soon all the white hair on his body was dyed red. Xiao Bai. Go for it. Go for it. In the air, Jiang Xiaotao clenched her fists and cheered. She's also a fan of white. Maybe because white is better looking than black. Girls are face animals. Coo. The white chicken tried to struggle again, only for the black chicken to take advantage of the situation. Keep pecking at white's cockles. Jump up hard with your chicken paw to stomp on the little white belly again. White tumbles backwards as he gets kicked. Getting up again. The cockles are half cracked. Put. White tries to stand and fight again, staggering half-heartedly. Still down. It humanized a look of resignation in its eyes. Won. My mighty champion husband won, exclaimed the owner of the black cock. From now on my champion husband is the #1 chicken in the whole town. Willing to bet. Pay up. The owner of the black chicken yelled, reaching out for money at the owner of the white chicken. The owner of the white chicken was depressed and gave the white chicken a hateful look. Damn. Waste my good food and so many resources to feed you, and as a result, you gave me such a one? Waste. He cursed and gave money. As for the white chickens, disgusted, he picked him up from the fighting arena and tossed him aside like a piece of trash. The meat of the cockatoo is not good. Losing cockfights are worthless. Almost no one will buy it. Coo. The white chicken screamed miserably and struggled for a few moments, before collapsing completely to the ground. Its owner doesn't care either. Others won't pay attention to the defeated white chicken, all watching the next cockfighting matchup. Jiang Xiaotao wordlessly floated next to Sun Ning. Little white is so pitiful. Can you lend me some money to buy it? Just buy it, and I'll work hard in the future to pay off this bill soon, Jiang Xiaotao said. Sun Ning shrugged and sighed helplessly. It's just a chicken. Like how much you can owe me for buying it? In fact, Jiang Xiaotao didn't have to be so humble and prayerful, and Sun Ning would have bought it. Boss, how much do you charge for this chicken? Sun Ning asked the middle-aged boss. The originally depressed owner of the white chicken's eyes lit up when he heard that someone was interested in that chicken. Young man, you want to buy it? This chicken is defeated, but it is well known that fighting chickens have strong blood and qi, so it is very tonic to use it for stew. This is of course nonsense, trying to get some more value out of your white chickens. How much? Asked Sunin. If you really want it, just give $200. $200 for a defeated fighting cock? Su Ning shook his head. Look at it dying. We're taking it to make soup anyway. What does it matter if it's dead or not? 180. Can't be cheap. 80. If you sell it, load it to me. If you don't sell it, keep it for yourself and make soup. Who doesn't know that the meatloaf of a fighting chicken is not good and the soup is fishy? Said Su Ning. I bought him to see if I could save him and go home and breed him. 100. The minimum. The owner gritted his teeth. The two haggled and eventually sold for 100. Su Ning carried the bag and left the cockfighting arena. The white chicken boss was finally in a better mood. That payout always gets a little value back. It's a win-win situation. No one is screwing anyone over. Bought white chickens. Su Ning and Jiang Xiaotao were also tired of shopping and began to buy household items. Toothpaste and toothbrush, shampoo and toilet paper are the kind of things that Su Ning makes its own. The dishes. Jiang Xiaotao is in charge. The duo bought a lot in big bags. Today's harvest is full. Jiang Xiaotao was happy. Girls have always had a special fervor for shopping. When you buy something, no matter what you buy, if you buy a lot of it, your heart will be happy. Pair. Oh, no. One man and one ghost, to be exact, came to the Wuling Honda, loaded their stuff in, and prepared to go home. Let's go. Go home and cook something delicious. I bought a lot of vegetables today. This time I'll let you taste my handiwork. Jiang Xiaodao raised her showy fists, to give Sunin to show his strengths. Sunin smiled. Thanks a lot then. I'll wait for the food. He got in the car and fastened his seatbelt. Get ready to go home. This time, a QR code came up to him. At the same time, a drippy voice rang out, parking fee, 20. Sunin looked back. On the corner of the street, a group of small yellow-haired gangsters leaned on a few worn-out motorcycles, cigarettes dangling from their mouths, their eyes staring menacingly at the passing cars. He had messy yellow hair and was wearing a tight tank top and worn-out jeans, revealing tattoos on his arms. Whenever a vehicle was parked on the side of the road, Little Yellow Hair would quickly rush forward, knocking on the window, showing an arrogant and domineering expression, and yelling for parking fees. His voice revealed an unbearable social air, as if the area was under his jurisdiction. Drivers were often intimidated by his imposing presence and dared not say anything but obediently paid the parking fees. After receiving the money, Little Yellow Hair would whistle proudly and then move on to his next target. His behavior caused dissatisfaction among the surrounding residents, but no one dared to challenge his authority easily. Suning, too, was targeted by this group of socialites. 50. Little Yellow Hair was scared to death. Parking fees? There's a parking fee here? Sunin asked. Sure. Little Yellow Hair replied impatiently. Where is your business license? I'd like to see it, asked Sunin. As I recall, this parking lot isn't owned by anyone either. It's public, I think. Tell you to hand it over and you'll hand it over. What's with all the nonsense? The yellow hair that tapped on Suning's window said. Before Sunin could say anything else, he saw something new in the distance. Meanwhile, on the other side of the street, on this chaotic street corner, this group of unsavory punks were gathering with the mission of collecting parking fees. A car slowly approached, and the driver clearly had no intention of paying the parking fee. When the gangsters saw this, a hint of cunning flashed in their eyes, and they quickly surrounded it, forming an unsuspecting wall of people. The gangster in the lead, his face full of grimace, he stepped forward and blocked the car's way. Parking fee, pay up. The other punks were shouting and waving their fists, trying to use threats to put the driver in his place. The driver sat nervously in the car, his grip on the steering wheel tight and his palms sweaty, but his eyes revealed a hint of determination. The shouts of the gangsters grew louder and louder as they closed in on the car window, spittle flying and staring viciously at the driver. However, the driver was not intimidated by their bullying. He kept his lips tightly shut and did not flinch. The situation fell into a tense standoff, and time seemed to freeze. This is illegal for you. Believe it or not, I'll call the police. Pa! A mouthful of spit on that driver's window. That driver saw he was surrounded and paged to call the police. The punks couldn't help but snicker when they heard that. Call the police. You do it. Humph. It's not like the brothers haven't been through the police before. This kind of small thing can't be punished much at all. If you have the ability, you can call the police. However, you can think about it. We wrote down your license plate number. If you really intend to come to the hard way, we are all minors here, all protected by the law. Come out and do something. You don't regret it. Those few yellow hairs screamed. You. The driver could only obediently take out money under the lewd authority of these gangsters. Oof. Wouldn't you have woken up earlier? Wasting old man's time. A yellow hair said in dissatisfaction. Spit. Another spit on the windshield did the trick. The driver was furious, but he could only leave with a grudge. The onlookers can only shake their heads helplessly when they see this. This group of people. Lawless. He's been making trouble in this neighborhood because he's a minor. What was a livable and wonderful town is because of this little yakuza that has made the town a mess. It's as disgusting as a pot of soup with a rat dropped in. The underage protection law, which was intended to protect mentally immature teenagers so that they can thrive, does benefit a lot of people who are well protected, but there are always the odd ones who take advantage of their age and use their status to do something out of the ordinary. Even if they kill and set fire to people, they know that they will not be sanctioned, and it is precisely because of this that they are so arrogant and domineering. In this case, even if the police are called, the follow-up won't have much effect, and when they come out, they may even start retaliation. No one dares to gamble with their lives against those maniacs, and they don't want to jeopardize their families because of something trivial. After all, as adults, everyone has a family responsibility behind them. It was no longer the time when he was a teenager, that bloodthirsty and fearless. What are you looking at? Pay up when you've seen enough. The yellow hair next to Suning's car tilted his chin and spoke through his nostrils. Especially arrogant. Suning frowned, and his grip on the steering wheel tightened. Don't be impulsive. Give it to him first. No need to start a conflict here. It won't be good for you. Came Jiang Xiaotao's words. Suning glanced to the side. Jiang Xiaotao had a cold face. This kind of person. Just leave it to me to clean up. Don't worry. I especially dislike these scum of society. I won't let them feel good. Her expression was firm. Su Ning thought for a moment and nodded. All right. Took out his cell phone and scanned $20 for the QR code. Receiving the payment, the little yellow hair sneered. Count your cents. He actually looked down on Suning. Being tall and big, he didn't expect to be so good at bullying. What a lot of muscle for nothing. Suning sneered and didn't say much. Drove off in his car. How could the punks know what kind of existence they had messed with? What a bummer. Such a beautiful town has been stunk up by this bunch of trash. Forget it. The law can't sanction you guys, so I'll do it. It seems like the law can't do anything about a being like me. What's more, how dare they bully you? Jiang Xiaotao changed her temperament. Only Suning knew how terrifying this king of creepy was. She is gentle in front of herself, but in front of others, some things do require special treatment, Suning said, acquiescing to Jiang Xiaotao's behavior. Night. It's still the same town. The night is thick and dark in the area known as the King of Darkness neighborhood. It's a name given by a group of middle-aged teenagers. On both sides of the street, neon lights flickered on and off, as if they were the beating, restless pulse of the city. At the corner of the street, a group of punks gathered together, wearing what they thought were fashionable and shabby clothes, with disdain and provocation on their faces. The leader of this group of mongrels, named Ahu, was a young man with a stout figure and a fierce face. He stood in the crowd, his gaze like a wolf or a tiger, scanning the passing pedestrians. Whenever someone accidentally bumped into them or gave them a second glance, Ahu would immediately come forward to provoke or even hit them. That night, Tiger was roaming the streets with his men. Suddenly, they saw a young man walking by alone. The young man's name was Xiao Ming, and he was wearing a clean and neat shirt that looked out of place in the neighborhood. At a glance, Ahu recognized the familiar figure of Xiao Ming, and a wave of mischief welled up in his heart. Ahu walked up to Xiao Ming and blocked his way. He squinted his eyes at Xiao Ming, the corner of his mouth hooked into a mocking smile. Classmate don't go. It's hard to meet and talk. Ming looked timidly. I have things to do. I just came down to get my workbook. Hey, kid, how dare you come out in the middle of the night? Do you know whose territory this is? Xiao Ming couldn't help but feel a little nervous as he looked at Ahu and the group of gangsters behind him, but he tried to keep his composure and replied, I'm just passing through here. Tiger heard this, but he became even more arrogant. He grabbed Xiao Ming's collar and pushed him against the wall. Passing through? Do you think this is a place where you can come and go as you please? Let me tell you, this is my place. You have to listen to me. Ming was out of breath from Tiger's push, but he didn't want to cause trouble here. He took a deep breath and tried to make his voice sound calm. Okay, I'll listen to you. You let me go and I won't come back here again. However, Ahu had no intention of letting Xiao Ming go. He pushed Xiao Ming to the ground with one hand, then greeted his men and surrounded them. They punched and kicked Xiao Ming, cursing under their breath as they did so. Xiao Ming curled up on the ground, his hands protecting his head as he tried his best to endure the beatings from the punks. His heart was filled with fear and helplessness, and he didn't know why he had met such a bad fate. Beat the crap out of him. Ha ha. You asshole, weren't you arrogant in school? Everyone likes you, right? I'll beat you to death. The two were in the same class. Now Ming is still in school and Tiger has come out to make a name for himself, and on a crooked path. Beat the snot out of Ming. The group of punks just stopped and were talking and laughing about going for a drink and jerking off. It was as if nothing had just happened. And what they don't know at this moment in time is that they've been targeted. Beneath the wall of darkness, a horrible ghostly face, revealing those eyes that were only white, stared at them in death. They jerked off a couple $dozen worth of skewers and drank a little wine. Walking lightly, the silent street. They were the only ones who were the loudest, as if they were the kings of the land and the sky. A group of people talking and laughing, full of yellow jokes, toward their stronghold. People who passed by were far away and didn't want to go near them. It makes them think even more of themselves as marvelous, until you walk into an eerie country road. The trees around them were tall and blocked out all light. It's cold. The horrible atmosphere made some timid people shiver. Tiger. So eerie. Could there be ghosts? Ghosts? Ghosts are also changed by people, even if there are ghosts. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of the King of Heaven when he comes, let alone ghosts. Just as he finished speaking, one of the minions felt a hand on his shoulder. Cold. Like ice. He subconsciously turned back. He snapped to Zhang Xiaodao's horrible face. After all, where have you seen this at such a young age? His heart pumped. Ghosts. Ghosts. A mournful scream resounded through the eerie pathway. Put. The little brother just felt his heart tighten and he fell straight down. Before he died, he was pale and bloodless. His eyes protruded out, like he had seen something horrible, and his whole body bled from all 7 orifices. He died a miserable death. Zhang Xiaotao, the law cannot sanction you. It turns out to be nothing more than a bunch of waste. I thought I was more bull. 51. These scumbags deserve to be broken into pieces. On the eerie forest path, a female ghost with a horrible face quietly appears. Zhang Xiaodao's face was as pale as paper, and her eyes revealed a cold and murderous aura. Her long hair covered half of her face like a mess. Half of her face cracked as if it had been run over by a car. Dripping blood flowed out, and a pair of dead fish eyes emanated a chilling light that sent shivers down one's spine. Her lips were painted a weird red color, as if she had just devoured blood. From time to time, a morose cold laugh emanated from her mouth, and the sound was as creepy as if it came from hell. When the group of punks spotted her, their fear was instantly triggered. Their bodies were unable to move and they could only watch the female ghost gradually approach. The bizarrely slender 5 fingers in Zhang Xiaodao's hand dissipated internal debris and sticky blood. The one who had just died was not simply scared to death, but was killed by her sharp, slender, disproportionately long palm piercing through his body and crushing his heart. Zhang Xiaotao approached step by step. A wry smile hung on her not normal face, and the shrill laugh, piercing as it was, seemed to strike right into one's soul. Each step was accompanied by a heavy echo, as if it were the footsteps of death. The atmosphere of the forest path became unusually oppressive, the dark shadows of the trees swaying like countless ghosts dancing. The wind whistled through the trees, emitting a shrill wail, as if it were fueling this feast of horrors. Zhang Xiaodao's presence filled the entire forest trail with despair and fear, and the crowd was unable to escape her clutches, as if they were trapped in this horrible nightmare forever. Dark forest. A cloaked woman, squeezing a fragment of her heart, stares indifferently at the gang of punks. There was also a body lying on the ground. Swish. Tiger's face instantly turned pale. Ghosts. Ghosts. Really ghosts. She. They were shivering and their whole body was trembling at the joints. It turns out that the so-called lawless, vicious maniacs are not really fearless. In the dark, Zhang Xiaodao's appearance broke the aura they thought was so strong. Take life. I died a horrible death. You guys, give me back my life. Give me back my life. Zhang Xiaotao made a ghostly sound, as if the low roar of a stern ghost in hell. Numbing. Sweating. A group of punks scattered in all directions, like headless flies. They didn't know where they were going to run to. They just knew they had to get out of here. It's horrible here. Tiger's drunkenness was completely awakened. Tears in his eyes and a lot of liquid involuntarily flowing out of his crotch. A foul odor filled the air. He was too scared to run. Swish. Zhang Xiaotao lightly floated over, getting closer. Whose pupils dilated, his eyes glaring like copper bells. He was so scared, every inch of him trembled. Anymore, it's still underage and not mentally mature. Watching such a terrifying monster approach, he was beyond despair. His feet were like lead and he couldn't move them. I'm dying a horrible death. Dying a horrible death. It hurts. It hurts. Give me back my life. Give me back my life. Zhang Xiaotao mimed the words from a horror movie and shouted. Don't kill me. I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. Give me a chance. Sitting on the ground in a flash. His legs went weak and he kept backing up. You're Rue. I was really wrong. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'll reform. Tiger cried out in fear and pain. Li? Zhang Xiaotao raised an eyebrow. Who was Xiao Li? I know I'm sorry for you. I'm not human. I shouldn't have tricked you into coming out and insulted you with my brothers. I also shouldn't have disintegrated you on the basis of my status as a minor. Buried. I was really wrong. Tiger kept crying. kneel and kowtow. Zhang Xiaotao originally only wanted to scare this punk, but he didn't realize that this guy had even done something so hurtful. Her heart chilled with murderous rage. At this moment, she was really furious. Can't wait to crush this And what else? Asked Zhang Xiaotao coldly. And, I'm not a human being. I knew you only had a disabled father in your house, but I thought you were easy to bully. So I bullied you a lot and got you pregnant. Your father came to me. I shouldn't have beaten him to death. I was wrong. I'm scum. You let me go. I'm scum. I'm scum. You let me go. I'm scum. I'm scum. I'm scum. And I shouldn't have gone to your house, smashing all your things. I was wrong. I'm scum. If you let me go, I'll go back and give your dad money. I'll pay for it. Tiger was scared half to death, and he had everything to all accounted for. I was wrong. I shouldn't have acted on my underage status. Zhang Xiaotao's face grew cold. This scum. Bullying someone's female classmates for being in a pitiful position is not a bad thing. I thought they were bad enough for extortion on the streets, but I didn't realize they were doing so much evil behind the scenes. God damn it. Xiao Li. You. Just spare me. We are at least a one-day couple, although you never agreed to it. But the truth is the truth. If you spare me, every year during the Qingming festival I will burn paper for you every Qingming festival. Pa. Ah. Zhang Xiaotao slapped Tiger hard across the face. Suddenly she remembered something outrageous that had been on the news. It is a middle school. A group of underage men kidnapped female classmates. The female classmates will be insulted to death. Finally 2 decomposition buried. The girl's disabled father learned door to find a claim, but instead of the group of boys almost killed. Mouth also screamed, I am a minor, even if I did it. So what? I not only killed your daughter, I also killed my classmate Xiuji. So what if you guys know about it? The law can't punish me. Old dog, if you dare to mess with me, I'll let you have no peace. Those people came to the home of the disabled girl's father every now and then, vandalizing and looting. Finally, the disabled man's father was forced to commit suicide by drinking pesticide. This incident was a sensation all over the internet at the time. The heat is on and the whole internet is suggesting that the evildoers should be punished. As the internet digs deeper, those delinquent teens are dug up more black history. What with going into the girls' restroom and bullying girls? What with beating up classmates and maiming them? It's all in the family. For a moment, it got the crowd going. Only then the impact was so great that no news about it could be posted. And then later, the incident faded into oblivion. People thought they had all been punished, but they are still at large. It's not like they're getting away with it, because the law really can't do anything about them. Die. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaotao was even less likely to let Tiger go. The slender scissor-like fingers plunged into Ahu's heart and violently stirred. The heart exploded. Stinking. Stinking. Dare to kill me. You wait. Aren't you very powerful? When I become a stern ghost, I'll have to torture you severely. Tiger threatened when he saw that he was powerless. Old me still remembers the way you screamed as you were dying. That sound. It was so evocative. He thought of Zhang Xiaotao as a battle that he tortured to death. After death? Turn into a stern ghost and look for me? Then I'll wait for you. Zhang Xiaotao said. After Tiger's soul died, his soul floated out. At first, he was still confused, but after seeing Zhang Xiaotao, he seemed to have thought of something. Viciously, he looked at Zhang Xiaotao. Stinking. Now that I've become a severe ghost as well, let's see how I'll torture you. Ha! Zhang Xiaotao smiled disdainfully. Like to torture, huh? Well then, as you wish. Zhang Xiaotao grabbed Tiger with a big hand and grabbed him like a chicken, then stuffed him into his stomach. I'll let you taste the fear of being gnawed by 10,000 ghosts. What? What is this? Aha! Tiger screamed miserably, and Zhang Xiaotao ignored him and went straight after him in all directions. It wasn't long, and every now and then a mournful scream came from the dark forest. Ginger Peach is reaping the rewards of life. Nobody knows what's going on. The next day, when their bodies were found by passing villagers, the horrific scene when the horrified faces of these people, all wondered what the group of them had gone through before they died to be scared like that. But, no one sympathizes. Instead, many people clapped their hands. Well, these scum, finally dead. Great, God has eyes. These scum should be broken into pieces. 52. No bad karma for the wicked? I do. Night. Back? Sunin asked. Back. Zhang Xiaotao replied. It's 10 minutes later than the agreed time. Su Ning said. Late. I blame those people for running around, causing me to spend a lot of effort looking for them. Zhang Xiaotao had a displeased look on her face. If you leave me, or the little tree, for a long period of time, your origin will decline, your cultivation will regress, or you will die. And I was afraid that you would be in danger. Su Ning said. I know. But that's something that needs to be left for a long time before it has an effect. Holding on to no one. Zhang Xiaotao pretended to be relaxed. It's better to be careful. Su Ning said. Okay, I know. Zhang Xiaotao smiled playfully. Thank you for caring about me. Being Su Ning cares. He was in a better mood than even handily slaying his enemies. Su Ning then digressed and asked. By the way, those people, what happened? Kill them all. What? Killed them all? Su Ning was surprised. According to Zhang Xiaotao's character, he wouldn't be so bloodthirsty. They deserved to die. Zhang Xiaotao's words were cold. Su Ning didn't feel those people deserved to live. Every place, there will be a group of people who stray from the edge of the law and morality. These people are very harmful. Seemingly petty theft. Not much impact. In fact, precisely because of this existence, let the whole city is a mess. You want to punish him? A couple days in jail at most, or even just a verbal warning. He's guilty of something so small, not to be packed hard. And the things he did were very much a part of people's lives. It's one of those things that you both hate and can't do anything about, and is a constant nuisance. Such people don't just exist in a certain industry and a certain scene. They seem to be in every profession and scene. Many people think that these people do not deserve to die for their crimes. But in fact, this kind of tumor does affect the lives of normal people. If they didn't sometimes get unlucky and mess with the tough guys, they could generally keep existing, influencing other people's lives in the way they find most comfortable and awesome. Su Ning knew that Zhang Xiaotao would punish Hu and the others. I just didn't expect to kill them all. Su Ning didn't accuse, just nodded. Good. It's been a hard journey. Go rest. Zhang Xiaotao opened her mouth. She was actually quite touched inside. No matter what she did, the first thing Su Ning did was not to question or blame, but to agree. They all deserved to die. That group of bastards simply deserved to die. Su Ning, do you know the one in the lead? Is Tiger? Have you ever paid attention to? Some time ago, the bullying daughter and father incident that set the internet on fire. These, naturally, Su Ning knew. He had thought that the protagonists of those events had been duly punished. Zhang Xiaotao explained to him about Hu and his group, the very scum who had committed the violence. When Su Ning heard this, he frowned. Good death. Well done, Zhang Xiaotao. Zhang Xiaotao knew that Su Ning would support her. Actually, none of them are completely dead yet. I left their souls behind. Zhang Xiaotao paused. This group of scum, letting them simply die would be too cheap. I imprisoned their souls and made them taste the pain of a life worse than death. I want them to always be unable to transcend life. Zhang Xiaotao said. And you know this? When did you learn this? Su Ning was a bit surprised. As Zhang Xiaotao spoke, she lifted Tiger's soul out of her stomach. It's like carrying a baby chick. At present, where was the arrogance on Tiger's face from the parking lot? Totally became a scared little quail. Spare my life. Spare my life. Female ghost. Oh no. Female immortal, spare my life. Hu was being gnawed on by 10,000 ghosts to eat his soul. The feeling was worse than death. It was as if he was watching his own body being slowly gnawed on by a group of ants. While he was unable to move, he could only watch and could only feel the pain. It's horrible. Tiger had a nervous breakdown and just couldn't take it anymore. I thought he would be hard, but I didn't expect a softie, Su Ning said. In reality, this kind of existence is almost always a softball. When things come up, arrogant and domineering in front of others, not to mention suffering the pain of 10,000 ghosts gnawing at them, even if they sometimes do too much wrong, they will be terrified when they hear the sound of a siren. Zhang Xiaotao disdained. Just a villain. It's you. So it's you. You actually raise ghosts to harm people. Hu's memory wasn't bad, and the first time he saw Su Ning, he recognized that he had blackmailed this man in the parking lot today. You're getting back at me. Be sensible and hurry up and let me go, or if anyone finds out, you'll die a horrible death. Hu shouted. Su Ning smiled, but not in answer to Tiger's words. This thing, it seems to be afraid of you, but not of me, because you're human, or a good person, and good people don't scare anyone. Ginger Xiaotao smiled, because I'm a human, or a good person, and good people don't have people to fear? Su Ning repeated this, smiling to himself. I don't think I'm a good person, but that's a statement. I couldn't agree more. As if good people are supposed to play by the rules, follow the rules, not dare to do bad things, and deal with good people. Anyone can bully good people by behaving in ways outside the rules, without fear of being attacked by the good people. Because good people don't hurt people, especially outside the rules. Good people here doesn't just mean good people. Rather, they are people who follow the rules and are honest. Obeying the rules makes it easiest to be controlled by those outside the rules. Continue your punishment. I think there are some things that we shouldn't be in charge of, but we can still be in charge of them. Everything seeks to ask for a clear conscience. If we don't care, how can we cultivate if our thoughts are not clear? Su Ning said. He's not some kind of man who repays a grudge in kind. It might have been before. Now, what's the point of repaying kindness with kindness? You. When Ahu heard Su Ning's words, he looked incredibly in his soul state. Not expecting a well-mannered person to have such a vicious heart, he thought Sunin would leave him alone. Oh, right. I remember that in the immortal cultivation world, there seems to be a torture, a punishment for the state of the soul. The effect is that the soul is constantly reorganizing in the midst of shattering, and there is the pain of tearing out the lungs and lynching the soul every moment. I'll teach you about it later, and you can use this to try to see if the spirit doesn't work. Su Ning said. There should be no mercy against scum, against these scum of society. Jiang Xiaodao, okay, I know, tiger. Just by the name, you can tell it's not a good thing. No, I was wrong. Don't torture me, please. Tiger was scared and pleaded with Sunin. This man. Seems like the female ghost is scarier. Sunin ignored Tiger as if he didn't exist. No, it wasn't that he knew it was wrong, but he knew he was about to suffer endlessly and he was afraid of being tortured. So he said it was wrong. If he is given another chance to be reborn, Tiger will still do evil. Some people's badness is etched into their bones. Who still underestimated that well-mannered, seemingly harmless young man? That person was simply not a human being, but a demon. How did he know about this method of torture? Thinking about that gentle face, so much so that in the time afterward, Tiger couldn't help but get chills. 53. Surveillance footage captured the perpetrator. Now you'll protect the killer? A vicious criminal case has occurred in the small town of Cloud City. It led to the tragic deaths of 7 people. The gruesome condition of the scene was chilling. The expressions on their faces before they died were all extremely terrified. It can be assumed that they must have encountered something very horrible before they died. The residents of the small town of Cloud City all rejoiced at the death of these people. Tough out. No one sympathized. Instead, a number of people celebrated with firecrackers. Hat Uncle heard the identity of the deceased. Not cynical, said to severely punish the murderer, but instead Face Fast cannot hold back the smile and said, happen this kind of thing they deeply regret. We'll certainly find out the murderer. Everyone knew that the man who had struck in the dark was doing the people a favor. Everyone also hopes that Uncle Hat doesn't find out anything useful. Of course, there are a lot of enthusiastic people who keep saying with their mouths, people should have the fear of the rules and laws in their hearts, and think that they should be punished for their mistakes. Even if you're doing good, you can't act without authorization. You're overstepping your authority. As a citizen, you have no law enforcement powers at all. So, make sure you find out who did this and do justice to the abuser. So, these kind citizens have to investigate the scene, to assist in the investigation, vowing to find clues, to find the murderer. There are a lot of good people like that. But, anyone who has studied a little bit of criminal investigation knows that the scene of a case can't just be vandalized. Not to mention that many people can't be allowed to enter. These hotheads entered the crime scene, obviously destroying the original ecological. It will make the clues more difficult, even outright impossible to follow. The hotheads end up getting a nasty stink eye from Uncle Hat, who says they're fooling around and ruining the scene. These hotheads don't feel any guilt. Instead, they laugh at the criticism, especially one of them, a middle-aged man with glasses. Look carefully at each other's words. This person is the person who was forced to collect parking fees by Tiger and the others yesterday, and was unable to fight back due to the pressure of life. Today, I'm actually excited to volunteer to destroy the scene. Oh no. Whose good citizen zeal is to destroy the scene to go? It must be to help Uncle Hat collect clues. He's the most active, and with his active help, there's basically no clue at the scene. As a result, he was also criticized the most. Of course, Uncle Hat's symbolic harsh criticism was all that was needed. And as for follow-up, no action. They also thought it was a good death for the scum. All of these things reached the ears of Sunan, who was brushing up on the news of the same city. Jiang Xiaodao smiled. Actually, even if they weren't eager to help, there wouldn't be any clues left at the scene. Sunan smiled and nodded. No one would know that the one who committed this incident was not a normal person at all. Or rather, not a human being. Generally speaking, it would be perfect for everyone if things ended here. We all know each other by heart. As for the case, it doesn't say it's not being investigated. It's just a little difficult. So take your time. As for when it will be found out, 10 or 20 years? Or never find out? Who knows? Able to. It's amazing that this story has been shaken up on the internet. A story titled, Shocked. A major criminal case occurred in a small town. 7 people died in one night. Shocked the whole network. Subsequently, this case immediately caused a sensation all over the internet. 7 lives. This is huge news. Subsequently, More and more news about this story was all over the place. There is a major case in a small town and Uncle Hat actually condones others to vandalize the scene. Their professionalism needs to be considered. Uncle Hat's in action. Who's responsible for those 7 lives? How dare you believe that Uncle Hat, who is so lazy, can protect us? Famous mouths. That's 7 lives. Please be responsible for lives. Please ask Uncle Hat to be serious and give an explanation to the people of the country. For a moment, Uncle Hat's office in the town of Cloud City was thrust into the limelight. The whole internet is trolling. Accusations. There are also a number of celebrities who explicitly and implicitly satirize them for neglecting their duties. Loose behavior. No business being Uncle Hat, etc. They're all pushing Uncle Hat to take the dead seriously and give everyone the perfect answer. This kind of pressure almost didn't make the Uncle Hat office in the town of Cloud City collapse. Concerned rebukes from netizens. Serious accusations from higher-ups. It's all stress. They became synonymous with inactivity and laziness. What a surprise. Uncle Lazy Hat, surprisingly, was sent a banner by the people of the town. Sending flowers. Is it a show or? The cause of this incident was because the citizens of the town saw their Uncle Hat's office being attacked all over the internet. And they did have quite a lot of people. But for the whole internet, even if they explained and spoke up for Uncle Hat, they would still be drowned by the wave of public opinion. There were even some who thought that it was a drag. And they were scolded to the point that they were skeptical of their lives. They want to help, but they have no choice but to support Uncle Hat silently in this way. But it's another story when this kind of thing gets poked online. A lot of posts have said this must be Uncle Hat putting on a show to save his reputation. The Uncle Hat of Cloud City Town is really a cow, actually trying to brush up their existence in such a way that people think they are loved by the people? I would advise Uncle Hat that there are some things. You can't change people's opinions by putting on a show. The real is the real thing, and the fake will always be the fake. That's 7 lives. Are they that hard-hearted? I suspect there's definitely something fishy going on. The murderer may have a background. Uncle Hat doesn't dare to move. In broad daylight, clear sky, actually dare to bend the law. Uncle Hat of Cloud City Town is awesome. Punish the victims severely and give justice to the murderers. The sneers grew. Uncle Hat in the town of Cloud City is in a complete pickle. No matter how they explain it or what statement they release, it's going to be overinterpreted. That they just don't deserve to be Uncle Hat. Opinion across the internet is lopsided. Everyone sympathizes with the victims. That's 7 lives. I heard. All underage. They have a bright future ahead of them. But because of an accident, they all died young. And those above are indifferent. Are they all hard-hearted? That's 7 families. 7 children die. 7 families are broken. No, it's more than 7 families. Maybe 14. It's only 1 child in 2 families now. How sad must their families be when 7 children die? Some sympathizers even ordered takeout and sent wreaths for the 7 people who died. A moment of silence was observed throughout the network. Seeing this situation, the superiors gave a death order. No matter what you do, you must catch the murderer. Uncle Hat's office. Everyone is very helpless. Hey, why is this happening? Are the netizens blind? Maybe it's really just a matter of finding out the truth. But people still don't want to clear the muddy waters. Our big brother is risking losing his future, all trying to muddy the waters. And in the end he can't keep it together? When something like this happened in Cloud City Town, Big Brother would definitely be marked down hard. Not to mention his future. It would be good if he didn't fall off. The eldest brother sitting in the first place has a gloomy face. What does it matter? Let's try our best to find out. We can't find out even if everything. We have to talk about a clear conscience. Anyway, I have a clear conscience now. As for the future, I'm not small anymore. What future do I want? You mean, not checking? Check. Definitely check. But can we find out? We've tried to find out. The oldest brother slapped the table. I don't believe this world will be so upside down. I'll take the blame. You guys go ahead. Those bastards. I've long wanted to clean them up. If they weren't in the way, they died well. The faces at the bottom were heavy. Nodding heavily. Yes, it's a blessing to be with a boss like that. And after Uncle Hat in the town of Cloud City decided to let go of the water. A news story that has once again set the internet on fire. Shocker. Suspected ranger surveillance caught the killer on camera. The murderer is right in front of us. Now let's see what Uncle Cloud City Hat has to say. The netizens were able to find out the real culprits, but Uncle Hat of Cloud City Town couldn't. And the reason for that? You guys think for yourselves. This kind of inflammatory speech. For a moment, let many talented netizens think out of the box. The surveillance footage captured the murderer committing the murder. Let's see how you can still protect the murderer now. A surveillance footage did circulate on the internet that showed 7 victims being killed. 54. The windy town of Cloud City. Such an important clue can actually flow from the internet to the hands of various netizens, while Uncle Hat, who is so close by, can't find it. This matter says that there's no foul play. Do you believe it? Someone questioned. This skepticism immediately led to a lively discussion. It's just too fishy. So people reasoned all sorts of things. Speculation. Let's not hide it. I'll put it this way. On Uncle Hat's side, it's definitely to cover up something. To protect someone. That man is ironically of a high status. Powerful. As to why he protects? What else in this world is worth Uncle Hat's risk besides money and power? The words caused 1,000 waves. Countless unknown people have pointed their fingers at the Uncle Hat office in the town of Cloud City. Humph. Sit back and wait for the Cloud City Town Hat response. Let's see how they clarify. What can be clarified? It's the same thing. Protect the abuser and punish the victim severely. Have you seen less of this sort of thing? The netizens are fickle. A large number of unknown netizens and short video bloggers frantically commented on the town of Cloud City, following the trend, with righteous indignation. All of them thought the town was too dark. Brothers. According to reliable sources, the big brother of the Uncle Hat office in the town of Cloud City opened his mouth at the meeting, and there was indeed something fishy about it. He went so far as to ask his subordinates to let go of the water, even if he lost his future. Oh my God. There are still people like that. The person he's protecting. Who the hell is he? And why would he even go out of his way to protect a small town's oldest brother? I'm afraid, the strength behind the abuser is beyond all of us. AI. It's hard to imagine that in a world like this one nowadays, something like this could still happen. It's horrible. It's all over the internet. Denigration. And then after some bloggers trying to rub off on the traffic and push the envelope. This thing, it's completely unstoppable. The town of Cloud City, thrust into the limelight. Even the provincial side has given pressure. Must be Cloud City Town Hat Uncle office of the old brother to give an explanation. Otherwise, consequences he cannot afford. Uncle Hat in the town of Cloud City. 100 mouths to feed. Could there be any misunderstanding? Misunderstandings. Aren't there videos all over the internet? The killer is on the surveillance. How can we not find him? Cloud City Town is harboring. The truth is clear. That segment titled, The Truth About the Case of the 7 Deaths in Cloud City, surveillance quickly traveled across the internet. The surveillance footage is a little blurry. I don't know if the signal was bad or not, but the picture was not clear at that time. Some distortion. It was as if some magnetic field had interfered. This picture quality is so AV. Why can't I see it clearly? Surveillance footage. It was clear at first. 7 people walk into the forest path, talking and laughing. Companionable look. Let many netizens think of youth. A lot of motherly fatherly love flooding people cannot help but lament. They are still small. 7 people so simple and happy. There must be a better life in the future. But, everything is gone. Walked a bit. The image began to distort and deteriorate. And the killer, too, is beginning to emerge. The killer was a man significantly taller than the 7 teenagers. Just don't know men and women. It's too flowery. A teenager fell to the ground as the man appeared. The others scattered. Only Tiger was left limp. Surge. Couldn't hear what they were saying. Tiger was clearly threatened. Scared and backed up and finally killed. The murderer is so cruel. After handing over 2 kills, I actually feel no mood swings at all. Does that man have a conscience? Oof. I think the heartless one is Uncle Cloud City Hat. If they had investigated strictly, this murderer would have been caught long ago while they did nothing. Yeah. And talk about watering it down and all that. It's disgusting. You can imagine how dark it is over there. It's a good thing I don't live over there. Or else, I wouldn't be able to live a normal life at all. A lot of people are so unimpressed with Uncle Cloud City Town Hat. It's okay, the truth is never buried, even if some people want to cover it up. So what? The more they cover it up, the more it will be revealed. He can cover the sky with one hand in Cloud City, but he can still cover the whole country? I don't believe it. We're not going to let the truth sink in. We're going to let the towers come down. Everyone be careful what you say. Beware of cross-border law enforcement. On the internet, the righteous are starting to take hold. In the surveillance picture, that murderer finished killing the 2 and left the scene. But soon, the surveillance came with the screams of one of the victims in the forest, supposedly being caught up by the murderer. Strangely enough, after the murderer left the scene, the picture quality of the surveillance footage actually became normal again. What's with this surveillance? Dropping the ball at critical times. The picture was distorted when the murderer appeared, and when the murderer left, the picture quality was fine again. Cloud City is so strange. Even the surveillance is acting? It was just a joke. Ridiculing Cloud City was just too dark. AI. It's so tragic. It's so tragic to hear the screams of those victims before they die. How desperate they must be before they die. Let's hope the world does them justice. Now that the surveillance has been found. I don't believe that with this kind of clue here, Cloud City still can't find the murderer. I'm afraid it's not that I can't find it. I just don't want to. We have to trust and believe in the power of the network. And even if they want to let it go, we won't let them. We must force Cloud City Town to find out the murderer. Right. If they don't investigate, let's do it for them and see what else they can say and how they can shelter the perpetrators. A clear sky. I don't believe that we still need to light lanterns in the daytime. I don't believe that in this world there are no people of conscience. Someone said, are there any bigwigs out there? Can someone recover the distorted image and see who the killer really looks like? This is hard evidence. Put it in front of the nation's netizens and I'll see how they bail. Just a moment. It's being repaired. It won't be long before it's out. Don't worry. The truth will come out. Why do I think that the people of the town of Cloud City are quite supportive of Uncle Hat's current location? Right here in Cloud City. In person. Someone weekly posted. It seems that here, it's not dark. What's dark is online instead. Coordinates in Cloud City. There were also a faint few who voiced their disapproval. But these kinds of posts are quickly called out for not even recognizing their mothers. All saying they're shills and such. Others see it as a forced whitewash for Uncle Hat. There are some people who are like that. They just have to be firm on a point of view. Even if that point of view is wrong, he'll be blindly firm on it, and go out of his way to prove that he's right. As if that's the only thing that will make them seem superior. Brothers, have you noticed? It seems the murderer is a female. And when she appeared, she didn't appear normally. It seems like she flew over. Why is that? Even though the picture is blurry. But no matter what kind of person, even if it's a national athlete, it's impossible for them to be that fast. Someone could see some clues on the blurry surveillance picture. Could it be on some kind of transportation? No way. Forest trails can't support transportation. When you say it like that, it's kinda strange. It does go a little faster. Ha! Did you guys notice that when the murderer finished killing the second person and chased them towards the forest? It seemed like she wasn't running, she was flying. She disappeared into the frame the last moment she was on the bushes. What sane person can run on a bush that's more than 2 meters up? Holy! That's still true. This surveillance, is it real or not? Definitely fake. Maybe this surveillance is just sent out by someone to gain traffic. Flying Eves. A woman can kill 7 tall boys. This is very unreasonable. Well, unless the opposite side is a ghost. It doesn't make sense. Although the image is blurry, it's clearly visible that the body of the murderer, at the beginning, is clearly taller than the line of victims. Not a little bit taller, but half a body. Can it be half a body higher? Those victims weren't low in height. So was it a 2'5" woman who committed the murder? A woman of 2'5" meters. Can't be found anywhere in the world. Unless, of course, her body was originally in the air? But how can any normal person float in the air? Things are, well, getting stranger and stranger. 55. It's still true. Ha! Holy, look guys. Is this for real? It's still floating. Not long after, the murder scene video, which had been frantically forwarded outside, was restored by the cowboys. The surveillance footage, however, made countless netizens drop their jaws. In the surveillance picture, a blurry silhouette could be seen floating from a distance. A hand on the shoulder of the person walking at the end, who subconsciously turned back, and was then shivering all over with fear. His face pale. The ghost shadow then stretched out its claws. Its sharp and slender 5 fingers that resembled extended scissors violently penetrated the man's body and plunged into his heart. Ah! Draw again. Fingers stained with blood and fragments of leftover guts. The man's screams drew the attention of his companions. The companion turned around, and was completely stunned at the sight. Scared out of her wits by the female PPO, there was a lot of screaming and running away. Only Tiger, due to being scared so badly. Instead, the entire person was unable to move and was paralyzed on the ground. I died a horrible death. Give me back my life. Give me back my life. These words, in their entirety, are restored. When Tiger heard this, he became even more fearful, tearing and pissing all over the place. The netizens who saw this scene had their mouths wide open. Holy, it's really PPO. Although the image is still blurry, the figure of the perpetrator is now completely clear. It's a female ghost. Seriously, that's the truth? Netizens have thought of many possibilities. The perpetrator was a local gangster? Or the son of a rich and powerful businessman? Or a member of the government family? The only thing that has never occurred to me is that this girl who committed the murder is actually Ah Piao. This, to everyone's surprise, even if it's PPO, that PPO is too arrogant. Suggest that a high-ranking person from Dragon Tiger Mountain come out and clean this thing up. How can a clear sky and a vast world be haunted by ghosts and monsters? Must be killed. So PPO is great? So you can murder innocent people at will? Asterisk 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 asterisk. That's 7 lives. A good underage kid. Some people still die when they see this image. Think you're right. But the next image. But it's silenced everyone. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Are you Rue? Please don't kill me. I was wrong. Give me a chance. On the ground, Tiger cried bitterly and admitted his mistake. Netflix? Xiao Li. Who is Xiao Li again? What a familiar name. It seems a little familiar. I've heard it somewhere. Some netizens found the name Xiao Li familiar. The screen continues to play. Xiao Li. I know, I'm sorry. I'm not human. I shouldn't have tricked you out and insulted you with my brothers. I also shouldn't have disintegrated you based on my status as a minor. Buried. I was really wrong. The victim kept crying and kneeling and kowtowing. And what else? The female PPO asked coldly on the screen. And, I'm not a human being. I knew there was only one disabled dad inside your house, but I thought you were easy to bully. So I bullied you a lot and caused you to get pregnant. Your dad came to me. I shouldn't have beaten him to a half dead. And I shouldn't have gone to your house, smashing all your things. I was wrong. I'm scum. If you let me go, I'll go back and give your dad money. I'll pay for the money. Tiger was scared half to death. And everything things are explained. I was wrong. I shouldn't have acted on my underage status. Wow. When the surveillance footage played out to this moment, the whole internet is abuzz. Holy. Bearing in mind that he is underage, he actually insulted that called Xiao Li to death, and then gave it back to be decomposed and buried. It's nifty. I'm all shocked. The point is, it's still a multi-criminal offense. At this moment, the winds of public opinion began to shift. Everyone suddenly realized. It seemed like everyone was wrong. Things that aren't what they think they are. It turns out that it was these 7 underage people, relying on their status as people who would not be punished by the law, who were running amok, getting people killed, and driving people's disabled dads to death. It's like the devil. This is too bombastic. No way. I'm getting pissed off watching it. How can there be such rotten people in this world? Little Lee is so pitiful. Just go to a school on your own. Your family is already unfortunate. You expected to be cared for at school, but you didn't expect. I didn't expect to walk into another hell. Twine picks out the smallest places to break, and bad luck finds the bitterest people. Lee, geez, do you guys remember 3 years ago? A criminal case about underage. That victim, I think, was named Rue. Is she? Right, that's her. In the surveillance, the man said something. Wasn't it exactly 3 years ago? That thing? Ah, I remember too. That's the thing. I remember when that incident was a sensation. Later, the official said that it would be dealt with seriously according to the law, and at that time, because the incident was very sensitive, and was banned from discussion on the whole network, I thought that the murderer had already been brought to justice and disposed of, but I didn't realize that. If the surveillance footage is true, then these 7 people, they didn't die unjustly, they didn't die tragically, and I think they also died too dryly. Damn those scum. When the news came out, the entire internet exploded. I didn't realize that there was something else going on. Those 7, good death. It's long past time to die. I kind of understand why Uncle Cloud City Town Hat doesn't care. The original death is this group of scum. I can see how they don't pursue it. How can they pursue it if the killer isn't human? The law is only for the living. PPO is not covered by the law. So of course there's no way to trace him. We may have all been wrong about Uncle Cloud City Hat. This case renews everyone's regrets from 3 years ago. If that's the way things are, then there's nothing to say. The 7. The netizens are cynical. At first righteous indignation. Now there is also righteous indignation, but for a different audience. At first it was sympathy for the victim. Now I guess. I can't wait for the victim's entire family to die. Don't ask why it's so grumpy. Ask his internet cynicism. Su Ning and Jiang Xiaotao, who had nothing to do at home, naturally noticed what was happening on the internet. Initially misunderstood. The duo was also quite depressed, but thinking that as long as they had a clear conscience, they didn't care too much. Jiang Xiaotao saw this kind of battle for the first time. Some panic. Still really afraid of what Longhu Mountain's celestial masters descended to the earth to get rid of demons and so on. Sunin told her to calm down. Anyway, as long as she stabilized, when this gust of wind passed, no one would pay attention to this side. As for the heavenly master of Lung Fu Shan, the 9 saints who had ascended up from the lower realms, as well as the 3 great fallen creatures had already said, Jiang Xiaotao was the lord of eccentricity. Creepy. In the sense of being invincible. Creepy can't be killed. Unless, otherwise they wouldn't be so worried about a weird resurgence that would affect the world. The celestial masters of Lung Fushan probably couldn't do anything about the weirdness. When the lower realm leveled out the weirdness, it was a huge price to pay, and almost the entire Qianquan realm was knocked out. It was thought that the surveillance footage fiasco would end when Jiang Xiaotao left for murder. However, Suning saw a scene that amazed him on the network's surveillance killing footage, and that scene caused shock across the internet. After Jiang Xiaotao killed someone, she left straight away. Kang Xiaotao thinks it's over. Available on the surveillance screen. A female APIU clearly appears in the surveillance video. The man, Luz. She looks horrible. You see, after she killed the people, she came back and whipped those bodies. Not on those bodies. It shows how much she hates it. After Jiang Xiaotao left by herself, another PPO appeared in the video screen. Netizen didn't know that Jiang Xiaotao left and thought they were the same Apiao. The ghosts that appeared later were not very strong and did not have much effect on the magnetic field, so the surveillance was restored to a clearer view. Su Ning and Jiang Xiaotao looked at each other. I didn't realize that after Jiang Xiaotao left, another Apiao appeared. That little thing, it seems to have a great deal of resentment. Her pupils, it's all resentment. She's gone demonic. And after gnawing on the flesh and blood of her enemies and absorbing the bizarre aura you left in the corpse, I'm worried. She can influence the real world. I'm afraid she'll become an evil spirit that only kills infinitely and doesn't distinguish between good and evil. While everyone was happy for Xiao Li's revenge, only Su Ning could see the secret behind it. 56. Come a step too late? Debut on the show plus more. The night is as thick as ink, and a bright moon hangs high, shedding a cool light. The stars were sparse, as if they were cold-eyed observers in the night sky. The two men were hurrying in such a dark night, their silhouettes blurred and eerie in the moonlight, as if they were ghosts. No, I should say a man and a ghost, drifting apart in the darkness of the night to make their way. Their steps were light and slow, as if they were afraid of waking up the quiet darkness of the night. It's amazing how few marks there are when you step on the soft ground, especially the woman. She was clearly floating. The surroundings were dead silent. Only the sound of footsteps echoed in the silence, accompanied by the occasional sound of the wind, adding to the eerie atmosphere. The two did not communicate with each other, as if they were immersed in their own world. Su Ning's eyes were sharp, as if they were the sun, while Jiang Xiaotao was a pair of dead fish eyes without any luster. Under the moonlight, their faces were covered by shadows and their true expressions could not be seen. Only the body movements that were like a ghastly wind cutting through them revealed a hint of strangeness. The night, getting deeper and deeper, the two figures gradually blended into the darkness of the night, like ghosts disappearing into the silent world. Can you sense where she is? Su Ning softly inquired. The breath is in the southeast direction. Jiang Xiaotao closed her eyes and felt it, saying. Su Ning nodded. Follow it up. Xiaoli had undergone a mutation because she had devoured the bizarre aura left behind by Jiang Xiaotao. Once upon a time she had no access to the real world, just like the original Jiang Xiaotao. I can see it. I can't touch it. The devouring of Jiang Xiaotao's bizarre qi, coupled with gnawing on the blood and flesh of his enemies, let her become a ghost, can affect reality. It was something they didn't want to be in charge of, but since it started because of them, it was up to them to fix it. It's not the Virgin Mary. Rather, it is the responsibility. What he should take on, Su Ning would not run away from, and what he shouldn't take on, he wouldn't carry hard. A man and a ghost, searching for the out-of-control soul of Rue. Opinion on the web. Some have called the 7 dead scourges and shall not die. Some people also scolded the officials, saying that the law is something that may not necessarily help you when you need it, but it will definitely punish you for the bad things you have done, and that if you need to be turned into a severe ghost to get justice if you are harmed yourself, is the world really a fair place? And of course, there are all sorts of human nature explored, as well as questioning and calling for crimes to be committed against underage, vicious people, that the penalties should be increased, etc. All sorts of discussions are going on. Soon they no longer pay attention to. Those are not things they can control. But the discussion about that also ended quickly. This bizarre scene is clearly at odds with modern materialist values. All sorts of weird stuff that must have been blocked in the first place. After all, no sperm was allowed after the founding of the country. Strange things have caught the attention of the top. The surveillance videos in question were all taken down. The topic of discussion also became taboo. Auto harmony. Officials came out to make clarifications. Said recently on the network about the Cloud City Town haunted Apao incident are rumors. Some people in order to rub traffic, deliberately get out of the video. The rumor monger has been arrested. The same people who were the first to post the video. I hope people don't believe the rumors and don't use Yao. Leading public opinion with rumors will eventually be punished. The Cloud City Town case has identified the murderer and will give everyone an explanation. Interested in following up on Uncle Hat's work in the town of Cloud City? The reason for blocking the posts in question is that I don't want any uninformed and superstitious people to be misled. Once it's official, it's still authoritative. Immediately, the increasingly bizarre events were gradually explained. Uncle Cloud City Town Hat is trying to investigate. As for how many years to get results, well, you'll just have to wait. Internet hot topics actually have a lifespan, and after a while, no one will remember them. I see. I've actually felt something was wrong for a long time. Where in this world is PPO? It must have been artificially made to rub off on traffic. Rubbing in the traffic of Shaoli from 3 years ago, and then rubbing in the traffic of 7 teenagers dying in Cloud City. Dead mom stuff. Dead traffic is rubbing off. Those people shall not die. Everyone on the internet is calling out the rumor mongers. Of course, about the case of the 7 teenagers who died. These 7 people were indeed the ones who heard Shaoli 3 years ago, and they died well. And law and order in Cloud City? After what the locals say, it's actually pretty good. And except for a few cons, most people think life is pretty good. Nothing dark or not. Of course, there are some people who are always convinced that surveillance footage is real, and so is PPO. But then, fearing too much repercussions, it was officially suppressed. Many people are still discussing it in secret and questioning the officials that this is a suppression of freedom of speech. These comments were made in a news story titled, "Veteran Actor in His 50s, who plays a sitcom with a family of children and is known as the National Dad, commits domestic violence and cheats on a beautiful young actress in her 20s. After this news appeared, discussions on the internet about the Uncle Hat and PPO incident in the town of Cloud City were then completely silenced. No one is paying attention to the fallout. Marketing numbers look at a new hot event happening, and also flock to the whole new hot topic. No one will pay attention to what the monitoring of the emergence of PPO such. It's all anyone discusses now. Amazing. I didn't realize. Papa Xia is actually such a person. He's over 50, right? To actually be with a 20-year-old girl. Unbelievable. I just want to ask what the heroine is trying to do. The heroine is my idol. So beautiful. Think of that and the heroine. I feel sick. So we'll be eating a nice sizzling meal while whispering in the heroine's ear about how well I played dad? Maybe usually have the heroine call in dad. Think about it. Prick. Showbiz is a ing mess. Ruined. It was unthinkable that in just less than 3 days, there was no more discussion about Cloud City. That's kind of a good thing. As to whether Uncle Hat's side knows about PPO and pursues him or not, will anyone suspect? There are actually quite a few spooky events that go unexposed so many times a year. It's just that all those files have been crushed and eaten dust in the bottom of the box. Don't care about one more. Darkness. Su Ning and Jiang Xiaotao finally found the source of the bizarre aura after a long rush. The two stood in front of a 2-story brick dwelling. The night. Eerie. Cold. Isolated in the middle of nowhere. The house is particularly eerie. This is the place. I can feel the eerie aura that is homologous with me is strong, right inside the house. Jiang Xiaotao said. Su Ning nodded. It's an ordinary private house. This brick house is a typical rural concrete house. Self-contained small courtyard garden. This family is some distance away from the village and is in the middle of nowhere now. Go inside and see. Su Ning frowned slightly. There was a sense of foreboding. Inside. What a strong smell of blood. The two of them entered the courtyard. Su Ning was now extremely physically strong. Almost as strong as a Jedi master in martial arts, and scaling the wall to enter the courtyard was completely child's play. The doors to all the rooms in the courtyard opened, just no lights on. They enter the courtyard. Su Ning's pupils quaked violently. Only a body was lying in the yard. The corpse was dead in its tracks, its mouth wide open, its eyes glaring like bronze bells. Its expression was extremely terrified. He was scared to death. Su Ning said. Su Ning, this family of 5, the whole family is dead, said Jiang Xiaotao with an ugly face as she floated to the room to scout around and came back. One step too late. She left. 57. Wang family, Longhu Mountain Tianshi. A family of 5. Old people and children. No one survived. Dead with an extremely horrified expression. He must have seen unknown horrors in his lifetime. The family. It was a miserable death. Let's go, said Su Ning. When they left, Jiang Xiaotao used a magnetic field to destroy the surveillance information, erasing any traces of the duo's visit. Jiang Xiaotao nodded and didn't say anything. Followed up. This family was one of the families that got Liz killed and forced Liz's father to die. She's here for revenge. 3 years passed, and Li's resentment grew instead of diminishing. She hates. Otherwise the killings wouldn't have been so heavy. Su Ning doesn't know what to say about it. Standing up for the punks. Woe betide the family. And from Liz's point of view, it's that you didn't control your children and everyone deserves to die. Anyone else, I'm afraid, would have returned the grudge with a grudge. All he could say was that in his place, he would have done the same. Swoosh. Su Ning and Jiang Xiaotao were starry-eyed in the dark night. Because they didn't know the specific home addresses of those punks, they could only rely on the eerie scent left behind by Xiaoli to catch up. It's a shame. In one night, the 4 families they had chased down, all of them were dead. The deaths are all the same. Died of shock. She can't kill people directly because her power is weak, and she can only end other people's lives by terrorizing them. Su Ning said. Dawn. Still no luck. During the day, the power of the creepy creatures is much weakened. She should hide and make her move at night. Go back first. Su Ning said. During the day, the bizarre aura was weakened and Jiang Xiaotao was unable to detect it. The main reason was that Xiaoli was too weak. If she was stronger, she might be able to sense where she was. So-called weak. Compared to Su Ning and Jiang Xiaotao, compared to ordinary people, Xiaoli's power can be described as a descending blow. Through the wall. Flying. Changing physical form to terrorize the living. At first glance they all seem to be skills that don't do much good. Utilized well, the kills are still pretty big. Of course, the guts can be broken. They went home to rest. Wait until night. Only then did he resume tracking again. 4 families in one night. Over a dozen lives. Uncle Hat's office in the town of Cloud City blew up. Point is, surveillance footage caught the killer. But, that murderer wasn't human. It makes them feel tricky. In the Cloud City town office, many hat uncles sat in the office for a meeting. Their faces were grim. What do you guys think about this? The oldest brother spoke up. The surveillance footage captured it clearly. The murderer is Lee. I know, but you can't make me explain to the people that those people were killed by ghosts. The oldest brother had a headache. This is a very difficult matter to deal with. What did the top say? The higher-ups have issued a redhead document, letting us solve the problem on our own, not causing panic, and not letting the casualties continue to expand. No matter if we look for the Dragon Tiger Mountain or invoke the gods, this matter must be suppressed in a hurry. There was a moment of silence. Catching thieves to deal with outlaws, even dealing with terrorists they have the training to do so. This dealing with bizarre, they haven't really learned to do anything about it. You guys come up with a program, boss. We've analyzed it. The targets of Creepy's killings are the families of former abusers. Let's keep watch tonight and see if we can persuade her to put down the butcher's knife. Someone reported. As for the dead, that's easy. Where's the weird murder? It's clearly a case of accidentally forgetting to turn off the gas at home and they all died of gas poisoning. You know all about it, so why don't you do it? Remember, when you're done, set up a safety promotion team and go to the village to educate the villagers on how to prevent gas poisoning. Night. Su Ning and Jiang Xiaotao traced it once again. Someone. Tonight. It wasn't just Su Ning and the others who were after Xiaoli. Uncle Hat also stood guard. After noticing it, Su Ning didn't approach, watching from afar. Only Jiang Xiaotao was allowed to hide his tracks to scout the situation by himself. Dead. Another family dead. Go. The next family. All dead too. Xiaoli's killing methods are much more skillful. She doesn't just scare people. Although she has little strength, she has learned to use her effective strength to set up traps against prey that are too bold to be scared to death. Jiang Xiaotao said. She kills with extreme cruelty. There is only one last family left. Wang Ahu. And a wealthy local businessman. Wang Hongchang. Wang Hongchang? A rich businessman. Legend has it that he used to get up on the black industry and eventually became the richest man in the area. Successfully cleared his name and has assets of over $100 million. In fact, the rich businessmen who came from the era of material scarcity were not very clean in their predecessors, or the first bucket of money were not clean, only that they were later cleansed. In the early days of a rapidly growing economy, you could basically take off if you had big capital and if you were willing to do the work. At that time, it was already considered affluent to have enough to eat and wear, and many people were hungry and had no capital to start their own business. The big men who work in the underground black industry have a lot of money, a lot of opportunities for trial and error. What real estate, transportation, coal mining, energy, any one of them can be a success, not to mention other high-end industries, let alone in that era when you can start a supermarket can make a lot of money. If you can do other, it is hard to not take off. The Wang family, that's how it took off. Legend has it that initially someone behind him, had touched the flower business, had money and a way. After the primitive accumulation, he also logically shifted to become the richest man in the town of Cloud City, and even the entire city's top tycoon. Don't think that the richest man in a city seems to be very low. In fact, there are some invisible tycoons that hog the resources that are unimaginable. The capital reserves are also unimaginable to ordinary people. Wang Hongchang whitewashed, and then did not touch the flower, because he found that there are many industries more profitable than playing flower. Money and security industry, who still go to do the precarious, desperate to do the flower industry? With money, Wang Hongba did charity, and became a famous good old man in the town of Yuncheng. Of course, the older generation knew that old Wang's hands were stained with blood, and that bottomless pit in Yunshan didn't know how many corpses had been filled in. The presence of Wang Hongchang was also the reason why Wang Aohu was able to get away in one piece after committing a major crime. The town of Cloud City, the Cloud family, the king's house, the two brothers, Wang Hongchang and Wang Hongba, were full of mildness, like readers, like well-read university professors. Although they were not young and had a high status, they were nevertheless easygoing and modest. A lot of Uncle Hats came to the house, all to protect them. The two brothers didn't put up a fight. Instead, he greeted the uncles with great humility. It was impossible to see the arrogant and domineering look of his youth. Hard work, guys. I ordered late-night snacks for everyone. No trouble, no trouble. I'm the one who should say I'm in trouble for using so many public resources because of what happened to me. It should be. It's our honorable civic duty to cooperate with the office. Not to be intrusive. To be intrusive. Very ashamed that I'm intruding on everyone's time. You guys are busy. I'm going upstairs. Sorry. This kind of understanding and reasoning makes people think that the Wang family is a family of books. Room. Wang Hongchang and Wang Hongba's faces were gloomy, from kind eyes to vicious hearts. This punk Wang Aohu, with all the money in the family, he has to go and get involved with unsavory people, and I don't know what he's after. To die is to die, and to bring such a big crisis to the family, he's just as good as dead. Otherwise I'd hate to beat him to death myself. Wang Hongchang, who was in his 60s, was still in high spirits. Big brother. According to the news I got, it seems like the one seeking revenge is something unclean, said Wang Hongba with a worried face. Something unclean? Humph, said Wang Hongchang with a cold face. Our brothers have traveled through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Have we ever been afraid of unclean things? If she dares to come, I will definitely let his soul be scattered. Wang Hongchang's face was filled with murderous anger. This is the cold temperament that only people who have really killed have. Have the celestial masters from Longhu Mountain settled in yet? Settle down. That's good. A little kid is just a little kid. Do you really think you can go against the heavens? Come on. I want to see what you can do. I've killed a lot of people. I haven't killed any ghosts yet. If she dares to come tonight, I'll try what the experience of killing a ghost is like. Wang Hongchang and Wang Hongba are full of hostility. Just this kind of aura. I am afraid that the ghosts will come to be afraid of 3 times. Ka. Late night. The electricity in the king's villa was suddenly disconnected. Coming. She's coming. She's come for revenge. The Wang family, up and down, was in chaos. At the same time, Su Ning and the others arrived outside the Wang family villa. Finally caught up. Su Ning stopped dead in his tracks when he saw it was full of Uncle Hats. Too many people. I can't get in. I'll leave it to you. There was a pause. Come straight out if there's danger and don't worry about anything. Jiang Xiaodao guffawed, her supposedly cute face horribly appalling. Worried about me? Don't worry. I know what's in my heart. 58. Creepy can't be killed. Wang's family dead, 2 and 1. At night, the villa was shrouded in an eerie atmosphere. Moonlight spilled through the windows onto the floor, creating dappled light and shadows. The wind blew quietly, and the branches of the trees swayed outside the window, making a crunching sound. The people of the Wang family were in a panic. All you can do is hide in the corner and shiver. Room. Wang Hongchang and Wang Hongba holding baseball bats. The face was stony. Come on. Let me see just how much you can do. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed in the darkness in the corridor. Xiao Li appeared, her figure drifting like a ghost. Her eyes flashed with an eerie light, revealing endless pain and anger. Her face, so much so that her whole body was in pieces, sewn together like broken rag dolls. Slowly, she drifted through the corridors, the portraits on the walls seeming to watch her every move. As she passed a room, the door burst open and the person inside looked at her in horror. She was too skinny as an 11 or 12-year-old girl, with one's hair down. It looks extremely weird. No wonder so many people are scared to death of her. No, don't come over. Hostile. The vengeful female ghost let out a mournful scream, the sound echoing throughout the villa. The man was paralyzed with fear, unable to move. The female ghost's figure gradually approached, her hand reaching for the man's throat. Put. Where had that man ever seen such a scene? He was so frightened that his eyes rolled over and he fainted, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. Little. Give me death. The two brothers, Wang Hongchang and Wang Hongba, took the opportunity to seize the door from each other's room. The baseball bat slammed into Rui's thin body. Swish. The baseball bat went straight through her. Hostile. A shrill cry from the female ghost. Open mouth. Eerie curves. From the corners of his mouth down to his neck. Her mouth had been slit. The entire head is split in two starting at the mouth. It looks so odd now that it's sewn together. In his mouth, 2 rows of sharp teeth were arranged as if they were steel needles. It rattled between opening and closing. Her 2 hands were long, longer than her body, both trailing to the ground. Her 5 fingers sharp and slender, like a pair of scissors, growling at the 2 Wang Hongchang brothers. To eat them like that. Even the knowledgeable Wang Hongchang's expression changed greatly. This little, so scary, shoo. The knight was like a wolfhound, running with all 4 paws toward the ground, killing with agility. 2 hands plunged into Wang Hongbao's heart, as well as the eyes. At this moment, he felt extremely dangerous. It's like the scene when I was 17 or 18 years old, following my brother to the south of Bengal to do business, and being held at gunpoint and trying to blackmail him. Big brother. Wang Hongbao didn't know how, but actually couldn't help trembling, and his body movements were stiff. Die for me. Hearing his brother's words, Wang Hongchang switched his baseball bat to Longquan sword and lashed out, slashing at the stern ghost. This is explicitly an art sword, with a collector's certificate. With Wang Hongchang's wealth and connections, it would be too easy to collect a sword as a plaything. The sword in his hand was ostensibly an art sword, but in fact, the sword was once a weapon that had accompanied him on his quest for many years in the early days of his fortune. The sword in my hand has killed countless sins. I don't believe you can block this kind of fury. It is said that the severe ghosts are afraid of sharp blades with heavy killing aura. Wang Hongchang is very confident in his weapons. Swish. However, this sword had no effect on Rui at all. Shaoli's body passed through the long sword. He's as if he's not there in the air. Wang Hongbao just lit up hope, once again turned into despair. Put. Shaoli's 2 hands solidified violently as they plunged into Wang Hongbao's body. 2 foreign objects, even if they weren't much of a killjoy, suddenly appearing in the heart and head would immediately destroy these 2 vulnerable areas. Put. Wang Hongbao was killed instantly. Hongba. Wang Hongchang gritted his teeth, hating Shaoli to the extreme. This scene just happened to be seen by Jiang Xiaotao, who entered the villa. She was very surprised. Rui, the ghost, naturally gifted in combat and adept at developing abilities. Compared to herself, it was obvious that she was so weak, but she was able to utilize all the conditions that her body was capable of to achieve the best results in battle. The 2 abilities, condensation and transformation of void, were the most ordinary abilities, but in Shaoli's hands, they were so lethal. That ability alone, combined with the fact that she's pretty good at scaring people, does make her extremely destructive. Compared to Shaoli, Jiang Xiaodao's combat talent was not a little bit weaker. Combat combos and development. Corey is invincible. It's like if Kong Xiaotao gets 2 pair of 3s, that's a pair of 3s, whereas Shaoli can play a sizable king. Hostile. Shaoli violently rushed towards Wang Hongchang. Wang Hongchang couldn't care less about the pain of losing his brother. He thought he was going to be finished. Who knew this ghost was so vicious? It's over. Just then, a light flashed and a mysterious figure appeared between Wang Hongchang and the female ghost. He held a magic weapon and mouthed the words, trying to drive away the vengeful female ghost. The female ghost looked at him angrily and hesitantly, letting out an even more piercing scream. The heavenly master of Longhu Mountain, wearing a golden Taoist robe. It belongs to the existence under the purple Dharma robe. Shaoli looked at the Taoist priest, who suddenly appeared and panicked a little inside. Growing up, she had watched TV and said that Taoist priests were the nemesis of ghosts, because she didn't know if the Taoist priest had the ability to kill ghosts. Shaoli didn't go forward, hovering around. Wang Hongchang saw that the kid didn't dare to come up and thought there was a chance. A celestial master is indeed a celestial master. The name is true. His heart, hanging in the air, finally fell. There's the heavenly master. Kid, what can you do? Knock knock knock. In the meantime, Uncle Hat, downstairs, finally arrived. A line surrounded the trio. Don't think they went through a lot of fighting, but it was really just something that happened in a split second. Under the flashlight, Liz looked horrible. The villa was horribly spooky. They'd seen Liz on the monitors, but the reality of seeing it was far more horrifying than on TV. Hostile. Rui was very disturbed. She didn't like being surrounded by people, especially so many men. It made her think of something bad. Starting to get cranky, constantly growling towards Wang Hongchang and Uncle Hat. Jiang Xiaotao, who was hiding his tracks on the side, didn't immediately strike, but quietly watched to see if the people from Longhu Mountain were really capable of dealing with ghosts and monsters. Little brat, if you don't tie your hands and surrender, the poor Taoist will let you fly to ashes. The heavenly master of Longhu Mountain held the demon-suppressing bell in his left hand, clanking. In his right hand, he held a peachwood sword, with black dog blood in his mouth, and a bunch of yellow paper charms dangling from his waist. Die. Put. He sprayed black dog blood towards Shaoli. Black dog's blood is the nemesis of ghosts, and the blood mist was sprayed out. I originally thought that the severe ghosts would be injured. Whoever thought the press was useless? The blood mist went straight through Xiao Li's body. What was the difference between it and ordinary water mist? The heavenly master of Longhu Mountain was a bit disbelieving. Why didn't it work? The Dementor bell. A bad feeling appeared in his heart. The bell in his hand swung more vigorously. Just now when he appeared and the Dementor bell was shaken, it was clear that he saw that the stern ghost was scared. How come it's useless now? Ghost repelling talisman. The talisman paper was thrown from his waist and one floated towards Xiao Li. The result was still the same. The talisman didn't have a bird's eye and went through Rui's body. The mahogany sword. Stab it. It's also penetrating. No kills. LOL. Rui smiled wryly. It turned out that the so-called Taoist spells were useless against her. Swoosh. Bulldoze forward. Bastard. Dare you. The heavenly master of Longhu Mountain panicked. How is this different from what they teach in the books? Black dog blood. Peachwood sword. Dementor bell. Shouldn't the night ghost be shivering when these things come out? The golden heavenly master of Lung Fu Shan died. This scene made everyone feel numb. Lung Fu Shan. Actually it's not even useful to her? You stay back. Wang Hongchang's heart, which had just settled down, was now in his throat. Hostile. Xiao Li rushed towards Wang Hongchang. Liz, stop. The hat uncle stopped. However, Liz clearly didn't want to listen to anyone. Sweep. Wang Hongchang's heart stopped beating, and so the curtain falls on the life of the legend. Swish. After killing Wang Hongchang's family, she jerked around to look at Uncle Hat, who had surrounded her. At the moment she had killed her eyes. Liz hates. Hostile. Hate these hat uncle. Why they protect people like Wang Hongchang. Why they couldn't protect her and her family in the first place. Having considered this, shrill screams rang out. She rushed Uncle Hat and killed him. Shoot. Gunslinger. Xiao Li's body was unharmed. See Uncle Hat shoot. Liz hates it even more. The eyes were full of killing intent, like a rabid hyena, running down the hallway on all fours. Fetch to Uncle Hat. Uncle Hat is chilled to the bone. The divine master is useless, and so are the guns. Unkillable creepy. This stern ghost has a murderous intent towards them. It's over. The Uncle Hat at the very beginning had dilated pupils. Liz was getting closer and closer. Enough. Your revenge has been avenged. Why should you continue to kill? Swish. In the center of Xiao Li and Uncle Hat's camp, a slender figure appeared, floating in the air, reaching out to Xiao Li. Oh no. Not figures, but ghostly figures. A ghostly figure more terrifying than Ruri. That sense of oppression is not to be compared. If Xiao Li was the light of a glowing fire, then this one who appeared later was the brightness of a white moon. Den. Xiao Li looked at the sudden appearance of the stern ghost and jerked back 3 or 4 steps. Watch vigilantly. Her body involuntarily trembled, as if her natural bloodline had been suppressed. King. There was only one thought in her mind. This was the king. Hostile, but caught up in her grumpiness. She doesn't care that much, whether you're a king or not. He stabilized his body, and violently rushed towards Jiang Xiaotao. I said, enough. Bang. Jiang Xiaotao just slightly raised his hand and fiercely fired. Xiao Li's body was swatted as if it were a fly. Hiss. The hat uncles felt their scalps go numb. This creepy one was actually countless times more terrifying than Xiao Li. Raising his hand, he slapped Xiao Li away. Luckily the creepy seemed to be on their side. Hostile. Defiedly, pouncing again. Hey, good advice. Don't you listen? Pa. This time, Jiang Xiaotao used more force, almost slapping apart Xiao Li's soul body. Rui was slapped away and finally panicked. The difference between her and this king in front of her was not a single star. If you don't listen again, slap your soul, Jiang Xiaotao said. It's true that her fighting talent isn't as strong as Rui's, but one power to another. No matter how talented Xiao Li was, she couldn't hold Jiang Xiaotao's crushing power. Shoo. Liz knew she had met a tough guy. No longer lingering, fleeing outside. Run? You can run away. Jiang Xiaotao smiled coldly. There's something more vicious waiting for you out there. She'd gotten to the point where, instead, she wasn't in a hurry. Follow the back. Until the second ghost disappeared. Uncle Hat was still in shock. They didn't know if those 2 ghostly things would ever come back. Always apprehensive. However, the good news was, after that night, for a long time, Xiao Li never showed up again. And the ghost girl didn't show up either. Outside the villa, Sunin waited quietly. Swoosh. Suddenly, a dark shadow shot out of the villa. Seeing Suning blocking the way, she didn't hesitate to strike, wanting to use her best stabbing heart and churning brain to kill this person. Suning looked at the familiar horror-style ghost face. How to not know what is coming? Boom. The aura on his body shook. The approaching stern ghost was violently shaken. Ahem! The knight fell through the air, mouth overflowing with bizarre true chi. It's a sign of damage to the being. How could it block the real chi of the third level of chi refining in the real world? Hostile, Cory growled, rushing at Sunin, like angry little lions. And I don't know if it's panic, or ferocity. Shoo! She's still trying to run. Su Ning's eyes were quick, and he pinched Xiao Li's neck as if he were grasping a chicken cub. Hostile! Ruwei stormed out. Sharp fingers plunged into Sunin. Ca. Her hand shattered right into pieces. Settle down. I don't want to kill you, said Su Ning calmly. Ruwei was completely confused. What kind of demons are these? He himself had met God and killed Buddha during this period of time. But, the two perverts he met tonight, one is sicker than the other. A two-slap and you're off. And one didn't even move, and almost got himself soul-crushed. If someone were to see the scene at this moment, they would be astonished beyond measure. The incomparably terrifying, infinitely lethal nightly ghost Xiaoli. In Su Ning's hands, it was like a toy, without even the slightest resistance. Poof! I've told you, don't run, or you'll be in deep, said Zhang Xiaotao from the villa, coming slowly and leisurely. The whole thing doesn't matter. There was no fear of Xiaoli escaping. Sunin glanced back at the villa. Let's go. Gotta, laughed Zhang Xiaotao, but that smile was abnormal. It was only Su Ning who was used to it. If it were anyone else, they would have been scared to death by that weird smile. It's scarier than the scary ghostly faces Ruwei can put up. Ruwei couldn't help but tremble at the sight of that smile. This guy shouldn't be. You eat ghosts, don't you? It's scary. Oh no, it's too spooky. Finally caught this little guy. Now we can rest in peace, Zhang Xiaotao said. I'll make you braised pork tomorrow. Okay, just in time to eat. Sunin returned. Liz, braised pork? Shouldn't you two count yourselves proud of catching me? Shouldn't you think this is a big deal? Why does it feel like you guys did something insignificant, and you're chatting in front of me? And researching what to eat tomorrow? Is my presence that slight? Big brother, I am a ferocious being who has killed many people. Can you guys act happy and a little accomplished or something? She's all yours. Su Ning tossed Xiaoli to Zhang Xiaotao. Well, Zhang Xiaotao took it smoothly. What are you doing? Said Liz, finally speaking. Got a bad feeling about this. Nothing doing, just stay in my stomach and reflect. Zhang Xiaotao's stomach suddenly and bizarrely grew a big mouth. Don't eat me, said Liz, horrified. Objection null and void. She was put into Zhang Xiaotao's stomach. Swoosh, the two left the spot. You just now deliberately let Xiaoli kill the Wang clan before making your move, right? Asked Su Ning suddenly. Zhang Xiaotao's heart trembled at his words. Yeah, sorry, I should have stopped it sooner. She thought Sunin was to blame. No need to be sorry, said Sunin. There are some evils. If it is not an extra-legal sanctioner, it will last forever. The only way to uphold justice is to use improper means, said Zhang Xiaotao. AI. It's just a pity that if the so-called justice requires the victimized to become a severe ghost themselves in order to get justice, that's quite bad indeed. So, you had to let Xiaoli seek justice before showing up to stop it. Su Ning nodded. I don't blame you. 59. Just tell me if it's cool. On a summer night, a gentle breeze gently brushed Su Ning's face, bringing a hint of coolness. Silky, as if cold silk satin. The night sky was clear and the stars twinkled faintly like brilliant jewels set in the vastness of the sky. Su Ning and Zhang Xiaotao walked under the bright night sky, clear and peaceful. A wonderful summer night. The air was fresh and invigorating. The breeze blew through the woods and the leaves rustled as if playing a natural concert. In the grass in the distance, there were bursts of insects, high and low, woven into a symphony of the summer night. Even if it was late at night, some busy places were still bustling. People are coming out of their homes to enjoy the cool and refreshing night. Some took a leisurely walk, feeling the caress of the breeze. Others sat on benches, looking up at the starry sky, immersed in the tranquil atmosphere. Children were playing on the grass, their laughter echoing in the night sky. This wonderful summer night makes people forget all their worries and fatigue and feel extraordinarily relaxed. It is like a peaceful and beautiful painting, which makes people mesmerized and feel the gift of nature. Su Ning and Zhang Xiaotao didn't go where there were many people. What are you thinking about? Zhang Xiaotao noticed that Su Ning's face was calm and empty, slightly lost in thought. I was thinking, those villainous ascended beings, when they met me, I could just dominate their destiny, give them as many resources as I wanted, and play with their lives as much as I wanted. They honored me as a god, and they didn't dare to disobey my mind. And even as long as I get angry, they are terrified, because I am a giant, an invincible giant, and they can only be under my rule, at my mercy, without a bit of freedom of their own existence. This is the world of the Lilliputians. Sunin said. What do you mean? I don't understand, said Jiang Xiaotao. I mean, how has this world ever not been a Lilliputian world? We belong to the little people, and those who are high up, who hold power and position, and money and resources, are giants. In their eyes, we are no more than ants, humble little people. They can pinch them to death if they want to. They're giants. Unlike true giants, they don't have huge bodies, and they don't have earth-destroying power per se, but power and status and money and resources and so on make up for their small size, turning them into pygmy giant monsters. Su Ning thought. A soft sigh. Hey, giants many times do wrong things without consequences, as if I accidentally did something wrong. The first ascended ones in the divine and demonic paradise can't do anything to me. Shao Li's matter. If we hadn't inserted ourselves by chance and killed those perpetrators, if she hadn't been lucky enough on her own to absorb the bizarre aura left behind by you, and thus turned into a killing night trickster, she wouldn't have been able to seek justice for herself at all, and what happened to her would have ultimately will be forgotten by history. No one will remember that past, and no one will care. Su Ning said. Hey, this world, too, is a world dominated by giants. Jiang Xiaotao said. The two are silent. But you're different. Jiang Xiaotao said. Me? I can feel it. You're a giant above giants. Jiang Xiaotao looked at Su Ning with certainty. Even if it's not that huge yet, but you will definitely become a giant above giants in the future. Whether it's in the world of Lilliputian, or in the real world, how can I put it? You are the transcendent, beyond power, status, money, resources, etc., belonging to the ultra-dimensional beings. Jiang Xiaotao said. Su Ning is silent. Transcendentals. He touched his heart. I was just lucky. If I hadn't stumbled upon the world of Lilliputian, my heart might have stopped beating by now. You're not like them. If, according to the character of the others, you could solve this weirdness, surely you wouldn't be so quiet as to choose to strike in the dark. Jiang Xiaotao said. When looking into Su Ning's eyes, there was a bit more softness. What happens to the others? Those who know how to weigh the pros and cons will directly appear at the Wang family villa and offer a huge amount of protection money like the Wang family, promising to help them solve the violent and bizarre. You can get a large sum of money on the Wang family. Even an ordinary person wouldn't be able to earn in 10 lifetimes. Jiang Xiaotao said. She smiled, and there was a bit of playfulness in her smile. I don't know if you like reading novels. Su Ning thought about it. He had read it before, but then he hadn't read it for a long time because he was too busy working. Hey, if you've read the novel and want to act like Long Ao Tian in the novel, you can totally waltz into the Wang family and say that you can solve the shenanigans. The Wang family definitely didn't believe it. Then you smiled coldly and looked at Wang Hongchang like a dead man, saying that they had eyes but no pearls. The heavenly master of Longhu Mountain couldn't stand to look at you, and mocked you for a while, saying that you, a milquetoast brat who doesn't even know where he came out from, actually dared to say that he could deal with Geeky, and that one of my hallowed gold-robed heavenly master of Longhu Mountain sitting in the town. I still need you? So you made a bet with the Dragon Tiger Mountain heavenly master to see who could solve the shenanigans, at a time when everyone disapproved of you and thought you were just a liar and a piece of garbage. You smiled crookedly and quietly waited for the shenanigans to come to your door. Jiang Xiaotao floated beside Su Ning, his hands dancing, gushing, speak with spittle. In the end, Creepy came to the door, and they were scared silly one by one, and even killed by Creepy. The Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master was very proud of jumping out to put Creepy to death. Everyone put their hopes on the Heavenly Master, thinking that he was the savior. As a result, he couldn't deal with Creepy at all. A variety of tactics came out, and they had no any effect, and in the end, the Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain was killed by Creepy under panic. When it comes to the emotionally charged part, Jiang Xiaotao's entire body is about to take off. Getting high on yourself. Wan Hongchan's face went white when he saw that the Lung Fu Shan Celestial Masters didn't do, and thought he was dead. Just at this critical moment, you suddenly jumped out. Evil smile. The corners of the mouth outlined a touch of cynicism. Unloading glances at Wang Hongchang, the tycoon, slowly said, 1 billion, I save you. Wang Hongchang still want a bargain. You directly said, 2 billion. Wang Hongchang faced death, gritted his teeth and agreed. He did not expect you to be of any use. But, scalp numbing is that you one punch to dry over the bazaar, shocked off a bunch of jaws of the Wang family. Jiang Xiaotao clenched the showy fist, flying in the night sky. The Wang family was shocked by your performance in 10,000 ways. I didn't realize that the district's mediocre looking you would be so powerful. Wan Hongchang was completely subdued, and treated you with courtesy and gratitude, and apologized for your impoliteness before. You are sitting on the sofa of Wang's house, the richest man. Wang Hongchang, who is the richest man in the outside world, is at this moment in front of you just like an elementary school student who has made a mistake. Do you want to? Stepping on the richest man's identity to act like a bully. How cool, Jiang Xiaotao said. You left in style with $2 billion, leaving behind endless legends. Typical urban pretentious fanfic. Jiang Xiaotao looked excited. Just tell me if it's cool. Suning. His mouth was slightly open, looking at Jiang Xiaotao incredulously. Good lord. This girl is still an internet addict. 60. Li Qingxuan's breakthrough challenges centipede. This girl, Jiang Xiaotao, is deeply involved in the network-long AOT on pretentious text cannot be extricated. Sunin died of embarrassment at hearing that. If he really did something like that, I guess he'd get goosebumps in the middle of the night looking back on it. Why am I so brain dead? He could never do something like that. Will die of embarrassment. It's not cool at all. Bristled Sunin. If blackmailing the richest man isn't enjoyable, you can talk to Uncle Hat and pretend to be a bully in front of him, said Jiang Xiaotao as he once again gave his proposal. Think about it. When everyone is clueless about the shenanigans, when the case is bogged down and people keep dying, when everyone is in complete panic, you show up out of the blue and negotiate with Uncle Hat, saying you can help them with the case. Kang Xiaotao still has a lot of ghost ideas. And then, Uncle Hat beat a dead horse and didn't expect you to really solve the shenanigans, but gave you a chance anyway. Snap. Two of Jiang Xiaotao's rotting and sharp palms slapped together. A look of anticipation. Eyes full of stars. Maybe, Uncle Hat will send an individual to work against you and assist you. And this person, right, is a female. Or a police flower. Looks like a city. Convex in the front and curved in the back. Not a single extra bit of flab, while a single bit of meat less. And looks thin. A uniform of uncle. Mouth-watering. Jiang Xiaotao described the appearance of the imaginary police flower. You really can't think of one. You can use the AI in the beanbag to generate a picture and generate it. This heroine doesn't trust you at first. Doesn't think you can handle the shenanigans. Even thinks you're a fraud. Doesn't know why the big brother of the office trusts you. And is just plain crazy. And has a very cold attitude towards you. In the end, right, you in the king's villa, also saved her life. She immediately changed her view of you. That you are good. By you to conquer. And finally, solved the king's family things. The office of the big brother of the heart of you. Very respected. Courtesy and treatment. And that young lady, also have a secret love affair with you. You hold a beautiful woman. And that young lady live a shameless life. Occasionally also a uniform OS. The more Jiang Xiaotao spoke, the more outrageous it became. Just tell me, did you have fun pretending to be a pussy in front of Uncle Hat and being recognized and admired by the rulers? Did you have fun? Just tell me, gaining favor with Missy, uniform OS, cool or not? Suning, _, he was full of black lines. This girl, what the hell is in her head? Why are there so many brain-dead plots floating around? You don't know about Netflix. This kind of plot is rotten now, but it used to be popular and hot alright, said Jiang Xiaotao. Well, I really don't know much about this kind. Sunin shook his head helplessly. For this type of, he would not comment. Everyone has everyone's hobbies. Honestly, having an ability like yours, in a novel, where do you behave like this? Obviously you can put on a big show, but you play soy sauce, quietly hang out outside, wait for the NPCs to come out, grab and go. No one even knows what you've done. The wines don't know. Uncle Hat doesn't know. Everyone doesn't know, said Jiang Xiaotao. You're too Buddhist. Just this kind of character of yours, put it in a novel as the protagonist, it's certain that no one will like it. Okay. People won't like a protagonist who doesn't act like a pussy. Jiang Xiaotao swore with conviction. Is there a possibility? Actually, I don't really want to be a protagonist. And, I'm not a protagonist. I'm just one of the many. I'll make no money. I'll lose my job. I'll fall out of love. I'm not omnipotent either. I am just an ordinary person. Su Ning said. Ginger Peach. She laughed softly. I know. So, you're not like them, she said with a twist of her earlier playful smile. Unreliable rhetoric. Very seriously. You are different from those who dominate the lives of others so easily. You respect the lives of others even if they are giants. It was as if, before, they clearly had the ability to suppress the three fallen creatures, and clearly could have been resolved by force, yet they were still given the opportunity to choose, and no worries about you becoming a giant. For Sunin's character, Jiang Xiaotao was very confident, and Sunin disagrees. I'm not that noble. As I said just now, I'm just an ordinary person. Since I'm an ordinary person, I will have likes and dislikes. I will have subjective preferences. I will also get angry, and I will do wrong things. Su Ning has a clear perception of himself. He. According to you, everyone is ordinary, Jiang Xiaotao said. Alright, I'm not going to say any crowning words. I only have a feeling that staying by your side is safe. Jiang Xiaotao spoke from her heart. The two go home. Suning, sleep. Jiang Xiaotao, on the other hand, cultivated. Day 2. Jiang Xiaotao got up early, busy in the kitchen. Makes Sunin her favorite red meat. Sunin meditated and practiced all morning. Cultivation still hasn't loosened up. Very stable at the 3rd level of the qi refining stage. To this he was accustomed. Meditating and practicing every morning. Suning formed a habit. Even if his cultivation couldn't progress, he was happy to do so. Watch the little people in front of the little tree. The little people are very regular these days. In addition to eating, he was practicing. Day and night. The main attraction is an inward role. The events of the last fallen creature challenge made it clear to them that if they didn't try, they would be eliminated. It will be overtaken. Now the little people can play hard to get. Shoo! The sword light was raging. A fist-sized ball containing countless sword paths caught Suning's eye. Endless sword. Li Qingxian. Another breakthrough. His sword Dao formed a terrifying sword domain. The breath on his body was vast and boundless. Sharp sword patterns emerged, a wisp of them lingering around him. He was a pure sword cultivator. The god of Kendo. He, actually, broke through again. What kind of demon is that? The fallen black dragon looked at Li Qingxian in shock. That guy's got talent. It's pretty unbelievable. When the other ascended masters saw this movement, they were surprised, and cast envious looks. Genius in genius. There is also a gap. Li Qingxian was the genius of geniuses, the emperor of emperors. Shoo! Li Qingxian collected his energy. Zhoushan flying swords dazzled and did not disperse, as if he was the center of the sword Dao universe. Countless spirit swords had to submit even when they saw him. Li Qingxian was so relieved that he felt like he could do it again. He stared at the Su, a confident face. Elder Immortal. I wish to conquer the immortals. Please give me a chance to practice. He wants to testify. But after thinking about it, I can't beat Immortal Elder. So I'd like to ask Immortal Elder to find me an opponent for me to experience. Sunin opened his mouth. Fighting me? You really won't be able to achieve the effect of practicing. So be it, then I'll find you an opponent. Suning walked over to the wall of the house in search of something small. A 100-legged centipede the size of his index finger was found by him. Suning's eyes lit up. This is good. He grabbed the centipede and put it into a large white porcelain bowl. The centipede belonged to one of the 5 poisons. With a very powerful aggressiveness, Suning reached out. It was stimulated. Its body snaked and wrapped around Suning's hand, and its mouth opened wide, and bit down, simultaneously releasing venom. But Suning's flesh was extremely hard, and this attack could basically be ignored. Sunin threw the centipede and the porcelain bowl into the paradise of gods and demons. This centipede can be your opponent. It's more aggressive, just enough to keep hitting. Many thanks to Immortal Elder for making it possible, said Li Qingxian, his gaze like a torch. Fly into the porcelain bowl to battle the centipede. This battle caused all the villains to gather around, and Sunin crouched on the ground to watch with interest. Li Qingxian looked quite bluff. I wonder how well he could fight the centipede. 61. Li Qingxian won the poison centipede. Shoo! Li Qingxian flew into the porcelain bowl. Out with the sword. Li Qingxian stood in the air, his stance erect and stern like a sword. A determined light flashed in his eyes, and the immortal sword in his hand shone brightly. During these days, I have upgraded the 10,000 swords boil to blue color, and although the number is less than before, the destructive power has increased. So let me see the results of my cultivation during this period of time. The long sword was offered, and the countless sword shadows turned into blue. The stars were dotted, as if there were thousands of stars. The stars arched over Li Qingxian in the center. His body was small, but this time he had an aura that was truly different from the past. Sunin can feel it all. Immortal centipede. Suffer death. Countless long swords were densely packed, crowding the sky above the large porcelain bowl, dazzling as if it were a blue light bulb. The light unsettled the centipede in the bowl. Brush. The slender body fidgeted in the porcelain bowl. Out of instinctive fear of the unknown, the centipede had no desire to fight. Li Qingxuan's eyes lit up when he saw this. The immortal realm centipede actually fears me? Could it be my cultivation makes him feel oppressed? He rejoiced. It's a show. This time, let me have a good fight and behead this immortal centipede to raise my sword immortal's name. Li Qingxian thought it was because the centipede was afraid of him. To think that when I ascended up from the Qianquan realm, at first the mole crickets were able to take me down, and now only how long has passed, and ferocious creatures like centipedes are already afraid of me. Li Qingxian, worthy of you, Li Qingxian. I'm so proud of you. Thousands of sword rains stabbed at the centipede's hard horny layer. The armor like fiery red armor that resisted the sword rain attacks. Centipede didn't know what was happening. Fearful strutting around in the porcelain bowl. Headless. Ha ha. Li Qingxian laughed out loud at this. Immortal Centipede. Nothing more. This round, I'm going to win. If I can beat Centipede now, how hard can it be to match the gods in the future? Hiss. The other ascended masters also sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw this scene. Li Qingxian. Terrifying as hell. Has he come this far? Even the immortal realm creatures, under his attack, fled in haste, not daring to fight back. What a fast progression. Sinful beast. Don't quickly die for old me. Li Qingxian said. Ancient sword patterns emerged on his body, and were added to his Dao body. All of a sudden, that blue lightsaber had a bit more of a mysterious color. The ancient sword patterns made his sword Dao exude a mysterious flavor. Ancient vicissitudes. Die. Da 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 da. Countless long swords stabbed at the centipede. However, the long swords hit above its red armor and all of them dissipated. That's not right. Li Qingxian can't break through the Immortal World centipede's defense. Kunlun Fairy asked. That centipede didn't flee from harm. It fled from panic of the unknown. Perhaps it was greatly stimulated by the fact that Immortal Elder Fawn captured it, and now it has no desire to fight, only wanting to quickly escape from this place. Yes, in the face of an immortal lord, what kind of chaotic creature wouldn't be afraid? If Li Qingxian can't kill this chaotic centipede in a short period of time, I'm afraid he'll have to suffer. The crowd analyzed. Fellow Daoist Qingxian, quickly resolve the battle. Kill the centipede before it reacts or you'll be in big trouble. The great Summer Saint Emperor reminded. Big trouble? Li Qingxian was in the middle of the game. Can't have the right judgment. He thought he was going to win. And after half a day of running, the centipede bug realized that it seemed like those points of light weren't doing much damage. And after familiarizing with the environment, the restless heart slowly quiets down. It looked up at Li Qingxian, like a scowl of prey. The bloodlust of a hunter gradually showed in his eyes. No good. Li Qingxian only felt his scalp go numb. There was a sense of being targeted by a great terror. Ascendants have a strong attraction to the animals of this world. The scent of them is like a great meal. The centipede worm that gradually calmed down, slowly slid its body and moved towards Li Qingxuan's side. 10,000 swords. Out. Tada. With a wave of Li Qingxuan's sword finger, thousands of long swords once again shot towards the fire-armored centipede insect. Unlike before, this centipede didn't dodge or avoid it this time, except the rain of stabbing swords head-on. It was not known whether it was an illusion or not. The centipede that was supposed to have no spiritual intelligence, at this moment, suddenly revealed an expression of relief. So it was. Swish. The poisonous centipede no longer dodged and fled, but rushed towards Li Qingxian to kill him. In Li Qingxuan's eyes, it was huge in size, waving its 100 legs and emitting a foul odor. That was the smell emanating from the venom in the poisonous centipede's mouth, which if it were to be bitten, the centipede worm's entire body exuded violence. With its large mouth that was bubbling with venom, it rushed across at Li Qingxian. Li Qingxian clenched his teeth. Undaunted, his body flashed and rushed towards the poisonous centipede like a ghost. Dang! 10,000 swords in one. He used his aura to control his sword, chopped at the poisonous centipede. Instead of fighting hard, he dodged the centipede's attacks with ghost-like speed, then struck out to strike the centipede's weak points. Ding! His sword Dao cultivation was displayed to the fullest, each sword carrying a powerful sword chi and splashing with light. Countless immortal swords flashed with dazzling light in his hands, slicing through the sky like meteors as he killed the poisoned centipede. Ding ding! Chopped dozens of swords. He still couldn't break through the centipede's defense. The poisonous centipede sensed the threat, and its 100 legs came out in an attempt to block Li Qingxuan's attack. However, Li Qingxuan's swordsmanship was as dense as a swift wind and rain. The poisonous centipede gradually became violent under his attacks and gradually adapted to the rhythm of the battle. As Li Qingxian swung out his sword momentum was like a torrent, completely drowning the poisonous centipede. The poisonous centipede let out a hiss as its huge body violently swung back 180 degrees, biting at Li Qingxian. And Li Qingxian was unable to avoid it at this moment. To watch and get a boxed lunch. Ancient sword pattern. Sword of immortal destruction. He erupted of his cultivation and stabbed out with his sword, hard against the biting fire-armored centipede. Dang! Li Qingxian plunged his sword into the centipede's mouth. The centipede actually struggled in pain. Seeing this, Li Qingxian trembled. Thrill sth. I am. Did I hurt it? That's great. Bravo. Fellow Daoist Qingxian. You've injured him. You're the first ascended being we've had who could hurt a chaos creature. With this, Li Qingxian was enough to be proud of himself, but that's about it. The poisonous centipede merely paused for a moment as the venom in its mouth corroded away Li Qingxuan's ancient sword pattern. The body moved forward once again, and the huge impact smashed Li Qingxuan's long sword to within an inch of its life. Finish. Li Qingxian felt the aura of death. Tada! In this critical fall, Suning naturally will not sit idly by. He stretched out his finger and flicked it, and the centipede bug was flicked away. Li Qingxian was saved. Swish! Centipede violence. Still trying to rush up, Suning stretched out his index finger to hold it down, preventing the centipede from moving around. The centipede's massive body kept twisting and tearing at Suning's fingers, trying to struggle out, the force of which set off a hurricane in the eyes of the little people, each flickering pendulum capable of snapping their bodies. And with such a raging force, Lord Shangxian actually pressed it down with a single finger. Unfathomable. His cultivation. Li Qingxian stood beside the poisonous centipede, gasping for breath, but his eyes were filled with the joy of victory. His immortal sword flickered as if it was cheering for his victory. He hadn't won, but he felt it was a huge victory to have fought so far. 62. It's a fairy, not a bug. You can't eat it. Not losing is winning. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm fighting an immortal creature, and fought for so long without losing. What? And in the end, it was only thanks to the help of Lord Xian that he survived? Don't worry about the details. Just tell me if I killed the chaos centipede all over the field in the beginning. And just tell me if I fought it back and forth. I didn't do any damage to the centipede? Is that the point? The point is that I beat him all over the field. Who can do this battle? So, I win. Nothing wrong with that? Li Qingxian thought so in his heart. He felt that it was a great victory. A great improvement. For him to have been able to maneuver around the centipede for so long. Everything. Slowly, Li Qingxian believes that, give him decades, hundreds, or thousands of years of opportunity. This martial arts, he can casually take the pinch. As a monk, there is nothing else. Just a whole lot of time, a whole lot of. In the lower realm, he was also someone who had experienced countless years. Old monsters like them have patience to spare. Aha! Of course, whether or not he'd survive that long in this world, God only knew. Fellow Taoist Qingxian is awesome. A model for my generation of cultivators. I didn't expect you to have grown to the point where you could fight a chaos giant. Admirable. Li Qingxian entered the circle of cultivators, and the surrounding ascended masters all revealed expressions of respect. Against the immortals. That kind of record. It's pretty impressive. Thank you, fellow Taoists, for your fallacious praise. Mr. Li still has a long way to go. Furthermore, our purpose here is not to go 50-50 with the chaos creatures, but to be stronger than them, and Mr. Li's battle record is not enough. Sunan, nice one. This girl is obviously just happy, and pretending to be humble. Is it an impressive feat to be able to fight a centipede that can fight for a while? Do not understand. But, the little people entered the upper realm. They had been suppressed in every way, and their self-confidence was almost gone. Now that Li Qingxian was able to beat up centipedes and send them flying, it greatly boosted their confidence. Not a bad record, either. This centipede, it's stronger than any immortal world creature we've ever seen before. Don't look at him as if he were an ant in front of the immortal lord. I think this thing is considered a party hegemon in this world. Right, look at its violent appearance. Definitely the status of being a lord for many years. Otherwise it is impossible to develop this kind of overbearing character. Even the immortal elder he dared to attack. It is enough to see how proud and unconvincing this is. The little people analyze themselves. Suning, listening to them talk does get quite breathless at times. Sunan isn't going to break it down. Afraid of blowing their confidence. Raucous, a thieving chicken was foraging around. Seeing the centipede that Suning's finger was pressing, his eyes instantly lit up. Joy ran over. It's not afraid of people at all. The previous owner was very kind to him and would put anything good in his hand to feed him. This chicken is habit-forming. Peck. The little white chicken suddenly ran out and pecked away the centipede pressed under Sunan's finger in one bite. Sunan subconsciously let go. See the white chicken holding the centipede bug, the fire-armored centipede, which could not break through its defense no matter how much Li Qingxian attacked it, was now being carried by the white chicken. The body kept swinging and struggling. You can tell the centipede is very scared. The twisting body was coming out of the stump. White chickens don't care about that. Put it on the ground and hold it down with giant claws. Then start from scratch and eat it like spaghetti. Swallow the centipede in its mouth. Hiss. The little people sucked in their breath in unison. Face to face, both could see the horror in the other's eyes. Numbness. What kind of monster is this? Chicken. Or, immortal phoenix? That immensely powerful centipede could only be reduced to food for the white chicken. The immortal world. What kind of demons and devils are there? The centipede that was swallowed can still be clearly seen struggling in the tube of the white chicken's throat as it enters his neck. The white chicken, on the other hand, didn't care at all. And the old gods, gulp, swallow that crazy squirming centipede into your stomach. The Ascensionists, degree delta degree. They were dumbfounded and too shocked to attach. Holy, what the hell? Just swallow it raw? And you're not afraid of it snagging. It's too raw. The Phoenix of the Immortal World? Ignoring the fire-armored centipede's defense, the toxin, directly swallowed alive. Pervert. Is this a phoenix? Why do I feel like it's a chicken? Whether it's a chicken or not, I feel an incomparable bloodline suppression on it. It seems, it is of the same origin as me. If I can devour its bloodline, then, the fallen phoenix's pitch-black pupils appeared with a different kind of divine splendor. The ascenders were confused. Just now, he was praising the centipede for being powerful. He was also saying that this centipede must be a dominant party. But in the end, it's just someone's ration? The little white chicken was a fighting chicken that Su Ning and Zhang Xiaotao had saved from the street when they were shopping 2 days ago, and after 2 days of recovery, it was able to run and jump on its own. Don't be silly. Just you still devour the white chicken's bloodline? Can you beat a centipede? Can't you see that the incomparably powerful centipede is just its ration? Besides, even if you were given the opportunity to devour it, would your physique be able to withstand it? I see you are. Odds are that you'll explode and die. Li Qingxian lamented. This white chicken. It's awesome. If the white chicken is so terrifying, then what kind of existence would the phoenix of this world be? I can't believe it. All they know so far is that the white chickens are quite strong. And did you guys notice? This white phoenix is actually seriously injured. It was all bruised and the cockatiel almost fell off. It was refixed. This wound, it's still new, means nothing. It was defeated by other horrible creatures in the last great battle. It almost fell. Even such a powerful white rooster would fall. What kind of existence would it be that defeated it? Terrifying as hell. Dare not think. The immortal world, terrifying as it is. Su Ning, aren't these, like, very common things in life? Why are they always in a state of shock? Forget it. Get used to it. Fellow Taoist Qing Xian, if you were to take on this immortal realm white rooster, how confident would you be? 1 point, said Li Qing Xian. I'll die. It'll eat a point full. Maybe less than a point full? Crowd. Currently, they are unable to fight against this level of existence. The immortal world is truly light and fantastical. We have opened the door to a new world, full of crises and strange encounters. Just advising that it's even more dangerous here is better than doing nothing in the lower realms. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Aren't we getting stronger all the time now? I believe that one day in the future, we'll be able to gain a foothold in this world just like them. Although the little ascended masters were horrified by the horrors of this world, their hearts to seek the Tao remained firm. It's yearning and hope. Su Ning nodded his head. Those who could ascend up were all tough-minded. How could one be easily influenced by the Taoist mind? Stopped and afraid to move forward? These are old monsters. Practice. That's what it's all about. Shoo. As Su Ning lamented, he realized that the chicken beside him had suddenly accelerated violently, running towards the ascendants. It had an excited look on its face, its mouth open. Su Ning was horrified and hurriedly stopped it. No, you can't eat them. They're immortals, not bugs. You can't eat them. Ascendants, huh? 63. The number of people is the advantage. It's useless for you to be angry. Pa. Catch. Su Ning was quick to catch the white chicken's neck. Pick it up. Coo-coo. The white chicken fluttered its wings and kicked about with both claws, kicking up a gust of wind. This white chicken is so chicken. Just a moment ago, they were eating centipedes, and in the blink of an eye, they were actually eyeing the little people. If it wasn't for Su Ning's quick actions, Li Qingxian would already be in the white chicken's digestive tract by now. Just now, the white chicken's beak was even on the verge of pecking Li Qingxian. Brush. The little people on the ground were blown about by the hurricane of wind from the white chicken's wings. For ordinary people, the winds kicked up by Ri had little effect. For the little people, it was a devastating disaster. About the same as the average person facing a Category 10 tornado. Little people fly and blow into the sky. King Kana was caught off guard, and was also blown so hard that he smashed directly into a small tree, and a mouthful of old blood spurted out. It's not a bad injury. The others are fine, but they're in no better shape. It was like a couple of ants, blown around in the air. Catch. Seeing this, Su Ning hurriedly grabbed the root of the white chicken's wing with one hand before the hurricane stopped. Swoosh. No gusty winds raging. The little people stabilized their bodies and flew through the air. Horrified, he looked at the white chicken. The eyes were all fearful and scornful. This white chicken, terrifying as hell. It's like a ferocious bird of destruction. If I can refine its flesh and blood? The black phoenix's eyes grew more and more fiery. Sacrifice the white chicken. It could at least reach the realm of the white rooster. If not more so, then won't I be able to walk across the world? Dark Phoenix was in an agitated mood. This kind of raptor, I'm afraid it's a first-class terrifying existence in the immortal realm. One must know that even the chaotic fire-armored centipede was only its blood meal. You guys, are you okay? Asked Sunan worriedly. It's fine. Thanks for worrying, Immortal. The crowd arched their hands. It's good that it's fine. You guys rest first. I'll keep the chicken closed so that it doesn't pose a threat to you. Su Ning said. Hiss. This kind of raptor is also just a poultry of the family of the immortal grown-ups? I've thought of fairy grown-ups being scary, but I didn't expect them to be this scary. His bottom line. Where the hell is it? It's unfathomable. Of course Sunan didn't know what the little people were imagining. He held the fidgeting Quinn in a firm grip. Then he threw it into the chicken coop, and instructed Jiang Xiaotao to keep an eye on it and not let it run around. Tada! 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 Under the white chicken's violent struggle, the wound on its red crown split open. Sunan didn't even notice as 3 drops of chicken blood dripped to the ground. A splash of dust. The Ascended One stared at the 3 drops of chicken blood in unison, eyes showing greed. Black Phoenix was even more red-eyed. Swish! Su Ning's figure disappeared, and it took the lead. These 3 drops of Phoenix blood belong to me. Black Phoenix. No one is allowed to rob it. Otherwise, it is immortal with me. The Black Phoenix, hostilely, let out a phoenix cry and flew over to the chicken blood, its eyes glowing, wanting to include this treasure in its innate space. Just as it was about to get it, 10,000 swords in one. Rumble. Li Qingxian struck out. Directly the 10,000 swords. 10,000 blue Dao swords turned into one. Rumble. Stabbing in front of the Black Phoenix. It blew it away. If you say it's yours, it's yours? Li Qingxian spoke indifferently. Did I agree? Have all the Taoists here agreed? Put. The Black Phoenix stabilized its stance and looked at Li Qingxian with cold eyes. Li Qingxian, don't bully others too much. The Black Phoenix said in a chilling voice. Since ancient times, treasures are all owned by those who can. This is an unchanging truth for all time. This thing, the immortal elder didn't say it was bestowed upon you, so how can you say it's yours? Li Qingxian faintly said. You. The Black Phoenix choked, unable to speak. That's the truth. Fellow Taoist Qingxian, can you sell the old dragon a face? This phoenix blood is of the same origin as my second brother. Give it up to my second brother. The fallen black dragon slowly swam its body and stood together with the Black Phoenix. Shoo! The black unicorn followed suit. Li Qingshuan sighed. The Kunlun fairy, the great summer holy emperor, and the old man who asked. Stand together too. 9 against 3. What if we say no? The holy emperor of Daxia wrapped his arms around himself. Then the battle will be unavoidable, said the black dragon. 9 against 3. The advantage is on our side. Kunlun fairy said. At our level, numerical superiority is no longer useful. It's all about the strength of the Tao source. Even if you guys are outnumbered, you won't necessarily be able to restrain the 3 of us, the fallen black dragon said. Then, try. How do we know if it can be restrained without trying? The great summer saint emperor said. The fallen black dragon shook his head. Rumble. Not too much bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The 3 fallen creatures rushed towards the 9 saints. The 9 saints are unspoken, killing forward together. Rumble. Kunlun immortal technique. 10,000 swords return to the clan. True dragon technique. Roar. The black dragon roared. Against Li Qingxian. Ancestral dragon codex. Li Qingxian. You claim to be the no. 1 sword immortal in the world. Then let this seat see if you, the sword immortal, lives up to your name. Black flames erupted from the black dragon's body. The whole body burned. Put. Opening his mouth, the black flames sprayed towards Li Qingxian and the others. Be careful. This is the ancestral dragon true flame. It's immortal. There are a few saints who have died under the ancestral dragon true flame. Li Qingxian said. Poof. You have some insight. Black dragon said. Swoosh. Countless flying swords flew towards Zhu Longyan. Rumble. When the 2 sides made contact, there was a big explosion. It's an even match. Li Qingxian frowned. I didn't realize you've come this far. Well hidden. And each other. The black dragon said faintly. Supreme tripod. The questioning elder stepped on the supreme tripod with his feet and slapped his palm on it. Dang it. The white Tao pattern of the supreme tripod filled the air and smashed into the black dragon. The supreme cauldron of the old Tao of questioning. The legend is that it melts all the paths. I'll give it a try. Finished the black dragon. Roar. Roaring towards the supreme tripod. Dragon tsunami. A sound wave was directed towards the supreme tripod. The Tao lines on the tripod were shaken to within an inch of their lives. This dragon's whistle was terrifying. Amit ba, buzz, an, a. The 7 true words of the Buddhists. Those 7 words of truth transformed into substantial words. This is the text of the Tao. Buzz, bang, un. The 7-character truth transformed into a huge golden Buddha character and smashed into the black dragon. Each word seems to be like a great Buddha. The 7 true words of Buddhism? Not bad, said the black dragon. Dragonfly. The black dragon's scales glowed all over its body, actually charging the 9 characters of truth with its physical strength. Bang, bang, bang. 7 in a row. And it was actually crushed by it. The 9 true words of Taoism. All those who are fighting in front of the army are arrayed in front of the army. The old man who asked the question's eyes condensed, and the 9 true words flew out. Dang it. Continuous smashing down. The giant dragon's body actually looked as if it had been hit by a meteorite, smashing down one by one. With each word that was smashed down, its body was smashed down by 1 point. I can't believe I ended up smashing it to the ground and couldn't get up. 10,000 swords in one. Li Qingxian didn't give it a chance and fiercely pointed. 10,000 swords in one. Stab the black dragon. Rumble. Black dragon's body was embedded in the ground and he couldn't get up. Roar. The black dragon roared in defiance, only to be unable to do anything about it. Hateful. If you hadn't come a step earlier, why would you be here? Li Qingxian and the others had ascended for a while longer than them. Strength crush. This place is not the lower realm. It seems that numerical superiority is really an advantage. Laughed Li Qingxian lightly. 64. The black phoenix that braved the forbidden zone and made a death. It was useless for the black dragon to be more reluctant. The opponent was numerous and not weak. Again, Li Qingxian led the way. The black dragon could only drink in the defeat. And the other side. The black phoenix and the black Kirin were also defeated. The black phoenix was not weak, but its opponent was the Kunlun fairy. And the green emperor, King Kana. The black Qilin was even worse. He couldn't even beat the great Summer Saint Emperor 1-on-1. And now that he was fighting 3-on-1, he had even less of a chance of winning. The great Summer Saint Emperor, the Abyssal Demon Lord, the Golden Crow Emperor. Anyone can squash it. The fallen creature's trio of beasts fell. What else do you have to say? Humph. The 3 beasts were unconvinced. But there's no way. When I was in the lower realm, have I ever been defeated like this? The 3 of them, no matter who they were, would be able to suppress against Li Qingxian and the others. And now, the tiger falls down and is bullied by the dog. Swoosh. 3 drops of chicken blood were ingested by Li Qingxian and the others suspended in the air. Dark Phoenix could only watch. It seems that you guys are not related to this immortal phoenix's blood. The 9 Li Qingxian divided the 3 drops of blood into 9 and put them into their burkas. The cultivation world is so cruel. Resources are up for grabs. Fitting in with you doesn't work. If it's a dead heat, and the other guy can grab it, even if it's useless to use to soak your feet, it won't be given to you. In the lower realm, the reputation of the fallen ancient race was already poor. Only so much better than creepy creature. The 9 great saints and the fallen ancient race had another beef. Naturally, he refused to give up his chicken blood. The 9 saints divided the chicken blood. Didn't even look at the 3 fallen creatures. Each returned to his own abode to refine that treasure. Dark Phoenix could only watch with bated breath. Second brother, we tried our best. Hey, don't be too persistent. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Yes, second brother. In the lower realm we can always stabilize them. In the immortal realm we can as well, as long as we are given the time. In the future we will suppress them. Remember this revenge and avenge it in the future. The 3 fallen creatures gathered together and hated the 9 saints. Big brother and third brother. I'm not willing. The black phoenix still didn't want to let go of such resources. It could feel it. Getting that chicken blood. It could complete its evolution. Poof. If all of us from the fallen ancient race ascended, our numbers wouldn't be worse than theirs. It's just a pity that the 3 of us came to scout the way first, and we don't know when they'll come up, the black phoenix said, but then he shook his head. But, even if all of them ascended, we're too far behind. We can't keep up with the numbers, but we can't keep up with our cultivation. If I had known, I wouldn't have let the 9 saints explore the path, and we'd be braver to come up here. Then the ones who are strutting around right now would be us. Hey, the situation is stronger than the people. Don't do anything stupid, Black Dragon advised. No, I'm going to fight to the death. Black Phoenix was headstrong. Second brother, what are you doing? The Black Qilin had an ominous feeling. Why don't we beg Elder Immortal to grant us immortal blood? I see that Elder Immortal is very good at talking. He shouldn't refuse. The Black Qilin said. Yeah, don't do anything stupid. Second brother, Black Dragon said. Elder Immortal has a grudge against the 3 of us himself. Begging him is inferior. If something happens in the future, we are at a disadvantage. Besides, the pride of our fallen ancient clan has always been that we don't beg, the Black Phoenix said. Second brother, big brother and third brother, my mind is made up. Swoosh, it dives headfirst into a dangerous no-go zone. That is, beyond the range of the little tree. There There's a drop of chicken blood there too. It stretches all the way down this way and into the distance. Farther out, though, they're not likely to have access to it. Second brother. Ergo, the Black Dragon and the Black Kirin were anxious. Shoo! Black Phoenix zipped into the box, his body flopping around a few times, like he'd been drained of his strength in an instant, his torso falling straight down. Put! It desperately fluttered its wings and flew outward. The farther you fly, the more sluggish. Starting to get dizzy. Big brother and third brother, help me, said the Black Phoenix. Boom boom. The Black Dragon and the Black Qilin struck out 2 auras to replenish the Black Phoenix's stamina. That aura entered the Forbidden Zone and weakened greatly. By the time it reached the Black Phoenix's body again, there were already 10 of them left. Wow. Feeling his body's strength replenished, the dizzy Phoenix finally woke up a little. Keep moving forward. But the more you move forward, the harder it gets. Puff. In the end, it didn't even have the strength to fly and fell to the ground. Crawl. Crawl even to the fairy blood. That drop of immortal blood. He was determined to get it. The Phoenix is very resilient, relying on a minuscule amount of aura. It was surprisingly hard to carry until the chicken blood. Scarlet blood so demonic, so mysterious, the energy contained in it. That surging, its eyes are red. Dead eyes on chicken blood. Ha ha. Immortal blood. It's mine. It's mine. Wait. 9 great saints. Today's shame will be doubled in the coming day. The Black Phoenix roared. It's getting obsessed. Shoo. With the last of his strength, he took the chicken blood into the inner universe. And then, put, fainting. He's too feisty, too strong. Second brother. Ergo, the Black Dragon and the Black Qilin were anxious, but it can only be done from outside the Forbidden Land, wandering afraid to enter. The aura they struck was completely disconnected from the Black Phoenix. Watching the Black Phoenix become unconscious in the end, they were beyond worried. What's to be done? What's to be done? What's wrong? Sunan, who had put the white chickens in the coop, returned. Looking at the anxious Black Dragon and Black Kirin, he asked suspiciously. Seeing Sunan back, it was as if the Black Dragon and the Black Qilin had seen a savior. Senior Immortal, quickly help! Save my second brother! Save my second brother! Second brother and second brother? Su knew who they were talking about in just an instant. Dark Phoenix, what happened to him? He penetrated the Forbidden Zone, and is now unconscious. Right there. The Black Dragon pointed to the area of the Black Phoenix. Sunan fixed his eyes on it. The Black Phoenix was found lying a meter or so outside the penalty box. Ha! What's he doing here? Not bothering to say much. Suning carefully lifted the Black Phoenix and placed it back into the range enveloped by the small tree. Returning to the range of the World Tree, the Black Phoenix's originally miserable white and lifeless body only gradually regained its blood color. Thank you, Immortal Elder, for saving my life. The Black Dragon and the Black Qilin thanked them. It's good that it's okay. Suning also breathed a sigh of relief and, this group of ascended beings really don't let themselves be bothered. He had only been gone a little while and one had jumped ship. If I had been slower, wouldn't this thing be dead? Next time you're not allowed to run out again. I can save you once, but not necessarily a second time. If I can't make it here, what are you going to do? Suning asked. Don't take life for granted. Knowing that, Immortal Elder, we will never make another mistake. The Black Qilin said. Sunan nodded. Look around. It's still too dangerous. In case they get attacked by a fierce beast while I'm not around, the odds are that they'll be cold. Thought Suning. Not only do we have to get them sturdy houses, but we have to get a fence to protect them. The iron house he'd ordered online could withstand small animals and insects, but if a large animal like a wild dog or a wild boar came barreling through, God knows if the little people would be killed. Gotta secure this side sometime. 65. Brother Cohen's true blood is fierce. Cultivators also fight with cultivators, which is very cruel. In the lower realm, a single magic treasure can cause a bloody storm, and even about a piece of Senior's perception of the laws of the immortal realm, it can cause a powerful person of the sage realm to come out of the world, just to get more information about ascension and plan for their own great cause of ascension. Not to mention the immortal blood of the Phoenix of Immortal Realm, a precious blood that could allow one to actually raise one's cultivation level. Who could not be jealous? The Saint Realm. There is also a gap. The underdog. Even after ascension, competition still exists. The strongest are honored. It couldn't be that just because of the ascension, there was suddenly no competition between cultivators, could it? You can't just treat each other like guests and be polite and courteous just because you've ascended. The 9 saints were right. If it were the fallen ancient race that had ascended up first and had the advantage, it would have been just as likely to suppress the later ones, if not worse. In the immortal world, it's good enough not to kill anyone. Let them go to their enemies? Cootie. And not so dry. Besides, that immortal blood was originally unowned. and whoever was more capable was the one who owned it. The Black Phoenix obtained the immortal blood and smothered and refined it. He was desperate for revenge. The 9 saints were also refining their immortal blood, constantly pursuing the path of immortality. Bear. The immortal blood that the 9 great saints shared was only 1/3 of a drop each. However, that 1/3 of immortal blood energy was already enough to cause them to undergo a metamorphosis. The saint sitting in the middle of the dojo was covered in blood light. Blood mist filled the air. Under their refining, the chicken blood actually appeared as a trace. A strand of golden light runes. That's the immortal realm's great Tao rune? Or, the White Phoenix's bloodline inheritance? The blood mist shrouded the bodies of the 9 saints, becoming more and more mysterious. Abstruse. The saints closed their eyes and concentrated, chanting under their breath and performing arcane feats. A dazzling light emanated from their bodies, echoing the light of the immortal blood. As the gong method proceeded, the Phoenix immortal blood was gradually refined and transformed into a radiant pillar of blood-colored light that rushed straight into the crown of the small tree. The shadow of a white chicken was faintly visible in the light pillar, spreading its wings and emitting an auspicious aura. Terrifying majesty still lingered with that drop of blood. It's haunting. The saints bathed in this aura and their minds became incomparably clear, as if they were one with heaven and earth. Their minds traveled through time and space, comprehending the mysteries of this world. The White Rooster inner universe. The kind of Tao that is unique and belongs exclusively to the immortal world. Wild and powerful. They were unable to grasp all of them, but comprehending 1 or 2 of them had already caused their bodies to change radically. In this marvelous realm, the bodies of the saints gradually changed. Their skin became crystal clear, emitting a holy light. Their aura also became more and more powerful, as if they had transcended the bonds of the earthly world. Rumble. The blood light changed into a golden light. Everyone, with their golden light, was like a great sun, so that people did not dare to look directly at them. They, then, are the center of everything in the universe? The chi and blood in his body were constantly changing. Metamorphosis, possessing a hint of immortality. Eventually, they completed their metamorphosis and became a higher level of existence. Their eyes were full of wisdom and compassion, as if they had gained insight into the true meaning of everything in the world. The body was immensely powerful, and the inner universe was filled with the vast and boundless immortal chi of the great Tao. In this moment, the whole world cheered for their achievement, and they gained even more power. The 9 great saints were like gods, brilliant beyond measure. Unconsciousness of the imperial air, overlooking the small tree underneath. A blanket of small rocks. Those small rocks and mounds of dirt were like miles and miles of mountains. Let a wave of bravado swirl in their chests. The feeling of looking down on the world, looking at the forbidden zone. There was even more of an emotion of being able to run across the world and being able to punch through the immortal realm with a single punch. Well, just emotions. Fellow Taoists, your progress is staggering. Congratulations. Ditto. I wonder if Taoist Qing Xian has advanced to that kind of level. Just now, when I refined the immortal blood, I sensed the breathtaking immortal Tao aura from fellow Taoist Qing Xian's body. It was suffocating. Li Qingxian lightly laughed and waved his hand. It's not worth mentioning. He said that with his mouth, that raised mouth that he couldn't keep down. Could it be that has already reached quasi-immortal? It was just a fluke. Li Qingxian waved his hand. Above the saints. It is the realm of questioning. Ask about the ways of the immortal world. Understand the ways of the immortal world. There are 9 levels in total. Above the questioning is the realm of knowledge and storage. Knowledge of the treasures of the immortal world. Recognize and integrate the ways of the immortal world. It can also be called the Senso realm. After the immortal collection, it was the quasi-immortal realm. Integrate the immortal way and become a living being in the immortal world. In this process, it is the quasi-immortal realm. And after the quasi-immortal, there is the immortal. That is to say, truly become an immortal world being, similar to the creatures of this world, such as ants and the like. But it must be difficult to become an immortal creature. This is as ascending, taking their existence and elevating it by a dimension. Ask the question. Know the hidden, quasi-immortal, immortal. These are the 4 major realms after ascension. It was not that there had never been a division, but that the 9 saints had organized it according to their perceptions after their ascension to pursue the realm of the immortal realm's great Tao, a realm created according to their understanding. There were some realms they had not yet reached and could only rely on conjecture. But anyway, there is a standard of strength and weakness. Fellow Taoist, have you really become a quasi-immortal realm? The Golden Crow Emperor asked, his face full of envy. What's so great about it? Li Qingxian said gently, very pretentious with his hands behind his back. That expression was clearly, that's right. I'm a quasi-immortal. I'm that powerful. Seeing this, the Golden Crow Emperor, the Abyssal Demon Lord, and King Kana, among others, had envious looks in their eyes. Fellow Taoists Kunlun Fairy and Great Summer Saint Emperor, you must have reached this realm as well. Li Qingxian smiled and asked. Just now, I felt the aura of the two, like an abyss like the sea, which was mixed with a strong aura of a true immortal. The Kunlun Fairy smiled lightly, her delicate figure shaking for a moment. The water is in the right place. Desya Holy Emperor, it's okay. The duo didn't hide it and graciously admitted it. Of the 9 saints, 3 were the first to enter the quasi-immortal realm. The other 9 saints could only envy. Among them, the strong ones had already reached half-step quasi-immortal, and the weak ones, I guess, were still at the 7th or 8th level of immortal hidden. The cultivation gap, not a little bit. You know, they ascended up together. One could only say that. Between geniuses, there were also differences. In the realm of saints, there were also gaps. Of course, their harvest this time was also very huge. And the worst of them, Saint King Kana, had risen 2 realms in a row. Not to mention in the immortal realm, even in the lower realm. When one reaches the late stage of cultivation, it is extremely difficult to take a small step forward, and it may take thousands or tens of thousands of years, while some cultivators are unable to advance an inch in their entire lives. Now, the worst Kana Saint King had climbed 2 realms in a row, so one could imagine how great the progress was. They have progressed so rapidly. That is, after all, the immortal blood of the phoenix of the immortal realm. After refining it, it's normal to have a rapid progress. On the other side, the Black Dragon and the Black Qilin looked at the 9 great saints' metamorphosis with jealousy and envy in their eyes. Let's hope that second brother can soar to the heavens. They looked towards the Black Phoenix that was still sitting down and refining the Phoenix immortal blood, and expectations arose in their hearts. Hopefully, the Black Phoenix would also reach the quasi-immortal realm, so that the 3 of them wouldn't have to be so passive. Well, Suning himself was afraid that he hadn't realized that he had caused such a big ripple just by getting a few drops of immortal blood out of his own little white chicken brother. This you say. It's a mess. 66. Suning, here is another pot. Do you want it? Within that mysterious and ancient immortal dojo, a phoenix whose body was as black as ink and whose feathers shone with a strange light quietly perched in it. The Black Phoenix possessed unrivaled power and majesty. It seemed like it was the master of this land, and it made people feel a sense of awe. And not far beyond the dojo, there was the majestic and spectacular Wutong Mountain. The mountain is full of tall and straight sycamore trees, which have survived the vicissitudes of time and are still flourishing. Each sycamore tree is like a huge green canopy, adding endless vitality and vigor to the entire mountain range. From time to time, the Black Phoenix chooses one of these sycamore trees as its perch. In a dark sycamore-dense forest, the Black Phoenix stayed quietly within a phoenix nest. The feathers of the Black Phoenix shone with a mysterious light, and its eyes revealed determination and longing. The Black Phoenix opened its mouth, and a brilliant light shot out from its mouth, rushing straight into the sky. It was a drop of immortal blood, emitting an endless spiritual aura as if it was the most precious treasure in heaven and earth. White cockerel fairy blood. The Black Phoenix wrapped the immortal blood with its wings, then closed its eyes and began to refine the drop of immortal blood. Its body exuded a powerful aura, and the air around it chilled a few points for it. The Black Dragon and the Black Kirin looked on from the immortal mountain, guarding the Black Phoenix and giving him protection. As time passed by, the Black Phoenix's aura grew stronger and stronger, and its body was gradually enveloped by a layer of golden light. Within the golden light, there was a Tao pattern that looked like a long river of chaos emerging, and within the golden light, there was also the shadow of an immortal bird draped around. There was the immortal phoenix that soared to the sky, and the phoenix that was reborn from the fire, as well as the vermilion bird, the 5-colored bird, and so on. One is very powerful. These are all symbols of the phoenix bloodline in the immortal realm, records of the immortal birdway of the immortal phoenix. The Black Phoenix and the White Chicken's bloodlines were extremely compatible, immersed in the blood-enveloped immortal blood, sometimes radiant, sometimes majestic, sometimes domineering, and sometimes immortal. Arcane. The Black Phoenix is in enlightenment. He had comprehended more than Li Qingxian and the others. Because of the same root, the Black Phoenix evolved faster. I don't know how much time has passed. The light blooms. An invisible majesty spread in all directions. Hostile. The phoenix chirps long. Finally, the eyes opened, and there was a gleam of wisdom in them. The Black Phoenix had successfully refined the immortal blood, comprehending the true meaning of the Tao and completing its advancement. Second brother. Ergo. You did it. On him, there was a powerful aura. The Black Phoenix spread its wings and soared into the clouds, its figure leaving a beautiful trail in the sky, as if announcing to the world that its new journey had begun. It stood gracefully on the branch, overlooking the earth below, revealing a transcendent air in its eyes. Whenever the breeze flicked by, its feathers fluttered with the wind. emitting a clear and pleasant sound as if it were heavenly music. I did it! Black Phoenix was excited. Looking over to the Nine Saints dojo was filled with hostility. Half-step quasi-immortal realm. After this, I'll see who dares to underestimate this emperor. The Black Phoenix said. Half-step quasi-immortal realm? Ask Senso Parasan-san. When he had just ascended up, the Black Phoenix had reached the questioning second layer realm, and in a short period of time, he had actually reached the half-step quasi-immortal realm. The speed. It's scary. The Nine Saints side was also progressing. Everyone was progressing, but his speed was significantly faster. Talent aside, the three beasts of the fallen ancient race had received quite a few chances. For example, not long ago, Zhang Xiaotao had absorbed the bizarre power within their bloodline, allowing all of their suppressed talents to be released, allowing their realm to rapidly rise. And there was only a hair's breadth between them and the immortal hidden realm. Now that the Black Phoenix had refined a drop of immortal blood on its own, and this drop of immortal blood was very much in tune with him, causing the immortal waymark to be born within his bloodline. As a result, his cultivation once again exploded, reaching the half-step quasi-immortal realm. 9 deaths. It's all worth it, Black Phoenix said. He felt that he had suffered so much, spared no expense, intruded into the forbidden area to collect the immortal blood, and nearly fell. For that, he deserved such a gain. Second brother has even reached the quasi-immortal realm. Then amongst the immortal ascended, other than Li Qingxian, Kunlun Fairy, and the great Summer Saint Emperor who can steadily suppress you. Everyone else won't be a problem. So in the future, I'll see who dares to bully our fallen three fierce ones. The Black Qilin said excitedly. It's like finding a backbone. Yes, congratulations on second brother's breakthrough. You go ahead. Or you can protect the path for us. Black Dragon nodded. Big brother, with your talent, catching up with us is only a matter of time. Third brother's talent is actually not bad, is a little weak in heart, but as long as he is given the opportunity, he can also soar to the sky. What we are most lacking now is the time. To give us the last time. The Nine Saints are nothing. It's that immortal Chief Lord. The Black Phoenix was full of vigor. He was going to say that it's that immortal Chief Lord. It's not enough to look at, but think about it. Let's just forget about it. Immortal grown-ups are indeed quite powerful. Not to mention him, but his little brother is the Lord of Creepy, trying to outdo him. It's hard. Cough. Second brother is careful with his words. The Black Dragon also had a scornful look on his face when he thought of Suning. That guy, you can really go hungry messing with him. Let's brag. Let's brag. Let's not make fun of that guy. Aha. In short, the Nine Saints count for nothing. Just give us time. Yes, yes, yes. The 9 great saints are nothing. The 3 fallen ancient races were spirited and thought about the future. Dinner is served. Sunin was holding an end tray with a variety of dishes. Come eat with the little ascetics. The aroma fills the air. Mouth-watering. Upon hearing the 3 words dinner is served, whether it was the 9 great saints who were stepping in the void, their immortal auras floating and dashing, or the spirited 3 fowls of the fallen who were thinking about taking out the 9 great saints in the future and ruthlessly suppressing them, their eyes all lit up. This time of day is when they are happiest. Coming. The 9 saints. And the 3 great ferocious beasts blinked and lost their profound expressions, instead acting like foodies who hadn't seen the world and had been starving for several days. Flying quickly towards Suning's side, there are those who are traveling with swords, those whose bodies are stepping in the void, and those who are stepping on auspicious clouds, like the Black Phoenix, the Black Dragon, the Black Unicorn. Just fly right over. Just now, I saw that you guys seem to be very interested in blood, fighting over a drop of blood. So, specially prepared hairy blood wonton. Still cold. I don't know if you guys like it. Su Ning served the rice. One of the bowls is the Mao blood wonton. He was naturally aware of the dispute between the 9 great saints and the 3 great ferocious beasts, but he generally didn't get involved. Some competition he doesn't bother with as long as no one gets killed. Just think of it all as fun. How boring would it be if there were no struggles in gods and demons paradise and they always lived in this square inch? Su Ning gets bored too. This is immortal blood? Nice. Big bowl. It's all enough to last me a long time. If all of them are refined, then I shall not become immortal on the ground. The 9 great saints. An incomparably shocked gaze appeared in the eyes of the 3 great ferocious beasts. Dumbstruck. Scalp numbness. Good fellow. Just now, we were in a constant battle for a drop of immortal blood, and even the Black Phoenix died breaking into the forbidden zone just for a drop of blood. Now, you, serve up a big bowl. This, if we'd known, we'd have had a fight. Su Ning looked at the little people's dumbfounded looks and remained silent. So she continued. Don't worry. Feel free to eat. If it's not enough, there's still a big pot over there. Su Ning is generous. This is the morning his uncle rushed to the market, looked at the cheap to buy 2 pots of their own cannot eat, so they gave a pot to Su Ning. In addition to the blood, there are other dishes. Su Ning didn't care about the little people eating and drinking. They had very little to eat. Someone can still afford to raise it. The Ascensionists. A big pot. Question. Shocked. Speechless. It's also too hoity-toity. 67. Yummy. You eat more. It's. The 9 saints and 3 ferocious beasts looked at each other, all seeing the shock in their eyes. Elder Immortal. Is this really for us to eat? They couldn't believe it. Of course, eat, as long as you guys can eat. You're full. Su Ning graciously spread his hands. Not enough for me to add. Ascendants, this whole thing. You say, Senior Immortal. You must have flown high to acquire all this true blood. Someone said. Yes, such a large amount of immortal blood. I wonder how many immortal birds and demonic beasts must be hunted and killed before it can be refined out. Immortal Senior has been going out a lot in the past few days. Could it be that it's all for the purpose of going to the trial forest for training and killing demons and devils? Fairy Elder, have a heart. A great favor. Unforgettable. They thought the map of this world was the same as the Qinquan realm. Apart from the human world, it's the boundless primeval forest. In the primordial forest lived all kinds of demons, but also hid all kinds of treasures, and perhaps buried the remains of civilizations of unknown epochs. Cultivators of the Qinquan realm, in order to become stronger, would go to the demon forest to practice hunting demonic beasts, or picking medicinal herbs. Sometimes ancient relics are found in the demon forest, and the major powers will also join hands to explore. The Ascended Ones subconsciously thought that this world was just like their world, and that if they wanted cultivation resources, they needed to go hunting. So much immortal blood, yet Immortal Elder took it out and shared it with us. This favor, we are ashamed to receive it. Li Qingxian said, the creatures of the immortal realm are incredibly powerful, but the elder immortals risk their lives to hunt demons and deliver true blood to everyone. Simply don't be great. Su Ning could see the emotion in their expressions. He looked embarrassed and very embarrassed. Where would I go to hunt demons? The food court is full of them. These are from my oldest uncle's grocery store, okay? Even if I really had the ability to hunt demons, I wouldn't dare to act rashly because many of them in the wild are state-protected animals, and a lesser case would start at 3 years and a heavier case would result in a life sentence. Someone gets 10 years for pulling out a bird's egg. That guy. Untouchable. More refined than any of us. It's not that serious. Just eat it, lest it go bad. Su Ning said. Puff. The Black Phoenix couldn't think of anything else and was the first to swoop in and grab the food. Entire face in a bowl of blood. Those eyes turned bloodshot and lost their minds. Waves of shock rippled through him. Chance. It's all chance. After devouring this true blood, I won't be able to complete yet another evolution? Even. Take off. To think. He had almost died in the Forbidden Zone not long ago for a drop of White Phoenix immortal blood. Now that such a big bowl is in front of you, it would be a loss not to eat it. After refining this immortal blood, it would not be impossible to slaughter gods and prove the Tao in the future. Black Phoenix, you're a real dog. You're not polite at all. The other saints saw this and didn't care much about it as they rushed up to devour the immortal blood, mainly fresh blood with high nutritional value. No, for the Ascended Masters, fresh blood, with the Tao marks undamaged, grows fast after it is sacrificed. Get the rules avenue much. The 9 saints and the 3 fallen creatures were at odds with each other, their eyes glittering with excitement, and a fierce battle for devouring began. It was all resources for evolution. As much as they could eat was theirs, and with so many benefits in front of them, even they lost their minds. With the previous benefits added on, they were even more desperate to devour them now. The 9 saints and the 3 fallen creatures rushed towards the immortal blood like hungry wolves pouncing on it, their mouths wide open, eager to swallow it all in one gulp. Each of them used all their strengths, either reaching out to seize the food or casting spells. The scene was exceptionally chaotic. Among them, the Golden Crow Emperor. His body emitted a golden light, like a shining star. He reached out and grabbed it, holding the immortal blood in his hand, throwing it into his mouth and swallowing it. In normal times they would slowly refine it. Now well, just simply and roughly devour it. The fallen creatures next to them refused to show any weakness, and they bared their sharp fangs as they ferociously pounced on the immortal blood, gulping it down. On the other side, the Black Chilan fallen creature opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the immortal blood directly into its stomach. Other creatures also pounced on the immortal blood, starting a tragic devouring melee. Since there was no need to say more, the benefits of immortal blood, they all understood. You don't have to go through a big war to get resources. Taking less is a loss, taking more is a gain. Seeing this chaotic scene, Su Ning opened his mouth wide. Surprised, He looked at the ground, so fond of drinking raw blood? Aren't you afraid of bacterial infections? Or parasites? Cold mulled blood wonton. Is it that good? Suning tried carefully, picking up a small piece and taking a bite. Ginger peach made it cold. Add a sauce made of cilantro, green onion, ginger, garlic, soy sauce, millet chili, sesame oil, etc. And pour it on top. Looks good. It does have a different flavor. Suning's eyes lit up as if he had discovered a new continent. This was the first time he had ever eaten this way. Interesting. It tastes like the cold noodles sold in the Yunnan, Guizhou, Sichuan and Chongqing areas, and the cold vegetables. Also like salted tofu brain. The difference is that the cold vegetables made after the blood has solidified are very smooth and tender, and melt in the mouth. Excellent taste. Sometimes it slides down your throat and into your stomach before you have a chance to feel the flavor. The mouth is full of the flavor left by the onion, ginger and garlic. If you are used to it, this will be a gourmet meal. Nice. Not used to it, I guess. It's a little heavy on the blood. The devouring scene. In a nutshell, eating it. I don't really feel it myself, but the people next to me find it quite intimidating. His mouth was full of scarlet blood, as if he had just gnawed something alive. A vampire crawling out of hell. Sunan's heart was quite resistant to such a thing as eating blood. Although it was quite interesting and refreshing, he didn't dare to eat too much of it. It all depends on the little people grabbing it. After some intense devouring, the 9 saints and the 3 fallen creatures wolfed down all the immortal blood they could, completely disregarding their image. However, because of the lack of moderation and due to eating too much, their stomachs began to swell as if they were about to explode. Too much. It's bursting. I didn't realize that this immortal blood wasn't much different from Phoenix True Blood, both containing a large amount of immortal Tao rules. They covered their stomachs with a pained expression on their faces, but there was still a glint of satisfaction in their eyes. To be able to refine it is a great chance, but not to be able to refine it can be fatal. It has to be refined in a hurry, or else something is going to go terribly wrong. Too much food. The energy in their stomachs churning. In turn, it flows throughout the body. The entire body was emitting a blood-colored glow, with endless Tao marks flashing in the light. If you love it, you guys can eat more. I still have a lot over there. Su Ning was like an old grandmother, kindly instructing. Feel free to eat all you want. He also didn't expect these villains to love blood so much. If he had known, he would have gotten them a few pots of it, and just let them have their fill. Ascensionists. It's bursting at the seams. And eat. Swoosh. Without a word, they hurriedly flew back to their own dojo and refined their chi and blood there. Boom. There were people with blood coming out of their bodies, like bloody men. Some people sit in a seated position, fighting against the energy in their bodies. Someone is guiding, trying to control the power of the immortal way. It's agonizing. It's over. Greed is the snake that swallows the elephant. Eat too much. The ascenders are going to explode into a bloody mist. They suddenly had some regrets that they shouldn't have eaten so much. 68. Watching the villain fight and also gaining insights. Too complimentary. Originally thought that the chi and blood of this hairy bloodwan would be weaker than that white phoenix, but I didn't expect it to actually be comparable. It was great when I ate it, but now I'm bursting at the seams. Swoosh. The ascended one has no time for that. All out refining. The blood rolls over and shines on this place. 12 red lights. As if they were blood suns. They wailed in agony. The power of immortality, which he had previously struggled for, was now too much to refine. It's a blessing. Painful happiness. Su Ning was watching the little people from the side. He really couldn't imagine that this stuff was actually so complimentary. Mending the little people over. Don't dare take half a step away. Keeping watch after dinner. Boom. 2 or 3 hours later. Rumble. Someone was the first to awaken. The Holy King of Kana? He was actually the first to wake up. Who? The Kana Saint King gasped for air. You're awake. How do you feel? Su Ning asked. King Kana's heart palpitated. Back to the words of the fairy elder. I have a negative trust, and I can only retrieve a life. He replied helplessly. Most of hairy blood wants energy. He couldn't absorb, and could only force it out of his body. Luckily, once King Kana had stumbled upon an ancient book on how to expel excess power from the body. Otherwise he'd be in deep today. Blame it on greed and eating too much. Don't blame them though. With all the benefits they had gotten before, no one could resist the temptation of that advancement. Meaning all that stuff for nothing? Su Ning asked. Nothing? It's not exactly nothing. My juniors have absorbed what they could, and currently, only one level up, which is already the limit of what we can absorb. Kana Saint King said. Then they, said Su Ning, pointing at the other villains. They, the Kana Saint King blushed. They are more talented and stronger than me. They should have absorbed more than me. So, it's not over yet. So, you're the weakest? Su Ning asked. King Kana, it's too much of a blow. Still, it's true that he's the weakest. You could say that. He didn't want to admit it, but the truth was there. Soon, the others are slowly turning awake. Demon Emperor Tying Snake, Golden Crow Emperor. After that it's Ask the Old Man, the Buddha. Then there was the Black Qilin, the Black Dragon, and the Black Phoenix. Then there was the Kunlun Fairy, Li Qingxian. And lastly, there was actually the Great Summer Sacred Emperor. The Great Summer Saint Emperor relied on the human emperor's faith and actually absorbed all the energy in a hard way. It's simply not too fierce. Early or late awakening does not represent the level of absolute strength, but it does somewhat rank the ascended masters roughly before and after. Congratulations, I'm sure you've all gained good benefits. Su Ning said to the little ascended ones. The benefits to the ascended masters were immense. The worst of the worst, King Kana, had gained a small realm boost. The benefits to others will only be higher, not lower. Many thanks to the Immortal Elder for the profound blessings we have obtained. Li Qingxian arched his hand. Not only did all of these people absorb that energy, those who couldn't had to give it up. One bowl of blood has allowed you to progress so quickly. If I were to give you a little more immortal blood, wouldn't you be able to increase your cultivation by leaps and bounds? Su Ning said. Li Qingxian, however, shook his head. It's already at its limit. The body develops immunity. Immortal blood doesn't have much effect on us, and even if it does, it won't be much. It won't be like this time. That's a shame. Su Ning said. It's certainly a pity, but on the path of cultivation, it's not the faster the better, but the more stable, the more solid the better, the Great Summer Saint Emperor said. Also, Su Ning nodded. These little people, quite well fed. Immortal Elder, can you give us an immortal realm opponent? The ability doesn't have to be too strong. At most, it can be like the fire-armored centipede that fought me last time. Li Qingxian said. I'm waiting for a breakthrough, and I'm in need of an opponent to hone my cultivation. So I'd like to ask the Immortal Elder to fulfill my request. Fine, I'll go see what can be your opponents, Su Ning said, and was about to leave. To find opponents for the little people. Senior Immortal, you don't have to be too strong. Just be casual, Li Qingxian repeatedly instructed. You don't want to give me a big rooster. That's finished. Su Ning looked around the house and realized that there were no centipedes. Having no choice but to set his sights on other critters, catch a cricket and a praying mantis. Back to the little tree. I can only capture these two things, and they're not very strong, so you guys can just make do with what you've got. Su Ning spread his hands. A cricket and a praying mantis lay in the palm of his hand. Su Ning brought two bowls and placed the crickets and praying mantis in them. The crickets over here should be lower in strength than the praying mantis over there, so you can choose your own opponents. The ascetics surveyed their bowl opponents. Let me try the power of the immortal mantis. The Holy Emperor of the Grand Xia first drew his sword and flew into the porcelain bowl. His opponent, a green-colored mantis. Mantis has just been captured by Su Ning and is in unfamiliar surroundings. The mantis swam restlessly, ready to run at a moment's notice. But when it comes to seeing the little ascender, Immortal Mantis, however, had his eyes lit up, like seeing prey, and no more hiding. Mantis has always been synonymous with ferocity in the immortal world. Any smaller is a carnivore, still famous for being a love brain. In order to be enamored with the mother mantis, for the sake of the baby, he would be eaten right out of the mother mantis during that kill as sustenance to feed the mother mantis and the baby, and he chose to be eaten as soon as he moved. One can imagine how ferocious this character is, not being afraid of death himself, and even less afraid of death for others. Mantis is so fierce, even snakes he dares to go up and compete. So when it saw the Great Summer Saint Emperor, it calmed down instead, quickly pouncing on the Great Summer Imperial Lord. The Great War is on the verge of breaking out. Rumble, the sword of the seasons. Chun, one of the giant swords in the back of his head chopped at Mantis. Dang, the sword light chopped on the Mantis full belt. The Mantis was fine, but that sword light shattered. Mantis and the Great Summer Saint Emperor were locked in a great battle. The Holy Emperor of the Grand Xia was surrounded by all kinds of sword art holy light. One killing the Mantis, his eyes filled with majesty and determination. The Holy Emperor rode his sword and each attack carried a powerful sword chi and divine light. However, the Mantis easily shattered these powerful sword art holy lights with its agile stance and sharp claws. The Great Summer Saint Emperor kept changing his stances, killing in the spring, summer, fall, and winter seasons, and in the end, he even united the four swords. However, Mantis was always able to accurately find a break and launch a counterattack. As time passed, the Great Summer Saint Emperor began to feel tired, while Mantis was still full of energy. Because of the Great Summer Saint Emperor's agile flying technique, Mantis actually couldn't take down the Great Summer Saint Emperor for a moment. However, The great Summer Saint Emperor couldn't curry any favors either. Fellow Daoist Qingxian. Fairy Kunlun. It's your turn. I can't defeat it. In the end, the great Summer Sacred Emperor realized that he could not defeat the mantis, and he chose to retreat, leaving behind a messy battlefield. The mantis stood on the porcelain bowl of Xingli and flapped its wings up to the sky. Its figure looked incomparably tall in the sunlight. I'll do it. The Kunlun fairy proceeded to follow and kill Mantis, and the other side, Qing Di and Cricket, were also in the middle of a great battle. Su Ning found it very interesting to watch the little people in the two porcelain bowls constantly fighting, and even sometimes it wasn't just interesting, he could feel the understanding of martial arts from it. He was very emotional and rewarding. Looks like I'll have to get a model of a coliseum or something like that, just for them to fight in, so it'll be even more fun. Su Ning thought to himself. The fight was so good, with all kinds of special effects all over the place. Su Ning sat quietly in the corner, his eyes gazing at the small human battlefield in front of him. On the battlefield of the porcelain bowl, the little people and the insects are engaged in a fierce battle, every movement full of power and skill. Su Ning's gaze followed the little people's every move as he saw their attacks and defenses, and felt their feats and combat techniques. In the course of this viewing, he began to understand that the essence of martial arts did not lie in the amount of power, but in the control of oneself and insight into the enemy. Supreme martial arts were not achieved overnight, but required a long period of honing and accumulation. It was just like little people constantly fighting on the battlefield and accumulating experience before they were able to gradually improve their strength. Su Ning also realized that the significance of martial arts lies not only in defeating the enemy, but also in self-transcendence and inner growth. Through the practice of martial arts, one's will, tenacity and wisdom can be cultivated, enabling one to remain calm and determined in the face of difficulties and challenges. As he gained a deeper sense of martial arts, Su Ning's heart became calmer and more confident. He knew that he still had a long way to go on the path of martial arts, but he had already found a way forward. He would use the battles of the little people as a revelation, constantly pursuing excellence and exploring a higher level of martial arts realm. It's too wonderful. If this is made into a short video, it will definitely be a fire. Next to her, Zhang Xiaotao opened her mouth. Also, they actually eat chicken blood raw, although it's tonic, but a lot of bacterial viruses. Do you think they can block those viruses? Will they get sick? Su Ning, that's definitely not going to happen. Bar 69. I actually thought the dude had a point. Am I sick too? The little people have reached a peak in their cultivation. It's a qualitative change. From the past, when he could only struggle to survive under small insects, to now, being able to swim in and out with ease. This was a great improvement. The key is that, with the combined strength of 9 people, they were actually able to repel a supreme demon like Cricket, which made them hopeful for the future. The future is promising. If you can repel a great cricket demon today, will you not become an immortal and kill a god tomorrow? Wouldn't he still be able to suppress one side, across the 9 heavens and 10 earths? Beat back the crickets. I can't believe it could be a battle of the bulge. And crickets can actually be called great demons. Su Ning had always found this kind of name calling quite embarrassing if he said it out loud, but the little people did call the crickets great demons. At this time of year, the little people are so proud. They want to test their mettle against the heavens. One by one, they were spirited as if they could immediately blast through the immortal realm. Then unsurprisingly, there was an accident. Little people, again and again and again, are sick. Woke up the next day. Su Ning went to see the little people as usual, found that the little people one by one, pale, turn over are difficult, as if dying, have turned white belly of the little white stripe. The powerful ones were wailing in pain. There were also those who gritted their teeth and held on. And the weak ones, their faces were white and bruised. They couldn't speak. What's going on here? Su Ning fretted. Poisoned? Poisoned. Apparently, they're sick. A viral infection. Zhang Xiaotao said from the sidelines. Viral interference? I told you. They eat blood raw. Something's bound to happen. Su Ning, how do you know exactly what they're sick with? Su Ning asked. After all those years floating around the hospital, you always learn something. Zhang Xiaotao said. Su Ning nodded and went home to get his antivirals, amoxicillin capsules, used to peel the capsule open, exposing the white medicinal foam inside. Soak a little bit more in warm water, discard the rest. Elder Immortal. Li Qingxian felt guilty in his heart that he had to let Su Ning make a move every time. There's no need to say more. Take your medicine. Su Ning said. Thanks a lot. They took their medicine and that made them a little better. But the little people didn't immediately return to being alive and well, but one by one, they looked like they had pulled themselves out of a void. I guess it will take a while to heal. Looking at the miserable appearance of the little people who were very sick, Su Ning sighed and lamented. This story tells us that it's better to eat less raw food, and it's safer to have food cooked. Everyone in front of the screen, don't learn blindly, and then when something goes wrong, they say that it was taught by so-and-so's sand sculpture author, and ask him to compensate and so on. Dog's head. It's been a few days. The little people were recuperating, and Sunin was not idle. I went to haul a lot of bricks with my eldest uncle's small three-wheeler and built a fence to enclose my vegetable garden. That way, there's also plenty of room and the presence of the small tree isn't obtrusive. It's just building a wall. Sunin certainly does. It's just not laid as professionally as a master tiler's. Of course, Suning didn't match them. He's fast, and he does it day and night. It's kind of a workout and it's not tiring at all. Zhang Xiaotao also came to help. It's been a while, I think, and Liz has been released. She wasn't as violent and rebellious as she had been. Zhang Xiaotao puts her in the belly and locks her up with Tiger and the others, giving her the opportunity to take revenge every day, in different ways, which makes her more and more grateful to Zhang Xiaotao. He was eventually released for good behavior. Liz also helps out with cooking and doing what she can. This scene, especially at night, if someone sees the scene in Suning's vegetable field, where the ghost builds a wall, I'm afraid they'll be scared into a neurological hospital on the spot. Spent a lot of time fencing off the vegetable garden. Now there's no need to worry about large beasts charging into the vegetable garden and causing harm to the little ones. During this time, Sunin also purchased a model of the Colosseum from the internet, as well as a steel box safe house, a model of the Colosseum, for little people to fight in martial arts. With the Colosseum model, it was more visually appealing for Sunin to watch the little people fight. It's a pleasure. Not only was it enjoyable, but Sunin was also able to learn something about martial arts from their fights, as well as from the fights of the insects. That's what's important. This place, called the Battlefield of the Immortals, became one of the most famous symbols of the divine and demonic paradise, regardless of the battles between ascended beings, or the battles between ascended beings and immortal creatures that take place inside. They had a conflict and the most mentioned phrase was, if you have the ability to go to the battlefield of the immortals to fight to the death. Suning watches them live, like a living version of an immortal drama, and enjoys it every day. For a better challenge for the little ones, Suning purposely built a small breeding base. Inside were all the creatures that Sunin had caught, from small crickets and spiders, to large praying mantises, centipedes, toads, and even snakes. For the little people, their biggest opponents at the moment can only be described as crickets and the like, backed up by toads, snakes, more or less gargantuan foes that can't be faced, not to mention the even bigger rabbits, chickens, ducks, even dogs, cats, wild boars. These types of creatures were placed in front of them and they didn't even have the courage to face them. There are also tigers, leopards, lions, elephants and the like. I'm afraid, that's the extermination level. Of course, Suning can't get those at the moment. The dueling grounds, where the little people fight, iron box safe houses. Not even a black blind man of this type could possibly bite through. And when they encountered large creatures, they could hide inside and keep themselves safe. Insects and other critters like that, said Sunin, who had been thinking of using some nets to surround the small tree to prevent insects from entering. Then I thought, no need. Now the little people can't be killed easily. They have some ability to defend themselves. That being the case, they can't be allowed to be hothouse flowers. Sometimes it's better to give them a little experience. After doing this, Suning has finally completed a big project. The little people are completely at home. Sunin carries a small bench to watch the little people fight or water the vegetables in the garden. The seeds previously sown by Suning grew up a great deal. Crowd the vegetable garden with lush greenery. It looks vibrant. Plant flowers, raise vegetables, drink tea, watch the little people fight. Occasionally, I eat a meal crafted by Zhang Xiaotao. The hygiene is cleaned by Liz. It's a life that is simply enjoyable. It's close to saying it's the emperor of the land. The days went by, pleasantly. It's a blast. If I had known that going home to brother farming was so comfortable, then why did I even take a damn class once upon a time? Suning thought. He's happy with his life now. To say there are flaws, then it could only be. His cultivation had been stuck at the third level of qi refining for a long time. Even though he had been cultivating diligently these days, he had still been making slow progress. One might even say stagnant. This technique seems to have come to an end. Could it be that I have to stay in this realm for the rest of my life? The third layer of the qi refining stage. In fact, when placed in real life, it was already considered superhuman, and when placed in the world of martial arts, it was already a legendary expert, the first in the world. However, Suning was not satisfied with this. As he learned more about cultivation, he realized that he had stagnated, not because he was not talented, but because of this gong method, which had reached its limit. Now, if I want to go further, perhaps, I can only switch to a different technique, a different path. But, where am I going to find another technique? Su Ning was in a quandary. Clueless, he could only watch the little people fight to pass the time and to see if there were any epiphanies. With his cultivation level at the chi refining stage, he could be said to know nothing about the path of cultivation, and if he wanted to realize anything, it was basically impossible for him to think of anything at his realm. Boredom. Sunin had to play with his cell phone. Scrubbing around, he came across the thread where he had last left a message asking the netizens what to do if my little man seemed to be sick. Sunin doesn't know what to think, since a random post was made. Brothers, I would like to ask, now that I am human in immortal cultivation, I have encountered difficulties, practicing to the third level of the chi refining stage. The level of the gong method can't continue to provide me with the prospect of upgrading. What should I do? First floor, devilish. Cultivate immortal. I see you cultivate a hammer immortal. Quickly go back to sleep. Say it as if it's true to the point. Where in this world is there an immortal cultivator? Second floor, the first floor is the one who is bewitched. There are just immortal cultivators in the world. Judging from my Jindan stage realm, you can try a different gongfu. Third floor, the Jindan stage Taoists are as terrifying as they are insightful. What is said is extremely true. Su Ning replied. There's no way to obtain a new cultivation technique. This one is an absolute gem. Fourth floor, after practicing this technique, is it possible to walk through walls and enter rooms? Is it possible to do whatever I want? I don't eat beef? In that case, is it possible to check the body of whichever young lady you want? Fifth floor, asterisk. I remember you. What the do you do besides talk about body checks? Floor 6, I understand. Floor 4, he's been single for 30 years. It's not like he's in a hurry. Seventh floor, I think if you don't have the means to obtain a new gongfu, you can try to see if you can upgrade your gongfu so that you can't continue your cultivation. Note, I am a great power in the divine separation stage. All suggestions are fine food. A minute ago. From the asylum. Everyone. The person on the 7th floor just now replied again. That dude on the 7th floor. Is there a pretty psycho lady in the mental hospital? So what? Are the nurse ladies pretty? Downstairs replies. Asterisk off. UING pervert. I thought I was all perverted. I didn't realize you were even more perverted than me. Watching the chatter of these living treasures, Su Ning initially found it amusing, but that psychiatric hospital's god-divining stage powerhouse had left him in stitches. Pa! Su Ning slapped his head. Right. Why didn't I think of that? Wouldn't it be fine to let the feats evolve? Su Ning hurriedly replied. Dude, you're so smart. Why were you locked up in a mental institution? The older brother in the mental hospital replied. I'm in here for being mentally ill, not for being stupid. Also, is there a possibility that the world is sick and I'm normal, and because I'm unique, they all think that it's me who's sick? Su Ning? This psychopath. Kind of interesting. Ding. Ahem. Sorry. Just now it was a patient who stole my cell phone to surf the internet. I'm his attending doctor. You guys can't believe what he just said. That's right. Who'd believe what a mentally ill person says? And if you believe it, then wouldn't you have mental problems too? Ha ha. Just kidding. Have a nice life. Bye. Su Ning. And many more. It's over. Just now. I think that old man had a point. Does this mean that I too? 70. Immortal Law Evolution. 4th level of Chi Refining. Turn off the cell phone. How am I going to evolve this technique I'm practicing? Su Ning asked the little people. Li Qingxian and the Kunlun Fairy and the others stopped what they were doing and listened carefully to Su Ning. Li Qingxian said, theoretically, as long as there are enough saint-level techniques, one can advance infinitely. Su Ning, then what are you waiting for? Teach me everything you know about the other side saint-rank techniques. Su Ning, tell me about it. Ascensionists, you didn't ask either. Yes. Su Ning had obtained 5 saint-rank techniques from inside the 9 great saints' private collections, and 10 more techniques from the 3 chaotic creatures. I didn't realize these 3 fallen creatures had quite a collection. Other than the 3 origin feats of fallen creatures, the other cultivation feats were all other people's paths. They collected it by accident. Su Ning felt the saint stage feats in his mind. Can't help but feel, if they were placed in the lower realm, all of these things, I'm afraid, would cause countless killings. Each type of inheritance could be the treasure of a Holy Land sect, and could make a Holy Land last for a long time. And now, one actually has so many Bibles in one's head. Fusion. He operated the immortal laws in his body and merged with those Bibles. Everything fell into place without having to do much at all. Su Ning soon realized that the immortal law was absorbing those biblical origin true solutions. Each technique, in the lower realms, was the ultimate of a Tao. All are the origin of the truth of the way. Absorbed them. He found the immortal laws radiant in his mind. Gorgeous as hell. Soon, The immortal laws were quietly undergoing an astonishing change in Su Ning's mind. It was like a hungry beast, devouring the essence of saint-ranked techniques and evolving. The light of the immortal law became more and more dazzling, and its form began to gradually change. It's an upgrade. The originally simple and soft lines became complex, opening up new veins of operation. Those veins were rigid and powerful, as if showing the world its newly acquired power. Each vein shone with a strange light, as bright as the stars in the universe. As more and more saint-ranked merit laws were absorbed, the immortal law's aura grew stronger and stronger. The pressure it emitted caused the surrounding as saint-ranked techniques to tremble. At this moment, the immortal technique was no longer the same as it was back then, but a terrifying existence with endless potential. Immortal law evolved. During the evolution of the immortal laws, the abilities were also enhanced as never before. It was as if Su Ning felt that it could easily break the void, manipulate time and space, and even summon powerful divine beasts to fight for it. Every time it operated, the body carried the power of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, so that people could not help but be amazed by it. Good stuff. However, Su Ning knew that this was all just the beginning. As the immortal law continued to evolve, its future would be filled with even more possibilities. Perhaps one day, it would become the most powerful force in this world, leading him to a whole new level. And with the completion of the evolution of that Gongfu, Su Ning himself, that cultivation that hadn't moved for a long time, actually grew rapidly. His eyes lit up. Sure enough, it's not me, it's the immortal cultivation technique. Now that the immortal technique has evolved, my cultivation is skyrocketing. Su Ning's heart was agitated. It's far from over. The technique was still evolving, and Su Ning himself had yet to practice the new technique to the extreme. As time passes, Su Ning was immersed in cultivation and couldn't help himself. Rumble. Some kind of barrier in the body is broken down. It's evolution. It's a breakthrough. Like a river dam being broken up, countless huge waves sweep into the new terrain. Those forces rushed through Su Ning's body, bringing him an endless sense of fulfillment. A long time coming. The feeling of a breakthrough. The fourth level of Qi refining. Su Ning had reached the fourth level of the Qi refining stage. Boom! He got up and moved his muscles. Crackle! The bones in his body crackled like refried beans. It's very comfortable. Su Ning stretched. Boom! Throws a jab. A sonic boom came from the void. He was too fast and too powerful. Feeling its own power, Su Ning realized that his body, again, had entered a whole new level. Skeletal muscles, all greatly strengthened. My muscles seemed to have gotten tougher. He tried it with a kitchen knife, cutting on it. There was actually only a white mark. It doesn't cut in at all without force. I thought you was wearing an invisible cut-resistant soft armor. Su Ning nodded, satisfied with his physical strength. Boom! A fist smashed into the bricks and the hard bricks shattered. My bones seem harder? Harder than fine steel? He felt that his bones were so hard that it was generally hard to break bones anymore. I just don't know if I can carry it out the door and hit the ground running. And not only that, he realized that the Qi aura in his body was increasing. Shoo! Su Ning held his breath and concentrated, running his gongfu to gather it in his palm. Swish! The aura exploded out. Aura! Outward! Su Ning was surprised. I have actually reached the realm of aura externalization. Su Ning's surprise. Go! Fiercely, he breathed out the aura in his hand. Swish! Bayu! Dang! Boom! The aura was like a flying dagger, shooting at the stone next to it. The rock exploded like a firecracker. The fourth level of Qi refinement is actually this powerful. Su Ning also didn't expect that he had only entered the fourth level of Qi refining from the third level of Qi refining, and it felt like he had evolved from an ordinary person to a superhuman state. In his current situation, he could completely beat to death 100 of himself at the third level of Qi refining. The strength of the physical body greatly increased. One punch can shatter a person's bones. Internal organs. The key is aura outward. That's the point. The equivalent of Su Ning himself, with a concealed handgun. This pistol is powerful, and not in a bad way. You can carry it with you anytime, anywhere. That's unlimited ammo if you go to war. A pistol with unlimited ammo? Hang on. Wouldn't I be invincible? Thought Su Ning. Invincible as spade. Su Ning shook his head. Am I not a frog at the bottom of the well like the little people? Just because I've gained a little bit of power, I think I can walk around in the world. Not to mention having a pistol with unlimited ammo. Even if you have an AK-47 with unlimited ammo, or a cannon with unlimited ammo, it wouldn't be invincible. Su Ning spread his hands. He is, at the moment, unable to reach the point where I don't eat beef, but barring that, already have super sick self-preservation skills. Of course, with all these abilities, he didn't want to go out on a killing spree. It's not like he's a psychopath. When it comes to things, killing people, it's not necessary. If there's something, let's just call the police, won't we? It's not illegal to do it when you have someone else to help you out for free. Why do it yourself? People who don't call the police when things go wrong and choose to go it alone are cuties. I've been practicing for a few days. Why are you a little hungry? Su Ning thought, getting up and going back to look for food. 71. Do you think this power of yours is normal? For all the rewards, for the love of power generation to add more. You've been practicing for 3 days, and in the last 3 days, something happened. 3 days? Su Ning drank water while holding the bread that Zhang Xiaotao handed over. What is it? There are wild beasts infesting the neighborhood. As if they smelled prey. I can often see paw prints, traces left by wild beasts outside the fence, said Zhang Xiaotao. Su Ning nodded. This was nothing. Protected by a fence. Those beasts won't necessarily be able to rush in. It seems that his decision to build the fence earlier was quite correct. And, King Kana, is gone, said Zhang Xiaotao. What? Gone? Su Ning's brows furrowed. This is big for Su Ning. He grabbed his bread and cup of water and headed for the little tree. Eat and run. It didn't take long to reach the small tree. What's going on? What's going on with King Kana? Su Ning asked. Li Qingxian arched his hand. King Kana has disappeared. I don't know where it ran off to. Maybe dead? Su Ning's face was grim. Dead? He looked to the chaos creature. The black dragon, Qilin, and Phoenix's entire bodies trembled. We didn't kill them. And, he's not necessarily just dead. It might have mistakenly entered the void rift and returned to the lower realm. The black dragon immediately said, Fairy Elder, we really didn't kill him. He was fine the day I dueled with him, and the next day he inexplicably disappeared. However, I found traces of a void rift within his dojo, and that was the scent of a rift in the lower realms where a saint attacked the heavenly vault, wanting to break the void and open up the immortal realm and the Qinkuan realm, wanting to ascend over. The black dragon explained. I suspect that, in the process, I don't know what happened. But King Kana may have mistakenly entered the rift and returned to the lower realms. Su Ning came to King Kana's dojo, finding that there was indeed some residual scent of the ascension channel. Could it be that he felt too bored in this world, so he wanted to return to the lower realms? Su Ning asked. It's almost impossible to go back. Why? Because from the bottom to the top is a downstream, and upstream. It's all very treacherous, and it's still difficult to want to ascend. And from the top to the bottom, that's a countercurrent. It's even more terrifying. Ascended beings can't withstand that chaotic astral wind, and they'll be torn to shreds. Furthermore, the lower realm has a sense of self-defense, and 2 overly powerful creatures going down to the lower realm will attract the world backlash, so it's difficult for ascended beings to go back. It's even almost impossible, the black dragon said. Then King Kana. Su Ning had an ominous feeling. He definitely can't open the passage from the immortal realm to the Qinkuan realm, unless someone from the lower realms impacted the immortal realm and just happened to break a passage. And he just happened to be at the entrance of the hole and was pulled in by that suction. No wonder King Kana's cave had the scent of an ascension passage. So he really went back to the lower world? Theoretically, but it's more likely that he was on his way and was torn apart by the astral winds, scattering blood in the passage. The black dragon said, Senior Immortal, you'd better be sorry for your loss. Don't get your hopes up. Black dragon said. Su Ning looked at King Kana's dojo, after a long time, letting out a sigh. AI, this unlucky person seems to have been quite unlucky. I hope this time, he can get through the disaster safely. Elder Immortal, there's one thing I don't know when to say or not to say. In fact, the probability is that King Kana has fallen. If he really returns to the lower realms, if he wants to reascend, with his current cultivation, it's just a snap of his fingers. So, the black dragon said, he just fell. Then could it be that he felt that his status in the immortal cultivation realm was too low, and that he wasn't as comfortable as being the boss in the lower realm? So he didn't want to come back? Golden Crow Emperor said. That's right. It's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Maybe he's back in the lower realm, and he's comfortably lying on his throne at the moment, accepting the great cultivators from all over the 4 seas and 8 wastelands to come and have an audience with him, all the while bragging about his mighty achievements in the upper realm, as well as belittling us, elevating himself and so on. It's not impossible. That guy, King Kana, was originally the weakest on our side. And now that he's back in the lower realm, he's definitely indulging in tenderness and doesn't want to come up and be bullied. Abyssal Demon Lord said. It can't be. We all have the heart to pursue the Tao. If we are greedy for enjoyment, why do we still need to ascend? Wouldn't it be fine to directly enjoy ourselves in the lower realms? The great Summer Saint Emperor said. God knows, whether it's dead or alive. Won't we know when the next ascender comes up? I've recently sensed someone attacking the Immortal Realm passageway non-stop. And the aura of that attack, it wasn't weak. The key. That's the flavor that we, among others, hate the most. The other ascended ones felt it too. There were frowns. Yeah, it's that nasty smell. Nasty race. Speaking of which, the fallen creatures that had always sung the opposite tune, as well as the 9 great saints, actually stood on the same front in a rare manner. Times are different today. If they really dare to come up here, I'll pluck their skins. Yes, this emperor's great sword is already hungry and thirsty. The great Summer Saint Emperor also said, learned that King Kana may have gone to the lower world. Maybe he died on his way to the lower world. Sunin didn't pursue it any further. Let him be. There was nothing he could do about any of this, as long as it's not a vendetta by other ascended beings. His principle was, you can fight, you can compete, but you can't make a scene. There are only a few ascended masters. If you all play dead, then I'll play chicken. Finish eating. Talk to the little people for a bit. Sunin was making the rounds around his vegetable garden. Lately, I've always felt that there are violent auras roaming around, so perhaps I can address those hidden dangers ahead of time. Su Ning thought to himself. After his cultivation became strong, his 5 senses and 6 senses became more and more acute. Sunin could feel the aura of danger roaming the hills around the vegetable garden. It's the beast. These beasts of prey could be wild boars or something else. If he was able to rush into the vegetable garden, there was no guarantee that the ascended masters wouldn't be affected. In order to solve the latter problem, Suning decided to make the first move. After the 4th level of chi refining, those beasts were not his match at all. Even if he stood there for the beast to tear at him, the beast wouldn't necessarily be able to hurt him. With a firewood knife handy, he and Jiang Xiaotao headed for the mountains. Jiang Xiaotao is a ghost, floating around, good for being an informant, scouting the enemy. It wasn't the first time a man and a ghost had fought side by side. There's a wild boar on the left. It should be like 500 or 600 pounds. Jiang Xiaotao flew in to deliver the message. Got it. Rumble. Sunin dived over, trying to chase away the boar. Of course the boar refused to do so. The violet one red-eyed and madly rushed towards Suning. Boom. Sunin fires a jab to the head of boar. The two fought without flickering. Bang. The giant boar's head exploded like a watermelon. Red and white flowed all over the place. This is Suning after getting stronger. Aura condensed in the hands. That destructive power was pressingly beyond the comprehension of normal people. Suning turned to Jiang Xiaotao and said, "It's all recorded, right? I was just being friendly and chasing away this wild boar friend. I didn't expect it to actually lose its heart and try to kill me, so I could only counterattack, whacking it to death. This way, I shouldn't be breaking the law, right?" he said to Jiang Xiaotao, who was filming with his own cell phone. Jiang Xiaotao, blank stare. "Feeling that's what you're asking me to shoot you for. You know the law. It's not against the law. But, do you think it's reasonable for you to blow up a boar with one punch?" Suning, "Can't believe I forgot about this. Where does a normal person blow up a boar with one punch? How about re-recording?" Jiang Xiaotao spread his hands. "Then you'll have to find a new boar." 72. A body of blood attracts tigers to the mountains and forests. This boar looks like a fierce product, and it's not something you can just run into, so it's probably a little hard to find a new one to shoot. Watch out. Behind. There was no need for Jiang Xiaotao to remind him. Sunin had long sensed a murderous aura behind him. Howl goo. The low growl of a wild animal. Boom. Sunin turns around and lands a jab. Bang. A 500 or 600 pound boar collided head-on with his fist. The boar's brown, steel needle-like quills exploded, and it was grim-faced and unusually violent. That pair of bloodthirsty eyes locked eyes with Suning, all filled with the frenzy of a primitive beast, slamming into Suning, wanting to tear him apart and eat him. Suning's fist carried a terrifying astral wind, sending it violently forward, the sonic boom exploding as if a bomb had exploded, and the surrounding void shook as the sound waves dispersed one by one into the distance. His fist smashed the boar's head. This time it really popped. It's like a blood balloon. What was even more terrifying was that the boar actually had its entire body lifted off by the wind of Suning's fist. It slammed through a bowl of sand trees before sliding down to the roots. The blood stained the lower half of the unbroken tree, and the strong smell of blood hit his face. "It's pungent, heavier fishy flavor than the Mao blood one I had 2 days ago." Suning commented. "This lap of mine should be as good as an ordinary person's lap," thought Sunin, coughing dryly. A little bit better than an ordinary person? General, there are many ways to insult me. There's no need for this to be. Jiang Xiaotao's small eyes widened as if she had seen a ghost as she stared at Suning. "You're stretching it too far. One punch blew the boar's head off and sent it flying and breaking a tree? You're a demon, aren't you?" She had thought that Suning was strong, but she hadn't expected it to be this strong. Nima, a wild boar, 500 or 600 pounds of giant. It is well known that wild hogs that skin and bones are very tough and hard, and just this kind of hard stuff was ate up by Sunan with a light punch. Jiang Xiaotao looked the monster up and down. It's as if we're meeting for the first time. Suning was powerful beyond Jiang Xiaotao's knowledge. No demon can be this perverted. You're a humanoid nuclear bomb, Jiang Xiaotao said. It's not that exaggerated. It's just about the same as an ordinary person. At most it's only a little bit stronger than an ordinary person on. Su Ning waved his hand. Jiang Xiaotao wanted to say something else, but Su Ning frowned. That's not right. What's with all the boars today? A man and a ghost looked back. There were 3 equally ferocious boars scurrying this way. It came in rows like a road roller. Many small trees along the way, and even some of the drier large trees, were actually broken by these 3 boars. Majestic. Crushed. Is it endless? Sunan frowned. This wild boar was rushing in the direction of his vegetable garden, although he didn't know what the reason was. But if the ferocious beast crashed through it recklessly, the 3 wild boars would certainly die, and his own fence, which he had managed to build with great difficulty, would also be knocked down. Boom! Suning was helpless, and without dodging or dodging, he took the initiative to meet it. Roar! The boar snarled and growled low, its piercing squeals resounding through the jungle. It's distracting to hear. Seeing someone in their way, the 3 pigs had no intention of stopping. Rumble! Pushing across the bushes, he rushed at Sunan. Bang! 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 There's no resentment. One punch The 3 boars had their heads blown off and were lying on the ground grunting. Someone does not know martial arts. Just some time ago on the internet casually learned a few sets of boxing and kicks. What military boxing? Lightning 5 continuous whip have dabbled in. The power is pretty good, except for the fact that it's hard to juggle. Of course, the main reason was that Sunan was strong and powerful, and a random punch could serve as a second. With his kind of power, it didn't matter if the move was a stance or not. Hitting the target was important. Whoever was under his fist was either dead or injured. 5 wild boars, spinning in seconds. Jiang Xiaotao was already numb from the shock. Looking at Sunan, who was splattered with blood, she bluntly stated that this was the freak. How are you going to explain to the state after killing so many wild protected animals? Jiang Xiaotao said. It should be fine though. I've got you on film. The footage proves that the boar attacked you first. You were merely defending yourself. You should be fine. Su Ning wiped the blood on his hands and shrugged. It doesn't really matter. It's okay to not use that evidence. It's all about the boar itself hitting on the rocks and crashing to death. It can't be that the country would really believe that these boars were blown up by a single punch, right? Aren't you insulting the country's intelligence? So I think it's more believable that the boars ran themselves over. Ginger Peach opened his mouth. Also, realistically, who would believe that someone could blow up a boar with one punch? Even if you say you can, no one will believe you. In an age where fitness bloggers can be questioned for splitting a brick or doing a push-up, you say you blasted a 500 or 600 pound boar with one punch, and blow the boar away, and break trees? Why don't you say you can go to heaven? Not going to prove it, is the best proof. If someone has a question is not a question. Besides, the wilderness is so big, it's only a few dead boars. Not 4 or 5 dead people. No one will care. It's a pity. These pigs' blood. If they were saved to go and feed the little people, they'd be very happy. Those ascended people. They're all big fans of hairy blood wanton. But after the last viral infection, do they still dare to eat blood food raw? Roar. Just as Su Ning was thinking about what to do with the boar carcasses, a growl came from behind the trees. Even though Su Ning was now at the 4th level of qi refinement, the hairs of sweat on his entire body still involuntarily stood upside down because of this roar. It's the body's instinctive reverence. In the early days of human society, there was an animal that specialized in eating people. It had 2 long, knife-like teeth. Those teeth were meant to be inserted into both of a person's eye sockets and lift their skull. That animal is the saber-toothed tiger. Humans are in awe of tigers, etched in their bones. Hearing a tiger roar, one can't help but feel the danger. Behind the trees is a tiger. Tigers roar in the mountains. It was as if the whole forest was trembling. Tiger? Su Ning frowned slightly. The words were not yet spoken. A yellow, black-striped tiger with white fur on its belly squeezes through the scrubby weeds, and slowly approaches. This tiger is huge. The body length was actually close to 3 meters, while the weight was almost close to around 500 pounds. Don't look at it. It seems to be more skinny, not as fat as a boar, but the muscles hidden under the fur are full of power. Roar. Manticore approaches. Bare your teeth at Sunan. No wonder so many wild boars are running around. So it's this tiger that's hunting, Su Ning said. That makes sense. The tiger smelled the blood and headed straight for the area. With a grumpy face, it looks like it's been hungry for a long time. A tiger that's been hungry for a long time? If a regular person were to encounter it in the wild. Suning is standing by. It was a tiger across the street, and it was the first time he had faced such a giant. 73. Raise not only the little ones, but the big ones as well. Take it away. It's not something I can grasp. Such a scary tiger. A beast of such size. Suning is of course. Rumble. The tiger pounces. Sonin, of course, lands a 1-2 to the body. One punch flow. Definitely not a second punch. Of course, not even hitting it counts. The tiger was quite smart, and after sensing the killing power of its fist wind in the air, it actually twisted its body stiffly to avoid Suning's fist. And, two claws slapped at Sunin's chest. It's a tiger that fights. Spare dodged the fatal blow. Spare the tiger's two sharp claws clawing at Sunin's body. Nor can it affect the battlefield. Mighty tiger's paws are bigger than Sunin's head. Two claws slapped down. Surprisingly, it didn't do any damage to Sunin at all. Didn't even leave a white mark. On the flip side, tiger is miserable, dodging punches and tapping to Suning, who only has his shoulder to lean on the tiger's body. But the force, it was like a tiger hitting a bulldozer. Boom! With a muffled sound, the tiger's 500-pound body was knocked sideways. Flop! Half-heartedly, the tiger's body was in pain, and the bloodthirsty eyes from earlier were gone as it looked at Suning in fear. After getting up, it looked at the human like a monster. It's hard to imagine that there's that much power in a small body. Tiger was badly hurt, not daring to go forward, only hovering a short distance away. Bellow. It seemed like an aggrieved kitten. Don't spread this part out. If people know that I'm an immortal cultivator, at the 4th level of chi refinement, and actually had my defenses broken by an ordinary tiger, then wouldn't I become a disgrace to the immortal cultivation world? Said Suning to Zhang Xiaodao. Ginger Peach. Shoo. Without any nonsense, Suning rushed up and tried to settle the tiger with a single punch. Plop. Rolling. Who knew that this tiger, sensing the arrival of the murderous plague, actually didn't wait for Su's iron fist to fall, but even rolled around like a cat pampered. Stall sth. Sunin's body jerked to a halt. Tiger pussyfooting around? It's the first time I've seen. He froze. You're a tiger, not a cat. Can you have some dignity as the king of beasts? The big cat rubbed its head against Sunin's thigh. Plainly pleasing. Beasts can be pleasing? Forget it. Asterisk 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 off. Let me see you again and you're dead. Sunin said towards the tiger. Kick the big sticky tiger out of the way. He wasn't sure if the tiger could hear him. Probably unintelligible. Bang. Tiger rolls with the kick. More intimidated, but not annoyed. It soon came rushing back up, pitifully looking at Sunin. You're so big. Being cute isn't cute at all, said Sunin, kicking the tiger away again. At least it's a nationally protected animal, and it's so bad. Now the tiger didn't dare to come forward. Pathetic. Wandering. It's as if he's been wronged. There was longing in his eyes, looking blearily at the boar carcass that Suning was handling. Pa! Sunin eventually came to his senses. Rip. Hands pull the pig's hind legs with one hand and hold it down with the other. A sharp tug. A bloody pig's leg was ripped off. Throw. Sunin throws to tiger. Eat this and get thee out of here. Don't embarrass the tiger, okay? Poof. The tiger was overjoyed. That humanized expression was full of excitement and happiness. Leaping high. Bite. Grab the leg of the pig. Landing. Two paws pressed against the pig's leg. Pff. And nibbled on it. Click. 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 After the meat, they actually gnawed on the bones. It gnawed on the bone with a loud click. Creepy. After eating, it paced contentedly. The pace is much more leisurely. Not as cranky as it was at the beginning. It's good to be an animal. The only goal is to be fed. And when you're fed, you're satisfied. Lamented Sunin. Collect. He put the pork away in his storage space. The storage space was something he had gotten from the fallen creature earlier. At first the space wasn't very large, and as Suning's cultivation level broke through, it was now 20 cubic meters of space. Storing boar carcasses is a breeze. Gather up the boar's carcass. Suning is ready to go home. Brush. I didn't expect that tiger to actually follow Suning in the same footsteps. Shoo. Get lost. What are you following me for? Suning repelled the tiger. Tigers seem to be cheap skins. Or a little silly. Suning called it a silly tiger. Silly tiger didn't understand what Suning meant, but still followed. Giggling. Dully, he looked at Sunin. He. This big tiger seems to like you and doesn't want to leave. Zhang Xiaodao floated in the air, smiling. Why don't you keep it? Maybe it can be a pet for you or something in the future. There's no need. How much does such a big one have to eat in a day? I can't afford to raise it. Su Ning shrugged his shoulders. Besides, the law says it's against the law to privately keep protected animals in captivity. Ginger Peach. Silly Tiger has been following Sunin, driven away many times by Sunin with no intention of leaving. Instead, they thought it was Suning playing games with it. The foolish tiger ran extremely far away at once, and then quickly rushed to Suning at once, spitting out its tongue and pampering itself, with an unparalleled joyfulness that seemed to make it very happy. This left Sunin quite speechless. To the vegetable garden. Sunin went home. Tiger is still trying to follow. Sunin throws a head kick and puts on a vicious look that comes with a stern warning. Come in again and shoot it. Tiger seems to know exactly what Suning means. There was no forced entry into the enclosure. Bang! Sunin closed the iron gates of the enclosure. Silly Tiger looked forlorn, wandering around the enclosure. Tired of wandering. Just lie down in the hidden woods. Sunin saw that the tiger didn't come in and didn't bother with it. Leave it alone. Maybe it'll leave on its own when it gets tired. Apparently, the tiger wasn't going to leave. 4 days at a time, self-centeredly playing in the jungle outside the fence, occasionally chasing butterflies, occasionally jumping into the stream to touch fish and splashing around. A tiger also entertains itself. Just happened to look over at Sunin's vegetable garden fence, with a few moments of loss on his face. And, incomprehension, why didn't that human play with himself? Still not gone? It's been many days and the tiger still hasn't left. Forget it, just leave it alone. I don't believe it won't get hungry, and if it does, I won't give it any food and it will leave on its own. Su Ning thought. One morning, Sunin didn't see the tiger and didn't feel the tiger. Phew, that thing finally left. Sunin breathed a sigh of relief. It finally couldn't resist the hunger? Chose to leave. Su Ning didn't want to raise that thing, although raising a tiger was indeed quite impressive. But, if the country knew about it, they would still arrest him for stepping on a sewing machine. It's good to be gone, Sunin thought, before the words fell, only to see a tiger with a strong and slender body nimbly running down from the mountain forest. A wild ride towards Suning. The point is, that tiger had a very large prey item in its mouth. The silly tiger had a pleasing face, and ran to Suning with his prey in his mouth, and after throwing it to Suning, he half sat on the ground like a kitten, spitting out his tongue and inviting for a reward. It seemed to say, Master, I'm back from my robbery. Nope, I'm back from hunting. This is my trophy. It's contributed to you. I'm good, right, quick to praise me. When Su Ning saw this silly tiger's expression of inviting credit, not only was he not happy, but instead, he sucked in a breath of cool air in horror. Hiss, what are you so proud of, you stupid tiger? Take it away, take it away, take it away quickly. I don't want your prey. Su Ning quickly backed away as if struck by lightning. This tiger actually shot a merganser back for him. The sika deer is also a nationally protected animal. It's okay for you to kill and eat it, but if I touch it, if the state finds out about this, I'll be put in jail with bamboo stick for stepping on a sewing machine? Is this merganser something I can grasp? Sunin was speechless. 74. Such a horrible place. How do you live there? The foolish tiger sat on the ground, its huge head raised in confusion, looking at Suning, who was avoiding the plague like a god. A series of question marks surfaced in its mind, its eyes innocent as if it were a big cat. Its tearful eyes. Tiger? Why are you so afraid of it? Do you not like it? Meow. Silly tiger flicked his paw at the carcass of the merganser on the ground, as if to say, it tastes great. Take it. I kid you not. What can Suning do? Definitely going to politely decline this kindness. Since that day, Silly Tiger thought Suning didn't like plum deer. He then rushed back into the backcountry and brought back his prey every day. There are wild boars. There are rabbits. There are wild monkeys. However, Suning never took it. It made it very puzzling. Why don't you take it? Doesn't it taste pretty good? Stupid humans. Really hard to appreciate. And after a few days of this, Suning also confirmed one thing. In the same way as, this stupid tiger here can be completely self-sufficient. No need for him to feed. Want to starve it for a few moments to make it leave the idea, undoubtedly is too naive. Sunrise and sunset. Su Ning was sitting cross-legged on a vegetable garden stone to cultivate. It was late in the evening. The haze left a final splendor, practicing against the afterglow of the evening sun. It's surprisingly wonderful. Ah, there. It's a tiger. There's a tiger. Suddenly, Su Ning heard an unfamiliar voice, enjoying itself in the distance of the vegetable garden. It's a girl's voice. The shrill voice made the flock of late birds in the back of the hill lift their wings and really disturbed the peace and quiet. A stranger? This is a remote location, and almost the end of the broken road. Behind is a deep forest, beasts and snakes. Even the villagers are rarely involved, unless there are some need to go into the mountains to pick medicinal herbs. Wild game will occasionally pass by. It was only at noon when the sun was high in the sky that they would come here, and now it was not noon, and the sun was setting. It was almost night, so who would be here? Smell, not a nearby villager. Suning is skeptical, but decided to go ahead and check it out anyway. That silly tiger had been with himself for a long time and had no intention of hurting anyone. Perhaps he was too bored, and would not be able to resist wanting to play with humans when he saw them. Sunin was worried that those humans were unaware of the truth and angered the tiger, fearing that they would be attacked. Tigers, not cats after all. Even the cats. It can also be aggressive. He rushed to the scene of the incident at a quick pace. A huge tiger was seen cornering two women against a mud wall. The two women were petite, contrasting with the tiger's tall frame. It's like two little white mice, blocked by a big cat, staring at his prey with interest. The two women, on the other hand, had long since turned pale and stared in horror at the tiger in front of them. The whole body was trembling. The slightly thinner girl was fairly calm, while the fatter girl was just a little out of it. The stupid tiger was just teasing the two girls. Otherwise, they would have been killed long ago. I'm afraid. Suning saw this. A slight frown. Two girls? Also in uniform. Obviously from the state. What are they doing here? Roar. Go. 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 Sunin stood high above the mud dam and feigned a growl to drive the tiger away. Silly tiger's eyes lit up when he saw Suning appear. He wanted to run over cheerfully and beg for a hug, but he was glared back with a glare. Running over there at this time of the day would surely result in a beating. The tiger doesn't want to make a fool of himself. Then he cooperated with Sunin's drive, and reluctantly left. The two frightened girls saw the tiger being chased away, and their bloodless faces finally looked better. Still in shock though. The girls, who were highly nervous, relaxed all of a sudden, and then just sat down on the ground. Sweat that made their entire bodies look as if they had just come out of the water. Hoo. Saved. Sunin averted his gaze, not looking directly at the two women, nor at their forms. The duo at this time of the day looked wretched, and random scribbling and reading will get you banned. What are you two? Lost or something? Suning inquired. Then all the way out of the mountain, over there is the main road. Keep going and you will be able to leave this place. This place is located in the middle of nowhere, backed by wild forests, and from time to time there are ferocious beasts and venomous snakes. It is extremely dangerous. The two of you should please leave quickly, lest you get unnecessarily harmed. Suning, what the is wrong with me? Why are you suddenly yanking on vernacular literature? Incestuous. Well, it's probably been influenced by two decent people who have become decent as well. The two female officers looked at each other for a moment. This guy talks weird, kind of ancient. They had just got out of danger and were so immersed in the joy of their new life that they didn't realize how out of shape they looked and didn't notice some irrationalities, such as, how was Sunin able to chase away the tigers? Obviously he looks like he's just the size of a tiger at a half-full meal. The tiger actually saw him and turned his head away. Very unreasonable. Thank you for saving us. Thank you very much. Without you I'm afraid we'd be tiger food. I didn't realize I was in so much danger. I should have known that a little trouble is a little trouble. I'll come back tomorrow during the day. The two women were gushing. You're Sunin, aren't you? The thin woman inquired. My name is Li Yi. I'm a staff member of the Yuncheng town office. The two of us came here to look for you. We just want to publicize to you the knowledge of preventing gas poisoning, as well as preventing the attacks of fierce beasts and poisonous snakes. Don't eat poisonous mushrooms by mistake, and so on. The two of them went to this village today to publicize and popularize the safe use of gas, as well as the prevention of snakes, insects, rats, ants and beasts of prey. After the publicity, the mission would have been essentially over. They were about to leave when they heard that there was a family here who hadn't been publicized, thinking that there's only one left, and that it would be a hassle to come back tomorrow to promote it, and that they have other tasks tomorrow. I thought I'd just work overtime and get it over with. The duo, who came on a small electric donkey, didn't expect to meet a tiger halfway. Promoting safety in gas use, and attacks by poisonous snakes and animals? Don't eat poisonous mushrooms by mistake, etc. Suning was surprised. Right, recently our town is not a lot of gas poisoning incidents. There are also poisonous snakes injury. Accidentally eat poisonous mushrooms died and so on. But also died a lot of people. The upper side is very important. Let our office of the people door-to-door publicity. You have to be careful. Especially you are here is very unsafe. Fat. A little bit of human road. Sunin is surprised, though 13 nods. The things that made a big fuss not long ago. Xiao Li, Jiang Xiaotao killed so many people, and in the end they were all explained away as gas poisoning, as well as wild animal attacks, accidentally eating poisonous mushrooms, etc. Since it's a safety campaign, why don't we go to my house for a cup of tea and talk slowly? Suning politely said. The two women, however, shook their heads violently. No, no, no. It's too late. While it's still dark, we have to hurry back, lest we encounter any more fierce beasts. Here is the flyer. I see that you are young and have an elegant face. I think you are also a scholar. We will give you the flyer and you can read it yourself, said Lee Ed. They don't want to be here. Alright then, this place is too remote, and it's indeed unsafe too late, so I won't keep you guys, said Su Ning. You have to be safe. It's best to move into the village. This place is really unsafe, Lee Ee advised. I'll think about it. Su Ning smiled. Night, gradually enveloping the land. Lee Ee and the other female officer sped away on a small electric donkey. They didn't want to stay in this place at all. It's horrible. The gas is screwed up to the point of smoking. Swish, the sky was about to lose its light. The two girls were just frightened by the tiger in their hearts, and their whole body was in a state of tension at this moment, and suddenly rounding a corner when a horrible little face suddenly slammed into them head-on. The little donkey flew so fast that the face slammed into their faces. Too sudden. Ah, ghosts. Lee Ee and Lu Yan's faces were pale. They almost didn't faint directly, but fortunately, the two of them had been professionally trained after all and didn't faint. Shoo, the two's bodies passed through the little girl's body. Looking back, that little face was dead set on them. Buzz. The duo's scalps tingled at the same time, and Lu Yan's eyes even rolled. Dizzy. It's horrible. Swish. Fortunately, the ghostly figure quickly became transparent, and disappeared. Is it a hallucination? Yeah, right. Yeah. 20 people shivered. Come on. On. What the hell? Is this place? It's either a tiger, or something inexplicable. Not clean. In fact, before they encountered these two monsters, they also encountered poisonous snakes and other horrible creatures. Looking out at the lonely little house, the two women's hearts trembled. That person, called Sunan. Right. How did he dare to live in such a hellish place? Isn't he afraid? This is where people live. After the two of them fearfully took the road and fled, one of the girls timidly showed her true colors in the darkness. Done. Went out for a walk and forgot. Thought no one was there, but I didn't expect to run into two people who seemed to be terrified. She grimaced bitterly. If those two found out, she'd have to go back later and get another beating. 75. A new ascender is coming up. The town of Cloud City is haunted. This is something that has been rumored a lot in recent times, and it wasn't some gas poisoning that killed so many people. It was haunted. Regarding the aspect of haunting, the officials have always said that it is a rumor and that there are no ghosts in this world. Office Many Hat Uncle also were under a gag order. Know this matter. Cannot say out. Unified Mouth said must be gas poisoning or other. For uninformed clerks, don't bother informing them either. Just pretend the incident was an accident. It's the only way to keep the world from panicking. Otherwise public opinion will be manipulated by people with an axe to grind, and it will have a huge impact on society as a whole. You know, in the country so vigorously propaganda materialism theory, there are still many people superstitious, do a lot of unthinkable things. If really a little strange things exist, then the whole world will be messed up. Lee Ee and Lu Yan are new personnel, do not know the real cause of the accident, but also really thought it was a series of safety accidents such as gas leakage. They were raised as committed materialists. When he heard someone in private say that the town of Cloud City was haunted, he merely responded with a smile and didn't take it to heart. That's why they all dared to run around in the middle of the evening. And today, many things beyond their knowledge. First, he was surrounded by tigers. Well, that's okay. The tiger just scared the hell out of them and almost killed them. And the sudden, horrifying ghostly face that burst into view, nearly killed them both. Even if they were more materialistic, the two of them were considered to be shocked today. When they went back, they found the leader, reported his possible sighting of PPO, and the leader patted the duo on the shoulder and comforted them by getting them a psychiatrist. Under the patient counseling of a psychiatrist, they grew to believe that they were hallucinating after being scared out of their wits by the tiger, and that there are no ghosts in this world. Is it really a hallucination? Of course, the psychiatrist said with a grin, giving them examples of the conditions under which hallucinations occur. How many people in the world have hallucinations and such? Subconsciously, it negates their perceptions. Lee Ee and Lu Yan were convinced. It was just that Lee Ee always felt in her heart, as if things were not that simple. The man who helped them chase the tiger away. It was strange. In Lee Ee's heart, it left a deep impression. Naturally, Sunan knows nothing about this. He likewise did not know that his comfortable and livable place, which was like a paradise, would be regarded as a place of terror. Isn't it great? But it is just that there are more wild animals. There are tigers, wild boars, poisonous snakes and so on. Well, there are also two PPO living here. Apart from these, The environment is a bit eerie, isn't it? Very much like a paradise? Those people really don't appreciate it. At the peak of the 4th level of the chi refining stage, it is no longer possible to go further. A week passed. Su Ning, who had been sitting in a cross-legged position, rose up suddenly. There was a flash of brilliance in his eyes. It's been an uneventful week, except for the occasional visit from my eldest uncle. Very few people come here. The silly tiger was as usual, hanging around the vegetable garden. Self-indulgence. Sunin gradually accepted the presence of that big guy. And that guy was smart. He seemed to understand that Suning didn't want anyone to see him. When there were people, he hid in the forest, far away. And when there was no one, he came out. Various intelligent performances made it seldom suffer from Sunin's anger, and occasionally got some fresh meat as a reward, and also made it realize that this human needed it to live like this. As long as he didn't piss this human off, he was pretty easy to talk to. Sometimes Suning would play with the silly tiger, playful and playful. This was the happiest moment for the silly tiger. It would run and jump like a cat, pouncing around Suning, sometimes with light bites on the mouth, pouncing and so on, while Suning threw it around like a volleyball. Happy. Sometimes Suning will make an exception to let it into the vegetable garden. It just so happens that those little people want to see the horrible creatures of this world, and want to know how far they are from being truly strong in the immortal world. Roar! The foolish tiger walked over to the small tree and growled at Li Qingxian and the others. A fierce tiger that was even taller than immortal grown-ups, covered the sky, bowed down and growl. Sonic shock. Almost didn't yell at them on the spot. Foolish tiger is no Sunin and doesn't know what to do with his hands. Li Qingxian and the others' faces turned pale. These days they feel they have become strong. I didn't realize that the difference between this world and the world is still like a world of difference. This tiger, is it from hell? So scary. If it wasn't for Su Ning stopping the foolish tiger from roaring, this group of little ascended masters would have to be shaken alive. From this day forward, the little ascended ones were very afraid of that fierce tiger, even more afraid of the tiger than they were of Sunin, because they could clearly feel it. The manticore didn't care about their lives and deaths at all. If you offend Suning, you might still be able to live. If you offend the exterminating tiger, you're really dead. This fierce tiger, is it the mount of Lord Immortal? To be able to tame such a ferocious creature as a mount, Lord Immortal even snubbed us, saying something like he's just an ordinary person in the immortal realm. Can an ordinary person tame an exterminating tiger as a pet? Can he take in the Lord of Weirdness to cook and clean for himself? They suddenly woke up to the realization. Suning, unfathomable. All along, Suning has also been amiable to them, making them once mistakenly believe that they can talk to Suning as equals. In fact, in Sunin's eyes, they really are just molehills. Or rather, mole crickets or worse. Every time someone offered to compete with Suning, Suning also answered the battle with a smile. It's not because he's stupid, or a saintly mother. Why he chooses to forgive when otherworldly creatures try to get him, doesn't matter if it's original or not. It's totally just that Sunin doesn't take these villains seriously. These little people mean nothing to him. If it really threatens him, and shows hostility, I believe that Sunin will get them killed immediately. It's hard to walk back from the ghost gate, but Suning is very life-saving. Nothing is as important as life. With a tiger as a guardian, Suning's vegetable garden is now solid gold. The silly tiger enjoyed laying down under the small tree and watching the little people play. Or rather, he simply enjoyed being here. Sleep here. Not sure if it's an illusion either. Over time, Sunin clearly felt that the tiger's body had grown a circle larger. Its length and height were also larger than before, and in its eyes, a hint of intelligence actually appeared in addition to the animal's animated look. Smarter than the average beast. Suning was all skeptical. Could it be that bathing under the aura of the little tree all this time had allowed it to gradually open up its mind? The birth of spiritual wisdom? Utmost STH. Of course, this tiger still has a long way to go before it can truly have the same intelligence as a human. What it will become in the future, Suning is not sure. Just leave it all to time. Rumble. On this day, Sunin made his usual rounds of the little people. Suddenly the void around the small tree stirred. Both explode violently. A black hole the size of a fist appears. The black hole had lightning and black mist surrounding it. It was so deep that it couldn't be seen. Here it comes. A new ascender. Li Qingxian and the others' eyes lit up as they flew up and stood next to the black hole. The same goes for the three beasts of chaos. New ascended beings come through the world barrier. It's not an uncommon thing. In recent times, the space around the small tree had been in turmoil. There were creatures in the lower realm that kept on impacting the gate of the immortal realm. Only two. All of them were unsuccessful. Today, they are finally coming. 76. I, King Kana, suppress all the heavens and all the paths. With me there is heaven, the lower world, Ascension to the Immortal Realm. Today, on a quiet night, the Ascended One stood in an open grassland, surrounded by silence and darkness. He closed his eyes tightly and adjusted his breathing as a powerful aura emanated from his entire body. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and swung his arm forward violently. A dazzling light shot out from his hand and rushed straight into the void. The void was like a fragile glass, instantly shattered by the light, displaying a huge crack. The Immortal World Supreme will have a place for me. The rift was filled with clouds and mist, and light flickered, as if it was a mysterious passageway to the immortal world. The Ascender leapt into the rift without hesitation, his figure looming in the clouds and mist, as if he had merged into another world. As he entered, the space around the rift began to fluctuate violently, creating a powerful whirlwind of energy. In the whirlwind, rays of light crisscrossed, forming a brilliant band of light, like a dreamlike painting. The beings on the grasslands were stunned by this spectacular sight, and they looked up into the void to witness this great moment. The figures of the ascended beings faded away in the band of light, leaving behind an awe-inspiring serenity. In the end, the void returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. However, all beings understood in their hearts that they had just witnessed the magnificent journey of an ascended person stepping into the immortal realm. Alongside STH, there are also ascended beings in various places who have ascended to the upper realms. This time, the old monsters who have been in hibernation for many years are no longer in hiding, and they have come out one after another, to go to the immortal world to fight for the immortal of the world, to enjoy the unlimited immortal fate. I'm going too. Ha ha. After waiting for tens of thousands of years, I've finally waited for the best time to ascend. Right place, right time. This life, the old man will not miss it. Come from under the desert floor, and someone pulls up from it. This day and age, the many dark hands hiding behind the curtain have all finally come out to ascend. Why did these older generations choose to come out at this time? They confirmed that it was safe to ascend in this life, because the ascended ones from the upper realm rejoined the lower realm. The immortal king of Kana. Half a month ago, a message shook the 9 heavens and 10 lands of the lower realm. There are those who have ascended and rejoined the Qianquan realm. That ascender, the Kana king, who had disappeared in the upper realms, the returned King Kana, displayed a terrifying power that shocked the cultivators of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. With a mere thought, he had explored where the many saint-ranked powerhouses of this world were. Many saint-ranked great cultivators also felt that unparalleled oppressive force. It was countless times more terrifying than the Holy Order. It was as if only a thought was needed to cause the saints to fall. This is the Kana king who came back from a trip to the immortal cultivation world? Terrifying as hell. King Kana didn't mean to bother anyone though. It was low-key. A quiet return to deep-sea Kana clan territory. Those great cultivators who sensed King Kana's terrifying strength couldn't sit still any longer. They visited the door to inquire about the secrets of the immortal realm, trying to fight for the immortal of the first world. This was the only one who had returned alive from the immortal realm with a great terror. Then of course, he would come to seek the way, to visit, to pay homage. King Kana was also the only existence in this world that knew the immortal world the most. For cultivators who aspired to get out of the Qianquan realm, to develop in the immortal realm, who wouldn't want to find him and ask him? Who wouldn't want to be guided by King Kana? The return of King Kana. A great earthquake in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Countless saint ranks. Old monsters that were rumored to have fallen for many tens of thousands of years had surprisingly appeared in the world in succession. Saint King Kana also didn't expect that the Qianquan realm actually had so many saint ranks, and before, when their strength was still saint ranks, they had clearly swept through. There were no more experts. One could only say that it was too weak at that time, and besides, the other saint ranks weren't cuties either. If you don't want to be probed by cultivators of the same rank, there are plenty of ways to do so. When King Kana saw that these existences, who had acted with authority in this world, who were powerful wherever they went, who looked down on everyone under the sun and felt invincible and powerful, were actually lowering their eyebrows in front of his eyes, he was a bit dazed. For the first time, enjoy this. For a moment, not reacting. I'm so good at this. I'm a bigot? I'm a bigot too? King Kana was confused. Ever since he ascended to the immortal realm, he was the existence at the end of the immortal realm. I didn't expect that returning to the Qianquan realm, I would actually be able to have this kind of treatment. Some trance, even hot tears. Remembering, the black unicorn didn't dare to trouble the others, shouting out to him the phrase 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't kid yourself. Don't kid yourself. Sooner or later he would get back what belonged to him one day, obviously bullying him for being the weakest. How long has it been? I haven't experienced what it's like to be on top, facing the many saint-ranked powerhouses seeking advice. King Kana clearly affirmed that ascending to the immortal realm was definitely not a problem at the moment. even took the initiative to open a sermon meeting at the underground dojo. Having received this news, and seeing that he was able to rejoin the lower realm, and having asked King Kana for many lessons on what would happen after ascending to the immortal realm, the many great powers who chose to ascend in this world had the beginning. The act of countless saint-ranked powerhouses wanting to break through the void and rush into the upper realm. May I ask, Senior Immortal King, are the ascended ones of my clan still alive? Someone inquired about his family's elders in the immortal realm. And your family's predecessor is? True Lord Shinbone. Never even heard of it. Unfortunately, your senior has already fallen in the immortal realm, becoming a withered bone. He ascended in the wrong place at the wrong time. It can only be said that. Bad luck, King Kana said. Ah, how could it be? My senior was amazingly talented. His cultivation was heavenly. He claimed to be able to behead immortals. How could he have fallen? Who killed him? The descendant of true Lord Shinbone had trouble accepting the news. King Kana, hearing the words cultivation through the heavens and claiming to be able to behead immortals, he felt, inexplicably, a little embarrassed. Thinking about some bad history. Big brother, which of the cultivators who ascended up there are not amazingly talented? Which one of them isn't a genius? But, do you know what the immortal world is? Your so-called cultivation of heavenly power. People can crush you with a snap of their fingers. This seed has no need to lie to you, believe it or not, said King Kana. May I ask, where is my family's senior? The spirit rhinoceros superior? Lord Rhinoceros? I've never heard of him either. Probably one of the countless dead bones. Fell too. You do not need to ask again. This seed again all answer. As long as not in the right time, the right place ascension. All fall. At present known to survive. But also with me the same period of ascension of the 8 saints. Has. 3 big fallen creature. The others, all have fallen. When this news came out, the whole world was in an uproar. Many cultivators didn't believe that their own ancestors had fallen. Some forces still kept bragging that they had ascended masters, and still kept expecting the ascended masters to return to this world and lead them to glory. Now, all that wishing has come to naught. Many people can't accept it and don't believe it's true. May I ask, what kind of scene is the immortal realm? A great sage immortal realm, filled with curiosity, asked. Most of them are forbidden areas, but there are also places of cultivation, replied King Kana. Is the immortal realm dangerous? Are the creatures there powerful? How does it compare to the Qiankuan realm? Isn't this nonsense? The immortal realm is in crisis every step of the way. And the creatures there. The Kana king looked at the old saint king in front of him in pity. Any random being can exterminate a saint rank. Immortal king, you were able to come back safely from up there, so I'm sure you've definitely had some amazing performances as well. You fought with immortal realm creatures? King Kana lifted her little chin high and proud. Very pleased. Apparently, those words hit home for him. Road. That's natural. How did the battle turn out? King Kana's strength nowadays is definitely capable of felling immortals. Slaying immortal creatures is not a matter of concern. Maybe he'd have been a sidekick a long time ago. King Kana stood atop the towering waves, the wind ruffling his battle robes as he held his head high, his eyes revealing incomparable confidence and pride. His voice was thunderous as he bragged to the crowd about his great battle with the immortal creatures. We had just ascended when we encountered an attack from the immortal realm creature Chaos Demon Spider. We united the power of the 9 saints, and after a series of great battles, the 9 saints' bottom cards came out. You defeated the immortal creatures? Someone said. That scene, it must have been hot. No. How terrifying are the creatures of the immortal realm. Even if we gathered the strength of the 9 of us, we still lost in the end. King Kana said helplessly. Luckily, by chance, we met a great man from the immortal realm, and with his help, we survived. And, cultivating peacefully in the immortal realm, our cultivation has grown by leaps and bounds. Eventually, we were finally able to call it quits with the creatures of the immortal realm. King Kana described. I remember that on the occasion of my seat's re-entry into the lower realms, I fought a terrifying immortal realm creature, and that battle is still fresh in my mind at the moment. That great terror is very scary, and I'm not a vegetarian. He described the events after his ascension. The intense scenes of battle, the immortal realm creatures released brilliant light, but he was undaunted, and with his mighty and dominating power, he engaged in a thrilling duel with them. Each of his attacks was like a thunderbolt, and the immortal realm creatures collapsed before his power. This is not without some added fuel. King Kana's image became immensely tall in his narration, and his mighty and dominating presence made the crowds not help but fall in love with him. He became a hero to many, and unsurprisingly, his story will be celebrated for ages to come. It's fascinating to hear. May I ask what realm was the opponent who fought Lord Immortal King? Creatures of chaos, beyond the level of immortal, said King Kana. Immortal realm creatures, Are they really so terrifying? Some people didn't believe it. Elder Immortal, you've been practicing in the upper realm for so long. Your cultivation must be heaven-defying. Can you give us some advice? A sage said, wanting to probe the reality of King Kana's strength. King Kana smiled contemptuously. Want to see this seat's cultivation? It's not impossible. This seat also wants to know what the scene would be like when an immortal realm cultivation takes on a Chinkuan realm saint. You're all in this together. The immortal king has not been too generous. A sage felt that King Kana was too pretentious. If you're strong, how strong can you be? Who among the saints present was not in existence that suppressed an era? You're looking down on us? Hoof! Sneered King Kana. Rumble. Leaning his body forward, he pressed his palm in the air. A huge palm fell from the sky. It then suppressed all the saints under it. Break! Those saints exerted all their strength, but they were unable to move a single bit. It was at this point that the saints realized the terror of King Kana. There were horrified looks at him. One hand, suppressing all the saints of the ages. What kind of greatness is this? And when King Kana saw that he was so powerful, and then saw that the living beings of this heaven and earth all revealed gazes of shock and awe, his heart was incomparably and tremendously happy. I didn't realize that I, King Kana, the one who was a hangdog in the upper realm, who didn't even have a chance to fight with an immortal lord. Here, I'm actually this strong. He also experienced the feeling of suppressing the heavens, rubbing the strongest person of a side of heaven and earth under his hand. Very smooth. How? Is this seat qualified to suppress the 9 heavens and 10 lands? King Kana said. All the saints' faces turned ugly. This great power was far beyond their knowledge. Seeing these expressions, King Kana's heart was incredibly comfortable. Super cool. Turns out when it's loaded up, that's what it feels like. And this was just the beginning of King Kana's enjoyment of the worship of all races. 77. The myth of King Kana's descent into the world. All the saints combined their efforts, but they were actually suppressed by King Kana with a single move. Terrorized the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This great power returning from the immortal realm. This terrifying? In front of him, saints were like ants. The countless pairs of awestruck eyes were enjoyable for King Kana. It's that look that's right. He became the only big brother in the 9 heavens and 10 lands of the Chinkuan realm. There is no one to beat across the world. The world can go anywhere. Countless cultivators could only tremble under his feet. Immortal King Kana, you're so powerful. What kind of realm have you reached in terms of cultivation? And what exactly is the realm above a saint like? A saint-rank powerhouse inquired. King Kana was so terrifying. He thought that in the immortal realm sequence of powerhouses, there must be a place for him. My cultivation. Half-step quasi-immortal realm, said King Kana. Last time, they had taken a large amount of chicken blood given by Su Ning, and even he had reached the half-step quasi-immortal realm. It was okay too. That was traded for a major illness. Half-step quasi-immortal realm. Sounds so and then past that would be the quasi-immortal. And then the true immortal realm? So awesome. Dare I ask your excellency, how are the cultivation realms in the upper realm divided? After the saints, it is to ask about the Kangmang immortal Tao, to understand the rules of the immortal Tao. Ask the 9th level. After the questioning, it's the knowledge collection, or the immortal collection. To recognize and integrate the way of the immortal realm is the immortal collection. Immortal hidden 9th level. After the immortal collection, it's quasi-immortal. Fusing the rules of the immortal realm and becoming an immortal-like creature is a quasi-immortal. Immortal cultivation. Also 9 layers. After quasi-immortal, is immortal. No different from the immortal creatures. This was what they reasoned and guessed. As to whether it was accurate or not, they had to see if it was consistent at the time. As for me, I was lucky enough to break through above the immortal hidden great circle, when the quasi-immortal realm was not yet full. If I had been given some time, I should have been able to become a quasi-immortal. Above saints, there is actually such a realm? May I ask if immortal kings' advancement is difficult? Difficult. Each small realm is like the gap between an ordinary person and a saint, replied King Kana. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of air. The holy king of Kana looked at him in horror. No wonder all the saint ranks are not enough to talk about under his hands. King Kana had actually reached the half-step quasi-immortal realm. The more they knew the truth, the deeper their awe for King Kana became. King Kana looked at these shocked gazes with an imperceptible faint smile on his face. It's not that he likes to pretend, either. In the past, when he was a holy order, he had looked down on things like pretending to enjoy himself. I guess, too, it even feels like only people with low self-esteem like to pretend. The Real Masters don't pretend, because it doesn't need to be loaded. But he was in the immortal world during this period of time, really not having a good time, this time back to the lower realm. Only to experience a long time not experienced the feeling of people on people. Kana Immortal King is unrivaled in the world. You're so powerful. I'm sure you must also be powerful and extraordinary in the immortal realm. A hegemon, right? Why don't you tell us about some of your hegemonic deeds in the immortal realm? King Kana. This. You are the pot calling the kettle black. That won't be necessary, said King Kana faintly. There's not much to talk about in the main. Am I saying that this part of my life is all a history of humiliation? Well, not really. At least after the fallen ancient race ascended, I was still in the limelight for a while. Only later, those three monsters had a strange encounter. I practiced to fall to the bottom of the... King Kana was reluctant to speak. People are getting on his good side. Modesty. King Kana is so humble. He was in the immortal realm. He must have killed the four directions, and shook the world. It has the air of I can suppress the heavens just by sitting here, right? And for such a great episode, he didn't even mention a word. How humble is that? Then does the immortal king miss living in the immortal world, and is he considering going back again? King Kana heard the question, lapse into contemplation. Here, one is above the people, and when one goes above, one is below the people. Here, you can enjoy unlimited aura, all sorts of pretending and face punching. It's cool. And up there, every now and then, you have to be provoked by a chaos creature. It's really suffocating. That said, it's still more comfortable to live in the lower world. Able to, thinking for a long time, there are still unfinished business in the mortal world. Since I mistakenly returned to the Void Rift, naturally I will first settle the mortal world. Even if he was uncomfortable in the upper realm, he still chose to go back. The immortal world. I still have to go back, but not now, King Kana said. Going is going. I'll have to wait for me to get my kicks. Nope, have to wait for me to pack my bags. Hearing this reply from King Kana, the respect in the eyes of the saints intensified. Such a powerful Kana Immortal King also had regrets. This time down to make up for the regret. I just don't know if the regret, is it a woman, or something else? But anyway, the Immortal King of Kana is also a man of true nature, worthy of worship. Rumble. The void is in turmoil. A certain dark place in the Chinkuan realm. The arcane earth here was endless, surrounded by black mist and devoid of any life. The whole world, no light, all covered by black fog, which, and the wailing ghosts, the gods and devils' pathos, as if the 18 layers of hell, here, known as the most horrible place in the Chinkuan world, a truly forbidden zone in which no living thing can survive. Even a saint wouldn't dare to step foot. This place, I don't know how many sacred ranked great powers are buried here. King Kana, however, only stepped into this place and walked around it idly. In the past, even looking at it would cause his heart to palpitate the place, but now he was walking here. But it was like walking into his own backyard garden, pacing carelessly. King Kana laments. This is the power of transcendence? Come on people, stop. One more step forward. Exterminate. In the darkness, a mournful voice warned. King Kana ignored him, walking on his own, watching, seeking death. There were beings in the darkness who were furious, and infinite death chi swept over. This attack was extremely lethal, and holy ranks would be corrupted if they were contaminated. Bang! And King Kana just casually clapped his hands together, and all of that dead air dissipated. Ah! The person who struck in the dark was killed instantly, being wiped out with a raised hand. You're the Kana Immortal King. There were terrified voices coming from the darkness. You're that, the absolute immortal king who returned from the immortal world? Listening to that voice, it was full of scorn. Ah, I wonder what the immortal king of Kana's visit to my dark hell is all about. You guys really don't remember. When this king was young, you dark hells took my fiancée captive by force, relying on your backstage? Immortal King Kana said indifferently. Shiver. The being in the darkness was visibly startled upon hearing this. Is there some kind of misunderstanding on the part of the immortal king? Another voice rang out. Humph. So what if you are a visitor from the immortal realm? Am I still afraid of you in the dark hell? Your fiancé was taken by my father. I don't believe that you alone can still level this dark hell of mine. The strongest cultivator in ancient times, Yi Lin Xiao, couldn't do it. So what can you do? Yi Lin Xiao is recognized as the strongest cultivator in the Qiankuan realm in ancient times. It was only later that he forced his way into the immortal realm, not knowing his whereabouts. Just admit it, said Immortal King Kana faintly. Rumble. With a slap, the voice of that being from the party came to an abrupt end. The flower of the great Tao withered. A powerful man has fallen. Xian Tingyin, this idiot, brought a big crisis to our dark hell. He was wrong. But Immortal King Kana, you passed. Over? The Kana Immortal King calmly said. Chaos came first and then the heavens. And when I have Kana, I have the heavens. What do you mean? The dark hell beings were confused. Rumble. Before they could figure out what it meant, A giant palm fell from the sky. Aha! A series of death screams issued. Naturally. You die too. Immediately, the dark hell collapsed, and the black land that hadn't had sunlight for who knows how many thousands of years shone into the sunlight. A bunch of ugly rats, commented King Kana, before his figure disappeared into thin air. Hey, this is the place I was most afraid of back then? Even after I became a Taoist, I still didn't dare to go toe-to-toe, and now I've just wiped it out with my own hands. It's not what it used to be. Rumble. King Kana then traveled to a hidden Chinese clan. Immortal King Kana has something to say. It's fine to say it properly. Either I destroy your entire clan, or your entire clan cuts off their own cultivation. King Kana looked out of the corner of his eye. You disagree? Then please be on your way. Rumble. The small secret realm was blown up by him with one hand. King Kana is amazingly talented. One man has destroyed the man behind the scenes that once jeopardized this world, destroying the 9 terrifying forbidden lands in one day. Oh my god. This is the Kana Immortal King? Quasi-immortal realm. Terrifying as hell. He is too powerful. Thanks to the fact that Immortal King Kana is a native holy spirit of our 9 heavens and 10 lands. If he were a foreign race, chaos came first, and then there was heaven. And with me Kana there is heaven. What dominating words. But he deserves that title. King Kana. Too strong. It's very dominant. I like it. From now on, he's my idol. The name of Kana King Manhwa spread throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and was enjoyed by countless cultivators and idolized, making up for the regret, leaving behind countless treasures and cultivation techniques for the Kana clan. King Kana receives the common honor of all races in the lower realms, preaching to the 10,000 races, teaching the secrets of the immortal world. It has made countless people's hearts yearn for it. In the eyes of the cultivators of the lower realms, King Kana is the number 1 in the world. There are no 2 in the ancient world. Even Yi Linxiao has to step aside. His reputation, to the extreme. Gentlemen, it's time to return to the upper realm. King Kana decided to leave. Many of the disciples who worshipped him, the Kana clan beings, were extremely upset. Still, King Kana chose to leave. His eyes looked toward the Kunlun Mountains. Shoo! With a single movement of his body, he appeared above the Kunlun Mountains. Immortal King of Kana, what are you doing here in my Kunlun Mountain? My clan has no grudge against you, the King of Kunlun said. Each of them was like an enemy. The last time the Kana Immortal King entered his clan's holy land, it was nothing good. Immortal King Kana carried her hands behind her back and laughed softly. Just fetching something for an old friend. What is it? The Kunlun Fairy Dojo. The main peak of Kunlun. What? This can't be done. The main peak of Kunlun is my clan's holy land. If you dare to move it, Immortal King Kana, we will fight you. The people of the Kunlun clan galvanized the spell formation. A look of desperation. Boom. It was a pity that Immortal King Kana merely stood in the void. And with a thought, a large hand smashed down, and the Kunlun clan's protective spell formation was blown up. Kunlun Fairy's Dojo. I'll take it. With a casual snap of his hand, the entire mountain rose up and was incorporated into his inner universe. Farewell. After doing so, Immortal King Kana leisurely left, leaving only the people of the Kunlun clan who were gnashing their teeth. They were indignant beyond measure. But what was the use? Even an existence like Dark Hell was killed in seconds, let alone their Kunlun mountain? Kana Immortal King. You bandit. King Kana then visited many places. Example, Daxia Dynasty, Endless Sword Domain, Abyssal Magic Valley, Ask the Mountain, Western Buddhism, the Green Emperor's Dojo, Golden Crow Emperor's Fusang Ancient Star. He took all the holy places in these places captive. This operation directly stunned countless cultivators. Neither understood what he meant, and of course, didn't dare move, much less question it. I, Immortal King Kana, act. Why do I need to explain myself to others? After doing so, Immortal King Kana broke the void and prepared to fly up to the immortal realm. Gone. This world, it can be nostalgic, but how can a seeker rest on his laurels? This trip is a farewell. I don't know if I'll be able to come back. King Kana was a bit despondent, but in the end, he still firmly took that step into the passageway. 78. Still the same flavor, same recipe. Rumble. The upper realm. The small tree's void stirred, and suddenly a large hole appeared. Put. Slammed. A white light flashed, and an ascender soared up. He carries thunderbolts all over his body. Just as he soared up, he fell headfirst to the ground. Well, it's not people. It's the fallen black tiger. After getting a good look at the ascender, the little people waiting at the entrance of the cave froze. The eyes of the fallen ancient race's Black Dragon, Black Phoenix, and Black Qilin were glazed over. Swoosh! It turned into 3 balls of black light and rushed down. Black Tiger. You, what are you? the fallen ancient race's black tiger, shared the same origin as the fallen three beasts. It's all the fallen ones. How can they be called the same clan when their bloodlines are different, and so close? The reason for this was because the fallen clan was the master of a certain era in the Qianquan realm. When the times changed, the fallen ancient race lost its position of dominance. However, the ancient races of that era continued to refer to each other as the same bloodline, and what they cultivated was actually the same kind of law. It's like a country. Why Yu Zhaoqian Sun Li Zhou Wu Zhangwang, Why Yu Han Miao Dong and so on are not the same ethnic group, but the relationship is so good. Face the enemy with the same reason. They were all creatures from a certain era in the Qianquan realm. And why the 9 great saints could be called the 9 great saints even though they were of different races, and now the same camp. As well, the 9 great saints, who had become saints in the current era, were equivalent to practicing the same path. Naturally, they would be close. Black Dragon, Black Phoenix, Black Kirin, it's so good to see you all. You guys, you really did ascend to the immortal realm and settle down, said the Black Tiger, forcing himself to hold back his discomfort. As you can see, the Black Tiger is extremely seriously injured. The body cracked. Blood seeped out from the horrible wounds. It looked extremely appalling. Black Tiger, stop talking. We'll heal you. Black Dragon said. Rumble. The powerful immortal Tao aura struck out, and the injuries on the Black Tiger's body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. This power. The Black Tiger's face was pleased. Could it be that you guys have reached the same realm as Immortal King Kana? Awe appeared on his face at the mention of Immortal King Kana. Kana, Immortal King? Reached the same level as him and insult who? The 3 beasts of the fallen ancient race felt a bit baffled. The Kana Immortal King. Was it strong? Swoosh. Black Tiger's injuries are sort of stabilized. The injuries on your body don't look like they were sustained from hard resistance to the lightning tribulation. The 3 black dragon beasts asked with a frown as they put away their true chi. Indeed not, said Black Tiger blandly. On the way to ascension. Encountered. The Black Tiger's eyes were filled with scorn as he mentioned this. Encountered. The creepy ones. What? The creepy one clan has really resurfaced? Black Dragon said. They have never been wiped out. All these years, they have been hiding in the ascension starting point, so they have never been found. Black Tiger replied. AI. This ascension to the immortal realm. They're all here. I don't know how I'm going to deal with it. The Black Tiger's eyes revealed a strong concern. The creepy one claimed to be immortal. Extreme horror. At one time many races were enslaved by them. The 10,000 clans of the Qianquan realm had extreme shadows in their hearts, even within the genetic bloodline. For the bizarre ancient race, there was an involuntary fear. It's like man's fear of ghosts. Even if you know he doesn't exist, it doesn't stop you from being afraid of ghosts. It's one thing to exist or not. It's another to be afraid of it. And again, the two don't mix. Black Tiger, don't panic. At this moment, we are not what we used to be. If they dare to come up, we will have revenge. And revenge. Black Qilin said. Bang. The Black Qilin's words had not yet fallen. Within the ascension channel, just a few stumps shot out. Bang. 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 Those stumps didn't come flying. Instead they looked like they were thrown in by something extremely lousy. Among these remnants, there were human cultivators. There were also demonic beasts. And the fallen ancient race. The Black King Hydra lineage. Stumpy was thrown to the ground. Shu, the Golden Crow Emperor of the Sage lineage. The Abyssal Demon Lord. And the others wrinkled their brows and hurriedly flew off to help their own lineage. And so did the fallen ancients, as the Black Phoenix spread its wings and flew to meet the dark ancients that had been thrown out. Rumble. Their cultivation was incomparably powerful, and they were the first to catch the ascended beings that were thrown out. Ha! Ha! Jia! 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 The Qianquan realm's sacred ranks. Unbeatable. All a bunch of trash. How dare they not know how to die, wanting to block this heavenly emperor's path. Looking for death. They had only just caught their own lineage of ascenders when they suddenly heard an eerie voice coming from above the heavenly dome, from that large hole in the ascension. It's like the demons of hell are screaming. Extremely harsh. Creepy creatures. Creepy. 1. It's really them. Brush. Before the person arrives. The sound arrives first. Not long after. 5 weird creatures wrapped in black and gray gas rushed up from the ascension channel, standing under the canopy of a small tree. The breath filled the air. Horrified. This was the 5 most powerful creatures of the Weird One clan? Once the Creepy One clan, the existence that most terrified the 10,000 clans. They actually didn't die. Or, they were secretly resurrected long ago. The bizarre 5 great patriarchs are, surprisingly, still alive in the human world. They escaped the sight of the 10,000 races, And now that they've learned that the immortal realm is safe, they've thus ascended up. The great Summer Saint Emperor frowned. The 5 eerie patriarchs scanned the surrounding ascended ones. Gaze. A bunch of mole crickets. Creepy descended. All of you are vassals. Submit. Live. Resist. Die. One of the eerie patriarchs said indifferently. The creepy clan is here. Whether you are a true immortal or an ascender, quickly kneel down to greet them. Or else, I will refine all of you into creepy slaves. Your living souls will be imprisoned forever and suffer endless pain. The creepy patriarch looked down on the little people. Extremely arrogant and domineering. Extremely pretentious. Hearing those words, the ascended ones who had just ascended up despaired. The creepy patriarch was too powerful. Immortality. What a way to go. Could it be that this immortal realm is also going to be tainted by weirdness? If the immortal realm had become a weird space, then, where in the world would there be a pure land? The creepy 5 patriarchs were pretentious, condescending and arrogant, looking down on anyone, as if anyone was trash in his eyes. He wanted all ascendants to be their slaves and serve them, or else, let all saints experience a life worse than death. In the face of these, Li Qingxian, the Kunlun fairy, the great Summer Saint Emperor and the others smiled and stood with their arms folded to watch the bizarre patriarchs perform. This recipe, this scene, this vibe, it's the right flavor. That's what it feels like. The 3 beasts of the fallen ancient race also looked at the 5 great patriarchs pretending with smiles and laughter, watching silently. It was as if they were watching a bunch of jumped-up clowns. In fact, they think these creepy creatures are just jumpers. Also very embarrassing. Ahem. Feelings we just crossed over and acted this way. I don't know what's going on. Thinking about them at that time. Very embarrassing. So humiliating. It was estimated that the 9 great saints viewed them at that time as they viewed the eerie patriarch now. There are only 2 words to describe it. That is, I want to find a crack in the ground. So embarrassing. So ugly. The past is so bad. Seeing that the 8 great saints and the 3 great fallen creatures don't give about them and are not afraid of them. Instead they seem to be smiling and laughing. Looking at them like a smile. The creepy patriarch was enraged. They felt that the ascended one was insulting them. You're not afraid of me? Damn. Seek death. If you don't worship when you encounter a weirdness, your sins are doubled on the road to reincarnation. Death to all of you. A creepy beginner waved his sleeve and made his move. In his imagination, with a casual wave of his hand, he would be able to make the holy ranks directly explode in place. It's just so counterintuitive. But, 79. Black Unicorn, creepy patriarch. Right? Come on. Fight your grandpa for 300 rounds. Beneath the small tree, the weird patriarch stood proudly between heaven and earth, as if he was the master of this world. His figure was tall and majestic, exuding a suffocating aura. His eyes were cold and contemptuous, looking down on all the ascended ones who tried to resist as if they were looking at a bunch of insignificant ants. The corners of his mouth rose slightly and a disdainful smile spread, as if he was laughing at the efforts and pursuits of these mortals. Under his gaze, it was as if the ascended ones seemed so small and powerless. The black gas was dazzling. The presence of the beginning ancestor shrouded the entire world in an eerie and depressing atmosphere, and his arrogance seemed to devour everything. However, behind this endless arrogance, they realized that the ascended ones didn't give them face at all, very coldly watching, as if they didn't exist. Even when they struck a deadly attack, the ascended masters remained indifferent. This makes them feel very disgraced. The eerie patriarch, that's what the Great Terror stands for. When they were in the lower world, whoever saw them would be afraid and terrified. And why are these people so calm? Aren't they afraid to die? Indeed, there are still those who fear. The faces of the new ascended masters present were horrified when they saw the eerie patriarch strike the destructive black aura. Little, watch out, fellow Taoists. Do not be careless, quickly take cover. However, Li Qingxian and the others remained cold-faced. Oof, pretending? I'll see how long you can pretend. Someone among the bizarre patriarchs laughed coldly. This is the source of terror that can contaminate the gods. Do you really think this thing is harmless? Put. Those Dao lines struck above the many ascended ones. However, the scene of horrific contamination did not occur. The scene of the ascender blowing up didn't come up either. Those things. It's like a fresh breeze on a willow. A gust of wind whipped by. It could not cause any harm to Li Qingxian and the others. Seeing this scene, the eerie patriarch's gaze gleamed in disbelief. How could it be useless? The previously invincible source of weirdness, the breath that used to belong to the nemesis of the Qianquan realm was now actually useless. Why? There's something weird. Those cultivators who had just ascended were also surprised beyond measure. This is why. The attacks of the weird patriarch were useless against Li Qingxian and the others? That's impossible. The energy of the weird patriarch was the nemesis of the cultivators of the Qianquan realm. They had encountered the Eerie Patriarch in the Ascension Passage and fought the Eerie Patriarch. Ascendants are almost without exception. There's no way to fight back. A slap in the face. It's totally seconds. And now, the unbeatable source of weirdness couldn't deal with the Chinkuan realm cultivators. They felt that it was full of mystery. Eerie macro light. The 5 great weird patriarchs struck again. There were infinite waves rising and falling within them. There was also a hint of vague unease that emerged. Strongly suppressed the uneasiness and used the great ability. Boom! Black gas filled the air. To envelop them. To devour. As for Li Qingxian and the others, they remained as immobile as mountains. Playfully, he looked at the creepy beginner. With the blackness enveloping it, the creepy beginner finally smiles. But that smile, it was worse than crying. Jia, Jia, Jia. I don't know what to do. Actually daring to enter the bizarre grand light on your own initiative. Even if you are a great Luo golden immortal, you will still fall. This is a great power that is enough to destroy immortals. The creepy patriarch sneered. It is thought that the ascended beings are overwhelmed with danger. This is the Eerie macro light. Is the Eerie power that is claimed to be able to exterminate immortals? A faint voice came from within. It's just like that. Well, usually the ones that claim to be able to slaughter gods and destroy immortals, the level of that skill. You know. Ha ha. It's my fault. Amidst the black mist came the playful and joyful chatter of the crowd. There were no imaginary dying, fearful, resigned screams. Li Qingxian and the others thought of a time when they had also used the so-called divine skill attacks that could slaughter gods and destroy immortals, yet it was all just a figment of their imagination. The so-called immortal exterminating divine technique. It was the words of a frog at the bottom of a well who had never seen the world, truly encountering an immortal of this world. You don't even talk about destroying an immortal. If you can even destroy a single hair of his head, you are considered powerful. Li Qingxian, Kunlun Fairy, Black Dragon, Black Phoenix and others. It was even more of an embarrassment. Shame on you. In the first place, how did they manage to shout such slogans? Listening to it now, kinda, goosebumps anyway. You guys, the Eerie Patriarch was finally shocked. No longer the same calmness as before. The power of the trickster. But the trickster clan relied on it. In fact, without it, their combat power in the Chinkuan realm wasn't very prominent. And now these things are actually useless to ascended beings? What other advantages do they have? You guys must have used some kind of magic treasure to shield the weird power. Impossible. In this world, it's also impossible for something to be able to block out the power of weirdness. This kind of thing is beyond bizarre perception. The power of the trickster was the root of their fear of the 10,000 clans. Without this, the trickster clan would not be feared. At the cost of you claiming to slaughter gods and destroy immortals, even the immortal chi of the immortal Tao. You're not clear about it? The Black Qilin laughed shamefully. Eerie Patriarch. In the same realm, perhaps we would be afraid of your eerie power. However, if the difference in realms is too great, and we happen to have the means to resolve your eerie power, then, what do you have to pretend? The Black Unicorn taunted nonchalantly. He has also been really depressed in recent times, being ruthlessly suppressed by the 8 saints. He had no power of speech. It was so hard to feel like he could beat King Kana. Who knew that guy actually ran off to the lower realms to act like a bully, leaving himself alone? Oh no. Leaving himself a ferocious beast to be the most trashy existence in the immortal realm. It can be suffocating. Now that he saw the creepy beginner come up to play the trick, and he was able to restrain the creepy creature. So why don't you take a hard breath and put on a show? Immortal energy? No way. Our bizarre power is the powerful force that restrains the laws of the heavens and the worlds. Even the immortal realm way. It will only be suppressed. They were superstitious about the power of weirdness. Put. The Black Unicorn laughed. Moving to suppress the worlds. Moving to crush the immortal Tao. Hey, I say, do you really know anything about the immortal Tao? You're just blindly pushing. I don't know what I'm talking about. Sitting on the fence. Forget it, don't bother talking to you. Reverse scale 7 steps. The Black Qilin struck out. Boom. As it did. Move your feet. The surrounding black aura was shaken apart. In the shocked gazes of the Eerie Patriarchs, he stepped towards them. Boom. The 5 bizarre patriarchs were stepped on and scattered in all directions, woefully out of shape. Where is the semblance of a human being? Isn't the creepy patriarch very powerful? What are you hiding for? Come. Fight your grandpa for 300 rounds, the Black Qilin arrogantly said. He finally found an outlet. 80. Mantis? Being bullied by an ascended being can still be bullied by you? What the hell? Die for master. The Black Qilin was extremely arrogant. This was a chance to play hard to get for him. During this time in the immortal realm, it was beaten to the point where it couldn't raise its head, fighting with the great Summer Saint Emperor. At first, they could fight back and forth. Later, they could only be killed in seconds. The benefit period of having the source of weirdness removed from their bodies had passed, and they weren't upgrading as fast. Only the extremely talented Black Dragon, and the Black Phoenix, whose bloodline was very close to that of a chicken's blood, could barely squeeze into the middle-level position amongst the ascended Black Unicorn bar. Since King Kana disappeared, he had completely become the most wasted ascender. Of course, that's relative to everyone else. For the thing that just ascended up, the Black Qilin can be a big boss that can't be beaten. That's right, he's calling the creepy originator who just ascended up a thing. Ha ha. I didn't expect to encounter being besieged as soon as we ascended. It's right up our alley. The Trickster clan has always marched amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood, so why would they be afraid to fight one against many? Fellow Taoists, together, we will behead the enemies of the immortal realm and raise the might of my immortal creepy. Another eerie patriarch said. Talking big? I see that you guys still can't figure things out. Then let this seat make you recognize reality. The Black Qilin rubbed his fists. Don't make a move, all of you. Let me beat the 5 of them alone. The Black Qilin domineeringly stood up as a human, holding both feet, and arrogantly said, a very human move. At those words, the many ascended ones who were about to make a move shrugged their shoulders, or standing with their arms folded, or looking at them with their chests clasped, or standing with their hands hanging down. Not going to make a move. They're all watching the show. Then I'll leave these 5 for you to get high on. Who made you the weakest of us? I thought the eerie patriarch would be strong. I didn't expect it to disappoint me too much. Thanks to our previous scruples to come, Li Qingxian and the others figured out a truth. The reason why the so-called restraint exists is solely because you are too weak. And if you are far superior to your opponent, the so-called restraint does not exist. It's like water overcoming fire. But when a drop of water falls into a fire pit, it can't extinguish that fire at all, but instead, it will evaporate from the fire and cause it to burn in a riot. Che, the Black Unicorn bristled, not saying anything. Bother, can you please not mention the pot calling the kettle black? Can't you see I'm playing hard to get? You say I'm the weakest of you guys, and while that's true, when you guys say it like that, my pussiness drops so much straight away. The Black Unicorn is also a tease. He didn't refute. 5 brats, taste Grandpa's reverse scale 7 steps. The Black Qilin took the initiative to charge into the pile of creepy patriarchs. The 5 eerie patriarchs looked at each other. There was no offer of single combat. Things are a little weird right now. It's okay to pretend. Not hard. Kill one first, then figure out how to break them down one by one. Unwilling Black Qilin suddenly actually dares to charge into our camp alone. Humph, then you're going to die for this father. Weird extraction. The power of the patriarch. Bizarre bloodline influence. Binding. Weird bloodline revival. Alienation. Weird power. 3,000 returning souls. The source of weirdness. Overthrow. The 5 great bizarre patriarchs struck out in unison. Striking 5 rays of light, he rushed towards the Black Qilin. Poof. Black Qilin, you really don't know the heights of heaven. Do you know that the fallen ancient clan and my Guile clan have a connection? Inside you flows the bloodline of our bizarre clan. So as long as we want to, we can control you anytime. Exterminate you. Make you bizarre. Races with bizarre bloodlines will always be slaves of our bizarre clan. Go to hell. A fierce power. Bang, bang, bang. However, under their full utilization of the secret techniques of the Weird One clan, the Black Qilin's body didn't even stagnate for a moment. How is it possible? How is it useless? Impossible. He is the bloodline inheritance of my Trickster clan. It's impossible for him to be unaffected. Why is this? Knock knock knock. While they were puzzled, the Black Qilin killed. The 7 steps of the reverse scale stepped out. Bang, bang, bang. The bodies of the 5 creepy patriarchs were stepped on. Rumble. The 5 bizarre patriarchs were like 5 cannonballs. It crashed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Put. The 5 eerie patriarchs spat out a mouthful of black blood in unison. Incredulously, they looked at the sky. The Black Unicorn flaunted his stance. It's simply not overbearing. No, it can't be. We're actually hurt. Since the beginning of time, only we have hurt others. How have others ever been able to hurt a hair on our head? Why is the bizarre bloodline revival useless? The 5 eerie patriarchs were horrified beyond measure. They were actually injured. They never get hurt. Even if that time, the Eerie One clan was besieged by the allied forces of the entire Qinkuan realm, and was crusaded against by countless saint-ranked powerhouses, they knew that being uninjured, and ending up faking their deaths to hide in the Ascended One passage was nothing more than a premeditated plan. Wanted to observe the Ascenders here to see what time and place belonged to the right era. Wanted to experiment with the Ascenders of the Qinkuan realm so that they could ascend with full certainty. they suppress the ages. If they hadn't had no intention of continuing to rule the Chinkuan realm anymore, their trickster clan wouldn't necessarily have lost. And today, they truly lost. Not on purpose. Instead, they get really beat up and lose and spit blood. You guys are really backward. It's already that time of the year and you still look at the world with old ideas. No wonder you're losing. The Black Qilin taunted. Old-timers, eat another blow from this father. The black unicorn looked out of the corner of his eye, stomping out. Pffffffffff. The 5 eerie patriarchs realized that they actually really didn't have any ability to fight back, being stomped around, kicked around, by the black unicorn as if it were a soccer ball, totally became a toy. The Black Qilin, so powerful, simply unbeatable. But, they actually said that the Black Qilin was only the weakest existence among that group of ascended beings? And the black unicorn actually didn't retort. This is such shocking news, with the Black Qilin's proud character. Unless it was indeed the truth and the gap between those people and him wasn't normally large, the Black Qilin would never admit it. So, the previous ascended ones, were all terrifying existences that were so powerful that they could not be measured? When they looked at those ascended ones, apart from doubt, they were scornful and no longer dared to take them lightly for a single point. How did they manage to, in just a short time, progress so fast? Of course, the originator of this, the giant, was now looking down on them from the sidelines. It's just that the creepy patriarchs didn't pay attention as they encountered strife as soon as they came up. Enough! The creepy patriarchs were kicked around, and they finally couldn't take it anymore. Snarling, it's so humiliating. It's just so humiliating. It's not enough. The black unicorn replied. Rumble. The black unicorn stepped away from the black aura on them, revealing the ugly true faces of the 5 weird patriarchs. They actually weren't flesh and blood beings. Instead, skeletons. 5 skeletons. Red, orange, yellow, green in green. 5 skeletal creatures. Their heads were bubbling with soul fire. The bones of his body were like colored diamonds, emitting an eye-catching luster. Red diamond, orange diamond, yellow diamond, green diamond, crystal clear. It's very nice to look at. Is this the true face of the 5 weird ones? So underneath the black chi, you are such ugly creatures. Let master overpower you. Die. The Black Qilin struck while the iron was hot and violently rushed towards the 5 bizarre patriarchs. But halfway through the rush, his face changed drastically and he sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Terrified. Looking at the ground, he violently flew high, escaping from the ground. Holy, how did it get out? The 5 most bizarre and unknown. Why did that guy run away all of a sudden? It's like seeing some great horror. 5 spooky look-backs. Spotting a praying mantis flying slowly with wings fluttering, unhurriedly, leisurely. The creepy patriarch was speechless. It's just a praying mantis. What's so scary about it? The hallowed Black Qilin is actually afraid of a praying mantis, although it is indeed a little bit bigger as an individual. But, what's so scary about it? You guys are immortal cultivators. Shame on you. The praying mantis seemed to spot them and fluttered its wings over. The 5 eerie patriarchs were furious. It's fine to be bullied by the ascended one. But you, a trashy mantis, want to beat us up too? The 5 weird patriarchs were depressed when Mantis ran right into the gun. What the hell? Mantis die for this seat. 81. What the hell is this again? What the hell? Originally, the creepy patriarchs were depressed, and now they happened to see a praying mantis coming over to seek death. So they could be spoiled? The 5 creepy patriarchs launched their attacks at the same time. 5 black beams exploded towards Mantis. The green-colored mantis swung its wings and would have flown there leisurely. Suddenly 5 beams of light hit its wings. A quick glance caught Mantis's attention. Flutter. It flapped its wings and swooped down at the 5 bizarre patriarchs. Why can't our attacks hit it? The creepy patriarch was a bit surprised. Strike together. Don't let go. Rumble. The 5 eerie patriarchs gathered their entire body's strength and killed the mantis. The 5 big spooks are like 5 black suns. Slammed into it. The mantis claws lightly clamped down on the 2 creepy beginnings. The other 3 thumped on it. To Mantis, though, the press was meaningless. It doesn't even stand up to the impact of a mosquito. But that totally pissed off Mantis. Clip. Mantis claws snapped. That creepy patriarch's body underwent a crisp break. The bodies of the 2 creepy patriarchs were broken. How great is the combined power of the Mantis clip character? The creepy patriarch couldn't bear it at all. The body, which was clipped, immediately lost its luster. How is that possible? This Mantis is terrifying. Click, click, click. Mantis took a few bites of the bizarre creature's body, realizing it was all bone and not tasty, and tossed it aside in a very bummed out manner. It's not food? Kill. Swoosh. The other 3 creepy creatures rushed up. Caw. Ka, ka. 3 crunching sounds. 1 clip. It's moving fast. Not to mention creepy creatures. Even slightly smaller snakes are no match for a praying mantis. The praying mantis is a big name in the insect world. Even in the martial arts world, there are many people who observe the movements of the praying mantis and create the powerful praying mantis fist or something like that. Suffice it to say that the praying mantis is terrifying. The 5 great creepy patriarchs never expected that they had rushed up to the immortal realm, originally wanting to dominate and conquer, setting off a horrifying fever and making all the immortal realm's living beings tremble under their obscene might. Who would have thought? Actually be popped in the face. First, the crowd of ascended masters were completely unafraid of themselves, looking at themselves as if they were looking at jumping clowns. The eerie patriarch had originally wanted to establish authority and show these ascended beings their strength. But, again, he was beaten by the Black Kirin, who was claimed to be the weakest, to the point where he couldn't take care of himself. It makes it very hard for them. What a creepy originator. From the moment it appeared, it was synonymous with terror. Who among the living beings of all races is not afraid? Even a saint would only tremble in front of them. Countless years. All of the Qianquan realm lives under terror. Speaking of creepy creatures, who doesn't turn pale? The most stunning saint-ranked powerhouses didn't want to face them and watch out for them either. Why? Because they were the nightmare of the Qianquan realm. Immortality. Enslaving a saint rank is child's play. They are the masters of terror, an existence that could make the hearts of countless powerhouses tremble with a single cough. The eerie patriarch felt that as long as they entered the immortal realm, no matter what former ascended masters or immortal realm powers, they would all be shocked by them. Creepy creatures are used to crisscrossing the country. That's true invincibility. A true juggernaut. The Qianquan realm cultivators and the crusade against the Trickster clan wasn't because the Trickster clan was truly powerless to resist. Part of the reason was that the Trickster patriarch didn't want to play anymore. Cede the Qianquan realm to the 10,000 races. They found a more suitable place to settle. It's chaos space. Within the passageway between the Qianquan realm and the immortal realm, here they could touch a trace of the immortal way, allowing them to become creatures that practiced the immortal way in advance. And immortal creatures. They've tried to ascend before. Blue and Purple soared to explore the path, but unfortunately the two did not go back, and only sent back the message that it was not the right time or the right place to ascend at the moment. Please do not ascend, and then disappeared. The tip of please do not ascend was what the creepy patriarch had sent back. Getting the news, the 5 great eccentrics resisted the idea of ascension and continued to cultivate the power of the immortal way, hibernating in the immortal passage. As time passed, even they had all reached the questioning realm, truly invincible in the Qianquan realm. They were disdainful of all creatures in the Qianquan realm. This time, when they ascended, in the ascension channel, when they faced the attacks of the Qianquan realm's sacred rank cultivators, they casually moved their hands to kill them in seconds, holding the Qianquan realm's sacred rank cultivators like they were handling mole crickets. With this kind of tactic, the eerie patriarch was confident that even if they reached the immortal realm, they would surely be able to quickly gain a firm foothold. Even if they couldn't wrestle with the giants of the immortal realm, they could still pin down the Qianquan realm ascendants. But what greeted them was endless facepalming, and now, it's even more crushed by an insect, or seconds. 5 weird inner depressions. They've never had a failure of this magnitude. It's always been about them winning. The immortal realm. It's really too scary. When the fallen black tiger saw the scene, that pair of almond yellow tiger eyes were incredible and shocked. The creepy patriarch. Just gone? In its heart, the 5 weird creatures. That was a symbol of invincibility. In the Ascension channel, the powerful one was almost psychologically disturbed when it was dryly knocked over with a slap in the face. And spare me such an invincible creepy creature. Actually, getting clipped by a praying mantis? And third brother's cultivation. So strong, the 7 steps of the reverse scale. It was actually able to knock the creepy beginner into immobility. 1 against 5. And still win. Is this for real? Black Tiger was very confused. Black Unicorn. When did it get so fierce? I remembered that in the Qianquan realm, the Black Chilan's cultivation level was about the same as my own. Now, he had actually reached a point where he could hardly even look up to himself. Immortal realm chance. So terrifying? Most of all, what puzzled him the most was that even such a powerful Black Chilan still seemed to be very jealous of that praying mantis. That mantis, how powerful is it? Looking at it, it's mediocre too. No fancy attack skills. It's the ability to beat the creepy beginner to death. The creepy patriarch was the psychological shadow of all cultivators in the Qianquan realm. Just lost today. Lost it all. The new ascetics, looking confused. Black Tiger, and those human ascendants. All of them were dumbfounded. At first, they had been thinking in their hearts, weird terror ascension. The cultivators of the Chinquan realm are going to be plunged into darkness. The life of the immortal realm is expected to be dark and dominated by weirdness. And now, their mental shadows, directly shattered. Turns out, creepy isn't unbeatable. It turns out, the creepy creatures that they felt were a horrible shadow in their hearts could be so weak. What kind of existence is that mantis? The new ascender said. What kind of existence? Li Qingxian shook his head. Just remember not to provoke. Even you guys can't beat that? Li Qingxian and the others, what kind of person am I that I can be compared to that kind of creature? It's terrifying. The most glorious battle I remember was when I passed a few moves at the hands of a mantis and retreated gracefully, said Li Qingxian. That's not much of a battle, either. However, it could actually be taken out by Li Qingxian, proving that this praying mantis was indeed terrifying. This immortal realm mantis is so terrifying. Could it be that he is the master of this region? Someone said. Dominator? Does he deserve it? The great Summer Sane Emperor was just about to explain when a hand was inserted from the sky in the dome of the heavens. Monumental. The hand looked like it was going to turn the world upside down. A sharp grab towards mantis. Flutter. The praying mantis is horrified at the sight of the large hand, fluttering its wings to escape. Who knew that the big hand actually pinched the body of the mantis at once? The mantis struggled desperately, but to no avail. As if it were a mole cricket, it was viciously pinched. What the hell is this? The black tiger, as well as the Chi Tian sage and the others, all revealed horrified expressions. 82. Horror version of the fairy world. True, out of this world. And what the hell is that? The new ascender was horrified. This hand, it's too big, and incredibly powerful. Even the mantis who had killed the creepy patriarch in seconds, even the unstoppable Li Qingxian, the black dragon, etc. All of them revealed a look of awe, of admiration. It was as if the pilgrims had seen the true God. That kind of look, the new ascended masters had never seen it on the faces of Li Qingxian, Black Dragon, and the others. These existences could all be the top category of powerhouses in the Chinquan realm. They are solitary in character. Look down on any living thing. There's me invincible. I'm the best. That's the kind. But, these existences, at the sight of the giant hand, surprisingly, looked so worshipful. It's like a fanatic believer meeting his Allah, the owner of that giant hand. Who in the world is it? The true master. He is coming, Li Qingxian said. Remember, do not provoke him, or else, I won't be able to protect you either. The black dragon admonished the black tiger. Even the black dragon submits to the owner of the giant hand? Doesn't fit his style. And, the black Kirin, the black phoenix, why did they also look in awe? This brother 3, isn't he an existence that is not afraid of the sky and the earth? He'd rather die than bow down? Why do they look so changed? You guys have changed. Where's your pride? Black Tiger was very confused. Looking at the black tiger's uncomprehending expression, the 3 fallen ferocious beasts, the black dragon, the black phoenix, and the black Qilin, expressed great understanding. What's that look? When you've been starved for a few days, you realize what it means to have a pride that is not worth 3 bites of food. It's not like we weren't arrogant in the beginning. What happened? The 3 fallen creatures remembered the fear of being dominated by food. Of course, hunger is not the key. The point is, it's okay if you don't eat. Your opponent is eating. And when he's done, he'll say, full, abusive fallen creature and go to bed. Then people you despise rub you on the ground and you can't do anything about it. Just like that. Just ask if you're proud of it. Out. Surely there is more to their reverence and worship than just the physical and spiritual. Also because of Sunan's character, charisma. He never treated the ascetics fairly, and gave them respect. Whether it was conversation, or daily interaction, the ascetics felt respected. Suning never takes the high ground. You guys are even trash. You do what I say. You disobey me and I'll get you and so on. Fallen creatures know this all too well. This was because when fallen creatures had contributed spatial treasures in the past, Suning hadn't forced them to do so. If there was only the threat of force, the ascended ones would not all be convinced. Pride is a rare thing. Still, there are those who hold on to the beliefs of their hearts. Some people will choose to endure humiliation. Some people will choose to recognize the time. Some people will choose to make false accusations, weak and yielding. And some people will have a proud bone, just and upright, even if they die. The faith in their hearts will be as solid as a rock. The reason why Su Ning had a special place in the hearts of the ascended masters was more than just force suppression. There was also charisma. Of course, force suppression is most important. You can only suppress by force. Only then will people be interested in sitting down and getting to know you and listening to your reasoning. It's also the only way to find the good in you. Slow to start. I actually got distracted and let it clip 5 ascendants to death. It's a shame. Su Ning shook his head helplessly. His voice was like thunder, exploding in the sky. It was only at this time that everyone looked up and took a serious look at the giant. Giants are very good looking. Su Ning stood in the sunlight, his huge body standing tall and straight, his smile bright, as if the entire world was lit up for him. His handsomeness didn't just lie in his appearance, but also in the sunny aura that radiated from the inside out. His eyes are filled with determination and kindness, making people want to get closer. He is always full of positive energy, and no matter what difficulties he faces, he can always maintain an optimistic and positive attitude. His kindness is like a spring breeze, and interacting with him is like basking in the warmth of the sun, which is incredibly comfortable. He was like a radiant sun that warmed everyone around him. This giant clearly wasn't as tall as one would imagine, but his presence gave one the feeling of covering the sky and suppressing everything. He's a fairy? The Ascended Ones were thrilled in their hearts. They had seen a true immortal. The unstoppable and bizarre creature was killed by Mantis in 3 or 2 seconds, while the terrifying Mantis was easily cupped by one of his hands. How powerful was this person? Really? Juggernaut? He's so sunny, so handsome. The Abyssal Phantom's eyes lit up. So tall, so big. How powerful is he? The Ascensionists were shocked. Not the one in the cage? Sunin shook his head. No wonder. Welcome, Immortal Elder. The Ascended Ones arched their hands. No need to be polite. You guys play. I'm going to go lock this thing up and use it as a chaperone for you guys later. Su Ning smiled. Many thanks, Immortal Elder. Li Qingxian and the others returned. As a chaperone? A world unrivaled immortal realm creature. Mantis. A creature that can exterminate the eerie patriarchs. To be captured just like this? To be reduced to a chaperone for the Ascended Masters in the future? The new Ascended Masters were amazed. This juggernaut seems like a nice guy. It was no wonder that the Ascended Ones who came to this world first were so powerful. Senior Immortal is the lord of this land. He has always been very humble, mocking himself as nothing more than a minor figure in the immortal realm. But then again, I think he's definitely a big shot on one side. His strength is unfathomable. How could he be an ordinary person from the immortal realm? From what I've observed, the Immortal Lord is more like a hermit and a tall person, although Immortal Elder is kind. But in this world, if you want to live, you have to rely on Immortal Elder, or else even if you're an ascended person, you'll starve to death. You must not offend. Li Qingxian and the others reminded. Starve to death? Cultivators are still hungry? And isn't it possible to go hunting when you're hungry? Someone was puzzled. Hunting. The Golden Crow Emperor looked at him like a little cutie, looking at the man as if he were. Don't say we strike you down. In this world, you can't even beat a mole. And you want to hunt? The terror of the immortal cultivation world is not something you can imagine. Scary? But I see this place. It's quite nice. Quite like a paradise. Someone looked around. The monumental mountains are staggered and the huts are leisurely scattered. Clearly a paradise. Where is the horror? Besides, isn't there an Immortal Elder in charge? Wow. While they were puzzled, suddenly, a black fog covered them, covering the sky. The immediacy of a black cloud over the city. The black mist had a cold aura, making people fall into the ice cellar, and even their bones were terribly cold. No, the soul trembles. That black mist emitted a thick, eerie aura that made people physically ill. This bizarre chi was nothing compared to the bizarre originator. The bizarre chi of the bizarre patriarch was not worth mentioning. Creepy. What a terrifyingly bizarre aura. The appearance of the two bizarre auras made the creatures here. All of them couldn't help but tremble. Even Li Qingxian and the others. Their faces were pale and under a lot of pressure. It's fear from the soul. There are actually newcomers. Great. This place will be even more lively from now on. Everyone looked up and saw two large, terrifying faces looking down on them. The ghost's face was extremely ugly, bloodless, all cracked, as if it had been torn and sewn up again. A pair of eyes, only the whites of the eyes. Miserable whites of the eyes. Even in broad daylight, it looked spooky. Roar. Suddenly, a beastly roar came. Shake the sky and move the earth. A tiger larger than the sky walks up and roars into the air. This tiger's roar nearly shook the new Ascended Masters to death. The Ascender's heart trembled. This. The horror version of the fairy world. Really, it's a paradise, isn't it? Seeing the horrified looks of the new Ascended Ones, Li Qingxian and the others were filled with smiles. See how you have never seen the world. You were so proud just now, weren't you? That's the best you can do. The real terror of the immortal world. You haven't seen it yet. 83. One of the rules of the fairy world, enter the house at night, or you'll be easily carried off if you catch a cold. The immortal realm. Just what kind of immortal realm is it? Don't talk first. Healing is important. Li Qingxian commanded everyone to heal the injuries of the new ascender. The Abyssal Demon Lord healed the Abyssal Demoness. Li Qingxian and the other ascended ones such as the Qi Tian Sage healed their wounds, while the Black Tiger was given to the Black Dragon and the others. In a short time, the new ascenders have stabilized their injuries and will not die again. Gobble gobble gobble. But after stabilizing their injuries, they were immediately faced with a problem. And that was hunger. The Holy Order is still hungry? People are incredibly. There's no need to be surprised. Saint ranks don't count for anything in this world. It's normal that one would be hungry. Li Qingxian said. Rumble. At that moment, Sunin went and returned, looking at the little people. There are a lot more little people at the bottom. On the side of the fallen creatures, more black tigers. On Li Qingshuan's side, there were more abyssal demonesses, Qi Tian saints, as well as Emperor Lac, Divine Ming, and Feng Badian. The more people came, the more the place became more and more lively. The addition of fresh blood shouldn't be so boring. Of course, what made Su Ning happy was that, after these villains came up, he himself could obtain many saint-ranked techniques that could strengthen the immortal techniques he cultivated, make him stronger. Thus, the more saints that ascended, the better it would be for him. It's a pity. There are 5 dead. Su Ning was helpless. At least 5 feats are missing. Elder Immortal, there is a problem to report to you. Li Qingxian arched his hand. Say it. Su Ning said. It's just that. They're hungry. So I'd like to ask Immortal Elder to give them some food. Li Qingxian said. Su Ning slapped his head. How could I forget about this? The Ascenders had come up with great exertion and needed to replenish their strength. Otherwise it's easy to starve to death. Little Peach, go get them a little something. Su Ning commanded. Peach nodded. Okay, turn and float away. Su Ning thought for a moment. Wait, no need to take the ones with too much nutrition. Just take some random ones, and remember to bring water. Jiang Xiaotao nodded with a cruel smile. Okay, I know. She was actually trying to smile amiably, but no matter how hard she tried, her smile was kind of creepy. No wonder it can scare the living daylights out of people. Terrestrial. Hearing Su Ning's words, the new ascended masters were a bit puzzled. What did it mean? Giving poor food? Li Qingxian could see their confusion. Don't think too much. It's not that Elder Immortal couldn't spare any good food with you guys. He's just afraid that you'll mend your deaths. Otherwise, not to mention general eating, even if it's a god-level terrifying existence like the Immortal Phoenix, its true blood is something that can be eaten until the body explodes. Not an exaggeration. You can really eat until you burst. The real explosion kind. Although they had heard about it, and had heard Immortal King Kana swing through some of the secrets of the Immortal Tao in the lower realms, they still didn't really believe it. What kind of food could prop up a holy rank? Sunin surveyed the little man underneath. Those who ascended up this time were actually more female than male. With the exception of Feng Badian and Sage Qi Tian, the Abyssal Demoness, Emperor Lac, and Divine Ming, all of whom were female, filling the void of more men than women in the ascension. That's how it's balanced. Jiang Xiaotao quickly returned. Just some buns. Who else? Meat and such. I don't suppose they could eat it. Sunin nodded and put the plate on the floor. Rumble. The new ascended ones were astonished for a moment. A plate. Was actually all this terrifying? It could be used as a supreme magic treasure in the lower realms. When Li Qingxian and the others saw the expressions on these people's faces, they thought of themselves back then. They also had this shocked look on their faces. Lament sth. Oh time. It goes so fast. Nostalgia. It's funny how you used to know nothing and have never seen the world. Now that I think about it, it's funny. It's also heartbreaking. At that time, if it wasn't for the Immortal Elder's patient help from the side, I'm afraid they would have long since become withered bones, either exterminated by the Immortal Realm's chaotic creatures or starved to death. The mass of dead bones around them was proof. They also grew more and more grateful as they looked at Su Ning's expression. Su Ning smiled and looked at the little man on the ground. Eat? If you think it's not enough, add more. New little people wonder. Just like that? Is it really full? It doesn't look good. But the smell. It does smell pretty good. In the lower world, they hadn't eaten in I don't know how long. Huffing and puffing. Someone flew over to the bun and took a bite. At once, his eyes lit up. Yummy. Melts in your mouth. Turned into the most refined power flowing throughout the body. Surprise. Is this the power of the immortal way? They felt that their bodies were immediately replenished. And their cultivation, which had been stagnant for a long time, was vaguely about to take a step forward. What a mammoth force. Whether it's a holy woman or a holy man. After the first bite, you basically don't keep up appearances. Taking big bites. Even the carnivore black tiger nibbled on it. Such a chance. No wonder Li Qingxian and the others have great respect for Senior Immortal. No wonder they're progressing so fast. their perception of Suning is deep or no, braced, can't eat anymore. I accidentally ate a little too much and my body couldn't handle it. The little people had only eaten a little and their bodies were glowing, as if something had gone out of them. Even though it's not the first time I've seen it, Sunin still finds it interesting. These little people, they're just easy to feed, easier than raising a chicken. Proper cock. It took a long time to refine it. Even some people were unable to refine it and needed the help of their seniors to solve the problem of their body's energy skyrocketing. That's when they really realized that it wasn't Suning being stingy. Rather, it's really too complimentary. A random bun is so complimentary. It's really the immortal world. That's the kind of treatment. Not to mention cultivating properly, even if you don't do every day, you can still progress very quickly. The new little people perceive a bright future ahead of them. Thank you, Immortal Elder, for your kindness. We can't thank you enough. Thank you, Immortal Elder. The little people arched their hands. Black Tiger had a very arrogant temper, not very submissive to Suning, thinking that even if you were an immortal, so what? Why should I be submissive to you? But after being fatally beaten up by the Black Dragon, Black Phoenix, Black Qilin, and others, he was finally honest. Suning didn't care. Routine operation. It was all the proud nature of the fallen ancient race. Let's introduce ourselves. Senior Immortal. I am the abyssal demoness of the abyssal lineage. Meet Senior Immortal. I am the sage of Chi Tian, Emperor Lac, Feng Badian, gods. They introduced themselves and saluted Sunin in unison. Seeing this, Suning waved his hand. There's no need to be polite. Since you're here, treat it like your own home. There's no need to be formal. If there's anything you don't understand, or if there's any taboos in the immortal realm or anything like that, you can ask your seniors. Around here, there aren't really that many rules. Taboo in the immortal world? Is it a rule of the immortal elders? In fact, the so-called taboos, the rules about Suning only account for a little bit. As for the others, just like don't go out of the range of the small tree, or else you're looking for death. When the temperature drops at night, you must go back to the hut. Don't wave on the roof, or else you'll easily catch a cold and get carried away. Don't eat blindly, or else you'll have a viral infection. You'll easily be sent away. And when you see creatures of the immortal realm, even if they're mole crickets, go around, or you'll be easily carried away. Never challenge immortal creatures alone, or you'll be easily carried away. It's all a lesson in blood. Sunin tapped his head. I forgot to ask about one thing. Have you seen King Kana in the lower world? Did he go to the lower world? Or did he have an accident? 84. I'm afraid the unlucky black unicorn has kicked a steel plate again. Kana Immortal King? At the mention of this, the newly ascended little people immediately rose in awe. Above that little face, it was all worship. The exploits of the immortal king of Kana. Fascinating. It is a symbol of invincibility and dominance. Above that small face of the new ascender was all worship. More respect than when looking at Sunin. Because of the short time of contact with Suning, Suning's strikes, though shocking, only caught a praying mantis. They haven't heard anything else. Kana Immortal King was a different story. He was in the lower realms, calling the shots. Strongly suppress all enemies. He even uttered the flirty words. First there was chaos and then there was heaven. And with me Kana there will be. It has fascinated countless practitioners. There had also been a time when one person had created many forbidden places all by himself, such as the Dark Hell, the hidden Hua clan. With a single hand, he shattered the Dark Hell and brought back the Dark Land that had not seen the light of day for countless thousands of years. The sun shines back into that earth. A man dressed in green enters the hidden Chinese clan and threatens those great horrors. All of you will waste yourselves, or I will send you on your way. Then, a move to shatter the secret realm. He is unstoppable across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, explaining the secrets of the immortal world to the world, opening up the path of immortality for the world, and being honored by the world. His prestige had even far surpassed the number 1 cultivator of the ancient times. Yi Linxiao became the first person the world knew, had seen, and deserved. It's the idol of I don't know how many people. King of the nations. When the little ascetics had finished telling these deeds, Li Qingxian, Black Dragon and the others looked at each other. That good? Sunin was also surprised for a moment. This King Kana really knows how to play. Quite interesting. Immortal King Kana is the number 1 in the ancient world. Sage Chi Tian's eyes were filled with blazing heat. The others also gave adoring looks. That look, it's not a fake, it's a real heartbreaker. King Kana left immortal legends in the lower realms. The others just laughed at that. Thought that King Kana guy was kind of funny and loved to act like a pussy. There was only one ascender who was unusually unbalanced in his heart. Then let the black unicorn. The Black Qilin was filled with suspicion. turned to amazement, shock, disdain, disgrace, great jealousy. I'm that good? I'm not even that pretentious. What makes you so? There was also chaos before heaven. And with me, Kana, there is heaven. Why don't you go to heaven? It envied King Kana too much for all this pussy he was putting on. Obviously King Kana was just the weakest of them all. But he went to the lower realms to put on a cool pretender like the Black Unicorn couldn't stand the thought of someone pretending more than him at all. The main thing is, it's okay for people who are better than him to pretend. But it's okay to hear people who aren't as good as him pretend so much. He can't stand it. Oof. What Kana immortal king? What with chaos before heaven? With me, Kana, there is heaven. What the first supreme being of the 10,000 ancients? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. He's just deceiving you people about your ignorance. The Black Qilin said with great disdain. Boom. The Black Unicorn finished these. The scene blew up. The new ascetics glared at him. The idol he worshipped was so insulted. It's really hateful. Oof. I think someone's on acid. If eyes could kill, the Black Qilin would have died countless times already. Seeing immortal King Kana create unrivaled feats in the lower realms. Enviously denigrating. Denigrating others doesn't elevate your own disciples. Instead it makes you look cheap. You're so strong. Why haven't I seen you go down to suppress the 10,000 ancients? Even Black Tiger hesitated for a moment and said, 3. That's what. I think immortal King Kana is really quite powerful. Not as weak as you make it out to be. He was also one of the saints who had once been suppressed by King Kana with the lift of his hand. That kind of terrifying means was still fresh in Black Tiger's mind now. Oof. A bunch of uneducated things. The Black Unicorn scoffed. The so-called invincible Kana King is but the weakest of our own existence. If he were here right now, I could defeat him with one hand. Oh no. One of my claws. You, arrogant. If immortal King Kana was here, he would have suppressed you with his hand. The Chi Tian sage was a loyal fan of immortal King Kana, and when he heard that his idol was being scolded, he immediately confronted the Black Qilin. Ignorant. The Black Qilin said disdainfully. Forget it. When he comes up, this seat will personally suppress him for you. You don't move like this. Suppress that. Are you strong? At this time, a voice couldn't listen to it anymore and stood out. It just so happens that there's nothing to do. Why don't we have a fight? The Holy Emperor of Dacia stood with his hands behind his back, walking with a dragon's footsteps. Seeing that someone had stood up for immortal King Kana, the mood of the new ascended ones was shaken, and their favorability towards the Great Summer Sacred Emperor skyrocketed. The Black Qilin frowned, then stretched. I'm not going to fight you. I can't beat you. He said it lightly. So you're not invincible either? Then what are you pretending? Oof. Only playing lip service. If immortal King Kana were here, she would definitely tear your mouth apart and make you still pretend. Yes. He obviously knew that Lord Immortal King couldn't possibly fight him and deliberately pretended. The Black Qilin was angry. Just because I can't defeat the Grand Xia Sacred Emperor doesn't mean I can't defeat immortal King Kana. Taking it down is still easy. Why do the strongest members of my clan need you to judge them? The Abyssal Demon Lord stepped forward. Come fight me if you don't like it. That's right. Being strong is not just about being strong in cultivation. It's also about being strong in personality. Immortal King Kana has great merits and virtues for the Qiankuan realm. That's being strong. There's no room for you to denigrate it, the Great Summer Saint Emperor said. Seeing that the 8 great saints of the ancient world were all speaking for immortal King Kana, the new ascetics moved. Finally, someone who understands the immortal King of Kana. Finally, someone gave him a voice. I can't stand to see the Black Qilin's face. When I am successful in my cultivation in the future, I will definitely blow him up. Let him crap. It's true that there are great merits, but I still say that he can't beat me. And that's a fact, said the Black Qilin. No matter what you guys say, I still say this. He's not as strong as me. You just know how to fight all day long, right? Then come. I'll fight to you for King Kana, Li Qingxian said. Seeing that Li Qingxian even spoke, the Black Qilin frowned. This guy was a psychopath. The ruthless man who dared to be the first to challenge the immortal mantis in order to practice his sword. I'm too lazy to argue, Black Unicorn said. Fellow Daoist Li, bullying no one in my clan, right? Just fight. Who's afraid of you? The Black Phoenix stepped forward and confronted Li Qingxian. The Black Dragon was helpless, and stepped forward as well. On Li Qingshuan's side, the Great Summer Sacred Emperor, the Kunlun Fairy, the Golden Crow Emperor, and so on, came up one after another. Eyes on another big battle. Rumble. Suddenly, the void shook again. It exploded. The Ascension Passage has appeared again. Newcomer Ascension? No. It's a familiar smell. Immortal King Kana. The new Ascensionists immediately recognized that it was Immortal King Kana in the Ascension channel, and Li Qingxian, the Black Dragon and the others recognized that it was the aura of King Kana. Sunin in the sky, huh? He's back? But the scent. The Black Qilin felt this aura and laughed out loud. Ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. It's useless to argue, now that he's up here. I'd like to see how he's invincible. King Kana, I'll be waiting here to abuse you, to show your admirers how you've deceived the world. The crowd had different expressions. Both were afraid that King Kana would be abused. Li Qingxian, the great Summer Saint Emperor, and the others had made up their minds. If the Black Qilin was going to make a move to insult the Kana King, they definitely wouldn't sit back and watch, and couldn't fight to start a war. On the other hand, Su Ning, who was above the celestial dome, froze after sensing King Kana's aura, and looked at each other with Jiang Xiaotao and the others face to face. Su Ning couldn't help but sigh. What a powerful aura. It seems that King Kana has had a great opportunity in the lower realms. Her cultivation has skyrocketed. I'm afraid that Black Qilin's idea of trying to punch Immortal King Kana in the face is going to come to nothing. It might even get slapped in the face hard. Su Ning thought. Passage. King Kana's aura was exceptionally terrifying. It was the most powerful Ascended One aura that Su Ning had ever seen. Even this aura. I'm afraid that it had already surpassed the perceptions of all the creatures present. Looking at the screaming black unicorn, this unlucky bastard seemed to kick a steel plate every time he pretended. Sunin doesn't reveal it either, and silently mourns for him for 3 minutes. Who made him talk angry? 85. It is good to see you again. Rumble. The void around the small tree was in turmoil. A bucket-sized ascension channel appeared. The black hole had a chaotic gas surrounding it, and it was so deep that it couldn't see the bottom, and the mouth of the hole was densely packed with cracks. Thunder and lightning. A huge chaotic astral wind was raging. A powerful sense of oppression. As if it was going to crush everything around it. It's so shocking. What is this? The Ascenders were horrified. This powerful feeling of oppression came from the black hole passage. Strong people who had ascended from the lower realms had yet to have this kind of aura appear. King Kana's breath. How is that possible? Could it be that? Bang! The Ascenders throbbed as an explosion went off again. Thumb-thick chaos divine lightning was densely packed. It's like a thunder pool. Like a light bulb. Even in the daytime, it's impossible to look directly at it. With a flash of white light, a great figure appeared. His upper body is a man and his lower body is a snake. The upper part of his body was clad in red tasseled armor, with 9 banners on his back, a general's cap, and a weapon in each of his 6 arms. A sword, axe, battle axe, hook and fork. It looks very amazing. It's King Kana. And, amazingly, he was a good deal taller, and the snake was almost as thick as an adult's arm. White light overflowed around them. It's like a god coming out of the immortal way. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're King Kana? How is this possible? The Black Kirin was dumbfounded, incredulously looking at the image of King Kana. It was completely different from what he had imagined. In fact, it wasn't just him. Everyone else felt that King Kana was different. Immortal King Kana was like a giant in their eyes. A lurid luster emanated from his body. How did he get to this level? The crowd was shocked. Immortal King Kana. Great. Finally seeing you again. When I was in the lower realm, I happened to hear you preach and remembered it vividly. I didn't expect to see you here. It's really emotional. Chi Tian Sage and other surprises. So it's you guys. You guys managed to ascend? King Kana smiled. That's very good. In this world, you guys have to cultivate yourselves well. Don't let the immortal elder down. Don't worry, Immortal King Kana. I will definitely live up to my promise. Chi Tian Sage and the others who had just ascended were all existences who had experienced Immortal King Kana's trip to the lower realms, and their impression of him was only 2 words. Invincible. They were convinced of Immortal King Kana. Even a fallen creature like the Black Tiger had a sense of submission that was difficult to speak of when facing the Kana Immortal King. It couldn't be helped. He was too stunning in the lower realms. Too overpowering. Black Qilin, what did you just say? If Immortal King Wakana is nothing more than the weakest, an unorthodox existence. You said that you were going to defeat him, and now that he's here, what are you going to do? Sage Chi Tian squeezed the Black Qilin with a smirk. The Black Qilin opened its mouth. Poof. It's just a bluff. I can suppress him with 1 claw. He's still talking tough. King Kana, do you dare to fight me? King Kana's eyes shone like light bulbs and smiled. Why not? It's just as well that I want to see what kind of realm I've reached. Humph. Let me break your illusion of invincibility. It's fine to act like a pussy in the lower realm, but when you come to the upper realm, if it's a dragon, you dish it out. If it's a tiger, you lay down on your back. The Black Qilin domineeringly said. The black dragon and black tiger on the side had ugly faces. Ha! The black Qilin realized that he had said the wrong thing and quickly compensated with a smile. He. Not you guys, don't mind. King Kana. Eat my reverse scale 7 steps. The black Qilin's body violently rushed towards the sky. Toward King Kana stepped. Rumble. With each step, there was a rumbling sound. King Kana looked away for a moment. Shallow smile. Bang. The lance in his hand pointed. A white light shot out. Rumble. Blasted on the black unicorn. The black Qilin was like a leather ball as it was rushed away by this white light and smashed hard on the ground. Smoke rolls in. Waiting for the black unicorn to lumber up from the ground. He blushed hard. Hesitate for a moment. Not really. I'm not ready. Again. The black unicorn was defiant. Charge up again. Black Qilin, I think you should just stop. You're no match for him. Su Ning kindly advised. No, I don't believe it. I can't even hold a mere Kana King. So what am I playing at? The black Qilin would not listen to advice. Su Ning shook his head helplessly and let him be. Rumble. Another move by King Kana. It still doesn't count. You haven't even finished using the 7 steps of reverse scale. King Kana smiled faintly. I'll wait for you to finish using it. That's what you said? Don't blame me if your head gets stepped on. The 7 steps of the adversary scale. The first step. When? King Kana didn't fight back, just defended. The giant sword was crossed in front of his chest. The black Qilin's feet wouldn't be able to step halfway out. Ha! Why it didn't work? Why is he so powerful? It's not scientific. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Step 2. When? Step 3. When? Step 7. Dang. After the 7 steps, King Kana did not move at all. Steady as a rock. In contrast, the black unicorn was so tired that he was about to collapse. What did you eat when you went to the lower world? Eat pig feed you. Why are you so fierce? Eating pig feed. This was something he had overheard Su Ning say to Silly Tiger, and he had learned it because he thought it was quite pushy. Pig feed. Must be a very powerful elixir. Even Silly Tiger was fierce and was complimented by saying, are you on pig feed? Can that pig feed not be fierce? The black Qilin secretly vowed that one day, it would be on Su Ning's side, to cheat some pig feed to eat. Touch. King Kana smiled without saying a word. The 6 weapons glowed in unison. Rumble. The beams of light all converged into one stream and violently struck the black Qilin. Shoo. The black Qilin's body was directly thrown away. Asterisk. You are so not at all polite. King Kana defeated the black Qilin and smiled. What? Convinced? He was quite happy inside. And now finally, revenge. Previously in the immortal realm, he had been provoked by the black Qilin. The problem was that the black Qilin only picked soft persimmons, and he was the soft persimmon, which made King Kana very depressed. Now it's finally coming out hard. I'm not convinced, even though I lost to you. But I'm just not convinced. The black Qilin's last stubbornness was to raise its lofty head. Although that head is a bit dirty, doesn't take away from his stubbornness though. Ha ha. King Kana laughed and didn't care. Leave him alone. Turn back. Looking deeply at Black Phoenix and Black Dragon, he said nothing. The Black Phoenix was naturally more arrogant. What? Want to fight me? You are no match for me, King Kana said faintly, looking away. Black Phoenix is furious, but opened his mouth and said no more. He knew in his heart that the current version of himself really couldn't beat King Kana. King Kana no longer paid any attention to the fallen ancients. Collecting his weapon, he arched his hand at Su Ning. Greetings, Immortal Elder. Su Ning smiled and waved his hand. There's no need to be polite. The eyes hesitated for a moment and sighed helplessly. Hey, you go catch up with your friends. Good. King Kana withdrew his hand and nodded. Facing the 8 saints. Gentlemen, it has been a long time since we have seen each other, and it is truly delightful to see each other again. 86. It's just a divine split. So where are you now? Congratulations. I didn't expect you to become so powerful after a trip to the lower realms. Congratulations, the great Summer Sane Emperor said smilingly. I originally thought that you mistakenly entered the lower realm. I'm afraid that you would miss out on many opportunities, and when you came back again, your cultivation would not be able to catch up. It seems we were overly concerned. Li Qingxian nodded. At first I thought you had been torn apart by the Chaos Dipper. It's good to see you're okay. The 8 saints hush. Thank you all for your concern. King Kana arched his hand. I mistakenly entered the void tunnel, and I did have a close call as well, but luckily I was fine and returned to the lower realm. Thanks to all of you. Wherever, it's you, King Kana, who has great fortune, the Golden Crow Emperor said. The 9 of them had a good time talking to each other, because all 9 had ascended up at the same time and belonged to the same camp. They had fought spiders, fought ants, gnawed bread, ate rice, drank chicken blood, Feelings run deep. Share the pain. The 9 saints exchanged pleasantries. The great Xia Saint Emperor said, "May I ask, if my Xia kingdom in the lower realms is alright?" King Kana said, "Fortunately, when I went, the situation in the Xia kingdom was indeed not optimistic, because you were gone, and the various countries around you, as well as the old ministers of the previous dynasty, domineering military generals, powerful ministers who had one hand on the world, and so on, were all lashing out, leaving your Xia kingdom in a state of internal and external trouble." The great Summer Saint Emperor's brows furrowed. "I knew I shouldn't have kept them, but you don't have to worry. I've taken care of it all for you." A slap in the face of those people, and to tell you the good news, among your descendants, there has appeared a person of amazing talent, whether it's cultivation talent, or power tactics, it's all amazing, no less than you. That one actually didn't let the Grand Xia collapse under the internal and external troubles of the imperial dynasty. That's quite rare. I gave her your inheritance, so maybe you'll meet each other in the future after she's ascended. Immortal King Kana said. The great Summer Saint Emperor arched his hand. Many thanks. Others have also asked if their forces are okay. Don't worry, it's all fine. Except, the Kana King hesitated for a moment. Ask the mountain is fine except for the fact that it's infested with another bizarre Dao. The questioning old man's brow furrowed. Trickster. It's him, said King Kana. I've already struck out to teach a lesson. Your own heirloom, however, can no longer be found. I don't know if it's extinct, or if it's in hiding. King Kana was helpless. Condolences. The old man who asked the question had an ugly look on his face. Senior brother. Senior brother. Are you that cruel? Refusing to live in peace? Okay. I'll remember that. The questioning old man heaved. There's nothing he can do about it now. By the way, this time when I came down to the realm, I brought you all gifts. King Kana said. What gift? Look, said King Kana as he opened his inner universe. At once a dojo appeared. Kunlun Dojo. Endless Sword Domain. Ancient Hall of the Great Summer Forbidden Zone. Seeing this, the eyes of the 8 saints lit up. It's all about one's dojo in the lower world. When they first saw the fallen ancient race take out their own immortal mountain, they were envious in their hearts, and they all regretted that they hadn't brought their own dojos up here, causing them to only live in thatched huts. Now seeing that the immortal king of Kana had brought them up, the heart was overjoyed. Thank you, fellow Daoist Kana. You have a heart. Very nice. The 8 saints received their respective dojos and placed them on the ground. Each one is exquisite and exudes an air of mystery. They placed themselves in the dojo and quickly entered it. Non-stop observation. Emotions are all over the place. There is a kind of homecoming. Emotions of going back to your hometown. Looking at the marks on it, there were some with moist eyes. These are the words I wrote when I was not yet a Taoist. Now and then, we'll cross over to the temple, and we'll step into the sky. This was engraved before my holy tribulation. If I come back, I'll be invincible in heaven and earth. And if I don't come back once I'm gone, then I won't come back once I'm gone. Many are searching for what they once were. It was as if the bullet that had been shot out of the chamber in the first place, after countless years, had struck them squarely in the center of the brow, to be able to see their homeland here. At this moment, they truly felt that this world was the real world. Only then did it really fit into the world. While the 8 sages were reminiscing about the past, King Kana flew in front of Su Ning. Senior Immortal, I've brought you a gift as well. Oh, Su Ning was surprised. King Kana actually brought him something. What is it? Wonder STH. What is it? This, smiled King Kana. A long hand was spread out. Countless points of light surfaced in its hands. It was as if the sky was full of stars, held in his hands. This is. Su Ning was surprised, looking pleasantly surprised. Feats. So many feats. All of them are saint-ranked feats. Yes, there shouldn't be anything in the lower realms worth Immortal Elder's thoughts. The only thing that I've collected are these feats. Immortal King Kana smiled. Relying on these merit laws, Immortal Lord should be able to raise his immortal laws to some level. Su Ning is happy. It's something he's missing. Thanks a lot. No need to be polite. Everything we have was given to us by Lord Immortal. This is nothing, King Kana said indifferently. A casual point on Su Ning's head. Subsequently, densely packed information about the technique appeared in his mind. 9 Heavenly Xian D Skill, 9 Heavenly Star Technique, 9 Heavenly Mysteries Technique, 9 Heavens Supreme Technique, 9 Days, Heavenly Emperor Technique, Heavenly Desolate Sacred Skill, Heavenly Tao Sacred Skill, and many, 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 many. It's all holy know-how. Su Ning accepted it. This gift of yours is too expensive. Appreciate it. No, no, No. Fairy Elder is overstating it. King Kana shook his head in a hurry. He glanced back at the 8 Saints Dojo, the fallen ancient race's immortal mountain range, and the new saints, Silly Tiger, the king of weirdness, Jiang Xiaodao, Shali, and everything around it. His face was despondent. AI. Finally, it dissolved into a sigh. Why sigh? There might be a chance to meet again. Su Ning said. King Kana was stunned. Elder Immortal. You see it? The 8 great saints, as well as the fallen ancient race. All of their creatures couldn't see the abnormality, but Su Ning could. But yes, it's normal for you to be able to see it, as you have your hand on it. Just now, when he asked me to catch up with the 8 great saints, he must have already seen it. You're in a soul state, said Sunan. Actually, yes, I already sensed it as soon as you appeared. You were separated from the main body, a divine sense only. This is not your true god, Su Ning said. Still can't hide it from the fairy lord. King Kana graciously admitted. What? Swish swish swish. Hearing this, the 8 saints, as well as the new ascended ones, and the fallen ancient race, all flew over. You're actually, just, a divine sense detachment? The Black Qilin was incredulous. Impossible. Your body is clearly so solid. And, your cultivation, obviously so strong. A divine sense. Where could it be so strong? Your divine sense bilocation is so strong. Then the main body? How strong it should be. Where are you now? 87. When you go over there, don't embarrass us. Third shift. Hearing that King Kana was only a divine sense bilocation, the ascended masters present were astonished beyond measure. I can't believe they didn't even notice a little bit. Thought King Kana was the true god, because he's so powerful. The atmosphere is too majestic. This kind of existence, how could it be a bilocation? The new ascender was also surprised beyond belief. Unbelievable. And the one who couldn't take it the most was the black unicorn. Impossible. You can't be a doppelganger. How can a doppelganger beat me? You couldn't beat me when you didn't descend to the realm. If you're a doppelganger, then where is your main body? Why don't you ascend? All mysteries, confusing for the ascended ones, unsolved. King Kana was silent for a long time, gathering her emotions. Then I'll talk about it from beginning to end. When I mistakenly entered the lower realm before, it was actually the trickster clan's trickery. They wanted to ascend, but didn't dare to. They could only keep testing to see if there was anyone alive in the immortal realm. And then they tested my location, and I was inadvertently sucked in by the void turbulence, and entered the tunnel. In the tunnel, I met the Weird One clan. They were also surprised to see me, and we started a big battle. Later on, you guys should be able to guess that I won. They were no match for me. However, they lived all year round in the Ascension Passage. They can run if they can't win the fight. And after they disappeared, I couldn't find them, and I could only stop there. No wonder at that time, every day, we could see people attacking the Immortal Dao Passage around the small tree. And at first, everyone only thought that it was because the cultivation of the beings in the lower realms was not good enough to open it. It turned out to be the Weird One clan frantically trying to test it out. After that, King Kana descended to the realm. And there was also void turbulence. It must have been the channel fluctuations caused by him and the Weird One's great battle in the channel. It all makes sense. I wanted to go straight back to the upper realm, but then I thought about it. It was hard to get there, so I went home to see. And by the way, to get rid of the mundane world, so I went down to the realm. After I went down to the realm, I did something that none of them are considered secrets. The newly ascended should know, so I won't say much. King Kana said. The hearts of the new ascenders shook. It turned out that the Kana Immortal King's descent into the world had this kind of secret. The experience was incredible. But, how were you able to become so powerful? The Black Qilin wondered. Because of the power of heart belief, spoke Sunan. Or, the power of merit. King Kana entered the lower realms and did many great things that were meritorious to the human race. And all the cultivators in the world were shocked and worshipped. The heaven and earth great Tao also thoroughly acknowledged this person who had great merit and virtue to the world. And so, he completed his evolution. Su Ning said. He felt it. Beneath the white light of the immortal king of Kana, there were countless thoughts, merit and faith. Ha ha. What Elder Immortal said is very true. I advanced because of this. Of course, it's also because the shackles of cultivation were broken in the upper realm, opening up the avenue of immortal cultivation. That's why. It's only possible to hold so much merit. If it was a lower realm being, even if they possessed merit, it would only be dispersed with the wind, unable to coalesce, and at most, it would only be a bit larger than a saint rank. King Kana explained. So that's it. The crowd dazzled, and the black unicorn is very envious. Nice guy, and just like that, you actually took off. Why wasn't it me who went down there? I also beat the creepy one into living. What about after that? Why did you only have the divine awareness branch come up here? Everyone asked the crucial question. After I was done with the mundane world and the outside world, I thought about ascending up. So I went to your dojos to pick up your gifts, and then ascended. The immortal king of Kana continued to explain. However, I have discrepancies in the ascension channel. When I ascended up, I took the wrong path. After walking for a long time, I realized that this isn't the path for me to return to this place. I'm perhaps going to another world, and I can feel it. That world, it's also quite strong. Although that sense of oppression isn't as terrifying as this immortal world's, nevertheless, it should be considered a powerful world as well, said King Kana immediately afterward. After I realized I was on the wrong track, it was irreversible. There was no coming back. There's nothing I can do. I can only continue on with the new saint. I don't know how long I'd been walking, finally just a foot short of the door to that world. I don't know why. Some melancholy. So I looked back to try to see the way I came. I used my divine sense to split to check it out. I found out that my fleshly body can't be banners, but by using my divine sense, sometimes with luck, it can come back. After many efforts, finally came to the normal passage. I split my divine sense again, and took all of you with me, wanting to return to all of you. And so, there was everything that happened now. The crowd was silent. So, the immortal king of Kana went to another world. Void passages, in addition to coming to this world, can also go to other worlds. And the one that gave everyone a new realization was, it seemed, besides the Chinkuan realm and the immortal realm, there were worlds. It seemed that there were worlds, but think right. There can't be only two life planes, can there? Hey, so you, that unknown world, I'm afraid, you're on your own, so be careful, not alone. I have many saint rank followers by my side, but, I'm just afraid I won't be able to take care of them. Immortal King Kana sighed despondently. Everyone was even more silent. If there were no accidents, I'm afraid that after this time, it would be difficult to meet with Immortal King Kana again. Everyone looked to Sunin. Sunin nodded. There's nothing to say. Just wait. I'll get you some presents. People don't know what Suning is going to prepare. Suning greeted Jiang Xiaotao and they went to the bazaar together to make a big purchase. It wasn't long before the van was filled to the brim. Pull the thing back near the little tree. This is food. 3 bags of rice. 1 bag of noodles. There's also several boxes of instant noodles. This is chicken blood. It's what you guys ate back then. This is freshly slaughtered live chickens. This is beef. This is pork. These are the 3 drops of blood from the silly tiger. Suning prepared sumptuous ingredients for King Kana. When silly tiger heard that it was his blood, he was filled with pride and had a look that it was my blood. So don't waste it. Besides the ingredients, I've also prepared some self-defense weapons for you. This is an insecticide. It's very powerful. You should be able to use it nowadays. But remember, you must bring protection with you. Never point it at yourself, or you'll die easily. This is a string of firecrackers. Small ones. They work when you light them up. They can blow up praying mantis, frogs, even snakes can be dangerous. This is the large firecracker. Remember, run when you use it. This thing can hurt even people from our world. That's right. This is a firework. It's very powerful, remotely usable. And this one, it's super invincible and powerful. It can bombard and kill the immortal spirits of our world. His name is called Detonator. It's used by old people to blow up mountains and fish in the past. Remember, when you use this, you must never, ever set a delay. And, stay away. Stay away. This thing, it can even blow up and collapse the big mountains on our side. It's so terrifying that even I'm afraid of it. See the range of the world tree on our side? It can blow up 100 times that kind of range, and more, so be careful. When Su Ning took out these items, the ascended masters present were stunned. Holy, 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 you still say you're just an ordinary person, but you actually always have so many terrifying cards. By the way, I don't know what world you used to be in, so I prepared a dragon spring sword for you that I bought from the internet. I used to find it interesting to buy it in passing, and now I'm giving it to you. Cold weapons are for self-defense, and I've also prepared many poems and songs from this world for you, as well as many modern film and music classics and so on. So if you used to be in the world of civics and entertainment, you can make a living by copying these as well. I've left an imprint on the method of use. Suning gave what he could. The ascetics were dumbfounded. Immortal King Kana was also dumbstruck. See, that's what you're talking about. You're a regular guy? You can get your hands on so many world-destroying treasures, and you still say you're an ordinary person in this world? Su Ning thought for a moment. You've been to the lower realms for so long. You should have collected and acquired many spatial treasures. These can be packed into your space. Thank you, Immortal Elder. Sunin paused. Go over there and don't embarrass us. 88. New World. Thank you, Immortal Elder. Okay. I know. I definitely won't disgrace the Immortal region. King Kana was in tears. Sunin told him to put his things away. King Kana put all of the ones Su Ning had sent into the storage space. Solemnly. These things are treasures to him. Each of these pieces, when placed in the world of villainy, is a rather bombastic existence. Hey, it's a pity that I can only get this stuff. If I have the conditions, I'll get you a pistol, grenades, potent bombs, and even missiles and nukes for these, said Su Ning, feeling a bit out of place. Ah, forget about the missile nukes. You could probably bury the whole world with that thing if you used it, but you probably wouldn't be able to run away. A weapon of annihilation capable of destroying the entire world? What kind of? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Forget it, the detonator will be used. This thing is very earthy, but the power is also okay. When the old generation of people in the mountainous area to open the road, to take the stone, will use this thing to blow up the mountain, but you must be careful. This thing cannot be easily attempted, unless it is absolutely necessary, and you should set it up in advance and run extremely far away, lest you be mistakenly injured. Su Ning emphasized once again. King Kana had a newfound appreciation for the detonator thing. 2. To summarize, extinction-level weapons. Okay, I'll be discreet, King Kana promised with conviction. This is his biggest asset. I don't have anything else to send from my side. That's all. I hope you go over there and everything goes well, Su Ning said. King Kana nodded. Good, Elder Immortal. I feel that. I have to go back as well. If I don't go back, this bit of my divine sense detachment will dissipate. Go on. Su Ning waved his hand. The heart does have a few partings. It's like the emotion of a mother's family finally marrying off their big girl. Fellow Taoists, I'll go back. You guys, stay. King Kana bid farewell to the 8 saints. Take care. The 8 saints nodded. After thinking about it, Immortal King Kana turned towards the Black Dragon and the others. Although we fight from time to time, we are still considered to have known each other for a while. Gentlemen, goodbye. The Black Dragon and Black Phoenix nodded. Fellow Taoist Kana, be careful in all things. The Black Qilin squinted its eyes. Remember, you can die in battle, but don't lose our face. If you can't hold out, then you'll be losing our immortal domain's face. If you disgrace our immortal domain, when we meet next time, I'll beat you to death. The kind that doesn't show any mercy. Ha ha. Don't worry. Immortal King Kana laughed, and laughed with the fallen one. Fellow Taoists and immortal lords, I'm leaving. Immortal King Kana looked at the land and sighed helplessly. I'll help you out. Su Ning finished. Boom. A fist smashed on top of the space channel. Bang, bang, bang. A few explosions later, that space channel was a few circles bigger. Many thanks to Immortal Senior. Immortal King Kana arched his hand. The might of his fist could actually be so terrifying. Originally, he had wanted to challenge Immortal Senior to see what kind of ground he had reached, but now that he thought about it, there was no need to do so. Immortal Senior person is unfathomable. He stood beyond the passageway and took one last look at those present before leaping into the black hole. Otherworldly scumbags. You, Immortal King Kana, have come to see if you can withstand the baptism of the civilization of the immortal world. Su Ning, 8 saints. New saint? I didn't realize that Immortal King Kana actually had this side. What world do you guys think? The one that Immortal King Kana went to, would it be? I'm afraid the danger of that world is not much weaker than the immortal world. Will he hold up? Bad luck. Su Ning looked at the entrance to the passageway where the Kana Immortal King had disappeared inside helplessly. AI. Let's just listen to the heavens. In the meantime, in the middle of the passage, a node in one of the life worlds, King Kana, who was sitting in the chaotic void, suddenly opened his eyes. It's really connected. His divine sense, with which he had some sort of connection, was able to sense that his divine sense detachment had come into contact with Su Ning and the others. But exactly what he did and what he encountered, we'll have to find out when the doppelganger returns. Lord Immortal King, why are you so agitated? Someone from the new saint inquired. These people, all of them, were ascenders who had followed Immortal King Kana and hoped for the Immortal King's shelter, and they had come here together with Immortal King Kana on the wrong path. Kana Immortal King's mouth smiled. It's nothing. So are we going in? The aura fluctuations over there seemed terrifying. Someone was worried. Immortal King Kana was not worried at this time. Wait a little longer. And so on? Waiting for what? The crowd's faces were thick with worry. But if the Immortal King of Kana didn't say anything, they didn't ask. Probably after a while, Immortal King Kana felt his divine sense detachment getting closer to this place. It's coming. Swish. Both eyes open. The saints do not understand. Confused, he looked at the Kana Immortal King. Swoosh. Until a figure appeared, causing the gods to stir. Is that new? A new ascender? Same as Kana Immortal King. No. Either a new ascender or the divine consciousness of Immortal King Kana. He's back. Everyone looked at the Kana Immortal King, who had a smile on her lips. Come on. Swish. That divine sense rushed in and merged with the Kana Immortal King. Bang. King Kana closed his eyes and felt it. The things about what the divine sense split had experienced were as if he had experienced them himself. So many supplies? And a lot of anti-personnel weapons, said King Kana, his mouth wide open, all surprised by what he had brought back. Thank you, Immortal Elder. The Kana King bowed through the air. He. In addition to bringing back things, since my divine sense once touched that world, it actually brought back a coordinate roadmap. This means that if something happens in the future, even though my real body can't get through, I can detach a divine sense and pass through this roadmap back to the Immortal Realm side to send a message. Immortal King Kana was very happy about this discovery. It seemed that he had gone to the right place by splitting his divine sense to search for the Immortal Lord. The saints looked at Immortal King Kana's surprised expression. Unsure. Why is he laughing so hard? Something's up? Lord Immortal King, what makes you so happy? A new saint asked. It's fine. The Kana Immortal King smiled. Let's go. Let's rush into this world and see whether this world is a divine realm, or a demonic realm. Yes. The new saint heaved. Rumble. The Kana Immortal King slammed the world barrier. A passageway came into view. Following. This world also appeared at the end of the passage. From here you can see that there is a special world. Outside the cave. You can see the tip of the iceberg of that world from the passage. The scenery of the immortal world is breathtakingly beautiful and mesmerizing. Auspicious clouds surround the world. And there are thousands of auspicious Cheonju buildings hidden in the clouds and mists. Exotic flowers and plants bloom everywhere, emitting a charming aroma. Immortal birds and beasts play in the forest, adding a bit of vitality and spirit. Clear streams gurgling, rippling water, reflecting the dusty fairy scene. The distant peaks tower into the clouds, like a screen of fairyland. In this magical world, everything seems so serene and peaceful, as if time has frozen. Is that the immortal world? 89. True protagonist King Kana, me. Opening with a detonator blast through the immortal world. That's the immortal realm. God. It's so choppy. The breath is so strong. There's a powerful Tao trace flowing. It's fiercer than in our world. If we can practice in this world, it will definitely allow us to progress. The new saint was pleasantly surprised. Immortal King Kana, go inside, a new saint said. Well, without any stops, Immortal King Kana nodded his head, and led the saints of the Qiankuan realm to rush into the new immortal realm. Seeing the new immortal world getting closer and closer, everyone's heart is pounding. Swoosh! Dozens of figures rushed into the new immortal realm under the leadership of Immortal King Kana. They rode in the air, looking at this magnificent dreamlike world, in a happy mood. Is this the immortal realm? I feel the aura of the immortal Tao. This world, it's just wonderful. Cultivating in this world, one can surely grow by leaps and bounds. The laws of the immortal Tao. I feel it. All the saints were excited. The air in the sky and the air in the ground is very different from the Qiankuan world. Obviously, this place was better than the Qiankuan realm. All people are happy to be able to reach the immortal world. Flying up is no more than that. It is not precisely for the purpose of coming here to cultivate the way. Feeling the breath of this realm is really mesmerizing. Only the immortal king of Kana was silent. Kana, immortal king, why are you silent? A new saint saw that King Kana did not look well, so he asked in disbelief. Swish swish swish. Before King Kana could reply, a group of people had come from all directions. They are all powerful and arrogant. The ascetics were then surrounded. Another new ascender. Very good, very good. The leader of the group was wearing a long green robe, with gloomy eyes and a cold smile, looking at all the ants. This time, Sovereign's immortal King Dan is considered to have landed. After waiting for such a long time, it is not easy to finally get the ascender. Someone laughed sarcastically. Ascendants. Their entire body is essence, which is a superior material for alchemy. The ascendants of the Qiankuan realm are treated like lambs to be slaughtered. The playful siege of the "Who are you and what do you want?" a new saint asked. What to want? My name is Qingyi Shangxian. This time I came is to guide you to my Xian Tian immortal palace as a guest. Qingyi laughed. Never a good thing. Just now, I heard him say that the immortal king pill has landed and so on. This is the desire to use the Qiankuan realm of the ascended person to refine the Dan ear. Qingyi Shangxian, we thank you for your good intentions, but we have always been free and diffident habitual, unbearable clan constraints. So, apologize. Apologize? This is not up to you all. The green-clothed immortal sneered with his hands in the air. Ascending to the Xiantian Immortal Palace territory is the private property of the Xiantian Immortal Palace. Take that! The green-clothed immortal commanded the people around him to remove the group of alchemy materials. The people of the immortal realm were all too cultivated to deal with. They could only pin their hopes on immortal King Kana. A pair of eyes looked towards King Kana. They knew that they hadn't thought that this immortal realm was actually so terrifying. Surprisingly, the ascended people were used as alchemy materials. And, listening to what the green-clothed immortal meant, as long as any ascended person came up, they would definitely be caught making pills. After an ascender comes to the immortal world, whichever region he goes to is the private property of that region. It was no wonder that the words of so many ascendant seniors passed back to the Qianquan realm were that they should not ascend. Turns out, it's horrible. It seems, you're their leader. Immortal king? Interesting. What kind of pig or dog dares to call himself an immortal king? Do you know that in this world? What kind of existence is an immortal king? You also deserve to be called an immortal king. Ridiculous. The green-clothed immortal said. Hey, said immortal King Kana, but it was as if he hadn't heard what the green-clothed upper immortal had said. Sigh. The crowd was unsure. This world, too, is so dangerous. It is a pity. This seed originally thought that there was only one immortal realm. After returning to the lower realm, I even taught the saints with the insights from over there. I thought that those who took the lead in ascension have already been killed. My fault. Kana immortal king guilt. Hearing this, a new saint frowned and inquired of Qing Yi. Qing Yi, how are the ascended ones who ascended from the Qianquan realm doing now? Yeah, what did you do with them? Qing Yi laughed lightly, as if looking at a mole cricket. In reality, ascended masters were mole crickets in front of him. What happened to them? Poof, you guys go with me, don't you know? The green-clothed immortal sneered. Don't want to explain to these people. Take it down. Swish, swish, swish. The surrounding immortal realm creatures rushed up to tackle the ascender. Qing Yi laughed contemptuously. You'd better not struggle, or else you'll be worse off than dead. Hee hee. A waste of a mere immortal hidden layer, and a bunch of trash from the questioning realm. How dare you pretend to be a bully in front of me? Immortal King Kana's face was gloomy. The green-clothed immortal had an ominous feeling when he heard this. How does he know all this? Go! He took it personally. Bang! King Kana's arm flicked up. A powerful force fell from the sky. It smashed into the green-clothed upper immortal. Bang! Click! The green-clothed upper immortal's body shattered. No! How is this possible? Ascended one! How could there be such a terrifying existence? No! Impossible! The green-clothed ascended immortal was horrified as he felt the oppression from King Kana. Don't kill me! I'm a disciple of the Xiantian Immortal Palace. You killed me. Put! He hadn't finished. The immortal king of Kana silenced him with a raised hand. Noisy! The Kana immortal king gave the man a disgusted look. When the other immortal realm creatures saw the scene, they stared incredulously. The green-clothed immortal. Just like that? Or was it slapped to pieces by a creature from the lower world? How is this? How is this possible? The ascended ones in the lower realms. Aren't they weak? Not humanoid consumables. You also die. Rumbling. King Kana's body moved in a killing spree. In the blink of an eye, they killed the immortal realm cultivators who had surrounded them. In the vault of heaven, blood rains down. Total extinction. Immortal King Kana stood in the celestial dome, like a six-armed god. Seeing this scene, the new saints stared wide-eyed. Immortal King Kana, too powerful. It's worthy of you. Immortal King Sama, if it wasn't for you, we'd all be captured for alchemy. Immortal King Kana was actually grateful in her heart. It was fortunate that she had ascended to Lord Sunan's part of the immortal realm first. If she had come here at the very beginning, she would have long since been captured and taken to refine pills. The Tao marks of this world are very powerful, but compared to Fairy Elder's side, it's quite a bit weaker again. It seems like that world of Lord Immortal is a higher realm above the immortal realm. King Kana felt the Tao of this world and muttered. Shoo! He reached out and detained the soul of the green-clothed immortal, directly performed the art of soul-searching. Immortal King Kana, what do we do now? A new saint asked. The Xiantian Immortal Palace seems to be an overlord on one side of the immortal realm. I'm afraid that they won't let up after we've killed their people. Won't stop for good? The Kana Immortal King's face was grim and terribly gloomy. To dare to actually take my Qianquan realm's living beings to refine pills. I won't let them go until he stops. Since that's the case, then don't blame me for being impolite. Overlord of the Supreme Immortal Region? Let's see if you can stop the bombardment of my detonator. Immortal King Kana was very angry. Elder Immortal, I will never weaken your name. Dare to touch the living beings of my Chinkuan realm. What a Xian Heavenly Immortal Palace. Let's see if I don't blow him up. 90. Xian Tian Immortal Palace. Right? Immortal King Kana is here. Why don't you come and kneel to greet him? The Xian Tian Immortal Mountain towered over the clouds and mist, as if it were a mysterious fortress standing between heaven and earth. Immortal Mountain's architecture is magnificent. Brilliant. Pavilions and pavilions are staggered. Beautiful. The palace is surrounded by exotic flowers and plants in full bloom. Fairy atmosphere. Like a dream. There is a 9-story immortal palace standing on top of the Immortal Mountain, surrounded by clouds and mist. Immortal cranes flying. And there are even dragons walking and tigers whistling. And the vermilion bird and phoenix chirping in unison. I also wonder if it's a purebred true dragon and immortal bird. Swoosh. Between the clouds, there were cultivators traveling in the air, going in and out of the Immortal Palace. Those cultivators each had a powerful aura. Their faces had a sense of transcendence. And they were lonely and arrogant, as if they were masters from above. The scenery within the Immortal Palace was even more mesmerizing. Huge jade pillars stood in the palace, which were beautifully carved and emitted a warm glow. The walls were inlaid with gemstones and night pearls that glittered and illuminated the entire palace. There were also crystal clear streams and tranquil lakes in the palace, the water rippling and reflecting the magnificent scenery of the Immortal Palace. In the depths of the palace, there was a mysterious garden in which rare spiritual flowers and immortal grasses grew, emitting an enchanting fragrance. There were also strange birds and beasts in the flowers, either flying or playing, adding a touch of vitality and mystery. The power of the Xian Tian Immortal Palace did not only lie in its magnificent appearance, but also in the mysterious power it contained. Here, it was as if time could stop, and everything seemed so serene and mysterious that one couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Deep within the Immortal Palace, there was a tranquil lake. A white-haired old man sat barefooted in the middle of the gazebo, next to a reddish-colored low table with magnificent colors surging, which appeared to be absolutely extraordinary. A tray of fruit was laid out on a low, ruddy table. The fruit variety is unknown, showing a vermilion color, crystal clear, with an attractive fruity aroma. Immortal goods. The white-haired old man was fishing with a fishing rod in his left hand, while his right hand was pinching vermilion-colored fruits like grapes, staring intently at the surface of the lake, occasionally stuffing a fruit into his mouth. He was focused and excited, as if he was doing something extremely serious. The palace master of the Xian Tian Immortal Palace, Huangfu Jinxiong, the supreme existence of the Xian Tian Immortal Domain. The first. He had lived for endless years, and had been mighty for who knows how long. Behind the gazebo, there was a group of not-so-young cultivators standing respectfully, not daring to disturb them in any way. Don't look at them goons. Those people's breath was majestic. If they were to walk out of the Xian Heavenly Immortal Palace, they would all be at the level of a big brother, an existence that could make the world tremble when they stomped their feet. It's at that level where an idle person would explode just by looking at it. And at the moment, they were quiet, not daring to make a single sound. The white-haired old man looked on as if he were nothing, concentrating on his fishing. Put. I don't know how long it took for the fish to move. The silent lake rippled. The white-haired old man's eyes stared, revealing surprise. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. The people who were waiting behind him were also wide-eyed, nervously watching. Swish. The lake's drift slammed into the water, and the tiny line tightened for a split second. It makes a zippy sound in the air. There was great joy in the angler's eyes. Pa! Throwing the fruit in his hand casually. This fruit was an immortal product. In the eyes of an ordinary cultivator, he didn't know how many ripples it would cause, and yet he had abandoned it. Hands slammed on the fishing rod. The resilient fishing rod was bent by the monster pulling it from the lake. Wow! The line jerks left, right jerks right, forward, backward, struggle like crazy. Oof! Little thing, quite tenacious. Then I'll see how far you can go. The old man stood up and stomped on the fence with one foot, bending his body, and pulling it backward. Patriarch mighty, patriarch brave. The group of big men behind them dared to speak out when they saw the silence of the lake broken by their prey. Zip! The fishing line keeps stretching. Pa! Suddenly, it snapped in response. The white-haired old man's body stumbled, almost unsteady, with the line disconnected. Those ass-kissers behind the gazebo immediately closed their mouths, not daring to make any more noise. There was a terrible silence, and the white-haired old man's face was horribly gloomy because his prey was off the hook. Oof! There really isn't a single bit of smoothness. The white-haired old man snorted coldly. The people behind the gazebo lowered their heads when they saw the scene. Silence! Pa! He dropped his fishing rod. Drawing a handkerchief from his pocket, he wiped his hands. You guys mean to say, my immortal pill medicinal materials escaped? and caused our Xian Tian Immortal Palace to lose quite a few people? The white-haired old man said indifferently. Flop flop. The cultivators behind the gazebo were all chilled. Kneel down in droves. Buckle your head against the ground. Don't dare lift it halfway. Please forgive me, Palace Master. We have failed in our duties. Please forgive me, Palace Master. Oof. Humanoid medicinal herbs are important. It's about this seat's big plan for promotion. However, the reputation of the Xian Heavenly Immortal Palace is also very important. If the other old men knew that our Xian Heavenly Immortal Palace was actually harmed by a humanoid medicinal herb from the lower realms, I don't know how many years they would have to laugh at us, the white-haired old man said indifferently. The face was ancient. However, the cultivator kneeling on the ground was trembling. They all know the tactics of this. If he is upset, the consequences are unimaginable. This was the oppressive feeling of the master of the Xian Tian Immortal Palace. As you all know, I care about reputation. The white-haired old man returned to the low table and sat down, putting down the paddle in his hand and once again picking up a fruit and putting it in his mouth, chewing and swallowing. He seemed so harmless, yet incredibly intimidating. The cultivator behind the gazebo buried his head even lower. This time, whose ministry did not do their job properly? The white-haired old man asked indifferently. Put. There was a bearded man sweating profusely and kowtowing in terror. My subordinate knows the mistake. My subordinate knows the mistake. Give my subordinate a chance. My subordinate will definitely take care of this matter, or else my subordinate can die in thanks. The bearded man kowtowed as if he were pounding garlic. He knew that death was better than being played to death by this pervert in front of him. Alright, at the loss of you being called the strongest tough guy in the Xian Tian Immortal region, look at what you've become now. The white-haired old man ate the red fruit indifferently. One day. I'll only give you 1 day. 1 day if you can't handle it. The big man was surprised. Thank you, Lord Palace Master. Thank you, Lord Palace Master. The bearded man was as if he had been pardoned. My subordinate will definitely do it. Definitely do it. Go on. The white-haired old man gently waved his hand as if shooing away a fly. Yes. The man slowly backed away. The white-haired old man looked back at the calm surface of the lake. This set of fishing gear is really wasteful. It seems it needs to be replaced. Order someone to go down and exterminate the clan that built this set of fishing gear. He decided the fate of a clan with a light touch. It was as if living beings were beasts that could be killed at any time in front of him. Rumble. Just then, there was a sudden explosion in the sky. Thunderclap. Xian Tian Immortal Palace, right? I've heard that you're looking for us. Jianquan Realm Immortal King Kana is here. Come out quickly to kneel and greet us. A voice as loud as thunder broke through the air and resounded through the heavens. Lord of the Xian Tian Immortal Palace? Interesting. He was stunned for a moment, before a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. 91. Turtle shells versus detonators. How many years? It has been an unknown number of years since someone finally dared to break through the Xian Heavenly Immortal Palace's mountain gate. The last time this kind of thing appeared, it has been an unknown number of years ago. The white-haired old man smiled gently. Palace Master, let me go and finish them off. There was a man with a medium appearance and slightly chubby appearance who volunteered to help. There's no need. I want to see how a human medicine that can exterminate my clan's disciples is like. Whether he can struggle some, or our Xian Tian Lake's mutated human medicine can struggle. Tada! He took one step. The Dao flower under his feet was brilliant, and a golden avenue extended from his feet, all the way to the sky. As the white-haired old man took one step, his head full of white hair actually shone black. The body also changed from old, reverse-like, to young. Clothes are flowing and the look is superior. That's what the white-haired old man really is. He always liked to dress his body in an old-fashioned way. The man in the sky of Genghis Khan, the creator of the Xian Tian Immortal Palace. Immortal Dao giants who have lived for countless years, suppressing the Xian Tian Immortal domain for an unknown number of years. Above the vault of heaven, Immortal King Kana and the others flew in the air, overlooking the entire Immortal Palace. When they saw the 9 Immortal Palace, their gazes were all shocked. This is the fairy realm. Too much splendor. King Kana's face was ancient. He had just seen this magnificent sight, and was also a bit surprised and shocked. But on second thought, all external objects were just passing clouds. What was there to care about? Only the inner splendor is really splendor. Immortal King Kana is here. Why doesn't the Xian Heavenly Immortal Palace quickly come over and kneel to greet him? A sage said. Kana Immortal King. To be honest, saying that so arrogantly made him feel a few moments of embarrassment in his heart. Perhaps it was because he had followed Su Ning's kind of Buddhist nature for a long time. He was quite embarrassed about things like pretending, especially this kind of pretending that had no technical skill. With a voice like that, it makes it sound like I'm a villain. Rumble. Not long after they opened their mouths, A splendid avenue was laid out from the depths of the Xian Heavenly Immortal Palace. This is the Immortal King walking? What a row! Immediately afterward, a barefooted being with good looks and an ethereal aura stepped from over there. Swish! With just one step, he stepped in front of the crowd. His clothes were flowing, and his aura was as light as an immortal's. The corners of the Xian Heavenly Immortal Palace's mouth contained a smile, like a spring breeze, and with his hands behind his back, he lightly paced in the void, sizing up the crowd in the Qian Kuan realm. You are the ones who killed my Xian Tian Immortal Palace disciples? He said softly. It doesn't look all that great. Everyone understands that this person is a big deal. Even if he wasn't the lord of the Xian Heavenly Immortal Palace, he was still a senior member of the Xian Heavenly Immortal Palace. Are you? Inquired King Kana. Well said. I am the lord of the Xian Heavenly Immortal Palace, the Heavenly Yuan Immortal King. The Heavenly Yuan Immortal King said. Swoosh! As the Heavenly Yuan Immortal King appeared, other Xian Heavenly Immortal Palace executives, as well as disciples and so on appeared. A giant shouted, bold, seeing Immortal King Tian Yuan and still not bowing. Do you know that by committing a mortal sin, even on the way to reincarnation, you will be punished by the 9 heavens in thunder? Immortal King Kana looked at Immortal King Tian Yuan and nodded. So you are Immortal King Tian Yuan. Hey, he sighed. Why is fellow Taoist sighing? Immortal King Tian Yuan asked. I just didn't expect that the pusher to be so big. The being that occupies such an immortal palace would actually be this weak. Well, I'm disappointed. Immortal King Kana said. He had really thought that the master behind such an arrogant and domineering clan must be incomparably powerful. Even he had been prepared for the other party to be a giant similar to the immortal grandmaster. Whoever thought it would be so weak? It's really worrying for nothing. The Tian Yuan Immortal King frowned slightly before unfolding. You're very good. It's been a long time since anyone dared to taunt this seat like this. You're pretending you know. The Kana Immortal King spread his hands. Since you're the lord of the Immortal Palace, there's no need to talk nonsense. Die! The Immortal King of Kana struck out. Griffin! How dare the light of a glowing fire compete with the white moon? Immortal King Tian Yuan said. Boom! But soon he sensed something was wrong. The Kana Immortal King rushed forward. 6 arms unfolded, each armed, killing the Heavenly Yuan Immortal King. Immortal King Tian Yuan carried one hand behind his back, still wanting to use his other hand to flick his sleeve and send the small flying. But, palm! His attack wasn't even a breeze to the face. With a single swipe of his sword, Immortal King Kana cut off Immortal King Tian Yuan. No, it can't be. The Tian Yuan Immortal King's bland face was finally shocked. Impossible. How could you? How could an ant from the Qinkuan realm have this kind of strength? The Tian Yuan Immortal King, who was broken into 2 sections, was incredulous. At this moment, the cultivators of the Xian Heavenly Immortal Palace were astonished, unbelievably looking at the scene in front of him. That lower realm mole cricket, actually, injured Immortal King Tian Yuan. That's not even damage. It's clearly cut into 2 sections. My god, I've never seen a Tian Yuan Immortal King get injured before. This mole, what's going on? They are broken in 3 ways. The griffins of the Qinkuan realm. Aren't they all human medicine? The strength was very weak, and he also possessed a rare Taoist aura. It's top quality for making medicine. They had never thought that the human medicine of the Qinkuan realm could be so powerful. It was actually comparable to the Immortal King giants. Swish! The Tian Yuan Immortal King's flesh reorganized and reformed. He blushed hard. You, put. But before he could finish his words, he was churned into 7 or 8 pieces by the 6 weapons of the Kana Immortal King. Xian Tian Immortal Technique. Rumble. 10,000 colored clouds filled the sky, rushing towards the Kana Immortal King. Above the dome of the sky, the screen was filled with brilliant Tao-killing lights. Shatter! The Kana Immortal King lashed out, his immortal aura vibrating around him. Those splendid immortal lights. But it was like a mouse meeting a cat, not at all at the same level. They have dissipated. Impossible. There is absolutely no such law in the lower realms. You, who exactly are you? The face of the lord of the Xian Heavenly Immortal Palace changed drastically. Where was he still in his calm and self-assured demeanor? You want to know? I won't tell you. Immortal King Kana laughed. Suffer death. Immortal King Kana charged forward violently. Rumble. The lord of the Xian Heavenly Immortal Palace erupted with great terrifying immortal Tao might. Countless killing machines filled the surroundings, and the contacts dissipated. No distinction between enemy and self. Swish! Immortal King Kana protected the new sacred regiment with one hand and killed Immortal King Tian Yuan with the other. Boom! Even though he had exploded his great terror cultivation, Immortal King Tian Yuan was still blown away by a single blow. Immortal King? Anything can be called an Immortal King? Oof! Ridiculous! There's only one Immortal King in this world. And that's Immortal King Kana. Even though he's carrying the Ascended One's tiredness in one hand, he's still invincible in the world. Crushing you, Immortal King Tian Yuan. A new saint roared. Kana Immortal King. These words reached the ears of all the Shin Tian Immortal Palace cultivators, but they exploded. It's crazy. But, it's really grippy looking. Swish. The Heavenly Yuan Immortal King was worthy of being an old monster and actually hadn't gotten on yet. At this point, in this heaven and earth, one can be reborn by dripping blood. But this time, after he reorganized his body, he didn't fight the Kana Immortal King again. Instead, he ran without looking back and fell within the Shin Tian Immortal Palace. Immortal King Kana wanted to give chase, but it was blocked by a force. When a huge turtle shell appeared, protecting the Heavenly Yuan Immortal King and the others within it. The Kana Immortal King continuously pounded and used all his strength, but he actually couldn't break it. This scent is so familiar. It seems to be the flavor of the immortal realm of the upper realm. The Kana Immortal King was surprised. It was the remains of a creature that belonged to Lord Sun inside. No wonder it was so powerful. In this world, there was actually such a magic treasure. Feeling the impact of Immortal King Kana, Immortal King Tian Yuan's heart trembled. This person, his cultivation level was at least one realm higher than him. Luckily I have the turtle shell formation. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Oof. I admit that you are very strong. However, trying to break open this thing, you are not worthy of it. This seed is right here. What can you do to me? The Heavenly Yuan Immortal King said. You're a disgrace. Just now you were all high and mighty, pretending to die, but now you're hiding in a turtle shell and clamoring. Ridiculous. Don't use provocation. I'm not falling for it. If you're capable, you can blast open this formation. The Kana Immortal King hesitated for a moment. When he first came here, he had wanted to use his biggest card, the detonator, to blow up the Xian Tian Immortal region, but now that he thought about it, wasn't it a bit of a waste? The Xian Heavenly Immortal Domain is worth using an extermination weapon? Immortal King Kana, you come and take a look. Suddenly someone cried out miserably, as if they had encountered something horrifying. Immortal King Kana abandoned Immortal King Tian Yuan and flew away, going to the Xian Tian Lake. King Kana's head was dizzy when he saw the scene under the lake. He almost fell down. Immediately afterward the eyes were glazed over. The scene was too gruesome. Looking towards the Tian Yuan Immortal King side. Originally, I still wanted to let you guys go. However, you actually harmed my Qian Kuan Realm's cultivators into this miserable state, and fed them in the lake as prey. When he touched the Qian Kuan Realm cultivators detained under the lake, he instantly understood everything. At this moment, the Kana Immortal King burned with rage. Turtle shell formation is it? Someone, rescue my fellow Qian Kuan Realm members for me and then leave this place. Project. The Kana Immortal King silently pulls out the detonator and lights it. The Xian Heavenly Immortal Domain will be destroyed. Just for today. 92. Blowing up the Xian Tian Immortal Domain. Clueless Tian Yuan Immortal King. In the middle of the Xian Tian Lake. Pantheon. Bottomless. A single fish-like humanoid monster roamed through it. These monsters had huge bodies, were violent and bloodthirsty, with dense wounds on their bodies and countless bloody fissures in their mouths. Half human, half fish. The eyes are only primitively animalistic and devoid of humanity. It looks as if a demon crawled out of hell. They weren't monsters, they were all ascended beings from the Qian Kuan realm, being fed special pills by the Xian Tian Immortal Palace. His strength skyrocketed. But this growth is abnormal growth. It will cause a man to lose his human form and gradually become a beast. The Xian Tian Immortal Palace obviously didn't care about this. They just wanted to bring out all the medicinal properties of these people's medicines. The role of the Qian Kuan realm ascendants was to become alchemy materials. Oh, and there's another role. That is, to become a fish in the lake for the Lord of the Xian Heavenly Immortal Palace to fish and entertain for pleasure. This behavior, it's insane. When Immortal King Kana and the others saw the miserable state of the cultivators of the same realm, they were furious. When looking at the Xian Tian Immortal Palace, it was no longer a mere hostile relationship. It was a hateful hostile relationship. Hate to tear off their flesh and blood one bite at a time. The Immortal King of Kana saw this, incredibly shaken. Even the heart that wanted to spare the Xian Tian Immortal Palace was completely extinct at this moment. A detonator blowing through this domain is a waste? No waste. Just right. Wow. King Kana raised his hand and drew the Qian Kuan realm and the lake out of the water. The forms of those mermaids, too brutal, miserable. Those who watched, all had tears in their tiger's eyes. The Xian Tian Immortal Palace's methods were too unconscionable. Take them away. Immortal King Kana said indifferently. It's Immortal King Kana. The new saint of the Qian Kuan realm knew that Immortal King Kana had moved to true anger. Swoosh. The Ascended Ones present quickly disappeared as the Immortal King of Kana gave the order to leave. Wait for everything to be quiet. King Kana slowly floated above the turtle shell formation, quietly looking down. He hated the people of the Xian Tian Immortal Palace. Scum! Damn it! King Kana said faintly. Hate to the core. There is no expression of anger. Immortal King. His eyes, they're terrifying. Why does my subordinate feel an ominous premonition? Why don't we rush out? The Xian Tian Immortal Palace elder who was hiding in the turtle shell spell formation opened his mouth. The eyes that looked at the Kana Immortal King actually had a bit of fear in them. Seeing this, the Tian Yuan Immortal King was disdainful and spoke faintly. What are you afraid of? This immortal turtle magic artifact is an immortal treasure that flowed out of the ancient land of chaos. Even an immortal ancestor-level powerhouse can't break it. Do you guys believe that he can break it? Kana Immortal King. Hate it. Hate all you want. The more you hate, the more I enjoy it. I love it when you're like you hate me and can't kill me. The Heavenly Yuan Immortal King couldn't get any favors in the battle and wanted to find some presents at this point. The inhuman, ghostly appearance of the Ascended Ones in the Qianquan realm was caused by me. So what? Do you need me to describe it to you? I fed them tonic medicine. Refined them into human fish for me to fish. The kind of fish that they starved for many days, but had no food and couldn't escape from Xian Tian Lake. In order to survive, they could only endure the pain of eating my fish bait. Every time they filled their stomachs, they had to endure being hooked into their lips by the fish hooks. The way they struggled under my fishing line was wonderful. When it came to this, not only the Qianquan realm cultivators, but even the Xian Tian Immortal Palace cultivators' hearts would jump, because disobedient Xian Tian Immortal Palace cultivators would also be made into mermaids and tortured. That was why the people from the Xian Tian Immortal Palace were so afraid. Of course, although this pervert's methods were cruel, as long as you didn't make any mistakes, the things he gave were naturally not stingy. Thus, even if it was very dangerous to follow him, there would still be a large number of people who would follow him and hang out. Is it hard for you to hear that? But, so what? It makes me happy to see you having a hard time. However, on the Kana Immortal King's face, no emotional fluctuations could be seen. It seems like you're confident in the turtle shell formation, said Immortal King Kana calmly. You think being powerful allows you to wreak havoc on living beings. You think being powerful allows you to do whatever you want. You're really pretending. The corners of the mouth of the Lord of the Xian Tian Immortal Palace rose, isn't it? I have seen an existence countless times more powerful than you, and he did not ravage the living, and I've never seen him pretend. You think your turtle shell formation is hard, but actually, someone can blow it up with one punch. It is that kind of existence that has never pretended like you. Hey, forget it. Who are you to compare yourself to that one? Compared to him, you don't even have the qualifications to appear before his eyes. Lord of the Xian Tian Immortal Palace, don't blow it. Someone can break my turtle shell formation with one punch? I don't believe it. There are no such people in this world. You'd better break it first. The Heavenly Yuan Immortal King thought that he could rest easy by hiding inside. He resumed his blandly civilized appearance. Incorrigible. The Kana Immortal King shook her head. Seeing that the detonator fuse was almost burned, a hand dropped it. Zip. The firewire is smoking. Immortal King Tian Yuan had a bad feeling. Rumble. Detonator explosion. The sky is falling and the earth is cracking. Even the void exploded into chaos. The destructive force is centered on the detonator explosion, spreading out in all directions. The emptiness, broken by inches. Carry STH. An explosion, like a blooming flower of flame. Extremely magnificent. Under the blast, everything is annihilated. The turtle shell formation is invincible. Absolutely invincible. Actually, at the moment of the explosion, cold sweat was already breaking out on the Tian Yuan Immortal King's forehead, and his entire face was pale. That destructive force, it was horrible. He could only pray that the turtle shell formation would do some good now. Ka, ka, ka. It was a pity that the turtle shell formation couldn't block it at all. On the destruction shockwave touching the turtle shell, those melt a little bit. Annihilate. This, how is this possible? The Heavenly Yuan Immortal King watched the impenetrable turtle shell formation turn into nothing little by little, his mood shaking. Those eyes, they were looking straight up. It can't be. It can't be. How did it break? Immortal King Tian Yuan was confused. This is the immortal body of true Lord Xuanwu. Immortal and indestructible. Indestructible. The world perishes but I do not. In his perception, the turtle shell was indestructible. It is impossible to destroy any law, no matter what worldly law. The Xuanwu Grand Formation didn't know how many destruction crises it had withstood for the Xian Heavenly Immortal Realm. Even if an immortal emperor made a move, there was nothing that could be done about it. It was precisely because the Xian Tian Immortal Palace had such protective treasures that the Tian Yuan Immortal King was emboldened and arrogant. And now, his greatest reliance had turned into dust a little bit. Immortal King Tian Yuan couldn't accept it. Pretend. You keep pretending. Asterisk 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 your greatness. Aren't you quite capable of pretending? Kana Immortal King all but exploded into foul language. It shows how much he hates it. What are you arrogant about? Destroying my Xian Tian Immortal region. You're still not dead. If I'm not wrong, you can't run away at all. And you're still going to die with us, the Tian Yuan Immortal King said to the Kana Immortal King. Oh, you said this. You forgot to tell me that the one standing in front of you right now is just a spirit body. So extinguish it. Immortal King Kana said indifferently. What? Spirit body. Impossible. Spirit body. It can't be this powerful. Immortal King Tian Yuan didn't believe it. Ignorant. There are many things you don't know. Xian Heavenly Immortal Domain. You will all go to the Yellow Springs with the spirit body of this seat. Rumble. After the words were said, the Xian Tian Immortal Domain was completely engulfed by the explosion. No. The Heavenly Yuan Immortal King growled unwillingly. But, there was nothing he could do. 93. The immortal world shook. The 8 parties were afraid. Until his death. The Heavenly Yuan Immortal King didn't even know that his fall was actually because he had provoked the beings of the lower realms. It's those mole crickets that he uses as playthings. As human medicine. He hadn't thought that he had actually fallen so suddenly. The Xian Heavenly Immortal Domain would collapse so suddenly, so completely. Rumble. The Xian Tian Immortal Domain, originally a tranquil and peaceful fairyland, collapsed in an instant, plunging into endless destruction. In the sky, dark clouds rolled over, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and the end came. Gorgeous immortal light burst out, as brilliant as fireworks yet with deadly danger. Huge energy shockwaves swept across, and wherever they passed through, mountains collapsed, the earth was torn apart, and everything was destroyed. The palaces and pavilions in the immortal domain collapsed and turned into pieces. Gorgeous immortal beasts fled around in terror, but they were unable to escape the disaster and completely turned into blood mist. Countless immortals flew in the air in a sorry state. They cast all sorts of spells in an attempt to resist this destructive force, but it was all in vain. Their bodies annihilated inch by inch. At the center of the explosion, a huge flame rose up into the air. The blazing temperature could melt the entire world, and the void was gone, becoming a chaotic black hole. In the flames, some strange runes and rays of light were faintly visible. That was where the core of the immortal domain was located, and it was also the source of destruction. As the explosions continued to escalate, the entire Xian Tian immortal region was enveloped in a cloud of smoke and dust. The once immortal realm had now turned into a purgatory, and no life could survive such a catastrophe. Non-life, and blasted to pieces. The Xian Heavenly Immortal Domain was like a huge mountain that was blown down. The chaotic avenue chain order was chaotic and splashed in all directions like a water splash. In the end, when everything returned to calm, the Xian Heavenly Immortal Domain completely collapsed into a bottomless pit, and the orderless laws of the Great Tao trembled. All that remained at the scene was a barren and dead silence. The splendor and glory that had once existed had all been reduced to ashes in this explosion. Immortal realm beings, total annihilation. The immortal domain collapsed, completely lifeless. This is the horror of the extinction weapon. The Xian Tian Immortal Domain. God knows how big it is. The Xian Heavenly Immortal Palace was nothing more than a bullet point above the Xian Heavenly Immortal Domain. What the detonator blew up was not as simple as the Immortal Palace, but the entire Xian Tian Immortal Domain. Hiss. In the meantime, the immortal kings and immortal emperors from other immortal realms who saw the scene, the Lord of the Heavenly Palace, the King of the Immortal Lands, the Immortal Dynasty's martial emperors, the countless big-shot cultivators who saw the scene with their secret treasures, none of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Green Sky Immortal Land. The Green Sky Immortal Emperor's face turned pale, because his cultivation was high enough. He could see clearly, exactly see it clearly. He's the one who blushed. Actually, someone instantly overthrew the Xian Tian Immortal Domain, not the Xian Tian Immortal Palace, not the Tian Yuan Immortal King, but overthrew the entire Xian Tian Immortal Domain. This kind of means, if it was placed in the Green Sky Immortal Land, well, no doubt about it, the Green Sky Immortal Land would also be instantly blown up. It's horrible. Who is this man? Is it really an ascender from the Qinkuan realm? But why can't I deduce with my Qingtian deduction hand where exactly he came from? His body is covered by a layer of mist. This person must not be messed with. Immortal Emperor Cheng Tian immediately came to a conclusion. Great Yu Immortal Dynasty. A mighty female emperor sat on top of the Immortal Way Dragon Chair. The crown looms like a mountain. Under the lofty crown, There's a face to die for. Good. Very good. That idiot from the Xiantian Immortal Palace has finally been blown up. It's just great. That pervert deserved what he got. In the past, he always relied on the Xuanwu Immortal Formation to shelter him and did whatever he wanted, not taking his fellow Immortal Realm members into consideration. And he even dared to speak out against this Immortal Emperor. He really deserves to die, the great Yu Immortal Emperor said freely. Oof. But the ants of the Qinkuan realm actually dared to injure the living beings of my Immortal Realm. It's really a reversal of the Big Dipper. We must find a way to get rid of this kind of scourge. 9. Yu Heavenly Palace. Destroyed the Xiantian Immortal Domain? Lower world beings? It seems like the Immortal Realm is going to be unsettled. In the past, the various Immortal Realms were not nice to those who ascended from the lower realms, and they ended up causing trouble after all. Enemies with? No. Heaven knows if he only has one of those supreme magic treasures that destroys an immortal domain. Maybe there's more than one, because who has only one mana would use it right off the bat? It's better to find out the truth first. The immortal land of the beginning. A lower realm mole cricket can still do such heaven-defying things? There's a problem. There must be a great secret hidden in him, if we can dissect it. Still not to be taken lightly. He can destroy the Xian Heavenly Immortal Palace, and he can also destroy my Taichou Immortal Land. Although that pervert, the Heavenly Yuan Immortal King, was a fool, it wasn't for nothing that he was able to stand in the Immortal Realm for so many years, and with the addition of the Xuanwu Immortal Formation, the various Immortal Realms shelved simply couldn't do anything about him, and now, he's been annihilated. This matter, it is not advisable to jump to conclusions early. Countless immortal domains shook. The giants were horrified. None of them had expected that an ant from the lower realm would be able to shatter a domain. This kind of battle is too shocking. Not to mention lower realm beings, it would already be a great thing for someone in this world to be able to shatter an immortal realm. It definitely gets respect from all sides. However, because of the Kana Immortal King's identity in the lower realm, all parties were scornful while at the same time there were many other emotions mixed in. If it's really not possible, perhaps we can ask that side to make a move. The immortal domain. We can't let ants from the lower realms get their hands on it. On the side of the Qinkuan realm ascendants, destroying the Xian Heavenly Immortal Domain, Immortal King Kana had originally thought that there would be giants from various immortal domains coming to hunt them down, trying to get rid of him as an uncertainty. King Kana was standing by, ready for a bloodbath. But, after waiting for a long time, I'm surprised we haven't seen the giant come forward. No other immortal realm cultivators had even been seen prying. It puzzled him for a moment. Perhaps it's scorn. We can take this opportunity to establish ourselves in this world. Immortal King Kana said. He led the ascended people to live down in the immortal world. Formation of clan forces. Everything, in an organized manner. As a precautionary measure, King Kana had also placed many offensive weapons outside the clan. But no one has ever bothered to pick them up. It's as if the world has ignored them. It's a test run. The immortal region did not dare to act rashly, befriending or attacking. It was not yet known. King Kana was happy to have just the opportunity to grow. While cultivating, he guided the ascended ones in their cultivation, and occasionally, he even took out the food that Suning had given him to raise his cultivation level. And so the days passed. One day, on a whim, Immortal King Kana wanted to see if sending a letter to that region of Sunan would work, and he didn't expect it to. Although my divine sense detachment may not be reversed back to Lord Immortal's side, it seems that relying on my connection with that world, I can pass on some information. So very good. I have to quickly write a letter of thanks to Lord Xian. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid I'd have suffered a great disaster in this world. King Kana was delighted and immediately wrote a letter to Sunan to report on the situation here. Sunan sighed. He was watching the little people live with great interest when suddenly the void shifted and a letter floated over. When Suning saw the letter, her face looked a bit odd. What does that mean? 94. 7th level of Qi refining. Greetings to the Elder Fairy. Kana is very grateful for your lordship's training, and I am all right here. It's just that when I first came here, I encountered a pretender, and bullied our Qinkuan realm ascendants, and in a fit of rage, I blew up their immortal domain with a detonator. There's nothing much to write about, but I just wanted to ask, is there any more of that weapon of extermination? The so-called detonator. Left? If there is, could you give away a little more? There had better be more. 10 or 8, and it would be nice if we could round up to 100 or 80. Suning, the immortal king of Kana, talked a lot, chronicling his daily routine over there, and encounters. What attracted Sunan the most, though, was the information that the detonator was being used by him. You came up here to give the detonator a go? I held a big move for you. I wanted you to be cautious as a bottom card, and you came up and used it as a flat A for me. You do know how to utilize big moves. 6. What can I say? Thinking about farts whatsoever? No. This, absolutely nothing. Someone Sue didn't have the time to look for more forbidden items like detonators for King Kana. Trying to get something of similar power, or even more than that. It's not like it's impossible to get it. Sunin has a lot of ways to do it, but for one thing it's against the law, and for another, even if I get it, I can't send it to the realm where King Kana is. Sunin also had to put this behind him. He was actually quite happy to receive a letter from King Kana. This means that all is well with King Kana over there. As for competition, danger? There is competition and danger in any world. Suning hasn't been idle lately, always practicing. With the saint rank techniques that immortal King Kana had collected in the lower realms, his immortal technique continued to evolve, and his cultivation rose all the way up. The first, second, and third layers of chi refining belong to the early stage of chi refining in the immortal cultivation world, while the fourth, fifth, and sixth layers of chi refining belong to the middle stage of chi refining, and the seventh, eighth, and ninth layers belong to the late stage of chi refining. Su Ning had previously broken through from the third to the fourth level of chi refining. There was a significant power boost. Originally, Reiki could only operate within the body. After reaching the fourth level of chi refining, it could be refined and released externally. When unskilled, Sunin could only take out his aura like a gun. However, as Suning's aura control continued to become more skillful, he realized that he could release his aura in a steady stream, connecting it into a line. From point to line, this is a huge step forward. If I were to condense my aura to a certain degree in the future, would it be possible to condense it into the hardness of a sword? Thought Su Ning. It must have been substantial in time. But think about it. What do I need all that hardness for? It makes sense to be able to keep the aura flowing and release it in a lasting way. The middle stage of chi refining, compared to the early stage of chi refining, was simply a world of difference. The biggest difference is that it can be spaced out. Rumble. The fifth level of chi refining. After reaching the fifth level of chi refining, there was even more aura in Su Ning's body. It's as if a small bucket of water, to a small tank of water almost. The amount of aura is elevated. It allowed him to control his aura more at will. Within 2 meters, you can freely stretch and pick up objects in the air. The strength of his body also increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. You can even split rocks with your meaty palms. Hardness, comparable to gold and stone. 6th level of chi refining. After the 6th level of chi refining, Su Ning found that he could raise the limit of what his aura could reach to a distance of 5 meters. Of course, the concentration of aura in the body increased once again. The hardness of the aura that made him condense out was also greatly increased. Under constant compression, it can cause a kill 1 meter in front of you. Of course, it's limited to the not-so-big stuff. Compressing something as small in size as a sword, Sunin found it tougher than steel. It can really sharpen iron like clay. If this thing were to be chopped on a person's body, wouldn't it be a few more years in prison? Su Ning thought to himself. If one were to have this terrifying aura during the Cold War period, one could at least become an undefeated legend. On the battlefield, surely it is also the existence of 10,000 enemies. 10,000 enemies may have said less. And the real surprise was at the 7th level of the chi refining stage. Reached the 7th level of the chi practicing stage. It was equivalent to having gone to the late stage in the chi refining realm. The concentration of aura was simply beyond mortal reach. Although the range of influence was only 10 meters, he could cause a kill within 10 meters. Though, what kind of terrifying strength is this? Within 10 meters, he was almost invincible. One can always gather aura to pierce through the opponent. In that case, it's another couple of years of jail time. Beat your opponent to death and be happy with a new achievement for the death penalty. If the enemy is 10 meters away, so you won't be near the enemy? If the enemy runs in a car, with a sniper, so you won't die for him? In fact, having reached the 7th level of the chi practicing stage, Su Ning had discovered that aura could not only be used as a means of offense, but also used as a means of defense. It could be added to the body with aura to form armor. So that one had an all-round, deathless body armor. The hardness is quite substantial. It should be able to block the attack of a knife or sword thrust. And as for firearms, it depends on the size of the caliber of the firearm and the strength of its power, to determine whether one is slightly injured, generally injured, seriously injured, or deaf. Su Ning realized that it was also possible to condense aura into a thing like a doppelganger, and through the aura threads could mentally command the aura doppelganger to act. But this thing seemed to be very chickenish. Of course, there are even more cockamamie ways to use Suning. It is to release the aura out, in large quantities, wrapping it around the enemy, so that the enemy cannot breathe and suffocates to death. Well, this tawdry maneuver is still something Sunin stumbled upon. He even thought he was a genius for a while, because killing someone in this way It's perfectly possible to kill someone with honor and be cleared of murder. I'll just watch from the sidelines. He suddenly choked to death. What do I care? Is it my fault if someone else chokes me while standing next to them? Well, it seems that explanation is a bit of a stretch, and the suspicion is indeed quite high. After all, if you kill once or twice you can still forcefully explain that it's a coincidence that you showed up at the scene. Kill a few hundred times. That little cutie. Also know that you used some kind of ulterior motive. Of course, for this Suning doesn't care, because he didn't even think about killing. Su is a legal citizen, not a murderer. Why should he always think of killing? Besides, even if he wanted anyone to die, he didn't have to do it. Zhang Xiaotao and Xiaoli could do it for him. That would be a lot easier than if he had struck out on his own. Suning didn't know much about cultivating immortality, right? He studied the use of aura purely because his body had more of these things and felt curious, so he casually just made it. Suning didn't want to kill anyone either. If placed in another novel, an immortal cultivator cultivating to the 7th level of qi refining, almost to 100 chapters into the plot, the protagonist would have gone crazy killing people alright, and Suning had never personally killed anyone up to this point. Reaching the 7th level of the qi refining stage, Suning felt stronger than ever. Aside from not being able to fly, his physical qualities, and the concentration of his own aura, all made him a superhuman-like existence. This physicality and strength energizes Suning. He wasn't idle either, using this powerful body to open up land and planting, using himself as an ox, and he didn't get tired of opening up 10 whole plots of land. So, he rested the country road into his homestead again, found it still energetic. By this point he finally realized that his body had reached this point. It was indeed resistant. After reaching the 7th level of qi refinement, not only did Suning find that the strength of his body had increased, but he also quickly discovered a problem. That he had actually, unknowingly, been impoverished by his own eating because of the massive increase in his food intake? Also hilarious. Gotta get some money somehow. 95. I don't kill Boren, but Boren dies because of me. After reaching the 7th level of qi refinement, not only did Suning find that his physical strength had increased, he also found that his appetite had increased greatly, and without realizing it, the balance inside his bank card was actually about to reach the bottom. This is the terror of the 7th level of qi refining? Suning also didn't expect that the impact brought about by the 7th level of qi refinement wasn't because he was too strong and had gone on a killing spree to send society into a panic. Nor was it because of this that he had inflated himself, thinking that I was invincible on the world's earth and going around pretending to be a pussy. Rather, they are being eaten by themselves. A refining stage? 7 layers, out of the blue, spacing out kills, with a variety of skills. You're telling me I'm starving? I'm all shocked. Suning said he was quite speechless. He double-checked to make sure that the hundreds of thousands of dollars on his card was actually eaten up. I don't even know when I ate it all, but it's normal when you think about it. During this time of breakthrough, one's meals were almost always high in protein, beef, eggs, and a variety of foods with excellent energy. What exactly are the means by which I can make money? Murder and arson? Robbery? Or is it theft? These Suning could do, and he could get Peachy to do it, but he didn't want to get money that way. There is a shame in asking the heart. Senpai-sama. Actually making money is a learned skill. When I was very poor, I used to set up a stall at the entrance of the city to tell people's fortunes. Every day I tell 3 trigrams. Everyone from princes and nobles to peddlers. All of them recognized my miraculous fortune-telling skills. I later made a fortune because of my fortune-telling skills. The old man said. Heard Suning mention how to make money by chance. The little people were excited to introduce it. I made a fortune back in the day by giving people the chance to change their luck against the odds and rectify their feng shui. I made a big fortune healing people back in the day. When I first, the little people didn't realize that Suning would be short of money. I happened to hear him mention them. Thought he'd just want to hear about how everyone used to be. Suning froze at the sound of it. Fortune telling? Healing? Reading feng shui? Good lord. These things add up. Why is it kind of like a goddamn thing? Am I going to be a godly man now? As an expert at the 7th level of the qi refining stage, going to the city to set up a stall on the flyover. This, how embarrassing. Maybe even chased by the city police. Let's just forget about it. It's a bit humiliating. And most of all, no one will believe me, right? For a moment, Suning was actually a bit confused. Still, he was in no hurry. Anyway, the cultivation level has reached a bottleneck now. Even if you earn money, many food supplements, you don't see how much you can raise your cultivation level. You can think long and hard about things like making money. Ding, ding. Suddenly, Suning's cell phone rang. Not Manager Wang's. The unfamiliar number made Suning a little curious. Hey, We are here at the provincial hospital. May I ask what is your relationship with John Yunyan? What are you John Yunyan's people? John Yunyan? Suning is in a daze. It's my dad. Why is she at the provincial hospital? Zhang Xiaotao was puzzled. Oh, may I ask what can I do for you? Sunin asked. Zhang Yunyang is seriously ill. His body is not optimistic. And his wife, Ms. Lu Yuan, is also seriously injured. The situation is critical. We only saw your phone number on the two old men's cell phones, so we contacted you. On the other end of the phone, the doctor spoke calmly. What? Seriously ill? Zhang Xiaotao's mom is still seriously injured? Su Ning is flabbergasted. What's going on here? What happened to the two of them? Su Ning inquired. Next to her, Zhang Xiaotao is very anxious when she hears that her parents are in danger. I'm not sure of the specifics, so come and see for yourself. Su Ning hung up the phone. Get to the hospital as fast as you can. Now. Hospital beds. Zhang Yunyang was lying weakly on it. There were also many tubes inserted into the body. The person is unconscious, but it could be felt that his body showed signs of having been moved. The veins of the arm were densely covered with wounds. And Zhang Xiaotao's mom is miserable. There were cuts all over his body. From fists, from blunt objects, a bruise and a purple patch. It doesn't even look human anymore. Miserable as hell. What's going on here? Why is it like this? Sunin was very puzzled. Didn't I cure Uncle Zhang's illness? Why is he still like this? And Auntie Ginger. Here's why. Ah! Zhang Xiaotao screamed. The horror is unparalleled. The light. It was even more flickering. She was out of control. These are her parents. The king of creepy saw his parents in this miserable state, and if it wasn't for Sunin being on the sidelines, the place would have turned upside down. What's going on here? The whole building. Unknown. There's no need to be nervous. Everyone. It's a circuit problem, probably a bad contact. Hospital staff explained. And in front of the hospital bed, Su Ning signaled Zhang Xiaotao to take it easy for now. He checked Zhang Yunyang's body himself, without looking. At a glance, Su Ning's brows furrowed violently. How is it possible? His essence blood, after being nourished by my aura, has actually been drained away. Zhang Yunyang's body was weak to the core, could pass away at any time. Su Ning was in here and smelled an unusual odor. Shoo! He immediately infused Zhang Yunyang's body with aura. Nourish his dying body. The originally weakened body finally stabilized under Sunin's treatment. And then Yuan. Su Ning slowly fed her aura. Her situation looked miserable, but it was more optimistic than Zhang Yunyang's. This was because the injuries she had sustained were all physical injuries, not chi and blood losses like Zhang Yunyang. Received the Reiki of Sunin. Her bruised and swollen body is recovering. As the flesh wound became weaker, Lu Yuan's eyes twitched, spinning awake. Her eyes, confused, swept around. Then, it seemed to come back to life. There was fear in his eyes, shivering all over. Don't fight. I don't know anything. Don't fight. No, don't move my old man. You'll kill him if you whip him again. Yuan yelled. Su Ning's heart went cold, just as one would have guessed. He gently grabbed Lu Yuan's hand, patted his aunt's shoulder, and softly said, Auntie, I'm Su Ning. Don't be afraid. It's safe here now. I'm Sunin. Auntie. Hearing Sunin's words, Lu Yuan gradually came to her senses. Eyes confused, he looked at Sunin, but the body still trembled with fear. Sunin. Lu Yuan's eyes stared blankly at Su Ning. For ages, it took her a moment to slowly see the person in front of her. Sunin. It's really you. Su Ning, said Lu Yuan with tears in her eyes. Su Ning, quickly save your uncle. He's suffering so much. But in a whirlwind, she thought of something. They found out that your uncle's blood could cure the disease, so they went crazy sucking his blood. No. Su Ning, why are you here? You shouldn't be here. You run. You're in danger if they catch you. You run. Zhang Xiaotao's mom was fuming like crazy. Her language was illogical, but every word reveals two words, suffering. Someone caused them great suffering. It left this gentle aunt with a huge psychological shadow. Even if Su Ning was more Buddhist, he was very angry in his heart at the moment. Blood can heal? Su Ning probably understands what. I don't kill Boren, but Boren died because of me. 96. How can you call the police for this kind of thing? Auntie, don't worry. It's fine. It's safe here. Su Ning gently comforted Lu Yuan. Don't worry. It's fine already. Don't be afraid. He tried to be as pleasant as possible, and his words carried the spring breeze with the autumn harmony. In fact, only those who were truly familiar with Sunin knew that at this moment he was very angry. Where is this place? Jiang Xiaodao's mother gradually stabilized. Perhaps because the physical pain was resolved by Su Ning, or perhaps because of Su Ning's gentle voice. Anyway, I don't know why. Being next to Su Ning always gave one an inexplicable sense of security, as if even if the sky collapsed, one would still be fine. Hospital, Su Ning said. Hospital? Lu Yuan, Jiang Xiaodao's mom, had a puzzled, turned nervous face. Quickly, get out of here. I don't want to be in the hospital, said Lu Yuan in horror. We can be discharged from the hospital. But Auntie Jiang, can you tell me what happened? Su Ning inquired. What happened? Lu Yuan seemed to recall something. Every second was struggle and pain, misery and despair. She didn't want to remember. Keep shaking your head. Tears unknowingly flowed. Su Ning's heart wasn't in the right place. Patiently persuaded, the truth was finally told. It turns out, not long after Su Ning separated from them, the two old men arrived back at the hospital for a recheck and found that Jiang Yunyang's body was actually getting better, and continued to get better. The two old men were surprised, but with that, disaster is creeping in. That day, among the people who lined up with them for medical attention, there was an underground leader in the mix, also very sick. Learning that Jiang Yunyang had actually overcome a terminal illness, the desperate underground leader suddenly saw the light as if it were light. Give the two old people a warm welcome, and then use the situation of the same patient to win the sympathy and trust of the two people. Ask Jiang Yunyang about his recovery so that he can have some inspiration. Jiang Yunyang was happy to pass it on because he had experienced the desperation of that disease. So share your lifestyle. Nothing more than relaxing. Nothing more than looking on the bright side and being optimistic. Enjoying the beauty of life and all that. The underground leader expressed his faint admiration for the two old men, complimenting them for really seeing eye to eye. The underground leader was indeed quite nice at first, shushing the duo. Go every other day and ask for advice from the second oldest. The second old man thought the man had a pretty good character, pretty good impression of that guy too, until the man proposed. Jiang Yunyang's situation is special. If he lets people study it, maybe the medical community can break through the gradual freezing, and asked him if he was interested in adding to the medical community's medical cause. Jiang Yunyang is not Su Ning, so the answer is bound to be willing. After all, Jiang Yunyang, no matter what, had once been a veteran teacher at an institution of higher learning, and was interested in the advancement of mankind, as well as the development of the medical profession, so it was readily agreed. Little did they know, this was the beginning of their nightmare. Initial, everything's fine. The second old man was taken to the first tumor hospital of Magic City for research. This is the nation's premier major hospital for terminal tumors. Even in the world, it can be ranked. Jiang Yunyang's physical condition was examined very carefully. Soon they learned that there was a special healing energy in Jiang Yunyang's body that constantly dealt with the cause of the illness in his body. And this energy is unique. It's a new, unknown energy. The man rejoiced and asked if this unique being could be duplicated. If we do get something like this, tachyphylaxis is going to be scratched from the terminal illness book. Instead, the doctor told him that it doesn't seem to be found in nature, exactly what it is, how it has to be extracted from medicines, from which herbs it can be extracted. How much time it will take for this energy to be found in nature is unknown. Unknown? So, trying to save his life is also unknown. The man's face began to look complicated, and then, meaningfully, he looked at the second oldest. The second old man didn't realize what that look meant. Rejecting the hospital's promise to use the two old men's bodies for research and to ensure that they would not damage Jiang Yunyang's body, the young man insisted on taking the two old men back to the province for fear of some uncertain and dangerous event happening to them. The professor at the Magic City First Cancer Hospital was very sorry. With Jiang Yunyang's consent, he could only leave some blood samples to be studied slowly. They didn't force Jiang Yunyang to contribute to the cause of human medicine or anything like that. Back in the provinces, that young man's hideous face was finally exposed. To live, to make money, he took the two old men into a black hospital, and tortured them inhumanely. Discovering unique medicinal properties from the natural biosphere? Extracting medicinal properties is difficult? What if it is extracted directly from human medicine? That young man treated Jiang Yunyang like human medicine. Keep drawing blood, replenish his body, draw blood, replenish his body, and so on. And when Auntie Jiang saw this, she naturally stood up for the old man, and as a result, she was beaten black and blue. Finally, Jiang Yunyang's body blood. He didn't know how many times it had been changed. He felt that the blood in his body was unfamiliar. It wasn't his own anymore. And the factor that could make the terminal disease cured was completely gone. I don't know if it was a soft heart or something else, but the young man didn't kill the two old men directly, but released them, and sent them to the hospital for treatment. The second old man woke up and had also called the police. Things were resolved quickly. The murderer who hurt the two old men was caught. However, it was pushed out to take the blame. The most unacceptable thing for the two old men is that the whole process, the process of hurting the two old men, all the details of every aspect, the young man completely avoided all the suspicion, as if the whole thing has nothing to do with him, but obviously the young man dominated. But he seems to be out of the picture characters. In retrospect, as if the man, indeed, did not do anything, things are done by others. He is innocent, cannot be sanctioned by the law. That person, it seems to be very knowledgeable about the law, know how to hurt others, to protect themselves. The killer was quickly caught and confessed. However, because it was only a crime of intentional assault, not intentional homicide, the murderer was not sentenced to death. Ponder sth. It seems the young man gave great favors to make the scapegoat confess. Later, to punish the second oldest for not listening, the man sent someone to give the second old man a lesson. Soon the assailant was caught again. The young man, however, remained at large, because the assailant was stiff-armed, and it was he himself who taught the two old men a lesson by looking at them in a bad light. It's helpless. Obviously this thing reveals suspense, but only ends hastily. Sometimes you know that person is full of evil, and you can't sanction it. That is, as some people often say, the top people make the rules, the middle people utilize the rules, and the bottom people have to accept the rule of the rules. It's not about goodness. Suning. So, you mustn't call the police, that will harm you, said Zhang Xiaodao's mom. Su Ning nodded. Don't worry, I won't call the police. This kind of thing, how can you call the police? If calling the police would have solved it, that person would not have gotten away with it a long time ago. Let's go. I'll take you two home first. 97. There could be surveillance here. Wouldn't that be an excellent thing? Su Ning helped Zhang Xiaodao's parents pack their luggage, which was actually not much. Zhang Yunyang woke up leisurely, but his eyes also flashed a color of panic. But it was obviously much more calm than Aunt Zhang, and he was extremely surprised to see Su Ning. With Su Ning around, the duo recovered quickly, and it wasn't long before they were both able to walk off the ground. Just Zhang Yunyang's health is a bit poor. The three ate something to regain their strength. Discharged from the hospital, Su Ning helped the two old men gradually leave the hospitalization department. Walking down the hall, there were two tall, strong-bodied, shady-looking men blocking the way. One of the two was wearing a black jacket and the other an undershirt. The muscles on his body were like hanging meat, hanging from his body in one piece, looking powerful and terrifying. Sunin and the others are being watched. Actually, Suning realized they were being targeted a long time ago. But so what? Boss was right. Someone actually did come to pick it up. This bait is well placed. A big man on the left spoke. The boss is so godly and skillful. Where can we compare? The big man on the right said. The duo reeked of ferocity. Thought the unusual time of recreation was not a poker game, but most likely a beating. Young man, since you're the first to pick up old man Zhang, come with us. The man in the jacket on the right had his hands in his purse and said in a loose manner. The two are tall and powerful. At first glance there is more than 1 meter 8. Taller and stronger than Sunan. This place is full of surveillance. Do you still want to take people captive openly? Jiang Yunyang shouted. Hey, isn't that excellent? It is because this place is full of surveillance. We chose to strike here, so that we can prove that it was the two of us who did it, and it has nothing to do with others. And then the conviction can only be set on us. The jacket man smiled contemptuously. You guys, Zhang Xiaodao's father raged. Lawlessness, vested man, but think about it, we two go in, and the rest of your day is not going to be easy. So if you know what's good for you, cooperate. Jacket man, old man Kong. You still want to experience the horror of drawing blood? MS. Lu. You still want to experience being, two constant provocateurs. Big talk. Before the words could be finished, though, the threat was blocked in the throat tube, because the two of them realized that they actually couldn't breathe. The air around them seemed to be gone all of a sudden. A vacuum was created. Sunan was too lazy to talk nonsense with them. Get right to it. Phew. 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 You can only exhale, not inhale. Finally, who can't even? The breathing of the two became incredibly hard. Oh no. It was outright impossible to breathe properly. The agony of not being able to breathe was written all over their faces, and every weak inhalation felt like a tug-of-war with life. The feeling of suffocation surged up like a tidal wave. Their throats felt like they were being tightly choked by an invisible hand, and their mouths were blocked, unable to release a trace of air and absorb a bit of air. What's going on? Their eyes widened, their faces flushed red, and their hands clenched in an attempt to bring theirs back to normal. A deep sense of powerlessness was revealed in the eyes of the two. Their lips snapped open in an attempt to inhale the thirsty oxygen. but only futile gasps responded to their struggles. Veins rippled on their foreheads, sweat slid down their cheeks and soaked their lapels, and their hands danced around, with terrified expressions. It's the feeling of being on the verge of death. Ah. The two tried to make a sound, but realized that they couldn't make a sound no matter what. Put. The two fell to the ground. The body gradually became heavy, as if crushed by an invisible force. Their hands instinctively grabbed the objects around them, trying to find a trace of support, but everything was as feeble as a phantom. The heartbeat accelerated rapidly, as if it was trying to break through the chest, only to be forced back by the heavy pressure of suffocation. Time seemed to freeze, and every second turned into endless torture. Their consciousness began to blur, their thoughts gradually drifted away, and the world in front of them gradually blurred. In this abyss of pain, they stared at each other, their eyes filled with the desire for survival and the fear of powerlessness. Finally, fell to the ground and struggled a few times. Just don't move at all. Before death, his eyes were exposed, his face was twisted in pain, and his mouth was extremely open. Suffocated alive. Zhang Xiaodao's parents looked flabbergasted and didn't know what was going on as they took several steps back. What happened to them? Why? Did they suddenly fall to the ground? Who knows? Maybe there's a heart condition or something, but this is a hospital. The hospital should be able to find out the truth. Su Ning shrugged. Auntie and uncle, let's go. But, they fell in front of us. Panicked Jiang Yunyang, afraid of being wrongly accused. It has nothing to do with us at all. We're a huge distance away from them. And besides, there's surveillance here. We didn't do anything. Su Ning said. Zhang Xiaodao's parents always felt something was wrong. But, again, I don't know what's wrong. That's right. We don't know them. What does it matter to us if they die for no reason? Besides, there's surveillance here. Uncle Jiang nodded slightly as he thought of this. Those two strong men did not think in any case. They wanted to take a shot at people under surveillance, but did not expect to end their lives under surveillance. Not to mention that, the way of death, actually suffocated alive. Who would believe this? There are people out there who can be suffocated alive under normal circumstances and before normal physical characteristics. The situation on this side immediately attracted the attention of the other three big men who were letting the wind out. They saw their companions fall and rushed over to them, but after running for a few distances, I realized that the throat tube seemed to be stuck with something, and I couldn't actually breathe. Running, and then poof, he fell to the ground. They die extremely fast, because exercise makes the body consume more oxygen. In the blink of an eye, 5 people died here. Ain't no doubt about it. This is all Su Ning's doing, but there is absolutely no evidence that he did it. Surveillance got a clear shot of it. It's the people themselves who died somehow. 5 people fell, attracting the attention of the hospital. One nurse screaming in the distance, rushing to contact the emergency team. Well, it's obviously hopeless. Sunin and the others just watched the hospital get busy. First kill. No blood. Sunin was in no discomfort. Not because he was naturally cold-blooded, but because indeed the scene wasn't violent and bloody either. As if someone had suddenly fallen asleep. Of course, the key thing is to have a clear conscience. Killing someone who deserves to die. You don't feel guilt in your heart. You don't feel fear. Suddenly 5 people are dead. It also alarmed Uncle Hatside, but the various examinations proved that the 5 people did die in an accident. And since Su Ning and the others were one of the witnesses, they were simply questioned for a few moments, and then they were let go. Surveillance looked clear. Su Ning, they really didn't do anything. This whole thing, it's obviously bizarre that someone could actually choke there. It's just outrageous. But, that's how it had to end. You can't give air to the charges and not provide oxygen to the people, can you? Anyway, even if you sue the air, you can't sue Su Ning and the others. It just feels kinda abnormal and weird. But then again, it seems like there's nothing weird about it. This was why Su Ning had stopped Zhang Xiaotao from striking out, and he had chosen to strike out on his own. If Zhang Xiaotao strikes, there will be many traces of violence appearing and will not be able to close the case that quickly. Everything went smoothly. Su Ning sent Zhang Xiaodao's parents home safely. In the meantime, a luxurious place somewhere in the city, surrounded by lights. A superior-looking man was unusually surprised when he received the news. What? 5 people, all dead? Accidental death? 98. Will you believe me when I say? What if? High above the city, a well-mannered man stood quietly. He wore an exquisite suit, well-tailored with smooth lines, showing off his elegance and taste. In his hand was a glass of red wine, which gently swayed in the glass, revealing a deep red color. The man's face was like the masterpiece of a master sculptor. Every line was just right. Sword brows and starry eyes, with a calmness in his eyes, a high and straight nose, making the entire facial outline more three-dimensional. His lips were slightly upturned, with a touch of an unintentional smile, as if he could speak heartwarming words at any time. His skin was a healthy wheat color, delicate and smooth, radiating a charming luster. His handsome features were very three-dimensional, so people couldn't help but fall in love with him. The man's gaze peered down at the lights below, the bustle of the city spreading out before his eyes. Neon lights flashed with colorful light, and the streets were crowded with people and cars. Loud music emanated from the bars and nightclubs as people danced on the dance floor. He quietly savored the red wine, seemingly oblivious to all the hustle and bustle. His eyes revealed a kind of transcendence and calmness, as if he was a bystander in this bustling world. Perhaps he was thinking about the meaning of life, or perhaps he was looking for some kind of peace in this bustling scene. Either way, he gave off a mysterious and charming feeling. Except of course, it's nuts. Pa! He gracefully dropped the famous wine in his hand with a crisp pop. To be able to kill 5 people without a sound, or under surveillance. What kind of ability is that? With poison? But, on the doctor's examination report, it clearly states, death by asphyxiation. What in this world could suffocate a man from a distance? The man frowned slightly. A group of waitresses dressed as maids hurried over with their heads down to clean up the crumbs from the wine glasses at the scene. Ah, a woman with a pretty face and a nice body lightly pee. It turned out to be the tip of her finger that had been punctured by a broken glass. The man's attention is drawn. Look over there. The woman there was startled. Yeah, sorry boss. The man smiled and didn't blame. Gently stepping forward, he took the woman's hand in his. The woman's green onion-like hands were slender. Her skin as white as congealed fat. The tip of the index finger had a sharp, deep puncture in it, and blood was whistling out. She looked at the man nervously, though not daring to struggle. The man frowned slightly, prickly. He violently helped the woman rip the shards of glass from her fingertips, and the sudden pain made the woman blanch and look at the man in front of her in horror. Pain. She didn't dare make a sound though. Something seemed to be stuck in her throat. She knew it would be bad if she upset this man. Pa! The man got up and threw away the shards of glass. 4 or 5 stacks of red bills were thrown out immediately afterward. Hard work, the man said. The waitress instantly forgot about the pain even when she saw the heavy object thrown at her, and instead showed an expression of delight. Oftentimes, a willingness to fight creates a bizarre circle of relationships. Thanks boss. She hurriedly put those into her pocket, grateful to the man. Feeling that the man was too generous, those previous grievances disappeared. Actually, 40 or 50, 000 isn't that much, it's how you're going to give. Some people give a licking dog 400, 000 to 500, $000. People still think you are a waste of money, while some people casually give 3 or 2 jujubes. Others will be grateful. Go down and bandage it up, then go wait in the boss's room. A middle-aged man with a short beard and glasses next to him said indifferently. At those words, the woman looked stunned, but it could only lower its head and leave in silence. Do all that? The man with the beard and glasses said. Could it be someone tampered with the surveillance? It's not impossible. The man clapped his hands together and beckoned to the side. A brand new, wine-filled goblet was brought up and he took a gentle sip. This wine is not good. It's clearly the same wine as always. You're just in a different mood today. Pop. He dropped his glass. Crowd, nuts. But the man was supposed to be cruel and nervous, and they were used to it. If someone tampered with the surveillance, who would be on the other side? The officials? To show such favoritism in order to protect 2 worthless commoners. It doesn't make sense. The man pondered. Or maybe, the competitor's side? The old man over there seems to be dying, and has been trying to get some treatment serums from me, but unfortunately, the higher-ups won't let me sell them to that person. Speaking of which, I'm angry. It's obviously a big deal. If I can sell them over there, and sell them in 10 installments, won't I make $80 billion? With the value of that old man across the street, not to mention 80 billion, even tens of billions, in order to survive I guess he would take out his hand. Boss, we're getting off topic, said the short-bearded spectacled man. The handsome pervert man raised an eyebrow. Yeah, I always have trouble concentrating. We should be discussing the death of those 3 humanoid consumables, the man said. In his eyes, anyone who could be used to take the blame, used as a tool, was not a human being, but an expendable commodity, commonly known as humanoid supplies. This may come as a surprise to some, but, in fact, there are a lot of humanoid consumables in this world. The people who work are the humanoid consumables of the bosses. The bosses want to make money, so they use the workers to make money for them. The amount of money that they can make by themselves is actually extremely small, and their ability is limited. But if you can use others to help you make money, it doesn't have to be the same. The machine is the material of the factory. The user is the humanoid material of the platform. The individual is the material of the collective. It's harsh and realistic. Those who work for men are his material. In this world, there is no shortage of desperate people. If there was a real chance, there would be a lot of people who would be desperate, wanting to leave something behind for themselves or their family. Otherwise, the northern part of the small southern country was obviously so dangerous a few years ago, and still some people deliberately headed that way, not because they didn't know the dangers, but because they really wanted to be the bad guys and make a lot of money. I say, if there's a possibility. The man thought for a moment, that everything, the video surveillance, is real, that there are people in this world who can really take someone's life through space. Do you think? Is there a possibility? Never. The short-bearded spectacled man replied firmly, we have to believe in materialistic values and resist all bullsh** tea-talk. The one you're talking about, boss, would belong to Superman, or God. There's no such thing in this world. At least I've never seen it. Handsome men. Your heart is quite right. Your blood is quite red. I said, if. I only meant if. The man glanced at the man with the glasses, and his expression changed, his brow furrowing slightly. If I said, right now right behind you, there's a scary face with a ghost-like thing, would you believe it? The glasses guy looked disbelieving. Boss, no kidding. 99. With surveillance I can prove I didn't move. Without surveillance who can prove what I did? The other side. Suning sent John Xiaotao's parents home. Then he took the initiative to come to Uncle Hat's office to inquire about what happened to Zhang Xiaotao's parents. The case is closed and the killer has been found. Sunin came here to ask for details of the case. From the eyes of some of the Hat uncles, Sunin could see the helplessness in their eyes. In itself the matter was full of eccentricities, as any old clerk with a little experience could see. How can it be that easy? Again and again others have accidentally run into Zhang Xiaotao's parents. The vicious bandits bully them, and then decisively confess. Once or twice is an accident. All the time. Obviously not normal. However, a closed case is a closed case. It's not like you can find much else to go on. People don't even die. Not exactly a death penalty heinous event. So, no way. Sunin didn't seem to want to really ask about the behind-the-scenes story either. Just the normal questions about one thing, one detail. I don't know if it was out of sympathy or what, but the young female clerk explained patiently. The words were all about telling them to be safe or to live in a different city or something like that. Hades is easy to kill, but the little ghosts are sad. Chicken scratch. This world is so big, the population is so large, and so many things happen every day, that it is actually impossible to spare so much energy to specialize in properly dealing with a certain insignificant little thing. And even if one really spends a huge amount of money on tracking it down, in the end, one may still only be able to catch a scapegoat. But there are only so many resources and energies in either department, and by allocating so many resources to you, then everyone else gets fewer resources. When helping you with trivial matters comes at great cost, are other, bigger and more egregious things just let go? So, actually there is an order of priority and prioritization in dealing with these kinds of things. Good steel is used for good. There's another situation that can put you in the priority list, and that's connections, relationships, whether it's getting a company or not. This stuff is, in fact, quite abhorrent to the average person. But, again, if someone was the beneficiary of the relationship, he felt good about it. Relationships are similar to a glass of mineral water. You have two people in front of you. One is your brother and the other is a stranger. And fairly and without breaking the law you can do with the water as you please. Do you give it to your brother or best friend? Or do you give it to the stranger? It's not like Sunin is a workplace hack, so he still feels pretty strongly about all this. Of course, he didn't come here to inquire about the case, to make small talk, not to get a so-called slant on resources. He found a few clues in the dossier about the Sin factory and roughly identified the location. Thanks. After understanding the situation, Sunin walked out of the office. Late at night, all the music was silent, and the moonlight was like water sprinkled on the wilderness. In this silent land, a huge factory is like a huge beast, quietly creeping. Its body is huge and bulky, and it looks particularly eye-catching in the darkness. The factory had the appearance of a steel fortress, cold and hard. The walls were crawling with rust stains, and the windows were broken, letting out a faint light, as if they were the eyes of a giant beast, peering at everything around them. Huge chimneys towered over the city, from time to time emitting thick smoke, which contrasted sharply with the darkness of the night when the night was as white as day under the moonlight. Around the factory, it was barren. Weeds were overgrown, rocks were jagged, and there was not a trace of life. The night wind blew by, bringing a gust of coldness that sent shivers down one's spine. The scene seemed like a forgotten world, with only the behemoth existing in solitude. The whole picture reveals an eerie atmosphere that makes people feel inexplicably fearful and uneasy. This huge factory looks so desolate and eerie in the middle of the night, as if it hides some secret that people dare not approach. It's as if they could eat the living at any time. Su Ning, Jiang Xiaotao, and Xiuli slowly hurried through the countryside. Out of the blue, this factory came into view. Heavy factory land. Outsiders are not allowed to approach. Approaching the factory gate, a tall security guard shouted sternly, "Or else, suffer the consequences." As the security guard bellowed, the surrounding security guards in charge of guarding the area swarmed to prevent accidents from occurring. Look at the faction of these security guards. They are physically strong. They are all practiced, and they must have had some training during the day. Aren't all factory janitors old men? Here, it's not easy. Sensed, there's no surveillance here. Not even communication tools such as cell phones. It's as if it's isolated from the world. Reminded Jiang Xiaotao. In that case, isn't this place truly isolated from the rest of the world? If something were to happen, it would be like a stone sinking into the sea, with no trace to be found. Su Ning thought. I feel it. There are countless grievous souls in there that are arcane and not dispersed, said Xiaoli. It seems that it's not just one or two people who are being persecuted. These people, they all smell like blood. Then this is the right place. Su Ning nodded. Are you deaf? Get out of here or you won't have to. The shady-faced security guard growled. Boom. The young security guard's body was violently pierced by a sharp object. A big hole appeared in the chest. The other security guards screamed out at the sight. The figures of Jiang Xiaotao and Xiaoli emerged from the darkness. Jiang Xiaotao's long, dry hand passed through the man's chest. With the passage of time, it wasn't just Su Ning who had become stronger. Jiang Xiaotao and Xiaoli were also becoming stronger. And now not only could they directly influence external objects, but with a huge supply of aura by Su Ning's side, they were also able to burst out with terrifying combat power. Someone turns around without looking, right in the face of a horror. The face was incomparably white, as if it had been shattered and put back together piece by piece, with dead fish-like eyes that were cold and indifferent, hair that fell out, and an eerie smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. God, I must be dreaming. The man's eyes snapped open, his face horrified. Swish, he shakily pulled out a crucifix and pointed it at the horrible face. Die. This is something that the man went abroad to ask for and had it enlightened, claiming it could kill the spooky. That horrible face was puzzled. I wonder why the man pulled out this thing. Put. To return the favor. Xiao Li's slender fingertips plunged into the man's heart and pulled violently. The man's heart was pulled out of his chest. Put. The bloody heart is connected to many blood vessels and is beating in the air. That heart was bizarrely held in his hand. Blood dripping down. Xiao Li also very perversely stretched out his slender scissor-like hand. Hand that heart kindly to the man with the glasses. The glasses man's face was horrified as he pointed at the body parts that Rui handed over, and opened his mouth. With fear and mixed emotions. Boom! His massive body collapsed with a loud bang. Aha! The man's death caused a great disturbance in the place. Screams, ringing through the night. Stop playing around and kill them. Xiaoli was enjoying her opponent's terrified emotions when a mournful voice suddenly came from behind her. Xiaoli turned around and saw that it was Jiang Xiaotao who was covered in blood. Sister, paired to people who die peacefully and with fear, their souls will be more delicious, Xiaoli said. No doubt the souls of those who died before were eaten by them. That stuff, for the soul body, is sustenance, food to eat to become stronger. Kill them, Jiang Xiaotao said. Grin, Liz Riley. Those two old things, dead, daughters? Someone pointed at Jiang Xiaotao and said incredulously. Jiang Xiaotao's appearance was a bit similar to Jiang Yunyang and Lu Yuan. It was simply a combination of the two when they were young. This was the daughter of two old men. To seek revenge on him? Gar. I told you those two old guys weren't easy. These people know my parents. Jiang Xiaotao's face became even more horrified. And one of the murderers who persecuted my parents. There is no mercy. Jiang Xiaotao had no qualms about exterminating these people. Swoosh. Someone tried to escape, only to realize that their own body suddenly exploded. From the inside out. It's Sunan. He's cleaning up the leak. AI. Still not very skillful. I originally wanted to make his heart stop. Who knew that I was too eager and exerted too much force? And the aura exploded, said Su Ning helplessly. If you kill someone in a place with surveillance, you can prove that I didn't do anything. But if you kill someone in a place without surveillance, how can you prove that I did anything? I don't know why, but Su Ning had killed someone this time, and it was obviously quite bloody. But, surprisingly, he didn't feel any discomfort. Perhaps, this was the result of having experienced life and death, and nothing could stir up the turmoil within him? Or is it that after cultivating immortality, he is inherently cool? Or perhaps Su Ning had already known that tonight would be like this, so it didn't come as a surprise? Cleaning up the security guards, Su Ning put all of the corpses as well as the traces into the spatial treasures. Here, it was as if there had never been a person or a battle. Go! 1 person and 2 ghosts, heading towards the interior of the factory. 100. This is SW. Even a dragon has to lie down. 3 on the left, 4 on the right. 1 person and 2 ghosts came to an iron door, rusty and thick. Beyond the iron gate was a thick, cold concrete wall. Su Ning, be careful. They have electric batons in their hands, as well as cold weapon machetes. Su Ning nodded. Action. Boom. Su Ning kicked at the iron door. The thick iron door actually appeared a huge depression. Bang. Another punch. The iron gate detached from the concrete wall and collapsed. Jiang Xiaotao and Xiao Li's eyes widened. What a demon! Monster! Up! Just as the 5 security guards were shocked, Jiang Xiaotao and Xiao Li made their move. By Su Ning's side, the aura in Su Ning's body could provide them with a constant supply of energy. It allows them to explode into powerful combat without fear. Like an assassin, Rui's skinny body slumped against the wall as if it were a spider, arms and legs in hand. He rushed forward in a grotesque position, his mouth and head raised high and clearly out of proportion, a bizarre smile on his mouth. What the hell is this? There were 2 security guards who saw this scene and stared in horror at the small glaze in front of them. No, it can't be. The dead ghosts that were killed, coming to collect their debts. One of the security guards opened his mouth. Swish! Rui plunged one hand into the guard's heart. Rip! With a sharp tug, the heart was pulled out along with the bloody veins. Ah! When the other one saw this scene, his eyes glared like bronze bells, his face turned pale, and he screamed violently and miserably, trying to escape. Shoo! Xiao Li's other hand slammed into his back, and the heart was pulled out of his back heart. Pa! A pinch in both hands. 2 hearts exploded. Blood splattered everywhere. This heart, it's so dark. Disdainfully. On the other side, Jiang Xiaotao also ended the battle. On Su Ning's side, a burly man with a machete in his hand, dressed in a black uniform, waved it high in the air and slashed at Su Ning, and with just a slight lean forward, Su Ning dodged the blade and shouldered the knuckles of his opponent's hand. Ah! The joints of the strong man's hand snapped violently. There was a lot of screaming. Bang! Su Ning threw a punch that hit the man in the chest. Half of the strong man's body unexpectedly blew up directly, as if a blasting device had been installed in his flesh and blood. The sound of the strong man's screams also came to an abrupt end. He's dead. Su Ning's punches, too hard and powerful. At the 7th level of chi refining, the movements of the strong man were like slow motion in his eyes, dodging as much as he wanted. Looking at his fist, Su Ning frowned slightly. It's all very controlled already, and it's still so powerful. He just wants to bomb his opponents, not bomb them. Su Ning, be careful. There are 2 teams coming through the passageway, numbering 23, heavily armed, and 2 of the leaders seem to have prohibited firearms. Jiang Xiaotao reported the situation. Actually, Su Ning heard the footsteps. Swoosh! The 3 little ones rushed towards the passageway without retreating. The 23 men in the passage surrounded by steel looked to be well trained, and looked as if they were cooperating. A rare thing in a motley crew of soldiers. When they saw Su Ning and the 2 ghosts floating over, they were all a bit incredulous. Do it! Put! Jiang Xiaotao's body jerked forward, 2 hands like sharp knives, waving in the air, cutting at those people. Seeing blood, Liz is passionate about ripping out people's hearts. Su Ning wouldn't have any special fetishes. The body rushed over and the aura was released. It was like an ice pick that pierced through the opponent. The 3 little ones are like killing gods. One-sided killing. In no time at all, 14 people were actually killed in action. It's the Night Ghost. The Night Ghost has returned to claim its life. Someone trembled. When they entered this place, they had almost sold their lives, holding the mentality that they would die at any time. But when they were actually faced with this situation, they still couldn't help but be frightened. What stern ghost? When you get to SW, even if a dragon gets here, you'll have to lie down for me. The 2 captains were calm. Brush. Pull out prohibited items. It's a slam dunk against Su Ning. The bullets came out of the bore with 2 tons of fire. Guns. But one of the world's most lethal weapons. It was the invention of this thing that changed the way wars were fought. And there's no telling how many lives this thing has devoured. Su Ning is still wary of this stuff. Although it was possible that a body at the 7th level of chi refining was already partially immune to gun attacks, he wasn't too keen on using his body to try to see if he could carry it off. Swoosh! He violently condensed 7 aura bodies in front of him. Each strength is actually tougher than normal. Finally, a protective armor is also applied to oneself with the spirit body. Everything has to be stable. Put! the moment the coalescence was complete, the bullet hit just above the first spirit body. But what was surprising was that the supersonic bullet had only missed the spirit's body by half an inch. Ha! This? The two captains were horrified. What the hell is this? Can't even get through a gun? When Jiang Xiaotao and Xiaoli saw this scene, their little mouths were also surprised. This big brother of mine. Slightly more cautious. Go. Sunan touched his nose. I didn't think I'd be this strong. Just thought I might be better than an ordinary person. Mindfulness. The 7 spirit bodies moved in unison, killing the surrounding area. Pffffffffff. The two captains panicked and emptied all the bullets in their hands in a flash of lightning. Boom. Boom. Jiang Xiaotao and Xiaoli's figures were like ghosts. Oh no. They were ghosts themselves. Their bodies were weirdly and swiftly rushing forward, and the two captains were instantly wiped off their necks, and one had his heart ripped out, and the remaining stragglers were instantly cleared by Sunan. It's a long story, but it all happened in a flash. The 3 little ones had surprisingly killed a team of 23 people in a very short period of time. Go inside. They didn't stop to kill towards the interior of the factory. How dare you break into SW? Are you tired of living? The security guards were startled and rushed out in a steady stream. However, the fleshly mortal body was completely inadequate in front of Su Ning and the others, and was devastated and destroyed. During that time, every now and then, an old 6-shooter would sneak in with contraband, but of course, those things wouldn't work against either of the 2 ghosts, or the Sunan. For that matter, press can't get close enough. Under the chaotic battle, Su Ning was really hit by a bullet in his body, but that thing was like a soybean bouncing on his skin. It was false that it didn't hurt. It was still slightly felt, and that's about it. It was only now that Sunan dared to determine that his body seemed to actually be able to carry bullets. Someone knows this after. Also did not give up the defense. These old 6 hands of the guy does not seem to be very authentic. If he needs a large caliber, or authentic sniper on, even Barrett, he does not dare to pack. Cautious as he was, he would still use his aura defense. The deeper they killed into the factory, the more frightened Su Ning and the 2 ghosts became. It wasn't how much the opposite side's combat power had shocked them, but the scene inside this factory. It was too breathtaking. Terror. It's hard to imagine that these nefarious and dark methods exist underneath an ordinary fertilizer processing plant. Here, there are countless caged humanoid consumables. There are also countless research labs that use humanoid consumables for research. Operating tables. Humanoid consumables of both sexes, young and old, like animals in a food market, caged and at the mercy of others. Their eyes, all of them, were numb with despair, as if they deserved to end up like animals on a research table. Various research stations. Researchers have been scared away by Su Ning and others. Humanoid consumables are just left on the stage. Some are planning to slice and study. Some have already sliced and diced halfway. Some even vivisected to study the internal organs. Bloody. These people. It seems like a lot of them are clones. I found cloning devices over there, said Jiang Xiaodao. Clones? No wonder so many research subjects have appeared here and not been felt in the outside world. Su Ning nodded. Yeah, these are just clones. So why do you guys care? A man in a white coat who was still alive said. It seems that the mention of clones makes everyone feel half as guilty. But then, clones, they really aren't considered people, only materials. Sunan also pondered the question. Clones, don't they count as people? 101. Is it really you? Because clones have no social ties, no bonds of human civilization? Sunan doesn't want to think about that. So, what do you all study with clones? Naturally, it's to study the mysteries of the human body, to explore the possibility of human immortality. The white coat looked as if it was already doing something great. Naturally, still working on the possibility of unleashing genetic destruction on the human race. Do you know what that means? It means that if it works, you can let whoever you want die. And research. Sunan shook his head. That research into the medical field. We only study eternal life and destruction. Medicine, that's just a trail. The white lab coat was righteous and had a great expression. Then Li Lacun. Humph. He's just a dumbass. Extracting the immunity to acromegaly gene for him belongs to nothing more than a small matter in passing. The white coat said. If you were utilizing live body testing for the sake of medical development and advancement, for the sake of saving humanity from disease, even if you were breaking the law and committing a crime, I would still look at you with high regard. But alas, Su Ning sighed. It's actually for the destruction of mankind, and for a vain immortality. The quest for immortality is also an endeavor for the advancement of humanity. The white coat said. You guys have a dream, but this dream, I don't know if you'll be able to achieve it in your lifetimes at your level, said Su Ning. Boom! Sunan blasted the white coats. Su Ning, the self-destruct program has been activated here. And it seems that as soon as a person touches the core part of SW101, the self-destruct program will be activated. Someone doesn't want the secrets of this place to be leaked, or doesn't want to be caught in the act. Jiang Xiaotao said, the black hand behind this is so ruthless, that it can destroy all the helpers. We, have to leave. Sunin looked back at the hellish 101. It's hard to imagine that this is the real world. But sometimes reality is just kinda outrageous and shatters one's sense of perspective when it comes to some things. Leaving the underground interior. Swish, just after leaving, the entire plant sank in unison by about 10 meters. And the broken factories on the ground were actually unaffected. It was as if someone had originally anticipated that one day it would be discovered, and deliberately designed the place in such a way that when the factory sank, burying the contents, while the broken factory on the ground, as usual, remained unharmed. It's just a little lower than it was, and at the moment, entering the factory again, it seemed like nothing had happened here, and there was nothing out of the ordinary. It's what an ordinary factory looks like. Seeing this appearance, who would have thought that underneath the factory, countless living beings were actually buried? It seems that this world is not as simple as we thought. The worlds that ordinary people have access to are the most superficial ones, Su Ning said. Seeing the way this factory looked, Su Ning's thoughts were complicated. Thinking about many, it's amazing that such things exist in these times. It hasn't been discovered yet. Is it really well hidden? Not really, but why is it just not being noticed? Maybe it's behind. There's a big hand with big eyes manipulating it. As for who the big hand is, where to now? Liz asked. Naturally, I'm going to have fun in the city. It's still early anyway. The nightlife has just started. Su Ning laughed. Agreed. Jiang Xiaotao smiled. The roof of the Dingxing mansion. Li Likun and the man with the short beard and glasses are talking. Li Likun asks the man with glasses if he believes there are ghosts in the world, and if he believes that behind him, there is a horrible ghost face. The short-bearded spectacled man spreads his hands, indicates pressurization, himself as a materialist. No kidding, boss. The short-bearded man didn't believe it at all. But, immediately afterward he felt a cold chill down his neck. Slowly turn your head. It met Rui's terrified face. His face instantly twisted and his body violently trembled a few times. Grass. Just after he burst out, he felt a chill in his heart. Looking down, there was a bloody hole in his chest, and in the back part of his heart was beating in the air, cupped by a hand so dry it was nothing more than a skeleton. That's nifty. Put. The hand was gently hard. The heart exploded violently. The man's face was instantly bloodless. His eyes closed and he collapsed with a crash. Aha! A group of warblers screamed and ran about, and the scene was in chaos and confusion. Knock knock knock. A large group of security guards rushed over, picking up tongues of fire and sweeping them indiscriminately, intending to destroy the intruders but killing many innocents, while the sight of the short-bearded man being extinguished was unsettling. What the hell is this? Put. The security guards were undoubtedly exterminated by Shaoli and Jiang Xiaotao. They are getting more and more skillful at killing people. In the blink of an eye, all the guards had been resolved. You're the daughter of those two. There was silence. Li Likun looked at Jiang Xiaotao and was surprised. In his interactions with Jiang Yunyang and Lu Yuan, he had once learned that the two had a daughter, and had once seen a picture of Jiang Xiaotao at Jiang Yunyang's house. Jiang Xiaotao is similar to her parents, in a few ways. At the moment, she was transformed into the king of creepy. She looked hideous and terrifying, and some edges could still be seen. You came to avenge them? Li Likun was extremely shocked. Who would have thought that dead people could still show up? Will you leave me alone? Put. When Jiang Xiaotao saw the person in front of him, his eyes were filled with endless hatred. With Liz. Put. Jiang Xiaotao grabbed Li Likun's neck while Shaoli ripped out the other's heart. Ca. Li Likun's neck was crushed and his heart was extracted. Miserable. Li Likun. Dead. He thought that was the end of it, but it wasn't. After he died, Jiang Xiaotao didn't spare his soul, and under Li Likun's horrified gaze, his soul was put into his stomach. He's going to make Li Likun suffer a life worse than death. Go. After killing the people, Jiang Xiaotao and Shaoli left the place. And Su Ning. It was now ordering a cup of milk tea at a milk tea store called Ice and Snow, ordering it slowly and leisurely. He did not participate in this operation. It's a city, after all. It's not good to be too arrogant. Sir, this is already the best price. You've already used several coupons, including the fighting sound coupon. It really is the best price. Is it optimal yet? Sunin said. Well then, I'll switch to lemonade. Looking at the few possessions he had on him, he ended up going with the most cost-effective lemonade. Ice shopper. Okay. Just as Su Ning was about to sit down and drink milk tea while waiting for Jiang Xiaotao and the others, a familiar voice rang out. Sunin, is it really you? I thought I was mistaken. Suning turned around and raised his eyebrows slightly. It's you. I didn't expect to meet you here. Yeah, I wasn't expecting that. The woman's voice was full of surprise. Anything you want to drink, it's on me, the woman said graciously. No, I already ordered. 102. Bitterness in the heart, additional work for Gu Yongping. Sui, an existence that Suning found incredibly familiar, yet incredibly unfamiliar. It seemed like yesterday that I knew her, and it seemed like a long time, so long that I'd almost forgotten. Maybe it's just that Suning has come out of the woodwork. When he saw Sui now, it was actually as if he was seeing a familiar, ordinary friend, both very familiar and disconnected. It was as if the two would never cross paths again. Sure, that's the only thing to drink? Sui said. Boss, a big can of stick fresh oranges. I remember you like to drink this. Sui said. No really, thanks. Suning smiled. That's fine. Sui didn't force herself. I don't care about you. Help yourself. Aha. Sunin smiled. Sui went to order her favorite drink by herself. There were two little sisters next to her, secretly looking at Sunin. Turning her head and whispering to Sui, she asked, who is this person? Why do I feel so handsome? These two Suning did not recognize. They should be Sui San's friends. Sui, it can't be your boyfriend. Sui glanced at it and was stunned. If it was before, she would not hesitate to admit it. But now, no. So can you get us a wee? What kind of nymphomania are you committing? Sui blankly glanced at her companion. Asterisk 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 off. Do you still want something to drink? If not, I won't invite you, said Sui. Drink, drink, drink. Definitely need to drink. It's hard to convince you, Iron Rooster, to invite a guest. It's not easy. How can I not drink? The three of them talked and laughed as they headed toward the bar. Suning's five senses were sharp, and he could hear the three talking. But it didn't matter to him. I was going to leave and thought about it. Is it too deliberate to leave like this? Instead, I feel like I have a ghost. And he didn't move. Sudi sighed. When her little friend said that Suning was handsome, at first she didn't pay much attention to it. Then she took a closer look, and realized that Suning was indeed more handsome than before. 1,000,000 times more handsome. She was puzzled. It was clear that they were both the same face, the same person. Why did it look as if they were two people now? Strange. This is for you. Sui still bought Suning a large bucket of sticky fresh oranges, which was what he always liked to drink. Breaking up and still knowing each other. Can't I buy you a drink? Suning was just about to refuse when Sui said this. Thank you. Suning could only accept it helplessly. Put the drink down for Sunin. Sui then went to sit on the other side, a short distance away. However, it happens to be able to see Suning. What's he doing here alone? Couldn't it be because sad about the breakup? Sui rambled. Looking at that handsome face, sometimes she felt a little guilty. At the moment, so many years of bonding. Of course, that's no longer possible. She shook her head to pull her thoughts back. Sunin sighed. He just sat there quietly. No waves. As for the pain of lost love, that was purely a figment of Suyi's imagination. That, Mr. Su. As Su Ning was looking down at his phone, he noticed that beside him, there was an additional pair of long, straight and even legs. There was also a faintly authentic scent. Sunin looked up. A woman in a short blue floral dress with long straight black hair and a pretty face. The woman's features were exquisite, and her eyes sparkled with luster. The body is even more amazing. It was a very high-class face, and if you rated beauty, from 1 to 10, this woman's score would be a 10. If it's 1 to 100, then the woman is 100. If 1 to 10,000, then the woman's looks are 10,000. Of all the women that Sunin has seen, including short videos, TV and such, this woman is at least in the top 3, second only to the Kunlun Fairy and the Abyssal Demoness. Those two were, after all, cultivating the aura of immortality plus, and this woman, flesh and blood, actually gave off a sense of awe as well. She was different from other women. She had an air of superiority about her. It's like accidentally dropping a lotus flower in the sludge, come out of the silt and not be tainted. She was so pretty that the moment she appeared, she caught the eyes of everyone in the milk tea store. The men found it stunning and so did the women. And this kind of noble woman, usually I'm afraid to look at, will not even look at others. Normal people see will be inferior to the woman. In front of Su Ning, but coy, she held 2 cups of milk tea in her hands, large cups of pearl milk tea, rushing. That, I could buy you a seat for a drink. No, I could buy a drink here. The girl looked flustered. And no, she held her face red. Is what you're trying to say, can I sit here and buy you a drink? Sunin straightened out her words for her. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. The girl was relieved. Can I ask you to sit down for a minute, Sunin, eh? The girl froze even as she heard herself speak, and then her eyes widened. Can't believe I slipped up again. Sunin, on the other hand, was full of questions. This chick, what was said didn't match her demeanor at all, obviously with a very high-strung face, doing something so nerdy and cute, as well. So it's a high-flying imperial cute girl? The girl's face swished like a red apple. I'm sorry, I misspoke. Suning smiled. It's fine. Have a seat. Easy, take your time. Thanks. The girl buried her head into her chest and just wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. It was so embarrassing. She sat down in a hurry. This is the milk tea I invited you to drink. It's just ordinary milk tea, and it's not expensive, but I added warmth to it for you. It's not good for your body to drink cold ones at night. So, you don't mind. The woman sat down, lowered her head and did not look at Suning, finally saying all the words. When she finished, she took a long breath. I don't know what's wrong, why I'm so nervous about facing this man tonight. It's not just this. Are you that nervous? Suning shrugged his shoulders. The woman began to stammer again. Suning, this woman, looking quite fierce, but how the words don't make sense. I also wanted to. The woman thought, but didn't say it. Never mind. I'd better buy you some milk tea and take my time about the rest. The scene. Too much fun. Obviously a scene where a woman is chasing a man, and the girl is red in the face. Seeing this scene, no one in the surrounding area was beautifully knocked to the ground. The man is very handsome and the woman is extremely beautiful. A match made in heaven. A lot of people just love getting high on this kind of CP. And some people even sneak their phones out to film the duo in their hands and upload them to short video platforms. I found a pair of CPs today. It's perfect. Sisters come and get high. Match made in heaven. And the other side. Sunin was seen with the woman. Such a stunning woman again. The mind is amazed at the same time. Sour. Suning, you're actually, like, in a new relationship? And, it's so beautiful. She had the feeling that she was being robbed of something. 103. Do you believe that there are superpowers in this world? Sunin shook his head helplessly. This girl, obviously looked quite imperial. How could she be so social? Her words were not clear. The contrast with her image was too great. Seeing Sunin looking down and drinking lemonade, the woman introduced herself. I'm Wu Mengyao. I'm 23 years old, just graduated from the University of California, and I'm currently, Suning, nice guy. I didn't ask either. If you introduce us like that, people who don't know will think we're on a blind date. Sunin didn't really care who the girl in front of him was, because none of it seems to concern him. Please have some tea. Wu Mengyao personally gave Suning the straw and pushed it in front of him. Long, slender fingers, like green and white, beautiful hands. You don't have to be polite. Let's get to the point with what we have to say. I see that you're holding it in for half a day, and you're quite anxious. Suning spread his hands. Why don't you just take a sip? Wu Mengyao lowered her head. This girl, it seems, is obsessed with milk tea. Seeing that Sunin didn't move, she also lived awkwardly. Well then, I'll get straight to the point, said Wu Mengyao, her face reddening. I want to ask you to save my grandfather. Suning, save your grandfather. Although his face was expressionless, countless thoughts surged in his mind though. How can I, a commoner, save? Besides, I don't even know what happened to your grandfather. My grandfather has cancer. I know you can save, the girl said. Suning's heart shook when he heard this. How did she know I could be saved? How did she know I was capable of saving? Instantly, a faint murderous intent filled Suning's heart. Knowing that you can cure cancer, just ginger peach? As for Li Likun, he was all just guessing. Could it be, this woman, and Li Likun are in cahoots? Or, the two of them had made a match. Li Likun revealed that he might have the ability to deal with cancer. So, this woman approached him? For a moment, Sunin actually wants to kill someone. Nip the danger in the bud. After all, being able to deal with something like cancer is a huge asset in any corner of the world. And if word gets out, good if it's good, bad if it's bad. I'm afraid I'll be arrested and used as a mouse to slice and study. But a moment of contemplation. Killing people to get rid of them? Now himself seems to be a bit changed. Moving to want to kill and exterminate. He was not a person who was addicted to killing before. Recently opened the killing ring, encountered a problem. The first thought, actually, is to kill and exterminate. It's horrible. Furthermore, Can and Li Likun matchmaking, and see this woman temperament extraordinary. Behind the force is absolutely huge. Maybe he has been exposed. Really kill this person. I am afraid that he will immediately go to the opposite side of society. And how many people can I kill to silence? The only way to do that now, I'm afraid, is to deny it to death. This young lady is joking. I'm an ordinary person. How could I possibly have the ability to cure cancer? Your grandfather has cancer. He should go to the hospital for chemotherapy. You're looking for me. I'm afraid you're looking for the wrong person. Su Ning calmly sipped her lemonade, not touching the cup of milk tea. I know you have. The girl blushed. What makes you so sure I have? Sunin said. Sunin recalled it carefully. One never seems to reveal any abilities on one's own. Everything is just a guess. Even if you kill someone out of thin air, even if you break into a factory, neither has any evidence of competence in this area. Even the ability to kill permitted. If someone were Sherlock Holmes, by all the clues, they would surely be able to guess that everything seems to be related to them. But you have no proof. All I have to do is deny it to death. And what can you say? Trying to prove that I have abnormal abilities. Almost no evidence. And to be able to retrieve all the recent behavioral information about me is also an extremely difficult, if not almost impossible thing. And this almost impossible thing doesn't mean that it really can't be done, unless the person who wants to learn about all of this has his hands in the air. A big shot with only his hands in the air. Su Ning frowned slightly. Being targeted by an existence of this level was actually quite a headache. I don't have any evidence, stammered Wu Mengyao. No evidence? Sure enough, it's all speculation. Could it be that he was really being watched by some amazing person? I just feel like you can save. Wu Mengyao lowered her head and said weakly. I was in the crowd, and I saw right away that you seemed able to help me. Over the years, I've traveled all over the country, all over the world, and met many people. You're the only one who gave me the feeling that you can help me. Wu Mengyao lowered her head. Suning, he whitened breathlessly. Boy, so I've been speculating here for half a day and it's all just farting around? Hoping that this girl isn't some kind of moving against the grain background to investigate me. Rather, this guy looked at me favorably, thought I was capable of saving her grandfather, and came over to strike up a conversation? It's a big deal. I'd almost wanted to kill someone. Turns out you said you were looking at me and thought I could save your grandfather. Are you so sure of what you feel? Sunin asked. Could your feelings be wrong? Sometimes, one can't trust one's feelings too much. One's feelings, they can be wrong. Su Ning said. Learning that this girl didn't use her anticlimactic connections to investigate herself, he instead became much more relaxed and less hostile towards Wu Mengyao. No, I believe in my intuition. Since I was a child, my intuition has been especially accurate. Wu Mengyao stubbornly said. Do you believe there are superpowers in this world? Wu Mengyao blinked her eyes with a few cute moments. What superpower? Su Ning asked with interest. Superpowers are. Some people can pick things up from the air. Some people can fly. Some people can break iron doors with a single punch. Some people can travel through physical objects. Some people can, said Wu Mengyao. Blah 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 blah. Suning, I don't believe it. Su Ning said. How can there be superpowers in this world? Have faith in science. But there are a lot of things that science can't explain. Just like my superpower. I was born with the ability to avoid evil and to seek out the people in the sea of people who are useful to me. She was afraid that Suning wouldn't believe that there were superpowers in this world. Do you have that feeling that sometimes when you dream, you will dream about things that happen in the future? At that time, you still don't think so. You think it's quite outrageous, but later on, when the episodes in your dream actually happen in reality, you will find it unbelievable, said Wu Mengyao. I have a college friend. When she was in high school, she dreamt that she chased after a drama. That drama had several of her favorite actors and actresses in it, and in her dream, she watched the whole drama. Later, after she woke up, she went to search for that drama online, and found out that it didn't exist at all. He felt surprised, and also didn't take it seriously. Then until she went to college. Guess what? Wu Mengyao paused. That drama actually really aired, and the time of filming actually far after her dream. Later, that drama and what she saw in her dream was exactly the same. She felt unbelievable, so she told us about it, and we initially felt it was quite fake. Later she gave us a spoiler of all the episodes of that drama. After that, when the whole episode of that drama aired, we found that the plot was exactly the same as what she said. This science all the episodes of that drama to us dramatically, and after that, when the full episode of that drama was aired, we realized that the plot was exactly the same as what she said. How can science explain this? This is a real event I'm talking about. 104. MS. Wu Atmosphere. I actually always have the ridiculous idea a lot of the time that in this world, there are actually superpowered people. They're just sealed away for whatever reason. Wu Mengyao talked about this, gushing. It seems like she's super interested in the topic. Maybe it's confined by the creatures of the higher dimensional world. Or maybe the setting of this world just doesn't allow for superpowered people. And if someone awakens their superpowers, the world automatically takes back the superpowers of others. It's like, some people play basketball, and on the first day, they obviously find a way to make 100 shots that will go in no matter what. But on the second day, he forgets how to make a shot, as if he's a novice. For example, someone suddenly awakens a super brain one day, the ability to forget everything, whether it's memorizing a text or watching a movie. They can recite all the details word for word, but the next day, that ability disappears again, and it's probably been taken away by some kind of thing that took it away. Wu Mengyao said, many people always awaken many shocking abilities, but afterward, they all disappear. So, you're saying all this to tell me that in this world, superpowers really do exist? Sunin smiled slightly. Quite an interesting vision, but I'm a materialist. I believe in science. I don't believe in superpowers in this world. I know materialism, and I'm not really saying this. I'm not trying to convince you to recognize that there are superpowered people in this world. I'm just trying to help me before your powers disappear. Wu Mengyao said, please, my grandpa is really important to me. He's the only grandpa I have. You just have to help me and do whatever you want me to do. You've got the wrong person. Shook Sunin's head. I trust my intuition. Wu Mengyao shook her head. Like I said, human intuition. It can be wrong. Su Ning said, but, opened Wu Mengyao's mouth. Well, even if there are no superpowers in this world, but regardless of whether you have superpowers or not, can you come with me to see my grandfather? Wu Mengyao said, I'll pay. She was afraid that Sunin wouldn't go. This trip, whether you can save my grandfather or not, I'll give you 1 million. Oh no, 5 million. If you're afraid that I'll cheat you, you can give me the card number first. I'll send you the money, and then you can come with me. Is that okay? Wu Mengyao looked at Su Ning expectantly. $5 million to let me go take a look? Su Ning was surprised. Aren't you afraid that I won't do anything and really go over to take a look and leave? Earning you $5 million for nothing? Fear not. $5 million for a chance. It's actually worth it. Wu Mengyao said, whether you cure it or not. I'll give you $5 million if you come with me to take a look at my grandfather. You rich people's money really does come like the wind. Su Ning shrugged, spreading his hands. So did you promise? Wu Mengyao's big black eyes blinked. To get $5 million for doing nothing on a trip. This kind of good thing I believe not many people in this world can refuse. Especially ordinary people, said Su Ning. As it happens, I'm short of money again. So, you promised. Wu Mengyao was surprised. You said it. You have to pay for the cure or not. Su Ning said. Great, thanks. Wu Mengyao bowed, and that touch of innocent Snow White caused Su Ning to look stunned. Let's go. Don't curtsy. Any more curtsy and you should be sealed. Wu Mengyao also felt rude and her cheeks flushed. Please follow me. Wu Mengyao courteously invited Su Ning out the door. Sui, they went out. They were chatting so happily just now, laughing and joking. The relationship is definitely not simple. Out and about now. Probably on a date. I think it's going to. AI. It's a pity. Such a good-looking guy. But, that woman is also so beautiful. Together with him, it really is a match made in heaven. What a pity. If only I were his girlfriend. I'd be willing to live 10 years less. He's really handsome. And so polite. Surely a gentle and good man. I can't believe I didn't ask for a tweet just now. I feel like I missed out on $1 billion. The girl next to Sui had been chattering and discussing Su Ning. In fact, after the girl had appeared just now, Sui's attention had been drawn to Su Ning and Wu Mengyao, and she didn't know why. After that man she had discarded had a woman, a much prettier woman, by his side. She was actually very uncomfortable. Sour heart. Sui couldn't hear the content of Su Ning's conversation, because the two sides were actually not close to each other. Sui purposely chose a farther position, just for fear that Su Ning would think that he was deliberately sitting next to him, and that his remaining feelings were not yet over and so on. Handsome, what handsome? At a glance that kind of person just doesn't know how to be romantic. Won't send flowers for the holidays. Instead will buy you a bunch of dishes or something like that, and will also say that the dishes are more practical. You can eat them later, said Sui. And the kind that look like they have no money and aren't motivated. And Sui recited it as a way to remind herself of Sunin's shortcomings. But there was only one thought in her mind right now. Sunin, really cool. Why did he become so handsome after he broke up with himself? I remember when I was with myself, I didn't realize that he was so handsome. Also, he actually has a new girlfriend. The girlfriend is still so beautiful. Sui's heart was more sour than sugar-free lemonade at an ice store. Yeah, I think he's pretty good. It should look good. Sui, you hate him that much? Sui opened her mouth. Nasty? For a while, it was kinda mutually annoying. Now well, she didn't know. Anyway, there was only one feeling in Sui's heart, and that was that she was very uncomfortable when she saw others with Su Ning. Su Ning certainly didn't care what Sui was thinking in her mind. He had left that man behind. Out of the milk tea store, Su Ning and Wu Mengyao got into a standard luxury car. It's supposed to be pretty expensive, but it's not so ostentatious that you can bombard everyone on a trip down the street. Immature sense of ostentatiousness. There are a lot of risers running around out there these days. People have actually seen this before. Even for most people, cars are just cars. White cars, red cars, black cars are just cars. And as for the markings on the cars, most people don't recognize them except for those few brands. Su Ning and Wu Mengyao sat in the back row. Even though the car had a lot of space, it seemed that the rear space was so big that it couldn't even accommodate Wu Mengyao's long legs. Sorry, kind of squeezed you. Wu Mengyao apologized. No harm done, said Su Ning. Is the money ready to be transferred? The driver in the front row are a little unbelievable. Good guy. So a pair of long legs you did not see. Your eyes only transfer. My generation model naturally, smiled Wu Mengyao. Bank card arrival. $5 million. It was only when he heard the $5 million arrive that Su Ning breathed a sigh of relief. The corner of his mouth contained a smile. Many thanks to MS. Wu. MS. Wu's atmosphere. Wu Mengyao. After giving the money, she noticed that Su Ning's attitude, it seemed, was all much better. This, 105. Shaoshan. The air was very odd, especially sitting in the back seat with a white, straight, and tender thigh with a faint perfume scent. Su Ning wondered what brand of perfume it was, or shampoo, or maybe its body odor? Su Ning had never smelled this kind of odor before and found it a bit choking. Could you open a window? It's a bit choking. Wu Mengyao. She sensed that Su Ning was different from the others. In the past, on airplanes or other modes of transportation, even if one wore long pants, the eyes around them would glow so brightly that one would want to weld them to one's legs. She doesn't understand either. It's just a pair of legs. What's there to see? Not so with Su Ning. Once he got in the car, his eyes barely rested on his lap, as if he didn't exist. I don't know what I'm looking at. I'm just not looking at myself and basically ignoring it. It wasn't pretending. Wu Mengyao had seen many pairs of eyes, either undisguised, or moralistic and sneaky, and she really hadn't seen eyes as clear as Su Ning's. Good, said Wu Mengyao. LOL. The rear window was opened a crack. It took a steady stream of air coming in to make the pungent odor a little better. Su Ning seems to have come up with something else. What? I suddenly remembered. I still have to pay taxes when you transfer money to me. Why don't you pay my taxes? Su Ning asked. Wu Mengyao. Good, thanks. Su Ning unfolded a smile. Driver, money. More important than rich white women? With money, you only have money. But with rich white beauty, you can have countless amounts of money. Young man, you still don't understand the difference between a full meal and a full meal. No words on the way. All the way to the hospital. The two went upstairs, led by Wu Mengyao. They walked into a special ward. The ward was luxurious, with all sorts of instruments and amenities to make it look less like a hospital room. Everyone was a bit surprised to see Wu Mengyao bring a strange man back. Mengyao, this is? An exquisite woman asked. Friend. Wu Mengyao ignored the gazes of the people around her, and led Su Ning straight to a hospital bed, on which lay an old man, who looked very weak, as if his essence had been drained, and his eyes were a little cloudy. Seeing Wu Mengyao come over, the two women around 30 next to the hospital bed gently patted the old man on the bed. Dad, Mengyao brought her boyfriend to see you. Aren't you longing to see your granddaughter-in-law before you leave? Look at that. It's kinda cool. Wu Mengyao, Su Ning? Wu Mengyao was just about to call out to her grandfather. When she heard her aunt say that, her expression froze. She forgot to speak. Turning his head to Su Ning, he apologized slightly, and Su Ning is even more surprised. The expression seems to say, said good only see the disease, see or not to pay the kind of money. I crave your money, but you crave my body. This cannot be. Wu Mengyao was just about to say something, when the old man who was lying on the hospital bed recuperating looked over and smiled kindly. Mengyao, you're here. Quickly, let me see what my granddaughter-in-law looks like. Wu Mengyao, Grandpa, Auntie, he's not my boyfriend. Mengyao, you can't do this. A boyfriend is a boyfriend. How can you deny it? You say that, but it will break your boyfriend's heart. Don't worry, Our Wu family is not a snob. We won't hinder you from choosing a spouse. Just take your fancy. They had a preconceived notion that Su Ning was Wu Mengyao boyfriend. For one thing, Wu Mengyao had never brought a man back before. This was the first time. Secondly, this man was very handsome. He was a really good match for Wu Mengyao. Thirdly, Wu Mengyao herself said that he was a friend. A friend? A man? Isn't that a boyfriend? Yes, Mengyao. You can't embarrass others, smiled Elder Wu. To Sunan's surprise, there was no resentment in the ward, but instead the atmosphere was harmonious, just as cozy as a family routine, joking and flirting as they should. The old man didn't like the atmosphere of frustration. Sunan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the harmony in the atmosphere that filled the room. He was all ready to enter the door and be questioned about who we are. Wu Mengyao replied that it was the divine doctor she had invited. Then the Wu family disciples didn't believe it and mocked it. Then he himself was full of anger and wanted to leave. Wu Mengyao begged bitterly. He reluctantly stepped in and stunned the crowd. Well, okay, this kind of plot. If Jiang Xiaotao were here, she would definitely say so. Elder, Mengyao and I are just friends, said Su Ning. In fact, it's not even a friend. It's that I was just drinking tea on the side of the road, and she saw that I had eyes, and thought that I was some kind of divine doctor, and had to pull me over to take a look. And when I said that I wasn't, she nonetheless didn't believe it, and told me to come over to take a look at even one thing. So, I just came. Su Ning explained. He took the matter of receiving $5 million, and naturally ignored it. Not a boyfriend? A passerby? Everyone was a little surprised. That's right, isn't it? You could tell that everyone in the room was actually a little disappointed. You guys are disappointing hammers. The first time we met, and you don't know me as a person. Is it because of my handsome appearance? Simplistic. What Suning didn't know was, in fact, some of the higher-ups only needed a few minutes to roughly judge what kind of person you were through your mannerisms, micro-expressions, and temperament. Suning was, in their opinion, a person of pretty good character. I'm sorry, Mengyao has been well protected since she was young and hasn't seen much of the world. I've made you laugh, the old master said sadly. In fact, the first time he saw Su Ning, he had a preconceived notion that this was his granddaughter-in-law, and was quite satisfied. Handsome, fit, confident and sunny, unassuming, clean-eyed, no scowling, hiding kind of guy. Gives a nice feeling. Suning, I'm here to touch the fish. Not for a blind date. It doesn't matter. I don't care. Suning smiled. If you don't mind. That. Young man, do you have a girlfriend then? The old man asked. Suning, Gramps, I'm not here for a blind date. Actually, try it. The old man said. I'm trying my ass off. I'm trying. I'd better see the doctor, said Sunan. Walking up to the hospital bed, he shook the old man's hand. Young man, in fact, I know the heart of Mengyao. She is desperate. There is a sick doctor. My situation. I know myself. Not to mention that people are born old, sick and dead. This old man I still see the light. And then again. This life we have no regrets. The intruder broke through the scenery. Despondent. The experience also experienced. Even if into the ground. It is no big deal. We've been through it all. We've had our share of glory. We've had our share of despair. We've had our share of experience. And even if we're in the ground, it's no big deal. The old man said endlessly. Elder, I would like to ask, are you called Xiao Shan? Su Ning asked. You know me? When I was in school in the past, the dormitory building and library were donated by you. And then I went online and found that you donated dormitory buildings and libraries all over the country, as well as scholarships and so on. Su Ning said. Truth be told, I was also once funded by you. The first time he came in, he thought the old man in the hospital bed looked familiar, but because of his illness, he was much less spirited than in the photo. Oh, in that case, said Xiao Shan. Sunan nodded. A moment of silence, letting go of the old man's hand. I'm sorry, old man. I'm really not a doctor, nor am I a great physician. I can't do anything about your illness. I'm really sorry then, Miss Wu is looking at the wrong person. Su Ning stepped back and sighed helplessly. It's fine. At this result, the old man seemed to have expected it. You don't have to beat yourself up, since I've watched it as well, and I've honored my agreement with Ms. Wu. I'll leave you to it. Su Ning bid farewell. Want to sit down again? The old man retained. Thank you for your kindness, master. It's not early, said Su Ning. Well, in that case, be my guest. Sunan nodded and prepared to leave. When Wu Mengyao saw this, she opened her mouth and her eyes reddened. Somewhat lost. But that's what the deal was, and Sunan came over to watch, regardless of the outcome. Wait, said Wu Mengyao. Sonny, this girl isn't going to try to stalk me, is she? That. It's getting late. I'll have the driver take you back. How is that good? Su Ning didn't refuse. Leave the ward. Su Ning took the chauffeur's car back to the point of origin. As for Wu Mengyao and Elder Wu, all he could say was that Master Wu couldn't die. Su Ning did strike, but he won't admit it. And this time out, absolutely no traces could be found. Unlike treating Jiang Xiaodao's parents, this time Su Ning's cultivation had risen so much that he was already able to do so without leaving behind a special serum. Bang! Witnessing the driver's departure, Su Ning returned to his van. Go home. Jiang Xiaotao and Xiaoli were sitting in the back row and had been waiting for a long time. Su Ning, where have you been? Asked Li. We waited a long time. The second ghost then shows off the hall this time. Look, what loot we've brought you. 106. Harvest. Could you not be outrageous? We've had a full harvest on this trip, said Rue, excited beyond belief. Look, what I've swept up for you. Scratch that. A huge black canvas bag, zipped open. The smell of new coins hit me. It was actually full of heavy piles of money. As we all know, the Wuling Honda's van is quite loaded. And Su Ning found the back row stuffed to the brim. Good lord, how much does it have to be? Aside from that, I got you some crafts along with it. Invited Liz. Jab. Another canvas bag was opened and inside was a golden. The yellow glow was dazzling. Asterisk 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 trough. Su Ning was once again shocked. This thing? There are 3 or 4 bags as well? Where did you guys get the strength? No wonder it felt like the tires on the goddamned car had been flattened a bit just now. There's a lot of thatch. It should be worth a lot of money. The trunk was loaded with 7 or 8 boxes of thatch. Su Ning, not only these, there are other souvenirs. The van was stuffed to the brim, leaving a driver's seat for Su Ning to drive. These 2 talents. What a talent! Su Ning was curious. How the hell did these 2 devils carry these things up here? And, are you sure you won't attract attention if so much stuff goes missing? Pulling this pile of stuff home, won't the traffic police check it on the way? If you get caught, it's at least a mixed load of people and goods. Don't worry, all of these things are from unknown sources. The top can't be traced. They are all taken by me from Li Likun's private warehouse. Xiaoli said. We're just hacking away. Su Ning, what blackmail? Just outrageous. I'm a legal citizen. How can you fit this kind of blackmail into a van with a straight face? Mustn't you lay low and hide it? Collect. Su Ning took the things and threw them all into the storage space. How conspicuous to put it in the van. Definitely must be put into the storage space to hide to be safe. And even if the traffic police check, also not afraid of the charge of mixing personal goods. If we look again and find a small van with these precious items, it will be on the news. Here, there's another card with over 100 small targets in it from what the one said. In a foreign bank. Su Ning, can it get any more outrageous? I'm using this to withdraw money without real name authentication. Can I really get it? Not to mention that foreign countries are so far away. The password is 123123. Just, pretty unreliable. Su Ning casually tossed the card into the bottom of the box to eat dust. God knows when this will be useful. No. Xiao Li. Normally you are not this enthusiastic. To be solicitous of nothing is to be treacherous. You must have a conspiracy. Say, what trouble did you get into again? Su Ning said. I've always been very stable. What kind of trouble can I get into? Xiaoli said with a cheeky smile. Su Ning expressed disbelief. Just one small request, she said weakly. Sure enough, the fox's tail is showing. To make you curry favor with me like this, your request must be outrageous. Su Ning said. He set the car on fire, slowly pulling the car towards home. How can that be? I've always been reliable, alright. My request is very simple. That is, I want to raise a doll. Can I? Xiaoli looked at Su Ning blearily. That horrible face, coupled with eyes that only had miserable white pupils, and a small face that was densely cracked and cloaked. It looked scalp-numbing, and the point was, she still thought she was being cute and adorable. Grown sth. A sharp break from Su Ning. Put. Su Ning spat blood. Surprised, he looked at the little kid floating beside him. What? What the hell did you say? Very off the wall. You said, you want to raise a baby? Go. I didn't hear you right. Yeah, is there a problem? Rue said. A brat. Raising a baby? You think it's okay? Don't worry. I won't make you work for it. I'll take care of it myself and make sure I won't disturb or bother you, assured Liz. Su Ning, is this a matter of being numb or not bothering? Is this a matter of hitting or not bothering? Is it a matter of putting in an effort or not? Just a little kid, raising a baby. You let people hear. Do you think that's reasonable? The point is, how are you going to bring up a baby? There's no baby for you to raise either. You yourself probably can't give birth either. Besides, you're just a brat. Are you sure you can raise it? Sue someone is like an old den, looking at their own 15 or 16-year-old daughter, said to give birth to a baby. That kind of mood. How do you take care of a child when you're just a child yourself? Contest STH. Not really recognized. No, you don't want to raise a brat, said Sunan. A normal kid would have to be killed by you. You seem to question my abilities. Rue huffed. Besides, I'm not raising a ghost. I raise normal kids. Rue said. Whose child did you steal? Sunan asked. Boy, are you a motherly little thing? It's not stolen. It came from a bright source, Shaoli said. This leaves Sunan wondering. So your child came from? SW-101. Put. Sunan spits blood again. SW-101? That little guy seems to be special. Fatherless and motherless. A new human bred by SW-101 inside, Shaoli said. I had noticed her at the time when SW-101 exploded. I thought she was bound to die, but who knew she didn't later? I went and came back and snuck her out without you noticing. Sunan recalled that at the SW-101 explosion, Shaoli did leave for a short while. Didn't really care at the time. This guy disappears a lot. Are you sure you're playing for real? Sunan asked. Do you know how much trouble it is to raise a child? To keep her up late at night? To change her diapers? To feed her formula? To buy her things? Do you know how scary kids are? Sunan said. I disagree. Who's the brat with the kids? Who cultivates a baby? You think it's a pet? Just agree, please. Liz's eyes blinked. It's horribly cute. I'll be good from now on. And I'll never get into trouble. I promise. You can't afford to feed, said Sunan. Those just now. Shaoli pointed to the money that had been put away in Suning's storage space. Oh, feelings that you stole so much money. Not for me, but to raise that child chanting. Suning blanked. I knew it was nothing good. He, laughed Rue heartlessly. I'll be good and filial to you too. I'll take good care of her, and I'll be sure not to bother you with any trouble. Sister Xiaotao, help me count brother Suning. Jiang Xiaotao paralyzed his hands. I can't persuade you. I think you are. It's more realistic to throw that child away. Suning doesn't like children. Anyway, that kid doesn't have any relatives in this world and doesn't have any record of existence. So even if he dies, there shouldn't be anyone to track him down or care about him. Jiang Xiaotao said. Hold it. Suning was speechless. Peachy, you've learned to sidestep things too, haven't you? Seriously, that kid is pretty cute. Maybe you'll like it? Jiang Xiaotao said. Sunan bristled. Kids and all. It was still fun to be in someone else's house. The sudden addition of a child to the family was quite abrupt to him. 107. The original Tao of this world, thanks to Cheerful Cat. Extra. The early morning sunlight is like a golden veil, gently sprinkling the mountains and fields. The breeze blew through, carrying the scent of grass and refreshing the heart. In the mountains and fields, the green dog's tail grass gently swaying in the breeze, as if cheering for a new day. The distant mountains are covered in a thin layer of fog, hidden, like a fairyland. On the field paths, dewdrops dotted the grass, like a crystal-clear jewel. Birds are singing happily on the branches, seemingly speaking of the beauty and peacefulness of nature. Everything is so serene and beautiful that one is mesmerized by the gentle and peaceful beauty. Suning sat cross-legged next to the small tree, letting the rising sun spread over his body, gilded him with a golden glow. Suning's precious body was crystalline, without a trace of impurities. He was like an immortal descending from heaven. Small trees in the sunrise, spots of light diffuse, the light flows, a tree and a man, as if they have been companions of the ancient for countless years. I'm also not sure if it's the trees, or the Suning itself. Surprisingly, at this moment, a feeling of ancient vicissitudes flowed out. It was as if a tree and a man had existed since the beginning of heaven and earth. The most ancient tree and the earliest man. When did the river moon first shine on the people? And when did the riverside first see the moon? The river and the moon have not yet appeared and he has already existed. And others by the river have seen the moon for the first time. Life is endless from generation to generation. And the river and the moon look similar every year. He knows that the river and the moon treat others. Nor did he know why. But at this moment, Suning seemed to be fusing into one with that one ancient tree. Golden. There was an arcane aura flowing. This breath. This Tao. It made the little people under the tree look dumbfounded. At the moment, Suning, the state is too arcane. It was as if he had already entered the Tao. Or as if he himself was the Tao. Little people look up. It always felt that Suning's aura was unique and incomparable, with a great Tao lingering about. And if one could realize the Tao, it would definitely be of infinite use. But, no matter what the little people used, they actually couldn't understand it, couldn't reach it. Swoosh. This marvelous state of affairs until two ghosts drifted in. Sunan returned to his senses and put away the books. Just disappeared. Was it because Sunin himself had the ability to enter the way? Or was it the books he read that made him a Taoist? Little people don't know. Well, is it taken care of? Sunin inquired. Deal with it, Rue said. Are you sure you handled it well and found a good home for the boy instead of just throwing it away? Sunin asked. Found her a good home, Liz said. Suning looked up at Zhang Xiaotao. Questioning look. He trusted Zhang Xiaotao. Zhang Xiaotao nodded. Found a good family. Already settled. Don't worry. That's good. Suning nodded. It's not that I'm being desperate. You two have too much yin qi, and prolonged contact with a baby will cause irreversible damage to it. Even if you don't touch the boy and he lives here, he'll still be hurt by your yin. I hope you understand. The two ghosts looked at each other. Got it. It's good to know. You guys go rest, or go do your own thing, Suning said. Well, the two ghosts drifted away from this place. Sunin picked up the book again and studied it, and as he read the book afterward, that mysterious feeling reappeared. Is it because of the book? The little people were surprised. Of course, Suning didn't even notice this. He was reading here today on a sudden whim, wanting to experience the morning reading during his student days. That feeling, it's actually quite nice. As for the book, it was just a random ancient book from the shelf. It doesn't matter what you read. Reading matters. Quickly sense. If we can comprehend a single strand, I'm afraid it will be endlessly beneficial to us all, Li Qingxian said. Immediately, they sat cross-legged under the light and splendor spread by Sunin and Little Tree. Bathe in it. This glow made their bodies very comfortable. It was as if every pore was stretching, all cheering. They could not comprehend the exact avenue, but there were also huge benefits to bathing under this Dao Hua. It was as if under the bath of the immortal world's great Dao, their originally crooked Dao, the original Dao in their bodies that couldn't cater to this world and forcibly fused with it. If the dark wounds that were left behind were slowly healing, the light of the radiant avenue that hung down from Suning's body cleansed their bodies. Even the soul was comfortable, as if the mental distractions were removed. Don't think that this kind of thing seems useless. In fact, for strong people, the flawlessness of the soul is more important than the flawlessness of the body. The flawlessness of the soul allows one to keep to the heart. It won't go off the rails. The blemishes of the body can be removed over time, but the blemishes of the soul, some people spend their whole lives and don't always fix them. Amazing. What in the world are you reading, Master Xian? What in the world are you reading? Could it be that what you're reading is the true explanation of the immortal realm's great Tao? The little people were amazed. Wow. After reading for about an hour, Sunin closed the book. Shoo. As he closed the book, the arcane aura disappeared. The little people also woke up from their meditations. Surely, it's because of that book? The little people were sure. So, what kind of book is it? Sunin moved his muscles and neck. Being sedentary for a long time is not good for your health. He lamented. He wanted to get up and move around. Unexpectedly, when I looked down, the little people looked like pilgrims. Look at yourself. Suning, what are you doing? Enlighten the great Tao laws flowing from the immortals. Li Qingxian said. Immortal. What immortal? Me? Flowing out of the laws of the way? What the hell? What law of the road could there be in me? The Kunlun fairy hesitated for a moment. May I ask, immortal elder, just now, were you reading the true explanation of the immortal Tao of this world? Why did the immortal Tao resonate when you read it? Immortal Tao true solution? Immortal Tao resonance? Suning froze. Yes, he didn't even notice. Turned the book in his hand from side to side. I don't see anything special. He was puzzled. This book of mine, the Tao Te Ching, Suning paused, was indeed called a classic at a certain time in this world's history. Tao Te Ching, the little people murmured. Rumble. I don't know why, but when those three words were spoken, the little people's bodies trembled, as if they had triggered something in the underworld. There was a wave of arcane Tao sound that exploded in their minds. Just chanting three words, actually causing heaven and earth to resonate? Nope. It was able to resonate with the immortal Tao because the Tao caused by the immortal master Feng Feng had not yet dissipated, and so we were able to feel the wonders of it. If you were to simply chant these three words in normal times, it would probably be useless. Immortal elder. This Tao Te Ching, is it really the supreme immortal law of this world? The little people were excited. Could you give us and others a look? Seeing the solemn look on the little people's faces, Sunin was surprised in his heart. Tao Te Ching, so fierce? In fact, at the beginning, he didn't think that the classic books in this world could compare to the essence of the immortal world's immortal cultivation secrets. How many years has this world existed? Even if some divine books were indeed very powerful and contained many philosophical truths, how old were the authors? Compared to the immortal world's thousands and tens of thousands of years, or even several epochs, A few decades of enlightenment. Even if all of it is condensed essence, it's still not as much as someone else's enlightenment measured in tens of thousands of years. But now I can tell from the awe in the eyes of the little people that the classic books of this world. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Why not? Su Ning said. The book was then placed on the floor for the little people to view. The little people looked solemn and slowly stepped forward, wanting to watch the immortal scriptures, but flying in front of the giant book, they made a mistake, because they couldn't seem to turn the book over. It was too big, too heavy. Amount 108. The original true solution. The true solution of the Great Way. I wish all the brothers and sisters of the college entrance exams victory. Wow. Seeing this, Su Ning turned the first page for them. Huge sheets of paper flopped and tumbled across the earth. It kicked up a huge hurricane that nearly blew the little people off their feet. The path can be taken. Uncommon sense. Printed into the eyes were 6 huge ancient characters, which were like the veins of heaven and earth with a single stroke. Stretch STH. It's all over the place. Since Su Ning bought the vintage version, it is not in block letters, but looking at the strokes, which are similar to those of the small seal script, it is quite unique. Upon reading those 6 words, the little people were surprised. It was as if the strokes of the 6 characters were the wonders of the connection between heaven and earth. Obviously the words didn't move. They changed 1,000 times. The way can be the way. It is not the way. The questioning old man's eyes lit up as he muttered. A holy light shines above his head. It was as if it had invoked some divine law. Holy light fell, bathing his entire body. In a strange state, a name can be a name. A very name. The way. The very way. The unusual way. Name. Very name. Unusual name. Elder Questioner had spent his entire life pursuing the great Tao, and in this aspect of the Tao, he had specialized extremely deeply, compared to the way of the sword, the way of the human emperor, etc. He pursued the great Tao, which was the great Tao of nature. Every mountain, every blade of grass, every flower and every leaf, is the Tao. When he saw the Tao of the Tao Te Ching, his entire being fell into the mystery, nameless, the beginning of heaven and earth, and named, the mother of all things. The questioning old man muttered, before the Tao, nameless, nameless, is the law of chaos at the beginning of heaven and earth, and namelessness is the true meaning of the laws of chaos. No self, no name, no immortal, no God, no everything, no name. It is the true solution to the great Tao that heaven and earth have not yet opened, and there is a name, the mother of all things. In the beginning of the heavens and the earth, all the races of the heavens and the earth, and all things were given the definition of name. There is a name. It is the mother of all things. Water, called water. Fire, called fire. Wood, called wood. Earth, called earth. Gold, called gold. Mountains and rocks are called mountains and rocks. And the sun and moon are called the sun and moon. Heaven and earth are called heaven and earth. I, call it me. He, called him, the name of yes. The party is divided between you and me. Fong becomes beasts and landscapes, humans, and rivers, famous, nameless, nameless. For the primordial true solution to the way of chaos before the heavens and earth opened, there is a name. For the true meaning of the great Tao of heaven and earth after the beginning of heaven and earth. I see, I see. So, this is the Tao? The old man who asked the question was in a state of insanity, crying and sobbing at times. I've come to my senses. I've come to my senses. Master Tao, I've finally come to my senses. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. He laughed maniacally. However, no one would think that he was really crazy, because in the body of the old man of the questioning, there were infinite light and splendor exploding, and there were countless Tao sounds that were dazzling. Lotus, the path is 7-colored immortal light. He was like the originator of the Tao. It is as if the sun, the light rises with him. Nameless is the true meaning of the Chaos Avenue, and famous is the Tao of the present-day avenue. Chaos. What is chaos? It is nameless. You have me and I have you. There is a name, and my way is my way, and your way is your way. You practice the sword. The sword indicates one of the names. The sword is the name. You practice fire. Fire is also one of the names. The so-called 10,000 paths are but the names of each, and the 10,000 paths merge and return to chaos. Fire is not fire. Wood, not wood. Water is not water. What is it? Road, also nameless. No more names. It is the way of chaos. It is the beginning of heaven and earth. The old man who asked questions from just being all about asking questions, his sensitivity to the Tao, was unmatched in the world. At this moment, casually reading the opening chapter of the Tao scripture actually caused a heaven and earth anomaly and caused the great Tao to resonate, which was, indeed, too amazing. The old man who asked the question cried out in madness. Master, the Tao that you have not seen, I have seen it for you. The Tao that you have spent your entire life pursuing with no gain. I have seen it. Master, you really should see. My disciple, I have lived up to your old man's legacy. Finally, for you, I have seen the true understanding of the Tao. Famous, nameless. So it is. It's really enlightening. The old man of the questioning bowed to the small tree, which was the place of the Chinquan realm, and then bowed to the old man of the questioning's dojo, which was the master's legacy and the master's grave. His master, the previous master of the questioning mountain, a lifetime of pursuing the way, sometimes crazy, sometimes stupid, sometimes like a god of wisdom, sometimes demented, words without words. In order to pursue the great Tao, they even sacrificed themselves, wanting to transform the Tao. In the midst of transforming the Tao, to realize what the great Tao is, he was immortal, but he was of the saint rank, with an infinite lifespan. He could have been immortal, but, in the end, it was a desperate attempt to transform the Tao into a sense of enlightenment. It was a pity that he could not realize the true meaning of the great Tao until he died. Regrettably, it is said that all questioners are crazy, or rather, all questioners of the mountain are crazy. That's true to a point. And now, Elder Questioner is actually here, unlocking the true meaning of the great Tao, or Suning inadvertently read of miscellaneous books, which, a thing of the immortal world. What a horror! It's amazing how a random book, the first page, the first few words, can have such an explosive shock. It was so horrible. Immortal world. Not a single thing is normal awe. Whether it was Elder Questioner or the other ascended beings, all of them had their scalps tingling when they saw the scene. The immortal world. The immortal world. This is the fairy world. They were nothing but shocked. The old man who asked the question was in tears, and it was not easy for him to calm down, as he arched his hand at Su Ning and bowed deeply, and then performed the 3 worships and 9 kowtows, and the 5 bodies of the body to the ground again. Sunin, huh? How come? Get up! The questioning old man, however, was unmoved and continued to kowtow. Many thanks to Immortal Elder. Many thanks to Immortal Elder for gifting the true solution of the great Tao. If it was with Immortal Elder's generous gift of the book of the true solution of the great Tao, I'm afraid that in my entire life, I would never have had the opportunity to recognize what the true solution of the great Tao is. That's why this gift, the old man must perform. The questioning old man stubbornly said, perhaps the Immortal Elder does not care about this book, about the true solution of the great Tao, nor does he care about it, but he is really too important to the old man, more important than his life. If the way of transfiguration can recognize the true solution of the great Tao, the old man will not hesitate to transfigure the way, and go after the master, asked the old man excitedly. All these years, the old man asked the world and the immortal realm, just to fulfill his master's last wish, to find the true solution to the great Tao, and now, it is considered to be the fulfillment of his wish. The old man of the questioning world was like a pious believer, prostrating himself on the ground. It seemed to be bowing to Su Ning. It seemed to be bowing to the true solution of the great Tao. Or was it bowing to his master? Dang! As the sound of the Tao filled the air, the old man who asked the question was filled with a mysterious aura. Ask about the mountain dojo. The green smoke rose and transformed into the appearance of an old man. Its smoke in the form of a silhouette. The way can be the way. Very. The way. The name can be the name. Very. The name. Famous. The beginning of. Heaven and earth. Nameless. The. Mother of all things. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. That green smoke released a smile. The old man who asked the question turned around and saw the green smoke. A familiar feeling. Master. Apprentice. Has lived up to your expectations. Elder Questioning rose and flew towards Mount Questioning. Your Chong Air. The green smoke wondered. I didn't expect. I have 3,000 disciples. And you, who I usually despise the most, feel that you are too prodigal, and I'm afraid that you have no connection with the great Tao. And in the end, you are the only one who succeeded in asking for the great Tao. Not bad, not bad. The old man nodded his head, expressing his relief. I was wrong. You're great. The path of asking questions. I am not even as good as you anymore. But my master is very proud. That old man sighed. The old man who asked the question, on the other hand, was thrilled beyond words at this moment. To ask, to find out the true solution of the great Tao for his master, and to return the gift of a meal from his master when he was young, is Chong Air, the deepest obsession. And now, it has been realized. Everything, because of Suning. 109. Chonger asks the master ancestor, supplementary, above the mountain of questioning. The old man of green smoke was unexpected, not expecting that his most despised disciple would end up being able to go this far. Therefore, always, have no desire, in order to see the marvelous. Therefore, often, there is a desire, to see how it goes. Elder questioner realized the truth of the great Tao that he had viewed from above the Tao scriptures. Like a maniac, this, both, from, the same, but have different names, and are called, the same, metaphysics, the, and, the, gate, of, all, wonders. The old man who asked the question chanted the first chapter of the Taoist scripture. His body had the infinite laws of the great Tao flowing through it, and with every word he uttered, this small world was resonating, as if it was listening to his great Tao supreme principle, as if he was the Tao ancestor, the great Tao interpreter who had been born and raised in the earth. Asked the old man, feeling as marvelous as ever. Su Ning looked at the questioning old man with interest, as well as the other villains. As the first page of the Tao scripture was finished, the visions on the old man who asked the question became even more brilliant, and the precious statue even more solemn. He's like the interpreter of the Tao, like a little light bulb emitting all kinds of strange colors. It's so nice. The other villains, such as Li Qingxian, the Kunlun fairy, and the imperial lord of Great Xia, heard the old man who asked the question recite the immortal scriptures, and seemed to have some enlightenment, their bodies emitting a bright and uncertain holy light. Entry. This is a manifestation of entry, of the ascended masters present. I'm afraid that only the 4 great fallen ancient races didn't reap the rewards. They were flabbergasted, completely inaudible, because they walk different paths. They walk the path of killing. The way of man is still superior. The black dragon said, it's amazing how you can make a bad old man sacrosanct. The immortal Tao classics that immortal elder left behind casually. I didn't expect that it could actually cause such a vision. This world, just how many other amazing things we haven't seen before. It's amazing. The 4 great fallen ancient races were filled with jealousy, and even the unrivaled Phoenix was very envious in her cold eyes. There was no doubt. The old man who asked the question had gained a huge benefit. This is a great chance. Asking that awful old man in the future will definitely have a great future. It's just a pity that we can't realize the true meaning of the human race's Tao, and that the human race's Tao is different from my race's Tao. Or else, if we snatch his Tao, we'll soar to the heavens. I envy that awful old man. Looking at the old man who was covered in flamboyant colors and resembled a Taoist ancestor, the 4 ancient clans walked around. Couldn't wait to eat that old man in one bite. The old man who asked the question slowly rose from his coiled sitting and opened his eyes. 2 branches of Tao light shot out from his eyes. Stunningly stunning. Want to keep reading? Su Ning casually sat cross-legged to the side, watching the old man who asked for enlightenment and flipping the books for the little people. No, the beginning piece is already the limit of the old man, said the questioning old man. There were countless Tao rhythms flowing from his body, touching a new one again. I'm afraid I'll explode. Thank you, immortal elder. You're full from reading one article? Su Ning was also surprised. That's a small amount of food. Do any of you still want to read chapter 2? Su Ning wanted to turn the second page. No. There is no need, immortal master. This immortal realm's heaven and earth great Tao's true solution is extraordinary. Our cultivation is still shallow, and if we see too much of it, we are afraid that we will go astray, and we will lose more than we gain. The little people are terrified, can't bear to read the second chapter. In fact, the first chapter had already reached the limit of their cognition, and some of their clueless understandings had almost made them turn into Tao. And if they were to read the second chapter again, I'm afraid that they would really turn into Tao. The ability is not enough to force enlightenment. The body will be swallowed by the Tao, transforming the Tao into a part of it. This, in fact, is quite dangerous. Su Ning, there's more of this? How can you read a book and still have a problem with it? These little people are indeed easy to feed. Eat only a little. Read only a little. So be it. Su Ning had no choice but to close the book. The old man who asked the question and the old Taoist of green smoke on the mountain of questioning exchanged glances. Master. Disciple wants to ask, elder ask. To write master's name and clear his shame. Old man asking, ancestor's eyes were firm. Heavy ear has a heart. Not at old Taoist green smoke. You are qualified to compete with the old ancestor for glory. Go on your way, to be far superior to mine. One had to admit that the blue was better than the blue, and the Tao of the old man who had asked the question had far surpassed his own. In the path of questioning, he had already traveled an extremely long distance, and even he could hardly look at him. In fact, old Taoist green smoke was surprised. This was clearly his weakest disciple, and now he was above him. Asked the old man to nod. gathered his emotions. He arched his hand at the mountain of asking and growled aloud, "Chong-er, old ancestor of asking, please teach me." Spinning around, an eye suddenly cracked open on the forehead of his brow. Sooning, 3 eyes. The third eye opened and closed, and a light actually bloomed. Shine on the mountain of questioning. Wow, there is a 10,000-foot light shining on the mountain of the questioning, which is so bright that people cannot open their eyes. A pale, ancient aura came over him. Boom! The mountain of questioning trembled, as if it were a heartbeat. Something is coming back to life. Boom! A powerful aura was vibrating. An immortal creature appeared. He does not resemble a humanoid, but instead resembles a gaseous, formless and shapeless, but sacred beyond measure, and marvelous beyond measure. What? Dare to disturb the seat's slumber? A loud voice resounded. Neither male nor female. Alike. The crowd was surprised. It's the mountain of asking. Is actually a living being? Ancestor of the mountain of asking? This is the depths of the mountain of questions? I used to hear that there was something weird about the mountain of asking. So it's like this. The ascended ones were surprised. The 99th heir of the questioning mountain. Heavy ear. Old man questioning. Old man questioning did not arch his hand. Did not bow. Instead, like a challenger, he lifted his head and carried his hands behind his back, facing that pile of unnameable objects directly. There. Great. 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 The lump that shall not be named exclaimed. How many years? How many years? Ever since the 98th generation of the questioning mountain's heir, Wudo, challenged me. No one has challenged me again. You're good. Heavy ear is it? The pile of unnameable things gradually transformed into a light human body. The face was actually exactly the same as Chong-er. Let you transform the Tao, to become my seat, the 99th Tao sacrificer, and achieve my seat's supreme immortal Tao. Light-type heavy ear was excited. The Tao ancestor once projected that by sacrificing the 9 great Tao, one could fly straight to the immortal land and achieve the supreme immortal Tao, immortal and indestructible, becoming the supreme being of the world, invincible in the ancient and modern future. Today, the old man is going to become a Taoist, and you, Chong-er, have done a lot of work. Light-type heavy ear thought he was going to be successful today, and was in a good mood. All the villains? Legend has it that there is great weirdness in the mountain of questions. Every time the master of the mountain of asking will somehow die and the Tao will fade away. No matter what realm you reach, even if you're a saint, you won't be able to escape this destiny. In the end, you will be forced to turn into the Tao. I didn't realize that. This bizarre. It's actually the old ancestor of Mount Asking. For the immortal realm's great Tao, he actually wants to sacrifice the 99 successful pathfinders. Li Qingxian and the Kunlun fairy exchanged glances and revealed this secret. Today, ask the mountain shenanigans that surfaced. Old ancestor, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you today. Chong-er will prove the Tao, destroy old ancestor's Tao roots, and return peace to Mount Asking. Chong-er said. Ha ha, ha ha. The light-type heavy ear laughed. Every asked mountain heir has said that, but none of them have been able to do it. You can't, and unworthy. It's better to obediently become one of our 99 Tao sacrificers and let our seat get away with it in heaven and earth. 110. Crushing. This lineage of Ask the Mountain was very strange. Obviously all the talent is good and fundamental to the way. By all rights, it should be powerful. However, they were not as strong as they had imagined. Even, every generation of inheritors ended up falling inexplicably. It seems to be cursed. There is ominousness that will find its way to your door. Weirdness has always loomed over the legacy. Every inheritor seems to be unable to get rid of their own destiny no matter whether they end up facing their destiny head-on or running away from it. There is only one outcome, and that is to fall. This bizarre phenomenon left the mountain of questions without an inheritor for a time. Both are afraid of being the next victim. Only those who were desperate would choose to worship the mountain of questioning. The previous generation of legacy. The division of Chong-er. He's amazingly talented. There is great wisdom and great ideals. Determined to break the curse of the mountain of questions and suppress the ominous. Let the mountain of questioning be quiet from now on. He is indeed strong. Along the way, he crushed many of his contemporaries, and finally, entered the Tao, proved the Tao, becoming the most accomplished, youngest, and most gifted asker of the mountain of asking. To break the curse, he goes against the grain. He personally took in 3,000 disciples and preached to the world. Let the mountain of questioning was once strong. At that time, the mountain of asking was the #1 sect in the world. 3,000 disciples, all of whom were at the half-saint realm. And even, there were several alternative sacred ranks. When it's really the first strongest in the ancient and modern questioning mountain. Everyone thought that he would lead the questioning mountain to break the shackles and break the weirdness. becoming the strongest questioner in history. When he was at his most powerful, when the Tao sect was at its strongest, he chose to ask the old ancestor. That battle shocked the heavens. The blood is flowing. That battle, it was tragic. The 3,000 children of the mountain of asking. Only the one who disappeared has not been worn out. The others, all of them are dead. And the questioner, eventually, he even sacrificed his body to the Tao, trying to bring the old man down with him. It had to be said that at great cost, the old ancestor actually felt the pressure, and he almost became one as well. It's just a shame. Almost, just almost. In the end, the old ancestor escaped with his life. The questioner and his disciples, almost dead, heaven and earth, wail, and despairingly, the old ancestor didn't die, devouring 98 generations of heirs, as well as 3,000 disciples, powerful beyond measure. It was as if it was really going to be one of the immortal paths. With just one more Tao sacrifice, he would be truly complete, reach the realm of terror. And today, the preacher sacrificer came. Heavy Year, the 99th generation heir to the mountain of asking, the sacrificer of ways. Do you know why? Without exception, the 98 and the sacrificial Taoists have no way of escaping their destiny. In the end, whether they fight or flee, they will all fall. The old ancestor smiled. Because the inquiring mountain inheritance that you cultivate is but a part of my Tao. And I placed a taboo in the inheritance. As long as you cultivate my Tao, as long as you achieve something, in the end, all of you will trigger the laws of belonging. With a single movement of the old man's mind, the laws that you cultivate will automatically disintegrate and become a part of my great Tao. Returning to yourselves, the more powerful, the more saintly the realm. In the end, the more it will be affected. Your Tao is my Tao. It's just a graft for me. The questioning ancestor said. Is this the biggest secret of the mountain of questioning? All inheritors, no matter how powerful they were, in the end, would be devoured by the questioning ancestor. Everything is calculated. From the moment he entered the mountain of questions, his fate was decided. It's the old ancestral sustenance. This was the sadness of the heir to the mountain of questioning. It is also a sad destiny that cannot be resisted. Throughout history, countless cultivators have resisted, all to no avail. I have to say, your master is quite alright. He almost hurt me. Unfortunately, it was just that close. He's the most powerful questioner I've ever seen. If I hadn't prepared completely, if he had appeared below the top 50, and I hadn't absorbed so many questioners, he might have actually made history. The questioner ancestor said. It could be seen that he still held Chong'er's master in high regard. You don't deserve to be my threatener. Your master is more or less the same. If this seed didn't guess wrong, you are just a fugitive disciple among the 3,000 disciples of your master back then. Or the weakest one. Your astonishingly talented master couldn't even kill me. You have any qualifications? The old ancestor of questioning mountain said. Whether it's good or not, whether it's qualified or not, one must ask to know. The questioning elder said indifferently. Old ancestor, without further ado, today it's either you die or I die. Please go to your death. Old ancestor. Chong'er glanced at his master's obsessive spirit body, as if to say, Master, watch. My disciple will repay you for the favor of saving his life with a meal back then. I will witness for you, and help you avenge. Chong'er was a young boy, just a brat in an ordinary family in the mortal world, and almost starved to death due to the war. Luckily, he was seen by his master who was passing by and casually invited him to have a meal, saving his life. Later, Chong'er embarked on the path of immortal cultivation, and by chance, he worshipped at the mountain of inquiry. Because Chong'er belonged to the halfway school, he was very mundane, and his behavior was debauched, wild and unrestrained. His master thought he was too frivolous and had no talent for seeking the way, and didn't pay much attention to this little apprentice. Who would have thought that the little disciple that he looked down on the most ended up becoming the 99th inquirer of the Inquirer Mountain? Its strength, moreover, far exceeded that of his own master-teacher. Chong'er turned back to ask the old mountain ancestor flatly. The two looked at each other. One heavy ear, one light-type heavy ear. Both look almost identical. The light-type heavy ears seem much more gorgeous. Much more gorgeous. Compared to the questioning ancestor, Chong'er was much shabbier. Then come on. I can't wait to fuse the 99 Great Tao, and become a supreme transcendent. The questioning ancestor said. Rumble. The bodies of both sides erupted with terrifying light, as if they were two spheres. The old man who asked the question had an ancient well, and looked blandly at the. I harbor 3,000 Great Tao paths and 98 Sate-ranked origins. What can you do with me? The questioning ancestor said. Rumble. His body transformed into a ball of light. There are 3,000 great roads flowing. 98 figures were sitting on top of the void, and those 98 great avenues were like the leaders of the 3,000 great avenues, leading the various great avenues of laws in a well-organized and orderly conquest. Those 98 silhouettes were the successive generations of heirs used for questioning. Their precious appearance was solemn, and at the end of the 3,000 paths, of these, the 98th is immensely powerful, more powerful than anyone else. Light up your Tao. Let my 3,000 great Tao devour your Tao. I will never die, and you will also never die. The strongest one in existence, overlooking the heavy ear, that was Chong-Er's master, the existence that had almost changed his fate against the heavens and truly solved the problem of the questioning mountain. Tao, not in abundance, in multitude but in prosperity. The way, only one is needed. The way of the famous, the way of the nameless, indicates all. Your path can be only one, or it can be one, transformed into 10,000. Chong-Er took a step forward, speaking softly. Tao, maybe Tao, very Tao, name, maybe name, very name, nameless, the beginning of heaven and earth, and famous, the mother of all things. Rumble. His body was like the sun, exploding all at once, a ball of light that lit up with him at the center. As soon as the light-type Heavy Year's Tao Light Sphere and Heavy Year's Tao Light Sphere encountered each other, they immediately fought and kept devouring each other. Oh no, or rather, not devouring each other. Instead, unilateral crushing. Heavy Year's Tao Sphere of light that flowed out of the Tao marks constantly devoured the light-type Heavy Year's Tao. It's 111. If I take over this giant, I'll still have a chance to turn the tide. There's no such thing as a stalemate and then a crush, or a back and forth. It's crushing when it comes up. The light sphere of the old ancestor of the questioning mountain, with its 3,000 great avenues, was magnificent and incomparable. Coming up, it was swallowed and absorbed by Heavy Ear's light sphere, two balls of light, crawling out of many tentacles, each and every one. It was like little snakes trying to stab into the other side's big bubble of light orbs, and then eat each other. During this time, the little snakes on both sides would wind around each other and dry hump. Mutual disinterest. Finally a winner will be decided and one side will devour the other. This kind of situation was often seen in the past by the old ancestor of Ask Mountain. The collision of his and the Inquirer's avenues was always the same. Mutual disinterest. And then, because the Inquirers were the reason for his reckoning, the opposing Tao would suddenly turn against him. The questioner could only fall with reluctance and regret. But this time, it caused the questioning ancestor to be particularly shocked, because Chong-Er's Tao came up and was directly compelled to devour his Tao, his great Tao laws. In front of Chong-Er's great Tao laws, there was simply only the result of being treated roughly, just like a big handsome guy who met a female robber old mom who had been single for decades as miserable as he was. Heavy Ear's Tao, without reason, to touch is to devour, and when one's own Tao met Chong-Er's Tao, it was like ice and snow meeting sunlight, instantly melting away. He wouldn't be so skeptical of life if you resisted even a little more. The questioning ancestor was incredulous. How is this? How is this possible? Not in the same league at all. It seems to be simply several levels of difference in the quality of the avenues. One is the way of the mole and the other is the way of the dragon. How do you compare? He felt that his Tao was so trashy, and Chong-Er's Tao was so advanced. But it can't be? Chong-Er's Tao, how could it be as powerful as his own Tao? He himself had absorbed 98 Sacred Order Avenue. Shigyur he, by what right? Origin invasion. As a last resort, the questioning ancestor unleashed the origin invasion, trying to extinguish Chong-Er's Tao and make his Tao turn against him. Wow. Sure enough, at his intention, the inherited Tao on Chong-Er suddenly lashed out and turned against him from within the Tao light sphere, wanting to devour Chong-Er's Tao roots. This was the proudest tactic and deepest calculation of the old ancestor of Mount Asking. No one escapes these things. It's like maggots attached to the bone. Whoever thought that Chong-Er not only did not panic, but also surprised beyond measure. Haha. Thank you, old ancestor, for completing the task. Originally, I was still unable to find the foreigners of my Tao. If you are so complete, I will be able to purge the foreigners in my body. From now on, I am who I am. My Tao is my Tao. I am me. My way is my way. Ask the old man? Barely. Those that had been sacrificed by the questioning ancestor, the origin weird way, the moment they ventured out, were actually surrounded by Heavy Ear's great Tao and vaporized instantly. It's over. The questioning ancestor finally changed color. He lost contact with those origin Tao marks. He and the inheritor of the mountain of questions lost contact. What does that mean? Imply. From then on, he couldn't control Chong-Er. His so-called calculations all came to naught. One step away. Obviously one step away. Only one more sacrificial pathway is missing, and I will be able to witness the 3,000 paths. Why? The questioning ancestor was very upset. What exactly is the Tao you cultivate? Why is it so terrifying? It's actually that even this seat's 3,000 great Tao can be easily worn down. Naturally. The immortal way. Shigeru laughed softly. Immortal Tao. Impossible. In this world, there is no immortal Tao, said the questioning ancestor. If there was an immortal Tao I would have cultivated it long ago. Where else would it be your turn? Said the questioning ancestor. Old ancestor. You are lonely. Chong'er laughed lightly as he watched the questioning old ancestor fall. I don't believe it. Rumble. I don't believe I'll lose. The questioning ancestor erupted with the most refined Tao, transforming the Tao with his body. Make a frantic counterattack. The Tao sphere he had condensed emitted a truly radiant light, and the Tao sound This kind of light, this kind of Tao sound if placed in the lower realm, is definitely an existence that makes people enter the Tao, is definitely something that makes people's jaws drop and pursue the Tao in their exhaustive lives. But here, not many people care. The ascended ones realized that what they had once sought was actually so weak. Shigeru raised his hand. A large ball of light crushed through. Burst. The light sphere of the old ancestor of Mount Asking Mountain instantly exploded. The questioning ancestor also finally revealed his true form. It was an old man, shaped like a withered man. There was only a layer of skin and bones on the body. There's no flesh and blood as such, like a skeleton ghost. The questioning ancestor was horrified. You actually, really won. Your Tao, why is it so powerful? Could it be the Tao you cultivate? Really, Sendo? The questioning ancestor was horrified. He couldn't believe it, didn't want to believe it. But it was. I'm also surprised. I didn't realize that the legendary Ask the Mountain's greatest weird way was actually this week. Heavy Ear said. He's telling the truth. And the questioning ancestor felt that he was mocking. Old ancestor lunged forward, trying to fight for his life. Shigeru raised his hand and pressed. A ball of light from the great Tao smashed onto the old ancestor. That's the Avenue's sphere of light. Not the same as a normal attack. This attack can destroy a person's physical body, soul. It may seem mediocre. In fact, to be hit is to be destroyed. It is to be irreparably, permanently wounded. The old ancestor screamed miserably and was half crippled, directly falling from the firmament. The entire skeleton was on the ground and could not be moved. Chong'er let out a long sigh. Sometimes, it is the fear within that is the most terrifying. In fact, I have long since surpassed old ancestor. It is just that, I have never dared to face it. And so, I have always thought that I was weak. He glanced at Sunan, cupped one's hands in. Then, turning to old man Green Smoke of the Inquiring Mountain, he said, Master has lived up to his promise, and has finally avenged you. You, and seen your brother 3,000, can rest in peace. That old man with the green smoke nodded his head and laughed freely. Ha ha, ha ha. Afterwards, it transformed into countless points of light and landed on top of the questioning mountain. He, released. From this point on, it's a relief. No, I'll never admit defeat. I've been laying out for so long. I swallowed 98 holy ranks. How can I lose? The questioning ancestor was not willing to. He looked back at Shigeru. Click, click, click. The great Tao is fused with the body. Even if one is missing, even if there is a deficiency, not a flawless Tao, he is also going to witness at this moment, and with the fusion over, he becomes a powerful creature. Boom! Rushing towards Chong'er. Rumble. Thunderous speed and strong as hell. Didn't realize. He had fused 98 great Tao. He was actually this strong. Even Chong'er was blown away by him. It made a lot of eyes. This questioning ancestor really is extraordinary. Thinking of a path that can really go against the heavens and destroy immortals? It was just a pity that there was a shortage after all. If there was no shortage, he could really become a supreme existence. Even if this seat can't compare to you, find a stronger creature to devour and fuse with. I can still walk out of the immortal realm's great Tao, although it will be weaker. But it can still prove the Tao. The questioning ancestor decided to find another way. The more powerful the creature, after taking over, the more flawless his Tao. Looked around the room for a second. He set his eyes on what looked like, slightly immobile, doddering giant. He's got his eye on Suning. It's you. See, you are in a trance. At a glance, you are the type with a weak spiritual will, and you seem to be very powerful. Just the perfect candidate. Wait for me to take over you. Then it's not too late to exterminate Heavy Ears. The questioning ancestor said. After taking over the giant, I may not have no chance of flipping. Watch him rush at Sunan. and with an "I'm going to kill you" look on his face. Everyone was stunned. "Ha! You're the whole field. You actually picked the strongest one, Jedi." What the questioning ancestor hadn't expected was that when he rushed towards Suning, everyone stopped, including Chong-er, who looked at him with a smirk. "Ask the old man? What the hell? Why aren't you guys moving? According to normal circumstances, shouldn't it be? He would be surrounded and hunted down by those present, and he would take over the giant despite everything, and everyone stops him from doing so? You guys are standing still. What do you mean? Do you really think I'm too much of a pussy to take over this demented giant? You're looking down on the old man too much." 112. Is this the immortal world? The old ancestor of Questioning Mountain's face was grim as he looked evilly at Suning, his body moving forward at breakneck speed. Just when he thought he was about to get his way, that actually looked back at him. Boom! A mere glance made his body stiffen. An aura of danger pervaded. There is no pressure from the mental side. Rather, it comes from the flesh. Suning? He was also confused. "I just watch a play. Eat a melon. Beautiful to see you two on the road to the duel. Just occasionally distracted to think about things for a while. How suddenly pulled to me." Seeing the questioning ancestor fly in, Suning casually raised his hand. A snap of the fingers. "Baiyu." The questioning ancestor's body was sent flying by Suning's snapping fingers, as if it were the immediacy of flicking away a fly. Ask the old man about the feel of the impact on his fingers. "So soft?" Suning came back to his senses. "It's over. Will it be too hard?" It blew up. He didn't use much force at all, but it wasn't something the little people could handle. The other side. The questioning ancestor was bounced off. The body was twisted from the huge impact and his mouth was askew. "This giant. What the hell? Why? Is he so scary when he seems so dumb?" Snapping his fingers, he nearly dry annihilated himself. Bang! The questioning ancestor's body was like a soybean crashing to the ground. The body was so tattered that when you looked closely, it looked like a pile of garbage. Bones, flesh and blood, features. You couldn't even tell where was where. It's really too abstract. Flesh and blood. The questioning ancestor bounced on the ground a few times before finally pulling aside, stirring up a puff of smoke as blood and flesh mixed with the dirt to form a shocking gully. He wanted his flesh and blood to be re-established, but he realized that there seemed to be no way for him to reorganize, and his body was covered by a destructive rule, and the flesh and blood that he wanted to reorganize was constantly being destroyed. This caused the already twisted and blurred complexion of the questioning ancestor to become even more twisted. He was beyond shocked. How is this possible? It's actually sustained destruction. If he had pushed harder, wouldn't that be a permanent injury? Unrecoverable. What kind of demon is that demented, stupid giant, possessing this kind of terrifying combat power? He was so shocked. No wonder Chong-er saw himself rushing over to the giant's side. And no wonder the other cultivators saw themselves killing over and then didn't chase after him, but instead had a gloating look on their faces. At that time, he was still thinking in his heart, "You guys laugh a hairline. When I rise up, I'll lull you jokers to death." Finally realized. Holy, so I'm the joke. Nope. The questioning ancestor suddenly realized that something was wrong. No, said the streaker. "The heaven and earth Tao here. The aura is different. It's not the same as the Qiankuan realm." The Ask Mountain ancestor was stunned. It was only then that he felt the unfamiliar surroundings with his heart. No. This place. So strange. Could it be? This isn't the Qiankuan realm. He looked up at the giant. The giant was found to be nowhere near as demented and foolish as it was clearly an unattainable mountain. The kind that makes people impenetrable. The breath on his body was even more terrifying. Like a tsunami. Sweeping layer by layer. Outrageous and unruly. Li Qingxian. Kunlun Fairy. Depraved creatures who even look at anyone as trash. There was a great deal of awe when looking at that giant. It's like looking at a god. The identity of that giant is. The questioning ancestor realized the seriousness of the problem. "Elder Immortal. The life and death of this one," said Chong-er, bowing deeply to Suning. "Heaven and earth are unkind and use everything as ruminants. And sages are unkind and use the people as ruminants." Suning said indifferently. "His life or death depends on you, not me." "Understood." Shigyur nodded. "I understand the last sentence. What does the first one mean?" Heavy Ear was deep in thought. "Does it mean, heaven and earth regard all things as pigs and dogs? The saints regard ordinary people as pigs and dogs? That's a lot of dirty cussing too." Chong-er. You want to kill me?" After a long time of recovery, the questioning ancestor finally had some strength. "Don't kill me. I'm willing to disperse my path." The questioning ancestor had lived for countless years after all, and the longer he lived, the more afraid he was of death. Perhaps there was no fear of death, It was that he felt that he had worked for so many years just to certify the immortal way, and to fail halfway through the process was really against his original intention. For the sake of witnessing the way, what's a temporary aggravation? You can rest assured that after I disperse the Tao, I will no longer be a threat to you, and to the mountain of asking. No longer a threat either. Give me a way out. The questioning ancestor said. Shigeru had been soaking in Sunan's words. It wasn't until the questioning ancestor begged for mercy that he spoke back for a long time. Whether you live or die, I don't care, Heavy Ear said. And your path, I don't care, whether you scatter the Tao or not. What use is it to me? As for threats, I, Chang'er, walk the Tao. You will never be able to catch up with me. What's the threat of walking? Then what do you mean? The questioning ancestor was delighted. I don't care if you live or die, but, ask the mountain, said Heavy Ear. Ask the mountain. The questioning ancestor had mixed emotions. Ask the mountain. He's done too many sins, swallowed too many questioners. Even Chang'er's respected master was made to die. This karma. I'm afraid Chang'er doesn't want to make good. He felt like his old life was going to end. The revenge of killing my teacher. How can I just forget it? The mountain of asking. My inheritance, which has already transcended, does not count as the mountain of asking inheritance. If you die again, this mountain of asking inheritance is considered to be severed. Chang'er said. In you is the legacy of the questioning mountain, the legacy of my master, and countless sessions of questioners. To kill you would be to destroy the fruits of those heralds. Hearing this, the questioning ancestor was ecstatic. Is this an attempt to let yourself off the hook? You living is also a manifestation of the significance of the existence of the mountain of questions. Of course, the fact that the immortal elder doesn't want you alive is the key, said Heavy Ear. The questioning ancestor was like an amnesty when he heard the words you can live. Many thanks for not killing, the questioning ancestor said happily. Poof, Chang'er, you are still too indecisive. If it were me, I would definitely not hesitate to exterminate me. You're raising a tiger, the questioning ancestor thought to himself. He cursed Chang'er's stupidity while at the same time being glad that Chang'er was stupid. Otherwise he won't survive. Surely in your heart you think I'm stupid? Heavy Ear said. Ask the old man. His mind stared at him. How can this be? It can't be. Chang'er seemed to see through everything and smiled disdainfully. Because I don't care about you at all. You don't deserve to be an enemy in my eyes. And, in this immortal realm, there are originally fewer beings from the lower realms. Not to mention, we at the mountain of asking, whether it's an enemy or a friend, being able to come up here for a get-together, is also a rare occurrence. Yes, you're right, the questioning ancestor said. He said perfunctorily, anything you say as long as it doesn't kill me, even if you say you're my dad, I'll admit it. But later, wait, that's not right. The questioning ancestor suddenly noticed a problem. You said, this is the immortal realm? Isn't this the Qianquan realm? Why am I here? I ascended? When did you ascend? Who took me up in the air? 113. Scalp numbness asked the old ancestor. Garbage is actually myself. The old ancestor of Mount Asking was astonished. You guys, where are you doing this to me? This isn't the Qianquan realm anymore? Immortal realm. He felt the powerful oppression of the Tao around him. At first, he only thought that it was because Chang'er's Tao was too strong, making him feel the pressure. But only now did he realize. It turned out that this pressure did not originate from Chang'er, but this world. Boom. He released his mind and felt the Tao around him. It made him feel strange and powerful. Sendo. What Heavy Ear is using is actually a real possibility of the immortal Tao. The questioning ancestor was horrified. Didn't it say that the Qianquan realm is not allowed to ascend? The questioning ancestor was puzzled, because I learned that I would not be able to ascend to the immortal realm. Thus, I decided to take the risk and create the questioning sect, wanting to prove the Tao with the red dust, proving the red dust as an immortal. Old ancestor questioning muttered. Skeptical feelings. I've been counting there for half a day, but it's not worth that kid Chang'er ascending up and casually practicing? So all those years of hard work on my part. What was it? All those years of counting on my part. Count for nothing. He felt like he was being played. A kind of. Across mountains and seas. Through deep and human. And then the powerlessness of realizing that the other side is right on your doorstep. The feeling. It's like when you work hard to get over a fence. To show off your bounce. Muscle strength. Flexibility. The kind where after you finally go over, people gently push the iron door and come in instantly. The questioning ancestor looked around. One by one, the cultivators seem to be very powerful. There is an inexplicable Tao flowing through the body. Sendo's aura. No. Meaning. I somehow, too, Made it to the immortal realm? I've safely ascended. It was a heavenly success. However, this success made the questioning ancestor feel a bit awkward in his heart. Just somehow became a member of the immortal world. But it's upsetting because this success has nothing to do with myself. And he was severely humiliated after his own ascension. After beating the skeptics, tell yourself, you became an ascender. That's nifty. The questioning ancestor didn't even know whether to cry or laugh. There's probably no one in the world who's had a more bizarre success than him. So, these Taoists are all ascended ones? The questioning ancestor tentatively asked Heavy Ear. Yes. You old man, what are you pretending for? Isn't it just with the old ancestor of Mount asking? Look, whoever is here doesn't have a background. The four of us don't need to be mentioned. The fallen ancient clan, once the masters of an epical era. The Black Qilin said impatiently. These 5 creepy patriarchs. Recognize them. It doesn't matter if you don't. But the bizarre storm they set off, I bet you know about it, said the Black Qilin, pointing at the 5 bizarre patriarchs. The unable creepy patriarch is not dead, because the creepy patriarch is immortal. After they were defeated, everyone thought they were dead. Later on, these 5 weird patriarchs were actually being quietly resurrected. They would have been arrogant, but when they encountered Jiang Xiaotao and Xiao Li, they felt like their bizarre qi was being ruthlessly suppressed, as if they were natural enemies. So, they didn't dare to make a mistake and recognize Jiang Xiaotao and the others as their masters. Of course, there's another reason for not daring to make a move. They realized that Su Ning seemed to be able to truly kill the so-called immortal and indestructible them. So, they were even more afraid to be arrogant. These 8 saints, there used to be 9 saints, then one went to another immortal domain. I guess this is just resting there pretending to be a pussy. That person, don't mention it. The Black Qilin had suffered a loss at the hands of immortal King Kana, and didn't quite see that person, and I don't want to give him publicity and grow on him. As for the other ascended ones, although they are all latecomers and their cultivation levels are not high, however, it would still be no problem to pin you down. Questioning ancestor heard the Black Qilin's introduction. Shocking beyond belief. The fallen ancients? This is the fallen one. The master who once ran the Qianquan realm. An era. It was an age-making race. Incredibly powerful. As for the creepy patriarch, this was an existence that caused the scalps of countless races in the entire Qianquan realm to go numb. Once the 10,000 clans paid a huge price to crusade, nearly destroying the entire world before winning against the weird one. And according to the knowledge of the old man who asked the question, the reason why Tricky One lost, not because it couldn't, simply because it didn't want to play anymore. If they were to really fight to the end, the 10,000 races cultivators wouldn't necessarily be able to win. And that kind of existence, especially the creepy patriarchs, who claimed to be immortal and undefeatable, was frightening. Now, also in the immortal world, and the 9 saints, this is the strongest person of the avenue in the world, especially Li Qingxian and the Kunlun Fairy, amazing talents that made countless Qianquan realms only look up to their existence. As for the Holy Emperor of Daxia, that's even more counterintuitive. A man with a sword hacked the fallen ancient race to the point where they couldn't lift their heads, and in the end, they powerfully witnessed the Tao. It was the idol of countless human races. It was even called the greatest emperor of the human race. As for the later ascended ones, each and every one of them was also amazingly talented. This place is really lively. The questioning ancestor lamented. He was just starting to feel quite advanced, more advanced than the sacred order. A group of saint-ranked little caramels were not worthy of being compared to him, but only now did he realize that the original ones here were all Qianquan realm bigwigs, qualified to dine at the table with themselves. And there are even some existences that even they are not qualified to dine at the table with them. Just like the creepy patriarch, this kind of existence normally wouldn't even look at itself squarely. Another example is the fallen ancient race. Then this guy is arrogant as hell. He wouldn't even say a word to himself. Now, all these things, actually crammed into one place. Learn the identity of the creatures around you. The formidable and coaxing questioning ancestor actually had that moment. Low self-esteem. Who am I to stand with them? I thought it was all little caramels. I didn't realize the trash was actually me. So, that one is? The questioning ancestor inquired, pointing at Su Ning. And that giant is? That giant looked stupid and seemed to be flat except for a stronger cultivation. What race is he? In the Qianquan realm. Never seen a giant this big either. Except for the use of Dharma heaven and earth to be this big, flesh and blood can't be this big. Oh, that one? Asked the old man. Heavy Ear had a look of respect on his face, arching his hand. That one is the master of this heaven and earth? The immortal realm great Tao giant, elder immortal. This heaven and earth are all his. And he is incomparably powerful. He can exterminate us with his hands. The questioning elder said, Ancestor, the period of your ascension is a good period. Do not know the horror of the immortal realm. Chaotic creatures, casually can kill the Chinkuan realm ascended person? Our 9 saints ascended, encountered a chaos demon spider attack, even if we use countless great wisdom, while immortal elder, but simply used a single finger to crush the chaos demon spider. Simply don't be too heaven-defying. Elder questioner said, the immortal elder is not as powerful as this. The food he casually gives are all supreme treasures. Take a bite and your cultivation skyrockets. Unlimited breakthroughs. The immortal scriptures given by the immortal elder. A casual reading will transcend. There are also 2 immortal realm creepy creatures under the hands of the immortal grandmaster that are incomparably powerful. Even the creepy beginner can only work under her hands as a mole. There are many more terrifying tactics from the immortal lord. You will slowly experience them when you have the chance in the future. The questioning ancestor was stunned, stupefied. He has slowly healed enough to make out a human form and make expressions. Meaning, just now, I picked a random opponent, and it's actually a immortal realm lord, a giant on one side, an existence that can destroy ascended ones with a random finger? The questioning ancestor's scalp went numb. 114. Sermon by Sunan. The questioning mountain ancestor stared at the surrounding cultivators. They're all masters. It turns out that what I've come to is actually such a world. Roar. Tiger whistles. A huge tiger appeared, several times larger than Su Ning's body. That roar almost directly shocked the Ask Mountain ancestor. His ears were ringing and he was dizzy. The body trembles. That tiger, it's horrible. Quick, run. There's a monster. There's a monster. The old ancestor of the questioning mountain was so shocked by the roar that his hair stood on end and his face turned pale. The others were in better shape, as the stupid tiger had been around a lot, so they were prepared, and of course, more or less immune. The old ancestor of Mount Asking had never seen this scene before, and at the first moment, he was scared out of his wits, wanting to seize the road and run away, only to realize that his body was not under control. The hallowed old ancestor of the questioning mountain, who had laid out his plans for an unknown number of thousands of years, was a big boss-level existence behind the scenes, but now he was so frightened that he couldn't even walk on the road. It's pretty outrageous, seeing the tiger appear. That aura, that destructive stance, appalling indeed. Even he felt more blasted than Sunan's aura. It's over. The old ancestor of the questioning mountain shivered his lips, his eyes wide open. This divine tiger is so strong. I'm afraid this immortal is going to fall, both in size and aura. The manticore was much more oppressive. He thinks Su Ning is dead. Looking at the Ask Mountain ancestor's startled appearance, the other ascended ones were speechless. Unseen, or the old man? The promised layout for the ages, pitted 98 holy rank powerhouses, and almost went against the heavens to witness the red dust as an immortal. Now why are you so low? The Highman filter is shattered. Bang! Sunan sends silly tiger flying with a jab. It's been said, you'll scare the little people to death if you suddenly growl like that. Besides, there are newcomers. They'll be easily shocked to death by you. The silly tiger's huge body drew a beautiful arc above the sky dome, and there was even a sound of breaking air. You stupid tiger. If you don't behave, I'll beat you to death. Sunan's hit on the flying tigers was hilarious. It's like an ant picking up an elephant and smashing it. The picture is very incongruous. I'll go. The old ancestor of questioning mountain was dumbstruck, his jaw dropping. He was quite sure of the Su Ning, the big man, had a very powerful cultivation. Shoo! The silly tiger was sent flying, not in fear. The skin was strong, and soon came charging back up, splashing around at Sunan's feet like a silly cat. No grudges at all. Hiss! The old ancestor of the questioning mountain sucked in a breath of cold air. This Nima, Tarar. Before he had awakened, the old ancestor of Mount Asking thought that he was a heavenly genius and that no one could surpass him. Now, he had surprisingly very low self-esteem. I'm counting my ass. Skeptical, Elder Immortal, asked Elder Chong'er, arching his hand. Just now, I watched Your Excellency read, and the golden light was brilliant. The great Tao was in harmony. It was as if 1,000 laws were draped around it. I had a lot of feelings when I read the first Tao Te Ching, but after all, there seems to be something that I don't quite understand. Can Lord Immortal, please, tell us how this first chapter is interpreted? What kind of Tao is hidden? Chong'er asked. Chong'er actually hasn't realized the first one yet? Thought he'd come to his senses. Otherwise, how could you defeat the old man of Mount Asakusa, if he hadn't realized it, and could win against the old ancestor of Mount Asking with just a few minutiae? Then, how terrifying was the true first chapter of the Tao Te Ching? if all of them realized the Tao Te Ching. That. Can't imagine. Actually, I don't know much about the Tao Te Ching, I don't know much about it. But, I can tell you its commentary instead. Su Ning didn't mince words. Hearing that Sunan wants to preach, regardless of whether one can understand. The little people's faces were starting to look surprised. One looked over at Sunan. They drew nearer. Gather around Sunan. It was as if the Taoist ancestor was preaching a sermon and was surrounded by the 10,000 races who were listening to the sermon. The little people were radiant with color. Suning is like a huge star with countless stars draped around it. The silly tiger sensed the aura, and spiritually he slumped to the ground. A pair of eyes looked at Sunan, listening to the avenue. All around, it was peaceful. Seeing this appearance, the questioning ancestor also sat quietly in the void, waiting for Su Ning to preach. Su Ning, how this was similar to when I was in college, teaching in the mountains and lecturing to the kids. Back then, too, he was sitting cross-legged on the playground, surrounded by the expectant and beautiful eyes of little children, curiously listening to his stories about the world beyond the mountains and the funny stories of his college days. The vibe right now is making Sunan feel like he's in class again. Only, now his students were immortals. Ascendants. It's also way smaller than the kids. Since you guys are so interested, then I'll tell us about the first Tao Te Ching. Sunan cleared his throat and organized his thoughts. Chapter 1. Discourse. On. What is the way? This is the Taoist thought put forth by a very great thinker, Lao Tzu. In this world, the way, may be the way, is very. The way, the name, may be the name, is very the name. Su Ning recited the original text of the Tao Te Ching's chapter on the Tao. It means the word that can be spoken is not the word that is eternal. The name that can be spoken, not the eternal name. Rumble. With Sunan uttering these words, the little tree echoes both of him, a mysterious and incomparable aura, as if unveiling the secrets of the universe. Around him, the flowers of the immortal Tao blossomed, and the laws of the great Tao flowed out of him like a waterfall. This scenario, it's not like Suning hasn't encountered it before. He used to read by the little tree. Occasionally, these things, though, don't seem to do much. Just the special effects look a little bit better. The little people heard Sunan's explanation, but their eyes widened. Doctor. So that's the way it is. So that's the explanation. The old man who asked the question was even more astonished. The word that can be spoken is not eternal. The name that can be spoken is not eternal. Meaning, I misunderstood? What I understood before is nothing is the way heaven and earth began. The truth of chaos. To explore nothing is to explore chaos. And name is the way everything opens up. To explore the famous is to explore the origin of all things. Wrong. Turns out, I was wrong all along. Ask the old man to lament. Nameless is the state of the heavens and earth, when chaos has not yet begun. And named is the first image, when all things are born. So, to comprehend the wonders of the yes, from the nothing, a personal insight, and also from the chaos, to comprehend the chaos transformed into all things. This is, born from nothing. To comprehend the wonders of being from nothing, is to explore the wonders of the universe. On the contrary, again, from there, one must explore the initial end of chaos. All things are interchangeable. Chaos can open all things. All things can go back to chaos. Sunan translated the original text and then added his own insights. Rumble. With his sermon, there were even more Tao flowers around him, and he seemed to be in the midst of the flourishing Tao flowers, like the ancestor of the 10,000 ways, preaching to the great men of the heavens. 115. Black Kirin. If I had to choose, then I'd definitely go with Whirlwind. So what's the point? Nothing and something. The source of the Tao is originally the same, but the names are just different. It can be said to be quite subtle and far away. It is the way to gain insight into the changes in heaven and earth. This is the first of the Tao Te Ching, the entire true understanding of the Tao, said Su Ning as he finished the first lecture. Now fall into silence. The little people around them were in deep thought, one by one, with complicated eyes. 1 minute I figured it out. 1 minute. I couldn't seem to figure it out. On his body, there was even more of an aura similar to Su Ning's flowing, but only a hint of it, not as massive as Su Ning's. So, this is the mystery of the first Tao Te Ching. I hadn't thought. What I thought was right. It seems I was wrong. Chong'er listened to Su Ning preach. It was covered in golden light. Doilies. Imitating the Taoist ancestor. He was the character among this group, most in tune with the Tao Te Ching, the true explanation of the great Tao. At this moment of enlightenment, the aura on his body rose high layer by layer. but cultivation level kept breaking through. Then there was the questioning of the old man. The injuries on his body, as he heard the correct interpretation of the immortal way, were actually healing, as if it hadn't been hurt. The precious body is crystalline. As for the others, Li Qingxian, the great summer imperial lord, they continued to benefit greatly. It was more rewarding than the first time I watched Suning read. Others, more or less, have something to offer. Even fallen creatures that didn't use the true solution of the Great Tao as their main cultivation method were actually evolving. Sunin's off-the-cuff remarks. It's so unbelievable. The crowd was shocked. And you say you're not a bigot? You call that not being a bigot? Tao ancestor. This is Tao ancestor. Many villains had already treated Su Ning as a Taoist ancestor level figure. If you're not a Taoist ancestor, can you be so powerful, knowing the true understanding of the Great Tao so thoroughly? Thank you, Elder Immortal, for preaching. We are grateful. The way of the immortal and the great man. The mysteries are endless. Listening to you is better than reading 10,000 years of classics. This is the true sound of the Great Tao. The little people lamented. It's not a hard compliment, but just an unconscious sentiment. Suning, he felt his face burn a little. That's not from me either. It's from Lao Tzu. What are you guys so excited about? Don't worship me too much. Otherwise, I'll be embarrassed. Thank you, Fairy Elder, or I would have been kept in the dark for the rest of my life. I thought the Tao I comprehended before was the true explanation of the Great Tao. Almost went astray. Heavy Ear said. He was alarmed. For the whole enlightenment thing, the biggest fear is that something will go wrong. A tiny lapse is a huge mistake. If something goes wrong, it's over. It will be forced down a crooked path for the rest of your life from which there is no turning back. Lightly go off the deep end. At great risk. The body is dead. Sunin waved his hand. It's not that serious. It's not that serious. Actually, things like the Tao are not meant to be stereotyped. They are not fixed. Things are different, and different people see different paths. Different people for different paths. Sunin continued. 1,000 people have 1,000 ways. 10,000 people have 1,000 ways. And 1,000 people have 1,000 understandings. Remember this, no matter what path you take, which path it is, there is one principle. Sunin said solemnly. The crowd looked at him seriously. There was also a lot of craning of necks, waiting for the following. Learn from me and live, like me and die. Ha! The little people couldn't help but stare in disbelief when they heard this. Rumble. A few big words, like thunder. It exploded in their minds. One by one, they were wide-eyed. Daigo. Those who learn from me, live. Those who resemble me, die. Live like me, die like me. Wonderful, wonderful. The real true solution to the Great Tao. Senior Immortal, worthy of being Senior Immortal. It's amazing to speak out. It dawned on everyone. So, in fact, Chang'er, you don't have to be too obsessed with the primal true understanding. What's more important is your own comprehension. How you yourself comprehend. Then the Tao in your hand is how. If everyone's Tao is the same comprehension, the same means, the same nature, the same thoughts, the same people, then how terrifying must this world be? Then this world is not far from destruction. Su Ning said. Chang'er, rumble. Su Ning's words exploded in his ears. Too shocking. Today, he was blown away by Sunin over and over again. So, my path is my path. I should not be influenced by others. You can learn from it, refer to it, corroborate it with each other. You must not copy all of it, said Su Ning. The paths of the Great Tao are all the same. Sticking to your own path, you can also go to the end. If you yourself lose yourself, then, are you still you? How far can you still go? Su Ning said. Hearing this, Chong'er's eyes widened in horror. He was intimidated. Today, I don't know how many times he's been shocked by Sunin, breaking his perceptions, over and over again, dancing on top of his perceptions. Is this the way of the immortal? Disciple. Taught. Chong'er prostrated himself in the vault of the sky, kneeling 3 times and bowing 9 times. Thank you, Elder Immortal, for your guidance. I have become enlightened. Did you realize it again? Sunin shrugged. That's all there is to say. You realize it yourself, said Su Ning. Disciple knows. Heavy years are taught through Sunin. The body of the treasure glows like a heavenly god. Avenue dazzle. Like the ancestor of all roads. He entered the realm of the arcane. If this continues for a long time, I'm afraid that his cultivation will go to an unimaginable point. The creepy ones, the fallen one. There were other ascended beings, envious beyond measure, especially the Black Kirin, who was already jovial and jumpy, was scratching his ears anxiously in the vault of heaven. He actually got a lot of benefits, But this guy was a black Qilin. Not gaining as much as someone else would be a loss. How can you lose? Gritted his teeth. Elder Immortal. Could there be any other immortal books to reward us with enlightenment? In this world, there should be more than one book. I beg the fairy lord to grant it. The black unicorn assumed a humanoid stance and comically bowed 3 times. Seeing the black Qilin's odd and hilarious look of worship, everyone burst into laughter. The questioning ancestor was even more disdainful. The immortal realm is supposed to be a rare classic. Who would just take it out and give it to you? Lord Senju. Although this Tao Te Ching is marvelous and indeed a treasure, it is not very relevant to us. Perhaps if you take out other texts, they will be more useful to us? Please, Senior Immortal. Please fulfill us. Please, Immortal Elder. The others felt that the black Qilin was right. There was a lot of kowtowing. Seeing this, Su Ning thought for a moment and nodded. That's right. I'll just take out the other books for you to pick from. Let's see if it works for you. Sunin turned around and went to his house to take out many books. It's the Analects. This is Sun Tzu's Art of War. This is the Yellow Emperor's internal canon. Sunin introduced one book at a time. Choose whichever book you like. The little people were shocked. So many classics. All for free? Immortal Chief is too generous. Still saying you're not a big shot. Can you have so many Immortal Dao classics if you're not a big shot? The little people make up their own minds, thinking that Sunin must be the big man of the world. I offered. I'll choose first. The black Qilin stepped forward. Everyone shrugged, but they didn't grab it from him. After all, it was indeed this fellow who had first asked Su Ning for the immortal scriptures. So what if he let him choose first? Elder Immortal. I would like to ask, these books, what are they all about? The black Qilin was hesitant and unsure of which one to choose from the pile of books. The first book, the Analects. The words of the Analects have the most profound influence. It can be said that from ancient times to the present day, the book with the greatest influence in this world is it, and he has dominated the chi of an unknown number of people. Su Ning said. Hearing this, the black unicorn couldn't wait to take possession of the book. Okay, then I'll go with Whirling Dervishes. Must go with Whirling Dervishes. Are you sure you want to choose Analects? Su Ning was speechless. This was very different from the black Qilin's character of wanting to fight and kill. If I have to choose, I will definitely choose Whirling Tongues. It goes without saying. The black Qilin was very determined. Elder Immortal. I'll take Whirlwind. It's useless to persuade anyone. Su Ning. 116. The black unicorn learns Whirligig. The black Qilin actually chose Analects, and Su Ning was speechless. This was completely inconsistent with his temperament. However, he just insisted on studying the Analects. There's nothing this Su Ning can do about it. Just let him learn. Maybe after learning Confucianism, he can become a little more moderate and middle of the road. Other practitioners also began to choose books. However, it seemed that none of them had firmly chosen a book, and were planning to wait for Su Ning to explain the great Tao in it, and see which one matched their own Tao, and then choose which one. Only the black unicorn, who favors polemics. Love it. Seeing that Su Ning was busy explaining the wonders of the other books to the other ascended beings. Genre. The cheeky black Qilin very much wanted to know the contents of the books immediately. Wide eyes scanned the surrounding area and found Liz floating there with nothing to do. The black Qilin flew over. That little leaf fairy. Could you teach me the Analects of Confucius and flip me through the book? I want to see what's in it, said the black Qilin. Please. The black unicorn's eyes blinked in a cute way. Shaoli propped up her chin, not knowing what she was thinking, and when she heard the black Qilin call out, she lowered her head and looked at it suspiciously, figuring out what the black Qilin meant, and nodded her head. Good. Liz helped him open the book. Remark STH. Episode 1. It's not a good idea to learn, and it's not a good idea to have friends from afar, said Shaoli. A man who does not know is not a gentleman. What does this mean? The black Qilin looked confused. That is to say, said Rui after a moment, her translation of these ancient texts having long since been forgotten. It means, isn't it a pleasure to review from time to time when studying? Aren't we happy when we have friends visiting us from afar? Said Rui. Black unicorn. He was full of black lines. What is this? This is, totally confused. Isn't it the behavior of a gentleman to not show anger when others don't understand us? Rui explained. Black unicorn. I'm a gentleman my ass. Literally. How does it feel, to have chosen a scrapbook? What about the promised, that this was a book, that had an extremely far-reaching impact on even the history of the immortal world? What a load of crap to say. The black unicorn was upset. Finished? Black unicorn asked. It's over, replied Liz. It's nothing special, the black unicorn muttered. What do you know? The Analects are unique in all of Chinese history. It's a saint's quote. But The black unicorn didn't quite like this kind of wishy-washy, womanizing talk. But, that's too womanly. This saint, the black Qilin didn't want to denigrate the saints of this world, but he didn't like the explanation. A woman's benevolence? Do you know that this Analects is a guide to the life outlook and values of how many great people in ancient times? You actually said that he was a womanizer. Xiao Li gave a blank look, speechless. It seems to say, you barbarians don't appreciate it. Confucius' idea is to teach others to follow the good and to rule the country and the world with etiquette. Instead of saying something mild and cultured, do we interpret him as whirling dervishes? Liz said. What a whirling dervish? The whirling phrase is, if a friend comes from afar, he will be killed even though he is far away. The whirling phrase is, if people don't know and don't sulk. It's not like being a gentleman. It can be interpreted as someone doesn't know my name, and if I don't get angry and kill someone, it's already considered gentlemanly behavior. Speaking of which, the black Qilin's eyes lit up, eyeing Rue. He bowed to her. There's more. What? What kind of expression are you making? What kind of behavior? Xiao Li had a horrified look on her face. Discourse. That's not how it's swung. I want to see how else whirling words can be whirled. Black Unicorn said. Maybe I can get a touch of the language. I love whirling. Please just teach me whirling. Liz definitely didn't agree. But after the black unicorn softly persuaded him, he promised to tell him some more. Xiao Li, just learn it. It's not my fault if you go astray in the future. A gentleman is not mighty unless he is heavy. Some have misinterpreted him to mean that a gentleman can only build up a reputation of majesty by laying down a heavy hand. The black unicorn's eyes shone even brighter. The excitement was overwhelming. It's like discovering a new continent. Fair enough. Where is this misinterpretation? Distinctly, positively, the only way a gentleman can build up his prestige is to lay down a heavy hand. What is this if not a positive solution? That saint. That's really dominating. It's okay to die in the morning. That means, in the morning, I find out where your house is and the road to your house. And in the evening I have to go to your house and hack you to death, said Xiao Li. Black Unicorn. Yeah. That's what it's all about. This is the kind of gong method that meets the needs of my avenue. It simply spoke to my heart. All things come to pass. Meaning is that when fighting, you must not hesitate. If you hesitate, the other side will stand and you will lie down. If you don't hesitate and go forward, then the one who stands will be you and the one who is wasted will be the enemy. Xiao Li Dao? Holy, immortal scriptures. The black Qilin's heart pounded. This kind of classic is the classic of the way that my generation will pursue? I didn't expect that on the side of the human saints. There was such a heaven-defying existence. Originally thinking that humans were all pedantic, the black unicorn felt like he had found his soulmate. This what a whole saint. Get me. Without shame, that is to say. Seeing me if you do not feel ashamed. If you do not feel ashamed, then go down there and ask those who are going to hell whether I am awesome or not. I chose an absolute classic. The black unicorn felt that he had found a divine book that could guide the direction of his life. Fantastic. Is there more? The black unicorn asked. These are just misinterpretations, said Liz. I just want to tell you that it's not right to interpret it that way. Why are you getting more excited the more you hear? Black Qilin, immortal elder said that 1,000 people have 1,000 paths and 1,000 understandings. So, whatever is useful to you is considered to be an understanding of the path. Xiao Li, this black unicorn. Nerve. Little Fairy Li, can you, please, give me some more pointers on the so-called whirling words? Just how many more great Tao true solutions are there? The kind of whirling ones. Xiao Li, as you have come, so be it. That means, since you have come, be buried here. You want to hear this stuff? That's easy. Rue ghosted, and laid the new worldview before the black unicorn. 30 men stand up. 40 men are not confused. 50 men know the fate of heaven. 60 men are obedient to the ear. 70 men follow their heart's desires without transgression. It means, 30 men surrounded me before I was strong enough to stand up and fight. 40 men I fought without confusion at all but with ease. 50 men beat me before I realized that I was a heavenly god sent down from heaven, invincible in battle. 60 men beat me. I could beat them to the point of not being able to take care of themselves so that they would listen to my words and listen to everything obediently and submissively. And 70 men beat me, and I can do as I please. Black Kirin, ******. This Kung Fu Z is not a gangster, said all the rules of the Jianghu right? Why his remarks, all so explosive, so refreshing. Xiao Li shrugged. That's true? Back then, the old master led 72 disciples, more than 3,000 disciples to go around reasoning to others, everywhere to convince people with virtue. You say, is this considered a gang rule? Xiao Li can see. This black Qilin cannot learn a little good. Confucius Analects of the great philosophical he will not learn. Since he likes to whirl language, then let him whirl. 117. Vegetables from the vegetable patch. Letter from King Kana. What are you guys doing? Su Ning finished the work in his hands, and seeing Black Qilin and Shaoli talking animatedly, he came over to inquire, wanting to know what they were doing. It's nothing, Fairy Elder. We're studying the Analects of Confucius. Fairy Li is teaching me, the Black Qilin said. Su Ning sniffed and nodded. Not bad. Learn well then. Strange. When other people study the classic books, they are surrounded by a golden glow. What are you guys smoking black? Shaoli. Black unicorn. Can that not be black gas? The Analects of Confucius has become a whirling dervish. It is as if Confucius knows in his grave. I am afraid that the coffin board cannot even be pressed down. Little Li, the Black Qilin already has a bad heart, so you have to teach him well. Don't teach him badly. After saying that, Su Ning left. Luz, he's already bad. How can I give a good teaching? I'm not a Confucian saint. Where did Su Ning know that the so-called Analects, in the hands of Shaoli and the Black Qilin, had turned into whirling words? The days that followed, there is chanting around the small tree from time to time. There are streamers. This is the reason people are reading the fairy classics. The only side that was a bit out of place was the black unicorn. He's got black gas coming out of there. Shaoli was afraid of teaching people bad things, and said she wouldn't preach anymore. The Black Qilin finally had no choice but to choose another method, which was to have Shaoli turn the book for him, and he copied down the whirling words. Then study it for yourself. You learned this on your own. Don't blame me for learning it crookedly, said Shaoli. In the future, if Su Ning raises an accusation, it's none of my business. Don't worry. In the future, if the immortal chief asks, I'll say I learned it myself. The Black Qilin swore. It took a short while for the Black Qilin to finally finish copying the Analects. It is cherished to be kept on one's person and studied from time to time. Like a good scholar, everyone is learning there. So is Su Ning. The most saint-ranked techniques were obtained from the questioning ancestor. Fusing it into the immortal technique allowed the technique he cultivated to evolve another step. Su Ning is also practicing. As for the silly tiger, he learned the cultivation technique from the black tiger and also cultivated under the small tree from time to time. As time passed, the silly tiger pupils became more and more spiritual. As for the two ghosts, after cooking and cleaning for Su Ning, I don't know where to run off to. Early and late every day, Su Ning was busy cultivating and didn't bother with them. The air is extraordinarily fresh and refreshing on a sunny morning. The blue sky is as brilliant as a jewel. The blue water is as calm as a mirror. And the white clouds are floating in the sky leisurely, as if it is a beautiful painting. The sunlight sprinkled on the earth through the clouds, giving everything a golden yellow coat. The mountains were clearly visible in the distance, clouds spilling over the land, giving everything a golden coat. The mountains were clearly visible in the distance. Magnificent. Su Ning finished practicing. Water your own vegetable garden. When he first came home, he turned over the ground and planted many vegetables. These vegetables are growing well under his careful care. It's green and lush. Cilantro, cabbage. Looking at the jade sea that looked like emerald green, Su Ning loves his vegetable garden, watering and weeding with them whenever I can. Now, these vegetables are ready to eat. Su Ning is going to pull some out at noon to try it out. It sure tastes good, Su Ning thought. These vegetables, probably because of the moisturizing of the spiritual qi, they actually look even more enticing than those in a normal vegetable field. He found what he grew in his vegetable garden to be quite extraordinary. Zip! Su Ning plucked a vegetable leaf and put it in his mouth. A fresh aroma of greens flooded my mouth and nose. It's aura, really is aura. Su Ning realized that the vegetables he had grown in his garden actually contained aura. Even just a little bit. It was extremely shocking. It was something that could only be seen in his place. Su Ning had never seen a dish containing aura before anywhere else. I didn't realize that the vegetables grown in my garden actually have aura. This kind of dish is definitely of great benefit to cultivation. Su Ning was excited. He had very little energy when he ate the dishes of this world. Not only did he have to eat a lot, but it would also help him very little in his cultivation. But if he ate this dish, then his cultivation speed in the future would definitely increase by a large margin. For cultivators, food that contained aura was too important. Because of the nourishment of the world tree? That world tree is amazing. Su Ning realized that world tree had also become a bit larger in its aura coverage for some reason. It used to be only a meter or 2, 3. It's now up to over 4 meters in range. Is the tree growing? Or something else? Su Ning is not clear at this point. The upside, though, is that because it covers a wider area, the vegetables in the veggie patch, too, are affected. This impact is positive. These vegetables contain spiritual qi, and even if one is not a cultivator, I'm afraid that if one consumes them often, they will be able to strengthen their body and eliminate all diseases. Su Ning slowly felt the vegetables in the garden. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have a large amount of treasures that were worth a lot of money. If these vegetables were taken out and sold as herbs, they would definitely fetch a high price. But he's definitely not for sale. He wasn't too keen on exposing them when he didn't have enough power to protect himself and his possessions, or he'd attract a lot of trouble. These dishes, he would choose to eat them himself. As for the little people, eat these dishes. I'm afraid they'll explode. At the time, I grew these vegetables myself simply to pass the time, to enjoy the ordinary life of sunrise and sunset after a terminal illness. Who knew there was such a surprise? Su Ning is taking his vegetable garden more and more seriously. Only after carefully dealing with the weeds did Su Ning slowly and leisurely head over to the small tree. The range of motion of the little people becomes larger, flying around the little tree. It looks so laid back and joyful. Around the little tree they build up a fine dojo, especially the 8 great saints and the fallen ancient race. Their dojos looked beautiful. The other ascended ones, too, began to make their own dojos with the things around them, or the materials gifted by Su Ning. Around the small tree, a feeling of euphoria was present. Su Ning looked at the little people and realized that something seemed to be missing. Where's the black unicorn? It was pulled away by the light of Kana's holy king's reception. The black dragon replied, the holy king of Kana? The light of traction? Seeming to see Su Ning's confusion, Black Dragon and the others explained. It seems that King Kana was hit by a crisis in another realm, so he sent out a call for help and released the power of traction, wanting Lord Immortal to follow that light of traction and go over to rescue him. Su Ning, what about the black unicorn? That black unicorn guy wanted to see what was on King Kana's letter, so he came forward to read it, and immediately afterward he was pulled away by a powerful tug. We couldn't stop it if we wanted to, Black Dragon said. Lord Immortal, this is a letter from the Holy King of Kana to you. The Black Dragon took out the last letter left by King Kana. Su Ning took it and clicked on it. Dangerous. Requesting Immortal Elder. Quick rescue. I'm grateful. 118. Little Kana, your father has come to save you. King Kana, there is danger. Su Ning frowned slightly. That guy probably deserved it. Who told him to release the detonator as a normal attack? Now you know to ask for help. And this black unicorn. Su Ning thought about it. If he were to be channeled into that world, God knows whether he would help King Kana or fall on his sword? It seems like we need to find a way to help the Kana Immortal King, or he'll die. What's it going to take? Got to think long and hard. The Black Qilin was pulled into the spatial vortex, and he was also confused, just because he was so happy to see King Kana suffer in another immortal realm. In the past, all I heard was the news of that guy pretending over there. What becoming an immortal and becoming an ancestor? What ruling a domain? Becoming a party hegemon. An immortal domain magnate. What refined the white tiger's true blood? Strength has skyrocketed. Something about rubbing one of the female fairy kings over there on the ground or something. Anyway, it's the Kana Immortal King otherworldly world-conquering cool version of the story. Now that he heard that he was actually under siege and in crisis, the Black Qilin was that excited. Get excited and you'll fall into a space wormhole. The Black Qilin desperately flew and crawled towards the hole. But in the end, it could only be carried away by the chaotic astral winds, the hole getting smaller and smaller, and that world getting more and more blurry, until finally it could not be seen. Caught in the chaos, there was no telling how much time had passed in chaos space. He felt contact with a new world barrier. There was a powerful aura of life coming from next door. It's the scent of a monk. Ha! It's the scent of a cultivator. And the scent is familiar. The Black Qilin sensed a familiar odor. Grass. Isn't that the stench from the Kana clan? It's disgusting. Bang! The black unicorn sensed the aura of the Kana clan and stomped its large hooves. Space shatters. A new world then appeared before his eyes. That world was radiant and immortal. There was a refreshing flow of immortal power. The world in front of me is magnificent. The mountains, rivers, grasses and trees all seem to be alive and vibrant with their own life. Enter. The Black Qilin took a step out and reappeared already in the immortal realm. 360 degrees of rotation to quickly survey his surroundings. It's not the Qiankuan realm, nor is it the world of the immortal grown-ups. The black unicorn thought to himself. He had indeed come to a whole new world. Rumble! There was an aura of battle filling the air, and the smell of blood enveloped the immortal realm. The blood of the Kana clan stinks like rotting squid in the deep sea. The Black Qilin said in disgust. Kana Immortal King is injured? In the distance, there was fighting going on. The aura of destruction rages over there. Blood mist filled the air. The rules and the Tao fought against each other, causing the heavens and earth over there to completely form a Shura field. It was a stark contrast to the wonderful scenery of the immortal world. Immortal King Kana, letting you play the fool. Now you're going to die. The Black Qilin's heart flowed freely. What a shame. You can't even get along in a world like this. disgrace our true immortal world. Originally, I was quite upset with you, but who made you a member of the true immortal world, coming from the same place as us? So if we really let you pull it off, where will we put our faces? The Black Qilin greatly despised immortal King Kana, even if he had been defeated by the Kana immortal king. Shoo! With a movement of his body, he disappeared into place. When he reappeared, he was already on top of the battlefield. Looking down from the sky, the tragic situation on the battlefield was shocking. Corpses were everywhere, and blood flowed into rivers, as if a huge mountain of corpses and a sea of blood had been formed. Dismembered limbs and broken arms were scattered everywhere, and the smell of blood filled the air, suffocating people. The Kana clan had suffered a brutal massacre. Their screams and pleas for mercy echoed in the blood mist, but they were unable to change their miserable fate. The entire battlefield was like a hell on earth, filled with death and despair. A three-headed, six-armed, red-armored Kana was fighting 10 unknown creatures. King Kana was miserable. There were 2 arms that had been ripped off alive, blood dripping from the broken arms, shocking to the eyes, and one of the heads on the left, even exploded. 3 heads and 6 arms, only 2 heads and 4 arms remain. The armor on his body, too, was in tatters. Dense wounds like cracked earth were present on his body. Looked like china that could break apart at any moment. King Kana looked sadly at the 10 opponents who fought against him. The face was forlorn, all the colors of sadness and doom. You are so cruel, so intolerant of the Kana clan, so desperate to put us to death? King Kana roared miserably, like a helpless, wounded lion. King Kana, you are guilty of colluding with the demons. The Kana clan provided war clues for the demon evil camp, hid demon evil criminals, stole the immortal sect's greatest treasures, and caused our camp to nearly wipe out its entire army. So how can we convince the public if we don't exterminate your Kana clan? You are the sinners of the human race, the sinners of the immortal sect alliance. Nonsense! I didn't collude with demons at all, and our clan didn't have any secret dealings with demons and evils, much less steal the immortal sect's greatest treasures. You're all false accusations. King Kana was filled with grief and anger. You guys are just looking at my clan's supreme treasure, and you're intentionally making false accusations and killing people to take the treasure. King Kana sneered. How can the immortal sect camp not be defeated with an existence like yours? What a disgrace to the righteous path. King Kana broke into a fit of rage. The evidence is too strong for you to argue. No matter what you say today, you're going to die. King Kana, you're still talking tough at the end of your life. Obediently offer up the Kana divine halberd and we can let you die a quick death. Otherwise, King Kana smiled miserably. If you want to commit a crime, you can't be held responsible for it. I finally know why the righteous side keeps failing. It's because of the existence of you people who are not in the right frame of mind. That's why the righteous side keeps losing battles. You are a disgrace to the immortal sect's righteous alliance. Having you is the misfortune of the righteous way. The guys sneered. Just scream. It's not impossible to vent before you die. Fellow Taoists, his chi and blood are gone. This is the best time to kill him. Why delay any longer? Destroy him. Destroy the Kana clan's Tao. King Kana looked at the 10 great masters with despair and desolation in his heart. Are you going to die here today? Pity. His own clan worked diligently and paid a huge price for the war of righteousness. A pity that it would end up like this? Is it really worth it? Worth it. At least we have a clear conscience. The Kana clan, worthy of this heaven and earth. It's just a pity that the heavens have no eyes. King Kana growled. King, countless Kana monks called out. All of you blood relatives of the same clan, fight with me, even if we die. We will not be ashamed of heaven and earth. Kill, kill, kill. The heavens and the earth were filled with shouts and killings. But the Kana clan was so miserable that almost all of them were injured, and some of them were already out of the fight even though they were alive. But they were tenacious, and one pair of eyes looked resolutely at the opponents who surrounded them. They were saddened in their hearts. The cultivators around them, but they were all teammates who had once fought side by side. But now they had become the ones who had backstabbed them. Some of the Kana creatures realized that quite a few of the people who had surrounded them they had also blocked knives for each other. Now instead, the knife is being slashed at Kana eye. The stoicism of the Kana clan looked ridiculous to the enemy. Just a bunch of humble creatures about to die, making a last hiss. Ridiculous. Well, has this race always been this stupid? Ha ha. Interesting. So we send them on their way? Of course. The enemy launched a final general attack. King Kana knew it was all over. His heart was helpless and desperate, so he could only charge up. Must I die here today? King Kana, you're dead. Be a good boy and tie your hands. King Kana was very helpless in the face of the smug faces of these villains. He ran out of strength. Looking back at his kinsmen, he felt guilty. King Kana could stand up to the entire living world, the righteous alliance, and all living beings, but he was sorry for his own kind. Little Kana child. Your father has come to save you. Quickly come out and kneel to greet your father. Just as King Kana was despairing, an extremely crisp and arrogant voice appeared in the dome of the sky. 119. Black Unicorn, there's no such thing as teaching. I don't care who you are when I teach you how to be a human being. That voice was extremely dry and crisp, resounding throughout the heavens. Scornful, disdainful, evil, domineering. In short, it's just unique. The appearance of that voice caused all the creatures to freeze. Looking up in unison, it was discovered that above the dome of the sky, a creature with a black body and brilliant arcane light, like a black sun, had appeared at an unknown time. Karen, Black Unicorn. He stood up and clasped his two front paws to his chest, like a human, looking down at the ground with contempt. Incestuous, extremely pretentious, King Kana? Full of questions. The enemies besieging the Kana clan are also a series of question marks. This thing, where did it come from? What a thing! He's King Kana's helper? A dilettante sort of thing at first glance. When did the Kana clan recognize such a thing? Is it a man? Is it a beast? Say it's a man, but it has the body of a beast. Call it a beast, but what the are you doing standing up with your hands? No! Feet clasped to your chest? King Kana, who is this? Why do you want me to call him dad? Is he here to save me? But, I don't remember recognizing such a divine beast, either. The Dark Unicorn? King Kana doesn't remember crossing paths with because the eyes of the black-clothed man who had surrounded King Kana narrowed. King Kana, you're still saying that you haven't colluded with the demons. Look, what's in the sky? Now that the evidence is here, what else do you have to say? Ha ha, you're all going to die here today. King Kana was flabbergasted. The Black Unicorn in the sky. He really didn't recognize, but it didn't matter. Anyway, this group of people were bound to clear out the Kana clan before giving up. Whether or not they really colluded with the demons and evils was no longer important. The Black Chilan was disdainful. Immortal King Kana, you are truly miserable. What about the promised invincible otherworld? You said you would blow through the immortal realm. You said you were going to pretend to be a pussy in the otherworld. Why do you have 3 heads and 6 arms now? With only 2 heads and 4 arms left? You're weak. The Black Unicorn gave a mocking laugh. Look at the state you're in. Stain. Weren't you quite arrogant before? Didn't you press me to beat you up before? A few days gone. How did you become such a trash? It's been said. Don't disgrace our supreme vegetable garden in the otherworld. Look at you. You're really disgraced. Don't say you came from there in the future. The Black Unicorn was in a good mood. Seeing the tragic appearance of the Kana Immortal King, he was very happy. It's finally out of the way. This senior, what did you say? Why can't I understand? The Kana King on the ground turned pale and trembled as he spoke back. A confused look. It's not that he's afraid. It's that he's so badly injured that he could fall at any time. He always felt that this Black Chilan had misunderstood something. Seems to recognize a Kana creature like himself. Relationships are still complicated like that. Don't act stupid. You still don't understand? The Black Chilan grunted coldly. I can smell the stench of your Kana clan from millions of miles away. Aha! No! The Black Unicorn fixed his eyes. King Kana, who found himself on the ground, seemed unfamiliar. All with 3 heads, 6 arms, obnoxious dress-up airs, and that disgusting smell. Though, however, he didn't seem to be the Kana Immortal King, not the one he knew. Ha! You're not the Kana Immortal King? You're not Gajioshi. The Black Unicorn's eyes froze. Mistaken identity? Nope. Wrong sea monster? Senior, I am indeed King Na, but my name is Ineshi. My name is Na, Aina said. The Black Unicorn looked up and down. This guy actually really wasn't the Kana Immortal King Gajeshi. He hesitated. Not really. The Black Chilan was depressed. But you smell just as bad as that guy. Hey, why are you two even talking? Let's see what kind of tunnel this is. Alright. If you want to talk, you can wait until you're in hell. Then it's not too late to take your time. The man in black said impatiently. The Black Unicorn. Right. Although we have no grudges with the lowly beast race, since you bumped into it and are still Aina's friend, let's die together today. Who made you unlucky? An unlucky man? What? Thai beasties? Bad luck. Hearing this, the Black Chilan was enraged. Senior must not. You have entered this place by mistake. Please leave quickly. This is none of your business. If you stay here for a long time, you will lose your life. Wang Tong, the grudge between us has nothing to do with him. Have the guts to come at me. Aina roared at the man in Xian clothes. Are you in a position to bargain with us? The old man can kill whoever he wants. The man in Xian clothes laughed softly. The Black Chilan stood up, forcing Grauman. People don't know but don't huff. Not also a gentleman. The old man is already a gentleman for not getting angry. You actually dare to mess with the old man? In that case, Then you all go and ask without shame. Not ashamed to ask? Not being ashamed to ask is. Since you guys don't feel ashamed when you meet Lao Zi, go down to the 9 specters and ask if Lao Zi is very powerful. The Black Qilin was afraid that this group of bumpkins wouldn't understand. So it explained. Wang Tang and others? What is this demonic beast talking about? Sick. What the hell are you talking about? Some cultivators rushed up to blast the Black Qilin. Cultivator called Sun Zi Yun, belonging to the top 10 in the front of the figure. Everyone thought that after he made a move, the Black Qilin must float to death. A trio of people can be a division. With more than 3 enemies rushing at me, my fighting strength can be compared to a division. The Black Qilin said. Boom. He lightly stepped on the void with both hooves. The killing cultivator suddenly exploded, turned into a mist of blood. The cultivator's soul was still there, looking at his body that had exploded into a bloody mist with an incredulous face. Bang! The Black Qilin passed by with a look, and Sun Ziyun's soul body exploded with nothing left. The Black Qilin looked inscrutable. A bunch of barbarians, not open to indoctrination. Today, this immortal king will properly teach you the supreme learning of the immortal world, the new interpretation of the analects, so that you, too, may be able to be purified by the supreme thought of the immortal world. Hint, physical purification, also purification. And the Black Unicorn happens to specialize in this manner of purification mode. The Black Kirin realized that he recognized the wrong person and was about to turn around and leave. But on second thought, he changed his mind. For one thing, this group of people had messed with him, so if they just walked away, wouldn't they lose face in the supreme vegetable patch? Secondly, the Kana clan was really annoying, especially what with the Kana king and all. But if he saved the Kana clan and made the Kana king his servant, it seemed like it would be fun. Buzz. Seeing the Black Qilin lightly blast Sun Ziyun, the cultivators present exploded. Especially Anna, the king of Kana. He looked unbelievably at the firmament. That one huge, seemingly energyless Black Qilin looked like it had seen a ghost. Unbelievably, this Black Qilin had actually killed Sun Ziyun in seconds. That was a peak questioning powerhouse. Just like that? This Black Qilin. What exactly is the origin of this Black Qilin? Just now, I was worried about him, but it seems, it was for nothing. There was also the Xian clothes man Wang Tang who was even more incredible. Only 9 of the 10 strongest are left now. The 9 men looked at each other. This monster, where did it come from? It's also too scary, isn't it? He's not to be messed with. Senior, what happened here seems to be none of your business. It was us who misunderstood just now. Please also leave, Senior. We are from the Heavenly Tao sect. Please give us face. Senior. Hearing this, the Black Qilin shook his head and condescended. If a gentleman is not heavy, he is not mighty. Teachable. Crowd. What do you mean? Looking at everyone's confused look, the Black Qilin said, it means that a gentleman can't establish his majesty without a heavy hand. And for the record, I don't care who you are when I teach you to behave. Wang Tang and others, huh? 120. It is possible to die in the morning and in the evening, and I don't care what you are. Heavenly Tao sect? Is it a big face? When I, the Black Qilin, mixed with the Heavenly Tao on my feet, you still don't know where to mix. The Black Qilin said in a gangly manner, like a social clubber on a stick. You, blackened Wang Tang's face. In this world, there was actually someone who dared to not give face to the Heavenly Tao sect. You're just a Qilin. How dare you have such a big mouth? A cultivator stood out and cursed angrily. It's not like the Heavenly Tao sect hasn't killed a Qilin before. Pa! The Black Unicorn slapped out a claw. That man was blown right out of the sky. A gentleman is circumspect, but not circumspect. A villain is more than circumspect. What's this? This Black Unicorn is crazy, right? With his mouth shouting some kind of gibberish, he smoked someone to death. The meaning of this sentence should be that a gentleman is in harmony but not in a group. A small group is in harmony but not in a group. A gentleman unites everyone and doesn't gang up and engage in cliques. A small person gangs up and forms parties and doesn't unite everyone. A middle-aged man wearing a long robe and looking as if he had read a lot of books opened his mouth. But what do you mean by saying that here? It's out of place to use them. Li Xiaotsai looked puzzled. Completely inexplicable. Looking at this group of people who were not open to indoctrination and had a foolish look on their faces, the Black Qilin snorted in his heart. They were simply illiterate. He graciously opened his mouth to explain. Wrong. The meaning of this saying is that when a gentleman smokes you, he will never compare more with you, whereas a villain will only compare with you endlessly, not daring to come up and do it. What a bunch of illiterates. The Black Qilin said in disgust. Li Xiao Kai, HM? You're ing kidding me. Is that what it means? Are we illiterate or are you? Sure enough, animals are animals. I do not know where to pick up a broken book. Actually drag up the text. The key you drag it. You also drag the wrong completely misinterpreted the meaning of the original text. You mother Are we not open to indoctrination? Or are you not open to indoctrination? How dare you mock us? This is a crazy Qilin. Kill him. The people of the Heavenly Tao sect struck out in droves. Learning without thinking is confusing. Thinking without learning is dangerous. I teach you to learn. You don't think, then you deserve to die. Thinking you don't learn from me, then you deserve to die even more. The Black Qilin said. So you all deserve to die. Put. The people of the Heavenly Tao sect vomited blood. Your ing. Is that what the phrase means? Li Xiaotsai, one of the 10 strongest, was even more speechless. This plainly means that if you only study without thinking, you will be confused. If you only think without studying, you will be puzzled. Even if I hadn't read your crappy book, I know what it means. And you've been hugging and chewing on that book all day, and you managed to translate it wrong. You were taught by a ghost in culture class, right? Or was it a ghost that taught you this book originally? It's a total mess. Rumble. The Black Unicorn doesn't care how anyone else translates it. He just really translates it anyway, and uses his understanding to guide his life, and the way he acts. Reverse scale 7 steps. Knock. The Black Qilin took 1 step. Click, click, click. The void cracked like a lens. Boom. The entire void then turned into nothingness. Burst, burst, burst. Explosions spread as the cultivators of the Heavenly Tao sect blew up. It was like a blood-colored firework exploding in the sky. Magnificent and gorgeous. Wait. Please stop. Immortal Qilin. I have something to say. Li Xiaotsai spoke anxiously. The upper immortal, not talentedly, lived 18,000 years. This life more than 10,000 years have been in the study of learning. You, although the strength of the heavenly, amazing talent, but you read that book of the classics, obviously on the translation of the wrong. In the long run, I'm afraid that the upper immortal will go mad. How about this? The upper immortal to leave my life. I'll answer questions and solve puzzles for the how about this. If you leave me alive, I will answer your questions and solve your problems, and translate that book for you. He was afraid of dying and rushed to take credit for reflecting his value. The meaning of learning without thinking is confusing. Thinking without learning is perilous. It should be that if you only learn without thinking, you will be confused. If you only think without learning, you will be puzzled. You see, Shang Xian, to learn is the meaning of learning. Not is the meaning of not. Thinking is the meaning of thinking. And to be confusing, means to be perplexed. Li Xiaotsai rambled on. To think without learning means to be perilous. To think, still means to think. Not to learn means not to learn. And to be perilous, means to be perplexed. Look, Supreme Immortal, if I translate it for you word for word, isn't it just plain and easy to understand? As long as you keep me, I can definitely help you translate the correct version, so that you won't be confused and go off the deep end. Your translation, it's just nonsense, I guess. It must be someone who wants to conspire against you. That's why they deliberately translated for you like this. You have to be clear about it, or else, it will be a mistake for the rest of your life. Li Xiaotsai's face was red and agitated. If you keep on translating like that, we're all going to die from you. Be sure to help right the ship on the crooked path. Noisy, pedantic. The Black Unicorn spoke impatiently. What I said is the correct solution. What you said is the crooked misinterpretation. The Black Qilin snorted coldly. Do you uneducated fools know what the classics are? What do you know about the truth of the way? No, nothing. The Black Unicorn cursed harshly. Very unqualified. But there's nothing wrong with it. I'm a unicorn. What qualities do I need? I'm not a human being. Besides, it's none of your business how I translate my book if I want to. You can say I'm wrong. But this is my path. My path. It's your turn to tell me what to do. You're nothing. Die. Bang. 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 Li Xiaokai exploded in shock. He also didn't expect to die one day at the hands of an illiterate man, or to be killed with culture, although the culture quotes were oddly. Wow! This Black Unicorn, so powerful. The Kana clan was astonished. They all looked at King Kana. When did our king actually embrace such a big leg? With his hands, he actually killed the 10 strongest members of the Heaven's Path sect without the ability to fight back. They were powerful people who had surpassed saints. Senior, said Wang Tung, stunned. Good lord. What is this? Wasn't that just an advantage? How did it suddenly fall apart? A black unicorn comes out and kills us indiscriminately? Where is your house? And where are the forces of your heavenly Tao sect? Point in the direction. Black Qilin asked. Wang Tang? What do you mean? May I ask what senior means by this? Wang Tang hesitated for a moment. It's okay to die in the morning, the black unicorn said. Elder, you don't mean to say that if we inquire about the way to my house in the morning, we can go to my house at night to get us killed, right? Wang Tang thought for a moment and said, Upon hearing this, the Black Chilin's eyes lit up as it looked at Wang Tang appreciatively. Not bad, not bad. Not all the people in this world are unenlightened. You're pretty good. The children are teachable. Wang Tang, you. I knew this would be the case. Elder, I said, can you spare my life? That naturally can't be. The Black Chilin shook his head. Then I say Nima, growled Wang Tang, also angry. If you're going to die anyway, why do you have to be so obedient? Bang. Before the words fell, Wang Tang's body exploded. The Black Kirin sighed. Ugh. The people of this world are so cranky. Can you read and be gentle like me? What a barbaric place this world is. 121. I was all confused, and he killed me by shouting the word of God. Dominant and strong. That's the image everyone has of the Black Unicorn. Boom. The Black Chilin exploded the Heavenly Dao Sect's army and blood flowed. The Kana clan is finally saved. If you don't accept the sage training, then I will purify you, said the Black Chilin. Anna was thrilled to see the disciples of the Heavenly Dao Sect collapsing. Many thanks to Senior for saving my life. I, Anna clan, am grateful. There's no need for polite words. You guys just do a few things for me. The Black Unicorn got right to the point. Anna arched his hand. I wonder what kind of thing Elder wants us to do. First, I want you to be my subordinate, to serve me right and left, and to be my lord. Secondly, I would like to inquire as to where Gajeshi is. Third, I want you to take me to the Heavenly Dao Sect. Ana's pupils dilated. Senior, Ana is the king of our Kana clan. How can he be your subordinate? To serve you as lord? One of the little Gajnas said. For their Kana clan, this was a strange shame. The king has been taken as a slave by someone else. Isn't that stepping on the Kana clan and ting on them? Never. Don't be impulsive, said Ana, though her face also looked bad, but not as impulsive as the brat. He thought about it a lot. If he really refused, if this Black Unicorn guy moved out strange quotes, the Kana clan would surely suffer. Even the 10 strongest members of the Heavenly Dao Sect could only be killed in seconds, and the Kana clan was no different than ants in front of him. Elder, why do you want me to serve you? What are my virtues and abilities? You are indeed not qualified. The Black Chilin raised its head condescendingly. You still think that any cat or dog can be my subordinate? If it weren't for my sudden whim to collect a Kana to play with, you wouldn't even be qualified to appear in front of this seat. A sudden whim? Playing around? He's really just been swept off his feet by the Kana Immortal King, Gajeshi, and is trying to get his presents back from the other Kanas. You can't stand without learning manners, Black Chilin said. King Kana, huh? Elder, the grace of saving your life is already a heavenly favor to the Kana clan. If it wasn't for you, the Kana clan would have been destroyed here today. So, Ana is willing to take you as her master and accompany you. He's yanking the whirling dervish again. What can I do if I don't say yes? The hurriedly agreed. Or else. Gajner's scalp tingled as he looked around at the tired white bones of the Heavenly Dao Sect's disciples. Without a second thought, it was immediately agreed, interrupting the Black Griffin's spell casting as he opens his mouth to speak whirlwind. The way of virtue is aligned with ritual. The Black Unicorn nodded. What's that supposed to mean? Let's just say, when I'm ethical, you have to be a little bit more polite. Or, when I'm not, you suffer. Guyana, I knew it wasn't a good word. You all think that following me is a humiliating thing for you. Don't you realize that this could be a great opportunity, and in the future you might be glad that you chose today? The Black Chilin said. Anna bowed. Asterisk 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 Anna bows to my lord. My lord is right. I'm not sure if I'm glad or not, that's an afterthought. But now I'm pretty sure of one thing. If I don't do what you say, I'll explode. Those who know what's good for them are the ones who know what's good for them. Now let's settle the second matter. Gajeshi, where is it? Black Kirin asked. Isak? Na is confused. Asterisk 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 Eshi is also a Kana. He came from a different world. His cultivation is not bad, and he has done a lot of amazing and great things, such as bombing the Xian Heavenly Immortal region and establishing the Xian Heavenly Immortal Court. The Black Chilin said. Kana from another world? Bombed the Xian Tian Immortal Domain? The Kana clan was very confused. Back to Elder. We are all the native races of this world, but we have never heard of any Kana coming from other worlds, much less the Xian Heavenly Immortal Domain. In this world, there is no Xian Tian Immortal Domain. In this world, there are only 5 great immortal lands: the Eastern Wasteland Immortal Land, the Northern Plains Immortal Land, the Southern Ridge Immortal Land, the Western Desert Immortal Land, and the Central State Immortal Land. Beyond the Immortal Continent, it's all the Sea of the Underworld. Even true immortals can't cross it. We haven't heard of the Xian Tian Immortal Domain. Never heard of it. So what do you have here? The Black Unicorn felt vaguely out of place. We are here in the Yellow Sky Immortal Realm. Immortal King Kana said. Yellow Sky Immortal Realm? That really isn't the world that Aoshi is in. The Black Qilin was surprised. Could it be that I've come to the new world? I was obviously hauled to the Qingtian immortal domain. He thought back carefully. It should be that before I reached the location, I myself broke through the void and came to this world. Knowing that this wasn't the world of Gajishi, the Black Unicorn was still a little disappointed. But he was sure of one thing. There seemed to be more than one world under the world tree. More than one wonderland. Elder, what are we going to do next? Aina asked. Do what? The Black Qilin thought for a moment. Settle your clan first. Then take me to the Heavenly Dao Sect's territory. Senior, you really want to go to the Heavenly Dao Sect? Aina was shocked. What? Do I look like I'm joking? No. But the Heaven's Path sect is by no means good. It belongs to the strongest forces in this world. And they have many experts. Do you want to think twice, Senior? Aina suggested. Strong as a cloud? Just in time. The Black Qilin paused. The sun is not strong. That is to say, I'm too lazy to talk. I just want to beat them into delirium with wacky powers. Once you've settled the clan, show me the way. My lord. A distant land. Tendo sect. There is a great, lofty mountain that towers over the clouds and is filled with fairy dust. The mountain is majestic and awe-inspiring, like a natural fortress. At the top of the mountain, a vast and powerful sect was quietly established. The sect's buildings were magnificent, staggered across the mountains, blending in with the great mountains, with Dao sounds resonating and dragons flying. The clan was filled with experts, and from time to time, one could see people swallowing clouds and strolling through the sky. This lofty mountain and the powerful Heavenly Dao sect became a holy place in people's hearts. The grand and luxurious main peak hall. 5 or 6 disciples panicked and came in the air. No, it's not good. Senior brother Wang Tang and the others, they've all been killed. The Heavenly Dao sect's cultivators who surrounded the Kana clan were almost completely wiped out, and only a few of us escaped. They fell to their knees above the great hall. What? Sending you 30,000 cultivators and 10 great masters to sit in on the battlefield. You went to exterminate a mere few thousand people of the Kana clan, who were not as good as you in terms of cultivation, and they couldn't even do that, and were killed and fled in a mess, or even wiped out completely. To the left and right of the great hall, there were angry growls. What a bunch of losers. Wang Tang is. Sun Ziyun is. Everyone is. The news traveled back to the Heavenly Dao sect, and the entire Heavenly Dao sect shook. Reporting back to the elder, it wasn't the Kana clan that defeated us, but a strange Black Qilin, the disciple who escaped back. Originally, we had almost decimated all of the Kana clan. That Black Qilin suddenly appeared out of nowhere. At that time, we were all confused, and that guy didn't know what was going on, shouting something of the classics on his lips and then killed over. Super sick. Right. We can't even understand what's going on. We just heard him shouting something about having a teaching without a class. Something about a gentleman not being heavy and not being powerful. Something about learning without thinking is confusing. Thinking without learning is perilous. Something about hearing the Tao and dying at night can be carried out and so on, and then he rushed over to us and beat us people of the Heavenly Dao sect silly. The crowd was dumbfounded. 122. I have not seen a rigid person. Not only are you guys stupid, I'm ing stupid. Okay? The crowd froze. What nonsense are you talking about? Why can't I understand it? That means a black unicorn. Save the Kana clan. Killed you all senseless. Someone said. Yes. The disciple who escaped back said. Then why don't you guys just say that you were killed dumbfounded? What's the point of saying all that nonsense? Someone said. The disciple who escaped back. It's not as simple as just killing. It's just killing in a very special way. Kill someone, and that crazy unicorn has to yank in a weird quote. It's like a scapegoat quote? Killed something special? The people of the Heavenly Dao sect were speechless. Just how special is it? It's just to kill a man, isn't it? Humph. I see that you guys are babbling and disorganized. You must have been killed by the enemy. Above the great hall, the man sitting in the first place said, Black Qilin is it? Dare to kill my Heavenly Dao sect disciples? You must not be spared. Find his whereabouts and make sure to exterminate this thief. Yes, messing with my Heavenly Dao sect is simply looking for death. If we don't do anything, how can we still hang around in the yellow sky immortal realm? Kill him. Within the great hall of the Heavenly Dao sect, the crowd discussed for a moment before deciding whether the Black Qilin would live or die. Come on people, send people out to look for me. No matter where the Black Qilin is hiding, come out first. If we don't thwart him, the Heavenly Dao sect will no longer have any words to gain a foothold here. The big man gave his orders and was about to have someone look for the Black Unicorn's whereabouts. The disciple who had fled back from the battlefield thought for a moment and said, Helm Master, there's actually no need to look for him. He'll come to the door on his own, because that Black Qilin said that it's okay to die in the morning. a disciple said. Aha, it's okay to die in the morning? Some of those present frowned. Could it be that if you know the true meaning of the great Tao in the morning, then even if you die at night, you have no regrets? Boom! As these words were spoken, there was an aura of the great Tao permeating the presence, as if touching something mysterious. Ha! Those words, why can they induce the great Tao to resonate? Could it be from some sage classic? People wonder. The disciple who escaped back replied, no. The black unicorn said that the phrase means that if you inquire about the way to your house in the morning, you will go to your house at night and hack you to death. The road he asked for and will be here shortly. Bang! As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding aura that had invoked the heart of the great Tao collapsed. It was as if a balloon had been broken by something. To actually be able to break a saint's true words? That black Qilin. What kind of demon is it? Just now, the sentence of dying in the morning and dying in the evening caused the resonance of the great Tao. And as soon as the sentence of inquiring about the way to your house in the morning and going to your house in the evening to cut you to death was said, that resonance of the great Tao collapsed with a bang. It's good to have friends from afar. That is to say, don't you feel happy to have friends coming from afar to cut you down? Friends of the heavenly Tao sect, why don't you quickly come out to greet them? A voice exploded above the sky. It's the Black Kirin. The disciple who escaped back felt his scalp tingle. That saintly discourse is like a demonic voice that kills, and wherever this thing appears, someone is bound to die. Run, run, or you won't have a chance. The lips of those who had just fled back from the battlefield were white with fear. Cowardly. Running my ass. This is the territory of the Heaven's Path sect. Can he still overturn the heavens? The helmsman sitting at the top of the table bang slapped the table in front of him into pieces. Men, prepare to activate the grand formation and kill this enemy. Yes. Many powerful people responded. If there is a way to heaven and you don't go, there is no door to hell and you come and throw yourself in. If you're here, you're not going anywhere. Shoo shoo shoo. The cultivators of the heavenly Tao sect flew out of the main hall. In the vault of heaven, there was a huge figure that appeared. The black shadow was like a mountain. It was as black as ink, as if one more look would cause one to fall into an abyss. Black unicorn. Its body resembles that of a deer, with a dragon's head, a cow's tail and horse's feet, round hooves, and a body covered with scales and armor. A powerful aura permeated his body, and there was a black mist that flowed slowly from his body like flowing water. His eyes were wide, opening and closing as if a universe was overthrowing and being reborn. Is that the black unicorn? Why? It's not quite like the griffins we've seen. It seems powerful. The people of the heavenly Tao sect were drumming in their hearts. There's always a sense of foreboding. What powerful? As we all know, this world is honored by humans. All demonic beasts are but second-rate. What are you guys afraid of? Really bluffed by him? Shen Qioli, as the strongest person in this place and one of the 10 helmsmen of the heavenly Tao sect, inwardly said to the Black Qilin with disdain nonetheless, thinks he's not good enough. The Heaven's Path sect didn't know how many heads they had hunted and killed, such as the unicorn and other exotic beast types. In the Yellow Sky Immortal Realm, the foreign beast class was not powerful. The status is not high either. Shen Qioli shouted at the Sky Dome. Humph, a mere beast. How dare you be arrogant in front of me? You're really stupid. Even if you don't run away after offending the heavenly Tao sect, you still dare to come to the door to send yourself to death. Well, then you're going to die. Come on man. Surround the Black Qilin. Don't let him escape. My lord, the heavenly Tao sect's protective formation isn't very easy to deal with. Why don't we leave first and think about it in the long run? Above the dome of the sky, the entirety of Aina beside the Black Qilin was trembling. The Tendo sect, but the most powerful sect in the Yellow Sky Immortal Realm. There was no one. It wasn't like there hadn't been any cultivators who dared to charge the heavenly Tao sect's mountain gate. But they were all dead. Now that the Black Qilin actually took the initiative to come up. He knew that the Black Qilin's cultivation was high. But how high can you stop the siege of the heavenly Tao sect? Sigh. I'm afraid it's hard to know whether I'll live or die if I follow this one. The Black Unicorn was disdainful and pleased to see King Kana's worried and abashed face. The Kana clan are all really fearful people? King Kana, you are truly short-sighted, not knowing the power of this seat. Since that's the case, then you can open your doggy eyes on the side and take a good look at how this seat destroyed the heavenly Tao sect. You punk! Well, the Black Unicorn cursed too hard, but Aina always felt that even though he was cursing himself. But how did it feel? It wasn't me. Rather, it was that other person? Is this an illusion? That must not be an illusion. The Black Qilin had suffered a loss at the hands of Kana Immortal King Eshi, and had always held a grudge. I've been wanting to curse for a long time now, but now that Gajishi isn't around and there's just a Gajina around, it's a good idea to make do with a little bit of cursing. Anyway, it's all the Kana clan. All are kings of the Kana clan, even though it wasn't from the same world. Cursing it should have the same effect. Then, my lord, may I ask how you are going to break the Heaven's Path sect formation? The Heaven's Path sect's formations are incredibly powerful and watertight. The Black Qilin looked at the Heavenly Tao sect's protective array underneath and paced a few times. To know is to know. Not to know is to know. Know what you need to know and ask less about what you shouldn't know. Got it? Anna Khan. He's speaking Worley again. Representing another killing spree. I have not seen the stiff. I've never seen anything more rigid than me. 123. A man's words are good when he is about to die. Rumble. The Heavenly Tao sect's protector formation was under the Black Qilin's hooves. Shattered violently. Ha! King Kana's eyes went straight when he saw this scene. He just casually stomped on it and the Heavenly Tao sect's protective formation exploded like a bubble? What kind of heaven-defying cultivation is this? King Kana had thought that the Black Qilin would be terrifying, but he hadn't thought it would be this terrifying. At the bottom, the cultivators cowering at the Heavenly Tao sect's mountain gate were also shocked. It's boom. The Black Qilin didn't in nonsense, and after breaking open the mountain gate, it directly stomped with both feet. The void shook. One cultivator at the bottom was like fireworks exploding. Male or female, ugly or beautiful, all blasted to pieces. In here, there were quite a few beautiful women who ranked in the Yellow Sky Immortal Realm. But a griffin is a griffin, and a beast is a beast. He doesn't care if you're wasting your time. If it were an old pervert, he'd grab the good-looking ones and study them. The Black Unicorn, on the other hand, apparently had no such inclination. So powerful. The Kana King was shocked. The Black Qilin came up and actually gave the Heavenly Tao sect a big bombardment. Seeing King Kana's shocked expression, the Black Qilin enjoyed it. With a smug look on his face, he paused and said, "Today this seat will teach you one more thing." At those words, King Kana's eyes lit up. "Please teach my lord." The Black Unicorn nodded and said, "The vessel of the pipe is small. Who does not know etiquette when it comes to pipe?" The meaning is that a man called Guanzhong brought a small weapon with him when he had a date with someone else. And when he fought, he was beaten to the point of admitting his faults and apologizing. And at such a time, anyone who understands the etiquette of the world will be able to do so. So, from now on, when we fight, we must bring big guys, and, right off the bat, we have to deal a fatal blow to the other side, or, we'll be the ones to pay for it. Upon hearing this, King Kana found it very reasonable and worshipped. Disciples are taught. Seeing the expression on King Kana's face, the Black Unicorn was in a happy mood. Not bad, just remember. Bottom. The crowd of the Heavenly Tao sect finally understood why the disciples who had fled back from the battlefield would say that the Black Qilin was crazy. This is not nonsense. That phrase, is that what it means? So you two are in agreement. It's really a dare to teach and a dare to learn. King Kana, this seat will teach you one more thing. Attacking the heretics has been harmful. To attack the alien, you must tear them apart and make them afraid. Rumble. The Black Qilin's words just fell. Footwork. Burst, burst, burst. Many more disciples of the Heavenly Tao sect directly exploded. Wow. The Heavenly Tao sect was completely flustered this time. Between laughter and talk. Surprisingly, killed so many cultivators? It seemed that the Black Qilin didn't want to let the cultivators of the Heavenly Tao sect go today. Some are planning to run. And some, long ago, ran away. Especially the ones that escaped from the battlefield. They were well aware of the terror of the Black Qilin. It's long gone. Black Qilin. You, just where the hell are you? Shinxioli was also confused. It was only now that he realized that the Heavenly Tao sect might have messed with an existence that it couldn't afford to mess with. If you don't have enough power, you'll die in the middle of the road, the Black Unicorn said. Those whose power is not as good as mine, I will waste you all, and there will be no need to know my name. Boom! The Black Unicorn struck again. Burst, burst, burst. This time, Shinxioli, etc., finally did not have the previous domineering. Because they realized that this crazy Qilin was even more domineering than them. Mouths the words of the classics and such, and starts killing people. It doesn't matter if he understands the translation or not, and the words that come out of his mouth. It's really no big words. Senior, spare your life, shouted Shinxioli stiffly. He watched as the surrounding cultivators exploded, but he couldn't stop it. Shinxioli knew that the gap between him and the Black Qilin could be calculated in Dao Li. I'm afraid, it's as good as it gets, said the Black Unicorn. Rumble. The Black Qilin did not dwell too much with Shinxioli. Since you've all come here, let's bury all of you here. The Black Qilin finished. Reverse scale 7 steps. Burst. 1 foot out the door. Very forceful. Take the Heavenly Tao sect sub-rudder mountain gate and trample it to pieces. The whole area became an abyss. As for the living, not to mention the living beings, Even the kunai dogs up and down the clan, all of them were exterminated. When it really is Quinn dogs. King Kana's eyes widened. This, I'll go. A powerful force that just blew up? It's too hasty. The Black Qilin. 3 times. To the heavenly Dao Sect's branch rudder. Destroyed? King Kana's head was spinning. It always feels unreal. It's really too fast. And, to the Black Unicorn, it seemed to be just a small, insignificant thing. The Black Qilin's afterglow glimpsed Kana King's eyes that were so shocked that his scalp was numb. And his heart was very pleased. Hee. Kana King, shocked or not, scared or not, know that the old man's power or not. You little hot chicken. Note, it is a reference to the Sang Sang. Ishur was not there, so he could only take out his anger on Ina. I didn't pretend in front of Gajishi's year, but in front of Gajina. It was okay. Let's just leave it at that. That's all you're offering us? The lost part. I'll make up for it later when I see Eshi. My lord. So what? What do we do next? Aina asked. The next step. The Black Qilin paused. Is naturally to continue. Attacking the heretics has been harmful. When you attack the foreigners, you have to tear them all apart, so that they will be afraid and never have the chance to turn over a new leaf. The Black Qilin said, Go. Take me to the heavenly Dao Sect's main rudder. Do we really have to go? The Kana King was a bit hesitant. My lord, the heavenly Dao Sect is the most powerful force in the Yellow Sky Immortal Realm and it was started by an alliance of many sect powerhouses, and the alliance leader, Feng Xiaoyu, is even the #1 strongest person in this heaven and earth in ancient times. Legend has it that he has reached the true immortal realm. I'm afraid there's a place for hearing the truth and a place for specialization. Since I've successively inquired about the address of the heavenly Dao Sect, it's definitely a good idea to find a way to focus on taking them down first. The Black Qilin said, You just lead the way. Waste no words, King Kana. Yes, King Kana led the Black Qilin towards the heavenly Dao Sect's headquarters to kill. Rumble. Soon after, a loud noise came from the headquarters of the heavenly Dao Sect. It shook the entire Yellow Sky Immortal Realm. Countless flowers of the great Dao withered. It's. So many Dao marks dissipated. So many Dao laws returned to chaos. This is the sign of many powerful people falling at the same time. The heavenly Dao Sect. It's the site of the heavenly Dao Sect. Over there, countless powerful people have fallen. Tendo Sect. What the hell happened? In the meantime, Heaven's Path Sect headquarters. The Tzu said, if you don't cultivate your virtue, if you don't learn to speak, if you can't migrate when you hear about righteousness, and if you can't change when you're not good, then I'm worried. I asked you to learn the whirling words of the Confucius sage, so that you can cultivate your virtue, learn to speak about righteousness, and purify your mind. You don't agree with that, and you instead think that I'm talking, then I'm only going to be able to physically purify you. Feng Xiaoyu spilled blood from the corner of her mouth and was horrified. This madman. I'll listen to everything. Let me go. Let me live. Feng Xiaoyu said. The Black Qilin laughed softly, looking at King Kana. See, the words of a man who is about to die are also good, and those who are about to die speak in a good way, completely devoid of the arrogance they had just now. King Kana had a little fanboy look on his face. I've been taught. This is going to make the Black Unicorn feel good. Boom. Then casually blasted Feng Xiaoyu. Henceforth, the Tian Dao Sect is extinguished. Remove yourself from this world. Black Qilin, this immortal realm. It's not much of a big deal. I can sweep it by myself. And Aoshi actually sends a distress signal to the Supreme Vegetable Garden without moving. It seems that he's really not as powerful as me. 124. Arrival at the Green Heavenly Immortal Realm. The Black Qilin took control of the Yellow Sky Immortal Realm in a very short period of time. This made him doubly proud and considered himself stronger than King Kana. Under the careful crafting of the Black Qilin, the Kana clan of this world quickly dominated the Yellow Sky Immortal Realm. The strongest person in the Heavenly Dao Sect, Feng Xiaoyu, was not very powerful, only in the quasi-immortal realm, and was a low-ranked quasi-immortal. The Black Qilin had cultivated in the upper realm, and his realm had long surpassed Feng Xiaoyu, which was why he was able to quickly clear the Yellow Sky Immortal Realm. As for the enemies of the Yellow Sky Immortal Realm, as well as the foreign races, that the Kana clan said before that they needed an alliance to fight against them, they were also easily resolved by the Black Qilin. The Black Unicorn is too powerful, suppressing the Yellow Sky Immortal Realm with a destructive force. The issue of refining blood pills using lower realm ascendants as materials, which had previously been tacitly recognized by the Heavenly Dao Sect, was also resolved by the Black Qilin in passing. The entire Yellow Sky Immortal Realm is controlled by the whirling dervishes, and everyone is trembling with fear and trembling. No matter how many years pass, the people of this world will remember. It's good to have friends from afar. A man who does not know is not a gentleman. It's okay to die in the morning. A gentleman is circumspect, but not circumspect. A villain is more than circumspect. A gentleman is not a weapon. And so on. The monks in this world are also like the black unicorn, shouting whistles to kill the enemy, and acting in a strange style. The world has been infiltrated by whirling tongues, dominated by whirling tongues. And I wonder how many years from now, when people kill and exterminate, their mouths will still shout, "Where is your house? Point the way. It's okay to die in the morning." It's weird. This seed is leaving. This realm is nothing more than that. The Black Qilin resolved to leave this realm and go forward to assist Aoshi. He looked back at the kingdom he had fought for and was quite satisfied. Boom! The Black Qilin took one step. The void shattered. Nah. Let's go. The Black Unicorn spoke. Take Aina and leave the Yellow Sky Wonderland. Yes, my lord. Aina nodded, determined to go out and make a break for it with the Black Griffin. The tribe of Kana was given to his son. Before this, the Black Qilin could also see that Aina did not want to let go of her race, and was afraid that something would go wrong with Aina's clan if she left. The Black Qilin smoothly took out some small grains of rice from the upper realm from his bosom and threw them to Anna's sons. And Anna's 10 sons refined away a small grain of rice and actually became Saint Realm immediately. 10 Saint Realms. The same door. What a powerful underpinning is this? Even if Aina was gone, his sons would be able to stabilize the Kana clan. Not to mention the fact that they had received the Black Unicorn's true legacy. The future looks bright. The Kana clan, destined to be in this one world, will reign supreme. Seeing the growing power of his race, he replaced the Tendo sect. Old King Kana was very pleased. Thinking back to not so long ago, the Kana clan was a weakling that was nearly destroyed by the Heaven's Path sect. And now, it had actually taken the place of the Heaven's Path sect. It's really incredible. Old King Kana no longer lingered, looking back at this side of the mountains. And the Black Qilin didn't enter the teleportation channel. Rumble. The transmission channel is closed. It was as if the Black Unicorn had never appeared. Comes and goes. Exists for a short time. But it gave the world the iron law of the immortal scriptures, many classics, and endless legends. My lord, where are we going? Old King Kana said. I don't know. The Black Unicorn replied. Going nowhere? Old King Kana vaguely felt a sense of unease. So what are we going to do? Stomping on people, said the Black Unicorn. He was impatient. Why ask so many questions? Just follow. Old King Kana didn't dare to say more and followed quietly with his mouth closed. Here it is. After wondering how long the two had been in the black hole, the Black Unicorn's eyes lit up. You're here? To where? Boom! The Black Qilin broke through the void. A new immortal world appeared in front of us. Old King Kana's heart shook. The aura of this world is stronger than that of our world. Undoubtedly. The level of this world seemed to be a bit higher than the dimensional world that Old King Kana was in. One could feel the oppressive feeling of the power of the great Tao in this world. Break! The Black Qilin broke through the void and walked out. Full of war scenes. It was an even more terrifying scene than the one when he first entered the Yellow Sky Immortal Realm. This place, the sky is falling. The sun and moon are not shining. It's like a doomsday hell. There's no hint of wonderland. Sure, a battlefield. None of it is enough to describe the tragedy of this place. The sky and the earth were filled with a red mist that was blood chi. Bang, bang, bang. This blood-colored space. Someone's in a heated battle. Remnant of the Qiankuan realm. You won't be able to escape today. Be a good boy and tie your hands. There were many local cultivators who hunted down the cultivators of the Qiankuan realm. Hundreds of questioning realm powerhouses, chasing down a dozen or so saints. Questioning realm cultivators. The old king of Kana's scalp tingled when he came in and saw this scene. Facing the enemy's pursuit. The Qiankuan realm cultivators, however, didn't say a word and just retreated in a well-organized manner. Fellow Taoists, stand back. They were rather united. I'm going to zoom in. Boom. Someone throws a small firecracker. Spark STH. Here's a firecracker from Suning. Gajishi disassembled them, one by one, and distributed them to the bigwigs in the clan, giving them as a base card. Firecrackers exploding. The pursuer immediately found a countermeasure, quickly used the space escape technique to escape. This thing has moved. It seems that these few people are really at the end of their strength. Swoosh. The chaser breaks the void and performs a void transient. Firecrackers are as powerful as nuclear bombs. Blast off. But the enemy seemed to have encountered too many of these situations too many times, and very cunningly evaded and avoided them without a hard fight. Of course, there were quite a few that were blown up before they could teleport. There are probably a dozen or 2 dozen of these unlucky people, but the cost of such casualties, on the side of the pursuers, was acceptable. Run quickly. These cunning fellows will soon catch up. At the head of the group, there was a small man with a heaven-opening axe in his hand who said, swoosh, hey, you can't escape. The pursuers were dead set on the Qianquan realm's small force. It is imperative that they be exterminated here. How did it come back so fast? The villain with the heaven-opening axe in his hand was nervous. These fellows have become even more slippery. Unlike before when they were so stupid that they'd fight hard against our heaven-extinguishing Dharma treasures. People are alive. Objects are dead. In the beginning, the Kana Immortal King held a heavy treasure in his hands, and it did make the cultivators of this world suffer a great loss. But then they learned to be smart. As long as they waited for the destructive weapons to blow up and then came back, and fought a little smarter, the cultivators of Qianquan realm couldn't do anything about them. Objects can't be as smart as people and track people. And the people of the Qianquan realm were not very familiar with the mastery of the heaven-destroying weapon. They knew there was no way to control the direction of the destruction and threw it out and blew it up. It was also not like the higher cultivators who struck attacks that would track down the kill. Run! You guys run again? Oof. I'll see how many more heaven-extinguishing magic treasures you can use. Be a good boy and die. The cultivators of the Qianquan realm were surrounded by them. It looks like it's going to be a bad one. The Qianquan realm cultivator's heart trembled in fear. It's over. Everything is over. I'm going to die here today. My lord. What to do? Beyond the firmament, the old king of Kana, who was watching the show, inquired. There's a sequence of hearing the Tao, and there's a specialization in the arts. The Black Qilin said. Let's take our time to ask what's happening and focus on blasting these people to death first. 125. Black Qilin arrives at the battlefield. Rumble. The indigenous cultivators launched an attack to put the Qianquan realm ascendants to death. The Black Unicorn strikes. Reverse scale 7 steps. Burst, burst, burst. Aha! In the dome of the sky, the bodies of those pursuing cultivators exploded. More than a scream. The Qianquan realm cultivators were shocked. Who's helping them? The indigenous monks were also confused. Who dares to do this? Roared a great anger. In the sky, 2 figures appeared. Black Unicorn, Anna. When looking at those 2 figures, especially the Kana clan Aina, those present froze, no matter if they were indigenous cultivators or Qianquan realm cultivators. Kana Immortal King? Isn't Immortal King Kana under siege? There is a lack of distraction. Why would it still appear here? Do you know what you're doing? Do you know who we are? Indigenous hearts are shaking. Facing the Kana Immortal King, they were afraid. It was because of that person's methods that had once caused the entire Green Sky Immortal Realm to be scared of the wind. He doesn't know how many people he's killed, how many Taoist systems have been destroyed, and precisely because it is extremely threatening. Plus the Kana Immortal King is very arrogant and often flirts with things like what? Chaos came first, and then there was heaven. And with me, Kana, there is heaven. Come as you may. Even if I carry the heavenly abyss on one hand, I am still invincible with the world. Battling 3,000 emperors alone with only one hand, pushing the blue sky realm horizontally with both palms, holding the sun, moon and stars in my hands. There is no one like me in the world. And so on. All in all, it's just a pain in the ass. The Green Sky Immortal Realm had never been as united as it was today, and it was unknown how many bigwigs had joined forces and how many forces had allied together just to exterminate the immortal heavenly court of the Qianquan realm. In this world, Immortal King Kana had also created a world called Immortal Heaven. Battlefield. The Black Griffin and Na stood in the firmament. Anna looked down on the crowd. There is no religion. Meaning, I don't care who you are or what you are when I'm going to teach you a lesson. Ha! The crowd was confused. What the hell this is? He's not the Kana Immortal King, but another Kana creature. Phew! The indigenous friar breathed a sigh of relief. Destroy them! The natives turned the tables on the Black Unicorn. Be careful. They are not to be messed with. The Qianquan realm cultivator shouted. The old king of Kana was fearless. Anna continued. My lord has said, attack the heretics, and they will be harmed. To attack the alien, you must tear them apart and make them afraid. What's this again? Rumble. The Black Unicorn loved himself as a messenger. It even saves you the effort of opening your mouth and pretending. Reverse scale 7 steps. The Black Unicorn strikes. His cultivation was not what it used to be, and with the addition of the Whirlwind Immortal Scripture, his combat power had already reached the peak quasi-immortal realm. Such a powerful cultivation could be so much stronger than the little people around. Once the 7 steps of the reverse scale were made, a single figure exploded in the void. It's like fireworks. If people don't know and don't huff, it's not like a gentleman. You guys haven't heard of my lord's great name? My lord is already merciful if he doesn't get angry. You guys actually dare to launch an attack on my lord. You're simply looking for death. And spoke with the old god above the firmament. He knew the strength of the Black Qilin. The group was no match for the press. Indigenous? They were even more confused. This Black Unicorn, King Kana, why is this upside down? We don't even understand what you guys are saying. Okay. The indigenous cultivator was blasted to death by the Black Qilin. Those who tried to escape were locked by him and all of them were cut down. It's a long story, but it actually happened pretty quickly. The Black Unicorn wasn't a nagging person either. Hands on is hands off. Just kill it. This day, for the first time, the cultivators of the Green Sky Immortal Realm were dominated by whirling words. When everything settles down, it was only then that the Immortal Heavenly Court cultivator who was being chased down reacted in shock, coldly looking at the dome of the sky. You're the fallen ancient race. The Black Qilin. A saint recognized the Black Qilin's identity. They muttered inwardly, unsure if the Black Qilin was friend or foe. Although the Black Qilin had helped them. Although the Black Qilin was also from the Qianquan realm. But, in the Qianquan realm everyone was an enemy. That's right, it's none other than this seat, said the Black Qilin. The Qianquan realm's cultivators were sullen and didn't know how to deal with it. One could only pray that this one was a friend first. Many thanks to Senior for coming to our rescue. We are grateful. If it wasn't for Senior, we would have fallen long ago. Thank you for saving our lives. I'll never forget it. They had never seen the Black Qilin, nor did they know the Black Qilin's attitude towards the Immortal Heavenly Court. Very cautious. The Black Unicorn got right to the point. Where is Gajeshi? Take me there. The old king of Kana, Anna, stepped forward with a grin and said, it's okay to die in the morning. Meaning, inquire about the road to your house in the morning, and then go to your house at night and hack you to death. Cultivator of the Qianquan realm, HM? Who do you want to kill? Kana? This Black Qilin was indeed an enemy, not a friend. The cultivators of the Qianquan realm nervously looked at the Black Qilin. He was even prepared to die. Even if he died, he could not reveal the whereabouts of Immortal King Kana. We don't know. Ji Tiangong, who held the heaven-opening axe in his hand, said. He gripped his axe tightly in case the Black Qilin suddenly struck. Although he would definitely not be able to block the other party's strike, Ji Tiangong did not intend to sit back and wait for death. Black Unicorn. He was full of black lines. This convinced. Now is not the time to bring that out, said the Black Unicorn. Old King Kana was stunned and lowered his head in shame. Please teach my lord. The Black Unicorn shook his head as he thought about it for half a day. The only thing that parents worry about is their illness, said the son. It means, Dad, I heard that King Kana is in danger. So, I'm going to go help him. Crowd. My lord. Tot. Old King Kana said. The Qianquan realm's cultivator's face was not good when he heard that. Ji Tiangong, Senior. Although you saved us and we should have been grateful, please don't insult my heavenly Kana Immortal King. Right. Looking at the Qianquan realm group, the Black Qilin glanced over and sneered. I just insulted. So what? You. Ji Tiangong's eyes spewed fire. The Immortal King of Kana was extremely high in their hearts. Watching someone insulted to their face. Can't take it. Then we shall do right by Immortal King Kana. Ji Tiangong said. Ha, just with you guys? The Black Qilin laughed indifferently. In the face of Ji Tiangong's threat, he didn't care at all. Don't say it's you. Even if Immortal King Kana is here, he wouldn't dare to do anything if I just said him. Lead the way. Old me is here to help him, not to kill him. After a pause, even if I want to kill, I have to wait until I deal with the matters of the Green Sky Immortal Realm. I don't want people to belittle the name of my Supreme Vegetable Garden. Supreme Vegetable Garden? In the upper realm, I often heard Suning say that the place where they were was actually just Suning's vegetable garden. So the little people named that part of the world the Supreme Vegetable Garden. Hearing that the Black Qilin was here to help, the Qianquan realm cultivators were pleasantly surprised. Great! Kana Immortal King. Finally not alone. Since the Black Qilin said it was here to help, it was here to help. At their level, there was no need to lie. Very well, in that case, please, Senior Black Qilin, follow our family. In the meantime, on the other side of the Green Sky Immortal Realm, King Kana had suffered a siege and was already on the verge of not being able to support himself, and the Black Unicorn reached the battlefield after many detours. 126. I'm no match for someone who hasn't read a book. Battlefield. A mess. Mountain River is good. Space is chaotic. As if there is no time or space. There were powerful and terrifying energy fluctuations, destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. As if to reopen this immortal world, a step closer felt like a raw muscle pain. An unspeakable cataclysm occurs. King Kana has 3 heads and 6 arms, and is of great stature. Each arm gripped a weapon and looked around stonily. On his body, he was already full of bloodstains, and some places on his body had terrifying cracks, and with his terrifying cultivation, he actually couldn't make it heal in the first place. So one could imagine what kind of great injuries the immortal king of Kana had suffered. The polearms in his hands were all slashed to curled blades, and some of them were even left in half, unable to recover. Surrounded by a powerful enemy, like a wolf on all sides. Each one of them was high and proud, looking at Eshi with indifference, fighting one against many. And none of their cultivation levels were weaker than that of Gajeshi. Even some of them are more powerful than Gajeshi. With this kind of lineup, it was enough to push across the entire immortal realm. But when they besieged Immortal King Kana's immortal heavenly court, they actually failed to take it down for a long time, and even actually had a few quasi-immortals permanently taken away. One could imagine how terrifying the Kana Immortal King was. Of course, as scary as it is, it's still a two-fisted affair. He has run out of gas today. If there were no accidents, Immortal King Morgiana and his immortal heavenly court would be permanently removed from the Green Sky immortal domain. If it's not my kind, it's not my kind. This was the thought of many cultivators in the Green Sky immortal region. It was impossible for them to tolerate a lower realm being on par with them. If one truly accepted the immortal heavenly court and the immortal king of Kana, this was a disgrace. And how else will human medicine be obtained in the lower realms in the future? That was a resource that was scarce and needed by quasi-immortal level powerhouses. The immortal heavenly court must be destroyed, and Immortal King Kana must die. Green Sky Immortal Land. This was the oldest power in the Green Sky Immortal Realm, and it was heard that the Immortal Realm hadn't been born for long before the Green Sky Immortal Realm had already existed. The Green Sky Immortal Land's Green Sky Immortal had never been more than a legendary existence, and had never come out of the world in the immortal domain cultivator's impression. But now they had actually all come out of the world, only to suppress the Kana Immortal King. You can imagine how big the Kana Immortal King's row was. Immortal King Kana, your face is big enough, and now even if I fall, I'm still considered a legend. Great Immortal Chang Tian, who was in the midst of chaos and could not see his face clearly, spoke faintly. The great Yu Immortal Dynasty Empress looked on indifferently. To have so many of our Taoists send you on your way, you are indeed something to be proud of. If you obediently tell us the secrets of the immortal Tao in your body, perhaps we will spare you the pain of soul-searching. The female emperor of the great Yu Immortal Dynasty was very powerful and had already reached the quasi-emperor realm. She was one of the few who had reached that point. It was also a stunningly talented female cultivator in the immortal region. There was no one with a woman's body. She was able to rank among the upper-class immortal realms, laugh and joke with the old monsters of various immortal realms, and call out the old immortal realm Saint Exalts, and her whole life was a legend. Many people behind his back called him a ruthless man, known as the first strange woman in the ancient and modern immortal domains, both in terms of appearance and cultivation. All break ahead. The 9 Observations Immortal Palace Paragon was a young man. At least it looks young. But how many years he actually lived? That too is a mystery. Legend has it that he was born when Yosei's sun and moon appeared. Immortal King Kana, I admit that you are indeed amazingly talented. But today, this is where you will be buried. The immortal land of the beginning. This is also a power that is powerful to the extreme. Taichu. At the beginning of the Manhwa era, the Lord of Taichu rose against the heavens and created the Taichu Immortal Land, which has been strong until today. The Taichu Immortal King scornfully looked at the Kana Immortal King. In order to kill you, our immortal region is united like never before. Before you, the immortal region was never this united. In addition to these old immortal domain lords, there were also many powerful clans. The masters of these clans had all reached the quasi-immortal realm. Even through many encounters, Ashur always felt that this formation was very odd, possessing an existence that made his heart palpitate greatly, and I'm afraid that the existence already belonged to creatures of the true immortal realm. This kind of lineup. No wonder the Kana Immortal King kept sending distress signals to the Supreme Vegetable Land. Immortal King Kana, are you afraid of facing so many powerful people? In your entire life, I'm afraid you've never seen so many powerful people. King Kana was very grave. I'm afraid it's going to be a bad day. He gazed at the Taichu Immortal King. Taichu Immortal King, it seems that your strength, I'm afraid, is even stronger than I thought. Today, you are ambitious against this seat. Immortal King Kana said. The Taichu Immortal King's face moved slightly. You saw it? Then what else is there to say? Do you feel alarmed by creatures that are like ants in your district? Unbelievable. You've never seen a powerhouse of this realm. Immortal King Kana smiled disdainfully. The strongest person this seat has seen. How can you imagine? If he were here, a single finger of his could crush all of you if you were enemies. You're nothing but frogs sitting at the bottom of a well. How do you know what horrors exist beyond the vastness of the universe? The light of a glowing fire. Yet you think you are the son of the great sun. It's really laughable. Tough talk, the primordial immortal king said. Before you die, you still have to make presumptuous remarks. Kill him. If we don't kill him, the immortal world will never be able to restore peace. The giants of the immortal realm were foolishly about to make a move to exterminate Aoshi. Ishi gave a spontaneous smile. You guys can come as you please. Even if we are outnumbered, this seat is still invincible. Although he said so, Immortal King Kana knew that today, if there were no accidents, he would fall here. Unfortunately, if he had some more time to cultivate, he would definitely be able to fight against these giants. But it was just a pity that these beings wouldn't give themselves the time. Arrogant. Destroy him. The giants of the immortal world struck out. The sky exploded. The black unicorn and Na arrived late. The black Qilin stepped through the void and crossed over. His arrogant and overbearing voice came out. It's not fun to have friends from afar. Aren't you happy that your father has come from afar to help you kill the enemy, little Kana? Scene center. The sudden appearance of the duo caused everyone to be confused. My lord, it seems that's not how you translated it before, said Aina weakly. Never mind that whirling is just a state of mind. Black Unicorn, you're the only one here? Where are the others? When Immortal King Kana saw that the Black Qilin had come, he was excited, finally waiting for reinforcements. This will certainly improve your own situation considerably. However, he soon frowned again. Just the Black Qilin alone? Isn't it a bit weak? Not enough to watch. Hearing this, the Black Qilin felt slighted and said irritably, what do you mean I'm the only one who came? The three of us can walk together. The three of us walking together. By myself alone, I can stand up to the combat power of a division. Who are you looking down on? The Black Qilin snorted. Besides, I haven't even called you a loser, and you look down on me instead. Immortal grown-ups give you so many resources. Simply give to the dog. If I were to do it differently, I want to have that resource of yours. I would have already pushed a realm horizontally. Oh no. Even if there is no that resource of yours, if I were to do it differently, I would have already pushed this realm horizontally. The Black Qilin arrogantly said. Indeed, Z said it right. All things are inferior, but only reading is superior. Is that what the sun said? Those who have not read the books of the saints are no match for me. 127. Double bitch combination. The world is invincible. Let your mother's dogs go. In your place, you would have been blasted to slag long ago. It's only the seat that's heavenly. You think everyone is me? You can't. Immortal King Kana disliked the Black Qilin with unceremonious fury, not giving the Black Qilin any face at all. Of course, the Black Unicorn hadn't given King Kana any face. Che, just you? The Black Qilin was disdainful. If you're so powerful, then why do you keep sending distress signals over there? You're so awesome. You fix it yourself. You're bull. You push across an immortal domain to show me. If you're good, I'll recognize you as my big brother. Kana Immortal King Ha. Hearing this, the Black Qilin's eyes lit up. Very proud, coincidentally. I won't hide it from you. When I was rushing to this world, I happened to push across an immortal realm. That's still an immortal realm. Ooh. The old man took half a day to hold it. You say it's bullish or not? Ghost believe you. The Kana Immortal King Gajishi didn't believe it. He. I knew you didn't believe me. That world seems to be called the Yellow Sky Immortal Realm. And for something like pushing a world sideways, I guess, I didn't care. But I received a slave in there, and it was quite useful. The Black Qilin smiled cheaply. Coincidentally, he is also of the Kana clan, the king of the Kana clan of that world. Aina, here, that's the one next to me, the Black Unicorn said proudly. He explained. He was full of questions. Fox looked at Aina suspiciously, sensing the unusual energy fluctuations in him, not belonging to this world. His heart sank. This guy, could he be telling the truth? You're sick. Screwing with this just to humiliate me. If you have the ability to come and pretend in front of watching brightly. What? Afraid of me? So use this method to satisfy the poor pride in your heart? Satisfaction. Purity has a major disease. The Kana Immortal King cursed. The Black Griffin spread his hands. It's just that I simply thought it would be fun to take a king of the Kana clan as a slave. Grass. When I'm done with this side of things, I'll have to you to death. Immortal King Kana roared. Broken defense. Any time, said the Black Qilin indifferently. Ishur looked viciously at Aina. You're also a waste of space. The Kana clan, actually willingly worshipping a man as your master. It's simply a disgrace to our Kana clan. Besides, it's not good who you're with. You're with him. That's even more sick. Aina sniffed and lowered her head in shame. But, it couldn't be helped in the first place. Who knew that the Kana clan, in another immortal realm, there was actually such a powerful existence, the pride of the Kana clan. What's more, he didn't expect that the Black Qilin guy insisted on letting himself recognize him as his master because of this. The giants of the Green Sky Immortal Realm were dumbfounded. They were all about to make a move when suddenly the scene in front of them appeared. The appearance of the Black Unicorn broke the pattern. Oddly enough, these two seem like allies. But, not like that. Allied brothers, can you argue in front of the enemy? Just argue and forget about it. And almost fight? Are you really on the same side? What's going on now, do you know? It's a life and death crisis. And you guys still have time to argue. You two have big hearts. Pretend we don't exist. What made them most speechless was that this guy, Immortal King Kana, the major giants of the Green Sky Immortal Realm, used all sorts of means, and he had a condescending, tough guy image, and had never seen him break defense. And today, the Black Qilin arrived, and in 3 words, actually gave him a whole broken defense. Are we the enemy, or are you the Black Unicorn? Get it right. These 2 living treasures are really interesting. Fellow Taoists, the matter has come to a head, so let's settle them both. It's just as smooth as that. A paramount immortal emperor sneered. Both of you, you're both about to die. Why do you need to argue? Why don't you go down to hell and argue slowly? The Heavenly Abyss Paragon came from the endless Heavenly Abyss. It's a dominant party in the immortal world. At those words, the Kana Immortal King and Black Qilin, who were arguing, darkened their faces. In unison. Shut up. Shut up. Gajishi, what business is there for a punk like you when the 2 of us are talking? A gentleman is circumspect, but not circumspect. A villain is more than circumspect. When a gentleman smokes you, he never pushes, and a villain only dares to compare, not to go up and smoke you, said the Black Qilin. Die. Boom. The 2 of them struck out without warning, blasting away at that paramount immortal. Reverse scale 7 steps. The Black Qilin stood up and fiercely stepped into the void. Endless immortal Tao laws surged out from beneath his feet as the heavens and earth shook and exploded. It actually cut the space around the Heavenly Abyss Paragon Emperor. It's as if they'd been pulled out of the world. He was clearly right in front of him, yet it was as if he was separated by millions of miles of road, separated by endless ancient and future time and space. Shoo! Kana Immortal King's figure disappeared and reappeared, already arriving in front of the Heaven's Abyss Paragon Emperor, facing the 3-headed, 6-armed, 6 weapons wielding, like an immortal King Aoshi. The Heaven's Abyss Paragon Emperor changed color, the difference between heaven and earth. He crossed his hands and the Heavenly Abyss ruler appeared behind his head. This was the Heavenly Abyss Paragon's original Extreme Tao Immortal artifact, using the laws of the Quasi-Emperor to try to isolate space and separate the attack of Immortal King Kana. What do you want? The Black Qilin's words came faintly from behind him. The Heaven's Abyss Paragon looked startled. When did this Black Unicorn come over? The 7 steps of the reverse scale. The 2nd step. Boom. Stomping out. The difference between the Heavenly Abyss instantly collapsed, unable to cut through the space in front of him, and the Kana Immortal King did not block the kill. Che. Wow. Chop. Stab. Chop. Chop. 6 weapons killed at the same time with various maneuvers. Heavenly Abyss Ruler. The Heavenly Abyss Paragon was horrified and tried to defend with the Heavenly Abyss Ruler, quickly provide support. The surrounding Immortal Realm powerhouses reacted and used their great abilities to try to stop it. But, it's too late. Put. To one's horror, the Heavenly Abyss Ruler was shattered by the Black Qilin's 7 steps. The Kana King could no longer block, and all 6 weapons blasted at the Heavenly Abyss Paragon at the same time. A few short moments, the Heavenly Abyss Paramount Immortal was then dismantled in countless pieces. Not only the physical body, but the Yuanshin was also chopped to pieces. Seconds, the Black Qilin blocked space, and the Kana Immortal King killed it. The fit was seamless, a quasi-immortal, killed in seconds just like that. The Kana Immortal King and the fallen Black Unicorn worked too well together. Rumble, instantly killing the Heavenly Abyss Paramount Immortal in seconds. The 2 did not hesitate and instantly broke through the void to vanish, and the attacks of the other Immortal Realm powerhouses came late, annihilating that part of the heavens and earth. But, both have long since slipped away. The attacks of the crowd of strong people fell short. When the 2 ES are combined, their fighting power is horrible and invincible. The Immortal Realm's powers were stupefied. What kind of fit is this? Didn't the 2 of them not get along? Didn't they almost get into a fight just now? Why does it work together? So silky smooth. No extra movement at all. They were horrified beyond belief. Unbelievable. The combat power of the Kana Immortal King and the fallen Black Griffin together had far exceeded 1 + 1 is equal to 2. Together, the 2 had increased their combat power by more than 10 times. 1 + 1 is equal to 10. He. So simple. Look at your wretched appearance. You still have to rely on me to lead you. Otherwise, you're just a waste. The Black Qilin sneered. Gajishi, stand and talk. Without me you're still a waste. Don't believe me. Go kill one yourself and try. The 2 are going toe-to-toe again. Immortal powers. You too. What a ing dog. 128. True immortal downfall. Immortal King Kana and the fallen Black Qilin joined forces and instantly killed a quasi-immortal emperor. The world level of this realm was clearly higher than the Yellow Sky Immortal Realm. The cultivation of the monks was also more powerful. The Heaven's Abyss Paragon Immortals they had killed. Even if they weren't at the peak of Paragon immortality, weren't that far off. This level was very powerful, enough to sweep away existences such as the Yellow Sky Immortal Realm. It wasn't that the Heavenly Abyss Paramount Immortal wasn't powerful, but the Black Qilin and Aoshi were too perverse. One blocked the space so that he couldn't escape, and the other directly blasted him head-on, working together seamlessly. After killing someone, he immediately disappeared, not dragging his feet at all. What was unbelievable was that between the two, weren't they at odds? So why did they actually know each other so well? To the Paragon of the Green Sky Immortal Realm, this was a strange shame. Killing an ally in front of their eyes was a slap in the face. Kill them, the female emperor of the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty said in a cold voice. Swoosh, the Black Qilin and Immortal King Kana took the initiative. Meet the enemies. Boom, the old monster from the Green Sky Immortal Land struck out, and a destructive immortal light was like a bucket of water, eye-catching and dazzling, shooting towards Immortal King Kana and the Black Qilin. The killing power of the beam was too terrifying, and wherever it passed, space was cut apart and mountains and rivers and soil directly dissolved. If it were to act on living beings, even Immortal King Kana and the Black Qilin would have to drink on the spot. Shelter STH. King Kana's expression shifted. Shoo, the two were close together, and in order to utilize the extreme speed of dodging, the Kana Immortal King jumped violently behind the Black Unicorn, bending his body to step on his back as if he were riding a horse. 3 heads and 6 arms, plus blood-red armor. All heroic. Stunning spectacle. The Black Qilin was extremely fast, and the 7 steps of the reverse scale could not only step on opponents to death, but could also be used to escape. He was bent on escaping, and at the same realm, not many creatures could catch up. Swoosh, on the back of the Black Griffin, Kana Immortal King wouldn't have to worry about being shot by lasers. The Black Unicorn dodged left and right with ease. Kana Immortal King was cool, Black Unicorn was not. His brows furrowed. Don't ride me. If you do, it's the old man who's going to ride you. It's just serious horseback riding, not the other. How petty. What's the big deal if it's not just a ride? King Kana said. You get down here. Black Kirin cursed. You're fast. I can't outrun you. I'll die if I go down there. I'm not going down there. Kana Immortal King said. No one has ever ridden me since I was a kid, and I'm really groovy, eh? The Black Griffin resented this behavior greatly, but in the end, he didn't leave King Kana behind. The villains looked shocked. No. What are you guys chatting and arguing about? Can you show some face? Is the conflict between the two of you important? Or is the conflict between us important? To quarrel. Shouldn't it be with us as well? What drama are you guys stealing? What do you two think we are? When we don't exist? Celestial Dynasty Half-Moon Immortal / the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty Empress struck out. A string of half-moon beheadings flying towards the Black Qilin and Immortal King Kana. In the air, there was suddenly a bit more coldness. The sound of a half-moon-shaped attack cutting through the void was extremely sharp and piercing to the ears, and a murderous aura was spreading. Kill up! They were covered by the Immortal Dao Laser and the half-moon Immortal Beheading, and there was no way to avoid them. Immortal King Kana decided to take on a handful of small half-moon Immortal Dao Laws the hard way. It's said to be small, but it's not. Each of the half-moon-shaped Immortal Beheadings was as big as a small mountain, densely packed into the firmament. It was very sharp and could easily cut through the void. No need for you to command. I know what to do, Black Qilin said. Reverse scale 7 steps. The Black Qilin stepped on the void and met it. The attack condensed by the half-moon-shaped Immortal Chi was stomped to a halt by a hard stomp. Dang! The flood of collisions resounded through the clouds. The Kana Immortal King's 6 arms fired in unison. Various weapons smashed on top of the Immortal Light. This world. The Black Unicorn froze. A half-step immortal? There are actually half-step immortals in existence. The Black Qilin was surprised. He felt the half-moon chop, which was clearly a half-immortal cultivation. And this half-immortal is a half-immortal in name only. The combat is astounding. Ishii shrugged. What else? If the opponents weren't all so powerful, do you think I'd need to ask for help? To be straight with you, our opponents, most of them are half-immortal ancestors, and I even suspect that there is a true immortal realm bigwig present behind them. Ashur's expression was grave. So, I can hold on to the immortal celestial court and not perish until now. It's already pretty awesome, alright. Boom. They chatted, their hands not slowing down. In the blink of an eye, they then shattered a half-moon fairy chop. The Black Unicorn arrives on the scene. King Kana's pressure plummeted. If it had been before, he would not have been able to make it to this point. The cultivation level of the duo was just the peak of quasi-immortal. There was still a whole realm away from being a half-immortal. For Suning, no matter if you were a quasi-mortal half-mortal or a true immortal, you were just an ant that could be poked with one finger. But for the little people, the difference in realms, rank and file, Suppressing even one realm would make a world of difference in strength. Previously, Immortal King Kana's cultivation was only at the 7th level of quasi-immortal, and the spirit body that was released made the Black Qilin incapable of fighting, and could only be abused. That's how it was. The later one's cultivation progressed. The level difference and battle power difference was the difference between the heavens and the earth. Quasi-immortal 6th layer and quasi-immortal 7th layer were equivalent to the difference between immortal treasures and quasi-immortals. Kana Immortal King's opponents actually had many half-immortals present. This was enough to show how great the pressure of the Kana Immortal King was in this world. When King Kana arrived in this world, he didn't have time to cultivate or refine the treasures given by Su Ning, so his cultivation progressed slowly. On the contrary, the Black Qilin, because of a strange encounter, comprehending the true meaning of the Whirligig language, and having an open heart, his cultivation was growing by leaps and bounds, and he later caught up with Immortal King Kana. Whirling words is a step that makes one move forward. No matter what path I take, all the paths, I have a reason. Such a path that is centered on me, and kills and destroys, is perfect for the Black Unicorn. Therefore his cultivation speed was extremely fast. So what? It's not like it's a true immortal. Although the Black Qilin felt that the Kana Immortal King was quite difficult in his heart, he was certainly not merciful under his mouth. Didn't you used to cry out every day to cut down the immortals, saying that all your immortal kung fu and Taoist laws are capable of cutting down immortals and demons against the odds? Why don't you cut them down now? Is it because you don't want to? Out interpretation. When I was young and uninformed, I didn't know the horror of a true immortal at all. Though it's a good idea to screw something up and think you can fellate an immortal. Now that I think about it, it's really quite embarrassing. Standing around and talking doesn't hurt. Who doesn't have times when they blow their mind? Didn't you claim to be able to slaughter immortals and devils? Come. Go slaughter one for me. Black Unicorn. Beheading a half-immortal is just a big deal. It's not like I'm too lazy to prove it. The Black Qilin said. The two of them crisscrossed the battlefield, fighting off devastating blows from their opponents while blowing awesome and talking to each other. And because they worked very well together, even if the enemy joined forces, even if it was difficult to take them down for a while. Fellow Taoist Tai Chu. 9 Obsidian Heavenly King. Everyone, at this point in time, let's not hide our clumsiness to avoid accidents. It's better to exterminate them. The old monster from the Green Sky Immortal Land spoke. The crowd was silent. The old monster from the Green Sky Immortal Earth once again said, "Kill him, and we'll split those immortal items on this sun equally." Hearing this, the others were reassured. Immortal King Taicho said, "That's exactly what I want." 9 Observations Sky Sovereign, then. Kill him? Fellow Taoists, the immortal objects. This emperor would also like to get a piece of the pie. The female emperor of the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty said. Crowd. You, boom. The female emperor of the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty was the first to explode her cultivation. True immortal. I didn't expect that you had also reached the true immortal realm. 129. Isn't it just an immortal? What counts? The Supreme Vegetable Garden Army has arrived. The platoon pulls full. True immortal. I didn't realize that you actually reached the true immortal realm. The Taicho Immortal King's expression was horrified. Fellow Daoist is indeed powerful. The woman is unrivaled. Great Immortal Chang Tian froze. The 9 Yao Sky Sovereign was very surprised. I didn't expect that you were hiding quite deeply. All three were surprised. I didn't realize that the female emperor of the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty was actually a true immortal. The Great Yu Empress smiled gently. Aren't the three of you the same? Just like each other. Haven't you all reached the true immortal realm as well? The three men were shocked for a moment, accepting the reality. Turned back to calm. Indeed, the number of capable people in the immortal realm is astonishing. Rumble. The three no longer hid their clumsiness and showed their true skills. Released the breath of origin. Rumble. The great thunder of chaos rolled. Immortality permeates the air. Immortal sounds. Around the four, there were worlds collapsing and destroying and being reborn. It's immortal. They had all reached the true immortal realm. Hiss. Even Immortal King Kana could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. They're actually immortals. This world, there actually exists true immortal creatures. He hadn't expected it. Very shocking. The Black Qilin's face also changed. The other side actually has immortal. It's the true immortal. Same with the Supreme Vegetable Garden. Chaos creature. True immortal level existence. Even the killing power of such a being was perhaps stronger than that of the Supreme Vegetable Garden. Because the chaos creatures in the Supreme Vegetable Garden were strong, but they had no consciousness and only attacked instinctively. The true immortal realm existences were different. Finished. The Black Kirin was in a very bad mood. You're such a spoilsport. How did you end up traveling to a world like this? The gap between a half-immortal and a quasi-immortal is already huge. As for the gap between a paramount immortal and a true immortal, unimaginable. What bad luck. I'm afraid we'll ask to be accounted for here, said the Black Qilin. Aren't you a Qilin? Qi fortune against the heavens. Think of a way to utilize the Qi fortune against the heavens to help us survive this calamity. A released. My Qi is against the heavens, my ass. Even though I'm a Qilin. Can't you see that I'm black? The Black Qilin said without a trace of anger. Meaning, we're just cool. 2. Half-immortals. They still have a way to cope. There's a slight chance of escape if you can't beat them. It's a real fairy. Deal with it, my ass. I told you. It must be no good meeting you. And I'm talking about you. Oof. That's funny. A happy couple. Dead to the world. And you still have the heart to fight. The Taichu Immortal King and the others stared at the two. Immortal King Kana. Hand over all the Immortal Dao Supreme treasures you have on you. You won't be able to escape. Shoo. As he spoke, he directly struck out. The beam of light was too fast and directly killed the Kana Immortal King. Quickly hide, the Black Qilin said in a hurry. But there's no hiding. The king of the Ghanaian immortals. Not just Gajeshi. The Black Qilin felt that it would be hard for him and Gajioshi to escape death today. Space, all sealed off. There's no way to escape. The immortal way pressure descended, making it more difficult for both to act. Dang. The attack that was thought to be able to kill the Kana Immortal King was dispersed all of a sudden. Ha! The 4 true immortals froze. It could actually shatter immortal light? This is real immortal light. As the smoke clears, a huge sword covered the sky. It was stuck in the ground, and its hilt actually extended into the firmament. This sword, very large. The 4 true immortals were in a rage. They could feel the sense of intimidating pressure from the sword. If I can get it and refine it, I will be absolutely invincible in this world. Even invincible in all realms. This sword was none other than the Dragon Spring sword that Su Ning had gifted to Immortal King Kana. Kana Immortal King has no way to use it now because it's too big and heavy. When Su Ning first gave it to him, he didn't want him to be able to use it right away. He was hoping that he would be strong enough to use this Longquan sword in the future, and that the sword would be able to help him out. Without thinking about it, in the end, the Kana Immortal King wasn't even able to move. It could only be summoned out of the space treasure at the point of death and blocked in front to take the attack for them. What kind of weapon is this? The true immortal laws hit it, and there wasn't a single mark. It seems that Aoshi really does have a big secret hidden in his body. If we can discover all the secrets in him, then, the 4 true immortals had covetous looks on their faces. Having reached the true immortal realm, there was no way for them to go further. At this moment, they sensed the opportunity to advance. The 4 true immortals hadn't immediately taken down the Kana Immortal King before and had been hiding their strength. Not because the Kana Immortal King could really stop them, but because they were afraid that their hard-fought battles would be replaced by other true immortals. All are jealous of each other and watch out for each other. So, there has been no reveal of the true immortal realm. Of course, there was another reason for not going for the kill of Gajeshi right off the bat. That guy has too many treasures on him. For example, the Annihilation Bomb, which can instantly blow up a side of heaven and earth. Even a true immortal will be blown up. This is called the Cannonball, as well as the fact that at the very beginning, he blew up a side of the immortal realm, and even the turtle shell formation that they couldn't even break into was blown into pieces. Because of this, they are usually trial and error oriented. It was only after realizing that Immortal King Kana didn't seem to be able to control those treasures either that he dared to target them head on. All that said, it's still because the Kana Immortal King is too wavy. If he was a bit more meticulous and less arrogant, keeping his cards to keep his opponents from knowing, it wouldn't be impossible to pit a true immortal to death, or even use a detonator to design the destruction of the true immortals of this world. Kill this sun. This time, the 4 true immortals were considered to have moved to kill, set to exterminate the Black Qilin and King Kana. 2 mole crickets, in front of a true immortal. You'd better die obediently. Humph. No creature can survive in front of a true immortal. They had a look of, in your lives. I'm afraid you've never seen a true immortal before. To die at the hands of a true immortal is also an honor for you. True immortal. What's so great about it? The Black Qilin smiled disdainfully. Look at how smug you guys are. To tell you the truth, if we hadn't stumbled into this place by mistake, true immortals wouldn't be in front of us. The so-called true immortals are only worthy of being our companions. Feed the moves. Still saying we've never seen a true immortal? Laughing. Have you ever seen a supreme being that can crush chaos creatures above true immortals with a single finger? Have you ever seen an existence that can blow a true immortal away with a casual blow? The so-called immortals are actually a joke in front of that one. The 4 true immortals heard it. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. These 2 beasts, are they not crazy? True immortals can only serve as a chaperone for them? Someone crushes creatures above true immortals with a single finger. What a big joke. They pressed on. I don't believe it exists. It was thought to be a trick by the Black Unicorn and the Immortal King of Kana to scare them before they died. If you guys are so awesome, why don't we see you become true immortal realm? And I don't see you taking in any true immortal creatures' mounts? Since you are so strong and have such a hard background, let your background sanction us. Let's see how ruthless you really are. Kill. The Black Qilin and Immortal King Kana's faces sank. Could it be that I'm going to fall here today? Boom. The void exploded. Chaos. Hiya. Just as the true immortal creature wanted to make a move, there was a strange change. The space around them suddenly exploded. Chaos fills the air. There were many beings that rode creatures out of it. This is? The four true immortals were a bit confused. The change came too suddenly. Qiankuan Realm Ascender? No. Ascended beings don't have such powerful cultivation. Oh my god. Look. What are they writing? Immortal. I feel it. The breath of an immortal. What they're writing is actually immortal. You too. That's, ugh. The Supreme Vegetable Garden has been disgraced by you. A creature spoke. Hearing this taunt, the Black Qilin and the Kana Immortal King were not only not annoyed, they were excited. You guys. It's you guys. Great. Only to see the chaotic passageway, a group of beings walked out. Those beings were all terrifying. Black Dragon, Black Phoenix, Li Qingxian, the Imperial Lord of Great Xia, and the Kunlun Fairy. The five weird patriarchs. Asked the old man. It wasn't so much the men themselves as it was the mounts under their asses. The Black Qilin and Kana Immortal King were shocked. Their mounts were actually all true immortal level creatures. Chaos Demon Ants. Each one riding an ant. Those ants. They all reached the true immortal realm. How did you guys manage to actually tame an army of Chaos Demon Ants? Making them serve as mounts for you guys. The Black Qilin was filled with envy. How in the world did you guys do that? So rah-rah. On the other side, the four true immortals blew up. Holy, what bunch of demons are these? To actually use a true immortal creature as a mount. They were all just true immortals. The other party was actually using true immortals as mounts? Their faces were ugly, and a bad feeling vaguely appeared in their hearts. Rumble, and the house is falling apart. The mutation happened again. Above the vault of heaven, space was torn open by a large hand, revealing a massive, sky-obscuring face. A voice that resounded through the immortal world came out. Found it? 130. Taboo. The entirety of the four true immortals of the Green Sky Immortal Realm were dumbfounded. With a face like he had seen a ghost, he looked at the dome of the sky and looked around. Really? Using true immortal creatures as mounts? Those Chaos Demon Ants. What flows from their bodies is the aura of a true immortal? 1, 2, 3. A whole 20 or so true immortal level devil ants. The four were shocked beyond belief. In their hearts, a true immortal level existence was very dignified and heaven-defying. The four of them didn't know how many calamities they had gone through, how many methods they had used, and how many times they had to die before they were lucky enough to become true immortal realm. And this kind of existence is already beyond the world's cognizance. They thought that apart from the four of them, it would be difficult to find another true immortal in the ages. The existence of a true immortal is too precious. It's too rare to become a true immortal. When the Black Qilin and the Kana Immortal King said that on their side, true immortals were only worthy of serving as chaperones for them. All four of them just assumed that it was the two blowing off their power. A true immortal as your sparring partner? Who are you? By what right? Because you have a big face? You really know how to brag. The four pressed on. Both thought that the Black Qilin and the Kana Immortal King were pretending. The four were even more unimpressed by the fact that they deliberately made true immortals look worthless and belittled them. And what shocked them was that the Black Dragon, Black Phoenix, and the rest of the wind and fire broke through the void and came. And what they were riding underneath them were actually true immortal level Chaos Demon Ants. A true creature of immortality. There's nothing a little bit fake about it. Before their eyes, 24 impressive true immortal ants appeared. The Chaos Demon Ants' faces were hideous and chilling. Each ant had a unique appearance, covered in hard armor that shone with a strange light, and their eyes glittered with indifference to life as they looked down on the earth, as if they were gods of the heavens, without the slightest bit of emotion. The powerful aura of these true immortal ants was astonishing. Just by standing there, they exuded an unrivaled aura, each ant seeming to be a supreme expert, majestic and inviolable, so that people didn't dare to look directly at them. When they gathered together, that aura was even more amazing. Their eyes revealed an indifference and perseverance, as if telling the world that they were the masters of this heaven and earth. Their existence filled the entire immortal realm with a mysterious odor. In front of these 24 true immortal ants, everything seemed so small and fragile. Their formidable strength and amazing aura made one feel in awe of the magic and power of the immortal realm's creatures. They are Too powerful. The breath flowed in a chilling manner. And this kind of immortal world being that could have dominated the world for a lifetime was actually reduced to being someone else's mount. It was simply a strange insult to the creatures of the immortal world. In the eyes of the immortal world cultivators, true immortals were sacrosanct and inviolable, but the reality now was that immortals had become someone else's mounts. There was a fiery pain on the faces of the 4 true immortals. Punch in the face. What the hell is the other side? A true immortal as a mount. Terror. The cultivators of this world, seeing this scene, were numb, shocked and unbelievably grounded at the same time, envious and jealous. It's so racy, so handsome. If I also had a true immortal level creature as a mount, then it would be worth it even if I died. It's so handsome. Not only them, but in fact, the 2 guys, Kana Immortal King and Black Qilin, saw that the other ascended masters of the Supreme Vegetable Garden were actually so handsome that they were able to take a true immortal as a mount, and their hearts envied them immediately. How did they do it? When we were in the upper realm, those chaotic creatures, weren't they still untamable? How is it that now it can be tamed as a mount? When looking to rejoin the upper realm, he must capture a true immortal creature as a mount as well. The Supreme Vegetable Garden has a very strong lineup. All of them were existences above the quasi-immortal level. Half immortals have them, too. Oppressive. Don't look at the fact that their cultivation didn't seem to be at the true immortal realm, but the aura of riding chaos demon ants could be too much more powerful than a true immortal. As soon as it appeared, it turned the tide of the battlefield. Now whether it was the number of paramount immortals or the number of true immortals, the Black Qilin's side had completely crushed it. Not to mention, the crowd looked up, looking at that one hard-torn space. At first it was a huge, boundless eye that looked down from a crack, covering the sky, as if it were the eye of a heavenly god inspecting the world of man, making one's scalp tingle. Those eyes, whose eyes are they, anyway? So scary. How shocking would it be to see him in this true form? The presence of that one eye above the firmament was instantly despairing. His aura, it was too powerful. Even true immortal levels such as the Taichu Immortal King were like ants before him. Later, he proceeded to rip open the space, revealing an entire face. That face replaced the firmament. It's unnerving. Between breathing and gulping, it actually caused a huge whirlwind to contract and release. Even the immortal realm's autonomous birth, the Tao Trace divine punishment that guarded its own safety, was actually gulped clean in that giant's single breath. Frightening. This, how horrible a creature would have to be to have such a horrible shape. Facing this kind of creature, not to mention fighting, simply standing in front of him was an extremely difficult task. That giant, what the hell is it? Between nostril breaths, stirring up the immortal world cataclysm, causing all the rules of the immortal realm to wail. Shivering, some of the immortal Tao rules even gradually collapsed under the pressure of Su Ning's great Tao. The 4 true immortals, as well as the other quasi-immortal immortal realm beings, all of them had their scalps tingling and their spines sweating. This is a dream. What a nightmare. This creature, unbeatable, under such a big face. The 4 true immortals themselves felt as if they were ants. The invincible Tao heart directly collapsed. All this time, they felt invincible, not only in this era, but in the ancient and modern future, inside and outside of the immortal world. Invincible. There couldn't possibly be any cultivators more terrifying than them. They then represented the pinnacle of cultivators. As long as they belong to the series of practitioners, they are the ultimate in the Tao. But now, he realized that he was actually quite a bit worse than a mole cricket. How does self-confidence not take a hit? Supreme Vegetable Gardens, all of them majestic, feet on chaos demon ants, overlooking the immortal world, and a big face crowding the firmament. The scene, it spread throughout the entire immortal realm in a short period of time, causing the green sky immortal realm to instantly fall into panic. The green heavenly immortal realm, it's not going to be dying, is it? What kind of existence has this world's Jedi sect messed with? Alas, the green sky immortal realm is in danger. Countless cultivators were worried about the future of the green sky immortal realm. Battlefield. The Black Qilin and Kana Immortal King were overjoyed when they saw Su Ning's large face. This big face is just too much of a security blanket. See that face? It's as if whatever is going on is just a little thing. It will be solved by Su Ning with a snap of his fingers. Their cultivation, personal admiration for Su Ning. They almost all had unconditional trust, reaching a level of demonic bewilderment. Master Senju, really you? I didn't realize you were here. We are penitent, letting the immortal elder worry about us. I'm sorry, Fairy Lord. I've disgraced the Supreme Vegetable Garden, like a small child who had done something wrong. Immortal King Kana lowered his head and admitted his mistake. I deserve to die. Completely put down the dignity of a strong man. It was a far cry from his usual tough, out-of-sight attitude. In front of the black unicorn, he was respectful. Finally, there was a creature he could respect. Even if the two kept fighting, he respected the other. In this immortal world, there weren't many that he could truly respect. Even if he couldn't beat the Tai Chu Immortal King, the 9 Observations Heavenly Monarch, the Great Immortal of Qingtian, and the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty's female empresses, he didn't seem to truly put them in his eyes. And when confronted with the big face in the sky above, it wasn't as simple as respect. Instead, worship. A million times worship, devoted as a believer. For the immortal king of Kana, that makes it forbidden. That big face. Who the hell is that? Where it comes from? The immortal world cultivators created great doubts. 131. It's over. You've alerted the monster of extinction. He's going to exterminate all living things. It's all over. The little people on the ground were infinitely curious about Suning. And Suning. Actually, the press doesn't feel like that much of a stretch. What he had experienced in the past few days was also simple. When he heard that Immortal King Kana was in danger and that the Black Qilin had fallen into the space tunnel, he thought about how to rescue it. It's not always possible to save the little people by sending them straight down to the world. A world that can't even be solved by a detonator is certainly not simple. And it's too risky for the little people to go down against the current. Maybe they'll get killed by the channel turbulence. While personally entering the channel, he had also tried. Those passages didn't affect him too much, but Suning felt that forcing his way in would destroy some of the small worlds. Some of the small worlds were actually collapsing, because he was too powerful. Moving freely in the passageway would make some small worlds waste away. Suning also didn't expect that there were actually so many villainous worlds in the lower realms. He also discovered that the world tree had a subtle connection with the countless spatial worlds in the lower realm. And it seemed that those small worlds relied on the world tree to survive. He couldn't be sure about that, though. Anyway, being able to connect to the immortal world must have something to do with the world tree. And, through this period of research, he discovered that the lower realm space was also divided into levels, and exists in a location that is related to the world level. The countless worlds connected to the roots of the tree were all reckless. There were many worlds unsuitable for living creatures, filled with lightning, rainfall, glaciers, thousands of miles of bare ground, magma, hurricanes, and so on. Further up, the primitive era. It's the beast's world. Then there's tribal times world, low-wheeled slave society era, feudal society, low martial world, high martial world, cultivation world, and the Qiankuan realm, in the middle of the trunk. This discovery was still perceived later by Suning. Prior to this, he realized that he was unable to enter the lower realm, nor could he find the location of the Green Sky Immortal Realm, and was in a hurry when the Trickster clan made a suggestion to him, letting Suning use the power of his divine sense to control the Immortal Realm creatures and subjugate the Immortal Realm. Then the little people could bring the Immortal Realm creatures down to the world to support them. Suning won't this. The creepy one has this secret method. There's just no way to capture true immortal level creatures and let them cast spells to control them. This was a good idea. Suning held down the little ants for the little people, allowing the little immortals to exert divine soul power control to their heart's content. After a long fight, the little ants without much consciousness were finally controlled by the little people. Being able to control a true immortal level creature as a pet? That's going to make the little people happy. True immortal. That's a true immortal. A realm that he himself hadn't even reached. And now he could actually adopt one as a mount for free? Take off. The little people couldn't have been more excited about riding their little ants around the supreme vegetable patch. Wait for the break-in to finish. They then rode the ants into the lower world. The little people were full of confidence and were very much looking forward to the shocked expressions of the group of bumpkins in the lower realms when they saw themselves rushing past on true immortal realm creatures. Sure enough, when following the Black Qilin's aura into the Yellow Sky Immortal Realm, countless cultivators saw the scene and revealed expressions of awe and envy, their vanity greatly satisfied. None of those monks were very powerful, though, and didn't let the little people spike much coolness. When they entered the Green Sky Immortal Realm, and saw the scalp expressions on the faces of the 4 true immortal realms, they truly realized the exhilaration. And why did Suning show up? He saw the little people enter the passage and the little trees seemed to change. A small glow followed a small flowing hum, eventually stopping at a point just up the trunk of the tree. Strange as it was, Suning directly used his aura to slice through the void and search in this place. Originally, Suning's cultivation level was unable to break through the ordinary void, but the space around the small tree he could break through with his aura. Well, it wasn't really breaking through the void, but just like opening a certain world space, like opening the storage space that the Black Qilin and the others had given to themselves. After breaking through the void, there were many small worlds in this location up the trunk of the world tree, similar in rank to the Green Sky Immortal Realm. but none of them had found any traces of Black Qilin and Immortal King Kana and the others. Finally, they met the Black Qilin and the others in the Green Sky Immortal Realm. So, to reach a certain small world, you don't need to take a spatial passageway, just directly lock the coordinates and open it. Su Ning came to a sudden realization. Green Sky Immortal World. Sunin watched as the little people confronted each other without making the first move. He didn't feel the need to make a move either, because right now, on the Black Qilin's side, whether it was the number of true immortals or anything else, it wasn't comparable to the cultivators of the Green Sky Immortal Realm. You can't do everything yourself, can you? Think of it as a chance for the little people to practice. Suning intends to watch the show. Tai Chu, Jiu Yo, Yu Shi, Qing Tian, why don't you all bind your hands? After Immortal King Kana had a backstage, he spoke with a hardened voice. I told you that I have a big backstage, but you guys didn't believe me. Now you're scared, right? Oof. I wanted to get along with you guys as ordinary people, but I didn't realize that you wouldn't actually want to live in peace with me. So no more pretending. I'm the member from the Supreme Vegetable Garden. Showdown. Come over here and kowtow and apologize. Or else. King Kana had the look of someone behind me. Very smug. This made the four true immortals want to vomit blood. What are you pretending? If it weren't for the power behind you, do you think you'd be qualified to speak to me? Oof. Don't you rely on someone to back you up? This Kana Immortal King. Why is he so cheap? I just have someone to back me up, so what? Kana Immortal King said. Quite rightfully so. Who made you have no background? Haven't you heard? When you come out, you have to talk about power and background. The faces of the Taichu Immortal King and the others were gloomy. Everyone. If anyone wants to surrender today, I, Taichu, will not make things difficult, but if you still have some blood left and are not willing to be humiliated, follow me to kill over and exterminate these invaders. Right, even surrendering would be humiliating, and one would even end up being exterminated. Rather than that, it would be better to fight. The four great true immortals and many quasi-immortal cultivators looked as if they were ready to die. Kill, rumble, both sides went straight to war, because of the Black Dragon, the Phoenix, Creepy Patriarch, the Eight Saints and others join in. The war was largely unsuspecting. In the beginning, the four true immortals were suppressed. One-sided crushing. Supreme sword skill. Li Qingxian harnessed the ants and charged over at breakneck speed. The supreme sword technique paired with the true immortal ants was imposing, blasting the Taichu Immortal King away. Kunlun duel. The Kunlun fairy did the same, stepping on the true immortal ants, much more stunning than Yushi, blasted true immortal Yushi away. Kill. The Great Summer Imperial Lord's golden light was the most appropriate for ant gold red skin, blasting the 9 observations heavenly monarch away. Jia Jia Jia. The creepy patriarch revealed his true body, full-bodied skeleton, wearing armor, like an undead war general, hunting down quasi-immortal giants. The Tao is boundless. The questioning ancestor stepped on the ant's head, his head glowing with the yin-yang twin fish killing formation. Immortal. Blasted away Qing Tian de Xian. With the power of a true immortal chaos demon ant, coupled with his own cultivation, he exploded into supreme combat power. King Kana couldn't help but tear up at the sight. Ever since entering the Green Heaven Immortal Realm, he had indeed had a high moment. Most of the time, though, he was chased and fled like a lost dog. In this battle today, I finally raised my eyebrows. Supreme Vegetable Garden's congregation to help them get back on their feet. But, just a few rounds, the forces of the Green Sky Immortal Realm lost the battle, hunkered down and worked together to defend the enemy. They had thought that the other party would be powerful, but they hadn't expected it to be this powerful. Simply unbeatable. Submission. Or destruction. The Kunlun Immortal Spirit Eyes looked coldly at the cultivators of the Green Sky Immortal Realm. The four true immortal powerhouses gritted their teeth and looked at each other, decided to die fighting. Rumble. But just as they decided to fight to the death, on the Supreme Vegetable Garden side, a creepy beginning ancestor along with his true immortal ants were suddenly jerked away by a strong force. Pa! Creepy patriarchs fall apart, and his true immortal demon ants were actually flattened. This mutation startled everyone. Underground, out of nowhere, a giant head that fills the earth, eyes that are as massive as the sun and the moon. A single strike, killed the chaos demon ant in seconds? That's a true immortal level creature. Hiss. The crowd of cultivators sucked in a breath of cool air. It's over. It's over. You've startled the monster of extinction. He's going to exterminate all living beings. It's all over. I didn't expect. It actually awakened. The four true immortals of the Green Sky Immortal Realm had their faces shaken, terrified beyond belief. It's real panic. It was even more frightening than the beings who saw the Supreme Vegetable Garden. This is a creature that is even more terrifying than a true immortal creature. A creature that can truly destroy the world. The people of the Green Sky Immortal Realm despaired. This monster, who had once set off countless disasters in ancient history, was known as the Calamity. Several times, it had nearly exterminated all the living beings in the Green Sky Immortal Realm. Every time it appeared, it was a disaster. It was unknown how many living beings it would devour before it would give up, the least of which was trillions to begin with. This was truly the first great terror of the Green Heaven Immortal World, causing countless living beings to lose their hearts. Even true immortals had fallen in countless numbers. Otherwise, there couldn't be so few true immortal creatures in the Green Sky Immortal Realm. This thing feeds on true immortal beings. The key to everything else isn't enough to eat. Hiss! A large snake burrowed out of the ground. The body was like a mountain range. Very huge. Sunin, huh? Good lord. This snake is. He looked unexpectedly at the world underneath. This snake, it's actually a real world snake? How did it walk into the Lilliputian world? Suning struck out. A gigantic hand that fell from the dome of the sky, grasping at the world-destroying serpent. 132. Desperate presence. Rumble. Big hands through the cracks, pressing down, encompassing the sun, moon, and sky. The surrounding void was in turmoil. Mountains crumbled, and all sorts of lightning and laws triggered self-preservation instincts, resisting, wanting to destroy this sudden invasion. White, purple, black, red and other thunderbolts were all absolute heavenly thunderbolts. Normally, even if a true immortal encountered them, they would change color and would be hard to resist. However, these thunderbolts struck the large hand without any effect, and were even subjected to the force of rebound and dispersed. Collapse ensued. A burning smell filled the void. A law thunderbolt wailed. It's like a frightened chickadee. The big hand was too huge, as if a side of heaven and earth was pouring down to smash this world. The creatures around them felt the impact, causing a very sharp pain in their skin. The palm lines of the large hand, as well as the bulging tendons on the back of the hand, were clearly visible. To add to the confusion, there was a piece of green onion clinging to the top of the nail cap of the index finger of the large hand. It made the originally large hand of the exterminating prancer a bit more comical. No, that green onion seems to be an absolute treasure medicine. If it can be refined, it can definitely advance one's cultivation. Hiss, what's he doing? Trying to just grab the serpent of perdition? This is impossible. The serpent of extinction is an incomparably powerful and terrifying existence. It once set off countless Green Sky Immortal Realms extinction catastrophes, when countless former true immortal greats of the Green Sky Immortal Realm organized a siege by an army of immortals. As a result, more than 100 true immortals were directly devoured by it mercilessly and perished. Green Sky Immortal Realm is also not as strong as it should be, and since then, it has been in a state of decline. Many true immortal creatures have become extremely rare. Since then, the Green Sky Immortal Realm has fallen apart, and true immortal creatures have become extremely rare, with many true immortal level greats being able to suppress their aura, not allowing it to be exposed for fear that they will be targeted and eaten by the serpent of extinction. That big hand, trying to grab the big snake? This is undoubtedly seeking death. The cultivators of the Green Sky Immortal Realm had their scalps numb. Many cultivators had a psychological shadow over the serpent of extinction. Considered the serpent of perdition to be invincible. That was a monster that had swallowed 100 true immortal beings in one breath. I think that big hand might actually be able to beat the serpent of extinction. What exactly is the origin of the Kana Immortal King? To actually have a powerhouse on the same level as the serpent of extinction as his backing? No wonder he doesn't give a damn about us. Who is stronger and who is weaker? Watch out. Hiss. The serpent of extinction was pitch black. Its scales were like armor, a piece of which covered its body, emitting a cold and chilling light under the sunlight. Half of its body leaped out of the ground and raised its head. A pair of beast pupils were cold and indifferent, like a cosmic abyss that could devour a person. Mouth wide open. The scarlet maw was hideous and horrible, and a fishy odor filled the air. When the big snake saw a hand grasping at it, the pair of indifferent beast pupils were violent and bloodthirsty, and its big mouth fiercely bit at the big hand. The surrounding immortal Dao laws were constantly collapsing under the great snake's mouth. It's breathtakingly powerful. Is there going to be a duel for the ages? The foreheads of the immortal king of Tai Cho and the others were sweating. It seemed to them that the great serpent of extinction and that great hand that covered the sky might engage in a thrilling battle, but in reality, that great hand allowed the great serpent to bite his tiger's mouth, and then with a single grab, it seized the great serpent's neck. The serpent ate the pain and fiercely exerted its strength to bite Su Ning's hand dead center in the tiger's mouth. To its surprise, the great snake's teeth were about to crumble, and there was actually no way to penetrate the other's skin. It's like biting into a steel plate. Instead, the huge reaction force made his gums bleed. Suning's current cultivation was not something that a snake could break through the defense, and he only felt his tiger's mouth being kissed by something, an itchy sensation. The big snake's neck felt like it was caught in a vice, preventing him from moving, and the huge force caused it to eat pain and break its neck. The serpent let out a wail. Rumble. The rest of the body bounced off the ground. The rushing up of the serpent's body caused the heavens and earth to fall apart. Run! The Immortal World cultivators were horrified. Fearing the ripple effect, he immediately flew away. The large snake's body swept up in a twinkling, wrapping Suning's arm around it. Lap after lap. Hair power. Trying to wrap this arm. Still no results. No matter how much power is thrown at it, it can't hurt Suning's hand half as much as it should. With this amount of strength, not to mention Suning, it couldn't hurt an ordinary person. Hiss. The great serpent panicked, his eyes revealing an overwhelming fear. This emotion, which does not belong to cold-blooded animals, appeared in the great serpent. It feels an unprecedented crisis. The snake's instincts kept it struggling. Break free. It's just a shame it presses on and can't do it. Little thing. Still really intense. Suning's faint voice was like heavenly thunder, rumbling and exploding. Some of the ones with weak cultivation felt like their eardrums were about to explode. After grabbing the big snake, he directly jerked the snake out of this heaven and earth. A serpent of destruction that was actually, like an earthworm, being tackled. The cultivators of the Green Sky Immortal Realm were dumbfounded, their jaws dropping to the ground in surprise. That giant, said what? Little thing? He said, the serpent of perdition, is a small thing? This is the serpent of destruction, the supreme being who buried countless true immortal powers. Its body is like a mountain range, encircling an unknown number of regions. It feeds on true immortals and hunts in the Green Sky Immortal Realm, terrifying countless immortal Dao beings. The serpent of destruction. I wonder how many true immortal powers it has devoured. Even the Xuanwu, which once reigned supreme, with which it could fight a little, and had a gentle character, was also exterminated in a struggle long ago. The serpent of extinction, that's the greatest taboo in the Green Sky Immortal Realm. And now, it's just been solved like that, being grabbed by a big hand that reached out from nowhere? The serpent of destruction didn't even have the ability to fight back? That's shocking too. Tai Chu, the 9 observations heavenly monarch, the great immortal of Qingtian, and the female emperor of the great Yu immortal dynasty. Face to face. I can't believe it. How terrifying must the power of that big hand be? They felt a chill down their spine. For that kind of existence, one tried to conquer against the current not so long ago? It's ridiculous. The 4 true immortals felt like clowns. Kana Immortal King's side was actually shocked. After he entered the Cyan Sky Immortal Realm, he fought 9 deaths against the giants of the Cyan Sky Immortal Realm in a tragic manner that could be sung. And just this kind of high-pressure environment can be solved without even lifting a finger for the immortal adults. This, not bad for an immortal grown-up. Taicho looked dumbfounded as he watched the serpent of destruction being captured, struggling miserably and roaring. The serpent of destruction would be in that kind of trouble? So what does this mean? After that, the great crisis of the Green Sky Immortal Realm lifted? The forbidden is destroyed. The Green Sky Immortal Realm, no longer threatened by extinction? Immortal creatures that can be free from fear? Who could believe that the world-destroying serpent that had plagued the world for ages, the great terror that had caused countless true immortal powers to despair, had been solved so gently today? The true immortal powerhouse looked towards the dome of the sky, that one huge crack, and the one-sided figure of that giant inside felt heart-stopping. And this creature, now our enemy? What are we going to do about it? It was a desperate existence. At this moment, the Kunlun immortal on the opposite side spoke once again. Cultivators of the Green Sky Immortal Realm, submit, or destroy. 133. A snake that has developed a spirit. Very proud? Being hit in the face. Submission or destruction? Of course it was. Submissive. The 4 true immortals were bitter in their hearts. After living for so many years and dodging so many times of the extinction great serpent cataclysm, only the 4 of them were left in the immortal realm of the Green Sky Immortal Realm's immortal realm beings. The rest, all became rations for the great serpent of extinction. They don't want to die. In the future, it is expected to be a slave, starting a life of misery. But there is always hope in living as opposed to dying. Suppress them all and escort them back to the Supreme Vegetable Garden to await the Immortal Master's judgment. The 4 true immortals were captured. I don't know how many immortals to be have become prisoners. It was the darkest day in the history of the Green Sky Immortal World. Strong men, all taken, transported to worlds unknown. The entire Green Sky Immortal Realm wailed. The world, with its many disasters. Before that, the Serpent of Perdition set off havoc from time to time. It put many cultivators on edge. And now, The entire world hierarchy had been directly wiped out in one fell swoop. And even the world-destroying serpent had been captured by the Great Terror. What kind of world was beyond the green sky immortal realm? What in the world? Are there so many powerful creatures living? Sunin's small yard. He didn't care at all about the myths and legends that the green heaven immortal world had about him. Instead, he felt a bit embarrassed. Just grab a snake with your hand. I can't believe it's getting all kinds of bragging rights. Say what you will about the great havoc demon king. What a source of great terror of annihilation. What a spooky end. Amount. Sunin grabbed Black Snake and pulled him into the real world. The Black Snake's body looked huge in the green sky immortal realm, but when placed in real life, it was actually just over a meter long. Of course, it does seem quite shocking to have such a massive creature placed in front of a small person. There are still real-world snakes in the lower realms? Jiang Xiaotao floated over and looked in surprise at the large snake that Su Ning had grabbed. A snake like this placed in the little people's world would surely set off a huge disaster, right? Xiaoli also looked at the black snake in surprise. I don't know how I entered the world of the little people, and I heard the little people say that the black snake did cause many disasters in that world, and even fed on the little people of that world, which was really cruel, so I captured it back. Su Ning said. He guessed that it was probably because the little people had ascended up and opened the spatial channel, and the black snake happened to be wandering nearby, so it entered the ascension channel and entered the green sky immortal realm by mistake. Feeding on little people? That's too bad, Rue said. Or just run them over. Hearing these words, the originally grumpy and upset black snake suddenly had his body stalled and looked at Xiaoli with some alarm. Have you guys noticed that this little snake seems to understand human language? Xiaoli said. You say you'll kill it, and it's actually scared? Yes? Su Ning and Jiang Xiaotao moved closer to the small snake to scrutinize it. Snake resumed his dull gaze. It doesn't look like it understands human language in any way. It just said to kill it, and it was clearly scared. Explainedly. Not like that. Jiang Xiaotao said. Bear. At this time, Immortal King Kana, Black Qilin, Li Qingxian, and the others came up from the ascension channel opened by Su Ning. Not only were they here, the little people were also escorting cultivators such as the Taichu Immortal King. Lots of ascetics. The vegetable garden is buzzing right now. Dozens of ascenders flew in the void, surrounding Sunin. It was like the immediacy of the Lord of all ways receiving the great god kings. Su Ning was still cupping the exterminating serpent in his hand as he looked at the little people. Solved? Solved, Li Qingxian said. Immortal Elder. These are the major giants of the green sky immortal realm. Also war criminals, now escorted here for Immortal Elder to be sentenced. The Taichu Immortal King and the others looked gloomy, not knowing what their future would be. Will it die? After all, after killing so many Qinkuan realm cultivators, how to punish this? You guys can confer among yourselves. Su Ning said. Negotiate on your own? Come to think of it, immortal adults don't usually get involved in lower world struggles. Immortal King Kana and the others looked at each other, not knowing how to punish them. Punish them with hard labor. Lock it up. Suppressing cultivation. Say what you will. In addition to the punishment of the Taichu Immortal King and the others, the cultivator who was ascending to the immortal world for the first time was filled with curiosity. Aina, the youngest brother who was taken in by the Black Qilin, was very shocked when he came to the upper realm for the first time. He didn't die. He was teleported extremely far away by the Black Qilin when the Great War broke out in the lower realm. After all, that level of battle, Aina couldn't help, and he didn't want Aina to die. He also wanted to keep this king of the Kana clan for himself as a little brother, to pretend to be a bully in front of Eshi. Aina felt the aura of the great Tao here, so powerful and suffocating. It seems like everything is huge. In this world, they are like ants. This is where my Lord Sama cultivates, the great circling birds in the firmament, the ants underground. The smell was breathtaking. Shocking, so shocking. Cultivating in this kind of world. It's no wonder you can become so powerful. It's not just Nor, the villain who had just ascended up. The immortal heavenly court villain who had followed Immortal King Kana's conquest, also felt very shocked. This is the power behind Immortal King Kana? It seemed that here, the great Kana Immortal King was just an ordinary member. This place, how anticlimactic does it have to be? Especially the one giant, and the two creepy creatures. The aura that flowed from his body was too oppressive. This is the supreme vegetable patch? The Taichu Immortal King and the others actually noticed the surroundings. This world seems to be higher than the green sky immortal world, but it seems that the guards around us are quite lax, and that giant isn't worried about us escaping. So if we run away while they're not paying attention, and then come back in the future when we've cultivated in this world, it wouldn't be impossible to retrieve the situation. The four true immortals glanced at each other, mentally calculating how to escape. Don't even think about it. The Kana Immortal King seemed to see what was going on in the hearts of the four true immortals. I advise you to put away this idea of escaping. The surrounding area is filled with unknown chaotic immortal chi, and mole crickets like us can only live in the range enveloped by the world tree. This world is extremely terrifying. If you forcefully leave the world tree's sheltering range, you will immediately die, Immortal King Kana said. Besides, even if you can adapt to the intensity of this world, if you encounter the chaos creatures of this world, you will be hunted down and killed. This world is filled with terrifying chaos creatures. See that black snake? He's really just an ordinary being in this world. So, do you think you'll be able to live after you run out? Not only will they not survive, they will die faster. The black serpent of destruction, the source of the plague. Just ordinary creatures in this world? The primordial immortal king and the others were surprised. What kind of world is this? On Sunen's side, he looked at Blacksnake. I don't know if it was the bad temper it had contracted in the green sky immortal realm, but it was very irritable and showed aggression when it moved. From time to time, he sneaked in and tore at Sunen's arm, trying to escape. Of course, these are used. Locked up? Sunen wanted to lock up the little snake and use it as a chaperone for the little people. Blacksnake couldn't take the humiliation, constantly struggling, eyes full of condescension. It seems to say, there is absolutely no way I can be a slave. I'm a noble and incomparable black snake. How can you be a slave? It actually does possess some spiritual intelligence. Su Ning was surprised. Shoo! It really slipped away when Sunen wasn't looking. The black snake's pupils were filled with resentment as it glanced back at Su Ning, seemingly saying, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. When I become stronger, I will definitely come back to seek revenge on you. This made Su Ning even more certain that the snake had been born with a spiritual consciousness. It should be from living in the green sky immortal realm for too long and eating many true immortal cultivators. Just when Blacksnake thought he had finally escaped, roar! A deafening roar greeted him. Then the hideous face of a tiger locked eyes with it. Pa! The black snake rushed so fast that it actually crashed into the stupid tiger's face. Roar! The stupid tiger was furious, growling, I'm a tiger, and you hit me in the face? Looking for death. Bang! A paw pressed against the black snake. Silly tiger is not Soinen. Not so gentle. After pressing the black snake, the claws snapped and stomped on the black snake's body. The huge swipe stunned the proud tunnel black snake. On the other side, Qing Tian de Xian and the others who saw the scene sucked in a breath of cold air. Hiss! This, the black serpent of extinction, actually being whipped by a huge tiger? They couldn't believe that in the green sky immortal world, the ferocious reputation of the world-destroying serpent was talked about, and in this world, it was actually either being bullied here or whipped there. Where is your fierce name, O great serpent of destruction? Where's your dominance? 134. Even if you are a slave, your heart should be turned to the sun, and one day, you will turn over to be the master. The cultivators of the green sky immortal realm were dumbstruck. I can't believe it. That serpent of destruction was already extremely huge in their eyes, with a body like a mountain range. The number one giant in the green sky immortal realm, the mottled tiger, moreover, covered the sky. It was unknown how many times bigger than the world-destroying heavenly Mang, and the little man standing in front of him was like facing an unattainable mountain. Oh no, it was like an immortal city wall separating heaven and earth. That tiger, it's too big. It was several times larger than the giant. In this world, there are actually such terrifying creatures. If such creatures were to descend to the realm, they would be completely without natural enemies. It can sweep the world. More than not having a natural enemy? Even an existence like the world-destroying great serpent has already stirred up the entire green heavenly immortal realm and nearly ate all the true immortals. This chaotic tiger is clearly more terrifying than the world-destroying great serpent. If he were to come down to the realm, he could destroy the world with just a few slaps? A few slaps to destroy the whole world is obviously an exaggeration, but it was enough to show how much the silly tiger shook them in their eyes. The extinguishing black serpent was also confused. I'm the world-destroying black snake. Since the birth of spiritual wisdom, in the immortal world is to feed on true immortals. The whole world I see who is not happy to eat who. That is the supreme existence. What are you? Just slap me in the face? I don't want to lose face? Hiss. The destructive black serpent was furious. The pupils were dilated and furious. Opening that bloody mouth, hideous and terrifying, the man stood up and tried to bite at the tiger's face. Shoo! It's extremely fast. In a flash, he rushed to the tiger. So fast. What a powerful force. The green sky immortal realm had a psychological shadow over the world-destroying black serpent. Seeing him move to shock and anger was not a cause for alarm. It's fear from the heart. Pa! However, this lightning-fast attack was dodged by silly tiger by lightly tilting his head. Then the claws slapped the black snake's head again. No mercy at all. Blacksnake's head was shaking and his eyes were misty from the beating. There was finally a lot more fear in his expression as well. Cats are supposed to be the natural enemies of snakes, as studies have shown that they are 7 times faster than snakes. Besides, this was the top predator among felines, a pyramid of existence. There was no such thing as one. How can a black snake be a match for a tiger? 3 or 2 blows and it's straight down. If it wasn't for Su Ning telling Silly Tiger not to kill him first, Black Snake would have been eaten by Silly Tiger as if he were a chili bar. After beating Black Snake, Silly Tiger paced beside Su Ning with a bemused expression and got down, rubbing his thigh vigorously with his head as if he was pampering himself. Behave yourself. Su Ning smiled and stroked the Silly Tiger's head. The Silly Tiger had a face of enjoyment and allowed Su Ning to touch it. This Chaos Manticore. Is it just that person's captive pet? Oh my god. What kind of monster is this? The cultivators of the Green Sky Immortal Realm were horrified. Su Ning's depth. So deep? Even the Chaos Manticore is willing to be his pet? This person's cultivation was so powerful that it was desperate. Not to mention the Silly Tiger. It was the 2 bizarre creatures, Jiang Xiaotao and Xiaoli, besides Su Ning, that made people notice physiological discomfort and almost didn't pass away directly. This supreme vegetable garden is too scary. The cultivators of the Green Sky Immortal Realm, whether they were true immortal creatures or quasi-immortal powerhouses, all felt their scalps go numb. It turned out that in their world, the exterminating black snake that was unrivaled and prospered, in this world, was just weak. It turned out that Immortal King Kana's background was so terrifying. Backs up to the supreme vegetable patch. With this kind of background, no wonder he's not afraid of anything. There is one. May your life be like a demon's. A true immortal cannot be taken from you. The bottom line. With that kind of background, who wouldn't be arrogant and domineering? It turns out that from the very beginning, it was destined for the Green Sky Immortal Realm to lose. Now they felt that the Green Sky Immortal Realm hadn't lost unjustly, not at all. Before they had a little bit of disbelief, now that little bit of disbelief completely disappeared. Submission or destruction. The Kunlun Fairy gave them the chance. Immortal King Taichu, 9 Obsidian Heavenly Monarch, Great Immortal Qing Tian, Female Emperor of Dayu. Look at each other. Submission. We, 4-1, choose to submit. They decided to submit. What? You guys are actually so. You are the leaders of the Green Sky Immortal Realm, and you're just going to submit today? You don't even want a backbone just to survive? You are truly a disgrace to the immortal cultivation world. A paramount immortal rebuked angrily. I am ashamed to be in your company. In this world, there are quite a few rigid people. Submissives can go down and build your cave. Just come over later to report for your labor tasks. Kunlun Fairy said. As for those who do not submit, pull them down to close their cultivation and lock them up. Let's starve him for 2 or 3 days first. Kunlun Fairy said. Ha, starving in 2 or 3 days and you want us to change our minds? Joke. A Paragon Emperor swore with conviction. Don't talk about starving for 3 days. Have the guts to starve us for 3 months and I'll see who gives in. Humph. Underestimating the backbone of our Green Sky Immortal Realm. I forgot to tell you. We've long since been disavowed. Hungry. But it doesn't help us at all. Someone said. Hearing this, the old employees of the Supreme Vegetable Garden looked at the rebellious cultivators of the Green Heaven Immortal Realm with smiles and laughter. Like a joke. Especially the 3 little ones. Black Dragon, Black Phoenix, Black Unicorn. Even more meaningfully, he looked at these very tough cultivators. Think these tough talkers are too young. It was as if I saw myself in the beginning. They know all too well about starvation. It's a feeling that's worse than death. Ha ha. Interesting. They actually find hunger useless. Inside the Black Qilin, a feeling of bloating actually arose. You guys are not experiencing hunger. Wait a few days until you are hungry and you will know what cruelty is. The Qingtian Immortal Realm cultivator was speechless. Isn't it just hunger? What's the big deal? I hope you guys can keep it up. The Black Dragon giggled happily. It's cool to see someone else get wet once, and now rip off someone else's umbrella personally. Hee hee. You guys just wait and see whether we will be starved into submission or not. A villain from the Green Sky Immortal Realm proudly said. What can a hunger strike do to me? Kunlun Fairy and Li Qingxian and the others smiled and nodded without saying anything more, and instead went over to Su Ning and arched his hand. Elder Immortal, these few pricks will be taught a lesson by us, so you don't need to mind. Su Ning nodded. I'll leave it to you then, and he was happy to do so. Those who submit, come with me. I'll divide the area for you, as well as explain some of the rules of survival in the chaotic immortal realm. This is very important. It concerns whether you can survive in this world. As one of the old men, the Golden Crow Emperor must have taken the lead to teach the newcomers the rules. I'm grateful for your guidance, Senior. Great Immortal Qing Tian and the others respectfully arched their hands. In fact, inside, he was upset. Even if you are a slave, Your heart must be turned to the sun, and one day you will be turned over to the Lord. Submission is only a temporary expedient. When there is a chance in the future, I must clear this humiliation. 135. It's just a bite to eat. We definitely can't be as unimaginative as that group of people in the Chenkuan realm. They feel that there is still a quest within them. Who hasn't been wronged at times? For the sake of future glory, for the sake of future revenge. What's wrong with suffering a little now? I've been enjoying myself for so many years. Can't I suffer a little bit? That's too much to know. In the Green Sky Immortal Realm, whether they were submissive or hardened, there was definitely some discontent in their hearts. All have rebels, but Suning doesn't care. The monks of the Supreme Vegetable Garden didn't care. Now they don't want to be part of the Vegetable Garden. In the future they may be begging on their knees to be part of this place. Thinking about it, besides the 9 great saints, who just came to the Supreme Vegetable Garden was not proud as hell and did not want to be an underling, but at the end of the day, it's still a fall. Now is the time to kick them out and they will cry and beg to stay. We are all top masters of our realm. Who hasn't had a little rebellion? Who hasn't had a little pride? It was simple for the cultivators of the Green Sky Immortal Realm. The submissive ones rushed to live on the outskirts of the map and were left to build their dojo, their home. As for the non-submissive ones, just throw them to the fringes and give them a taste of the end. The people of the Qingtian Immortal Realm were building their homes in earnest, and Immortal King Kana, as well as the ascended ones of the Immortal Heavenly Court, formed a small group to build a dojo around Immortal King Kana. The Immortal King of Kana is a sight to behold, with countless minions. The Black Unicorn. In his heart, he was very disdainful. Of course, underneath this disdain, there was still a little bit of jealousy. Che. It's not just a little brother, making it seem like who doesn't have one? If it wasn't for the fact that I was busy rushing and left the Yellow Sky Immortal Realm powerhouses behind, wouldn't I have a small heavenly court as well? What are you pretending for? I also have many believers in the Yellow Sky Immortal Realm. Alright, speaking of the Yellow Sky Wonderland, the Black Unicorn was quite proud. By whirling words, he shone in that world. What a morning glory! What a trio! What with having friends from afar! What a gentleman circumscribes but does not compare! A villain compares but does not circumscribe. In short, the supreme words he left behind set off a wave of followers in the Yellow Sky Immortal Realm. Countless people are clamoring for imitation. Whirlwind language, carried forward by the Black Unicorn there. The Black Qilin himself did not expect that in the future. That world, a group of stories would be born in which they would spit out whirling tongues, take big swords in their hands and conquer the heavens, and all the heavenly monks would shiver under the strange explanations of the whirling tongues. The Black Kirin was quite envious of the Kana Immortal King. Of course, he was most envious of his friends in the Supreme Vegetable Garden. These people, one by one, were able to subdue true immortal level Chaos Demon Ansa's mounts, and right now he didn't have one. Thinking about the time when everyone rode their true immortal mounts down to the realm and rushed into the Green Sky Immortal Realm, it was simply not too racy. Simply don't be in awe. Black Unicorn, envious. In a couple days, I'll have to conquer a true immortal as a mount as well, he secretly resolved. Let's go, Aina. I'll show you our dojo, and from now on, you'll be practicing in my dojo. The Black Kirin greeted his only little brother. Aina. Yes, my lord, Anna said. Black Qilin, don't go too far. Ashur's eyes spewed fire. Asterisk 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 Aina is of my Kana clan. Why should she be a slave to you? I advise you to release him, or I'll be rude to you. Immortal King Kana roared. TSK, TSK, TSK. The Black Qilin bristled, spreading its hands. I'd like to see how you're going to be rude to me. You think you're still the same person you were when you crushed me and couldn't lift my head? He. Now that I've comprehended Whirlwind, I've long since changed from the past. If you want to fight me, I'm not afraid of you. The Black Qilin disliked. Humph, am I afraid of you again? Iashi said coldly, eyes on the big battle. These two, they're a real livewire. When there is danger, the other person is the most dependable partner. And when there is no danger, the other side is the most dangerous being. Asterisk 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 Anna. Who do you want to be with? Tell him, don't worry about it. Don't ever have any scruples. Don't worry. As long as you don't want to be with him, just say the word, and I'll make sure that he doesn't dare to touch you. Released. I hesitated Aina. Eyes hovered between the Black Qilin and the Kana Immortal King. One is a lifesaver. The other is a kinsman. He hesitated for a long time. Only then did he say, I'm sorry, I'll go with the Black Unicorn. You, exasperated. Aoshi almost spat out blood. You're really pissing me off. As a strong member of the hallowed Kana clan, you are actually willing to be a slave and a servant girl. You are simply disgracing our Kana clan. You presume to be a member of the Kana clan. presume to possess the Kana clan's bloodline. You are not worthy. The Kana Immortal King cursed. I'm sorry. The Kana Immortal King lowered her head at the scolding. I know it's undignified, but the Black Kirin saved my life. Saved the entire Kana clan. I promised him I would serve him. I can't go back on my word. Anna thought of his own clan members in the Yellow Sky Immortal Realm. Because of the Black Qilin, the entire race was now thriving and had a bright future. He felt that he had a need to return the favor. Ana. You're good. I recognize you. You're a man of your word. The Black Unicorn said. Gajeshi, do you think everyone is like you? All dishonest villains. Ana. Go, ignore him. I'll take you to my dojo and settle down. With that, the Black Unicorn led the way. Kana Immortal King just couldn't help it even if he was more angry. Both sides were a matter of you and me. Sunin found it interesting to watch the disputes of the little people. He didn't force his way in, just quietly let them develop. There really is that kind of thing. Heaven and earth are not kind to all things, and the sages take the people as ruminants. The meaning of this statement is that heaven is fair and does not interfere with the discovery of things. Dinner is served. The little people worked feverishly on their business, and as the day wore on, mealtime arrived. Zhang Xiaodao's sentence is open for dinner. Whether it was a saint who was practicing, or an old ancestor, the eyes are all glowing. Drop everything you're doing. Run to the dining room table. More than the supreme vegetable garden life. Nothing matters. Eating is most important. Seeing the old staff this rude and unimaginative. Later, such as the 4 true immortals of the Green Sky Immortal Realm, and the quasi-immortal powerhouses. Very incomprehensible. As for that, isn't it just a meal? Although it's true that coming to this world is a little bit different, and it seems that you can't dispel the grain. But, it's not so bad that for a little bit of food, you don't care about your image, is it? Degrading. The 4 true immortals of the Green Sky Immortal Realm, as well as many quasi-immortals, felt that the cultivators of the Qinquan realm were too unpromising and degrading. It's just a meal. What's all the fuss about? If it were me, I'm definitely reserved. They flew past slowly and leisurely. Of course, since it was later, so, they definitely couldn't eat on the table, and could only wait at the back, waiting for the old staff of the Supreme Vegetable Garden to finish eating, so they could eat the rest. That's the rule. Of course, they don't give a damn about such rules. Not just a little behind? What are you afraid of? What does a half-immortal care about a meal if he hasn't eaten anything before? As for the Green Sky Immortal Realm cultivators who were grounded and had to starve, they were even more speechless, as well as despised. This is a cultivator of the chaotic immortal realm? Rude. Unpleasant. The draconic savages aren't even as wretched as them. For the sake of a mouthful of food, to actually not even want the repercussions. Ridiculous. Bunch of pathetic people. The veterans of the Supreme Vegetable Garden surely don't care what the crowd thinks. The only main purpose now is dry rice. Only after they finished drying their meal in the disdainful, looking down gazes of the crowd of Green Sky Immortal Realm cultivators did they leave with a flourish. Very satisfying. It's your turn. Li Qingxian and the others spoke. It was only then that the great immortal Qingtian and the immortal king of Taichu flew slowly and leisurely to eat, and look at the leftovers with disgust. If they weren't really a little hungry, they didn't want to touch what others had eaten. Qingtian Dician and the others held themselves in high esteem and took random bites of food that were clean and untouched. Everyone, take just a little bit. Sunan, is that all you want? Yes, senior. We want these. The Taichu immortal king and the others condescendingly said. Without thinking, he even glanced at Li Qingxian and the others, as if to say, I'm not like that group of barbarians. Suning double-checked that the cultivators of the Green Sky Immortal Realm only needed a little bit as well. Hesitantly, okay then, Li, take it away. The plates were taken away. As for the great immortal Qingtian and the others, after taking a bite to eat, they silently retreated back to their own dojo and did not eat immediately. When I think of the way that group of people from the Qinquan realm wolfed down their food just now, it makes one sick. Think they're being rude. We definitely don't kind of. After a long time, only slowly and gracefully did they put food in their mouths. But at this very moment, their disdainful eyes released an unrivaled light. This. Holy. This. They were incoherent. I think it's a good idea to experience the subtleties of fairy food. 136. Bullying in the immortal cultivation world. Qingtian Dician took a bite of something. That food is like a miracle cure that melts in your mouth. After entering his body, it turned into a stream of refined energy that quickly flowed throughout his body. That energy, it wasn't just any ordinary energy. It was an energy that could make the body fully evolve. The feeling. Great immortal Qingtian looked shocked. This is chaos true food. Great Immortal Ching Tian was horrified. I didn't expect that there would be such a treasure in this realm. This kind of thing can only have this kind of energy if it is extracted from the immortal flesh on top of Xuanwu's true shell after his death. The 4 true immortals of the Green Sky Immortal Realm were incredible. They eat this stuff all the time? That's extravagant too. When the Xuanwu fell that year, all the great holy places tried their best, but they only got some small details, and some people melted them to make medicine, and only then they managed to get a little bit of Xuanwu qi and blood of the Dan. And now, what they eat, any bit of it is comparable to Xuanwu blood and flesh? The people of the Green Sky Immortal Realm were shocked. What kind of demonic place is this place? No wonder they were so excited when they heard about dinner. I should have known this thing was so counterintuitive. What are we pretending? They regretted it. Just now. In order not to be the same as the people from the Qinquan realm, the people from the Qingtian Immortal Realm just took a bite of food at random. Why don't you take a little bit more? Just one bite of food made their long shackled cultivation actually loosen. The 4 true immortals still had such an effect, not to mention the others. Only those who have eaten it are full of excitement. Swoosh! The 4 true immortals were so eager that they didn't care about how big the contrast between before and after was. Fly to the Kana Immortal King. May I ask, was it all these treasures that you just ate? The great Yu Empress asked. The Kana Immortal King looked impatient. Didn't you guys taste it? Is it really all this? Even though the 4 true immortals had already known the results, now that they were certain here at Immortal King Kana, they were still shocked beyond measure. Go away and leave me alone. Make it seem like we're familiar with each other, the Kana Immortal King said. Back in the Green Sky Immortal World, we were arch rivals, and I don't know how many times we fought each other. And now you come up here and ask me for advice? I'll give you face if I don't smack you in the face. The 4 true immortals looked embarrassed, but in this vegetable garden, they really didn't know anyone else except for a little familiarity with the Kana Immortal King. As for the Black Kirin, it was only one-sided. May I ask another question? And that is, when will we start eating again? Dyson Qingtian asked. This just finished and you're thinking about the next meal? What a joke! Immortal King Kana said without any good sense of humor. Besides, wasn't it only when you were asked if you were full that they took away the table? Pretending to be aloof and not eating just now, and now asking one after the other. You guys are sick. Several. Seeing that each of them only took a bite of food just now, the old employees were sneering, waiting to see the joke, to see the cultivators of the Green Sky Immortal Realm regret it. Pretending to have a backbone? Let's see how long you can pretend. Sure enough, this hadn't been loaded for long and was instantly regretted. You're capable. You don't see us, so keep pretending. Why are you so curious about dinner now? I thought you guys had small meals, but I didn't realize that you were looking down on what we ate. Since you're looking down on it, then don't eat it. Do you think that the Elder Immortal is a servant in your house, preparing food for you whenever you want? Want to eat? Go over and wait. The cultivators of the Green Sky Immortal Realm were all lost beyond measure. Could only leave with his head down. Return to your own dojo. Watching the well-fed Qinquan realm cultivators refining their food in their own territory made it even harder for them. Of course, there is certainly no medicine for regret in this world. There is. And it's also a fake drug. The kind that doesn't work. As for the grounded Qingtian Immortal Realm cultivators, they looked down even more when they saw Qingtian de Xian and the others change their faces. It's still the facade of the Green Sky Immortal Realm. What a disgrace. Face for a little food. To actually take the initiative to put a hot face on a cold ass to find Immortal King Kana. Forgetting that in the Green Sky Immortal Realm, everyone is an enemy? All of these people are a disgrace to the Green Sky Immortal Realm. Those grounded cultivators looked down with cold eyes. Even the 4 great true immortals, they felt that they were the ones who were ashamed. Gar. After that, their stomachs growled. This place, it's really going to be hungry? So what? Even if you die of thirst and hunger, you will never eat a bit of the vegetable patch. Overall, there are now 3 forces in the Supreme Vegetable Garden. One is a veteran employee, one is a captive, and one is a grounded person. Older employees towered over captives and grounded people, and the captors originally looked down on the old staff and the grounders because they thought the old staff had no backbone and the grounders were completely untalented. Those who know what's good for them know what's good for them. If you don't know how to change, you will die quickly. As for the grounders, looked down on older employees and captives. They thought that the cultivators led by the 4 true immortals didn't have any backbone. As for the old vegetable patch employees, groveling before Sunan, lost the temperament of the immortal cultivator. How can I be so hungry? Getting hungrier and hungrier. Grounded realized that he just hadn't eaten anything, and he was actually starving to the point of dizziness. One is on the verge of vanishing. The 4 true immortals, they were blear-eyed, looking forward to the next opening of the meal. I'm envious of the old vegetable patch employees. They had their fill and were there for a leisurely argument. It's simply not too fairy. They took a bite. They were a little hungry, but it was okay. The worst offenders are the grounders. And I don't know how long I waited. After the cultivation was completed, Sunin went and returned, observing the little people, not attacked by beastly insects, all alive, live and let live. Dinner is served. This one opens the meal. It lifted the spirits of the little people of the Green Sky Immortal Realm. Immediately flew over. The other villains of the Chinquan realm were all gathered. The grounders are starving. For a moment, part of the villain wanted to not mutiny and forget about it. But then he looked around at his fellow travelers and thought it would be a bad idea to mutiny like that. If the word got back to the lower realms that they were given to mutiny because of a single meal, would they still want to be human beings? Bang! The four true immortals were just about to get on the table when they were blown away by the cultivators of the Chinquan realm. What kind of class is it? To eat at the table with us? Are you guys good enough for the table? Get the hell out of my way! Immortal King Kana roared. He looked at the cultivators of the Green Sky Immortal Realm with quite a bit of displeasure. You, the cultivator from the Green Sky Immortal Realm, wanted to get angry. Boom! The people of the Chinquan realm stepped forward one after another, and the Chaos Demon ants were equipped to go on. The old employees of the Supreme Vegetable Garden were outnumbered, and the key was backed up by a mount like the Chaos Demon ants. So the cultivators of the Green Sky Immortal Realm would not be able to benefit from a real fight. So one can only stare in indignation. Don't dare make a move. What you are, you should do, and we'll teach you the rules. Those who come later should behave like those who come later. Give me a row to the end. Wait for us to eat. You can only get on the table. Understand? Bullying. The cultivation community bullied. 137. The questioning ancestors' advancement to the true immortal Great Tribulation. The cultivators of the Green Sky Immortal Realm were filled with anger, but they could only stop. They are the ones who are waiting for the crime, and if they really do it, they will be the ones to suffer. Line up at the back as much as you want. Don't have the guts to eat all the stuff for me. The Supreme Primordial Immortal King's demeanor was condescending and let out harsh words. Those who know understand that he's gone soft. Those who don't think he's gone virile. Yes, platoon on platoon. Still afraid of you. So what if we eat after you guys finish eating? It's not like those treasure energies will diminish after you guys eat them. Humph. The cultivators of the Green Sky Immortal Realm were completely softened. Seeing this scene, the Chinquan Realm's cultivators seemed to laugh. Stains. Didn't you have a backbone before? Not looking down on us and thinking we're being rude over a meal? Not think we're savages? Don't you guys think you're civilized? Not looking down on the food? Now it's not just lined up a little bit behind. Why are you guys panicking? There were quite a few mouth breathers among the cultivators of the Chinquan Realm. At the head of them were the Black Chilan and the Kana Immortal King. Those two together. Humiliating words are like machine guns. Curses. The faces of the cultivators from the Green Sky Immortal Realm flushed red and white. It's ugly. Didn't refute anything though. At first they did look down. Who knew these foods were so flavorful? Who can top this? What's wrong with being aggravated for some true immortal level food? In the Green Sky Immortal Realm, back then, for a bit of Xuanwu flesh and blood, it was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and it was unknown how many living beings had died, causing one side of the immortal realm to accumulate corpses that were more than 3 feet tall. The mountains were not mountains, but mountains of corpses piled up, and the river was not a river, but a river of blood gathered together. It was a time of blood and tears. The Saint Realm are all just cannon fodder. Even if one reached the quasi-immortal realm, one might not necessarily be able to survive in the middle of a great battle. It was an extremely sad time. All that tragedy for some basilisk flesh and blood. And now, with so much food comparable to Xuanwu's flesh and blood right in front of him, being a little aggravated really wasn't afraid of anything. An era of bloodshed has come and gone, and they're all big shots, so who can't tell the difference? Sunin watched the little people fight and didn't care too much. The cultivators of the Green Sky Immortal Realm also really needed to be hammered. Otherwise it's really lawless. Only when the Chinquan Realm cultivators finished eating did the cultivators of the Qingtian Immortal Realm have the qualifications to be on the table. The cultivators of the Green Sky Immortal Realm were finally given this opportunity once again. This time they didn't act high and mighty like last time. The look is worse than the old staff. One by one, they jumped into their plates and rushed to get the food into their mouths. Hand-holding and hand-grabbing. It's not fun. Sooning from the sky is like watching a bunch of little piggies arching for food. The little people whimpered and ate, full of contentment. Excitement. It's the lure of food. It's also the lure of power. Nowadays, where do they have time to think about what is elegant or not, vulgar or not? There's only food. There's only food in your head. Ha! Look at that. This is the person who looks down on the food of this world? Pretend what? Less than us. Hey, this scene, It reminds me of a story. What a story. That's right. Thinking about it, there were certain existences that were just like them. At first, they were very backbone, but later on, there's no escaping the law of true fragrance. What a familiar scene. Immortal King Kana smiled. Originally the black unicorn next to him was laughing with him, but laughing and smiling, something wasn't right. This kid, and you're going to hurt us, too, aren't you? The black unicorn's face darkened in a flash. Although, originally his face was black, but black and dark are not the same. Sometimes black is a feeling. Sometimes black is really black. Gajishi, who the are you talking about? The black unicorn blackened his face. I'll say whoever answers me, shrugged Gajishi. Generally speaking, if you don't think I'm talking about you, then I'm not talking about you, and if you think I'm talking about you, then I am. You. The black Qilin exploded. Reverse scale 7 steps. Rumble. He launched an attack. Come on. Who's afraid of you? The Gajioshi wasn't afraid either, and his 3 heads and 6 arms fired in unison. Rumble. The 2 living treasures fought again and again and again. The fight was intense. Everyone watched the 2 fight with interest, and slowed down the battle. I feel that I'm going to break through. Someone in the crowd suddenly changed his face drastically and opened his mouth. Rumble. Everyone looked back. It was discovered that the questioning ancestor was making a breakthrough. He was physically splendid. It was as if countless rays of light were about to break through the body. Countless energies surged, and the entirety of the asked ancestor's body. It was as if he was going to explode. Rumble. 10 inches above his head. A black cloud actually coalesced. This is an immortal tribulation. Su Ning froze. Good lord. This immortal tribulation. It's too small. A mini version of immortal hijack? The questioning ancestor breaks through, and finally an ascended one breaks through to immortality. Su Ning came to be interested and watched attentively. Inside, a sense of accomplishment filled the room. There is a sense of, my little piggies are finally growing up. Rumble. The thunder of heaven is coming, asked the old ancestor 3 feet in the sky. Dark clouds, thunder rumbled, and the little people felt that the whole world was suppressed. That's the power of the immortal tribulation. The questioning old ancestor was sitting in an open land. His body emanated a powerful aura. A strand of the rules of immortality was born within him. He was metamorphosing into an immortal, and he was also preparing for the test of the lightning tribulation. Kyra. With an earth-shattering roar, a huge bolt of lightning cut through the sky and slashed straight at the questioning ancestor. His body was instantly penetrated by the electric current. His clothes shattered. His hair stood upside down, and a pained expression appeared on his face. This immortal tribulation. So scary. Immediately afterward, countless thunderbolts blasted down one after another, like a giant dragon roaring through the air. Old man questioning ancestor's body was shaken from side to side by the powerful impact, and his surroundings turned into a thunder pool, making it almost impossible to stand still. Ask for the true decision. He clenched his teeth and exerted his spells with all his might, transforming into a defensive orb and resisting the lightning tribulation. A thunderbolt fell. Shoo! However, the power of the thunderbolt was too strong, and the questioning ancestor gradually felt overwhelmed and his body became weaker and weaker. Shoo! In a short period of time, on his body, countless wounds appeared. When the last crucial thunderbolt descended, the questioning ancestor finally couldn't support himself and was sent flying, falling heavily to the ground, alive or dead. At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky were still coalescing, and the sound of thunder was increasing rather than decreasing. The entire world seemed to go berserk, and the figure of the questioning ancestor collapsing on the ground looked particularly desolate. It's not over. It's just beginning. Old ancestor questioning. It seems like he's going to fail in his tribulation. Everyone looked at Sunan. 138. This was definitely a supreme magic weapon. Thunderbolts rolled. The questioning ancestor was about to fall. This kind of immortal tribulation, no one would want to be tainted with half of the karma. At the moment, it is estimated that there is only one person who can solve this havoc. All eyes focused on Suning. Sunin rubbed his chin. The thunderbolt that was terrifying in the villain's eyes actually looked like nothing more than a water basin-sized mist in his eyes. The kind that would discharge electricity. How is this going to work? Su Ning had wanted to blast away the lightning tribulation with a single punch, but looking at the lightning, he was still slightly uncomfortable. He's quite afraid of electricity. When I was a kid, I touched electrical wires and was electrocuted because the wires were broken and leaking. The sensation was crunchy and numb, from the soles of the feet to the sky. It wasn't pleasant. This bad passage has psychologized Sunan about electricity since he was a child. It's not so much a matter of being able to hurt people as it is a matter of not wanting to be electrocuted. It's like the electrons on a lighter. It can't hurt anyone, but it's still quite uncomfortable to be electrocuted for no reason. Immortal Elder. There's nothing we can do? Seeing Su Ning hesitate, the little people were surprised. Finished, the old ancestor of Mount asking was as if his heart was dead. The Immortal Lord actually had no way to resist the immortal tribulation? I asked the old man of the mountain about his fate. I thought that I had laid out a plan for the ages, devoured 98 holy orders, and was finally about to certify to immortality. Then there was Chong Er, who spoiled my great event of attaining the Tao and kept me out of the true immortals. Thinking that he had failed just like that, he realized that he had mistakenly entered the immortal realm, meaning that even if he didn't devour the last 99 holy orders, he would still be able to achieve the position of true immortal. After that, he himself practiced in the immortal realm, and his cultivation became increasingly powerful. In the Battle of the Green Sky Immortal Realm, he himself was at the forefront and rushed to the front line, sneakily devouring several saint ranks on the battlefield when no one was looking, returning to the Supreme Vegetable Garden, under consolidation, and then warmed up with the immortal world's precious medicines. He finally attracted the rolling of heavenly thunder and finally became a true immortal. But, he actually couldn't survive the immortal tribulation? You're just going to be ashes? Even immortal adults can't fix it. My life is over. The old ancestor of Mount Inquirer felt that his fate was just too tragic. The creation of mankind. In the end, there was still no way to become immortal. He was very helpless and very upset. But what can be done? It's no wonder that Immortal Elder said the true immortal of the Green Sky Immortal Realm. The immortal tribulation. It is truly extraordinary. If we intervene rashly, we will draw fire. The primordial immortal king said. There was a precedent in the Green Sky Immortal Realm long ago, where a great power, in order to assist his disciple in crossing the apocalypse, helped his disciple resist the heavenly apocalypse. As a result, the apocalypse was not deflected, and instead triggered an even stronger lightning tribulation, and the master and disciple both fell under the desperate heavenly apocalypse. The great Yu Immortal Dynasty Empress said, yes, reasoning is simple. The heavenly robberies are not to be deceived. If the high realm can arbitrarily resist the heavenly robberies for the low realm, what is the significance of the heavenly robberies that come down? Therefore, the heavenly way for the end of such things will punish the people who intervene in the heavenly calamity. If the saint crossing the calamity, you for the immortal realm, want to solve the heavenly calamity for the saint, then after you intervene, the saint's calamity will be transformed into the immortal calamity. Moreover, it's an extremely terrifying immortal tribulation. The Taicho Immortal King said, if Immortal Senior intervenes in the immortal tribulation of the old ancestor of Mount Asking, I'm afraid that it will trigger an even stronger thunder tribulation, which is the Immortal Senior's own thunder tribulation. So it makes sense that the Immortal Senior won't intervene. The crowd nodded. All of them looked sympathetically at the old ancestor of Mount Asking. He is dead. The people all thought so. The old ancestor of Mount Asking was no longer capable of fighting the next immortal tribulation. I also don't know if it's because of the location, but the great Tao heavenly tribulation invoked by the old ancestor of Mount Asking is actually more than 100 times more terrifying than the ordinary true immortal tribulation of the Cyan Sky Immortal Realm. The great immortal of the Green Heaven said, if it's a celestial calamity in the Green Heaven Immortal Realm, old ancestor of Mount Asking may not be unable to survive this calamity. The cultivator from the Green Sky Immortal Realm nodded. The calamity of the old ancestor of Mount Asking was even more terrifying than an ordinary true immortal's calamity. He is probably going to perish from this. It's a pity. Those who can achieve true immortality are all ancient and modern existences. Even in history, there are no predecessors or successors. The cultivators of the Green Sky Immortal Realm sighed. The Qiankuan Realm cultivator also frowned. It wasn't because they had such a great friendship with the old ancestor of Mount Asking. Honestly, there's more or less a blood feud between anyone and anyone except for a few small groups. It's also the fact that Sunin is there. Otherwise it's impossible for everyone to live together peacefully. They surely wouldn't care about asking about the life and death of the old ancestor of the mountain. What they were worried about was, they were afraid that their true immortal tribulation would also appear in the near future. 100 times as many immortal tribulations as those in the Green Sky Immortal Realm. Could they themselves survive them? I'm afraid. Jen. Su Ning also did not expect that he would just hesitate for a moment, and in the hearts of the little people, so many ideas would be born. It wasn't that he couldn't solve the Ask Mountain ancestor's immortal tribulation, and if he wanted to do so, a single punch would probably take care of it. However, it is expected to be electrified. How hard is that? So, he was pondering if there was any way to solve the immortal tribulation without having to be electrocuted. Ha! There it is! Su Ning glanced into the vegetable patch, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Saw a thing. A bucket. Plastic buckets. This is the bucket he uses to fill with water to water his vegetables, and it usually sits in the vegetable garden. Knock. Sunin fetched the bucket and violently fished the skyjacking into the bucket, slammed it into the ground, and covered it. Crackle. Robbery clouds and lightning crackled in the bucket, fuming like anger. The sound of electricity snorting could be heard across a bucket of water. However, because the bucket is plastic and quite thick, belonging to the perfect insulator, lightning cannot split. The thunderbolt was just covered in a bucket. There, done. Sunin smiled and clapped his hands. But didn't he think he was handling it a little roughly? Other people against the apocalypse, not cloth dragnet array, is the use of a variety of magic treasures, a variety of counterintuitive means, and their own fight against the apocalypse. Actually picked up a plastic bucket to cover the apocalypse. This is also too no row. Ahem. Sue decided that this kind of thing should never be brought up with others in the future. Otherwise it would be quite embarrassing. Wow. But his rough behavior was shocking to the little people. When the little people saw this scene, they sucked in a breath of cold air and were dumbfounded. There were some irascible existences that even directly burst out in foul language. This. Just. The whole thing is gone. The little people were frozen as if they had seen a ghost. Unbelievable. If I didn't see it wrong just now, Elder Immortal used a bucket, and with a snap, it gave the heavenly calamity a cover. Lord Immortal, take the true immortal cataclysm and put it in a bucket. The little people watched their scalps go numb. They had thought about how the heavenly tribulation would have many disappearing looks, but they would never have thought it would be this kind. Is that the bucket that the fairy lord drenched the vegetables in? What do you call a bucket for drenching vegetables? That's definitely a supreme immortal weapon. I really didn't expect. In the immortal lord's vegetable garden, just about any kind of thing is a supreme magic treasure. Even this district bucket has such extraordinary powers. The Taichu immortal king was shocked. If this barrel was placed in the green sky immortal realm, it would definitely be a supreme magic weapon. Just think, how precious an immortal weapon that can help one to cross the threshold of a calamity is.